Once upon a time, in a world where everyone was living their lives, doing what they loved, and just enjoying everyday life, a strange gate appeared out of nowhere. It was a very strange phenomenon. It appeared in every corner of the world, and it could be seen by everyone, regardless of who lived where, because it was not an isolated case of this gate. It was a frequent phenomenon that spread everywhere. But what was interesting was that these gates did not pose any threat to people and did not affect their bodies at all. However, even though these gates did not cause any harm to people and had already become an everyday occurrence for ordinary people, scientists could not figure out the exact purpose of this unusual phenomenon. Some time after the appearance of these strange gates around the world, due to their unknown origin and purpose, all TV channels began to report that the number of alarmed citizens was growing more and more every day. In connection with these events, in scientific circles, various researchers took this matter more seriously to investigate whether this phenomenon is accidentally connected with the ancient appearance and disappearance of monster-like living creatures. Meanwhile, while one of those strange gates hung over the city again, people continued their lives and continued to work. And then, in one of the yards where the loaders were working, a voice was heard, "Okay, everything is loaded." Carrying the last box of cargo, one of the workers said, "This is the last kitchen set." Hearing this, his friend replied, "Okay, there's still time, so we'd better get some rest." Hearing this, the third member of their team said to his friend, "Hey, did you hear that?" Hearing this from his leader, Han Yu-jin said wearily, "Yes, boss." Hearing his answer, another worker on the team spoke to the boy. "You said your name was Han Yu-jin. They told you to rest a bit before you go." He replied as he carried the luggage, "I'll just carry this." When he carried the last box of luggage and turned back to his comrades, one of them threw him a bottle of water and said, "It's heavy, isn't it? Here, drink some." He replied, "Lord, thank you." While unscrewing the cork from the bottle, he heard his boss say, "What a diligent boy, strong hands." Hearing this, he just smiled awkwardly. After finishing the work and stopping to rest, a fellow worker asked the boy, "And why did you need to earn money with such labor, to go to university?" Hearing this, he answered shyly, "Oh yes, to pay for my junior's education." The boss replied, "You are paying for him?" Hearing this question from his boss, Han Yu-jin said, "My parents died early. Only I and my younger brother were left. That's why I left the university to work." To which he heard a tearful response, "My God, so much suffering for a young man." Hearing such disturbed voices from his superiors, Han Yu-jin took his phone out of his pocket and found a family photo of him and his brother, and held it out to his boss and said, "What suffering? Look, this is my younger brother." Taking the phone in her hands and looking at the photo of the two young boys, the boss said in amazement, "Wow, he's handsome, so neat." Hearing such words of praise, Han Yu-jin added, "Isn't it true that he's taller than me?" After handing the phone to his boss, Han Yu-jin pointed to his younger brother and began to speak enthusiastically. Our Yu-hyun is the kindest of the kind. Since he was a little boy, there was nothing he couldn't handle. Picking up the phone again and showing the photo to his colleagues, Han Yu-jung continued to talk enthusiastically about his incredible brother, how smart he is, why he dropped out of university for him, and much more. Embarrassed by Han's stories, the manager said quietly, "Oh, okay, he's always like that. It's worth mentioning his younger brother." After finishing the story about his incredible brother and telling everything he could about him, Han Yu-jin said, smiling happily, "Today he also has an early class." After saying that, the young man, as soon as he finished his work, just before he went home, said, "So I will run to him right after work. We will eat meat together." After saying this, Han Yu-jin immediately changed from his work clothes to his casual clothes in a hurry to get home, and took the tram to get home as quickly as possible. Sitting in the public transport, the young man looked out the window and noticed another gate that had appeared over the city, and said, "To be honest, there has been more work lately. This has its advantages." The next day, when Han Yu-jung returned to work and got into his team's work truck, he spoke heavily. "This is not the moving season, but there is no other season." Sitting in the car and going to fulfill another order, the young man said happily, "This is all for the prosperity of our bosses." The man replied, "You speak so well. Oh, come on. It's all because of that thing over there." Hearing about the reason why people began to move to a new place of life in such large numbers, Khan was surprised. "A thing?" To which the man replied, pointing to the sky, "That's the thing that just appeared." Driving over the gate that hung in the sky above the city, the man said, The number of people who decided to move because it made them sick has increased. I wish I knew what it really is. It must be a bad sign. Looking out of the car window, Han Yujin said as he gazed at the gate, "My younger brother said that it appeared on his way to school as well." The boss replied, "What if it's not something good? Maybe we should buy a house in the neighborhood." To which the man replied, "Ha ha, where will you get the money for that?" Contemplating this strange phenomenon that appeared out of nowhere and hovered over the city, Han Yujin, driving by, said thoughtfully, "Well, it's only good for us to have more work now that it's here." Suddenly, Han Yujin noticed that something strange was happening to the gate, changing its color and getting bigger, and he was worried. Has it always been this color? Hearing this, the boy's superiors also took notice of the portal. Looking at the gate, which had changed its color to red and began to behave strangely, Han Yujin said in surprise, "I thought it was more of a blue color before." Before he could finish, all three of them in the car felt a jolt from behind. Then the man said in surprise, What is that?" To which the woman added, "Did someone hit us?" Finally, Han Yujin spoke up, "I'll check it out." Determined to check out what exactly happened to their car, the young man spoke up as he got out of the car, before freezing in place in shock at what he saw. Suddenly, when he got out of the car, he saw a giant, scary monster in front of him, clawing at the cargo they were carrying. Realizing that things were bad, the boy wanted to run away, warning his comrades of the danger that was coming, but he only managed to say both. At the very moment his sentence was cut off, the monster sitting on the luggage and looking at it intently saw the boy in front of him and decided to pounce on him. Gaining considerable speed and rushing at the boy, the monster almost reached him with one blow of its long neck, but he managed to duck, and the blow fell in the middle of the car body where his superiors were. When Han Yujin recovered from the shock and fell back to the ground, he noticed that the monster had hit the cabin with his employees and exclaimed in fright, "What is that? Bosses." And from the cab of the car came, "Ah, honey." Hearing the frightened cries from the car's cabin, which was being knocked to the ground by the monster, Han Yujin, watching the scene, exclaimed in fright, "A monster? What's really going on?" One by one, large flying monsters began to emerge from the portal, growing in number with each passing second, and they filled the city. Seeing the danger that was coming at them, Han Yujin exclaimed, "What is all this?" In fact, these strange gates that began to appear all over the world were gates that connected to the dungeons. Another world. Through these gates, monsters from the dungeons entered the world. All the dungeons that existed in the other world, whose gates began to appear on Earth, contained monsters. And now, the uncleaned and abandoned dungeons burst, reaching their limits. Dungeon breakthrough is the name given to the moment when the dungeon explodes and the demonic beasts that inhabited it are able to break out. And in the state when these dungeons began to explode one after another, the demonic beasts were able to break free. In our country alone, hundreds of people suffered. Many of them died. And as the monsters grew in number and people began to flee from them, only Han Yujin, who had found a stick somewhere nearby, rushed to the rescue of his leaders, shouting, "Leaders!" As Han Yujin approached the devilish monster to save his superiors, he shouted, "You vile lizard, come out of there right now. Otherwise, I'll use this." As soon as he said this, he saw the monster slowly start to get out of the car, and someone's strong hands reached out and tore the flying monster's mouth open. The next moment, the monster and the hands were followed by the boy's boss, who finished off the monster by tearing its jaw. And then her husband got out of the car, who exclaimed in fright, "Honey?" When she heard that her husband was alive, the woman holding the monster said, "Are you all right? Quickly seize the moment and get out of here." Looking at his wife, the man said in amazement as he left the car, "Hands off. How did this happen?" Struggling with the monster, the woman exclaimed, "I don't know either. It's just a power by itself." And at that time, there appeared people who awakened abilities in the face of monsters. Those who were able to awaken their power when monsters attacked them became known as monster hunters. They were assigned to defend the dungeons. Hunter quickly became one of the most sought-after professions in the world. At the same time that the dungeons began to explode and devilish creatures began to emerge from them, Han Yujin's brother also gained the ability to see them appear in different people. When a lot of ordinary people, who like Han Yu-hyun were also on the bus to school and were attacked by monsters, ran for their lives, but fell to the ground due to clumsiness. One of them, who was Han Yujin's brother, decided that he could not simply run away from the danger, and also received his ability to resist monsters. Seeing the boy's ability, the other students exclaimed in surprise, "What is this?" Looking at one of his comrades, who was holding back the invasion after receiving his power, one of the crowd said in amazement, "Black, black flames like pitch," having repelled the entire invasion of the monsters that escaped from the dungeons, which burst from overcrowding. Each of the city's inhabitants began to look for their relatives. Wandering around the city, Han Yu-hyun saw his wounded brother lying unconscious. Running to him and picking him up, he said sadly, "Damn fool." A lot of time has passed since the first invasion of the monsters that escaped from the dungeons. And now, 8 years later, the present day, the Republic of Korea, Seoul. While gathering all the people who have some kind of superpowers, one of the hunters, being in a corporation, demonstrated her strength. Having created some interesting spectacle in her hand, she said, "See?" Watching the girl demonstrate her powers, the reporter said to her in confusion, "No, nothing. Is there something there?" The hunter girl replied, "This is the window of state. Only I can see it." Considering her ability, which she demonstrated for the journalist's report, the hunter girl continued her story with joy. "At first I thought, have I really fallen into some kind of game?" Looking at the description of her ability, which read, "Make our nature greener and greener, skill to grow trees in a specific area." She said, "In this status window is a list of skills I can use." As she talked about her skills, she decided to demonstrate them in a practical way, and by slamming her hands on the floor, she immediately grew many trees around her and said, "About like this." After applying the skill, the reporter and her crew started filming the whole thing to capture the moment and show everyone what kind of hunters this world is. After photographing the skill of instantly growing trees, the reporter exclaimed, "Unbelievable! Did you save people with this skill?" While recording the incredible report, the journalist told the story of how Miss Yumi got her ability by speaking. 8 years ago, during the dungeon strike, Miss Yumi was looking for a job because she lived in an environment that was full of mold and moss. Continuing her story to the live TV camera, the girl continued, having awakened the skill of the wooden vine. As she continued to hear such words of praise being spoken to her, Miss Yumi just listened in silence. She recently saved citizens from a falling building. Hearing this, Yumi said, "Heh heh, I was in a hurry and didn't notice something." After the reporter told the story of how Miss Yumi became a huntress, she added, "Miss Yumi, who was looking for a job, then chose the profession of a hunter, and she is engaged in clearing dungeons as part of a small guild." When asking the captain of this guild, the correspondent received the following answer from him. "The additional items we get in dungeons cost a gray. It's a bit dangerous, but it's better than any other job, especially dungeons above A class. Well, you can consider them a gold mine." The head of the guild spoke about what could be found there. "That's right, a new material from the dungeons that didn't exist in our world. Magic stones. Their value ranges from a few hundred to several billion. Thanks to this, hunters with good skills are sitting on immensely large piles of money." Recalling the strongest hunters that exist in their world, the guild leader added, "And if they are S-class hunters who can clear high-level dungeons by themselves, then there is nothing to talk about." Mentioning one prominent hunter who is known to many people, he said, "The famous hunter Han Yu-hyun is especially famous in our country. Was he still a high school student when he awakened?" Recalling his life story, the guild head said, "He lost his parents at a very early age and grew up in poverty. And after his awakening, he founded the Abyss Guild and is the youngest guild leader." Continuing to talk about the youngest guild leader and the most outstanding warrior, the guild leader added, "He is currently 25 years old and they say his wealth is unimaginable." Continuing her report, the journalist approached Yumi and asked her, "And what about you, Huntress Yumi? Have you become rich too?" To which she replied embarrassedly, "What kind of rich person am I? I am E-class, so it is impossible." Having embarrassingly mentioned her rank as a hunter, Miss Yumi, who was being interviewed, said dreamily, "But if I keep working, I'll make a little bit of money, right? It would be nice to save money for my younger sister's education." This recorded interview was Miss Yumi's last. She was killed during the clearing of the dungeon. The huntress is the death of the heroine of the report. After Miss Yumi and her guild went on another sweep, this morning she was taken to the hospital after being wounded. Unfortunately, she was unable to recover and died. Watching a TV report about the death of one of the hunters, Han Yu-jin, drinking alcohol, listened to the news. how attractive the work of a hunter is because of the high earnings, how dangerous it is, and the darker side of the coin. The next day, when the news of the huntress's death spread around the world, a new gate leading to the dungeon appeared somewhere in the city. Watching the gate, and wondering what rank this dungeon could be, one of the soldiers spoke quietly to his group leader. Chief, cleaning his weapon before leaving and preparing to open the gate, the soldier sitting next to his leader repeated himself, "Huh? Are you listening, Chief?" Noticing one disgruntled soldier who seemed irritated by something, the team leader spoke to him. "What is wrong with you?" he replied. "What's wrong with me? What else could be wrong when you bring a person like that into the unit?" As he said this, the disgruntled soldier pointed to a young man sitting next to him, holding crutches. It was Han Yu-jin, F-class. His nickname was the Tutor. Pointing to him, the soldier said in displeasure, "There he is. Isn't that Han Yu-jin, F-class?" Hearing this from the disgruntled soldier, Han Yu-jin replied, "Ah, so I'm famous. Ha ha ha. You should be more lenient with me. I also live by clearing dungeons." And he thought, "I'm going to put a lot of buffs on this guy." To which he replied arrogantly, "No need. Isn't that the problem now?" Grabbing his warrior by the shoulder, the squad leader said to his comrade, "Don't behave like that. Few hunters would accept such a small reward." To which he replied, "Oh, of course he will even agree to such conditions. Who brought this cave horse here?" As Han Yu-jin sat there listening to this, he remembered everything that had been said about him. A magnet for problems, a freak of nature, surviving by himself so many times when the rest of the squad died, a bad sign, a parasite that consumes other people's lives. Listening to all the insults in his direction, Han Yu-jung heard something that he should never say to anyone. Things are so bad that even his incomparable younger brother has abandoned him. Searching his phone for an article about Han Yu-heng, the outraged warrior added, "Oh, he didn't even visit his brother in the hospital once when his leg was ground to dust, did he?" Hearing this, his comrade spoke to him, "Hey, stop talking about his younger brother." Continuing to surf the internet and search for information about Han Yu-hyun being in the hospital, the indignant man added, "No, just look at this article. How vile is he, even as a younger brother?" Just as he was about to speak, he was interrupted. Han Yu-jin got up from his seat, grabbed the outraged warrior by the collar and pulled him to him, speaking angrily, "Shut up already." Looking menacingly into the eyes of his criminal, Han Yu-jin, holding his collar, spoke angrily to him. "This has nothing to do with you or anyone else." Raising his hands up and calming Han Yu-jin, who was furiously attacking him, the outraged warrior said, "Ha ha, you're angry, huh?" And the next moment, taking the initiative, the outraged warrior, demonstrating his strength, kicked Han Yu-jin in the body and threw him away, saying, "Where did you lose all your fear to attack like this?" After the kick knocked him to the ground, the outraged warrior grabbed him by the collar and raised him to eye level. Listening to him cough and gasp for air, he said, "You bastard who ate Belina. Hey, look here. Do you feel the difference in strength? Huh?" Holding the poor guy by the collar who was writhing in pain, the outraged warrior added, "How dare an F-class have the courage to provoke a D-class?" Showing the difference in strength between the two, the outraged warrior let go of Han Yu-jin and walked away, saying finally, "If it's so offensive, complain to your incredible brother." To which his friend added, "So is he, God. He behaves like that when it comes to his little brother." Having been injured in a fight because he responded to the provocations of a warrior who was stronger than him, Han Yu-jin, sitting on the ground, coughed up the unequal battle, saying, "Ah, damn." But after a short period of time, he saw a leader in front of him who wanted to heal him. Noticing that he was trying to help him in confusion, Han Yu-jin spoke to him. "Leader." He replied, "My God, we haven't even entered the dungeon yet." Using his power, the chief temporarily healed Han Yu-jin and added, "I strengthened the skeleton. I can't heal your leg, but you'll be able to move it easily for a few hours." Don't take his words too seriously. It doesn't make sense. Looking at his injured leg, which had just been healed, albeit temporarily, by the group leader, Han Yu-jin heard him say the following words, "You're an F-class. You'll have to rely on someone, like it or not, so be patient, M." Hearing these words of encouragement from his leader, who had treated him quite well, Han Yu-jin, no longer feeling pain in his knee, smiled happily at him, beaming with happiness. When the squad leader offered his hand to help him up, the boy grabbed it and said, "Of course, as an F-class, I am grateful that you are taking me with you. To which the leader replied happily, "Oh, great then." Clasping his hands tightly to get up from the ground, Han Yu-jin stood up and held his commander's strong uku and spoke to him. "Chief, you yourself are working so hard to reconcile us." After saying these words of gratitude, Han Yu-jin added, "Be brave. I will always be grateful to you." Hearing Han Yu-jin say this, the chairman said to him in embarrassment, "Oh, thank you. As expected, Yu-jin is the only one who notices." Seeing that everything had gone according to his plan, the boy thought, "Gotcha." Leaning on his crutches, Han Yu-jin watched the scene. The head of the squad ran up to the outraged warrior and slapped him on the back of the head, exclaiming, "Bastard! Stop bothering our Yu-jin. Our Yu-jin is very fast and he knows dungeons and monsters firsthand." Surprised by his boss's behavior, the bully exclaimed, "Ah, why are you doing this all of a sudden?" Standing behind and listening to these correctional workers in his squad, Han Yu-jin used his skill to speak softly. Checking the subject's upbringing, after applying these characteristics, he saw an information window appear above the leader, which read, "Guild Leader Im Seok has been added to the nurturing objects." It also said next to the bully, "Cave horse, bad luck, a parasite that consumes other people's lives." After completing his operation to add a new pet, Han Yu-jin heard, "Yes, let's go in. Han Yu-jin, you hurry up too." As he approached the dungeon gate, he replied, "Yes, I'm coming." When all the members of the guild headed for the dungeon gate, they moved into it. Once inside, they saw the ancient ruins that covered the overgrowth. Before they could fully explore the dungeon, they heard a strange roar coming from the dungeon, and soon after they saw two bat monsters heading towards them. Realizing that danger awaits them at every turn, they all began to defend themselves against the enemy's attack. Having repelled the attack, it was also time to join the battle to clear the way for further movement across the terrain. After defeating the enemies and advancing further, the group found themselves in the middle of a strange forest, and then the leader spoke to everyone. "Do not let your guard down. We do not know where the monster will come from." Hearing this, one of the warriors in the group shouted out confidently, "Hey, we've been here so many times before. Who is so incredible that he can climb out in a D-class dungeon?" As he went further and further into the dungeon, destroying monsters along the way, the chairman stopped at another monster he had killed and said, "Ha ha, God. During the dungeon strike, we were shaking at the sight of the dead creatures." After searching the next monster they had killed, the guild leader took out a crystal and said in amazement, "I did not expect that we would earn so much." His comrade replied, "Oh, it's big. With this size, even a D-class magic stone will cost several hundred." When he finished examining his trophy, the outraged warrior who had fought Han Yu-jin noticed that he was using a pickaxe to extract crystals and called out to him, "Hey, F-class, are you mining hard over there? Do you know that 80% of what you get will go to the commission?" Hearing this, Han Yu-jin, who had been mining small crystals from the rock, turned his head toward the bully and said in disappointment, "Eh? But there's nothing more serious than this waste." Leaving Han Yu-jin, the squad marched on, and the bully said to him in closing, "The monster magic stones are our destiny. If you don't want to starve to death, dig out what's there." Hearing this, Han Yu-jin only sighed heavily, saying, "Ho, oh." Just as he was about to begin his work, he was called out again, saying, "If you are caught hiding anything, you will be stripped naked and hung on a post of shame." As the troop marched on, Han Yu-jin resumed his work when he suddenly spoke angrily. "Damn kids! They're using me as cheap labor. I'm no different than Cinderella, huh, Cinderella?" Thinking of Cinderella, Han Yu-jin suddenly stopped working and said sadly, "Young orphan, I lost my parents. Even my younger brother turned his back on me." Recalling everything that happened to him after the monsters from the dungeons first broke out into their world, Han Yu-jin said, after he woke up, he left the house. And after Han Yu-hyun decided to leave the house after waking up, he wouldn't even listen to his older brother when he asked him to stay, arguing that it was dangerous. While Han Yu-jin went to the army to complete his military training, his younger brother gathered hunters and created the Abyss Guild. Slowly developing and becoming stronger and stronger every day, and the Abyss was recognized as the strongest guild in the country, the brother became somehow unattainable. When he became so strong and together with strong hunters, he raised his guild to the top, making it recognizable everywhere. Then Han Yu-jin, thinking back to that time, the time when it all happened, and all because he couldn't just awaken and tap into his power. If only he had awakened then. In order to achieve his goal, Han Yu-jin spent all of his money after he was fired from his job and found a broker who promised to awaken him, and he was flattered by the promise of taking care of him since he was already an S-class brother. He also did many bad things in order to awaken, and now though he awoke late, he is only F-class, but he's the younger brother of an S-class. While discussing Han Yu-jin, one of the Abyssal Guild members said, "He was begging to be accepted into the Abyss? The F-class should have at least some conscience. You called yourself the older brother of the head of the Abyss. We believed you, supported you. You have to make amends." After all these events, Han Yu-jin's name became very famous in the press, and he was often quoted, and he also fell into a debt pit. As Han Yu-jin was kneeling in his misery, his younger brother saw him passing by and spoke to him. "Are you making a scene again?" Looking at his older brother, the younger one said to him, "How long do you plan to make your younger brother clean up after you?" F-class hunter Han Yu-jin. Standing over him, looking down on him, Han Yu-hyun spoke to him. "The nickname you received when you woke up was Nurturer. After all, you raised an S-class. Aren't you ashamed of that nickname?" After saying this, Han Yu-hyun leaned over to his elder brother, who had been so severely punished by fate, and said to him in a disdainful voice, "Not so much as a tutor. Right now you're just shackling me hand and foot." After this incident, Han Yu-jin, walking through the dungeons, was unable to use his leg anymore because of the numerous wounds he received there. And his younger brother, hearing his elder brother's request, he angrily responded by ordering him out. "Hiller's help. Do you have any idea how this works?" As Han Yu-hyun watched his brother being led out of the office, he said to his elder brother, "Everything has worked out very well. You won't be getting into trouble in the dungeons anymore." After saying this, the younger brother looked at his elder Han Yu-jin with an angry look and said to him one last time, "Please live quietly. Don't bind your younger brother's hands and feet anymore." Recalling all the events that had happened to him and all that he had experienced and gone through, Han Yu-jin said with a heavy sigh, "Yes, I deserve to be abandoned." Thinking about how people talked about him, Han Yu-jin continued to mine the crystals and thought, the helpless older brother of an incredible S-class hunter, a parasite trying to take advantage of him. All this is what ordinary people say about me as soon as they hear my name. This is not a delusion. It is all true. Yes, it is true. Continuing to complain about himself while mining crystals, the boy continued, "And the fact that I, F-class, still survive in dungeons, where people die all the time, only because of that skill that takes advantage of others." Leaving his pickaxe behind and deep in thought, Han Yu-jin wandered through the dungeon, stopped by the lake, and looking at his reflection said, "The nickname is Nurturer." Nurturer was the ability Han Yu-jin had when he awakened his ability, and it allowed him to have some kind of influence on the people around him. Everyone around him, starting with his closest relatives, someone as close as his own brother, whom he had cared for since childhood, and personally cared for him, and raised him. He could also influence the other people around him, those with whom he simply made an acquaintance and they became friends. If it was people with whom he was on friendly terms, he used a code word that sounded like this: "Man up." They became his pupils. But all that this effect did for those people who became his pupils was to improve their development slightly. This is the basic skill of a tutor, but picking up the pickaxe again and continuing to extract crystals from the rock, Han Yu-jin said, "How can one survive with something like this on a day like this? Even if the F-class is the most helpful." As he said this, the boy was once again swallowed up in memories that included the following: the cave horse, the parasite that survived alone again, even when all the other team members were dying. Recalling all those terrible moments of the deaths of his comrades who had once teamed up with him, Han Yu-jin continued, "I didn't survive because I was lucky, and I didn't survive because I was in the rear. In fact, the caregiver has another hidden skill, and it was this skill that saved the boy every time in crisis situations. It is thanks to her that I am still alive, not paying attention to everyone else." At some point, under certain circumstances, the effect of the title Educator manifests itself. An additional skill, the Last Retribution, is launched. As Han Yu-jin continued to extract crystals from the rock, he heard the notification of his leader's temporary skill acquisition and said in alarm, "What? Now?" The skills and abilities of the 2T are transferred at double the amount. Holding the pickaxe in his hands, Han Yu-jin noticed that the power that the guild leader he had left with had now appeared in his hands. Looking at his hands, he said in fright, "The power is running away from me." When he looked at the power that began to fill him, he saw that it was a very familiar power that had already been used on him. It was the power of his superior. Throwing the pickaxe out of his hands and deciding to move on in the same direction as the rest of his comrades, Han Yujin said in a worried voice, "No, this is completely absurd." Grabbing his crutches to move on, he walked in the direction the rest of his teammates had gone. Panicked, how is this even possible in a D-class dungeon? The abilities and skills of the pet that the boy had improved with his skill. For a certain period of time, they are transferred to him, but under certain conditions. If the pet's speed is 100, it can run at 200. If he is strong, Han Yujin will be twice as strong. Thanks to this skill, he always survived. As Han Yujin approached the place where his friends were headed, he continued, "But this is an incredibly stupid skill, because the condition for its activation is..." Thinking of all his comrades and his family, he said, "To be more precise, not for its activation, but the very fact of activating this skill means that..." Realizing exactly what had happened, Han Yujin exclaimed in fear, unable to believe what had happened. "This can't be possible, boss." When he arrived at the place where the boss and the rest of his teammates had gone, he saw a horrifying sight, a lake of blood stretching to his feet. Continuing to walk along the trail of blood that led him to the battlefield where everything that had activated his ability had taken place, he continued, "Target dead." Seeing the sea of blood, Han Yujin, who was following in his direction, looked up and saw the dead body of his commander in front of him and said in fright, Commander." While looking at the dead body of his leader, Han Yujin heard someone screaming in the distance and saw something that shocked him. It was coming from the direction of, don't. Han Yujin turned his head to the side and saw the king of poison and curse dragons, Rauchitas, devouring the warrior who had mocked him. While in the dragon's mouth, the warrior, who had already lost his arm and was mortally wounded, desperately exclaimed, "It is impossible. Why is there a D-class dungeon? That bastard. It's all because of his stupid omens, because he's connected to him." As Han Yujin watched the dragon devour the warrior, who was screaming in pain and calling for help, he could only stare at it with a frightened look, but he could not resist such an enemy. Seeing such a formidable opponent in such a low-ranking dungeon, Han Yujin said in surprise, "King of the poison dragons, and the curse of the Rauchitas." Observing such a powerful opponent, Han Yujin thought, so far, no one has been able to defeat him. A first-class dragon bloodline, that means elimination is impossible. Seeing that all of his comrades had already died at the hands of this powerful beast, the young man hid from the dragon and thought in fright, "Why is such a monster here?" Peeking out from his hiding place to run back to the dungeon exit, Han Yujin saw how huge the monster was and said in fright, "Absurd!" When the dragon noticed him, it immediately began to growl loudly at the enemy, who, like all the others, had invaded his domain, and the boy still couldn't believe it, thinking, "This is a D-class dungeon." While running away from this incredibly strong monster, Han Yujin was frightened and thinking about something that he couldn't understand. Why is a first-class Rauchitas-type dragon race here? As Han Yujin ran away from the monster, he felt his boss's skill start to work, and his legs became stronger with more strength in them, and he could move much faster. As he managed to slip back into the rock from which he had come, Han spoke, "Master's skill is D-class skeleton strengthening. Now I have a double effect." After using his superior skill, the boy saw an exit near him and said, "I'll use this speed to hide where he can't get in, escape at all costs." Just as Han Yujin reached his hiding place, finding a small hope of escaping his death, the dragon destroyed the building and his hopes with a single flick of its tail. Standing on the edge of the abyss, Han Yujin, who had already prepared himself for the fact that he had nowhere to run and would not be able to with his legs like that, was already preparing for his demise. Watching the actions of the enemy dragon, the young man noticed that one of the heads of the three-headed monster was approaching him to strike. Deciding to fight to the end, if he could not escape, he raised one of his crutches in front of him and thought, "Here he comes. If I block it with my arms." The boy's attempt to block the monster's punch failed. With such a strong opponent, it was obvious. After the blow, Han Yujin flew back a considerable distance. Looking up and seeing that he was injured and already bleeding, the boy coughed heavily and thought, "I am definitely no match for him." Looking at the enemy he had to confront, the young man, who had lost hope of escaping, thought, even with the double strength of the skill of the boss. But suddenly the boy was invaded by the dying memories of his boss, who tried to save his comrades from this monster by healing their wounds, but realizing that they were too serious, that even with a healing potion it did not help. While healing his wounded comrade, the chief heard his other comrade, who had decided to protect them with his body, shout out, "First hide in the corner, chief!" in an attempt to draw the monster's attention to himself so that they could retreat and heal. One of the boss's team called out to him with his wounded comrade. "I will buy you time anyway." Seeing these dying memories, Han Yu-jin, lying on the ground, watching the inevitable, resigned himself to his fate and thought, "Damn, I can't escape with these legs." He looked up and saw the dragon in front of him, which was about to approach him. He looked into its red eyes and thought, "After all, that's how I am." As soon as the dragon approached the boy, who was not even moving, it immediately opened its mouth without a second's hesitation and wanted to eat him. Han Yu-jin, already seeing his death, said, "I will die like this." But at the last moment before the monster's teeth were about to reach him, his younger brother grabbed him and saved him from death. When his brother laid him down on the ground, Han Yu-jin said to him in a surprised voice, Han Yu-hyun, how are you?" Hearing these words from his brother, the younger man looked back at the older man and said, "Go back." Hearing these words from his younger brother, the wounded Han Yu-jin, who realized what was about to happen, said in alarm, "What? Wait, even you with a three-headed opponent?" While the older brother was trying to persuade the younger brother to retreat and not to fight this enemy because his strength was too powerful, the younger brother stood firm and prepared to fight the enemy. Seeing that the enemy was close, almost at the right distance to attack, Han Yu-jin took out his weapon from its sheath and said, "Skill activation." As soon as he said this, a blue energy sphere immediately appeared in his hand, and blue willow leaves flew out from it, covering his entire body. After activating this skill, Han Yu-hyun immediately rushed at his enemy to prevent him from striking first. He jumped up and used a glare to blind the enemy. Gathering the full flow of his power, Han Yu-heng slowly directed it directly to his sword to make his attack powerful enough to break through the monster's defense. And the next moment, as soon as his younger brother's strength was gathered, he immediately launched his attack at the enemy. Watching his brother's battle, the elder brother on the ground spoke in astonishment as he followed his younger brother Han Yu-heng's movements. "That's pretty fast." Watching his brother fight so skillfully against such a powerful opponent, the elder brother continued, "This is an S-class battle." While the younger one was trying to pierce the defense of one dragon head by aiming at its head, he noticed that the other head was already preparing to launch a counterattack. As soon as Han Yu-heng noticed this, he immediately jumped out of the way of the deadly poison attack that the first head of the three-headed dragon had launched. As he dodged the attack, he noticed that the stream of venom flew toward his brother and called out, "Beware! This is a deadly poison that cannot be saved by a healing potion. If you touch it, you will be cursed." Seeing that the first stream of venom had passed by, the dragon decided to attack again, but this time at a stationary target. Noticing that his brother was in danger, Han Yu-hei activated the giant shield ability. After activating this ability, he rushed to his brother to protect him from the terrible stream of poison that the monster wanted to cover him with. Seeing such a risky maneuver to protect his brother, Han Yu-jin, who was terrified by what was happening, said, "Yu-hyun." Having repelled such a dangerous attack by a powerful enemy, Han Yu-hyun was already preparing to attack the enemy, who, after such a powerful attack, opened up for a strike. But alas, misfortune. After the royal dragon's attack was repelled, the younger brother noticed that his sword had melted from the poison. Seeing this, the elder exclaimed, "The sword blade!" As he said this, he saw his brother rush back into the battle, despite the fact that his weapon was damaged. Watching the battle, Han Yu-jin thought, "Is this really how he behaves when protecting me? Is that why he can't fight freely?" As Han Yu-jin watched his brother fight cautiously, not trying to counterattack too often, but thinking through each attack so that the king dragon's attack would not accidentally hit his injured brother, he thought, "It's all because of me?" Noticing that his brother had come within a short distance of him, the elder spoke to the younger, "Yu-hyung." But the latter did not even want to listen and interrupted him, exclaiming, "Why did you go to the dungeon again? Wasn't even the crushed leg enough to bring you to your senses?" Thinking of all those who had died in this dungeon this time, Han Yu-heng said to his older brother, "You're climbing in without knowing your place, and what's the result? How long do you plan to make me clean up after you?" Turning to face his elder brother, Han Yu-hyun shouted desperately at him, seeing that he was watching him closely. "How many times have I said, stay out of the way and live quietly?" Hearing these words from his younger brother, who was fighting such an incredibly formidable opponent, Han Yu-jin spoke to him. "Did you come here just to tell me this?" When he heard the elder's reproach that he had come to the dungeon for that very reason, he replied, Don't wag your tongue, go to the corner now. And he heard, I was wondering why you came. Han Yu-jin continued his speech and exclaimed, Are you so afraid of being bound by my hands and feet again? But he had other thoughts in his head. What did I expect? Did I think he came to save me because I was his older brother? No, that's impossible. I really don't know my place. As Han Yu-jin watched this giant dragon rushing toward his younger brother, he called out to his younger brother, You're tired of it, aren't you? Using his strength, Han Yu-jin began to summon his sword and shouted, I'm tired of a person who doesn't know his place acting like an older brother and meddling, right? Continuing to carry out his plan for self-destruction, Han Yu-jin continued, Why did you even come here? You can do it so much easier. He replied, I told you to back off. Seeing that his older brother, grabbing his sword, was recklessly rushing toward an enemy who was 1,000 times his strength, he exclaimed in alarm, What are you doing? As soon as the elder brother had made all the preparations to put his plan into action, he rushed at the dragon, and the next moment he drove his sword into its body, trying to pierce its defense. Seeing such reckless actions of his elder brother, who was in such a terrible state, not only not saving his life but on the contrary wanted to lose it as soon as possible, he exclaimed in surprise, What are you doing? Having drawn the attention of the first-ranked royal dragon to himself, Han Yu-jin released the weapon from his hands and spoke in a relaxed manner, ready to accept his fate. Isn't this how it's going to end? Dropping the sword from his hands, the older brother spoke in a sad voice to his younger brother. You save me, and then I will become your chains again. Just leave me here to die, that's all. Having gathered the courage to finally say it, Han Yu-jin's older brother said with complete confidence in his eyes, There is no need to organize a funeral for someone who dies in the danja. As Han Yu-jin said this, he remembered the moment when the younger brother turned away from him and walked away with his comrades, and he stood behind him watching in confusion and said, I'm tired. Since when? Seeing that the first-ranked royal dragon was almost upon him with its huge mouth, he finally said, What's wrong with you? Everyone in the abyss will be happy as well, so you don't have to worry about me anymore. Han Yu-jin gritted his teeth tightly and closed his eyes to make his death less scary, but not his younger brother Han Yu-hyun. Realizing that his brother was in danger, he could not accept this development and the end of his brother's life, and immediately rushed to his aid to save him from death. A moment later, Han Yu-jin opened his eyes and saw his wounded brother, who had 2 large wounds on his back and a curse on him. Seeing such a terrible picture in front of him, Han Yu-jin again remembered his past, namely the moment when their parents died. We were brothers who had no one else. Standing in front of the altar with their parents' photos and flowers, along with a candle for the repose of their souls, he recalled the words that were spoken at the time, and they hurt him, especially after his parents' deaths. Brother, are you okay? Looking at his younger brother and holding his hand to give him hope that he was not alone in this world and had someone to rely on, Han Yu-jin spoke to his younger brother. It's okay, Yu-hyun. Holding his hand, Han Yu-jin thought that in the whole world, the two of them were the only ones who had each other. And then he said to his younger brother, You're hungry, aren't you? Shall I make you something to eat? Looking at the wounded body of his younger brother who had protected him and was now bleeding, Han Yu-jin said to him in a worried voice, Brother, are you okay? What is it? Han Yu-heng. Seeing that his brother was mortally wounded, unable to fight anymore, and that his life would soon be cut short by the curse that had been placed on him, the elder spoke to him. Why are you? Gathering the last of his remaining strength, the younger brother spoke to Han Yu-jin, breathing heavily and bleeding. Aha, now listen carefully, brother. Looking into his eyes, Han Yu-hyun informed his elder of important information, saying, Ryuchitas, he falls asleep every 5 hours. If you hide for another hour, he will fall asleep. Looking toward the enemy, Han Yu-hyun, giving instructions to his older brother, continued with a heaviness in his voice. Then take this moment to get out. Hearing these words, Han Yu-jin said in alarm, No, no, no. Once again, Han Yu-jin thought back to the moment when he was in the hospital. Even when his bones were shattered into small pieces, he never visited me in the hospital. Also, when he asked him more than once to help him with various requests, he just pushed me away with a cold look. But he always said the same thing. Every time the younger one saw the older one, he told him to keep his head down and live quietly. Looking at his half-dead brother who had only minutes to live, Han Yu-jin thought, But why are you smiling here and now? And the latter, in his last moments, handed his brother a pendant and said, Here, take it. As Han Yu-jin handed the artifact to his older brother, He heard him speak to him, handing him the stone. "This is the gate stone. With it, you can get out." Holding his injured brother in his arms, Han Yu-jin did not know how to behave, and spoke to his brother in a worried voice. "This is for you." "No. This wound is more important now." As soon as he said this, his brother immediately became quiet and lowered his arms, and two sharp claws could be seen from his back. Seeing that it was too late to do anything, Han Yu-jin said, "There's no point." Raising his head and looking at his elder brother with a guilty look, the younger one spoke to him. "The gate stone. I will not be able to use it." Feeling that his brother was no longer moving, collapsed on top of him, Han Yu-jin anxiously began to call out to his younger brother, repeating over and over again, "Hey, Han Yu-hyun." But it was too late, and everything was clear. Han Yu-jin's skill had worked, and it was reported. The effect of the title, Tutor, is manifesting. The duration of the additional skill, Final Retribution, is 1 hour. As Han Yu-jin felt the incredible power overwhelming his body, he couldn't help but cry as he heard the system alert. The skills and abilities of the deceased Han Yu-heng, the first-ranked royal dragon, saw what was happening near him and where the light was coming from, and ran toward Han Yu-jin. And the system alert informed him, transmitting with double the power. Having received his younger brother's skills, Han Yu-jin took him in his arms and carried his younger brother's body to a safe place so that he could find it later and bury it with honor. And again, the same picture repeated itself as at the beginning, when the older brother held the dead body of his younger brother in his arms, and shedding tears over it said, "Damn fool." After his brother died, Han Yu-jin once again received the strength of his mentee, who had said goodbye to his life in double the amount. Hugging him tightly, Han Yu-jin said, "The power is flowing into me." As soon as the process of acquiring the power of his fallen student was complete, Han Yu-jin, furious at his enemy for the loss, formed a spear in his hand that he had created from the power he had received. Hugging his brother, Han Yu-jin, remembering everything that had happened to him, how he had been treated, and what the reason was, said angrily as he prepared to fight, "You will do this to me to the very end." While he was saying goodbye to his dead brother and recovering from the loss, the dragon was not going to wait for him to gain enough strength and went straight for Han Yu-jin. But as soon as the dragon approached the boys, Han Yu-jin was already standing over his brother's dead body, and as soon as he saw the right moment to attack, he immediately struck the approaching monster. Analyzing the way he fought the monster, Han Yu-jin, after striking the enemy, said, irritated with himself, "Slowly, I have twice the strength of my incredible brother." Although he was moving slowly, as for someone who had received double the strength of an incredibly powerful warrior who had died, Han Yu-jin managed to cut off one of the Dragon King's heads. While receiving his brother's power and fighting the enemy, Han Yu-jin also began to receive the memories of the deceased Han Yu-hyun. Thinking back to the moment when Han Yu-jin first awakened, his younger brother looked at the file and thought, "My older brother has awakened in the F class." Seeing that his brother was so weak, Han Yu-hyun spoke to his ward, who was standing next to him and whom he could trust. "That's why he shouldn't mess with me." Pushing his brother further and further away, even trying to avoid him, Han Yu-hyun continued, "I need to keep him as far away as possible, even farther away than I am now. If my brother becomes my weak point, they will definitely target him." Reviewing all of his brother's memories in his head from the time he avoided his older brother, he continued to think, "Even if I have to make the relationship even worse." Reviewing all the memories that appeared in his mind, Han Yu-jin continued to fight the enemy more and more fiercely with each passing second, realizing that his younger brother was always remembering him. As Han Yu-jin charged at the first-ranked royal dragon, he managed to strike it once, but it didn't do enough damage, and he had to retreat to regroup. While he continued to fight and dodged another attack, another memory reappeared in his mind, in which the following happened. After putting the letters with the information he had obtained on some people, Han Yu-hyun said to his secretary, "Keep watching him. If anything happens, report back. If he becomes a hunter, he won't be able to be properly protected by the law." It was at that very moment that Han Yu-jin was in the hospital with broken bones in one of his legs. Unable to visit him, Han Yu-hyun said, "Damn it. Why couldn't I have stopped him before this happened?" Looking over the reports and information about the people who had injured his younger brother, Han Yu-hyun threw the papers off his desk and shouted in anger, "Deal with all these bastards, the bastards who did this to his leg." After saying this and ordering the execution of all those who were involved in the act of maiming his brother, Han Yu-hyun's subjects negotiated and one of them said, "Tell them that it is forbidden to hurt him." Giving orders to his subjects, Han Yu-hyun said to one of them, "Send them out the door. Give them only material assistance. Make it look like I was forced to do this only because we are brothers. It's better that way than for him to go to the dungeon." Having given such a cruel order to his subject, Han Yu-hyun, alone in his office, began to reproach himself for having to do this to his own brother, repeating it over and over again. "I'm sorry, brother. I'm sorry." Sitting on the floor, huddled in a corner, the mighty warrior, who knew no fear, was so embarrassed by the situation that he was curled up in a ball and said guiltily, "Please, brother, do not go into the dungeon." After remembering everything and learning the truth about why he had been treated this way, Han Yu-jin had already defeated the monster while he was going through all the memories in his head, and was standing on the dead dragon while it was raining heavily. Standing on top of the defeated monster, Han Yu-jin could shed tears without restraint, because the rain would not show his crying face. Hanging his head after all the truth he had learned, Han Yu-jin said guiltily, "Ha ha ha. Who does he think he is? He didn't say a single word, asshole." As Han Yu-jin stuck his spear into the ground and leaned on it, tired and shocked by what he had learned, he said with a wistful voice, "What should I do now? I never expected this. I really broke you by chaining your hands and feet." As Han Yu-jin approached his brother's body, which he carried to safety, he said sadly, "The time for the final retribution will soon expire, which means that when the time runs out, I will also die from the poison of Ryuchitas's internal substances." While waiting for his death, Han Yu-jin, who was sitting next to his brother, thought about his life and said, "Yes, what else would I do if I survived? I would just keep going." But suddenly he saw a gift icon in front of him and a notification that read, "An impossible achievement. You have slain a dragon." Getting to his feet, Han Yu-jin saw what was written after this achievement. The legendary title of Dragon Slayer is granted. As a reward, 10 gate stones, 5 first-class purchase substances, a great red dragon sword, and, after telling us about all the rewards that belonged to the winner of the Dragon King, the most interesting thing was left for last. It was a wishing stone that could fulfill any wish. Looking at the rewards he had received, Han Yu-jin was most interested in the wishing stone that could grant a dream. As he approached it and began to examine it, he said in astonishment, "Any wish?" Hearing that it could fulfill any wish, Han Yu-jin picked up the stone and ran to his brother and said, "Really? Then my younger brother." As Han Yu-jin exclaimed this hopeful statement, he heard a disappointing answer. "Except for the resurrection of the dead." When he heard that even this stone was not omnipotent and could not do everything its owner wanted, he said in disappointment, "You're crazy. What is this any wish then? What shall I wish for? Thinking about the alternatives, Han Yu-jin's thoughts were divided. If I can make a wish for anything, then maybe I can become stronger than Yu Hyon. Become the strongest hunter, a new hero. This time I can get the role I've been envying so much." Thinking about what his future would be like if he made a wish, and remembering the city now, with Han Yu-hyun everywhere, Jin thought, "No, I can become even more famous." But suddenly his train of thought changed, and he spoke with a confident voice to the stone that could grant any wish. "Turn back the clock. Turn back to the time when my younger brother had not yet died." Holding the wishing stone in his hands and watching it glow brightly, Han Yu-jin said confidently, "I will not enter the dungeon anymore. I will just live quietly and peacefully. Take me back to the time before I came here. No, to the time before my awakening." Holding the wishing stone in his hands and telling it what he wanted it to do, Han Yu-jin added in the end, "Grant my wish even if I regret it later." Hearing the request of its master, who had received the wishing stone, the system spoke to Han Yu-jin, "Are you turning back time?" To which he replied with a firm, unquestioning voice, "Yes." As soon as he said his wish and confirmed his words, the stone immediately glowed brightly, and a lot of smoke began to come out of it. Preparing for what would happen next after Han Yu-jin would go back a few years to relive his entire history, he said, "I will not allow this to happen again." After saying this and closing his eyes, he felt that he was in a kind of flood that was carrying him in an unknown direction. Being inside it, the boy exclaimed in surprise, "Oh!" But the next moment, he was already on the couch with his legs back on, looking around, trying to figure out what time he had gotten to and where he was now. When he realized where he was, Han Yu-jin said in surprise, "This? The next moment after the time travel was completed, he realized that he was in the Abyssal Guild. He was the only one there, and he was there because he had just found a dealer for awakening. Han Yujin began to examine his body, trying to figure out if it was real, and as he felt his body, he said in surprise, "Have I really gone back in time?" And the status window doesn't appear either. Taking his cell phone out of his pocket, Han Yujin looked at the date to see if it had really worked. And when he saw the date from 5 years ago, he said, "Oh, indeed, 5 years ago. But why am I here?" Looking at the date on the phone, Han Yujin realized why he was here on this day, and why he was here now, and said, "The day I found the wake-up call broker." Han Yujin recalled what had happened that day. "I left, not knowing it was a scam, and took the money with me, and then they grabbed me and brought me here. I thought I could catch up with my younger brother if I just woke up." After recalling what exactly happened 5 years ago, Han Yujin continued to think about what was going to happen next and what would follow, and then he said anxiously, "Wait a second." So, hearing the sound of someone's feet, Han Yujin immediately got up from the couch, but he was about to hide, remembering what was coming next, and said anxiously, "This room is coming soon." No sooner had he said this than the door to the room opened, and Han Yujin heard Han Yujin say, "Brother, I told you so." When Han Yujin entered his older brother's room, he spoke to him in an irritated tone. "How many times do I have to tell you? Don't ever let yourself come here." Hearing the footsteps and seeing his younger brother enter the room, Han Yujin immediately got up from his seat and ran to meet him, and immediately exclaimed, "He's back." When Han Yujin saw that his brother had indeed entered the room and was alive and well, he was overcome with emotion and threw his arms around him, thinking happily, he really came back. Noticing his older brother's strange reaction, the younger one exclaimed in confusion, "Brother?" And the latter, barely holding back his tears, said, "What a relief. He's alive. Yu Hyun is alive." As he continued to hug his younger brother, realizing that everything he had done and how he had treated Han Yujin was not for nothing, but for his own good, he said guiltily, "I'm sorry." When the younger man also hugged him, recovering from his shock, he heard the older man say, "I am to blame. I behaved so recklessly. For both, I'm sorry for everything." Hearing these words from his older brother, the younger one said in surprise, "What, brother? Did you really get into even more trouble?" To which he quickly replied, "No, nothing like that." While embracing his younger brother, the elder suddenly began to speak words that were unusual for him at that time and said, "I just thought about it while walking here. You are 25. No, I'm 20 now." Recalling how his brother used to suffer because of his actions and sit sadly in his office, Han Yujin said, "All this time you've been alone in the guild and in the dungeon. You've suffered so much. The person who calls himself your old brother should have realized earlier." Turning away from his younger brother, the older man, having finished apologizing, said, "Forgive me. I will not make a fuss anymore. I won't give you any more headaches, huh?" Hearing his elder brother say such strange words that he hadn't expected to hear, Han Yu-hyun was shocked to hear him say, "Brother." He hugged his elder brother, who apologized for his behavior and promised not to cause any more trouble, and said to him, "Yes, thank you for saying that." After confiding in his younger brother about all that he had done and about his premature conclusions that he had previously made, Han Yujin thought, "What a relief. I feel a little ashamed." Thinking back to when they were young and were best friends, Han Yujin thought, "Thank goodness that at least now we can go back to the way things were." As he thought about it, he also remembered how happy they had been then, even though they had no other friends besides their brother, and they could only rely on each other. Han Yujin put his hand on his younger brother's shoulder and spoke to him in a brotherly tone. "My little brother, Han Yu-hyun, I love you." After saying this, Han Yujin thought, "Yes, from now on, I will definitely not even think about the awakening and the hunters anymore. I'll just sit back and relax." And then a notification sounded. The recording of the awakened Han Yujin is complete. The legendary title was received, Dragon Slayer Perfect Tutor. The additional skill, My Baby is the Best, is launched. Han Yu-hyun's pet's growth rate has been doubled. After this touching reunion, the two brothers returned home, and Han Yu-hyun stood at the stove to prepare dinner and said, "Everything will be ready soon, so just sit still." Hearing this, Han Yujin replied, "Oh, yeah, okay." Hearing this from his brother, and answering him without even trying to argue, Han Yujin, realizing what was going on here, suddenly felt very uncomfortable in this situation. Recalling what had happened between them on that particular day, Han Yujin said guiltily, Before I went back in time, on that day we had another fight, and I ran away from home. Despite what happened this morning, things are surprisingly calm now, and even very good. They are both in the same house, and while one was cooking, the other was waiting peacefully. Sitting at the table, waiting for them to eat dinner, Han Yu-jin watched his brother cooking and thought, "It's good that we made up, but I didn't expect us to have dinner together." But what was most important was that Han Yu-jin had awakened his power, and he had a window of state that he could call upon again. Looking at his talents, Han Yu-jin thought again, "I never thought that I would awaken again like this. And even earlier than before. What kind of rank is this?" Clicking on the icon, an inscription appeared at the bottom that read, Dragon Slayer L. Proof of killing a first-class dragon species alone. Seeing this achievement, Han Yu-jin said to himself in surprise, "I got this for killing Raukitas? Didn't the time travel make it go back as if it hadn't happened? Is that normal? This is so strange." Clicking on the Dragon Slayer achievement icon again, Han Yu-jin said in surprise, "An L class means legendary class, right? Above S class." After clicking on the achievement icon, Han Yu-jin saw that 4 skills appeared, all of which were interconnected, and said, 4 skills from this one rank. Looking at all the abilities, he saw resist L-class poisons and resist L-class curses. Looking at these skills alone, Han Yu-jin said, L-class resistance. This is the first time I've ever seen something like this. So I've become more resistant to any poison curse and intimidation below legendary grade. Continuing to look at his skills, Han Yu-jin saw L-class intimidation resistance and Raukitas predator SS. After looking at all the skills, Han Yu-jin added, and I can also use double the sweat power of a dragon species similar to Raukitas. Seeing such amazing skills in his inventory, Han Yu-jin immediately stood up and exclaimed with joy, believing in his abilities, "Am I really?" Looking at his talents, which he had been given together with the title of Dragon Slayer, he thought happily, "I've become the strongest in the world after rolling back." Believing in himself, Han Yu-jin began to fantasize about how he would save his own with his power, and imagined, their city is attacked by a dragon, everything is on fire, Han Yu-hyun and his comrades can't cope, and they start shouting, "Ah, it's too strong, it's over." When the dragon was about to attack again with its fiery breath, Han Yu-hen noticed and shouted out a warning to everyone. "The moment you touch the deadly poison that this dragon releases, stand back, all of you." As soon as he said this, his elder brother Han Yu-jin jumped in front of him and covered him with his body. Seeing his elder's actions, Han Yu-hyun cried out in alarm, "No, brother!" Looking back at his younger brother, Han Yu-jin looked at him with a heroic gaze and said confidently, "Brother is here. What about the deadly poison?" With his body covering his brother's, Han Yu-jin spoke pompously as he straightened his hair. "This is just a refreshing shower for a true hunter." When Han Yu-hyun saw his brother, he was astonished. "Brah, cool." Imagining this story, he added, "The beginning of the legend of the Dragon Slayer, Han Yu-jin. Wow, this is incredible. I'll become the strongest hunter just like that, and I'll live a great life." As Han Yu-jin fantasized about the glory he could achieve, he began to look for his parameters, anticipating something incredible, and thinking, so I've become an S-class as well? Or, is this the first L-class? Opening his skills tab, the boy saw very disappointing results. His parameters had the following characteristics: endurance, 6, strength, 4, dexterity, 5, intelligence, 4, mana, 2. Seeing such unimpressive characteristics, the boy, disappointed in his skills, realized that his story of being the best dragon hunter had become just an unattainable dream. Realizing that all his fantasies were just a pipe dream, Han Yu-jin held his head and rested it sadly on the table, thinking, my body is the same as it was before. How can I use all these skills? Saddened that his expectations had been dashed. Even though he had gained such cool skills, his basic characteristics remained the same. He looked at his characteristics and thought, of course, this time there is nothing special about me either. When he looked at the skills he had besides the ones he had gained from slaying the dragon, he saw dexterity, E, and intelligence, E. Seeing this, he continued to think, the buffs are for the E-class agility and intelligence skills. They are also similar to the previous skills. Looking back at what he had before, he saw that there was still one skill that had improved, and that was the nurturer skill. Then he thought, and the title of educator, it has also changed to L-class. Clicking on this skill, he saw that there were also 4 sub-items with abilities. As they appeared, he thought, 4 skills as well. After looking through them, Han Yu-jin decided to disable one of them, thinking, last thanks, L. It would be better not to use this. What is this? Why are all the talent names so vile? Looking at the skills, he said, let's see. My baby is the best. The first skill, my baby is the best, L. Accelerated growth of the object that was influenced by hearing the code word. The effect lasts for 3 days. Thinking that there was something familiar about this skill, he said, it's somewhat similar to the previous nurturer. But as far as the growth rate is concerned, as he delved deeper into the details of the skill, he exclaimed in surprise, what oh, twice as fast? As he exclaimed, he caught the attention of his younger self, who was preparing dinner. Continuing to review his skills further, he said, so Yu Hang melts twice as fast and stronger than other hunters? What if we use it in conjunction with this skill? The second skill, our child is incredible, SS. If you support the object of education with a code word in front of more than 5 creatures with intelligence that can perceive the code word, if you say the code word in front of 5 or more people, the abilities and effects of the skill of the tutored object will increase relative to the number of sentient beings with intelligence. The maximum is 100%. After reading the description of this skill more carefully, Han Yu-jin thought, so if I support Yu Hang in front of 50 people, he will become 1.5 times stronger. And in front of 100 people, then the effect will be 100%. In other words, he will become twice as strong. Han Yu-jin thought about this. With this skill, it's only a matter of time before my younger brother Yu Hang becomes the strongest. No, not just Yu Hang, but by using it on the other abyssal hunters as well. Thinking of this, he could already imagine the reactions of the people who would exclaim, wah, an abyss. The abyss is twice as fast and twice as strong. Abyss, which had grown into the strongest guild in just a few years. Han Yu-jin imagined how he could become the best again through another method. Just like that, I will be reborn as the abyssal tutor who raised them. Imagining how he would become the king of a guild where everyone would love and respect him, and he would be bathed in luxury, he thought, if that happens, I will live a life of luxury all my life, but I will only be able to lick honey. Thinking about this, Han Yu-jin immediately felt down. His plans had gone awry again. It was because he saw the code word that he would have to say to the Abyss members, and that word is love. Seeing this code word, Han Yu-jin began to bang his head on the table, attracting the younger man's attention, but not understanding why he was doing it, while thinking, why such a terrible word? Remembering the moment when he hugged his brother, Han Yu-jin thought, so the code word changed during the awakening. It happened when he was speaking to his younger brother. My younger brother, Han Yu-hyun, I love you. Imagining how he would say this to everyone around him to put a boost on them, or how he could do it in another way by combining it with actions, Han Yu-jin thought, although going around like this, throwing around a code word like this, Han Yu-jin thought that he might just get arrested for harassing ordinary passers-by if he did this. And then he thought sadly, it's not like I'm going to raise them. I'll definitely get arrested. After analyzing all the strengths and weaknesses of this skill, Han Yu-jin said sadly, nonsense, it's useless. I can't use it. The skill itself is good though. After that, it was time for the last skill, Promising Sprout. Promising Seedling, S. After reading the characteristics, he said, I can check the probable class of unawakened people. Can objects under the influence of a code word awaken with optimal talents? After learning more about this skill, Han Yu-jin thought about how he could use it, saying, it's quite... But his train of thought was interrupted by his younger brother, who was putting food on the table and speaking to him. Yes, let's eat. Pouring rice into a bowl, the younger brother held out a portion to his thoughtful elder and said, will this much rice be enough for you? Taking the rice prepared by his brother, Han Yu-jin said happily, oh yes, it will be enough, thank you. I'll eat it with pleasure. The younger man replied, I made it with what I had. I don't know how it turned out. Hearing these words from his younger brother about his cooking, Han Yu-jin decided to try it. And after taking the first sip, he said, it's delicious. Hearing this result of his efforts, the younger brother breathed out a sigh of relief and said, really, thank God. Delighted that his culinary masterpiece was appreciated, even though he had not prepared it with the best ingredients, Han Yu-hyun beamed with happiness and said to his older brother, there is more. If you want more, just ask. Tasting what his younger brother had prepared, Han Yu-jin, hastily devouring everything he had cooked, said to him in amazement, I didn't know you were such a good cook. Hearing such warm words of praise from his older brother, The younger one said, I learned it when I cooked for myself, to which he received a reply, why? You have so much money. When he asked his younger brother why he studied and cooked for himself, despite the fact that he could eat wherever he wanted, he received the following answer. Now there are items for detoxification and removal of curses. But there was no such thing before. Having received the answer to his question, Han Yu-jin immediately became quiet, realizing the seriousness of the matter and the risks involved, and said, have there been people who have added poison or put a curse on food? Hearing another question from his older brother, the younger one explained to him the whole reason why he decided it would be better to cook himself, saying, the young man was speaking alone, so he was restrained. Recalling his youthful years, Han Yu-hyun said, other guilds grew by colluding with large corporations. But I didn't join any guilds, and I said that I would start my own guild. Continuing his story of how difficult it was for him to go through all this alone, he said, if I had humbly joined a suitable guild, it would have been better, but as soon as he said this, he felt two hands on his face. Grabbing his brother's face, Han Yu-jin pulled him toward him and said, you bastard, why didn't you tell me about this before? Hearing such words of concern from his elder brother, the younger one looked down and said guiltily, take away that expression, brother. I chose this path myself. After asking him not to look at him so closely, Han Yu-hyun added later, but there was one thing that kept bothering me. Hearing this, Han Yu-jin asked, what is it? To which he received an answer. Because of my behavior, our relationship has deteriorated. Deciding to talk about his methods of dealing with his brother's popularity, Han Yu-hyun said, I followed you around and interfered with every single thing you did. I tried to make sure you didn't catch their eye. I purposely stayed away for fear that they would hurt my only brother. Hearing this, Han Yu-jin immediately rebutted him, saying to his brother, you should have just told me about it. The younger man replied, I didn't want to burden you, and then I thought you wouldn't understand. Putting his hand on top of Han Yu-jin's, who grabbed his shoulder in an attempt to calm him down and prove his point, Han Yu-hyun said, but I was wrong. Smiling at his older brother, Han Yu-hyun gently squeezed his hand and said, you still think and care about me, and you apologized and told me that you love me. As Han Yu-hyun continued to express his gratitude to his older brother, he smiled gently and said, thank you for saying that even though I treated you so cruelly, brother. Hearing Han Yu-jin speak so movingly, he was almost in tears and said, Yu-hyun, ashamed that he and his brother had had such a beautiful and heartfelt conversation, Han Yu-jin said as he put food in his brother's bowl, what do I have to thank you for? You have suffered so much during this time. Come on, eat this. And this too. Seeing the older man's reaction, Han replied happily, I'll eat it with pleasure. As the two of them sat together at the family table, having a nice conversation and eating dinner, Han Yu-jin thought, how wonderful it is that I turned back the clock. It was the best choice I ever made. As Han Yu-hyun was enjoying his self-cooked dinner, he suddenly stood up, holding his phone in his hand, and spoke thoughtfully as he chewed on his food. I have work to do. I have to go. Oh yes, brother. One more thing before I go. Taking his coat in hand, Han Yu-hyun said, I've got the broker's contact from the wake-up call. Hearing this, Jin replied to him, huh? Yeah, okay, to which his younger brother then added, in any case, he won't answer now even if you try to contact him. After giving this order to his younger brother, Han Yu-hyun hovered over his brother, staring intently at his phone. The latter, looking for a number to delete, said, it doesn't mean you got rid of those brokers, does it? Here, I deleted it. Is that enough? Seeing that his older brother had deleted the broker's contact from his phone, he threw on his coat and said, then I'll go. To which he received a reply, yes, do a good job. I'll take care of the rest. Hearing this from his older brother, the younger one, heading for the exit door, spoke to him and then, closing the lock, added, hey, what are you talking about, brother? Where are you going to go? What? Brother, you're not going anywhere else. Standing at the door, before leaving to run errands, the younger brother spoke to the older one. Don't go anywhere. Stay here. Hearing this, the older brother was shocked, but he could not say anything out of surprise. Sitting at the table, saying goodbye to his brother, Han Yu-jin, hearing that he would not go anywhere and could not leave the apartment at all, froze in place. What? Realizing what he was getting at, Han Yu-jin immediately stood up and exclaimed in a rebellious voice, wait a second, what does that mean? I can't leave here? Hearing this question from his brother, Han Yu-hyun spoke to him in a calm tone. It is very dangerous outside. You are not allowed to go outside. Hearing this prohibition, Han Yu-jin exclaimed in indignation. What? Han Yu-jin approached his brother and spoke to him in anxiety. Is it dangerous? I was just walking around the neighborhood this morning. His brother replied, The situation is different from this morning. If you are close to me again, you are no longer safe as before. Han Yu-hyun began to explain the whole situation that was happening now. You've been fine until now, precisely because I kept you at a distance. But now my enemies have set their sights on you. There is no telling when they might make an attempt on your life. How can I let you walk around alone? Han Yu-hyun stood in the middle of the room and spread his arms, showing everything that was there, and spoke to his older brother. From now on, brother, you will only stay here. Hearing this from his elder brother, Han Yu-jin wanted to run away, but he ran to the door and exclaimed, What? What are you talking about? I'll get out of here. Just as he was about to leave, someone's voice made him freeze in his tracks. He said, Mr. Han Yu-jin, we have brought everything you asked for here. Please sign here. When Han Yu-jin heard that the transportation service had arrived and had already brought everything he needed, he exclaimed in surprise, You brought what, huh? Hearing his brother's surprise, Han Yu-hyun informed him, Even if you go home, there is nothing there. Your home is here now, brother. To which he replied, You madman, what are you doing here all of a sudden? Looking at his elder brother in surprise, the younger one said in a calm tone, not understanding the reason for his indignation. Why? Brother, you said everything was fine. He remembered the moment when his older brother met him after the incident with the broker, when he had attacked Han Yu-hyun, and said to the older brother, You apologized, told me you loved me, and accepted everything I've done so far. Rubbing his nose, almost in tears at the touching words he heard from his older brother, Han Yu-hyun said, It's as if I had gotten your permission. Hearing his younger brother's explanation of why he thought so, Han Yu-jin froze in place, made a sour face, and loudly exclaimed, How could that even mean something like that? Losing all desire to do anything in spite of his brother, because there was no point in doing so, Han Yu-jin laid down on the ground and remembered his brother's words. Don't even take a step, and said wearily, Yu-hyun, why is he acting like this? Side effects from going back in time? No, this is not the time for that. Deciding that this was not the time to stay, Han Yu-jin began to sort through his belongings and prepare to escape, and confidently exclaimed, We need to take the most necessary things and escape before my brother returns. Having packed all the most necessary things into his briefcase, Han Yu-jin headed for the door, and after opening it slightly, looking back, he said thoughtfully, If I make a mistake, I will spend the rest of my life locked up. But as soon as he wanted to leave and open the door wide, a strong man was waiting for him at the entrance, standing guard over the room. When he saw Han Yu-jin, he looked at him with a condemning look. Noticing that the boy was trying to escape, the guard said sternly, What? When Han Yu-jin saw the burly man standing outside his door, he went back into the room and closed the door, saying, Oh, hello. Standing outside the door as a guard was the abyssal A-class hunter, Kim Sung, Yu-hyun's confidant with a powerful defense skill. When he noticed the fugitive, he closed the passage to prevent him from leaving. Seeing that the exit was closed, Han Yu-jin spoke to him. Listen, could you move back a bit? The man replied in a rude tone, No way. Closing the door back to keep the fugitive from leaving the room, Kim Seong-han said to the boy, The chairman ordered me to make sure you don't leave. Hearing this, Han Yu-jin, who wanted to escape, thought, He even sent an A-class guard. Trying to get around Kim Seong-han, Han Yu-jin spoke to him. I won't be long. To which he received a clear answer. I said you can't. Jin pointed out, Oh, what do you care where I'm going? With one hand on his head, covering his face and rubbing it, and the other on his shoulder, Kim Seong-han spoke to him. I will not speak for a long time. Obediently returned to the room. After saying the first option in a calm tone, Kim Seong-han, with a menacing expression, emphasized the second option in a rough tone. Otherwise, I will force you in there. Hearing these disappointing suggestions, Han Yu-jin, who had been caught by the guard who was watching his room, was drenched in cold sweat from fright and sighed heavily. In this situation, Han Yu-jin imagined a picture in his mind. Damn, it seems as if he is oppressing my whole body. It's a special feeling of fear that high-level hunters give off. I feel like a herbivore facing a predator. In such a dangerous situation, Han Yujin kept looking at his opponent nervously and repeatedly saying, "You can't be afraid, you can't be afraid." As Han Yujin repeated the same words over and over, he heard a system alert that informed him, "Fear resistance activated. Oppression is cancelled." Hearing this system notification that went off when the skill was activated, Han Yujin thought happily, "Thanks to this skill, the trembling has disappeared." Looking at his enemy from a different angle now, Han Yujin, no longer trembling all over his body from the power of his opponent, thought, "Now for me." Realizing that now, Kim Seong-han was not as scary as he had seemed recently, but just a big bear, he thought, "Kim Seong-han doesn't look like a predator, he looks like a gentle puppy." Overcoming his fear, Han Yujin decided to counterattack, trying to intimidate his opponent. He made a scary face and spoke to the A-ranked hunter. "Tisk, let go! What are you trying to do?" Pointing his finger at him, the boy said, "Hey, Mr. Kim Seong-han, don't you know the laws of the Republic of Korea? Everyone has the right to freedom. Do you know that it is a crime to lock me up like this?" Realizing that Han Yujin would not simply return to the room on his own, Kim Seong-han took him by the skin of his teeth and carried him back by force. At that time, the boy could only keep exclaiming, "Huh? Are you going to jail? Uncle Policeman." Bringing the boy into the living room, Kim Seong-han spoke to him, holding him in his hand. "This is a punishment. Do you want me to take you to your room like this?" Hearing this, the boy said sadly, "No, I'm sorry." And in his mind, he was saddened. No matter how hard you push, the frog will not become an ox. As soon as Kim Seong-han was about to throw him inside, he said, "Now come in." Being at a loss, the boy exclaimed, wait a minute. Is there no other way? I have so many skills." Panicking that his escape plan was going awry, Han Yujin heard another skill, Promising Sprout, being activated. Hearing this, he said in surprise, "Is this something useful?" As soon as this skill was activated, Han Yujin grabbed hold of Kim Seong-han's head and looked at him in astonishment. "Wow, what is this?" After using the Promising Sprout skill, Han Yujin saw that Kim Seong-han still had all of his untapped abilities and could reach the S rank. What? An AS Awakening grade? He could become an S grade? Looking further at his bodyguard, Han Yujin was surprised to see him on the same level as his brother. Then there could be 2 S-class hunters in the abyss. Pulling at his ears and hair, Han Yujin said in frustration, "What a pity. Is there no way I can change this with my skill?" Not knowing what he was doing, Kim Seong-han spoke to him. "What are you?" "Hey." As Han Yujin tried to remedy the situation, he heard a system notification that read, "Object's education is incomplete. After using the code word, you can use 'My baby is the best' and obtain the S-class skills that have failed." Hearing this, the boy said, "Cool, so I can change it." Realizing that he could raise his bodyguard's class and thus pay off his imprisonment, Han Yujin said, "All right. The solution is to educate him. If I educate him, he will obey me, right? I'll dig up the S-class, and I'll get my freedom back." Grabbing the burly man's hands, Han Yujin was already serious about his plan, but suddenly spoke in confusion. "For this, damn, a code word. I have to tell this person." Looking at his bodyguard, who was clearly in a bad mood, Han Yujin thought anxiously, "What love?" Angered by the boy's behavior, Kim Seong-tan said angrily, "What are you doing, Mr. Han Yujin?" Realizing that his situation was bad, Han Yujin gathered all his will and courage into a fist and said to Kim Seong-tan, "Look at this, Mr. Seong-han." As he said this, the boy folded 2 fingers in his hand, thumb and forefinger, to create a heart gesture and showed it to his stern uncle. Noticing that this did not work, Han Yujin went to more radical measures and put both hands together and made a heart gesture again. Seeing this strange behavior, the guard could barely contain his anger. Throwing Han Yujin back into the room, he returned to his post, standing quietly in place, without any further trouble. Meanwhile, the boy, once inside again, fell to his knees in frustration and began to beat the floor. Throwing the boy into the room, he was followed by a shout, "Stop these unpleasant gestures and go back to your room." The boy begged sadly, "Change the code word, please." And just then his brother returned. He entered the room and said, "Brother, I'm here." But all he could see was a sad picture of Jin lying on the floor. "Did you have a good rest?" He replied, "You don't see, I'm dying." Han Yu-hyun went to his elder brother and took him in his arms and said, "You haven't unpacked your things. Would you rather live with me than here? I will give you the room that is left, so let's move there." My brother replied, "Do what you want, I'm locked up anyway." Hearing that he was sighing heavily because of the lack of freedom, Han Yu-hyun said to his older brother, "Cheer up, I will let you out after a while." Hearing this, Han Yu-jin immediately focused his dead gaze on his brother and said, "What? I can go out? When?" To which he replied, "Calm down and listen." After saying this, Han Yu-hang said, "Right now the abyss has many enemies holding it back. But if we become stronger than all of them, then even they will not be able to touch us lightly. And then you will be able to go out safely." Looking at his brother with the look of a dead fish, Han Yu-hyun spoke to him. "So, just wait until the moment when the abyss becomes the strongest in the world." Hearing this, Han Yu-jin thought in disappointment. Several years have passed in the future. Taking his brother's hand, who was beginning to lose heart because of his disappointment, the younger man said, "Just be patient for a year. In a year, I will sweep away everything in my path. Of course, sometimes I'll let you go out." At the time, Han Yu-jin was thinking, it took more than 3 years. After saying that he would sometimes let Han Yu-jin out for a walk, the younger man added, "But only with Song-han or me as a guard." Hearing this, the senior thought, "This is like walking a dog." Han Yu-hyun immediately thought about how he could improve his brother's life and said thoughtfully, "It will be difficult to do this often. It takes me a few days to clear the dungeons. But I can't entrust you to someone below B class either." Hearing this, Han Yu-jin thought about what his brother had said, and the speech in his head. Wait a second, isn't there some way to do this with my abilities? Recalling his past, he thought, a long time ago, I used to spend all day looking for information related to hunters. I clearly remember who will become a high-level hunter in the future. When Han Yu-jin thought of this possibility, he got excited about the idea. If I can find them in advance and make them happy, I can awaken them. And in return for their awakening, I will make them my bodyguards. Imagining how famous he would become among the S-class hunters, Han Yu-jin thought, if I become more authoritative like this, Yu-hyun won't be able to do whatever he wants either. With my skills and rank, it's not impossible. As he continued to think about what he could do to protect his elder brother, when Han Yu-hyun himself was busy clearing the dungeon, he said thoughtfully. Then, interrupting his thoughts, Han Yu-jin ran over to his younger brother and spoke happily, expressing his own idea in a way that didn't sound strange. I'm going to find A-class hunters. Looking at his older brother who had proposed such a strange idea and who had volunteered to carry it out himself, even though he was in danger at every turn, Han Yu-hyun said in surprise, "Brother?" In an attempt to convince him that his proposal was a very good one, Han Yu-jin spoke promisingly to his brother after his brother's surprised phrase, "Yes." And in his mind he thought, "Okay, I'll find the future AS classes." Having thought out his plan well, Han Yu-jin thought that it would be most effective to convince the children. And then he thought, if it's going to be like this, it's going to be little kids who are easy to convince. He realized how many opportunities he had to find future high-ranking hunters. He imagined how sweet his life would be in the future, and he said in his head, "I'll make them nice, and I'll raise them to be my personal bodyguards." Hearing this strange proposal from his brother, Han Yu-hyun asked him in surprise, "Can you find an A-class?" He answered on his knees, "Yes, let me move freely if I can find an A-class personal bodyguard." Hearing these words from his older brother, the younger one asked him in surprise, "And how will you find him?" And he mumbled in confusion, Well, I have different ways." Han Yu-hae looked at his elder brother with a stern gaze and spoke to him, looking at him closely. "Brother, are you awake?" The elder brother only exclaimed, "Eh?" After saying this, the younger brother grabbed the older one and began to question him. "Do you have a skill that attains high class, or does it awaken? When did you awaken?" "During the meeting with the broker, it hadn't happened yet." "After meeting me? What kind of skill? What if even more people are going to target you now?" To which the frightened Han Yu-jin replied, "Eek, take your paws off me, damn it." Realizing that his older brother wouldn't tell him anything just like that, Han Yu-hyun decided to take drastic measures. After tying him up and taking him down to the basement with a gag, Han Yu-hae said to him, "You're safe now." Han Yu-jin could only think, "In no way can I tell the truth. If I tell you about the L-class skill, I'll be in prison forever." To prevent this from happening, Han Yu-jin said to his brother, "FS class, just an ordinary F class." He said this, trying not to give himself away, but he was going through the motions in his head. "I can determine the strong and weak probable class of awakening but I cannot do more than one awakening per month." Hearing his elder brother say this, Han Yu-heng took a pensive stance and spoke to him. With your skills, you're not likely to be a target." After saying this, Han Yu-hyun spoke to his brother. "There will be an alternative soon." Hearing this, the older brother asked the younger brother, "An alternative?" He replied, "An awakening center will be built." Hearing these words from his brother, Han Yu-jin was thoughtful and said, "The mechanism of awakening has been revealed." But in his mind, he pondered, "But the center has not yet appeared." Continuing to think about what might happen in the future, he said, "When it appears, anyone will be able to awaken safely. Then there will be fewer fraudsters promising awakening, and there will be no more people who need your skill." After thinking about what would happen in the awakening centers, Han Yu-jin laughed a little to himself and said, Hey, then it's all very well." After finishing his thoughts, Han Yu-jin exclaimed, "It's a useless skill, so there's nothing to worry about. I'll find an A class. Just give me a chance, Em." Hearing this suggestion from his older brother, Han Yu-hei spoke to his older brother as he dragged the boxes. "All right, it's not easy, but if you find it, let's take care of another matter now. Are we moving your things to my house or not?" Even though he said this, Han Yu-jin didn't listen to him but jumped up and down happily, excited to be set free, exclaiming, "Good, hurrah." Having won his ticket to freedom, Han Yu-jin spoke joyfully in his head, watching his brother. "You think you can keep me locked up at will? Look, I will sweep away everyone from A to S class." Already dreaming of what the future held for him, Han Yu-jin imagined himself being carried in the arms of the super-strong hunters he would gather and becoming their respected leader, thinking, "I'll find them quickly and increase my power. I can even start a guild that will be more serious than the Abyss, don't you think? Hey. As soon as Han Yu-jin was able to leave the house and go to the city, the next day, he and the guards he had been assigned went to the South Korean Hunters Association, to the place of registration of those who had awakened. Once inside, everyone immediately turned their attention to them when they saw the famous warrior, and people started to cheer, saying, "Ah, isn't that Kim Seong-han? The Abyssal Shield, Hunter Kim Seong-han." Kim Seong-han walked in front of him, and behind him was Han Yu-jin, who was upset and tired, and not at all happy to be recognized by his bodyguard. Seeing that Kim Seong-han was not alone, someone in the crowd said, "Who is that with him, a new hunter?" Judging by the fact that he was assigned an A-class car as his bodyguard, he is not a simple man. Is there a new S-class rookie coming today? After registering at the South Korean Hunters Association's registration office, Han Jin was registered as an F-class hunter, and then it read, "Mr. Han Yu-jin is registered as an F-class hunter." Turning back, Han Yu-jin walked to the entrance, furiously listening to everything the disappointed crowd said. "What? So he's not an S-class? Then why did you pretend to be one?" "Nothing special, just disappointment." Listening to this, Han Yu-jin was furiously talking in his head. "I never pretended." After completing the registration, he could begin the other part of his task, was to go shopping. Remembering the money his brother had left him, he said, "The most important thing is that I've completed my registration. Now I need to buy some equipment. Yu-hyun gave me some money. How much is there?" Opening the envelope, he saw a number with 9 zeros and exclaimed in shock, "Han Yu-hyun, you're crazy." The next day, he and his bodyguard went to the store to buy some equipment. Entering the rather large store, they were greeted at the entrance by 4 managers who said, "Welcome. What equipment would you like to start with?" As the managers began to select the new warrior's equipment, they presented Han Yu-jin with many jewelry items and said, "This is equipment that enhances abilities. We have prepared things that can be worn in everyday life." When Han Yu-jin saw what they brought him and put on, he said to them, "Do you have anything more modest?" Hearing their client's request, the managers took away all the jewelry and handed Han Yu-jin the dark elf earrings, saying, "As a simple accessory, we can offer you these." After trying them on, Han Yu-jin said, "Well, earrings." Next, he was presented with the following accessories: Manticore leather gloves, endurance +6, strength +20, light fabric belt, dexterity +16. After putting on all of these accessories, Han Yu-jin went to his stats and saw them and said, "Good, I'll have a C-class ability." After buying the accessories in the store, Han Yu-jin decided that he would spend the rest of the money on his enhancement, and he said, "With the rest of the money, I'll buy some potions." And, as Han Yu-jin left the accessory store, he saw a stern guard standing in front of him who spoke to him. "Where did you go?" Getting into the car with his guard, Han Yujin said sadly. Shopping? Or is that not allowed too? The bodyguard told him. Let me know when you're going out. After fastening his seatbelt and starting the car, Kim Sung-tan said to Han Yujin, if there's nothing else to do, let's go back. The boy objected. No, take me to another place. After telling his bodyguard where to go, Han Yujin looked out the window and thought, the Ice Witch Park Aram definitely lives somewhere in this neighborhood. She lost her parents and lived with her relatives who own a meat restaurant. Recalling this girl, the boy said, she was an unrivaled hunter even among the A classes, so this level should satisfy Yu Heng. She'll awaken in 3 years when she turns 18, so she should be in middle school now, right? Arriving at the right neighborhood where the Ice Huntress Park Aram lived, Han Yujin spoke to himself, I need to find her quickly and sign a contract and get my freedom back. As Han Yujin passed by a meat restaurant in the neighborhood, he asked the woman cleaning his doorstep if she knew a girl named Park Aram, and she replied, Park Aram? I don't know. Passing another meat restaurant in the neighborhood, Han Yujin asked a man at the entrance to his restaurant if he might know a girl named Park Aram. But the man also replied, we don't have any in our restaurant. As Han Yujin continued to wander around the neighborhood with restaurants serving meat, he held a kebab in his hand and said, there are more meat restaurants than I expected. Will I have to go around them all? As Han Yujin walked along the road and thought about it, he was a little dissatisfied at first, but then his mood changed dramatically. When is this? Ah, the smell of roasting meat. Mr. Kim Sung-tan, aren't you hungry? Let's eat first. He replied, no, I'm fine. To which he received the reply, oh, what kind of person are you? After refusing the offer of his commander's brother, Kim Sung-tan asked him, I'm more interested in why we came here. If you need a meat restaurant, there is one near the abyss. Han Yujin replied, I feel such a strong energy. Hearing such a blatant lie from his master, whom he had to protect, Kim Sung-tan said in frustration, that's a lie. To which Han Yujin exclaimed, I can hear everything. As Han Yujin walked down the road, he thought, shall we have dinner first and then continue our search? I'm hungry for some kopchi. Suddenly he heard, oh, of course, it's all my fault. Standing in the middle of the street, the girl was shouting very loudly to her friend, picking a fight with him in the street and exclaiming, how many times do I have to tell you, it's that bastard Max Sujong. Han Yujin turned his head in the direction of the noise and said, is it really? The man who had been scolding the girl shouted, think about where you screamed. Come here. She replied, I hate it, God. It's easier to die. Seeing that the girl ran away from the man and past a guy who was able to examine her more closely, he said, I found her. As Han Yujin watched the girl run away quickly, he shouted after her, trying to stop her. Ah, wait! Deciding that he could not just stand there but had to act, he handed his food to the guard and said, Mr. Kim Seong-han, hold this for me. The guard was surprised. What? Han Yujin ran after her, but he couldn't catch up to her, so he said, why is she so fast? She hasn't even woken up yet. Deciding that now was the time to use his equipment, Han Yujin suddenly sped up and thought, now with my equipment, this speed is nothing to me. As Han Yujin ran past ordinary passers-by, he made a wind and a noise, and people shouted after him, wow, what? So fast? Wow, wind. And he just thought, equipment is the best thing in the world. Running out into the square and looking around for the fugitive, he said, she's gone somewhere over here where... There. Catching up with the fugitive, Han Yujin shouted after her to stop her. Park Aram, you're Park Aram's student, aren't you? The girl, hearing the shouts behind her, looked back and stopped and saw a boy running after her. When he caught up with her, he said, let's have a little talk. She replied, what? Did my uncle send you? Thinking that this was a man sent by her guardian, the girl looked back and ran out into the road and exclaimed, go away, uncle. I'm not coming back. To which he replied, what kind of uncle am I to you? I am still in the prime of my life. When Han Yujin saw that the girl was running right under the wheels of a car that was moving along the road, he called out to her, look out, the car! Hearing the boy's shouts, the girl looked to her side and noticed that a car was coming at her. Frozen in place with shock, she could not even move. Noticing that she was in danger, Han Yujin rushed to her aid and ran out into the road and grabbed her, shielding her from the impact. After saving the girl from serious injury, Han Yujin and Park Aram flew away from the impact, while the driver of the car just watched in fright at what he had done. After this incident, when the guy saved her from the car, Han Yujin spoke to her. Are you okay? Are you hurt? After saying this to the frightened girl, Han Yujin raised his head and added, Of course, I wish the ending was more exciting. Sitting on her rescuer, Park Aram said to the boy in surprise, "What is this? Uncle, are you a hunter?" He replied, "Don't you want to get off me first?" After this road trip, they went to a restaurant to eat and discuss the contract. Sitting at the table, Han Yujin said, "Wow, just look at the color. The structure is just incredible." Looking at the delicious meat grilling in front of him, Han Yujin drooled and said happily, "How long has it been since I ate marbled veal?" Sitting at the table and savoring the meat, Han Yujin said to the girl, "Eat well, Aram, order plenty." And he thought, "She eats well. What a relief that I'm paying with the corporate card." Seeing how greedily she was eating the meat, Han Yujin asked her, "But are you sure you can eat here? You said that your uncle owns a meat restaurant, right?" She replied, "It's not good. Uncle, you shouldn't go there either. It's a waste of money." To which Jin replied, "I told you I'm not an uncle." As they continued to enjoy the delicious food at the restaurant, the girl said to Han Yujin, "Tell me something better. You say that you are the elder brother of Abyssal Head." After saying this, the girl suddenly asked the boy, "Why would such a person want me?" Han Yujin smiled and said, Because you have wonderful energy." Hearing this ridiculous answer, the girl got up from the table and said, "I don't believe it. Thank you for the food." He replied, "Hey, nothing like that." Han Yujin began to imagine something to convince the girl and said, To tell you the truth, I knew your parents. When my parents died, they helped me." He thought, even though it's a lie. After saying this, Han Yujin continued, "So, although I am late, I have come to repay the debt. I've had too many things to do until now. I don't know what to do with my eyes from shame." The girl said with a heavy sigh, "It doesn't matter. I have people who will wipe their saliva and give me a slap on the wrist." Taking a piece of meat out of the bowl, Han Yujin said, "I was wondering if there was anything I could do to help you. My strength just happens to be outstanding." Hearing this, the girl asked in surprise, "Power?" Hearing the interest in the girl's voice, Han Yujin said, "The power of awakening. My ability is to awaken other people." Han Yujin continued to recruit the girl with all possible methods and words. "Park Aram, you can awaken at least B grade." Placing the Abyssal Guild's business card on the table, Han Yujin added, "In addition, I am under the protection of the Abyss. Therefore, I can help you get a good job as a huntress." Clasping his hands in front of him and making sure that the girl was already hooked, Han Yujin spoke to her. "If you don't mind, I'd like to be your sponsor." Holding out his hand to the girl and offering her his terms, Han Yujin said to her, "What do you say? Will you become a huntress by making a deal with me?" Hearing this offer from a boy she had never met before, Park Aram said in surprise, "A huntress? Yee." Realizing that everything was going according to his cunning plan, Han Yujin thought, "Gotcha. This profession is considered the coolest among teenagers. We need to put on a show that will entice her." Deciding to perform an interesting trick, Han Yujin held out his other hand, and suddenly a contract appeared in front of him, and he held a pen to sign it. Then Jin said, "Yes, will you read the contract first?" Park stood up from the table and said, "Wow, what is this? Where did you pull this out of? Do you have some kind of inventory?" To which he replied, Hey, you'll have one when you wake up. This contract is also a special item created from additional items from the dungeon." Handing the contract to the girl to read, the guy added, "All you have to do is officially sign the contract as Huntress Park Aram." Reading the contract, the girl saw the following clauses. Terms: to enter into an agreement with the Abyssal Guild, to keep Han Yujin's skill secret, be responsible for Han Yujin's security for a year. Hearing the girl highlight these points, Han Yujin emphasized, "Yes, I need a bodyguard. I'm a weak F class, but someone is always trying to lock me up." The girl replied, "Won't you be ashamed to be protected by a middle school student?" Hearing this objection from the girl, Han Yujin replied, "Why should I be? You will be much stronger than me after you awaken." The girl said, "Listen, will I be able to become independent after I awaken?" After asking this question, Park Aram hung her head and waited for an answer. Hearing this, Han Jin said in surprise, "Huh? Independent?" Without hesitation, Han Yujin answered, "Actually, it is possible. Awakened minors are on the same level as adults." Hearing this, the girl replied sharply, "Then I will make a deal." Taking the pen in her hand, she was about to sign, but Jin stopped her, saying, "Oh, hey, wait. Hearing this, the girl asked in surprise, "Why, you just have to write the name." He replied, "No, we need to check everything in detail. The agreement does not contain your conditions. Taking the pen from the girl's hand, Han Yujin spoke to her, pointing to the agreement. Lord, give it to me. What if you had been deceived when you signed it rashly? After pointing out some of the mandatory items to the girl, Han Yujin said, Here, take a look. The fulfillment of the agreement must be carefully monitored. You're not used to this kind of thing at your age, so you still need a guardian. After saying this, Han Yujin emphasized, even if independence looks tempting, to which I heard, what if my guardian is deceiving me? Then he replied by looking at the girl. Huh? What do you mean? Hearing that Han Yujin did not understand her, Park Aram repeated herself. What's the point of a guardian who cheats me? What's the point of monitoring the contract? They'll just take everything away from me. After listening to the girl's cry of the soul once again, Han Yujin asked her again, Aram, what are you talking about? As soon as he said that, he heard the door to the restaurant open and a voice come out, Park Aram, where did this one go? Rushing into the restaurant, the girl's furious uncle exclaimed, I was told you were in this restaurant. When the girl saw her guardian, she exclaimed in fright, You uncle! Seeing the girl's uncle, Han Yujin immediately stood up and said, Hello, I'm her. But he didn't even listen to the boy and continued, You won't do what you're told, but you're just lounging around? Approaching the girl and grabbing her hand, the evil man said to her, Follow me immediately. I'm going to change your habits. When Jin saw this, he was alarmed and said, Wait, calm down, Uncle Aram. Hearing Han Yujin's voice, the angry uncle spoke in an angry tone to the boy. What are you? You're fooling around with this one? How close are you to her? To which Jin replied anxiously, Nothing like that. Are you out of your mind? Han Yujin was furious with the girl's uncle and could not stand such insolence and grabbed his uncle's arm. Jin squeezed his uncle's hand tightly and heard him say, Let go. What kind of strength does such a little brat have? And Jin just thought, Long live the equipment. Hearing her uncle shouting, the girl was frightened and said to the boy, Won't you let him go? Hearing these words from the girl, Han Yujin let go of his uncle and looked at her. At the same time, his uncle was rubbing his arm and said to Jin, Who do you think you are, interfering? Looking at the frightened girl who did not even want to look at her uncle and was looking away from him, Han Yujin realized what he should do. Thinking back to the moment when he first noticed the girl arguing with her uncle on the street, Han Yujin said to her, I understand you, Aram. Grabbing her uncle's arm again, who was insulting her, Han Yujin looked at him with an angry glare and said, Are you saying that it is better to have no guardian than to have one like this? Hearing these words from the boy, the girl shouted out to him in confusion, confirming his words. Yes, that's right, he is the worst. Pointing her finger at her uncle, who was constantly insulting and oppressing her, she said to Han Yujin, He has pocketed all of my parents' inheritance and won't give me a penny for pocket money. Hearing a noise behind them, the whole room looked back to where the shouting was coming from. During the typhoon, he only gave me a cheap plastic umbrella. Even when it broke, my uncle didn't buy me a new one, and I had to use a plastic bag to cover myself. Hearing this, the audience said, What, isn't that violence? Hearing such loud statements from his niece, the angry uncle, hovering over the girl, said in a rude tone, You are always shaming people. The uncle was very angry at his niece's words, and he pushed Han Yujin away and walked toward the girl, saying, Get out! I'm going to kick that little face right now. But his plans were immediately thwarted, and all because he pushed Han Yujin away, and he fell to the floor. After the fall, something happened that no one could have expected, but it attracted the attention of everyone. After the fall, when the incredible show began, Park Aram, who was frightened by what was happening, said, You, uncle? He, in turn, was also very shocked by what had happened and only said, Huh? Watching Han Yujin fall after being pushed, he stopped moving and just sat in one place, not moving and not even showing signs of life. Noticing this, Park Aram spoke to the boy. Are you okay, uncle? But the next moment, Han Yujin suddenly came to life and started rolling on the floor, screaming, This uncle is hitting people. Hearing this, the disturbed uncle said, I didn't do anything. Before he could finish, Han Yujin stood up and said, holding back his tears, We can have a normal conversation. Why are you pushing people? I just stopped that girl. Continuing his performance, Han Yujin said in an offended voice, You were going to hit her too, weren't you? A weak middle school student? Realizing that something was wrong, the furious uncle gathered his wits and attacked Jin, grabbing him by the collar and shouting, You bastard, you're turning the tables! Seeing that his uncle was not in a very stable position, Han Yujin immediately tripped him and knocked the angry man to the ground. Falling down, the uncle landed on a table filled with various foods, and when he fell, he simply spoiled them. Han Yu-jin immediately got up, pretending to be an innocent sheep, and said, "God, be careful, the soda spilled, so the floor is slippery." Hearing this excuse, the uncle exclaimed, "You." Hearing his uncle's threatening tone, Han Yu-jin ran to him and tried to calm him down again, pushing his face into the table. Without giving him a chance to get up, Han Yu-jin said, "My God, you slipped again. Are you sure you're okay?" The girl watching could hardly contain her laughter. Leaning over to his uncle, Han Yu-jin spoke to him as he tilted his head against the hot frying pan. "Aren't you ashamed of stealing from a little child? Do I have to kill you?" Hearing this, and seeing that he was about to touch the frying pan, the uncle said, "Ah, let go." And Han Yu-jin added, "If you do that to that girl again." But suddenly he was overwhelmed. Looking to the side, he said in surprise, "What?" It was Park Aaron, who was speaking in awe. "Wow, what a bam on the table. It sounds like a wrestling match." Hearing this, Han Yu-jin said, "That sound didn't come from me." Looking behind him to find the source of the sound, and having lost interest in his uncle with whom he was training, Han Yu-jin said, "I think I hear it from the street." "What?" Looking out the window, Han Yu-jin and the girl saw that there was a panic and screaming coming from the street. "Chia, what is it? Is it an earthquake? Has the war started? Is it real?" Seeing such panic in the yard, Kim Seong-tan, the bodyguard, started looking for his master, and when he found him in a restaurant, he called out, "Mr. Han Yu-jin." At that time, there was an incredible panic on the street. Everyone was running in front of each other, trying to save their lives. While running away, people heard someone shouting, "Look out! Evacuate! The monster!" As soon as it was heard among the crowd, it was immediately followed by a loud roar of a monster. It was a monster that had come out of the dungeon that had exploded. As they fled the scene, saving their lives and their families, ordinary people could be heard shouting as they ran away. There was an explosion near this area. Fleeing the scene of the explosion, people were looking back at the monster and exclaiming, "Eek, run away, it's coming this way." Watching from a distance, Han Yu-jin exclaimed in fright, "A dungeon breakthrough?" And Kim Seong-tan, seeing the monster nearby, shouted, "Move away, it's not safe here." Deciding that it was his duty to protect ordinary people and that he, as a hunter, should deal with this monster, the guard used his strength and shouted, "I will stop it." Using his strength, Kim Seong-tan ran forward, used his A-class skill, Shield of Space, and struck the section of road in front of him. As soon as he did so, a huge wall of concrete and asphalt immediately rose up in front of him, blocking the monster's passage and separating it from the people. After buying some time for the people to escape the scene, Kim Seong-tan called out to his master, "Take this chance and evacuate quickly." Watching this situation, the frightened Han Yu-jin thought anxiously, "There is no victor in my memories. Why the monster all of a sudden?" Standing in front of the huge wall that separated them from the monster, Han Yu-jin looked at it in anxiety and thought, was it at this time in the past that the dungeon broke through here? Preparing to take appropriate action, Kim Seong-tan shouted out to his master, "Ta Park, hurry up and get out of here." As soon as he said this, he immediately ran toward the monster. As he approached the monster, Kim Seong-tan, standing on top of the wall he had built, decided to try to strike first and jump toward the monster. Approaching the monster from the mountain, which had climbed out of the dungeon whose entrance had opened, Kim Seong-tan kicked it hard. As soon as the kick stopped, the hunter realized that his attack had not harmed the enemy at all. And he said in surprise, "No base?" Realizing that his attack was pointless, Kim Seong-tan decided to retreat and come up with another plan of action to defeat the enemy. As he retreated from the monster, the hunter jumped out of the ravine he had created to contain the monster. When the crowd saw the monster leaving the trap, they shouted again, "Ah, he's climbing over the wall. Let's run." The girl and her uncle were running away from the scene of the incident, and looking back, her uncle shouted in fright, "Eek! What's going on here?" While running to a safe place to hide from the monster's attack, Park Aaron caught herself on a sticking-out rock and fell to the ground. Having lost the opportunity to run with everyone else to the stronghold, she looked back and saw that debris was flying at her. Preparing for her death, she saw that the monster was already with the debris, and it also launched its tentacles to grab her, and suddenly heard the sound of a thud. Gritting her teeth and preparing to die, she felt someone touch her. Opening her eyes, she saw Han Yu-jin standing in front of her, using a table to shield her from the monster's attack. Surprised by the suddenness of this, she said in astonishment, "Uncle?" Hearing these words and realizing that she was conscious, Han Yu-jin spoke to her. "Run away. Grabbing her hand and heading in the opposite direction from the monster, Han Yu-jin shouted to the girl, "Hurry to the shelter!" Surprised that Han Yu-jin had saved her, she simply ran after him to where he was pulling her, not even trying to do anything. When she felt the warmth of his hands, she put her head down, feeling ashamed of her behavior and of all the things she had thought about him before. When Han Yu-jin reached the hiding place, he exclaimed, "The hiding place is there? In an underground shopping center," she replied. "Yes, that's right." Hearing this, the boy added, "Quick, go down there." Hearing this, the girl said, "What? What about you?" Hearing the girl he had just rescued sound so alarmed, Han Yu-jin spoke in a heroic tone to her, planning to confront the monster. "I need to go back." Recalling what kind of monster it was, he thought, "This kind, I have seen this monster before. They are weak alone, so they move in herds. If you don't get rid of them quickly, they become a real headache." Watching his bodyguard fight and remembering his skills, Han Yu-jin thought, since Kim Sung-han specializes in defense, he doesn't have a separate skill for attacking the area. Seeing how hard the hunter was holding back the enemy, Han Yu-jin continued his thoughts. With an opponent like that, he has the least suitable specialization. Sitting not far from the battlefield, Han Yu-jin tried to think of a way to defeat this monster and said, "We must find a way, by all means." But suddenly he felt a touch behind him. Someone grabbed his hand and said, "Uncle, I'm going too. Wake me up, I can also go to fight." Hearing this proposal from the girl, Han Yu-jin immediately exclaimed, "What? No way. You haven't even signed the contract yet." Hearing this, the girl replied, "Are you afraid that I'll pretend I'm not involved once you wake me up? I won't go back on my word, so hurry up, the situation is critical." Hearing the girl's arguments, Han Yu-jin spoke to her. "That's why you can't do it. You're just a child." Putting his hands on her shoulders, Han Yu-jin explained to her, "Do you think that as soon as you wake up, you will be able to fight skillfully? I want to wake you up calmly and painlessly. I'm not going to throw you into a real fight right away." Recalling the past that his younger brother had experienced on the day he woke up, Han Yu-jin said to the girl, "I can't stand to see the child forced to fight alone." After saying this, he spoke to her in a commanding tone. "Now the adults will take care of everything. So get to the shelter safe and sound, understand?" After ordering the girl to go to the vault, Han Yu-jin went to his bodyguard to help him fight the monster. On the way, he spoke to himself. "Think, Han Yu-jin, think." All along the way, he reproached himself for being useless and thinking, "You've been a hunter for more than 5 years. Even in your current state, you can still come up with a solution." As he approached his friend who was confronting the enemy, the boy suddenly shouted out to him, "Hunter Kim Seong-han!" The latter heard him and looked around in surprise. Seeing his master, the hunter spoke to him. "Why did you come here? I told you it was dangerous here." The boy replied, "Use the skill of defense." Hearing this strange order, Kim Sun-han said to him, "What? That makes no sense. Even a protective barrier cannot completely enclose the center." The boy replied, "This skill is enough. I have a plan." When the hunter saw his master, he said to him, "Why have you come? I told you it was dangerous here." The boy replied, "Use the skill of defense." Hearing this strange order, Kim Sun-han said to him, "What? That makes no sense. Even a protective barrier cannot completely enclose the center." The boy replied, "This skill is enough. I have a plan." Obeying his master's order, Kim Seong-han surrounded the monster with barriers on all sides to realize the boy's plan. Seeing that the fence was ready, Kim Seong-han prepared for the next stage of the plan to destroy the monster. And standing on the wall, he prepared to strike. The next moment, using his defensive skill, the hunter pounced on the enemy to trap him in the room and prevent him from escaping. The next moment, the hunter's attack closed the structure in the form of a bowl to prevent the monster from escaping. As soon as the attack was over, large walls began to rise around the monster, slowly converging from above, closing all the ways of retreat. And so, after a short period of time, the cage closed, trapping the large monster inside, which had escaped from the dungeon. Stepping back against the wall and observing what was happening, Kim Seong-han thought, "It's not expected to use the skill like this." As soon as the trap closed, a small gap formed at the very top, just enough to get inside. Seeing that the preparations were complete, Han Yu-jin said, "I'm coming." Deftly moving through the village, which had ledges just right for comfortable movement, the boy quickly reached the top to use his secret weapon. As Han Yu-jin approached the top, he thought, "Yes, the protective barrier is something like a strong wall. If we put it around the monster, it will become a huge cage by itself." As Han Yu-jin approached the gap through which he wanted to enter the monster, he remembered, the item I bought from the Hunters Association. Recalling how he had chosen it and what its qualities were, he thought, a lethal poison, boundless black poison pill. Taking it out of his pocket, he spoke happily, holding it in his hand for this particular occasion. Good thing I bought this just in case. Han Yu-jin swung it hard and aimed at the hole in the rock and said, if I blow it up inside the protective barrier and close it. As he prepared to throw the poison capsule inside the barrier, Han Yu-jin said, I can kill him instantly, right? As he said this, his sentence was suddenly interrupted by the surprise of what he saw. As he got close enough to look inside, he noticed that there was nothing inside and exclaimed, is it empty? Unable to understand how this happened, Han Yu-jin went down to the spot where the monster had been and said in amazement, what the hell? Where could it have gone? No sooner had he said this than strange movements began behind him. Tentacles reached out from the gutter and grabbed his leg. The next moment, the monster itself came out of the gutter, which had been hiding there to escape the trap, moving through the pipes underground. While in the air because he was grabbed by the monster, Han Yu-jin loudly exclaimed, uh-oh! He got out through the sewer! Regretting that he had gone down to the place where the monster was, without thinking about what might happen, he said, there are no such things in dungeons, so I didn't think about it. Is this my end? While he was saying goodbye to his life, a girl who had come to rescue Jin was already downstairs near the monster and exclaimed, Uncle! Seeing Park Aram below him, Han Bi-jin called out to her in surprise. Aram? Realizing that Jin was in danger, she began to wave the umbrella she had picked up on the way to free him. After swinging it several times and hitting the monster, it dropped the boy from its tentacles and then she shouted, Run! There's an alley in that direction. As Han Yu-jin ran away with the girl, he called out to her, I ordered you to evacuate. What are you doing, civilian? She replied, what do you think you're doing, being an F-class? Running away from the monster's tentacles, Han Yu-jin said to the girl, but I'm still an adult, and I'm awakened. The girl replied, don't be ridiculous. This is coming from a man who asked a middle school student for protection? Hearing this, Han Yu-jin replied to the girl, ugh, I told you so, you're still young. Hearing this, Park Aram spoke to him. I know, that's why I need more strength. Thinking back to the first time Han Yu-jin saved her, she thought, when my uncle saved me the other day, I calmed down. I thought he really wanted to protect me. As she ran on, the girl was deep in thought, and that made me angry, that I don't have the strength to protect myself. That's why I rely on someone else's protection. Leaving the area of the fight with the monster, she continued her thoughts. That's why I want to become stronger. In situations like this, I only want it more. Thinking back to her youth and the times when she was at school, the girl reflected, I have no ability to do anything because I am small. She continued to think about why she wanted to get her power and awaken, and continued her reflections. No more waiting with a trembling heart for someone else's protection. I want a power that I choose myself, and with which I can protect myself without anyone else's help. Deciding that they needed the power here and now to achieve their goal, she turned to Han Yu-jin and said, Uncle, you said so yourself. Looking at the girl who was full of confidence and courage, the boy heard her reply, You said yourself that I have a power that will make me stronger. After saying this and running through the column of smoke, she exclaimed, So show me, how strong can I become? As soon as the girl said this, the couple heard strange sounds behind them, as if something was approaching, and they automatically grabbed hands. After that, something incredible began to happen. Seeing this, Kim Sun-hun said, How did this happen? What is this? This sight was the awakening of the girl's skills that she had been striving to acquire. Rays of light shone brightly around her hand, enveloping her body. After that, she saw system notifications that said, Cold skill, ice breath, has been activated. The registration of the awakened Park Aram has been completed. Seeing that her skills had been awakened, she happily exclaimed to Han Yu-jin, Uncle, I'm in class. After saying that, she continued, The skills are also cool, ice breath, and to which the boy replied, Hey, you don't have to talk about your skills loudly, everyone will know. And Kim Sung-tan just stood there and watched the birth of a new S-class hunter with his mouth wide open. Having received her powers, the girl began to destroy enemies, one by one. As she destroyed the monsters, she exclaimed, Well, what do you think? That and more. When she had finished dealing with all the monsters in sight, she was heading back when she heard, Behind me, there's another monster. Proudly marching forward, having defeated a bunch of monsters. The girl did not have time to react to the fact that she was being attacked from behind by a monster that was under the rubble. She heard a message of danger. Beware! When she felt the touch of the monster's tentacles, the girl started waving her hand in fright, exclaiming in alarm, "Mommy!" Seeing the girl's incredible strength, Han Yu-jin and Kim Sung-han were frozen in place by the shock of what they had just seen. Just waving her hand in fright, the girl accidentally hit the monster against the wall, killing it. Her incredible strength was simply amazing. Seeing what she had just done, the girl exclaimed joyfully, "That's S-class strength. Okay, I'll take care of everything from here." As she approached Kim Seong-han, she asked the hunter with one request, saying, "Can I borrow your weapon for a while?" To which he said, "Ah, yes." Having received the weapon of a high-class hunter, the girl quickly mastered it and was able to use it with ease, despite the fact that she had never held it in her hands. With a few swings of the spear, she scattered her pieces of ice everywhere, which flew in different directions, including at Kim Seong-han and Han Yu-jin, whom he was protecting with his barrier. Having mastered one skill, the girl acquired another, which was announced as follows: Hermes' shoes activated. Hearing this, and rising into the air, the girl exclaimed, "Ah, help!" With her new ability, more shrapnel from her attacks began to fly at her allies. Seeing this, Han Yu-jin called out to her in an angry tone, "Hey, Park Aram!" Looking at the girl who was hanging in the air, he said, "Don't you want to be a little more careful? We're going to get crushed to death." Hearing this, she said, "Oh my gods, I am so sorry." After saying her words of apology for what she had done, she added, "I'm not yet good at controlling my power." Looking at her and remembering her from the past from which he had returned, Han Yu-jin said, "As a hunter, she was called an ice witch." But that was not how she looked now. Now she was beaming with joy and happiness, radiating joy. And then the boy added, "And she turned out to be a child who can smile like that." Looking at the girl, Han Yu-jin said, "I didn't expect her to wake up so quickly. It would be perfect if she had an area attack skill. She doesn't have one." To which he heard the answer, "Leave that to me." Hearing these words, Han Yu-jin saw that Han Yu-hyun had come to their aid, and with his square attack, he set fire to the entire area in front of him, destroying the monsters. As Han Yu-jin used his ability to destroy the monsters, he looked at his brother with a happy look and said happily, "Yu-hyun." As time passed, his flames filled more and more areas, and the heat from them only increased, leaving the enemies no chance of survival. The newly awakened huntress, Park Aram, said in surprise, "Wow, what is this? He just burned it in one go." As Han Yu-hyun finished his mission to destroy the monsters, pieces of burnt flesh flew around him, burning to ashes and falling to the ground like ordinary ashes. Standing behind his younger brother, Han Yu-jin said in alarm, "Hyung, you came!" Hearing these words, Han Yu-hyun looked at his older brother with an angry look and said angrily, "Hen!" Grabbing his brother and shaking him, the younger man said to him, "Do you even know how worried I was when I got the phone call on the way? How many times do I have to tell you not to wander around outside? I should lock you up from now on." While the educational process was taking place, a girl landed behind the brothers. When Han Yu-jin saw her, he said, "It's okay. You don't have to worry anymore. I found it." Pointing to the girl behind them, he said, "Just in time, a newly awakened S-class, Miss Park Aram." She looked around the abyssal head and said uncertainly, Hello." Looking at the newcomer, she said, "Wow, it's really the head of the Abyssal Guild." After thinking about it, she heard, "I've decided to make a contract with her." After saying this, Han Yu-jin spoke boastfully, "Well, what do you think? You won't have any complaints about the S-class security, right?" To which Hyun replied, "I think she's still a minor. What about her guardian?" Hearing such an unexpected question from his younger brother, to whom he had introduced his new bodyguard, Han Yu-jin said in confusion, "Oh, that. Guardian, how shall I say?" Without hesitation, Han Yu-jin said, "I was thinking of becoming her guardian." After saying this, the news shocked Han Yu-hyun. Hearing his elder brother speak like this, Han Yu-hyun spoke to him. What are you talking about? Not a sponsor, but a guardian?" To which he replied, "Sponsor and guardian are different." Handing the weapon back to Kim Sung-han and thanking him, she asked what they meant, and he explained, "A simple sponsor would not be able to participate in your affairs. Therefore, he would not be able to protect you even if you entered into an unfavorable contract." Continuing his explanation, the hunter said, "But the guardian is the legal guardian of the minor hunter. To be more precise, he plays the role of a parent." Hearing this, the girl approached the brothers and said in surprise, "Are you serious? You would do such a thing?" Hearing the girl's words, the younger brother said, "That's right, Han. Why would you care about someone else's child?" Hearing this, Han Yujin said, "Your uncle is a jerk. How can I just let it go? But well, it's up to you, Aram." Hearing this, Han Yu-hyun said, Yeah. Han Yu-hyun grabbed his elder brother and exclaimed, "I can't let this happen, even for Hyun's safety." There have been more than one or two instances of a high-ranking awakened using violence against a low-level guarantor. Moreover, what S-class would obediently follow an F-class? Pointing to the S-class awakened girl, Han Yu-hang spoke in anxiety, worried about his brother. What if this child attacks Jin? Hearing the student's statements and the premature conclusions and accusations against her, the girl said, "I am not attacking. I am kind." After considering all the possible bad outcomes, Han Yu-hyun said to her, "I'd rather be the guardian than Jin." Hearing this statement from the head of the Abyssal Guild, Park Aaron spoke to him in an irritated voice. "I don't want to. Uncle promised to do it." Hearing her words, Han Yu-hyun said, "You say that now, but no one knows what might happen later. Who knows what you will do with him?" She replied, "I will not do that. I have a contract to protect him. Are you planning to do that yourself?" Hearing this quarrel, Han Yu-jin said, "Hey guys." After finishing the conversation, Han Yu-hyun grabbed his brother and carried him away, saying, "There is nothing more to discuss here. Let's go home, Jin." Seeing this, the girl grabbed Jin's hand and said, "Where? Don't interfere. Let go of me." Go of. During the quarrel and trying to take and hold Han Yu-jin, both hunters grabbed him and simply tore off his hand ligaments. Jin immediately lost consciousness after experiencing a painful shock. Realizing that something had happened, Han Yu-jin said nervously, "Jin, are you okay?" To which the worried girl also added, Uncle." Hearing these cries from the two opponents, Han Yu-jin spoke to them in an angry tone. "Get away from me, both of you." Seeing that his brother was injured, Han Yu-hyun said in concern, "Are you okay, Jin? Should I call a healer? Do you want to drink some medicine?" Pointing his finger at his younger brother, Jin said, "Hey." Interrupting the unnecessary quarrels and discussions about who could do what best, Han Yu-jin spoke to his brother. "Han Yu-hyun, is this how I raised you?" Pointing his finger at his younger brother, Han Yu-jin said angrily, "It's Aram's right to choose a guardian, so why are you interfering? Moreover, if you are the head of the guild, be glad that I brought the S-class." Pointing at Kim Sung-han, Han Yu-jin said, "And why go home? Who's going to clean up this mess? You'll keep poor Mr. Kim Seong-han waiting. Go do your job right now, guild leader." Hearing such orders from his older brother, the younger one said in confusion, "Later, we'll talk more. Bye. I'll finish my work quickly and come back." After sending his younger brother off to do the work of the head of the hunting guild, Han Yu-jin stood in the middle of the ruined area and said with a wide shrug, "Ha ha ha." Standing behind Han Yu-jin, Park Aram said angrily, "This is the head of the Abyssal Guild? He doesn't look like what they said he was." She thought to herself, "I used to like him when I thought he was handsome." Hearing these words from the girl, Han Yu-jin spoke to her in a commanding tone, pointing to a place. "Park Aram, this also applies to you. Don't come any closer. Stay there." Seeing Han Yu-jin clutching his injured arm, Park Aram spoke to him. "Sorry, I can't control my strength. Is your shoulder okay?" To which the boy replied, "Yeah, it's a little dislocated. What's more important is..." After saying this, Han Yu-jin went to pick up the pair of shoes that the girl had lost and said, "Here, your shoes. If you can't control your power, I'll put them on for you." As Han Yu-jin put the shoes on the girl's feet, he said to her, "These shoes are so old, and the size doesn't fit. To give me something like this damn uncle." As Han Yu-jin put her old shoes on her feet, he said confidently, "We'll go get a pair of new shoes tomorrow, okay?" As she sat there watching him put her shoes on, she said happily, "Hey, it's kind of shaking, don't you think?" Hearing this, Jin said in surprise, "What trembling?" Hearing that Han Yu-jin didn't understand what she was talking about, the girl spoke to him. "Why, it's in dramas, and it's something you do." When she saw that a fly had landed on the boy's head, she wanted to swat it away, but she didn't calculate her strength and overdid it, exclaiming, "Ah, a fly." Han Yu-jin flew backwards from the blow, exclaimed in irritation with a broken nose, "Yes, it's not like I'm trembling, my heart is about to burst." To which the girl said in confusion, "Sorry, I'll be careful." As Han Yu-jin tied his shoes, he said to the girl, "I just care." Hearing this, she asked, "What?" He replied, You asked me why I was doing so much the other day. After saying this, Han Yu-jin continued, I did this because your story does not seem alien to me. My own parents died. It was hard. Recalling his years of living alone with his younger brother and how they had to survive, Han Yu-jin said, when I think about how things could have changed if we had a reliable support. Continuing his story, Han Yu-jin said to Park Erin, well, I realize that I don't look that reliable. After hearing this story from her future guardian, the girl said to him in a tender voice, Uncle, you also seem to be quite reliable. Hearing this from the girl, Han Yu-jin exclaimed, oh, really, Ia? To which she replied, well, as far as I can tell, you're the one who asked a middle school student for protection. After saying this, she added happily, but that's okay. In the future, please take good care of me, Uncle Guardian. Han Yu-jin replied, okay, please take care of me as well. Then, deciding that now was the time, Han Yu-jin spoke to the girl. This will never be able to compare to your parents' love, but Han Yu-jin said to Park Yun-rim in a strange tone, Aram, do I love you? Hearing this, the girl suddenly laughed and said, why are you doing this all of a sudden? And a notification appeared in front of Jin's face. S-Class Awakened Park Aram has been positively affected by the code word. As soon as this happened, an uncle ran toward the girl and the boy from the direction of the vault, shouting, Park Aram! When he reached a certain place and saw his niece, the uncle said, so there you are, I was so worried about you. Hey! Looking at the girl, the uncle kept looking up and down with anxious eyes and said, by the way, are you really awake? Immediately betraying his stinginess and his goal of profit, he said, it is said that the awakened ones earn mountains of money. Hearing this, the boy and girl were surprised. There is still this problem. As soon as this happened, an uncle ran toward the girl and boy from the direction of the storage facility, exclaiming, Park Aram! When he reached a certain place and saw his niece, the uncle said, so there you are. I was so worried about you. Hey! Looking at the girl, the uncle kept looking up and down with anxious eyes and said, by the way, are you really awake? Immediately betraying his stinginess and his goal of profit, he said, it is said that the awakened ones earn mountains of money. Hearing this, the boy and girl were surprised. There is still this problem. Realizing that the uncle was not there because he was worried about his niece, the girl grabbed an umbrella and continued, I was so worried when I lost you. Approaching the door with the boy, the uncle asked her in a sly voice what he was most interested in at the moment. But not now. So, is it true that you have awakened? Hearing this question from her uncle, the girl answered him, yes, yes. Hearing this, her uncle exclaimed with joy, class, so now we have a lot of money waiting for us. After saying that, the girl looked back at Han Yu-jin and added in a worried voice, also, I'm leaving home. I have a contract with this uncle now. Hearing this, the uncle angrily exclaimed, what? Hearing this news, the uncle, realizing that he was losing his golden opportunity, exclaimed angrily, what are you talking about? Hey, why would a 16-year-old leave home? Hearing this, Han Yu-jin spoke to his uncle. 16 years old, Han Yu-jin walked over to him and said, according to a special law, a hunter can become independent at the age of 14. When he heard this, he exclaimed in irritation, a special law? I've never heard of such a thing. Unable to believe what the young man had said, the uncle immediately rebutted him, trying to bring his niece back, and exclaimed, stop talking nonsense. Before he could say this, Han Yu-jin handed him his phone. The audio of the incident at the restaurant where he had pushed Jin was on, and it was playing. Can't we have a normal conversation? Why are you pushing people? You were going to hit her like that, weren't you? A weak middle school student. Hearing this, my uncle exclaimed in alarm, what is this? What? Hearing this question from his less self-confident uncle, Han Yu-jin spoke to him. I'll also get the restaurant's CCTV footage. Hearing this, his uncle said in alarm, huh? As they started to quarrel with each other over this, Han Yu-jin spoke to him. It's been clear for a long time that you're not a good guardian, and recently you abandoned this child to save yourself. His uncle replied, when did I do that? Standing next to Han Yu-jin and her uncle, who were arguing, Park Aram said sadly, what's with the mountains of money? How much more are you going to extort from the child? At that moment, her uncle shouted, shut up! Who fed and raised her? After saying this, the uncle tried to snatch the phone from the boy's hands, but the boy dodged him and said, that's enough. If you ever dare to approach Miss Aram again. To which he replied, you bastard. You planned it all from the beginning. Holding the boy by the collar, The uncle began to threaten him because he wanted to take his niece, saying, "I'm going to file a complaint against you, and you're going to be punished." Just as he was about to say this, Park Erin interrupted him in the middle of his sentence, driving her umbrella into the ground between the uncle and the boy. Seeing the strength of his girl, the uncle exclaimed in fright, what the hell just happened here?" Seeing what the girl had just done, Han Yu-jin spoke to her. Aram, awakened people can't harm ordinary people." Hearing Han Yu-jin say this, the girl suddenly picked up her umbrella and said in alarm, "Oh my God, uncle, come on. What can I do if you keep letting your hands go?" Seeing that the girl had become quite strong and had broken the umbrella in her hands, her uncle said in fright, What? What are you talking about? You saw it too. That bastard hit me on purpose." After breaking the umbrella in half and then crushing it in her hands, the girl said with a joyful look and a smile on her face, "Oh, what are you talking about?" Her expression immediately changed, and her mood turned bad, emitting a terrifying aura, and she added, "Uncle, you pushed him and then just fell down, didn't you?" Seeing that things were not going well, the uncle looked at his niece with a frightened look and thought, What the hell? Is this the middle school student I used to see at home every day?" Unwittingly applying an intimidating aura, the girl, clutching her umbrella, looked at her uncle. He, in turn, looked at her with a frightened look and thought, "I feel like I'm standing in front of some kind of predator." Standing next to this whole spectacle, Han Yu-jin heard a system alert. Fear resistance activated. Then he thought, this aura of intimidation, she's definitely S-class. Slowly approaching her guardian, the angry girl spoke to him. "Uncle, you must know that you are not in a position to be grateful to me." She crumpled the broken pieces of the umbrella into a ball and threw it out of her hands and said, "A guardian? Don't be ridiculous. You didn't even buy me a miserable umbrella." Stepping back from his angry niece, the uncle fell to the ground and started to crawl away. But then he saw the umbrella rolled into a ball and the girl's words, "If I had my way, I would turn you into this." Approaching her frightened uncle, the girl grabbed him by the shoulder and said sternly, "But I'm going to turn a blind eye to this. Do you know why?" Holding her uncle's shoulder, the girl leaned toward him and spoke softly, "Because you are worthless. You are not worth an ounce of my attention, man." After saying this and looking at him with a haunting gaze, she added, "Remember that, and go on with your insignificant life." She turned away from her uncle and stood upright in front of him and added one last time, "If you do not follow my advice and continue to cling to me, or make scandals with your uncle attracting attention." With her hands at her sides, the girl finished her intimidation. "Then I will definitely not turn a blind eye." After completing her intimidation, the girl happily exclaimed to Han Yu-jin, "How was it? I repeated after you. Did you get it right?" Hearing this, the boy thought, "You can't even take a sip of cold water in front of children. A bad example is contagious." And that's how Park Erin became one of the members of the Abyssal Guild. And it was thanks to her that Han Yu-jin was able to be released from prison. But while enjoying his life, the next morning, as Han Yu-jin was watching his third dream, the door to his room suddenly opened with a bang. Opening the door to the boy's room, his younger brother, Han Yu-hyun, entered. And seeing him, the older brother exclaimed in irritation, "Who the hell is Han Yu-hyun?" Han Yu-jin immediately got up from the bed and looked at his brother, walking confidently toward him. "What is wrong with you? What has come over you this morning?" Holding out his hand to his elder brother, Han Yu-hyun spoke sternly to him. "Give me that, the one you bought yesterday." Hearing this, his elder brother called out to him in fright, What? Hey, are you talking about shopping at the mall? Did I spend too much? I thought it was a good idea to spend all this money." Hearing this, the younger man exclaimed to him, "That's not the point. It's an infinite pill of dark poison." When Han Yu-jin learned about the pill, he held out the pill to Hyun and said, "Pill? This one?" Seeing it, Han Yu-hyun immediately snatched it from his brother's hand. "Why, actually, no. How did you even know that I bought it?" Holding the pill in his hands, Han Yu-hyun said in anxiety, "Jin, you don't trust me that much?" He exclaimed in surprise. What are you talking about?" Hearing this question from his brother, Han Yu-hyun threw his arms around his elder. Seeing this, Jin spoke to him. "Yu-hyun, what is wrong with you?" To which he replied, "Jin, didn't you buy it, being ready to die if necessary?" Hugging him, the younger man added, "If my enemies target you, you will be my weak point. That is why you were ready to poison yourself so that they could not use you as a hostage." Hearing this, Han Yu-jin was surprised and thought, "No way." Letting go of his elder, Hyun said to him, "You care so much about me, but you still never use something like that, okay?" The elder replied, Know this. Continuing to admire his brother, Han Yu-hyun said, even if something like this happens, I will definitely come to rescue you. Hearing this, Han Yu-jin thought, I bought this to use when clearing the dungeon alone, secretly from you. But now I can't say I'm immune to L-class poisons. Hearing all this from his younger brother, Han Yu-jin replied, oh, okay, thank you, brother. But in his mind he was thinking, I have a feeling that there are more and more misunderstandings. After settling this question, Han Yu-jin and his brother went down the elevator. Then Jin said, so everything is settled with Arim? Han replied, yes, Captain Seok went to her house yesterday. After saying this, Han Yu-jin added, I checked the registration copy of this so-called uncle, then this, then that. Apparently he spent billions of what belonged to Arim on his own business. Recalling the deal with his uncle, Hang added, instead of saying we wouldn't sue, he wrote a note saying he wouldn't approach or contact her in any way. He won't bother us anymore. We successfully settled all the issues with him and secured it with a small amount of money. When they arrived at the right floor and got off the elevator, Han Yu-jin asked, did Arim really agree not to sue? Hyun replied, yes, she said she just doesn't want to get involved with him anymore. Hearing this, Han Yu-jin replied to his brother, that's true. Now that amount of money will probably seem ridiculous to her, Han Yu-hyun said. She has also gradually finished adapting to her abilities. As Han Yu-hang approached the guild's training hall, he added, looks like she spent all of last night in the training room. As Han Yu-hyun entered the training room, he spoke to his older brother. This room can withstand even S-class strength, so she can use it to her heart's content. After saying this, and turning their gaze to the training room, Han Yu-hyun and Han Yu-jin were frozen in place. They saw the destroyed room in front of them. Looking at what was left of the room after Park Arim's training, Han Yu-jin said to his younger brother in surprise, oh. Looking around and heading inside, Han Yu-jin added, you say it can even withstand the power of an S-class? To which he replied, yes, but walking through the training room, one could hear the noise coming from inside as the girl was training. Continuing her training, the girl jumped to the ground after flying, and abruptly standing up began to practice her punches. After a few combinations in the air, she immediately said, a day without a shadow, and used her new skill, which she had learned quite recently. As she said this, she stamped her foot on the floor, and from there, shadows began to move in all directions, taking over more and more territory. As Han Yu-jin walked past the destroyed columns, he looked around the room and said in surprise, what's going on? The training room. Did something happen to Arim? As he said this, the dust in front of him immediately cleared, and a girl stood in front of him looking down. Feeling heavy in his legs, Han Yu-jin exclaimed in fright, oh, I can't move. Seeing that Han Yu-jin had fallen into her trap, the girl took a deep breath and said, skill activation. Han Yu-jin felt the shadows crawling over him and sucking out his strength, and he screamed in fright, what a power! Seeing that the shadows were on Hen exclaimed in alarm, Jin! After preparing for her next combination, the girl stopped in the middle of the room and began to gather all the shadows back. After gathering all of her shadows, which were spread around the room to return all of the power they had gathered back to their owner, Park Arim lifted her foot. After that, she gathered all her strength in her foot and stepped on the ground, leaving a crater in the place after her step. After completing all the preparatory steps, she rushed to meet Han Yu-jin, and stepping heavily on the floor that was sinking beneath her, she went forward. Gaining the necessary speed, the girl immediately swung her fist and shouted loudly to the entire training room. Her exclamation was followed by a powerful punch on the floor, which destroyed the ground beneath her, creating a large crater. After completing her punching combination, she stood up and looked over to where Han Yu-jin and Han Yu-hyun were standing. Wiping the sweat from her face after such a difficult combination and deciding to take a break, she suddenly heard shouts from nearby. Jin, wake up! Hearing these disturbing cries, she immediately looked around and shouted in the direction of the shouts. Uncle? Looking in the direction of the shouts, she saw Han Yu-jin, who was already in the process of leaving his soul, and who said, so you've gotten stronger, Arim. And Han was shouting back at him, don't die, Jin. Seeing that Han Yu-jin was already losing consciousness, Park Arim immediately called out to him, Uncle, wake up! Hearing this, Jin said, I'm strong. Oh? When Han Yu-jin regained consciousness and looked at the girl, he saw a completely different person speaking to him. Are you all right, Uncle? He replied, who are you? Hearing that Zheng did not know her, the girl rushed to him in alarm, saying, don't you remember? I'm Iriam. Hearing this, Jeng replied, I know, but you've changed beyond recognition. To which Hyun replied, the stylists have been working on her. Stepping back a bit to show off her new look, Park Aram spoke to him. In the abyss, they fixed my image and told me that I will soon join the Hunters Association. When Han Yu-jin saw the girl's new look, he was surprised and said, it suits you. All the sports drink commercials are yours, Aram. Hearing this, Park Aram said to Han Yu-jin, since I'm going to be on the air, I need to keep an eye on the picture, the Hermes style combined with the skill. To which Jin replied in surprise, they do that too? Oh, right. The S-classes are the village. Showing off her new style, she continued, I even prepared the Hunter's registration documents that can be presented. I'm constantly adding something because I'm also working on my skills. Holding her head, the girl said awkwardly, I didn't notice that you came in, uncle, so it's been a while. He replied, so it was really your skills. What was all that about? Recalling what she had used in a recent training session, the girl said, the first one was a cold breath. The freezing skill. You saw it last time, right? Recalling further, the girl said, Hermes shoes. It allows you to float in the air and instantly move short distances. Thinking about her new talents, she said, A, Day Without Shadow, casts a special buff over a large area. When used, it greatly increases the effectiveness of skills and attributes. I can also slow down my opponent by absorbing their shadow. This also gives me a corresponding buff. Hearing this information, Han Yu-jin spoke to Park Aram. So you become even stronger by absorbing power from your surroundings. It is because of this skill that the training room has now turned into ruins. Hearing Jin's words, Park Aram said, oh, and there's one more. The last one. Body whiteness is a skill. It allows you to read information from a corpse. Hearing the characteristics of the last skill, Han Yu-jin spoke to her. That's pretty creepy, she replied. Really? It was supposed to be an attacking skill. Thinking about this skill, Han Yu-jin looked at the folder where she had written everything down and said, we'll hide the body whiteness for now. Hearing this, the girl exclaimed in surprise, hide it? As he crossed this skill off Park Aram's skill list, Han Yu-jin spoke to her. You don't have to reveal all your skills when you register. Let's see. As Han Yu-jin looked over everything in the girl's file, he said, since it's like this, it's better to hide a few more details. On Days Without Shadow, we'll only record the buff effect. And in the Hermes shoes, it's flying. It's cool at this level. After hearing all of this from Jin, Park Aram spoke to him happily. Uncle, you really are so good at this, just like an expert. He replied, oh, it's nothing. Have you mastered your power control now? Han Yu-hyun blocked Han Yu-jin's path and covered him with his body, and spoke to the girl in an angry tone. Hyun is so knowledgeable about everything because he went to all the trouble to find out the details for me. Keep your distance. Hearing Han Yu-hyun's objections, Park Aram replied, Chairman, I didn't ask you, so why are you interfering? He replied, I didn't interfere. I just helped with the explanation. After all, this is my Jin. Jin replied, please stop. Suddenly thinking of something, and already creating a plan in his head, Han Yu-jin thought, haha, but it's possible. As Han Yu-jin thought of a plan to introduce Park Aram to the public, he said anxiously, yeah, it's going to be okay, right? After a while, when Park Aram finished registering, a lot of people gathered outside the Abyssal Guild, and a car stopped there. Then someone in the crowd said, an Abyssal car has just arrived. Miss Park Aram, the new S-Class, is coming out. Looking out from the crowd, Han Yu-jin was somewhere in the distance. Han Yu-jin was standing with Kim Sung-han, and the crowd was saying, this is the birth of our country's 8th S-Class combat hunter. Miss Park Aram only has 3 basic skills. Peeking out from his hiding place, the disguised Han Yu-jin said happily, great, our Aram is doing great. Kim Sung-han replied, instead of acting like this, you should have just accompanied her. After saying this, Kim Sung-han added, Miss Park Aram was disappointed because you didn't go with her. Jin replied, ha ha ha, I have a lot of bad memories of crowded places. After saying this, Han Yu-jin added, well, there is an end to resentment too. Now that she's going to be famous and rich, I'll definitely move to the background. Watching this beautiful girl appear in public, Han Yu-jin thought, there's no sign of the cold and arrogant ice witch Park Aram from the future that I know. Now instead, there is the confident, smiling middle school huntress Park Aram. Thinking back to that monster attack, Han Yu-jin said, the dungeon breakthrough that happened a few days ago was also not initially possible. Will everything be okay if the future I saw is changing so much? Thinking about this, Han Yu-jin immediately shook his head to try to forget those thoughts and said, "No, what does it matter? What is good is good. What matters now is something else. Since I've come to the association, I need to see if there are any newcomers with good potential." Looking at the crowd, Han Yu-jin searched for those who could become a new high-level hunter and thought, "There's an F grade over there. There's also an F grade over there. There's an E grade over there, an F grade over there. Surely finding another S class would be incredibly lucky, right?" Analyzing everyone from just one side of the hiding place, Han Yu-jin thought, "I'm unlikely to find any high-level, unawakened potential here. There is no point in wandering around here." Realizing this, Han Yu-jin decided not to stay in one place and went in search. Seeing Jin running off somewhere, Kim Sung-han shouted after him, "Mr. Han Yu-jin, where are you going?" As Han Yu-jin ran forward, he blew out the magic stone and thought, "Nothing is impossible. It all started when I turned back time to save my younger brother." While running through the crowd, the boy suddenly saw a boy and thought, "If I was able to change things for the better for both Aram and Yu Hyung, maybe my skill was given to me for a reason." Catching up with the boy he had seen from a distance, Han Yu-jin approached him and grabbed the boy's hand, thinking, "To make him shine." And then he continued his train of thought, "A rough diamond that comes across my eyes." Grabbing the boy's hand, he said in concern, "Who are you?" Seeing his potential, Jin couldn't let him go. His card read, "Awakened Yu Meng Wu. Current grade is F, Awakening Potential. F, Optimal Starting Skill Possible to Learn. SS grade." Grabbing the boy, he pulled away and asked in alarm, Who?" Jin replied, "You're Man Wu, right? You Man Wu, it's been so long. Don't you remember me? Han Yu-jin." Yu-jin. Startled by this sudden encounter, Yu Myung-woo spoke to him anxiously, rubbing his neck. "I'm sorry, I really don't remember you." Seeing that the boy was very nervous, Han Yu-jin took off his mask and smiled happily, saying in a friendly tone, "It's okay. We haven't seen each other for quite some time. It's quite normal." Looking at this guy, Han Yu-jin was also worried. "To be honest, I don't know you either, but looking at the potential and incredible skill of this guy, he thought, unbelievable. Just look at this guy's skill. Gold Forge Master, SS." Looking at this skill, Han Yu-jin was already imagining while thinking, "Just from the name alone, I can already tell that this is a special skill that is related to making equipment. Moreover, it's SS class. An SS blacksmith is a class act, creating equipment with his own hands that can hardly be bought even for hundreds of millions. Even 5 years later, there were no awakened ones with this skill." Already imagining mountains of wealth, Han Yu-jin thought, "If I can learn this skill, I can make a bed of bags of money from all over the world." Looking at the frightened boy who didn't understand what was happening, Jin reflected, "And all because of this guy who looks like a dead man, overwhelmed by life's problems." Looking into his personal file, Han Yu-jin said to him in surprise, "Have you been doing well? Have you also awakened?" He replied sadly, Yes, even though it's F grade." Having said that, the man continued, "There is a 1,000,001 subsidy for registering an awakened person." Hearing this, Han Yu-jin said to him, "Oh, brother, I'm also an F. Come with me to learn basic skills?" Hearing this suggestion, Yu Meng-woo said sadly, "No, I only came for the subsidy. You have to pay for basic training, and even with it, F classes are not needed anywhere." Hearing this, Han Yu-jin grabbed his arm, ready to say something, but Yu Meng-woo only added, "I'm useless right now." Taking the hand of his potential SS class master, Han Yu-jin happily exclaimed, "Then get him to join our guild with me." Hearing this suggestion, the young man said in surprise. Trying to persuade the boy, Jin said, "I'll make sure you get it for free. Just one word from me." "Ha! Ha!" Before he could finish, Jin interrupted Kim Sung-tan, grabbing him by the collar and pulling him toward him, saying, "Mr. Han Yu-jin, only guild members can receive training for new hunters." Hearing this, Han Yu-jin said in a disgruntled voice, "Then make an exception for just one person." To which he replied, "But the rules." When Yu Meng-woo saw the A-class warrior, he was frightened. "Oh, Kim Sung-han of the Abyss?" Looking at the boy and the high-ranking warrior, Yu Meng-woo said in surprise, "Yu-jin, you two know each other. How?" Hearing such surprised words from the boy, Jin said, "Oh, this is..." Han Yu-jin pointed to himself and spoke to Yu Meng-woo. "Actually, the head of the Abyssal Guild is my younger brother." Hearing this, the boy exclaimed in shock, What? The Abyssal Guild chief?" Han Yu-jin stood up to his full height and spread his arms, and Yu Meng said something to him. You've suddenly started to blind my eyes. To which he replied, hoo, it's the aura of power. After saying this, Han Yujin added, I'll put in a good word for you in the abyss. So let's go train together, Mengwu. I'll lend you my equipment as well. Hearing this, the boy replied in surprise. Yes, even the equipment. Is that really possible? Hearing such an offer from a complete stranger, Yu Mengwu was embarrassed. But I can't even remember you. Hearing this, Han Yujin took his hand and said, Don't worry about it. Just go along with it. I want to take care of you because you're a good person, right? Trying to gain more and more trust in order to recruit the boy, Jung said with cat-like eyes, You really deserve to be treated like this. Seeing Han Yujin's dazzling aura radiating from him, Yu Mengwu said in confusion, I'm not really. Hearing that he actually deserved the kind treatment he was being offered, Yu Mengwu cried out, unable to hold back his tears. I do. And then falling to his knees, he began punching the ground with his fists and sobbing loudly with happiness. Seeing Ming's strange behavior, Jin exclaimed in alarm, Mengwu? Sometime later after the incident, Han Yujin stood by the machine that made hot tea and spoke to the boy. Drink, the tea is warm. As Han Yujin handed the cup of warm drink to his friend, he said, It would be better to buy expensive coffee at a cafe. To which Yu Myung-woo replied, It's okay, this is enough for me. Han Yujin looked at the quietly sitting boy, who was holding a hot drink and smiling slightly, and said to him, Are you calm? To which he replied, Yes. Wiping his eyes from tears, Yu Myung-woo said to Jeng, I'm sorry for coming out of the blue like this. It's been too long since I've heard such words. He replied, It must have been hard for you. Hearing this, Yu Mengwu said, Yes, well, when I was a child, I had a talent for working with my hands, and I even received many awards for it. But in my adult life, it was of no use at all. Everyone just kept telling me to stop doing stupid things and start studying. And that's when everything went wrong. I was a total zero in my studies, a failure. My grades at the university were terrible. I couldn't get a job. And then there were family circumstances. Looking into his cup of hot drink, Yu Mengwu said with a heavy sigh, At some point, I found myself in such a deplorable state, with a lot of debt, an outsider with nowhere to go. After listening to Yu Myung-woo's entire story from A to Z, Han Yujin spoke to him in a sad voice. I understand. Remembering his past life, Jung thought, even after the world changed, everything remained the same. People are literally divided into classes. Recalling how he was looking for a squad to go and clear the dungeons, he was rejected, saying, And where are you going to go, Supporta? Only those with combat or healing skills are welcome. Thinking about how difficult it is for F classes to survive in this world, and even more so without the skills needed to clear dungeons, he continued, If he had gotten off this road, F class among the missions, F class in society, what would have become of Yu Mengwu in the original scenario if I hadn't met him? Sitting on the bench and thinking about this, Jin made up his mind. He might not have been able to ignite his talent. Maybe he would have continued to. It's okay in any case. Having finished his thoughts on how difficult it is to live for people with low and useless skills, Han Yujin abruptly stood up from the bench and exclaimed, All right, let's go. Looking at his friend, Han Yujin said, Hey, let's not get sour. Who cares if others don't understand? After all, we live in a world in which it is very difficult to survive on our own. Han Yujin hugged his lost comrade, pointing to the west, and said, Lift up your head with confidence. If you remain depressed, the money for the spinal surgery will disappear. Looking at the sunset, Han Yujin stood up from the bench and spread his arms, exclaiming loudly, I am incredible. Others just don't understand. I love myself. Han Yujin put his arms out to the side and turned to Yu Mengwu and spoke to him joyfully. Let's think like this, huh? Han Yujin looked at him with a joyful gaze, and he had already planned everything, but he added in a loud voice, Yu Mengwu, I love you too, my friend. Hearing these words from his mentor, Yu Myung-woo said to him, That's right, we'll do that. Thank you, Yu-jin. And immediately after Jin's words, a system notification sounded. Awakened, Yu Myung-woo has received a favorable effect from the code word. After saying this, and having already set up his new comrade, whom he was able to recruit, Han Yujin said in disappointment, I thought this would be so easy to solve, but the next day, when Han Yujin arrived at the guild and headed to the training center, the head of the Abyssal Personnel Department, Seok Shimung, spoke to him in a firm tone. You can't. Sitting in the head of personnel's office with his friend, Han Yujin heard, allowing a stranger to receive training for guild newcomers? To which Jin replied, "Oh, come on, just this once?" Hearing Han Yu-jin's request, Sok-shu-man replied, "To give in. Sending someone to study is like vouching for them. It will be rumored that such a privilege was given to a dog bone lying around." Seeing that these words had struck Yu Myung-woo to the ground, Han Yu-jin rushed to calm him down and exclaimed, "How rude! What do you mean, dog bone?" To which Seok-shu-meng replied, "I only meant that they might say that somewhere." Hearing such counter-arguments in his direction, Han Yu-jin, holding his disappointed friend, said, "Come on, trust me for once. He really is an honest man." Hearing this, Sok-shu-meng took off his glasses and said, "Of course, I know that Mr. Han Yu-jin has outstanding insight. The fact that you found Miss Park Aram is an incredible achievement." After saying this, Mr. Seok-shu-myung immediately put on his glasses and adjusted them, adding, "However, well, it could have just been an accident." Hearing this, Han Yu-jin exclaimed, "What the hell is this?" Looking at Han Yu-jin, Seok-shu-myung spoke to him. "To be honest, I don't understand your intentions, especially when you consider that just a few days ago, you fell for the broker's deception. You convinced the guild head to do business, and now you want to promote yourself?" After saying this, Song Shu-meng added, "To protect the security of the abyss, all of this is very undesirable." Hearing this, Yu Meng-woo said in a sad voice, "Ah, but Yu-jin is being insulted because of me." Listening to all this, Yu Meng-woo, unable to withstand the pressure, covered his face with his hands, ran out of the office, and exclaimed, Stop it! I'm just going to leave." After leaving the office of the head of the personnel department, Han Yu-jin held his head and exclaimed in frustration, "That damn Seok-shi man, he's getting more and more cruel every time." To which Yu Meng added, "Scary person." Hearing this, Han Yu-jin took out his phone in frustration and said, "Wait, I'll ask my younger brother directly." Hearing this, Yu Meng answered him with a shake of his head, "That's enough. There's no need." Looking at Han Yu-jin, Yu Meng-woo smiled happily and said to him, "After all, you told me that I'm valuable. That's enough." After saying this and catching Han Yu-jin's attention, Yu Meng continued, "Thanks to you, I have the will to live a little longer." Hearing these words from his friend, Jin was touched. "Meng-woo," he replied, "I will not be disappointed, but I will try to do what I can. To be honest, there are jobs for F-graders like me somewhere." Hearing his friend say this, Han Yu-jin looked at him in surprise. "Wow, really? Where is there such a thing?" Hearing Han Yu-jin say this, Yu Meng-woo said to him in a worried voice, "Yes, they said they would pick me up here." As he said this, a car pulled up to the boys. When the car door opened, someone's voice came out, "Yo, it's our Meng-woo." When the door opened fully, they could see that there were a bunch of bandits in the car, and one of them said, "You've become a hunter, so now it's time to pay back your debts, right?" Hearing that he was being addressed, Yu Myung-woo turned his head to Han Yu-jin and said, "I'll go. I'm going to get stronger and make some money. I'll get back to you." When Han Yu-jin saw where Yu Myung-woo was going, he was surprised and said, "Wait, this looks wildly dangerous." After getting out of the car, one of the robbers put his hand on Yu Meng and spoke to him. "Our Meng-woo, did you get the subsidy?" Hearing these words from the robbers, Yu Meng-woo spoke in alarm, holding out his hand with the money. "Yes, here." After taking the money from him, the robber exclaimed, "You do realize that this is not enough, right?" Seeing what had just happened in front of him, Han Yu-jin, alarmed, called out to the robbers, "Wait a second. Who are you guys? Creditors? Where are you taking Meng-woo?" Hearing this loud speech from the guy standing next to Yu Myung-woo, one of the gang angrily exclaimed, "Huh? You find out, what are you going to do?" Hearing such a rude voice from one of the bullies, Han Yu-jin said in fright, "I also want to go with him." Hearing this, the gang of robbers also took Han Yu-jin with them. As they closed the car door and drove off, the atmosphere in the car was not good. Sensing that things were bad, Han Yu-jin said in a worried voice, "You borrowed money from terrible people." He replied, "The bank didn't give me a loan." After saying this, Yu Myung-woo added, "What's more important now is this. Why did you follow me? You have no debt." To which he replied, "How could I have let you go alone?" Hearing the two boys talking, one of the bandits said to Jin, "Do you know each other? Are you also awakened?" He replied, "Eek, yes, F-class." Hearing the bandit's question, Yu Meng-woo said, "He's from Bez." Before he could say anything, Han Yu-jin closed his mouth and said, "We're childhood friends. We ran into each other by chance at the Hunters Association." He told me that there was a job that even F graders could apply for. So I was curious. Hearing this, the gang boss said, heh, heh, it worked out well. Our friends, would you like to go to the dungeon to get us a magic stone? You know that guilds don't usually teach F classes. Having said that, one of the bandits added, but we take everyone, even F grades. Hearing this, Han Yu-jin said in surprise, wow, really? After telling him about the task they were going to do, one of the gang said, and since you're a friend of Mung Wu's, we have a special relationship with you. Will you go with us? Jin exclaimed. Yes, let's go. In an attempt to lighten the atmosphere, Han Yu-jin said in alarm, oh my! I thought you were the terrible Hyuns and you turned out to be such good people. Hey, 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 let's make a deal right away. After saying this, Han Yu-jin continued, thanks to you, I will get the job. In his mind, he imagined a contract as an ore digger. I fell for it myself. They shoved me into the dungeons of F classes with no experience and no equipment, and they assign you to gather while the official guild members hunt, an unequal contract. As payment for security, they take a percentage of the profits. And if you're unlucky, it's quite common to be wounded or killed by a monster. Looking at his friend, Han Yu-jin thought, Yu Meng-woo, the future you was trampled on and died in a place like this? Without ever realizing your talent, as they approached the dungeon, the car driver said, it will be enough to collect everything that looks valuable. You'll get rich in no time. Jin replied, so we can just collect, right? A real fortune. After saying this, Han Yu-jin asked, where's your guild office? He was told, in Menmok, the Dawn. Hearing this, Jin said, Menmok is the Dawn. It's not that far. As they approached his guild office and parked in front of the terrifying house, the driver exclaimed, here we are! Getting out of the car, Han Yu-jin tried to keep his role in check and said happily, ooh, the Hope Assignment Center? What a good name. To which one of the bandits said, come on in. As Han Yu-jin followed one of the bandits up the stairs, he said happily, the building may be old, but I feel the future is full of hope. When he reached the corridor, the boy said, the office is on the second floor. The lighting is good. The stairs. As Han Yu-jin approached the office, he suddenly felt a blow to his back. It was one of the gang who pushed him to shut up. Unable to keep his balance, Han Yu-jin fell into the office and said in alarm, oh my God. Looking up, he saw many people in the office they had come to who also looked like bandits. Han Yu-jin looked up and saw all the bandits and he cried out in pain, Lord, what is this behind me? Ah, ugh. A second later, when Han Yu-jin regained consciousness, he heard the sound of kicks, and looking around, he saw Yu Meng-woo being kicked, and he exclaimed in fright, Meng-woo! Nervous, he exclaimed, what are you doing all of a sudden? Then one of the bandits grabbed him by the shoulder and said, I'm sorry, they brought you here without any debts, but you should regret that you came here voluntarily. Holding his beaten comrade in his arms, Han Yu-jin looked at the bandits who were speaking. You can enter here of your own free will, but you can't leave. Wiping his eyes from tears, Yu Meng-woo said to Han Yu-jin, Yu-jin, I'm sorry. I had to go through all of this on my own. And because of me, you, who is free of debt, have also been put under the gun. Hearing this, Han Yu-jin, who was disturbed, said, Meng-woo. As soon as he said that, one of the gang members grabbed his shoulder and said, yes, yes, come here. Holding Han Yu-jin, he led him to the couch and sat him down, saying, we need to make a deal right now. Holding out a piece of paper to the anxious young man, the boss of this gang of robbers said, here, put your fingerprint on it. Holding the agreement in his hands, he said, minus the commission, your profit will be 20%. You have no debts anyway, so you will make a lot of money. Demonstrating the contract, the boss added, this is a specially created contract of the Awakened. Any violation of its terms will bring a D-class curse, so don't even think about breaking it. After placing the contract on the table, the gangsters sat Yu Meng-woo down on the couch and forcibly signed it with the boy's hand, saying, come on, sign. When Han Yu-jin heard the terms of the contract, he said to his boss, I have one request. Hearing this, the boss replied, what? Even if you beg, it won't work. Hearing this, Han Yu-jin spoke to the boss. That's not the point. Can I compare the contracts? It would be insulting if I have the same conditions as him. Looking at his boss and his two burly bodyguards, Han Yu-jin continued, I don't even have a debt. Hearing this, the boss and his accomplices suddenly began to laugh out loud, and then the boss, holding back his laughter, said, what a nitpicky little fellow. Hearing the boy's request, the boss took Yu Meng's contract and handed it to Jin, saying, good, you should live by thinking of yourself first. Here, check it out. As the boss looked over the contract, he asked, what do you think? Han Yu-jin replied, yeah, Myung-woo won't be able to get more than 10%. To which the boss added, that's right, and that 10% will be used to pay off the debt. Hearing this and reading the contract to the end, Han Yu-jin said, a real slave contract indeed. Tearing the contract in half, Han Yu-jin said, do you dare to keep our Meng-woo as a laborer, or something like that? Seeing what Han Yu-jin had just done, the boss and his comrades looked at him and said in surprise, you broke the contract and the curse? After Han Yu-jin broke the contract, a system icon appeared in front of him, informing him, due to the termination of the contract, the curse of debuff, D, is activated. Leaning on the couch, Han Yu-jin saw another notification. Debuff curse, D, has been removed by counter curse, L. Leaning on the sofa to take a more stable position, Han Yu-jin kicked his boss, and he was knocked backwards. Seeing what had just happened to their leader, the alarmed men shouted in fright, boss, to which he shouted, this bastard is not F-class. Grabbing his boss's head, Han Yu-jin slammed it on the floor, making it stick and leaving a mark. After striking their leader, he was already lying on the ground unconscious and unable to say a word. After knocking out one of the bandits, Han Yu-jin said, to begin with, I am indeed an F-class man. And then he thought, that's true with better equipment. Angry at the antics of the boy who had just knocked out their boss, the rest of the gang attacked him, shouting, you son of a bitch, you're going to die here today. Hearing this, and seeing that he was about to be attacked by a mob of gangsters, Han Yu-jin shielded Yu Myung-woo with his body and proceeded to the next point of the plan. Pulling out his phone, he showed it to the enemies for them to see. Seeing it, the bandits said, it's too late to call the police. Turning the screen to the enemies, Han Yu-jin showed them that he had been on the phone with Kim Seong-han for half an hour and said, not the police! As soon as the command to act was given, the walls of the room immediately parted, and Kim Seong-han climbed through them. Then Han Yu-jin said, he has been following us for a long time. Turning the phone back to the enemies and stepping aside, Han Yu-jin smiled happily and said that he had been in contact with the Abyssal Hunter all along. Hearing a noise coming from their side, the bandits looked over to the other side and saw the powerful hunter standing in front of them, and they were terrified. What? Seeing Kim Seong-han, one of the bandits exclaimed, so you had accomplices? You bet one bastard. Before he could say it, he was knocked out. The next blow fell on the next gangster in the room, who also tried to defend himself with a bat, but it didn't work against Kim Seong-han. As one gangster after another was thrown to the ground, the others in the room watched in fright, losing their will to fight with each passing second. Seeing that another one of their gang was defeated, even though he was quite strong, someone in the room screamed, brother! Turning to his master, Kim Seong-han said, I have come for you, Han Yu-jin. Running to his beaten comrade, Han Yu-jin held him as he watched Yu Myung-woo's debts disappear by the second, and moans could be heard in the distance. Hearing Yu Myung-woo's question, Han Yu-jin spoke to him. From the moment we got into the car, I quietly pressed the call button. Continuing to explain how it all happened, Jin continued, that was enough for him to understand the situation, and I told them exactly where we were, so it was easy to find us. After saying this, Han Yu-jin, along with Yu Myung-woo, watched as Kim Seong-han destroyed one enemy after another, defeating them with ease. Swinging his fists, Kim Seong-han destroyed the enemies one by one, smashing their faces. The noise from the fight could be heard throughout the building. Furious that their enemy was so strong, one of the gang members who had already been beaten, looking aggressively at the A-class hunter, loudly shouted, you! Having shouted this, the enemy reached behind his back and pulled a knife out of his pocket. Having done so, he immediately stood up to strike Kim Seong-han, who was unable to take his fists. As he approached the class, a hunter from behind, while he was unable to see him and was busy with other bandits, one of their comrades who had pulled out a knife shouted, you son of a bitch, if you don't stop right now. Hearing this, Yu Myung-woo, paying attention to what was happening on the battlefield, shouted out to Kim Seong-han in alarm, oh no, this guy has it. No sooner had he said this than one of the bandits who had taken out a knife had already managed to get close enough to Kim Seong-han to strike him in the side. Seeing this, there was a shout, knife! Having accelerated well and grabbed the knife with both hands, the bandit who decided to play by the rules felt total resistance, and looking at the place of the hit, exclaimed in surprise, it's not possible. How? Looking at his frightened opponent, who was confused by this development, Kim Seong-han, ready to kick the can down the road, said arrogantly, you should have taken a weapon that is of A-class quality. Having said that, the A-class hunter struck out, which, although not as dangerous as a direct hit from his fist, was also surprisingly effective in neutralizing his opponent. Seeing what had just happened to their comrade, the other bandits looked in the direction of the hunter, and one of them said in alarm, "Doc Sue, is it a class?" "Whoa, that's it." Looking at the burly man, who was assessing the damage to his suit, which had been cut during the attack, the bandit exclaimed, "That bastard! But this gentleman is Kim Sung-han from Abyss." Hearing these shouts from the enemies who realized who they were dealing with, Kim Seong-han, feeling superior to his enemies, shouted in a menacing tone, "Kneel down." Hearing this exclamation from the A-class hunter, all the enemies immediately fell to the ground, lowering their heads and obeying the order, and Kim Seong-han went to his master and Yu Myung-woo, saying, "Are you not injured?" To which Yu Meng replied, "Yes, I'm fine." Looking back at Han Yu-jin, who was looking at some documents he had found in the office, Kim Seong-han spoke to him. "What should I do with these?" He replied, "An eye for an eye, a tooth for a tooth." After saying this, Han Yu-jin created a new contract in which he specified his rules of cooperation. After the contract was drawn up, it shone golden in color, emitting light. After creating the contract, Han Yu-jin held it out to the gang boss and said, "Here, sign it. This is an S-class contract." Seeing the contract handed to him and hearing that he had to sign it, the gang leader began to read it carefully and exclaimed, "Whoa, what? This is..." Looking at Han Yu-jin, who was smiling happily, the gang leader spoke to him in alarm. 10% profit, a 50-year contract. This is a complete scam." Hearing this, Han Yu-jin answered him with a joyful voice, "This is too much. How is this a scam? This is a super job where you just pick and choose what you think will make you money." Hearing what Han Yu-jin had just said and the conditions he had outlined, the gang members began whispering among themselves, and they could be heard saying, "50 years? No way. Don't make me laugh. It's as if we were sent to death." When the boss heard these conditions, he was alarmed. Such a slave contract. As soon as Han Yu-jin heard this, he immediately threw a pile of papers he had found in his office at the boss. Seeing what Han Yu-jin had just thrown at him, the boss said in surprise as he looked at the papers. "What?" The boy replied, "I found this in the drawer." Han Yu-jin spread out the rest of the papers and said, "These are the contracts of the F-grades you brought in, you bastards. More than 30 people. Han Yu-jin's voice immediately turned stern as he said this, and then he added, "How many of them were not crippled?" The boss replied in fright, "What does it matter? They all voluntarily agreed to this. It's not our fault." After saying this ridiculous justification for his actions, the boss added, "And even if we were to investigate, more than half of them are already dead." As soon as he said this, he was kicked in the head. Having been kicked in the jaw, the gang boss fell to his knees, leaning on one of his hands, grabbed the place of the blow with the other, and groaned. Looking at the boss, Han Yu-jin just spoke to him. Worthless. Crumpling up one of the contracts he had signed with his debtors and looking down on them, the boy said, "You think that if they are F-class, you don't care if they die?" After saying this, he added, drilling the bandit with his eyes, "If you push them with promises to take them to the dungeon, many will agree. And then it will be enough to shove them down there like some cheap expendable material, right?" Loudly accusing his boss of his fraudulent schemes, Han Yu-jin added, "I don't care what level. They're human beings too, damn murderers." Hearing this, Yu Myung-woo said in surprise, "Yu-jin." After saying everything he wanted to say to the gang of crooks, Han Yu-jin, looking at the frightened bandits with a domineering gaze, said, "Now crawl back as you have been crawling until now. Then you will realize what you have done." Turning his back on them and slowly walking away, the guy added, "Even though I really want to throw you into a high-level dungeon." Hearing this, the boss spoke in alarm, breaking out in a cold sweat. "Sant, stop! I'm guilty. We're all to blame." Frightened by Jin's words, the boss began to admit his guilt and said, "We'll think it over. So just this once. Have mercy on us, okay? A 50-year contract is too much, so please understand our situation." Hearing such sincere words of confession, Han Yu-jin smiled happily, having been able to extract what he had been longing for, and said, "Well done." As he said this, Han Yu-jin grabbed the gang boss by the head and spoke to him in a rough tone. "If you want to think things through properly," having intimidated the gang of crooks to the desired effect, Han Yu-jin said, "Then you must pay the appropriate price for your crimes. Am I right?" The boss gritted his teeth and reluctantly agreed. having completed the educational process, and punished those responsible for using weak hunters as cheap labor. Jin, Yu Min, and Kim Sung-han were returning home when the guard reported, "Yes, they've taken them to the Hunters Association." Kim Seong-han spoke through his headphones as he drove the car. "We handed it over to the employee, the victims were compensated, and I'll report back later." Meanwhile, Jin, sitting in the back, sighed heavily and said, "Ha, what a crazy day." Sitting in the back seat of the car with Han Yu-jin, Yu Meng-woo spoke to him. "Thank you, Yu-jin." Hearing the thanks, the young man said in surprise, For what?" Waving his head, Han Yu-jin said confidently, "Oh, for today, don't worry, it was nothing." He replied, "How can I not worry? Hearing this, Han Yu-jin thought, "Later, when your skill is awakened, I will be able to benefit quite a bit." As soon as he thought this, he saw something strange. Shedding tears, Yu Meng-woo said, "You've saved me twice already." Seeing that his friend was crying, Han Yu-jin said in surprise, "Woo, why are you crying again? Calm down, huh?" To which he replied, "If it weren't for you, what would have happened to me now?" Hearing such words of explanation for his tears, the boy said, "It's really nothing." But he was not allowed to finish. In the middle of his sentence, Yu Meng-woo threw his arms around him, saying, "Yu-jin." As he continued to shed tears, Yu Myung-woo added, "You really are my hero?" To which he replied, "Yes, hey, don't stick to me. You should be thanking Kim Seong-han." He replied, "You two, please fasten your seatbelts." After this crazy day full of adventures and surprises, Han Yu-jin immediately went to see Seok Shimyoung as soon as he returned to the guild. After Han Yu-jin told the head of the Human Resources Department about everything that had happened to him, he was able to ask for a dorm room as Aram's guardian. And after he was checked in and brought to his room, Han Yu-jin stood in awe when he saw his room and said, "Wow, this is a dorm room." Entering the room, Yu Meng-woo said in surprise, "It looks like a luxury apartment." Jin answered him while looking at the room's layout map. "It says there are 4 rooms." Han Yu-jin added without taking his eyes off the plan, "You can live in a place like this while you study." After saying this, Jin looked at his friend and added, Meng-woo, listen." Deciding to discuss some more important aspects, Han Yu-jin said, "Do you know how to do housework?" To which he replied, Well, I can make ramen." Hearing this, Jin said, "No outsiders are allowed in this dormitory, but domestic workers are allowed to live here. How about you pretend to be a domestic worker after you graduate to stay here?" Hearing such a cunning scam proposal, Yu Meng-woo said in confusion, "You Jin, this is..." Jin said, calming him down. Well, it certainly doesn't mean that you have to actually do the housework." After explaining this, Han Yu-jin added, "It's just that by the time you get settled in here, it will be quite a while, eh?" After saying this, he noticed that Yu Meng-woo could barely hold back her tears. Unable to contain his emotions, Yu Meng-woo threw his arms around Han Yu-jin, exclaiming, "Yu-jin, you are so kind and a good friend." To which he replied, "Yes, you're crying again. Let go." After completing the arrangements for Yu Meng, he went to bed. After a short period of time, Han Yu-jin looked into his room and saw his friend sleeping and said, "You fell asleep quickly. You must be very tired." As Han Yu-jin watched his sleeping friend, he heard him speaking in his sleep. "Meng, leave the housework to me, Yu-jin. Should I take a bath first, or dinner first, or shall I go first?" Hearing this, Han Yu-jin was confused. What kind of dream talk is this, God? I need to move things out of Yu-hyun's room. If he finds out that I'm moving... After saying this and leaving the room, Han Yu-jin opened the door and saw Kim Seong-han standing in front of him, and he exclaimed in fright, "What? Did Yu-hyun send you? Did he order me to be locked up again?" Hearing Jin's anxious voice, Kim Seong-han answered him by pointing behind him. No. This time I came for a different reason." After saying this, Kim Seong-han spoke to the terrified Han Yu-jin, who was already preparing to be imprisoned for eternity. "This is not a simple matter, so please follow me." After saying this, Kim Seong-han and Han Yu-jin went to the same place. Upon arrival, it became clear that it was a nightclub, but what exactly was the reason for them to go to such a place? When the doors opened, the waiter serving drinks, hearing that new customers had arrived, said happily, "Welcome. How many people do you have in your company?" Before he could finish his greeting, the waiter suddenly fell silent when he saw Kim Seong-han coming to such an establishment and froze in shock. Upon arriving at the nightclub, Kim Seong-han looked around and looked at all the customers and said to the waiter, lifting his sunglasses, "Do you know Min Yi? Do you know Kim Min Yi?" Hearing the question from such a respected person, The waiter immediately came to his senses, and bowing down in shock said in alarm, pointing to the right, yes, I received a call. Come this way. I'll take you somewhere quieter. As they followed the waiter across the nightclub, Kim Sung-han and Han Yu-jin heard themselves being called. What? You must be here for the money. The waiter took the two distinguished guests to a separate room, which was separate from the general room with the customers, and said to them, I've served you the most popular items on the menu. After bringing everything they needed for a great evening and leading the visitors to their seats, the waiter bowed and added, Call me if you need anything. Looking around, Han Yu-jin thought, Why here? This place looks like a youthful place. Just as he thought this, Kim Sung-han spoke to him. This place was recommended by the abyssal hunter, Kim Min-yi, who is about your age, and he said that this place is popular amongst his peers. Hearing this explanation, Han Yu-jin saw a sign with the name of the place that read, When Appa is drinking, he looks particularly attractive. Han Yu-jin said, Oh, is that so? I thought, that's right. I'm in my 20s now. Sitting in a nightclub with music playing in the background, he could hear himself saying, I'm the most beautiful, hence the eye, to the very tips of my fingers. Kim Sun-han said, Yes, so relax and be comfortable. Jung-suk replied tensely, Okay. Picking up one of the bottles of liquor on the table and opening it, Han Yu-jin said a little anxiously, So why did we come here? Snatching the bottle out of Han Yu-jin's hand, Kim Sung-han opened it himself and held it out to the boy. Give it to me, I'll give you a drink. Picking up the glass and holding it in both hands as Kim Sung-han poured him a drink, Han Yu-jin listened in amazement as he spoke. I wanted to apologize before it was too late. As he poured Han Yu-jin's drink, Kim Sung-han spoke to him. To be honest, I didn't like you all this time. You seemed to me to be a useless obstacle that hindered the future head of the guild. Hearing this, Han Yu-jin thought in irritation, What? He decided to apologize first and then insult me? Then Kim Sung-han continued with a happy smile on his face. But I was wrong. You turned out to be a good person, Han Yu-jin. Recalling the moments when his preconceived conclusions changed, Kim Sung-han recalled the moment when they fought the monster together and said, When the dungeon broke through, you came back to help me. Kim Sung-han also recalled the incident with Park Aram and said, You won Miss Park Aram's trust and signed a contract with her. In the midst of all this, you not only solved the problem with the Guardian, which could have been a source of trouble. Having said that, Kim Sun-han continued recalling today's adventure. But today you also went to save your friend, risking your own safety despite the seriousness of the situation. After citing these examples of incredible bravery and superb skills, Kim Sung-han added, How can I put it? I thought that it turns out that you can be trusted to cover the rear as well. After hearing all the words of praise from Kim Sung-han, Han Yu-jin was embarrassed and thought, This is a misunderstanding. But no, this is a chance. If I take advantage of it and use the code word after the relationship is strengthened. Deciding that he had to take advantage of this great opportunity, Han Yu-jin spoke to Kim Sung-han. Haha, come on, thank you for thinking so highly of me. And he thought, Great, tonight I'll make you my student, Kim Sung-han. After hearing Han Yu-jin's words of gratitude and affection, Kim Sung-han continued, You handled today's event incredibly well. Did you happen to have some secret plan for the awakening brokers a few days earlier? Hearing such an interesting question addressed to him, Han Yu-jin took a thoughtful pose and spoke to Kim Sung-han. Well, that's what happened. I was investigating something. Hearing Han Yu-jin say that he did do some investigating despite his low rank, Kim Sung-han said to him, Still, it's a risky thing for an F grade to do. He replied, Well, I went there thinking that Yu Hyun wouldn't just let it go. After saying that, Jin added, But he grabbed me before I had a chance to think. Yu Hyun cares so much about me. Hearing this, Kim Sung-han answered him, It's because you're his only family. It could have been much worse. After saying this to Han Yu-jin, Kim Sung-han continued, I understand him perfectly. After all, I was in a similar position myself. I also grew up without parents and was raised by my grandparents. Hearing what Kim Sung-han had just said, Han Yu-jin was very surprised. And then Kim Sung-han continued, When I grew up, I used to visit them every vacation to see how they were doing. During the underground breakout, I awakened when I was protecting my grandparents. After telling his story of awakening, Kim Sung-han added, They died last year from an illness. The chairman helped me a lot until then. He even hired a foreign healer who specialized in caring for the sick. Speaking about what a good leader they have who helps his citizens in need, Kim Sung-han added with a smile. He knows the value of family ties so well. As he poured another drink into Han Yu-jin's glass, Kim Sung-han said, even if his experiences seem incredibly exaggerated, please be understanding. Hearing this, Han Yu-jin said, good. I feel more at ease now that I see that my younger brother's right-hand man is someone who understands him very well. In the future, I will ask you to take care of me as well. Refilling their glasses with the alcoholic beverage, Kim Sung-han and Han Yu-jin drank more. Afterward, Kim turned to the boy. By the way, you're much more resistant to alcohol than you look. Hearing this, Han Yu-jin said in embarrassment, oh, no, I can't drink that much. Plus, I have an embarrassing habit that manifests itself when I'm drunk. And I thought, I'll get ready. I'll use a code word to pretend it's a drinking habit. Hearing that Han Yu-jin cannot drink too much, Kim Sung-han was surprised to hear him pointing to the empty bottles on the table. But you've already drunk so much. When Jin noticed how many empty bottles there really were on the table, he was frightened. Huh? This many already? As soon as he saw how much he had actually drunk, and that he was not affected by the alcohol at all, Han Yu-jin immediately fell into a stupor of amazement. The next moment, when he came to his senses, he began to rummage through his skills, thinking, strange. Why am I not getting drunk? Is it because of my poison resistance skill? So now I won't be able to get drunk no matter how much I drink? Realizing that his situation was bad, Han Yu-jin grabbed his head and thought in confusion, no, I don't want to say such things when I am sober. Seeing the boy's strange behavior, Kim Sung-han asked him, what suddenly came over you? Hearing his friend's question, Han Yu-jin answered him anxiously, ha ha ha, I was just thinking about something. And he thought while pressing the poison resistance skill, damn, can I turn this off somehow? After clicking on this skill several times, Han Yu-jin spoke in his head, get lost, poison resistance skill, get lost. After a while and several attempts, he saw that the skill had disappeared and immediately dropped the stack from his hands, thinking, oh. Seeing that something was wrong with Han Yu-jin and that he was acting strangely, Kim Sung-han spoke to him in alarm. Mr. Han Yu-jin, noticing his host's behavior, who was acting strangely and suddenly turning red, Kim Sung-han added, are you all right? As soon as the effect of the poison resistance wore off, all the alcohol he had drunk that evening immediately came out of Han Yu-jin, and he immediately became drunk. Losing his consciousness and concentration, Han Jin looked at Kim Sung-han and said wearily, it's crazy, it all came to me at once. As soon as he said this, he immediately lost consciousness and fell headlong onto the table. When Kim Sung-han saw his host fall down, he exclaimed in alarm, Mr. Han Yu-jin. After the feast and the time at the bar, Han Yu-jin woke up, trying to remember what had happened to him. But immediately upon waking up, he just grabbed his head and groaned, my head. Noticing that Han Yu-jin had woken up, Kim Sung-han was already waiting for him in the room, and he said, good Lord, I didn't think the skill would just go off like that. Just as Han Yu-jin was saying this while holding his head, he heard a voice next to him. You're already awake. I brought you some water to wash your face. Hearing this, the boy turned his head and saw Kim Sung-han standing in front of him with a bowl of water and a towel. Seeing such a surprise in his room, Han Yu-jin immediately jumped out of bed. Noticing that his master was full of energy, Kim Sung-han said, if you want to start studying from today, you should get ready. Surprised by his bodyguard's strange behavior, Han Yu-jin thought in astonishment, what? Why is Kim Sung-han here in the morning? Looking at his talents, he saw, objects under my tutelage, Han Yu-hyun, S. Park Aram, S. Yu Myung-woo, F. Kim Sung-han, A. Seeing that Kim Sung-han was also under the effect of his tutelage, Han Yu-jin thought in surprise, ah, I was able to make him a student after all. No, that's fine. But why is he here this morning? Looking at his surprised master, Kim Sung-han said, do you not remember what happened last night? You seem to have a bad hangover. Let's take a look. Hearing this, Han Yu-jin thought in alarm. What the hell happened last night? As he replayed what had just happened in his mind and tried to remember what had happened that night, Han Yu-jin only thought of the recent past. After recalling only what had happened to him in the morning, he recalled in his mind how Kim Sung-han had spoken to him. Do you not remember what happened last night? And the moment when Kim Sung-han reached out to him and added, it looks like you have a bad hangover. Let's take a look. And what he thought, what the hell? What happened last night? When Kim Sung-han spoke about his hangover, he held out a package of drinks to Han Yu-jin. Jin saw this and exclaimed in alarm, "Sorry, but I didn't want any of that." The next moment, as soon as Han Yu-jin tasted the drink, he immediately grabbed it and began to greedily consume it. And then Kim Sung-han spoke, "It's pueraria juice. It's good for hangovers." He also stretched his hands to Jin's feet and added, "And the hangover will go away faster if you press this point. Or if it's really bad, you can go to the toilet," he added, holding out the pot. Surprised by this behavior and pushing the pot away from him, Han Yu-jin said in alarm, "Ah, why are you acting like this?" Kim Sung replied in surprise, "You really don't remember." Realizing that Han Yu-jin had no memory of the previous night, Kim Sung-han said, "Last night you told me," and then Kim Seong-han began to tell what happened. The beginning of the story began when Jin suddenly passed out, and Kim Sung-han spoke to him in alarm, "Mr. Han Yu-jin, are you okay?" and heard only a groan in response. Seeing that his master was clearly not well, Kim Seong-han ran over to him and said in alarm, "You seem to have had too much to drink. Let's get up." As he tried to take Han Yu-jin's hand to help him up, Kim Seong-han spoke as he grabbed his arm. "Mr. Han Yu-jin?" The man replied in a drunken voice, "Mr. Kim Seong-han." Barely able to stand, Han Yu-jin spoke with barely any intelligibility. "I want to tell you something. Please listen to me carefully. Kim Seong-han, I love you." Hearing this from his master, Kim Seong-han exclaimed in surprise. "What?" Han Yu-jin replied by grabbing his head with his hand. "God, why is this out of the blue? I don't want to go in this state." After saying this, Han Yu-jin covered his face with his hand in shame and said, Did I say I love you?" He replied in confusion, "Yes, you did." Continuing to talk nonsense, Han Yu-jin continued his confession in a state of alcohol intoxication. "Really? That's crazy. But I have to say that I love you." After saying this, Kim Sung-han spoke to Han Yu-jin, who was burning with shame upon hearing it. "And in the end, you said you loved me about 30 times. Realizing what had happened yesterday and how unworthy he had been, Han Yu-jin bowed his head and said, "Forgive me. I have committed a mortal sin." Kim Sun-han replied, "I actually enjoyed it." When Jin heard that Kim Seong-han actually liked it, he exclaimed, "What?" And then Kim Sung continued the story. "Come up, Mr. Han Yu-jin." And he replied, "Ahem, Mr. Song-han, I love you." Hearing the same confession from Han Yu-jin for the umpteenth time, Kim Sung-han smiled sweetly and said, "Oh my God, is it really that embarrassing drinking habit?" Hearing this from Kim Seong-han, Han Yu-jin repeated the same thing again in a disturbed voice. "Don't laugh, because I'm asking you to listen to me. I love you, Mr. Kim Seong-han." Hearing this over and over again from his master, Kim Seong-han remembered the times when he had come home from the bar with his grandfather, and he had said the same thing to him. "I love you, Seong-han." Supporting his grandfather, Kim Sung said to him, "Why did you have to drink so much?" He replied, "Because I can afford to have a drink. I have such a reliable grandson, so what do I have to worry about?" Hearing these words from his grandfather, Kim Seong-han just sighed heavily, saying, "Ah, God," to which his grandfather said, "Don't ever get hung up on the words of some strangers who say that your parents abandoned you or something." After saying this to his beloved grandson, the grandfather patted him on the head and added, "For your grandfather, you are the best. I love you, granddaughter." Looking at his drunken grandfather, whom he was walking home again after spending time at the bar, Kim Seong-han said with a sigh, "Oh, he's starting to get drunk again." As Kim Seong-han saw off his drunken rowdy grandfather, he heard him say over and over again, "Our Song-han, I love you, do you hear?" He would reply, "I hear you, come quickly, here." After telling this story about his grandfather, Kim Seong-han recalled how he had walked home with Han Yu-jin yesterday and said, "For some reason, looking at you two, I remembered my late grandfather." After these words, a system notification appeared. Awakened Kim Sung-han has received a favorable influence from the code word. Jin then stood up and asked in surprise, "What, Grandpa? By looking at me?" Looking at the joyful Kim Seong-han, who was telling his story about his grandfather, Han Yu-jin said in alarm, "Grandfather, grandfather?" To which he said happily, "Yes." Hearing this, Han Yu-jin grabbed his head and said, "I'm only 30, no, 20-something. Do I really look that old?" Hearing this, Kim Seong-han shook his head and said, "I realize that it is strange. You are certainly not an old man, but still." Recalling how he had put Han Yu-jin to bed yesterday and covered him with a blanket, Kim Seong-han said, "It's been a long time since I felt such peace. It was as if I were with my grandfather." Looking at all the things he had brought into his master's room that morning, Kim Sun-han said with a sigh, "Perhaps that is why I was constantly trying to give you something. I promise I won't talk nonsense in front of anyone, so..." Holding out his hand to Han Yu-jin, who was sitting on the bed and listening attentively to Kim Seong-han's story, he said, "I want to make up for all the resentment I have toward the person who raised me." Hearing these words from his assigned defense attorney, Han Yu-jin was surprised to hear them and said, "To the person who raised me." Han Yu-jin thought about these words. This is a tutor. Could this be the effect of the perfect teacher? Reflecting on how this ability works, Han Yu-jin drew lines of similarity. Words about love evoke memories not of a friend or a loved one, but of someone who raised me, and they impose a projection of that educator on me. In this case, the good nature of Park Aram and Yoo Myung-woo towards me can be explained. They see me as an educator, like ducklings. I've been Yoo-hyun's caretaker from the very beginning, which is probably why his reactions have become more impulsive. Having understood how the ideal caregiver skill works, Han Yu-jin, as he walked Kim Sung-han out of the room and thought about Yoo-hyun, thought, in that case. Noticing that Yoo Man-woo was watching him from the other room, Han Yu-jin grabbed his toothbrush and ran to the bathroom, but Yoo Man-woo managed to pounce on him and said, "I was scared, oh." "Mr. Kim Sung-han suddenly came home." He replied, "Yes, yes." He was the only one who was able to escort Kim Seong-han out, and as soon as Yoo-man was gone, Park Aram burst into the room and exclaimed, "Uncle, I heard you moved into the dorm, and you're in the next room." The girl initially said her sentence in a happy voice, but as soon as she saw Han Yu-jin and another boy hanging from him in the room, she immediately became quiet. When Han Yu-jin saw that the front door was broken, he spoke in a disgruntled voice. Hey, at least knock first." Before Han Yu-jin could say this, Park Aram had already grabbed Yoo-man and dragged him out, saying, "What is this? Why are you sticking to my uncle?" Startled by the girl's behavior, Yoo-meng said in fright, Yu-jin." Han Yu-jin, who was brushing his teeth, turned to Park Aram, who was pulling Yoo-man away from him, and said, "I'm sorry, my friend." After saying that, Han Yu-jin headed for the bathroom and thought, "This is a brainwashing skill, not an education. A skill that can make even an S-class follow me without question." As Han Yu-jin continued to walk into the room, he stopped and thought, "Isn't this too dangerous? Why did the system even decide to give me such a skill?" As he continued to think, Han Yu-jin remembered something else he had learned quite recently and thought, "I also found out that I can turn on my poison resistance again." A few days passed after these events, and then, after a while, standing at the incredible table, which was bursting with delicious dishes, Han Yu-jin said in amazement, "Wow, Mang-woo, you've learned to cook really well." Sitting down at the table, Han Yu-jin continued, "You don't have to cook like this every day." He replied, "How can I? I don't even pay rent, I just live off the land." And he thought, "I've tried the internet recipes." Hearing this, Park Aram said as she tasted the food she had prepared, "Exactly, how can he? He should at least cook if he wants to repay the debt. Even I live separately." Hearing this from his mentee, Han Yu-jin said in displeasure, "Stop it, Aram. By the way, Mr. Kim Sung-han hasn't come today yet, but yesterday he brought red ginseng." Hearing this, Park Aram replied, "He went to clean the dungeon with Yoo-hyun. It will take a few days." Hearing this, Han Yu-jin spoke to her, "Aram, you will also go to the dungeon in a while, and you will be on TV right away." Hearing this praise, Aram spoke up, "Of course, I'll go, I'll kill everyone, and I'll collect magic stones. I will become a real rich girl. And then I'm going to buy a huge house, so you can live with me, not just Uncle Mung-woo." As she said this, Park Aram began to emit an ominous frosty aura. Noticing this, Han Yu-jin said, "Aram, my God, you're going to freeze the appetizers. Don't be like that. You two will need to get along in the future." Speaking about the friendship that should exist between his students, Han Yu-jin added, "After all, you will be training as new hunters together." Hearing this, Yoo-meng exclaimed in alarm, "What, with this girl?" To which Aram also exclaimed in confusion, "What, with this uncle?" As soon as the students heard this information, Park Aram immediately began to release her ominous frosty aura again and spoke angrily, "I thought it would be just the two of us in the training, because of him." Realizing that Aram might soon break down in anger, Han Yu-jin heard the doorbell ring and ran to open it, exclaiming, "Oh, we have visitors." Running to the door to escape the evil Park Aram, Han Yu-jin opened the door and shouted to them, "Finish your quarrel, both of you, and..." As soon as he said this, a voice came to him, cutting off his sentence and saying, I see that you are cheerful this morning. Hearing that someone had just spoken to him, Han Yu-jin turned his head forward to see the head of the Human Resources Department, handing him a piece of paper and said in confusion, "Shi Meng." He replied, "That's right, because the training starts today." After informing Han Yu-jin that the start date had changed slightly, he added, "The schedule has changed, so I came to inform you personally. The person in charge of the theory is a little late." As soon as he said that, the next moment Han Yu-jin and his students regained consciousness. They were all in the dungeon, dressed in their training uniforms, holding weapons and listening. So let's start with basic practice. Hearing that they would skip the theory because of the trainer's delay and start with the practice right away, Han Yu-jin said in surprise, "E?" To which Seok Shu-man added, "Don't worry, the essence of the practice is extremely simple." As he said this, he opened the door of the cage containing the many monsters that ran toward the students and said, "You just have to destroy the monsters in front of you. It is easy, isn't it?" After hearing the explanation of the head of the Human Resources Department, who immediately threw them into the training dungeon and released the monsters on them, Han Yu-jin exclaimed in confusion, "Where has anyone ever seen such a thing?" Holding his weapon in his hands and trying to fend off the monsters, Han Yu-jin exclaimed in alarm, "This is basic training. Didn't they usually get rid of one monster at a time?" Park Aram said in surprise, "We just have to destroy all of them." Standing in a separate room, watching the newcomers train, the head of the Human Resources Department, Seok Shu-man, spoke into the microphone, "Ha ha ha, this is practice for getting used to monsters." After saying this, Seok Shu-man added, "The more you come into contact with them, the faster you'll get used to them, right?" Han Yu-jin exclaimed to him, "Where have you ever seen such a thing?" Standing in front of the crowd of monsters and listening to all the instructions from the head of the HR department, Park Aram rushed at the monsters shouting, "Don't worry, I'll finish them all in a moment." As soon as she said this, she immediately attacked the monsters, even though there were a lot of them and it was dangerous for a newcomer. After shouting this, she started swinging her weapon, which she had received before entering the dungeon, and easily dealt with each monster that came her way. I watched as Park Aram destroyed the enemies using both her physical strength and her skills, after which the monsters' carcasses flew in all directions. Han Yu-jin, shielding himself from the girl's skills once again, said, "Inspiring." After dealing with all the monsters that had been unleashed on them, Park Aram impaled 2 monsters on her spear and said happily, "Uncle, will they be good on the grill?" Jin replied, "You've already got a professional deformity. Let go." Seeing how quickly and skillfully Park Aram dealt with so many enemies and still had the energy to joke, Seok Shu-man said, "Oh, skills also need to be tested," to which he heard a true S-class from behind him. When he looked back to find out who had said that, he saw a girl walking toward him and said, "Even though she's a newcomer, her power is particularly impressive." When he saw this girl, he said, "She's here." She replied, standing in the shadows, "This is basic practice. Isn't it dangerous to order them to fight so many monsters?" He replied, adjusting his glasses, "You don't have to worry about that." Watching the actions of the newcomers who had already dealt with the enemies, he said, "I'm more worried that we won't have enough for these 2 monsters." Meanwhile, Park Aram gathered all the monsters into one pile, formed them into a mountain, froze them, and created an ice star on top of them, and exclaimed, "Tadan, a Christmas tree!" Having made a Christmas tree out of the monsters, Park Aram was rejoicing in her power when she suddenly heard, "Oh, another one." As soon as Yu Meng-woo said this, the monster that appeared later had already attacked him. Hearing his comrades' frightened screams, Han Yu-jin looked in his direction and shouted, "Meng-woo, put out your spear, cut it down as you are." But he just looked at the monster in fright and dropped the weapon. After the boy dropped the spear, he immediately ran away, shouting, "Ah, help!" Han Yu-jin followed him and called out to him, "Meng-woo!" Running away from the monster to save his life, Yu Meng-woo, who was scared to death, held back his despair and cried out, "Eee, this won't do. I really don't agree to this." As Yu Meng-woo continued to run for his life and to escape from the monster that was already on his heels, he cried out in fright, "Wow, it's catching up." Seeing that his friend was in danger, Han Yu-jin rushed to his aid, and at the last moment before the monster attacked Yu Meng, Han Yu-jin saved him. Seeing that he had just been rescued, Yu Meng-woo spoke in fright as he looked at his savior. "Yu-jin?" To which he replied irritably, "How can you drop your weapon in the middle of a fight?" Observing the monster's behavior, Han Yu-jin said, "This is an F-class monster, a toothy mole. It has poor eyesight, so it basically just moves in a straight line. Grabbing his spear with both hands and gripping it tightly, Han Yu-jin took a fighting stance and said, "Even if you just swing your spear forward, you can kill him." Watching the scene from the observation room, Seok Shimeng heard Han Yu-jin say, "Get up, he's coming again." And then he spoke, "That hunter Han Yu-jin." Seeing Han Yu-jin bravely rescue his friend and prepare to face the monster, Seok Shiman said with anticipation, "I want to see what he does." Hearing this, the woman said to Seok Shiman, "He is trying very hard. Of course, he knows about monsters, and the contract he signed with Miss Aram can be considered a standard for our field, but he might be hiding something." Standing behind Han Yu-jin, a frightened Yu Meng-woo asked him anxiously, "Are you going to be okay, Yu-jin?" To which he replied, "Don't worry. Even though I'm an F-class student, this kind of thing is nothing to me." Hearing this from his friend Yu Myung-woo, who had calmed down a bit after running away from the monster, said, "You really are incredible. You're not even afraid." After praising Han Yu-jin for his bravery, Yu Myung-woo, who had calmed down, added, "Unlike me, you're like an experienced hunter who's been doing this for several years." Hearing this from his friend, Han Yu-jin immediately thought, "Oops, really? If I kill him easily, will I look too suspicious? I'll just act like a rookie. That way it will be less damaging to Meng-woo's self-confidence." Determined not to act too professional so as not to suddenly give away his knowledge, Han Yu-jin let the monster attack him and called out to Yu Meng, "I'm also very scared." Seeing the monster attack Han Yu-jin, Park Aram exclaimed, "Uncle, I'll save you!" Watching the scene, Seok Shiman said in disappointment, "On the other hand, my eyes could have deceived me." As soon as he said this, he turned away from the training area where the newcomers were for a few seconds, and then turned back and exclaimed in surprise, "Is it over?" Warming up after a successful training session, Park Aram said happily, "Oh, I had a blast using my skills. I wish I could do more." Han Yu-jin, standing behind him and holding Yu-man, said to him, "Are you okay, Meng-woo?" He replied, "Uh-huh." Frustrated that he could not do anything, Yu Meng-woo said to Han Yu-jin, "I'm sorry, you were bitten and you have to support me." He replied, "You really don't have any talent for fighting." Hearing Han Yu-jin say that Yu-man had no talent for fighting, Pa Aram exclaimed with joy, Hey, I'm really the best, uncle." To which he replied, "What are you comparing again?" After saying this, Han Yu-jin turned to the girl to continue, "You really do need a fret." But before he could say that, he was interrupted by Seok Shi-man, who said, "All three of you, good job." Adjusting his glasses and observing the three newcomers, the head of the Human Resources Department spoke to them. "You have successfully completed your basic training." After saying this, Seok Shi-man added, "Miss Aram is really incredible, but I can't say anything about you." Hearing this, Han Yu-jin spoke angrily, waving his hands. "What did you say? I will tell my brother everything, hey." After listening to Han Yu-jin's angry remarks, Seok Shi-han spoke to the newcomers as the woman slowly approached him. "Tomorrow, as it was decided, there will be a theory class. This is Professor Seok Ha-young. She will be in charge of the class." When Sok Shi-meng introduced the theoretical teacher to the newcomers, she spoke to them. "My name is Seok Ha-young. I hope we get along." Looking at the future theory teacher, Park Aram said in awe, "Wow, so young and already a professor. Unbelievable." Han Yu-jin pointed at her and said in embarrassment, "Oh, I know her." After saying this, Han Yu-jin said, "An authority in the dungeon exploration scholarly circles. The young genius who discovered the pattern of dungeons after his trip to the United States. She became famous all over the world and was nicknamed." Having said everything he knew and told her the whole biography of the scientist, Han Yu-jin spoke finally. "Dr. White." Hearing such awareness of her scientific achievements, the girl said in confusion, "Oh my." After hearing all this, Seok Ha-young began to look at Han Yu-jin carefully and said, "Not many people call me that." To which he replied, "Eh? I'm quite interested in this field. I thought, it's not that well known yet." Hearing Han Yu-jin say this, the young professor said, "You are really erudite, Mr. Han Yu-jin. I've heard a lot about you from my uncle. No, from the head of the personnel department." Hearing this, Han Yu-jin was very surprised and later said, Uncle, the head of Sok Shu-man? That's right, you have the same last name." Sok Shi-mung replied, "But please don't misunderstand. She's not working here because I took advantage of my position." Hearing what her uncle had just said, the young professor smiled happily and said, "I will be working in the abyss for some time in connection with a research project, so we will see each other often." Please take care of me. Holding out his hand to Han Yujin with this request, the boy immediately grabbed the girl's hand and said in an embarrassed voice, "Oh, it's me who's asking." He thought, what? This course of events? Is this the time of my youth blooming in me? Thinking that he might be entering the magical time of his youth, Han Yujin said in confusion, "This can't be." At that time, Han Yujin, along with Kim Sung-han and the rest of his comrades, were in the dungeon, cleaning it up. After the battle with the monster, Han Yu-hyun spoke to Kim Seong-han, who was walking in front. "Did you destroy it?" Approaching the monster, he replied, "It seems so. There is no reaction. I think it's dead. What a monster, but yes, he really is a monster." Hearing these words from Kim Seong-han, another member of the squad said, "That's what I'm thinking. Thank God that the head has the ability to resist flames." As he said this, the squad member noticed the leader approaching the monster. As Han Yu-cheon approached the monster, he began to look around and found the monster's baby sleeping. Noticing him, Kim Seong-han asked, "Chairman, what shall we do with him?" The chairman replied, "It looks like he's still a baby." Meanwhile, in the building of the Abyssal Guild, a story about the history of dungeons began, and it all started with this. When the world's first dungeon first appeared, continuing to tell the whole story in detail, it was said, everyone was like cavemen who had just discovered fire. And at the very moment when the gate to the dungeon appeared, half out of caution, half out of curiosity, everyone focused their attention on it. The same dungeons that no one had mentioned for a long time and that had been neglected eventually overflowed and burst open, and monsters poured out. The dungeon breakthrough was the name given to the event that first happened to humanity when monsters burst out of those strange gates. The dungeon shock was caused by the simultaneous breakthrough of the dungeons. But even in such situations, in such moments of crisis, many of those who had awakened their powers then fought these monsters. Or they began to invent new substances and new technologies using magic stones, a new source of energy. Humanity quickly adapted to the changed world. And in every country on the globe after the awakenings appeared, associations of hunters were created to control those who awakened their powers. And nowadays, most hunters conduct their activities by being part of an association or guild. S-class hunters in countries are mainly engaged in activities that are usually related to some kind of business, or they develop by founding large guilds. After hearing the whole story in detail from the young professor, Han Yu-jin, who was sitting at his desk, muttered thoughtfully, After completing the story, Seok Ha-young said, "Next, I'll tell you about the awakened ones." Hearing this, Han Yu-jin said, "Hearing about this now, it gives me new thoughts." After telling the general story of the emergence of the dungeons, Seok Ha-young continued, "The level of awakened is determined by looking at the characteristics and skills in general." Listening to the lessons from the young professor, Han Yu-jin thought as he listened attentively. She gives a great lecture. The explanations are easy to understand, but, looking at his tablet, Han Yu-jin said, "Because skills are abilities that are characteristic of every person. In a crisis situation, they manifest themselves in various forms for self-defense. Due to the fact that the materials are 5 years old, there are some mistakes." Continuing her lecture, Seok Ha-young said, "Because she lived her life in an environment filled with mold and moss, after awakening the woodvine skill, after reviewing some information, Han Yu-jin thought, skills simply differ depending on the task or environment." Looking at Han Yu-jin, the young professor spoke to him. "Did I make a mistake?" After saying this, she looked at Han Yu-jin, who was still thinking in surprise, and then added, "You have the same look as a professor in my field of study." When Park Aram heard that Seok Ha-young was approaching Han Yu-jin, she breathed a sigh of relief that it wasn't her, because she was just drawing and not listening to the lecture at all. Turning to Han Yu-jin, Seok Ha-young said, "You're acting like this because there are mistakes. Where?" Han Yu-jin said in confusion, "Well, that's just my guess." After saying this, Jung added, "You say that the skill is manifested in a critical situation for self-defense. But recently there have been a growing number of awakened ones whose skills have nothing to do with combat." Having said that, he added, "So I think it has nothing to do with self-defense. It used to look like that because the constant dungeon breakthroughs made the situation crisis every day. But in reality, there may be other factors that determine skills." After saying this, Han Yu-jin noticed that the young professor was immediately thinking, and he said in embarrassment, You can just ignore me." Han Yu-jin thought anxiously after saying such an interesting theory. Nothing bad will happen from this bit of information. As soon as he thought this, Seok Ha-young grabbed his arm. After thinking about what Han Yu-jin had just said, Seok Ha-young said in astonishment, "You even understand the tendency of the skills of the awakened ones. I'm impressed." Hearing this, Han Yu-jin exclaimed in surprise, "Huh?" As she continued to express her admiration for Han Yu-jin's words, the young professor said, "You truly deserve Uncle's close attention. Are you doing some personal research? If you don't mind, can we talk a little after the lecture? It's only about 10 o'clock." Hearing this suggestion from the nervous professor, Han Yu-jin said in a worried tone, "No, Aram, don't you have any questions for your teacher?" Hearing this unexpected question, the girl suddenly jumped up and answered in fright, "Me?" Noticing that Han Yu-jin was begging to be saved from this girl who was immediately targeting him, Aram asked Seok Ha-young, "Yeah, I was wondering how much money S-classes make." Hearing this question from her student, the young teacher said to her, This is also a very important question. The basic salary of S-class hunters is $10 million a year." By shouting this in a joyful voice and firing a gun that shoots bills, Seok Ha-young attracted attention. Hearing this, Park Aram exclaimed in awe, "Wow!" Han Yu-jin thought as he breathed out a sigh of relief at seeing his teacher act like this. Did she bring this on purpose? But what does it matter, right? The main thing is that the topic has been changed. After saying that, Seok Ha-young added, "It's only natural that the payment is incredible. S-class hunters are so rare in all countries that they can be counted on one hand." Having said that, she continued, "In addition to fighting monsters in terrifying high-level dungeons and protecting the safety of citizens, the items they get in the S-class dungeons are of astronomical value." Speaking about what high-level hunters can find in dungeons, Seok Ha-young continued, "From magic stones to rare animals, plants, and tree fruits." After telling us about this, the young professor emphasized the most interesting thing that can happen in dungeons. From time to time, there are even living magical animals. Returning home after long lectures, Han Yu-jin said to his brother in surprise, "You caught him in an S-grade dungeon?" Hearing these words from his elder brother, Han Yu-hyun said in irritation, "Yes, a flaming horned lion cub. I thought I could tame it and use it as a riding animal." Looking at the animal that his younger brother had brought home from the S-grade dungeon, Han Yu-jin said in surprise, "One horn on its head, red fur, and a tail that looks like a fox's." After paying close attention to some of the special details of the animal's appearance, Han Yu-jin added, "The unicorn subspecies is a second-class flaming horned lion, high performance and high speed." Looking at the general characteristics of an adult, Han Yu-jin said in alarm, "Powerful fire skills, a dangerous magical beast that even an S-class would have a hard time fighting alone." Looking at the baby on the cabinet, Han Yu-jin added, "And here is his cub." Hearing this, Han Yu-hyun said in alarm, "But there's no sign of taming at all." Hearing that he could not tame this animal, Han Yu-jin said to his younger brother, "Are there no hunters who specialize in taming?" His brother replied, "There is. He has tried all the basic techniques." Holding out his hand to Han Yu-jin with the magic crystal in his hand, Han Yu-hyun added, "I even obtained a master's mark, but he said it wasn't enough. Master's mark means that the owner is recognized as the master." Picking up the magic stone again, Han Yu-hyun directed the bright rays radiating from it at the magic beast and said, "Come down to me." Hearing this order from Han Yu-jin, the little magic beast sitting on top of the cabinet growled. When Han Yu-jin noticed that the little animal later began to move toward the edge of the cabinet, he said, "Oh, it looks like it's following a command. The effect of the..." Before he could say this, Han Yu-jin noticed that the animal jumped off the cabinet. But it didn't just fly into Han Yu-hyun's arms. It opened its claws to harm its victim. And Han Yu-jin called out, "Watch out!" Hearing his brother's words of warning, Han Yu-hyun, noticing the danger, spoke sternly, waving his older brother back with his hand. "Beware, brother, step aside." As soon as he said that, he immediately used his skill. Seeing this, Han Yu-jin cried out in fright, "No, Yu-hyun, you don't have to burn him because of this." As Han Yu-hang continued to strike with his flame attack to block the view of the monster that had charged at them, he spoke to his elder brother. "The flame-horned lion is unaffected by fire attacks." When it got close enough to the hunter who had brought it to his home, the fire lion cub jumped off the cabinet, swung its paw, and scratched Han Yu-hang, knocking the crystal out of his hand. The next moment, when Han Yu-hyun lost his balance, the little animal pounced on him, furiously trying to injure him. When Han Yu-jin saw this, he shouted out in alarm, "Yu-hyun!" Realizing what had just happened and recovering from the unexpected attack, Han Yu-hyun quickly grabbed the animal by the skin and stood up, holding it in his hand. The next moment, as Han Yujin came to his senses, he noticed Han Yu-hyun heading to the garden, opening the door, and then throwing the animal out, saying, "We need to lock it in the garden." After saying this and throwing the animal out into the backyard, Han Yu-hyun noticed the animal moving quickly through the tree branches and said, "How fierce for such a small animal." Looking through the glass at the backyard where the little fierce beast was locked up, Han Yu-jin said in concern, "Behaving like this, even with the sign. Are we sure it's going to be okay?" Looking at his torn shirt that had been torn by that little guy, Han Yu-hyun said in disappointment, "I didn't have high hopes anyway. Should I just get rid of him?" Hearing this, Han Yu-jin said in surprise, "Get rid of it? You want to auction it off?" Han Yu-hyun replied, "No, kill it. There will be trouble if someone else gets it." When he heard his younger brother say what he wanted to do with the baby, he asked in alarm, "Kill it?" And then looking at the baby through the glass, he thought sadly, "Yes, there is nothing to be done, but still." Looking at the characteristics of this animal, he saw fire-horned lion, cub, characteristic Class C potential characteristics during growth, AS. Seeing this, he thought, what a pity. If it could be tamed, it would be perfect for Yu Hing. Looking at his skills, he saw fire resistance A obtained, fire breath S, fire run A, giantization A obtained while growing. Seeing this, he thought sadly again, even after 5 years, there was no one who could tame an animal of this level. And then he saw something that stunned him. The object is in a state of incomplete code word effect. Seeing that Han Yu-jin had a good chance of getting the animal, he fussed and thought, I can use the skill of raising even monsters? Seeing Han Yu-jin's strange behavior, Han Yu-hyun spoke to him, "Brother?" Wondering what might happen if he succeeded, and already imagining his younger brother standing on the fire lion pentacle, he thought, if this is possible, then Yu-hyun. After thinking about it, Han Yu-jin said with interest in his voice, "Yu Heng, do the other guilds also have riding animals?" To which he replied in surprise, Well, yes, they have them." Looking at his brother, who was smiling smugly for some reason, Han Yu-heng added, "But they're all low-level monsters. None of them have a high-level monster like the fire-horned lion." Hearing that this lion might be the only one of its kind that the guild would have, Han Yu-jin said confidently, "Then I can try to raise it?" He thought about it. This could be great. Thinking back to history and the stories he had been told, Han Yu-jin thought, the monsters that existed only in legends became real with the advent of dungeons. As he continued to recount the stories and the different developments that occurred at different times during the confrontation with the monsters, the boy said, most of them should have been destroyed, but reflecting on those exceptional situations where humans still managed to dominate unconquered monsters, Jin continued, there were also cases when we managed to tame them. Especially rare were those animals that were riding animals, because the higher the level of the dungeon in which they lived, the bigger they became. Having a riding animal, no matter what kind, made exploring these dungeons much easier, and staying in them much more favorable. After saying this, and pointing to this fiery horned lion that was locked in the backyard, Han Yu-jin exclaimed happily, and besides, it has a resistance to fire. It's a pity to just give it up. After that, Han Yu-jin pointed his finger directly at Han Yu-hyun, who looked worried, and heard his elder brother say in a joyful voice, "He is perfect for your riding animal." After saying this, Han Yu-jin gave an indisputable proof that this animal was perfect by saying, "Think about it, even if you find a second riding animal, can it withstand your fire techniques?" After thinking about it, Han Yu-hyun said, "Indeed." Then Han Yu-jin continued, "Resistance to fire and an unprecedentedly high-level riding animal. If you tame it, you can gain power beyond imagination." Han Yu-jin didn't think about making his brother's guild even stronger after saying this. He was thinking about lying on a pile of money and dreaming again. And I'll get an incredible amount of benefits as a taming fee. After hearing all this from his older brother, who was already imagining the incredible future that would come after taming the animal, Han Yu-hyun asked him, "But how are you going to tame it?" Hearing this question from his brother, Han Yu-jin came into the kitchen and grabbed a spoon and said, "Let's start with him. If we give him something tasty, we'll earn the initial points." Han Yu-jin took out the bowl that would contain the food for the fire-horned tiger and said, "This is a feeding bowl. What is it eating? Kitten food?" To which Han Yu-hyun replied, "Monster meat, and you need to add some magic stones." After saying this, Han Yu-hyun added what kind of diet it should be and said, "1 C-class magic crystal is required per meal." Hearing this, Han Yujin was dumbfounded. A single C-class magic stone cost 10 million won. Later, Han Yujin said, "Tiny pieces of magic stone should be sprinkled on the finely chopped pieces of monster meat. When you put in a bank card, you put in your sincerity." Elite animal food. After preparing this food for the animal, Han Yujin turned pale as he began to calculate and thought, even if he eats only once a day, it will be 300 million in a month and 1 billion in a year. And if he eats 3 times a day, it will be 10 billion in a year. As he continued his thoughts, he heard his brother's words interrupt him. "I'll pay for the food. Pull yourself together, brother." Hearing this and looking at the animal, Han Yu-hyun said, "Still, if you look at it like this, it's cute." Looking at his pet, Han Yu-jin thought, "A code word. Will he understand the words that I love him? If he understands the meaning of the code word man up in general, then the effect would be, and if I say that I love him every time I feed him, will I become his tutor?" Thinking about this, Han Yu-jin decided to go out to the animal, which was just eating, and thought, "First, I need to get it to be interested in me." As soon as he got to the backyard of his house, where the fiery horned lion was, he immediately attacked him. As Han Yu-jin took action, he thought, after feeding, let's get closer through play. By taking off the B-class belt he had bought at the guild shop, Han Yu-jin was able to distract the animal's attention to him, thus preventing him from being injured. Thinking back to his past life, Han Yu-jin thought of something interesting. Han Yu-jin from the life of part-time work, working at a veterinary clinic. Everyone falls down in admiration of the game of tug-of-war. Just as he was thinking about this, the fiery horned lion grabbed the belt and started swinging it along with Han Yu-jin, whose weight was too small for the small beast's seat, and then he cried out in fright, "Brother!" After that, Han Yu-heng quickly ran inside to save his brother, exclaiming, "Are you okay?" To which he replied, "I'm fine. More importantly, come on kid, look at this." Han Yu-jin held out the stone to the child and saw him hesitantly approaching it, and his fur stood on end. When Han Yu-jin saw him approach him, he said, "I am your master. Come here." When Han Yu-jin noticed that the animal seemed to calm down, he saw that a system notification appeared saying, "Rank, Ideal Caregiver, adds effect to the owner's mark." Upon seeing this and noticing that the flaming horned lion sat down next to him and began to watch him curiously, but no longer aggressively, a new system alert appeared. Object expresses interest in caregiver. And the next moment, after the mythical animal sniffed Han Yu-jin and examined him in detail, it began to lie on the ground next to him and purr gently. Seeing this behavior of the fire lion, Han Yu-jin clutched his heart and said in alarm, "How cute!" Watching his older brother's behavior, Han Yu-hyun said, "Amazing. This is the first time I've seen him act like this." Seeing how cute he was, Han Yu-jin took him in his arms and pulled him toward him, saying happily, "Good, good, I will hug you. Come here." Seeing what his brother was doing, Han Yu-hen decided to warn him. Holding out his hand to the animal, Han Yu-hen said, "Be careful, brother. A monster is still a monster." As soon as he reached out his hand to the fire lion, it immediately bit him. Seeing this, Han Yu-jin cried out in fright, Yu-hyung." Holding the little fire lion cub in his arms, Han Yu-jin said to it in a gentle voice, "Shh, you mustn't. You must not bite." Hearing this, the lion cub looked at Jin with cat eyes and said in surprise, "Meow." Looking at his hand, which had already healed, Han Yu-hyun breathed out a sigh of relief and said, "I don't have any injuries because I am an S-class. That's enough. It's fine as long as he behaves normally around you." After saying this, Han Yu-hyun said to his older brother, "All right, bring him up. Even if he cannot become a riding animal, he will protect you." Han Yu-jin replied happily, "Very well, I will do my best to raise him." Han Yu-jin gently pressed the fiery lion cub, who was basking in the boy's arms, and said to himself, "That's right. Raising monsters is much better than brainwashing people." As he thought about this, Han Yu-jin imagined another picture of himself training other beasts and wondered, if I am successful in this, will I be able to impose the effect of training on several monster children and keep them with me? Imagining having many different pets who adore him, Han Yu-jin said, "Then I'll become a kind of magical beast tamer. How cool is that?" Taking the fire lion cub in his arms, Han Yu-jin stood up and said, "Excellent. Then I'll take it as agreed." Han Yu-hyun replied in surprise, "You're not going to raise him here?" As Han Yu-jin headed for the exit, he said, "The dorm room is also quite spacious." Han Yu-jin said to him, "Are you really going to leave and live alone?" Han Yu-jin looked at Han Yu-hyun and thought, If I stay here, you will lock me up again. He said, this is better. After all, I still have Mengwu and Aram. As Han Yujin said this, he saw his brother's face gradually become overwhelmed with sadness, and he asked him in concern, hey, what's wrong? He replied, we barely made up and I can't even see you normally. After saying this, Han Yu-hyun added, I understand that you have to have your own personal life, but still, I thought we could live together like we did before. Hearing this, Han Yu-jin remembered what Kim Sung-han had said to him earlier. He knows the value of family ties so well. Even if his worries seem to be too much, you should be understanding. Recalling what Kim Seong-han had told him about caring too much about his loved ones, Han Yu-jin approached his younger brother, put his hand on his head, and stroked it. That is right, for you are not to blame. After saying this, Han Yu-jin added to reassure his brother, I'm not moving at the end of the day. I'll live here and there. I will also come here often, right? Han Yu-jin thought, to be more specific, it's my skill that's to blame, and the way our world has become. After saying this to reassure his brother and promising to come to him, Han Yu-jin tapped his younger brother on the back and said, as soon as I finish my studies, we will go on vacation together more often. After saying this, Han Yu-jin suddenly asked his younger brother, oh right, Yu-hyun, are you free tomorrow night? Hearing this, Han Yu-hyun replied in surprise, I can spare some time, but why? Hearing such surprise in his younger brother's words, Han Yu-jin said to him, shall we have a drink after my training in the dungeon tomorrow? Han Yu-hyun said in surprise, you want a drink? Hearing this question from his younger brother, Han Yu-jin said in confusion, you're an adult, and we haven't even had a drink together yet. Suggesting that tomorrow night they spend the evening together, relaxing and drinking, Han Yu-jin said to his younger brother, if the world were at peace as it used to be, it would certainly be normal for us to live together and drink in the evenings. Hearing this, Han Yu-hang looked at his elder brother and said happily, very well, I look forward to tomorrow night. After saying this, and after making arrangements for the evening's rest, Han Yu-jin took the animal in his arms and said, very well, we must name it. Hearing this, Han Yu-hyun said in surprise, any ideas? Holding the fiery horned lion cub in his arms, Han Yu-jin smiled happily at his brother and told him the idea that had come to him. Let's name it Peace. After saying this idea that came to him, Han Yu-jin added, after all, there should be peace and love in the world. The next day, when Han Yu-jin, Park Aram, and Yu Myung-woo gathered for the practical exam, they saw someone unusual with them, someone they had not expected to be there. All the streets were blocked off, and there were many reporters and journalists around, filming every move of the newcomers who were about to enter the dungeon. Seeing that Han Yu-hyun was also going with them, Aram expressed her dissatisfaction, to which he replied, this is not surprising. We are brothers who have recently been reunited. Brothers should spend time with each other often. Hearing this, Park Aram exclaimed again, looking at Han Yu-hyun in irritation, this is crazy! What is this? Yu Meng-woo, who was standing behind her, didn't even say a word. As she continued to express her displeasure, Park Aram pointed her finger at Han Yu-hyun and exclaimed in anger, why would a guild leader go to a dungeon with us? Hovering over Han Yu-jin, who was completely unprepared for this development, the younger brother said to him in a joyful voice, I'm looking forward to today. Ignoring all of the threatening words coming from Park Aram, who was not at all happy to see Han Yu-jin, he calmly spoke to his older brother, please take care of me, brother. After seeing what he had seen before he went to the dungeon and hearing what he had heard, Han Yu-jin, in a bad mood, said sadly, no, it seems that my younger brother is strange after all. Standing in front of the gate that led to the new S-class dungeon, a voice was heard not far from the hunters. Yes, I'm taking pictures. Look here. After saying this, a reporter approached them and spoke to Han Yu-hyun, who was standing next to Park Aram. Why are you personally assisting Huntress Park Aram in the first dungeon clearance? Hearing this, Han Yu-jin replied with confidence, this is the first dungeon of the new S-class, so I would like to conduct it personally. Besides, it's my duty as the head of the guild and as the most experienced S-class. Sitting next to Han Yu-hyun and Park Aram, Han Yu-jin, sitting next to Yu, spoke to him. Is this how PR works? To which he replied, I'm a story that will be a touching example for others. Hearing what Yu Meng-woo said to him, Han Yu-jin immediately thought, what? This is a perfect alliance. Two representatives of the opposite elements of fire and ice. Han Yu-jin added, appreciating how great the combination of Han Yu-hyun and Park Aram was. Besides them, I also have the equipment creator Meng-woo, And if I also get Kim Sung-han's S-class defense skills, thinking about what the future would hold for him when all of his students awakened as S grades, Han Yu-jin put his hand on Yuman's shoulder and said to him in a joyful voice, "Zihe, I'm excited." While preparing to clear the dungeon, Han Yu-jin and Yu Meng approached the place with the equipment and heard, "The equipment is free of charge. Please return them after you clear the dungeon." Han Yu-jin walked over to the weapon rack and picked up one of the spears and began to examine it closely and said in surprise, "Oh, because of the guild's influence, there are indeed many good things here." While Han Yu-jin was looking at the spear, he saw Yu Meng behind him, who had jumped away from the weapon after hearing one of the workers say, "But the breakage will need to be repaired in the damage department later." Han Yu-jin was surprised to see that he had immediately jumped away from the weapon. This is the person who will create things 10 times better. And then he spoke to Yu Meng, holding out a spear to him. "Don't be so afraid. Take something good. The high-end equipment will be more durable." After saying this to Yu Meng, Han Yu-jin said something else when he saw the rack of potions. "Let's get some restorative potions at the same time. Are they also free?" Hearing this question, the manager said, "Since they are consumables, non-guild members need to pay for them." Before he could finish, Han Yu-jin called out to Aram, "Aram, get some potions for 4 and give them to us." She replied, "Yes, uncle." Hearing that everyone had already chosen their weapons, Park Aram spoke to Han Yu-jin, leading him to the armory and picking up a huge axe. "Choose a weapon for me as well. How about it?" Han Yu-jin replied, "Where did you dig up this fierce thing?" Han Yu-hyun, interviewing journalists, noticed that Han Yu-jin was helping Aram pick out a weapon and heard him say to the girl, "You're focusing on skills anyway, so pick one that matches your saturation." Holding out the microphone to Han Yu-hyun, the reporter said, "Do you have any idea about the future development prospects of GA?" But Han Yu-hyun did not listen to him, but was deep in thought, thinking, just as Mr. Seok said, he's surprisingly knowledgeable for a rookie hunter. This knowledge, definitely, a brother for sure. After considering everything that Seok Shuman had told him and what he knew, Han Yu-hyun came to the following conclusions. He diligently collected all the information related to the hunters because he was worried about me. Seeing Han Yu-hyun smile at his conclusions, the reporter immediately exclaimed, "Oh, he smiled! The head of the abyss is smiling." After finishing his report, Han Yu-hyun walked over to his comrades and said to them, "Have you been waiting? Let's go." Han Yu-jin replied, "Oh, okay." And Park Aram just muttered in annoyance, "Two tails." Han Yu-hyun looked at the gate and said, "It's a relatively safe, low-level D-class dungeon. It's a rocky area. The gate will close an hour after we enter, and it won't open until either the boss or the hunters are destroyed." Picking up the gate crystal, Han Yu-hyun said, "In an emergency, you can use this gate stone to escape, but it is so rare that you won't find even a few in the country." Seeing the gate stone Han Yu-hyun was carrying, someone said to him, "Wow, you even have one of these." To which he added, "Therefore do your best." As he said this, he looked over at Han Yu-jin, who was standing next to him, but he seemed to be in a separate world, watching in the distance. Han Yu-hyun then spoke to him. "Brother?" Han Yu-jin looked up at the sky and wondered how things were going for him now. "It seems like only the day before yesterday I was treated like trash and humiliated in the dungeons." When he regained consciousness and looked at his team with whom he was about to go to clear the dungeon, he thought, "Everything is different now. I'm not at the bottom of a debt pit. I'm not being bullied." As he continued his thoughts, he grabbed himself with one hand in disbelief and continued, "I'm going to the dungeon with my younger brother and people who are sincerely happy for me." As he said this, he saw Park Aram calling out to him, "Let's go, uncle." Hearing these words from the girl, Han Yu-jin blossomed, realizing how well he had done in this life and that he had not lost everything, and said, "Yes, I'm coming." Answering the girl's call, Han Yu-jin walked confidently toward his troop, thinking, that future no longer exists. It's as if it never existed. Walking with his incredible team that he had found in this new world that he had managed to create, he entered the dungeon gate and spoke. Then I believed it. After walking from the gate to the dungeon and once inside, Park Aram exclaimed in amazement, "Wow!" Yu Meng Wu was also surprised by what he saw here. As the hunters looked around, they saw that they were surrounded by incredible views, with mountains and forests decomposing into a beautiful landscape. And then Aram spoke, "This is the dungeon." Standing on the mountain, all 4 of them looked around, admiring what they saw in front of them. They had not expected to see this. Walking forward, Park Aram said enthusiastically, This is the first time I have seen such a landscape. It's like another world. I wish I could take a picture. Hearing this, Han Yu-hyun drew his sword and said to his comrades in a stern voice, "We are not here to have fun." Pulling out his sword, Han Yu-jin used his weapon skill to spread flames on the blade and said, "Don't give in to the camping mood. You should rather move away." As soon as the group leader said this, he immediately swung his sword and launched an attack in front of him, which cut through everything in its path. Seeing what had just happened, all three of them who had been following Han Yu-hen were stunned and froze in place in surprise. Looking forward, at the very spot where the attack had come, Han Yu-hyun heard an incomprehensible and surprised "eh" as he tried to figure out why it was done. But the next second, when Han Yu-heng's attack reached its endpoint, everything ahead of him was immediately engulfed in flames, and black smoke filled the incredible landscape. After that, Park Aram ran to the front and exclaimed in displeasure, "What is this? You're setting fire to everything here for no reason. What do you think you're doing?" Seeing that she was extremely upset, Han Yu-jin tried to calm her down, but she continued, "Haven't you heard of environmental protection? If you're not happy with something, just say so." Interrupting Park Aram's exasperated shouts about the destruction of such beautiful scenery, Han Yu-jin said, "Geez, Aram, it's not like that. Look over there." When she looked to where Han Yu-jin was pointing, she was surprised. There were monsters hiding there. As Han Yu-hyun sheathed his sword, he said in a calm tone, "From the outside, it is impossible to assess the situation and know if there are monsters. Therefore, the strongest hunter of the group will take the lead and be responsible for this." Han Yu-jin looked back at his trainees with a stern look and asked them in surprise, "Didn't you learn these basic skills in your theory classes?" Hearing Han Yu-jin say this, Park Aram said in embarrassment, Oh, that's right. Of course they taught me. I just don't have the area attack skill. If I did, I would be even stronger." Han Yu-jin looked back at the girl and spoke to her. "That's right, Aram. When you level up, you will have it too." Hearing this, the girl exclaimed in surprise, I can get a skill?" Hearing that she did not know about this, Han Yu-jin said to the girl in disappointment, "You really didn't listen to the lecture. The level is raised by destroying monsters. After every 10 levels, one new skill appears." After saying this, Han Yu-jin added, opening his skill menu, "This is what we came to practice, but it is impossible to predict which skill will appear." Looking at the girl, who was looking at Han Yu-jin in disappointment, he thought, "At least I can choose it." And then a system window appeared saying, "Select the desired skill for the Park Aram object." Looking through Park Aram's skills, Han Yu-jin took a moment to look through all the available skills, finally found the right one and thought, "Got it, this is it." Looking at the girl, Han Yu-jin thought, "The Ice Witch's characteristic area attack skill, Park Aram. I'll choose it." After which, a notification then appeared, Pale Rain, setting the object of Park Aram to receive this skill. Han Yu-jin walked over to the girl and spoke to her after setting her to receive the skill. "I feel like you're going to have a square attack. I can feel it." To which she said happily, Hey, really? I'll quickly level up to the 10th level and help my uncle level up," Han Yu-hyun muttered in displeasure. "How can I help?" Hearing Aram's arrogant speech, Han Yu-jin said, "The amount of experience required to level up to S-class is not the same as F-class. S-class needs to gain 5 times more experience. Moreover, as the level rises, more experience is required." Having said that, Han Yu-heng added, "Even if you clear the entire dungeon, there's no way you'll be able to level up to the 10th level." After saying this, Han Yu-jin aggressively shouted, "I will help my brother. You, Miss Aram, take care of yourself." Hearing such loud words from his brother, Han Yu-jin was frightened. "Brother, be careful." Park Aram replied, "You've become very impudent lately." Starting over, they started to quarrel again, and then Aram began, "Is it so annoying that my uncle and I are so close? He is my guardian." To which Hen said, "I'm not being insolent. I'm just trying to make you feel like an S-class person." Park replied, "I completely understand that myself." Hearing this new quarrel, Han Yu-jin tried to break it up by exclaiming, "Hey, listen!" But no one listened to him. Then Hyun spoke, "You say you understand, but you still stick to your brother?" Hearing Han Yu-jin say this, Park Aram said, "Then why did you follow him here?" And Han replied, "Do you think I wanted to keep my distance all this time out of a strong desire to keep my distance and?" Grabbing both of them by the cheeks, Han Yu-jin interrupted their quarrel by exclaiming, "You two are at it again. Stop it." Han Yujin was angry with both of them and said in an angry voice, "What are you doing inside the dungeon?" To which Hyun, pointing to Aram, said, "Brother, but Miss Aram." And Aram also pointed at Hen and said, "Head one." Hearing them continue to quarrel with each other and blame each other, Han Yujin said, "If you are only going to quarrel over me in front of me, both of you leave." Listening to this, Yu Meng-woo said in alarm, "They're going to leave?" As he began to scold the two of them for their behavior, Han Yu-jin asked his younger brother in anger, "Han Yu-hyun, why did you come to the dungeon?" To which he replied, "To help me practice." After hearing the answer from his younger brother, he asked the girl, "And you, Aram?" She replied in a panic, "Oh, hunt and level up." With an ominous look at the two of them, Han Yu-jin spoke to them roughly, "Then concentrate on ferociously killing monsters. FE grades also need to kill a lot of monsters to raise 10 levels." After saying this, Han Yu-jin added, "Pretend to get along like you did during the interview. If you continue to fight, I won't even look at you anymore." Hearing Han Yu-jin's words, Park Yoon-rim held out her hand to Yu-hyun and said, "So let's be friends, Yu-hyuno." "Oppa?" he replied, also extending his hand. "Okay, then I will also speak informally. Please take care of me, Aram." Having decided to become friends, Park Aram and Han Yu-jin shook hands, but not that simple. Even with such a simple action, they were in a competition for dominance. Watching this, Han Yu-jin sighed heavily and said, "Good, now try to really get along. We are still in the dungeon. Don't let your guard down. And give Meng-woo and I a little help to climb the 10 levels." No sooner had Han Yu-jin said this than they both saw the silhouette of a monster rushing past them. Looking back, they both thought the same thing. Rushing after the monster, Park Aram, who had taken the lead, shouted frantically, "I'll get them, uncle." Hearing Han Yu-jin shout out to Park Aram, Han Yu-hyun couldn't ignore it, and he too ran after the prey, saying, "Absurd. I'm the one who will help my brother." Watching what was happening in front of him, Han Yu-jin, filled with disappointment and lost hope, thought, "A perfect alliance. A future where they get along." Running after the monster that rushed past them at that time, somewhere in the Shining Palace, two system administrators were standing, and one of them was speaking to the other. "Looks like he's entered the dungeon." To which the other replied, "Who?" Hearing the second system administrator's question, the first one's voice was heard in the palace again, "The one who turned back the clock." Hearing this explanation, the second administrator said to the first, "Really?" Hearing this, the second administrator approached the first and said, "Where? Quickly find it." To which the other said, "Wait a second, I'm looking for the dungeon." Hearing that the first system administrator had already started looking for the dungeon, the second said to him, "Hurry up. We can only interfere when he's in the dungeon." Seeing Han Yu-jin in one of the dungeons, one of the system administrators spoke ominously, smiling slyly, "We've been expecting you, my dear." Meanwhile, Park Aram was not holding back at all, and used her skills to the fullest to bring Han Yu-jin as much benefit as possible. After freezing a large pile of monsters so that she could give them to Han Yu-jin to kill to level up, Park Aram spoke, "Easy." Looking up at the two monsters circling in the sky, she exclaimed, "I will freeze them and bring them to you, uncle." In an attempt to spite Park Aram, Han Yu-hyun spoke to her as he tied the two goats together. "A glacier like this cannot pierce a spear, can it?" Meanwhile, Han Yu-hyun was doing something else. He was burning his enemies and saying, "We need to burn the skin so that the spear blade can enter well." As Park Aram watched the monsters fall from the sky and gradually freeze, she exclaimed with joy, "Yes, they are breathing, so it will be enough to just cut them open. Uncle, brother." Standing there, watching the pile of monsters grow and grow in front of them, Han Yu-jin and Yu Myung-woo were shocked by the results. Observing the fighting methods of the high-ranking hunters as Han Yu-jin finished off the monsters, Yu Myung-woo said, "Frozen, roasted. They are both incredible." Looking at Han Yu-jin, who was busy doing something, Yu Meng said to him, "What are you doing?" To which he replied, "I need to collect magic stones from the slain monsters. How much does it all cost?" "Oh, those S-classes. They're scared out of their wits." Hearing Han Yu-jin say the phrase about gathering materials, Yu Meng-woo said, "Yeah." Standing on the monster, Han Yu-jin spoke to him, "Here, Meng-woo, you also need to swing." As he prepared to finish off the first monster, Yu Meng-woo asked Han Yu-jin, "Will I also get good skills if I work hard and level up?" Hearing this question from his friend, who was beginning to worry about his skills, Han Yu-jung said to him, "What are you even worried about? Of course not." Looking at his friend, Han Yu-jung paused, considering his characteristics. At level 10, There will be an SS class crafting skill, eh? So there was another condition for obtaining the skill? Let's see. No sooner had he looked into it than Yu Mengwu exclaimed wearily, it worked. My experience has increased. Looking at him, Han Yu-jin thought, what was that just now? As Han Yu-jin was also destroying enemies, he began to think with a strange thought. A mistake? A bug in the system? Is the description being written down manually? After finishing off quite a few monsters, Yu Mengwu exclaimed, I did it! The 10th level! But no skill has appeared yet. And then Han Yu-jin thought, then who is recording? Thinking about this, Han Yu-jin was deep in thought about the system and its secrets, thinking, in the future, nothing was revealed about the system either. It changed the world. So many people thought it was a miracle from God. As Han Yu-jin thought about the system and all that it had created, he immediately thought that something was wrong and said to himself, but if it were a god, there would be no mistakes, right? After immobilizing all the monster enemies that came their way, Park Aram, deciding to move on, exclaimed, I think this is the last section. To which Han Yu-hyun added, are you doing well? How many levels did you climb? Hearing Han Yu-hyun say this, Han Yu-jin went over to his friend and asked him everything and exclaimed, Meng-woo has gotten everything. I also have a little more to go. After saying this, Han Yu-jin immediately grimaced, exclaiming, what is this? To which Yu Meng asked him, what's wrong with you? But Han Yu-jin continued to look at the system signs that appeared. They read, found it. Oh, I'm sorry. Then Han Yu-jin, hearing Yu Meng's question, came to his senses and answered, no, there's something in the system window. And then muttered, I apologize. For what? As soon as he said that, he heard Park Aram and Han Yu-hyun running toward him in fright, saying, brother, be careful. The next moment, when the two S-class hunters had already run to him, Han Yu-jin began to shield him with his body, and Park Aram began to deflect the attack that was flying directly at him. After grabbing his brother to protect him from the sudden airborne attack, when Aram deflected it, Han Yu-jin spoke to his older brother. Are you okay? Are you hurt? To which he exclaimed in confusion, what's the matter? Han Yu-jin said this, surprised by the sudden attack, and made a guess. A monster boss, but a D-grade dungeon boss can't attack within this radius. Looking around him, Han Yu-jin spotted a strange monster and said in surprise, oh, originally the boss was completely different. It was supposed to be a huge mountain goat, but seeing what had just happened to the previous dungeon boss, how he had been quickly finished off by another monster by being lifted into the air, Han Yu-jin said, suddenly that bird appeared, and it was him. Seeing what had just happened, Park Aram said in fright, what should I do? Wasn't the gate supposed to appear after the boss was killed? Han Yu-hyun answered her, even though he's dead, the gate doesn't appear. After saying this, he later added, that bird probably replaced him as the boss. In other words, looking at the monster, Han Yu-jin thought, I need to kill this monster to get out. Seeing a monster like this for the first time in his life, Han Yu-hyun took out a gate stone and held it out to Han Yu-jin and said, this is the first time I've seen it. I don't know how strong it is. Take it, brother. If the situation starts to escalate, at least you, hearing what his younger brother had just said, and handed him the teleportation stone, Han Yu-jin, remembering the story of his past life's battle with the dragon, said in a frightened voice, brother? Recalling the incredibly tragic ending that had occurred then, Han Yu-jin said in his head in alarm, is it really going to be the same this time, just like it was then? Remembering how he had tried to save his younger brother after he was wounded in battle and Jin had dragged him to safety, he thought, did a powerful monster appear because we didn't take safety measures in time? Thinking about it, he remembered how Han Yu-hyun had held out the teleportation crystal in the same way that time, and Han Yu-jin thought, that little brother of mine is alone. That little brother of mine is alone, just like then. Recalling how things had been in his past life, Han Yu-jin spoke to his brother, handing him back the teleportation stone. No, I don't need it. After looking at the monster first and analyzing it, Han Yu-jin looked at his brother and spoke to him confidently. It is weaker than you. Observing the monster's behavior, Han Yu-jin said, it is a second-class unusual bird species, the Mayan goldbeak. As you can see, it has the attribute of fire, and it's as high as the A-class high dungeon bosses. After saying this, Han Yu-jin continued to analyze the enemy. The beak is the main weapon. Its weak point is that compared to its spine and ribs, its head bones are fragile. It has several extra wings, so hit it directly in the head, not the wings. After listening to Han Yu-jin, Han Yu-hyun said to him, surprised, How do you know that? He replied, Why, is it suspicious? Kill him first. We'll talk after we get out. After saying this to his younger brother, Han Yu-hyun, rubbing his sweaty forehead, thought as he looked at the monster, Yes, this time we will go out together. Now is different from then. Thinking about this, Han Yu-jin bravely stood up and stood on the edge of the cliff, looking at the enemy and thinking, Do you think that this time I will allow you to repeat the same thing as before? Deciding to take command of the operation, Han Yu-jin called out to the girl, Aram, create a curtain with your breath. Hearing this, she exclaimed in surprise, Ah, okay. Hearing her uncle's order, the girl immediately obeyed Han Yu-jin without another word and began to do as he said. The very next moment, she used her skill to activate her icy breath to create favorable conditions for Han Yu-jin to continue with his plan. When he saw that Park Aram had begun the first phase of the plan, Han Yu-jin shouted out to Han Yu-hyun, I leave the damn bird to you, Yu-hyun. To which he meekly replied, Understood. As Han Yu-hyun prepared to go to battle with the bird, he said to Park Aram before leaving, Please take care of him. The girl replied, You don't have to worry about that. After hearing Park Aram tell him that he could go, Han Yu-jin returned and handed Han Yu-jin a stone with the words, Still, I can't trust her, so keep the gate stone with you. Hearing that Han Yu-hyun still didn't trust her, Park Aram, who was standing nearby and had heard everything, called out in displeasure, Hey! After handing the stone to his older brother, the younger one went off to fight, only to hear himself being called after. Got it, Yu-hyun. Aim for the head. Standing next to Han Yu-jin, Park Aram, who was creating a smokescreen, said, Are you sure? I have the skill of flying. Han Yu-jin said to her, You can't. You'll be burned alive. As Han Yu-jin watched his younger brother fight, he said, Only a hunter with fire resistance like Yu Heng's can withstand the flames of the monster. Although he doesn't have the skill of flying, he has something similar. After Han Yu-hyun rushed into the fight with the monster, he deflected every attack the bird launched at him until he reached a certain place where it would be convenient to fight. After the enemy noticed that its attacks from a distance were ineffective, it realized that it needed to storm the hunter, and having gained enough height, it began to fall on Han Yu-hyun, pointing its beak downward. The next moment, the monster was already on the ground, and when it hit the spot where Han Yu-hyun was standing, it made a huge hole in it. If Han Yu-hyun hadn't dodged in time, the consequences would have been tragic. Having calculated his moves in advance, Han Yu-hyun, who had planned to bring the golden beak down to the ground, looked back and said, Great, it's come down to the ground. Once the golden beak was within range of Han Yu-jin's attacks, he realized that it was time to act before the monster took to the air again. As Han Yu-heng approached the monster, he swung his sword to launch an attack and continued to fight with a serious expression on his face, keeping his cool. By maintaining his concentration in such a difficult situation, Han Yu-jin was able to inflict damage on the enemy, despite the fact that his body was quite strong. Watching Han Yu-heng fight, Yu Meng exclaimed in amazement, Wow, wings in a single stroke! And Han Yu-jin shouted in alarm, Hey, why are you aiming for the wings? Noticing what Han Yu-hyun had just done, his older brother exclaimed, I told you that doesn't make any sense at all. He has an addition. As soon as he said this, the monster spread its wings and flew into the air with lightning speed, leaving only a ghostly silhouette on the ground. Seeing that the enemy was no longer in front of him, Han Yu-heng was left standing alone on the battlefield, and the monster had already begun to attack from the air again. Standing at a distance from Han Yu-jin, who was fighting with the golden beak, Han Yu-jin said in astonishment in his mind, Strange, why is he doing nothing but standing on the ground? Looking at his younger brother, who for some reason had not killed his enemy in one fell swoop, Han Yu-jin looked at Han Yu-heng in surprise and thought he would have killed him in one fell swoop if he had gone upstairs and hit him in the head. Thinking back to Han Yu-jin's skills that he had used in the dragon fight, Han Yu-jin thought, instead of flying, he could use the blue leaves of the willow tree. Doesn't he already have this skill? That's impossible. After the enemy tried to attack Han Yu-heng again, but failed, he suddenly noticed that there were other people nearby. Noticing that the golden-billed bird had lost interest in him and was looking somewhere through Han Yu-jin, he turned back and realized who the monster was looking at. Seeing that Park Aram, Han Yu-jin, and Yu Meng-woo were standing behind him and the monster was focused on him, he shouted out in alarm, Brother! Noticing that the enemy was now targeting them, Park Aram exclaimed, Be brother, what should we do? As she continued to use her skill to create a smokescreen, Park Aram saw the golden-beaked monster flying toward them and exclaimed in fright, "It's coming this way." Looking at the monster, Park Aram asked in fright, "Hey, will I be able to stop it with my breath? What should we do, uncle?" Clinging to Han Yu-jin, Yu Meng had already begun to cry out in fear again, saying, "Yu-jin," trying to break free of Yuman's grip and throw him off. Han Yu-jin coughed and said, Hey, wait." Noticing that the enemy was targeting his comrades, Han Yu-hyun ran after the monster, gritting his teeth. As he caught up with the enemy, he used the blue willow leaf skill to trap it and prevent it from moving freely. After the skill enveloped the bird, it stopped, unable to move any further. Seeing what Han Yu-hyun had just done, Han Yu-jin exclaimed in surprise, he can actually use it. Then he can use it now. Is he?" Watching what Han Yu-hyun was doing, Han Yu-jin just stood there in a stupor, not understanding what was going on, and said, "What are you even doing there?" Shouting out to Han Yu-hyun to get his attention when he was just waving his arms, Han Yu-jin added, "Hey, what's that even? It's not used like that. Step on it." Hearing what his elder brother shouted at him, Han Yu-jin looked at him, not understanding what he wanted from him, and then he heard, "Leaves. Step on them and run." Taking his older brother's advice, Han Yu-hang decided to see what he could do and began to step on the leaves, climbing them up and down as if they were stairs. Realizing another way to use this skill, Han Yu-hyun continued to walk confidently up the leaf and exclaimed, "Now I can do it." Realizing that he could walk on the leaves of the blue willow tree, Han Yu-hang paced to the top to strike while dodging the monster's attacks. As he climbed up his self-made path from his skill, the monster, noticing that he was already a threat to him, fired a fireball at him to knock him down. Noticing that the fireball was flying at him at breakneck speed, Han Yu-hang had already reached the height he needed to strike, and he rushed at the monster and exclaimed, "Such flames are nothing to me." After jumping at the monster, Han Yu-jin was caught directly in the fireball that was flying at him, and pulling out his sword, he tried to dispel it by stabbing it. The moment the sword entered the fireball, it exploded, knocking everyone back a considerable distance. Noticing the explosion, everyone began to shield themselves from it so that it would not harm them. When Yu Meng heard the explosion, he shouted out in fright, "Wah!" An explosion. Han Yu-jin said, "Hold on, Aram. Without you, we'll all die." After the explosion and the resulting blast wave, the golden-beaked bird also flew to the ground and fell to the surface with a loud sound. Having defeated his enemy, Han Yu-hang slowly began to descend, sword in hand, and walk through the leaves of the blue willow to his comrades. When he saw his younger brother walking toward them, who was not seriously injured, Han Yu-jin spoke joyfully. "Yu-hang!" Running to his younger brother, who had just defeated such a monster, Han Yu-jin called out to him, "Are you all right? Are you hurt?" To which he calmly replied, "Brother." Han Yu-jin ran to his younger brother and said, "Thanks to you." But the latter did not let him finish, but grabbed him by the shoulders and exclaimed joyfully, "Unbelievable, brother. How did you think of this? To use the blue leaves of a willow tree as a skill of flight." Hearing the astonished speech from his younger brother, who could not even fathom using his skill in this way, Yu-jin spoke to him. I just always thought that you used it like this." Hearing this, Han Yu-hang said, "No, I had no idea. In any case, I was most sorry because I don't have the skill of flying, but you solved my problem." To which Jin replied, "Oh, is that so? It's nothing special." Meanwhile, a disgruntled Aram stood nearby and thought, "He killed the boss, so I'll forgive him for once." Hearing his brother say that he didn't think his clue was anything out of the ordinary, Han Yu-hyun said to him, "What do you mean, nothing special? It's like I've learned a new skill." Looking at his joyful brother, Han Yu-jin thought, If he's so happy about it, then good. It's like he was holding a birthday present and a Christmas present at the same time." And Hyun added, "It's all thanks to you. You really are the best." When Han Yu-jin saw the gate to the dungeon appear in front of them, he said as he left, After we leave, I'll take another look at your other skills." Hearing this, Yu-hang happily exclaimed, "Really? Thank you, brother." Hearing this, Park Aram also didn't want to be left out and exclaimed, "Uncle, please look at mine as well." As they left the dungeon, all the observers immediately shouted, running to meet them, "Are you okay, Chairman?" After saying this, the practical exam managers added, "We were worried. The dungeon level suddenly changed." Han Yu-jin replied, "An A-class monster appeared there unexpectedly." Hearing this, the manager added, "What a relief that Park Aram is okay." Han Yu-hyun then said, "First, I need to contribute to the association." After leaving the dungeon, Han Yu-hyun thought as he ran away from the crowd. Outside, it's better to keep my distance. After saying this, Han Yu-jin walked toward the place where he was supposed to return the equipment, thinking, I'll return the equipment, but quickly, so as not to catch anyone's eye. As soon as he thought about it, he heard a stomping sound near him. Turning his head to the left, he saw Kim Seung-han rushing toward him at breakneck speed, shouting, Mr. Han Yu-jin. Hearing this, he saw him fall at his feet. Then he realized that the mission of not drawing attention had failed. Then he heard from Kim Seung-han, Are you hurt? I should have gone with you, Lord. Seeing that Kim Seung had just fallen, Han Yu-jin asked him in alarm, Are you okay? Are you okay? He immediately replied, Get on my back. We need to get back quickly and rest. Hearing such a strange suggestion from Kim Seung-han, Han Yu-jin waved his hands and said, I'm fine, I told you. Noticing that everyone was so happy to see him, Yu Meng was very upset that no one had even mentioned him. After returning home, Han Yu-jin, who had been in town on business, came into the room and said, I'm here, Yu-hyung. When Han Yu-jin noticed that there was a bag of drinks and snacks by the table, he was amazed. I brought snacks from the administration. It looks very expensive. As Han Yu-jin came closer to put the shopping bags down, he heard no response to his greeting. But he did hear a noise from the shower, and then he spoke up. Washing? He got a lot of blood from the boss recently. Deciding that he still had some time to spare, Han Yu-jin went to the backyard where his pet was to play with him. As he walked toward the fiery lion cub, Han Yu-jin said, Then while I'm waiting for him. Once inside, Han Yu-jin said, We need to play in peace. You are doing well. We, KH. As soon as he said this, the pet rushed to his master, whom he missed very much. Taking out his belt to play with the lion cub, Han Yu-jin threw the other end to him. Flying around the lion cub, Han Yu-jin exclaimed joyfully, I love you, peace. Later, when they finished playing, Han Yu-jin went to the place where the bowl of food was. He brought it to the animal, set it down, and as he watched it eat, he said, I love you, peace. As Han Yu-jin lay tired on the ground with the fiery lion cub on top of him, he said with a heavy voice, Has the superimposed effect of education been enough? Ugh, I'm dying. After saying this, Han Yu-jin looked up at the ceiling and said wearily to himself, Ah, that's right. Today I thought I was really going to die. Recalling his adventures today, Han Yu-jin said, There were too many strange things that happened today. There were errors in the system, and the fact that she seemed to be talking to me through the chat window. Recalling how the golden-beaked bird had appeared, Han Yu-jin said thoughtfully, Something strange also happened in the dungeon. A high-level monster suddenly appeared out of nowhere. Thinking back to his past life, Han Yu-jin said in concern, This kind of thing rarely happened in my future. As Han Yu-jin thought about what could have happened, and what had actually happened today during the dungeon clearing, he became very anxious. Noticing this, the lion cub looked at him in surprise and mewed to attract his attention. As Han Yu-jin continued to think, he began to bite his nails and thought anxiously, Is this all because I turned back time? Seeing that the fiery horned lion cub was getting nervous because of his master's anxious behavior, Han Yu-jin reached out to pet it and said, I'm sorry. He thought, something broke because of the backslide. Thinking about what exactly could have happened and how going back in time could have affected the present, Han Yu-jin suggested, That's why phenomena that appeared somewhere in the future are appearing now. If the system personally spoke to me through this, after thinking of many scenarios in his mind and the possible outcomes that could happen if he went back in time, Han Yu-jin said in a worried voice, Yeah. But later, his anxiety disappeared and he exclaimed, It's none of my business. I should have explained everything properly from the beginning. And anyway, this system is too unfriendly. Going to his skills section, Han Yu-jin clicked on the ideal educator skill and said, It's the same with skills. Although the explanation is detailed, it's a code word. As soon as he clicked on his skill and expressed his dissatisfaction, his system window disappeared, and instead a journal appeared in front of him. Startled by this development, Han Yu-jin crawled backwards and said in alarm, Whoa, what's wrong with the system window? Meanwhile, on the other side of the system, a voice was heard, which was also heard by Han Yu-jin. And after the log appeared, it said, Is the connection stable? Sitting in front of the system center, 3 of the chief system administrators stood side by side, and one of them spoke. Our contacts are too limited in time. We forced the channel open, so there's nothing we can do. After saying this, one of the system administrators added after he had said it, We probably should have explained it in more detail. After suggesting that more detail was needed to explain exactly what was going on, one of the administrators continued, "But we have to hurry. You have to figure it out." We tried to make it as intuitive as possible. As Han Yu-jin looked through the journal that the administrators handed him, which included Han Yu-hyun and Park Aram, he heard the last thing. "And you've shaped it into a form that is familiar to your world." Evaluating his appearance after hearing everything from the administrators, Han Yu-jin said in surprise, "What is this? A yearbook? It looks like it was made for a kindergarten." Han Yu-jin looked at the strange design of the magazine and said, "What is going on here? What is going on in the mind of the creator of the system?" After saying this, Han Yu-jin read out what he had seen. Objects with a completed nurture effect overlay? Only S classes are counted? Judging by the fact that Myung-woo and Kim Sung-han are not here, it seems so. Looking at what else was interesting, Han Yu-jin began to count all the boxes that had to be filled in. And after counting most of them, he said, "And there are only 49 windows, 50. Good luck. Hey, this is..." Han Yu-jin didn't hear Han Yu-hyun open the door and step out of the shower as he was looking at the magazine. Wiping his head with a towel, Han Yu-hyun said in surprise, "Brother, you're already here? I'm sorry. It took me a long time to clean up." Looking at how many different high-class hunters he needed to find and make into his pets, Han Yu-jin was shocked. Noticing the elder brother on the floor, the younger one spoke to him in surprise. "What's wrong with you? You look pale." Hearing this from his younger brother, Han Yu-jin looked at him and said sadly, "Ah," and then he thought in a panic, "They want me to tame 50 S-class people." After these events, they spent a nice evening relaxing, drinking, and having a good time. The next day, Han Yu-jin and his pet found themselves at the training grounds in the guild's dungeon. After releasing the fire-horned lion onto the training ground, the guild prepared one mole monster to train the pet. As soon as it was released from its cage, it immediately attacked the lion cub. Watching the fire-horned lion cub deftly deal with this enemy in a matter of seconds, one of the observers said, "A feat of unicorns, a second-class fire-horned lion. Second day of training in animal taming skills." Moving the camera to the animal, which was licking its paws of its opponent's blood, the observer continued, "Current physical measurements. 51 centimeters in length, 5 kilograms, and 600 grams in weight." Seeing how quickly his animal had dealt with the monster and hearing its current characteristics, Han Yu-jin said, "In the past 2 days, it has grown twice as big." Dressed in a special protective suit to prevent his animal from being severely injured, Han Yu-jin stood near the camera and said, "Wow, well, a beast is a beast." When Han Yu-jin saw that his fire lion cub had already returned from training and ran into his room, he greeted him happily, stepping forward to meet him and saying, "Good job, we..." The next moment, before he could finish speaking, and before he could enjoy his pet enough, the fiery lion cub pounced on Han Yu-jin again, knocking him down and pushing him back. After restraining his cub's heavy leap, Han Yu-jin said in embarrassment, Hoo, it's nothing. After all, I rented all the possible equipment to increase my endurance and strength." As he said this, Han Yu-jin remembered what had happened the previous evening, when they had been sitting together in Han Yu-hyun's room, drinking. While pouring whiskey into an ice-cold glass, Han Yu-hyun said to Yu-jin, "Beast tamer." Picking up the glass of drink, Han Yu-jin said, "Yes, I obtained this skill after I reached the 10th level." Looking into the glass, he saw that there was very little drink in it, and said in passing, "Why so little?" Hen replied, "It is not good for you to drink too much," and then said, "And what does it do?" As Han Yu-jin raised the glass to his mouth, he thought, "It's better to hide behind a new skill. I still can't tell him about the tutor skill." Then he spoke. "It's a skill that allows me to influence beasts, to tame them. It's an S-class skill, so I can use it on high-level monsters." Hearing this, Han Yu-heng grabbed the rope and spoke to Han Yu-jin, "An S-class skill in an F-class body in such a dangerous world. Moreover, a unique skill." Hearing this, Han Yu-jin looked at his anxious brother with the rope and spoke to him. Hey, are you thinking of imprisoning me again?" Han Yu-jin then added, "God, instead of hiding it, we need to find a use for it." While he was saying this and having a dialogue with his brother, the fire-horned lion cub was trying hard to get a treat from the plate on the table. Suggesting that he develop his skill, Han Yu-jin said, "I can raise Mir into a riding beast for you, and I can raise more of the same beasts for you. How many other S-class hunters need high-level riding beasts? Just imagine how things will change dramatically if the high-level abyssal hunters get them. Just think of what it would be like to explore all these vast dungeons on horseback instead of on foot. Looking at his elder brother, who was trying hard to convince him to unleash this skill and use it in a wide range, Han Yu-heng heard, "Thanks to this skill, the course of dungeon clearing will change greatly." Noticing that his apprentice was trying hard to get the goodies, Han Yujin thought, "Fortunately, Mir has already been under the effect." And grabbing the treat, he threw it to the lion cub, calling out, "Catch!" Imagining how strong Mir would become in the future, and how Han Yu-jin would train and develop him, the boy thought, "If the system wants me to raise 50 S-classes," he imagined going for evening jogs with his fiery lion cub, with extra weight strapped to his back to increase his efforts. Then it will be better to train monsters than to brainwash people. When he said this to Han Yu-hyun, Han Yu-jin did not realize that it would be much easier to say than to do. During the next training session with his student, Han Yu-jin fell exhausted to the ground, saying, "I am dying." As Han Yu-jin lay exhausted on the ground, shedding tears of frustration, he said, "World, are you not tired?" The latter mewed in surprise, not understanding why his master was lying there exhausted. Han Yu-jin continued to lie on the floor to rest and said, I never thought that I would have to exert so much effort for this fish from the pond, but the more horseman hunters appear, the more effective the sweeps will be. The fewer dungeon breakouts there will be, the safer the world will be. Especially if you consider that over the years there will be more dungeons, and they will become more dangerous." As Han Yu-jin lay on the floor playing with his pet, he exclaimed, "My conscience just won't let me relax and play around like this." As Han Yu-jin was playing with his pet in the training room, he suddenly heard a very familiar voice coming from above him and said, "Unbelievable, Mr. Han Yu-jin." When he opened his eyes, he saw the head of the Human Resources Department, who continued, "Your internship has only recently ended, and you're already training at full strength here." Han Yu-jin immediately stood up and said in concern, "Wait, Yu-hyun said I could use this room." Seok Shu-meng replied, "I'm not here to kick you out, don't worry." After reassuring Han Yu-jin that he could stay here and practice in this room without any worries, Seok Shu-man, looking at the lion cub in detail, said, "By the way, it's really beautiful." Turning his attention to the fiery lion cub sitting next to him, the HR manager continued, "The beast has grown so much in just one day of training." Greatly surprised by the significant increase in the animal's progress, Seok Shu-man immediately bowed to the young man and exclaimed, "I am not just inspired, Mr. Han Yu-jin." Startled by this behavior from such a high-ranking person in the guild, Han Yu-jin took a few steps back and said in alarm, "What? What has suddenly gotten into you?" Hearing Han Yu-jin's question, Seok Shim-young replied, "I apologize for being rude to you all this time and underestimating you, but you have shown such potential and analytical skills. And your new skill." After saying this, Seok Shu-man immediately threw his arms around Han Yu-jin. The boy in turn tried to pull away and shouted, "Hey, stop acting like that. Get off me." Without letting go of Han Yu-jin, but clinging to him even more, the HR manager said to him, "Please join the abyss and become a fresh breeze in the world of hunters." Han Yu-jin tried to pull away from Seok Shu-man, but he said, "I won't. I can't. I don't have the ability to do that." Shimeng replied, "We need your strength, Mr. Yu-jin." Observing what was happening between Yu-jin and Shimeng, the lion cub compared their behavior to Jin's playing with himself while playing with a rope. Yu-jin, trying to escape, thought, "My insight is bullshit. I just don't know all the answers from the future." Recalling how it was in his past life, Han Yu-jin thought, "What's more, I hate this guy. I don't want to have anything to do with him. Every time I went to the abyss, I was only angry and frustrated because of his poisonous remarks." After letting the boy go, the head of the personnel department stood there and tried to convince Han Yu-jin to become the new commander of the abyss once again, and said, "Please think again, Mr. Han Yu-jin." Trying to persuade Han Yu-jin, the head of the personnel department said to the boy, "We will provide you with everything: air transportation for the monster babies, food, training equipment, and anything else you need. Just ask." Hearing Seok Shi-han say that, Han Yu-jin immediately thought of something interesting. Oh, right. None of those things happened in this life. Seok Shi-man just doesn't remember all the shit I got into. Realizing that he was a much more important person in this world, Han Yu-jin immediately put on a haughty expression and thought, "Now I am in charge," and then said, "I don't need anything." Hearing this, Seok Shi-man spoke to him. "Mr. Han Yu-jin." He took a smug pose and said, "Yu Hyun said he would pay for all the embezzlement anyway." After saying this, Han Yujin did suggest one favorable deal through which he could start cooperating with the guild, saying, "Well, since I've already used your dormitory, I wouldn't say I'm not willing to sign a contract." Hearing that Han Yujin was willing to cooperate by signing a contract, Seok Shimin immediately took out a digital contract and said, "In that case, let's sign it right now." Han Yujin sat down and stroked his pet. "Not as a hunter, but as an ordinary employee. I want to remain an independent hunter." Grabbing his pet in his arms, Han Yujin exclaimed happily, "This way I can freely raise animals for other guilds and make a lot of money." Seok Shimung replied, "Mr. Yujin, this is for the future of the abyss." After saying this, Seok Shihan lowered his head when he heard Han Yujin's response, and he replied, "Oh, it has nothing to do with me. And the abyss isn't the strongest guild in the country anyway, so you simply won't be able to pull off an exclusive contract with me." Holding his pet in his arms and cracking up, Han Yujin said, "I don't even know how valuable the skill of a magical beast tamer is. However, thanks to this skill, clearing dungeons can become much more efficient." Comparing himself to a rare character in a fairy tale, Han Yujin said, "For high-level hunters, I'm like a hen that lays golden eggs. And the abyss wants to take this skill into its own hands? How will the other guilds react to this?" Saying this to tease Seok Shimeng, Han Yujin continued, "Many people are willing to use force if they can't get something. I've even heard that some people are poisoned by putting poison in their food. I'm an F class, so I will definitely die in such circumstances." After describing his plight, Han Yujin added, "So wouldn't it be better for me to at least look independent? Something like, I'll raise one beast for each guild in exchange for immunity, but I'll also demand money." Holding his pet in his hands, Han Yujin said finally, "Of course I will raise Mira for you, so please hire me. Please take care of me and negotiate with the other guilds for me. It's too difficult." After saying this, Han Yujin continued to demand a lot more from Seok Shiman to get back at him this time for all those times, and said, "And salary, and bonuses, and full social security." After hearing all of Han Yujin's demands, the HR manager just laughed when he finished and said, "Ha ha ha, it looks like I can't handle you. All right, Han Yujin." With that, Seok Shuman walked over to the video camera and said, "Can I use the video of the training to negotiate with the other guilds?" Han Yujin replied, Yes, you take it." Taking out the video of Han Yujin's training with his student, the head of the Human Resources Department spoke to him. "There's one more thing I wanted to ask you." After saying this, Seok Shiman added, "If Abyssal becomes the strongest guild in the country, and no other guild can threaten it, in that case, will you sign a hunter's contract with us?" Hearing such a strange proposal from the head of the personnel department, Han Yujin thought for a few seconds and said uncertainly, "I don't know." As soon as he said that, he immediately pointed his finger at Seok Shuman and said, "You didn't try to record that just now, did you?" To which Shumeng replied with a hiccup, "I did." Then Jin added, "What kind of person?" Realizing that Han Yujin was not going to be able to get away with it, Seok Shiman headed out of the training room. But on his way out, he heard the following question from the boy. "But what's in it for you if you hire me?" Han Yujin cuddled with his pet and said, "I will help you with my skill anyway. I have nothing else. Even if one day we do sign a contract and you regret it, it won't be my fault." Walking away from Han Yujin, Seok Shihan, passing through a long corridor and far enough away that no one could hear him, said, "Haha, I'm impressed." Thinking back to their conversation with Han Yujin, how he had made such demands in order to sign a contract with him, and at the end of it, he had said that there was nothing else but this one skill. Seok Shiman said thoughtfully, "There's nothing else, right?" Watching the video of Han Yujin training with his pet, the head of the HR department said with a sly smile, "Looks like Hunter Han Yujin has some self-esteem issues, doesn't he? He keeps surprising me every time we meet." Han Yujin, after he had escorted Seok Shimyoung out, began to play with his child and said happily, "Yay, salary, social security. Did you see how Seok Shiman stammered in confusion?" Recalling how in his past life, when he was a nobody and couldn't do anything, he would come to Seok Shimung and ask him for something, and he would refuse, Yujin said, "People with unique skills think they are nobodies. Power spoils them and makes them arrogant. I've seen many such awakened ones." Han Yujin also seems spoiled, but he's different from them. He has a sober assessment of the future, and he was able to bring everything to a favorable negotiation. Reflecting on how incredible Han Yujin is now, Seok Shimyoung spoke to him. "Has he always been this gifted? Have I been blinded by his younger brother's genius and not noticed?" Adjusting his glasses and thinking about how things should be handled, Since it was his responsibility, the HR manager said, "That's just assuming the possibility that Han Yu-jin would join the Abyss." Seok Shi-myung thought, "I've already thought about the fact that the Abyss will be pressured by other guilds if he becomes our hunter." Abyss was even willing to take that risk. After saying this, Seok Shi-myung assumed another development based on how his conversation with Han Yu-jin went, and then he spoke, "But if Han Yu-jin remains independent, it changes a lot of things." Reflecting on how Han Yu-jin would become famous around the world as a tamer of magical beasts, he continued, "All the attention will be on him, not on the Abyss." Correlating all the information he had, Seok Shi-myung said one interesting phrase, which went like this: "A great benefit, but also a huge risk." Thinking about all the problems that might come Han Yu-jin's way, he said, "Does he not realize their importance because he is so far removed from the world of hunters?" After saying that, Seok Shi-man adjusted his glasses and expressed his other guess by saying, "Or is he even doing this to protect his younger brother?" After saying that, Seok Shi-man finally said, referring to Han Yu-jin, "In any case, you will have the eyes of the three major guilds and the world on you, Han Yu-jin." Meanwhile, some unknown person was lying on his chair in a luxurious hotel room, enjoying his position. The next moment, when he picked up a piece of paper with some information on it, this person said promisingly, "How interesting." The photo showed Han Yu-jin with his pet. Looking at the photo, the man said, "You will soon find out how valuable a card you really are." Meanwhile, Han Yu-jin built a corner for his pet to train and have fun. After finishing all the assembly work, the boy said with a sigh of relief, "It's done. Your corner is ready, Mir." Seeing that his student appreciated what he had built, Han Yu-jin spoke to him. "Do you like it? Now you will live with me in the dormitory." After saying this, Han Yu-jin spoke to himself. "Won't it be cramped here when he grows up? In that case..." Before he could finish, he was interrupted by Park Aram looking over his shoulder at the animal and exclaiming, "Wow, uncle, who is this?" To which Yumeng said, "Isn't that a monster?" As she approached the animal, Park Aram said sweetly, "What a cute little cat." To which Yujin replied, "Aram, it's not a cat." Then Yumeng shouted, "Wah, Yujin, help me, it's biting me." Jin replied, "Peace, it's not food." While holding his animal in his hands to prevent it from harming his friends, Yujin heard someone else come to them. He looked over and saw his younger brother and said, "Hey, Yu Hyung, what's up?" To which he replied, "Do you have a minute to spare?" Looking at his younger brother, who had addressed him in such a serious tone, Han Yu-jin immediately thought about it. Now, Han Yu-hyun stepped away from Han Yu-hyun and told him that Yu-jin was going to meet him soon. When he heard this, he exclaimed in astonishment, "What? The guild leaders are coming here to meet with me?" Hearing the surprise and his reluctance to meet with anyone, Han Yu-heng said to his elder brother, "You can refuse. You don't have to meet them." To which Yu-jin replied, "My God, how can I?" Holding his pet in his arms and walking with his younger brother to the guest room, Han Yu-hyun said, "These are S-class hunters. Hunters of a lower class usually have a hard time dealing with them." He replied, "Well, you're quite right about that." After saying that Han Yu-jin would have a hard time dealing with them, he continued, "See? Then I'll just tell them to come back." Before he could finish, Han Yu-jin grabbed his shoulder and said indignantly, "Stop. How can you continue to behave like this towards the guild leaders? Think about how the public opinion will be affected by the fact that the leaders of the three major guilds personally came to the Abyss. Everyone will say, 'Wow, Abyss is a big fish, isn't it? So why not meet with them?'" Walking forward with confident steps, Han Yu-jin said, "And I need to meet them at least once." To which Hyun wanted to object by saying, "But," to which Yu-jin replied, "From now on, you're not allowed to talk in front of me. But, however, and however too." Putting his fire lion around his neck, Han Yu-jin said, "If we're going to negotiate, we need to see them in person." After saying this, Han Yu-jin entered the meeting room where the leaders of the three largest guilds in the region were seated. On one side was an old man, and next to him was a young man, most likely an assistant or manager. On the right side was another man, but this one looked more like a bully. Noticing these serious people, Han Yu-jin got a system notification. Fear resistance activated. Looking around, Yu-jin thought, what a serious pressure. Standing behind him, Han Yu-hyun spoke, "Allow me. I'd like to introduce you to Hunter Han Yu-jin." No sooner had Han Yu-jin been introduced to everyone present than the appraiser immediately approached him and said, "Please excuse me, but may I have your hand for a moment?" Hearing this, Han Yu-jin said, Why would you Holding out his hand to the appraiser, Han Yujin heard him say, "I need to test your skills before we start negotiating." Looking at the appraiser in confusion, Han Yujin said, "Ah." Realizing what was about to happen, Han Yujin immediately grabbed his hand and raised it up, shouting, "Hey, how can you safely grab an unmarried man's hand like that?" At which he said in confusion, "What?" Seeing this scene, Han Yujin thought, "Damn, a qualified appraiser has come with them. If he starts evaluating me, he'll definitely reveal my LNS grade skills, right? And if they find out that I don't have a taming skill, but an influence skill." As he approached Han Yujin again, the evaluator said, "I only need to stay for a moment. Just give me your hand." Han Yujin said in alarm, "How come?" The next moment, when the appraiser approached Han Yujin again, holding Mir, he lunged at the man who was molesting his master, stopping in front of his owner, protecting him from unwanted touching and the various effects of the skills. The animal heard Han Yujin say, "Emir!" Han Yujin calmed his pet down with the next phrase, picking it up and saying, "It's okay, Mir, it's not a bad person." When one of the guests saw the animal rushing to protect his master, he laughed with joy. Sitting at the negotiating table, the president of the Hunters Association said, "Did he recognize that they wanted to use the skill on his master?" Park Min-gyu, the head of the Han Shin Guild, replied, "He's still a cub, so he shouldn't be above C class, but he's already so capable." Seeing this sight, a girl stood behind Han Yujin and spoke to him. "I think this fierce defense of the master will be enough. I think it will be enough to be considered as evidence." Standing behind him, watching the boy who was calming him down and holding his pet who was protecting him, the girl said, "I can't even make a difference with my suppression." After saying this, the head of the Destroyer Guild, Moon Hyun-ah, added, "Isn't that right, Mr. Magical Beast Tamer?" Pointing to an empty seat at the table, she said, "Please sit down. We can't make such an important person stand." Han Yujin said in fright, "Oh, thank you." Looking at the girl who said this, Han Yujin stood up and thought, "Huge. What a physique." To which the girl added, "Who would have thought that the abyssal head has such an elder brother?" Sitting back down, Han Yujin continued to examine the beautiful lady's body and thought, "Are all S-classes like this? Will Aram also be taller than me one day?" Looking at the animal on Han Yujin's lap, Moon Hyuna said, "A fire-horned lion. When it grows up, it will be on par with an S-class dungeon boss, right?" Turning to the head of the Abyssal Guild, Han Yu-hyun, Moon Hyun-ah spoke to him. "What do you think, young master? If you happen to have kittens, will you give them to us?" Hearing this offer from the vice chairman of the Destroyer Guild, Han Yu-hyun said with a smile on his face, "It won't be for free, but we can exchange one for a high-level cold-resistant riding monster cub." Leaning on Han Yujin, the girl suddenly said smugly, "Huh, so you want us to get a riding beast for Park Aram?" Hearing this, another one of the guild leaders present expressed his displeasure, saying, "Aren't you being a little too cocky? 7 monster cubs and 1 high-level cub." After saying that, the bully man continued to express his displeasure at the Abyssal Guild's behavior. The Abyss has already swept away all the cubs in the market. After saying this, the head of the CMC Guild, Choi Seok-wan, added to his earlier statement, "And you still demand a trade?" Hearing this objection from one of the leaders of the meeting, Han Yu-hyun spoke to him. "You can always get one in the dungeon and then exchange it." Hearing this answer, Choi Seok-wan slammed his fist on the table and said, "Oh, you're kidding me. You're literally telling us to give the abyssal beasts to the Abyss if we want to have them ourselves. Aren't you being a little too hard on your brother?" Immediately standing up and pointing at Han Yu-jin, Jang Suk-wan exclaimed, "We were supposed to negotiate with your brother as an independent person, but how do we know that he is not just paying lip service to independence? If this Han Yu-hyun is your brother, it is as if he is already a part of the Abyss." After listening to all the bad language from one of the audience members, Moon Hyuna said, "Chairman, that's enough." But Han Yu-jin stood up and said, "I have only a partnership with the Abyss." Rising from his seat and squaring his shoulders, Han Yu-jin said, "They help me because I can't handle everything on my own. And this meeting was only possible because of them." After saying this, Han Yu-jin stumped the KCM chairman more and more, and added in the end, "If I was only planning to help my younger brother raise monsters for the Abyss, then what would be the point of me coming here?" Stroking his pet, Han Yu-jin added, "Besides, I have a certain limit to how many pet monsters I can raise at one time." As Han Yu-jin approached Choi Seok-wan, he reached out his hand and said, "But if we can come to an agreement with you, your guilds will be among the first to receive riding monsters in the entire world, just like the Abyss." Holding his pet on his shoulders, Han Yu-jin spoke happily, Isn't this a significant reward for these negotiations? Therefore, I am honored to see all of you here, dear customers. Hearing Han Yu-jin's words, the leader of the CMC Guild sat back in his seat and cycled unhappily. Hearing this, he thought, he's creepy. He seemed normal on TV. After saying this, Han Yu-jin continued his thoughts until a finger was poked in his face. I even had a crush on him because he was a member of the national soccer team before the awakening. Drawing the thoughtful boy's attention to her, Moon Hyun-ah spoke to him, putting her hand on Han Yu-jin's shoulder. Hey, little brother, I see that not only do you have good skills, but you also have a tongue in cheek. Turning his head to face her, Moon Hyun-ah said as she got close enough to him. I'm beginning to like you. Your younger brother is the head of the guild. You have a rising star in your care, and you have a cute cat. If I get you, will I get all this as a gift? Do you want to join the ranks of the destroyer? Hearing this, Han Yu-jin said, Ha ha ha. I told you that I will not join anything. I'm not going to give in. I'm not selling out. She replied, You really don't sell out, not even to your brother? Standing very close to the girl, Han Yu-jin thought, Now that I'm up close, I can see that she's a real beauty. Stop. No, Yu Heng. Don't even think about burning down the entire conference room. Hearing such a curious question from the head of the Destroyer Guild, Han Yu-jin said in embarrassment, This is my precious brother. I can make an exception if he becomes the best in Korea. Hearing what Han Yu-jin, the head of the Jupiter Guild, had said, Song Hyun-jae said, The best in Korea? Does that mean Jupiter can buy you right now? Hearing such a question from the head of the strongest guild in the region, Han Yu-jin was immediately stunned and clutched his pet in confusion. The Jupiter Guild is currently the strongest guild in the country, and not only is the guild strong, but its head is also the strongest hunter. This would definitely guarantee my complete safety. Han Yu-jin and the other guild leaders looked at him after he said this, and he thought, But why did you keep silent until now? And now you're speaking up. Can't you sense the atmosphere? After thinking about this, Han Yu-jin continued his thoughts. Do you have any idea what will happen here if I agree? And then he said, This exception is only for my younger brother. After saying this, Han Yu-jin added, Everyone else will need to become at least the best in the whole world for this. Hearing this, Moon Hyun-ah walked up to him from behind and began to pat him on the back and said, Ha ha ha, what arrogance. You'd rather die than join something, huh? After she finished praising him for his confidence and determination, Moon Hyun-ah added, Both the guild leader and the big brother, what a persistence in wanting to be independent. Feeling like a shrimp among whales, Han Yu-jin thought, How tense it is here. If it were not for my resistance to fear, I would have died long ago from this intimidation. After saying this, Han Yu-jin added, recalling an interesting fact about strong hunters. I've heard that all S-classes are crazy because of how often their paths crossed with death. Han Yu-jin continued as he looked at each of the people present. But how can they radiate such pressure even as they carefully watch each other without letting the smiles from their faces go? Thinking of how difficult it had been for his brother when he became the head of the guild, Han Yu-jin thought, God, Yu Heng, how did you survive among these people? Do they even address you informally? Hugging his pet and feeling sorry for his younger brother, Han Yu-jin continued, I'm sure they were bullying you because you are so young. After hearing all of Han Yu-jin's words, Song Hyun-jae said, So that's why this rookie was so insistent on forming his own guild. He just really wanted to follow his older brother's example. Although you still look much kinder than your younger brother. Hearing these words, Han Yu-jin spoke to Song Hyun-jin. My God, what are you saying about my brother? He is much kinder than me. I would even say that he is kinder than all of you here. Hearing this, someone in the audience spoke up. Are you serious now? At this, Yu-jin said in surprise, And he thought, did I say something wrong? Thinking back to their childhood, when they were just children, Han Yu-jin said that he could not have asked for a better younger brother than his Han Yu-hyun. Whenever Han Yu-hyun had to go somewhere, before leaving, he would run into his older brother's arms and say, I'm going, Yu-hyun? Even when Han Yu-hyun was a very young child, he always took care of his older brother. Even on his birthday, when he made a card, he held it out and said, Brother, here, happy birthday. And then the two of them struck beautiful poses for the camera and had their picture taken. If you want a picture, let's take a picture together, brother. After that, there was also a moment when Han Yu-hyun was graduating from high school. His grades were all excellent, and after the final test, he said that he planned to go to medical school, earn a lot of money, and support his eldest. Continuing to talk about his younger brother, Han Yu-jin said, even though I couldn't devote all my time to taking care of him because I was always at work after our parents died. Instead of becoming a rebel, holding his pet in one hand, Han Yu-jin continued to talk about his youngest with such sincerity. He is kind, obedient, and tries not to lose heart. As he continued to talk about his younger brother, all those present could hardly contain their laughter at what they heard, and Ah Yu-jin continued, "There is no one kinder in the whole world." After finishing his story, Han Yu-jin opened his eyes and saw that everyone was laughing at him, and he said in surprise, "Did I say something wrong? Why are you all—" But everyone just pointed at him and laughed at Jin's story. Looking at the head of the Jupiter Guild, Song Hyun-jae said, "I was wondering why he was being so polite today. This is why, haha." Noticing this, Han Yu-jin thought, "Even the head of Jupiter." Pointing to Han Yu-heng, Moon Hyun-ah said to Han Yu-jin, "That crazy bastard is pretending to be you." Hearing this, Han Yu-jin shouted out in offense, "Why are you calling him a crazy bastard? Isn't it too much to humiliate him just because he is younger?" Hearing this, Moon Hyun-ah said to Han Yu-jin, "What a big brother, ha 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 ha." To which he replied, "That's okay. The main thing is that he is kind to his brother. You have a very kind little brother. And wipe your tears before you say something like that, association president." Holding out the contract to Yu-jin, Moon Hyun-ah said, "Thanks to you, I've had a good laugh. It's time for us to move on to the final stage of preparing the contract." Hearing this, Han Yu-jin thought, "What is wrong with them? What kind of problem do they have with my brother?" Handing the contract letter to Han Yu-jin, Moon Hyun-ah said, "We had a very fierce negotiation before Han Nim came, didn't we?" After saying this, and providing information about the relationship between the guild leaders, she added, "Read it and tell me. Read this and tell me if you have anything to add." Hearing this, Han Yu-jin pulled the contract to his eyes to scrutinize it and reread it, and then spoke to the girl. Okay. As he reread the contract, he noticed what it said. The 5 guilds guarantee the security of Han Yu-jin and his building. Han Yu-jin agrees to give priority to the 5 guilds. However, each guild is limited to receiving 1 monster every 2 months. After reading this, Han Yu-jin said, "What is this? It's talking about some kind of my building." Hearing this question, Moon Hyun-ah said, Did Seok Shu-man not tell you?" The head of the Hunters Association said, "Because you need a place to raise monsters." After saying this, the head of the association added, "That is why we've decided to rebuild a building nearby for this purpose." Hearing this, Han Yu-jin shed tears and said joyfully, "Nice shing juice." To roughly summarize, the terms of the agreement are as follows. The 5 guilds guarantee the security of Han Yu-jin and his household. Han Yu-jin will prioritize orders from the 5 guilds. The construction will be carried out with the investment of 4 guilds, not including the Abyss. The building will be fully owned by Han Yu-jin. After stating all the basic rules of the contract, Han Yu-jin turned to his older brother. The only thing left to do is to sign that. Hearing all the terms and conditions of the agreement and what Han Yu-jin would be granted, he could hardly contain his joy and reached out for the document. Seeing the strange Han Yu-jin, Yu-hyun spoke to him. "Brother, what's wrong with your face?" To which he replied, "God, I'm just nervous that my muscles are just by themselves." And I thought, come on, how am I going to keep the corners of my lips down? Realizing the honor that awaited him, Han Yu-jin thought happily, "I will own a building in the very center of Seoul." Remembering that he used to feel like a shrimp among whales, Han Yu-jin thought, "Forget the pressurizing atmosphere. I'm ready to fall to the ground in front of you, dear customers." Imagining what the future held for him, Han Yu-jin was already dreaming about what awaited him, thinking, a personal building that will be under the patronage of the 5 major guilds of the country. Continuing to fantasize, he thought, I'll set up a workshop there and bring Meng Wu there. Maybe I should also try to persuade Seok Ha-young if she continues her research here instead of in America. Standing near the red carpet, journalists with microphones asked, 25-year-old building owner, Mr. Han Yu-jin, tell us a secret. How did you manage to become a wealthy man without a college degree? Imagining him holding a glass of expensive liquor in his hands and giving an interview, I said, haha, what are the secrets? Raising the glass up, and with his fiery lion on his shoulders, Han Yu-jin said, I did my best to please my dear customers. Isn't that right? Imagining himself already receiving millions in drinking expensive drinks, Han Yu-jin immersed himself in his sweet expectations and thought, I will be able to provide for my retirement just by renting out the premises. After settling all the issues, All the leaders began to say goodbye to Han Yujin, saying, "We have to go. It's been fun today, Hinnom." To which he replied, "Ah, yes, yes. Have a good trip." As he left the conference room, the Jupiter chairman said to Han Yujin, "I'll keep the expulsion condition in mind. See you soon." Han Yujin was surprised to hear the strongest hunter in the country say that, and he said goodbye to him. "Huh? Very well." After everyone left the meeting room, Han Yu-heng went to his elder and said, "Brother." He replied, "Ah, you did a great job. I was so deep in thought that I didn't realize it was over." When the conference was over, and all the guild leaders had left the hall, Han Yu-heng approached his elder brother and said to him, "You don't pay any attention to what the other guild leaders have said about me. At least I have not done anything to disgrace me." After saying this to his younger brother, Han Yu-heng heard back, "Ha ha, what difference does it make? How can a guild leader never cause a scandal in his life?" And then, looking at his pet, he added, "Mir, you're also a great guy. You've been holding me for so long." After the dialogue with his younger brother was over, Han Yujin was pleased with himself, he thought as he held the animal in his arms. The main thing is that everything went well. I couldn't have asked for better conditions. When the conference ended, it was quite late, and the stars had already risen in the sky. Looking up at the clear night sky, Han Yujin thought, the world has suddenly become beautiful. When Han Yujin returned to his dorm room, he smelled an incredible aroma as he entered. And when he walked a little further into the room, he saw a gorgeous table. He exclaimed in amazement, "Wow, what is all this in honor of?" Sitting down at the table, Han Yujin spoke in amazement as he looked at the dishes. "A real feast! Is today a special day?" Yu Mengwu replied, "I just prepared more dishes that you might like." Hearing Han Yujin's praise, Yu Mengwu added, "Still, you deserve special treatment." To which he replied in astonishment, "Well, thank you anyway, hurrah." Deciding to taste the dishes prepared by Yu Meng, Han Yujin picked up a spoon, took the first bite, and placed it in his mouth. "This is delicious. Today is not a day of work, but a day of pleasure." As Han Yujin was savoring the food that Yu Meng had prepared, he said to him, "By the way, Meng Wu, you don't have many things, do you?" At that, he said in a worried tone, "Yes, why?" Hearing this answer from his friend, Han Yujin replied, "Oh, it's nothing special. Just be ready to pack at any time." Hearing this from Han Yujin, Yu Meng thought that they were going to kick him out because of his uselessness, and he was frightened. Without even realizing how it sounded to Yu Meng, Han Yujin continued, "Sooner or later, a new building will be built nearby, so—" But then he heard Yu Meng screaming and crying. Following the crying and screaming, Yu Meng fell to the floor in disappointment and said, "So I'm getting kicked out after all, wow!" Hearing this, Han Yujin choked on his food and spat it out, looking at Yu Meng in surprise. Immediately getting up from the table and walking over to Yu Meng, Han Yujin said, "What's gotten into you all of a sudden? What do you mean, expelled?" To which he replied, "I knew it would come to this." Wiping away his tears, Yu Meng said to Han Yujin, Even though you keep me to yourself, I remain a useless F-class." Hearing such sadness in Yu Meng's voice, Han Yujin replied, "Hey, come on. I am also an F-class. Don't cry." Yu Meng said to him, "We are both F-classes, but we are completely different." Thinking back to when they first met, Yu Mengwu said, "You protected me from high-level hunters without blinking an eye. Even the time they all went to the dungeon for training practice," Yu Meng said in remembrance. "Even gave a Yiwu advice to my S-class junior brother. You're really special." After saying all that Han Yujin had done for him, and not only for him but in front of him, Yu Meng said, "And I couldn't even discover a single 10th level skill." After hearing Yu Meng's lament, Han Yujin thought, "I'm just a cheater." Then he said to him, "Stop it, Mengwu." He wiped his tears with his hand and said, "And yet I am nothing." After telling everything that had been weighing heavily on his mind, Yu Meng calmed down and said, "As you said, I think I should move out. Thank you for everything." Hearing this, Yujin thought worriedly, "No, really, stop." Seeing that his friend had already taken off his apron to work in the kitchen and was heading for his room, Yujin clung to him and said, "Where are you going to go? You have nowhere to go." Hearing Han Yujin pleading with him to stay, Yu Meng replied in a sad voice, "Even so, I can't afford to continue to be a waste of your time." Hearing this, Yujin exclaimed, "You are not a waste." Looking at the upset Yu Meng, Han Yujin thought, You will obtain an SS grade skill after you sharpen 10,000 blades. You are one of the foundations of my comfortable old age. Watching Yu Meng pack up his things and head for the exit, Han Yujin spoke to him. You have the potential for an SS class skill. To which he replied, don't try to console me. Farewell. Realizing that Yu Meng was serious, but he couldn't be let in, Jin thought, and in any case, I shouldn't mindlessly reveal my skill. Then he said, yeah, I don't think I have the right to hold you back by force. After saying this, Yujin used some tricks to speak to Yu Meng. I don't want to make you suffer any more than you already have. Hearing this, Yu Meng said guiltily, no, Yujin. Tilting his head back to appear more convincing, Han Yujin manipulated the boy and said, just today I learned some very, very useful information for you. Han Yujin immediately turned away from him and said in alarm, no matter how valuable it is, I can't force you to listen if you don't want to. Curious about what Jin had said to him, Yu Meng said, what is it? To which Jin replied, I was going to tell you even though I shouldn't. Yu Meng was ready to do anything to find out, so he said, what is it? Just tell me. Turning his head back to Yu Meng, he stood in a pensive pose, looking at the boy with innocent eyes. Do you want to know before you leave? After asking this, Yu Jin spoke. I heard it from Seok Ha Young. There's a training that allows awakened ones like you to discover a special skill. I thought to myself, he'll be more likely to believe it if he mentions an authoritative person. Thinking of the young professor, Han Yujin, in order to keep Yu Meng to himself, thought apologizing to the girl, I'm going to use your name a little bit, Miss Seok Ha Young. I will definitely repay you later. Meanwhile, Seok Han Kei was sitting in her lab in front of the computer screen, conducting experiments and trying to find out something new for her research. After spending a lot of time in front of the screen, she stretched and groaned. After spending some more time, the girl said thoughtfully, now all the preparations are complete. I wonder if it will really help to get an answer. And after these words, she plunged into work again. After taking out all the knives they had in the room, Han Yujin gathered them together and placed them in front of Yu Meng, saying, this training is perfect for you. As Han Yujin poured a few more knives out of the bag and onto the table, he said, but don't tell anyone how you found out about it, not even Seok Ha Young. Looking at all the knives in front of him, Yu Meng said in surprise, okay, what am I supposed to do? What are all these kitchen knives for? Hearing his friend's question, Han Yujin spoke to him. These are all consumables. You have a passive talent that is related to weapons. Try sharpening them. Hearing this instruction from Yujin, Yu Meng said, all right. After convincing Yu Meng not to leave, and even making him take the first steps to achieve his unique skill, Han Yujin, watching him work, thought, good. Now if he continues to sharpen knives like this, thinking that this might be the best option for Yu Meng's skill development, Han Yujin noticed that he had already sharpened his first knife, and his progress had changed from 0 to 1, and he happily thought, I thought so. He's enrolled. Seeing the progress, Han Yujin spoke to Yu Meng. I've heard that you can gain the skill of equipping if you sharpen your blades for a long time. Moreover, you will be guaranteed a cool skill that will make you rich. Hearing Han Yujin say that, Yu Mengwu looked at him in surprise. Really? He replied, seriously, it's a bit difficult because you need to sharpen 10,000. After saying this, Han Yujin added, but if you can manage it in 1 year. Hearing this, Yu Meng exclaimed, only 10,000, really? After saying this, Yu Meng added, if I sharpen 100 a day, I can finish it in 100 days. Hearing this, Yujin said in surprise, 100? You're going to sharpen them all day long. Yu Meng replied, it's okay, I'm pretty good at this kind of thing. I'm good at cyclical work. Taking the next knife in his hands, Yu Meng said happily, you can count on me, Yujin. Before you know it, I'll show you what I can do. Hearing this, and seeing Yu Meng holding a knife, Jin was frightened and exclaimed, hey, put the knife down. This sounds strange. Hearing Han Yujin say this, and having learned some valuable information, Yu Meng became more cheerful and said, I'll work hard, and I'll definitely repay you for your kindness. Hearing that Yu Mengwu was eager to work and would achieve good results in a relatively short period of time, Yujin rubbed his nose and thought, kindness, huh? Your very existence is an investment in my retirement, and now it's time to take care of my investment number 2. When he arrived at Professor Seok Ha-Yang's laboratory and spent some time talking with her, she said happily, wow, it's so nice to talk to you, Mr. Han Yujin. You know so much about dungeons. Are you doing some independent research? After saying this, the girl was eager to recruit him and said, "Wouldn't you like to go to graduate school? Let's set up a joint laboratory." Hearing this, Han Yu-jin was already thinking of an escape plan, but he thought, "What time is it? Let me go home." The young professor picked up a notebook and drew some animals on one of its pages and said, "Everyone around here says that dungeons are unpredictable." Pointing at Han Yu-jin with her pen, Xiao Ka-young said, "Unfortunately, that's why no one even tries to explore them. No one even hopes to find a pattern." Hearing this from the girl, Yu-jin said, "I'm just making assumptions for now. There's not enough information, especially since there aren't many dungeons in our country." Hearing Yu-jin's point of view, the girl replied sharply, "Exactly. Because we are such a tiny country, there are not many dungeons." "Oh, I'm sorry. I'll be banned from the world for saying that." Hearing this, Han Yu-jin replied to her, smiling, "Ha ha, don't worry. I understand what you're getting at. We could collect more statistics if we were able to explore more dungeons." To this, Xiao Ka-young replied, "That's exactly what I'm talking about. Why don't most countries allow foreigners to explore dungeons?" To which Yu-jin replied, I have no choice but to join a foreign research team." After saying this and watching the sad Xiao Ka-young, Han Yu-jin added, "And in 3 years, she will discover the principle of dungeon formation with her team." Thinking of what was to come in the future, Han Yu-jin thought, "And the United States will receive a lot of royalties from other countries for its discovery." Recalling that in 3 years' time, Xiao Ka-young would discover the principle of dungeons, Han Yu-jin said to himself thoughtfully, if she could discover this principle while staying in Korea. As Han Yu-jin was thinking about how to help the girl, he heard, "That's why I prepared this," Xiao Ka-young said as she placed the dish on the table. Looking at what the young professor had brought, Han Yu-jin said, "Buckwheat mug." She replied, "Buckwheat mug and rice wine on the last night of the lunar month for the Tokebi." Hearing the young professor mention a strange character, Han Yu-jin asked in surprise, "Eh? Tokebi?" She replied, "Yes, the famous teleporting hunter. You've heard of him, right?" After saying this, and realizing that Han Yu-jin had no idea who she was talking about, she said, "Tokebi." Just as the name suggests, an unusual hunter who wears a Tokebi costume. Continuing the story of the strange hunter for whom she had prepared a treat, the girl said, "He never revealed his name, age, or gender, even for the next 5 years." Realizing who she was talking about and which hunter Xiao Ka-young was referring to, Han Yu-jin thought, the only thing everyone knows about him is, he recalls a time when there was a plane crash and there were people on the plane, and only the Takebi was able to save them. Thanks to this, Tokebi can go anywhere, as long as he has the U-egg. This legendary hunter, Tokebi, became famous for saving people from dungeon and natural disasters that occurred. Although this skill made him elusive and at the same time a threat, Takebi was a rather cunning hunter, but at the same time a free man who did not want to obey anyone. One day he showed up at the headquarters of a gang that had just returned from a job and was counting the stolen money, calculating who would get how much upon completion. But as soon as Takebi suddenly appeared in the room, all the gangsters immediately began to show aggression, and without even warning, one of them shot him. But Takebi dodged the bullet. Using his teleportation skill, Takebi was able to easily overcome many of the gang members, and thus dodge the bullets that were fired at him. After defeating one enemy after another, the anonymous hunter, who never took off his mask, set his sights on the gang boss to get some valuable information. Using his skill again, he was able to partially teleport. After sticking his head out of the teleportation circle and grabbing the boss's arm, Takebi looked him in the eye. At that time, the frightened boss, having escaped from the hunter's grasp, took out his weapon and tried to aim at the enemy, but could not because he suddenly disappeared. But then he found himself on top, stepping on the bandit's gun. When he fully exited the teleporter and stopped on the table in front of the group's boss, the unknown hunter spoke to him. "I know that all of you are afraid of my abilities." After he said this, the hunter put his index finger to his lips and said, "Gentlemen with an incredible number of secrets, make it clear to yourselves." Having said this, he disappeared and never reappeared. At first, Takebi was difficult to catch because of the specifics of his skills. But in the end, there was no group left whose secret he could not find out. In the end, after Tokebi learned the secrets of all the gangs, they all became guarantors of his safety, and Takebi himself continued his free and independent journey around the world. And so, because of this, Xiao Ka-young, scattering fried buckwheat everywhere, said encouragingly, That's why I thought that Takebi might know all sorts of things about the dungeon. As she said this, the girl, scattering the fried buckwheat everywhere, said joyfully, she searched for Takebi's summons on the internet. Hearing this nonsense, Han Yu-jin thought, on the internet. Scattering buckwheat all over the office, the girl said, what should I ask you first when we meet? To which Jin replied, wait, but he's not even a real Takebi. Han Yu-jin added, but his sentence was suddenly interrupted by the disappearance of light. And I think it would be easier for you to ask for help in the abyss than, when she noticed that the lights in their office had gone out, Seok Ha-young said in alarm, hey, the power went out? To which Yu-jin replied, it looks like the fuses blew. After saying this, Han Yu-jin thought of the best solution and took out his phone and said, I'll turn on the flashlight on my phone. As soon as he said this and shone the phone's screen at himself, Seok Ha-young noticed him and immediately froze in place. Seeing this, Jin said, Miss Seok Ha-young. Seeing that the young professor looked very frightened, Han Yu-jin spoke to her. What's wrong with you? Why do you have such an expression on your face? But she just put her hand over her mouth and said in a frightened voice, eh? Han Yu-jin looked at her and became a little fidgety himself, and holding his phone to light it up, he said to her in surprise, what's wrong with you? Seeing that the girl had fallen to the ground and covered her head, Han Yu-jin saw a huge monster behind him, which frightened the girl and frightened him. Noticing that the girl had fainted from fear, Han Yu-jin called out to her, what the hell is going on here, Miss Seok Ha-young? Han Yu-jin ran over to the girl who had fainted and picked her up and exclaimed, eek, what is this? As soon as he said this, his fear immediately disappeared and a system notification appeared in front of him. Fear resistance activated. Seeing that the fear resistance skill had been activated, Han Yu-jin thought, that's right, calm down. How would a ghost appear in our world? Although I'm not sure about the monsters, but this is an exaggerated show. A joke aimed at surprising people. And the criminal, after analyzing all the information and figuring out who could have done this, Han Yu-jin immediately shouted at the ghost, stop it right now, Takebi. Hearing his nickname, the ghost instantly disappeared, and a masked hunter appeared from the teleporter saying, all right, but don't be angry with me. Holding the masked monster in his hands, Takebi said to Han Yu-jin in a happy voice, I'm here because you wanted to see me. Looking at the girl who fainted from his prank and the boy who was holding her, Takebi said, was it too much? I really didn't mean to make her faint, honestly. After repeating that it was not his intention to scare the girl so badly that she fainted, Take spoke again to Han Yu-jin. Come on, don't be angry, Mr. Kim. Han Yu-jin looked at the person in front of him and saw something interesting. The subject is not under the influence of the code word. Seeing this, he thought, it looks like I can raise Takebi. Looking at him again, and remembering his skills, Han Yu-jin, holding the girl, thought, an independent hunter. He can move freely wherever he wants. Only when he realized how unique this specimen was, and how he could make it his pet, did Han Yu-jin say, I want to, I do. Leaning on his arm and holding the girl, Han Yu-jin began to think of a plan to recruit him and thought, if I can get his support, then Seok Ha-young won't have to go to America. Looking at Takebi with a confident gaze, Han Yu-jin spoke to him. I'm not afraid of such pranks, so please stop, okay? Hearing this from the boy, Takebi shouted angrily at him, what? You're lying! I could see you shaking with fear. Han Yu-jin replied, it was just unexpected, that's all. Hearing that he was trying to make excuses, Takebi mocked him and said, that's right, you were scared. You coward, you scaredy cat. To which Han Yu-jin replied, I told you I wasn't afraid. Do you think I would fall for such a childish prank? Hearing Jin's provocative remark, Takebi said, childish? That's a classic. Hearing this, Han Yu-jin thought, Takebi, who loves pranks. A Takebi who is willing to risk his life to play pranks on others. After assessing his chances of winning, Han Yu-jin decided to make a deal with the rogue and said, then how about a wager? Let's see if you can scare me. After these words, Seok Ha-young woke up in the ward on a medical bed. Having recovered from the shock, she was slowly recovering. When she realized what had happened, she immediately got out of bed and exclaimed, hey, where's Takebi? Did he leave already? After calming down and realizing where she was, she looked around and noticed a guy standing next to her and said, Mr. Han Yu-jin. Seeing that the girl had regained consciousness, Han Yu-jin said in disappointment, boo. Takebi's sense of style sucks. Blue clothes and a red mask. Is he learning coloring? Han Yu-jin said this, but saw no reaction, so he said happily, see, it's quiet, so he's definitely gone. Hearing Jin's words, the girl said, God, I'm sorry about that. After apologizing for fainting and having to be dragged to the medical center, she said in disappointment, "What a pity. I wanted to ask you so many things." Looking at Han Yu-jin, she said, "Inside this country, I've hit a wall, so I was hoping to break through it somehow, but..." Hearing these words from the disappointed girl in the hospital room, Han Yu-jin spoke to her. Miss Seok Ha-young, about that. I think I can help you." Hearing Han Yu-jin say this, the girl called out to him, blossoming with joy. "Oh, you're going to graduate school." Hearing this, Han Yu-jin began to brush it off in alarm, saying, No, I don't mean that." After refusing the offer, the girl immediately became sad again and put her head down. But then she heard, "I can be your informant." After saying this and trying to make amends for refusing the offer, Han Yu-jin continued, "You said that the biggest problem is collecting data, right?" After saying this, Han Yu-jin was asked how he was going to get the information, and he replied, "I will have another way to obtain information." "No, I have it." Hearing Han Yu-jin's betting agreement, Takebi spoke to him in surprise, interested in the proposal. "A bet? That sounds good. Shall we bet?" Hearing that Takebi was interested in his proposal, Han Yu-jin announced the rules of the competition, saying, "If I'm scared, I'll take you on as a subordinate, but if I'm not, you'll work for me for 3 years." Hearing Han Yu-jin's strange offer, Takebi started laughing at him, but after catching his breath, he said, "Does this miserable F-class want to make me Takebi his subordinate?" After saying this, Takebi added, "The contract is for 3 years. Even considering that you are the elder brother of the Abyssal Head, you'll have to work for me for at least 20 years to make it worth it." Hearing that he was aware of him, Han Yu-jin thought, "It seems that he already knows a lot about me." Then he boldly exclaimed, "I don't care. Then I'll draw up our contract, right?" Looking at Han Yu-jin, Takebi looked at him in surprise and said, "What? This is strange, suspicious. You're one step away from losing, but you still want to make a deal?" Approaching Han Yu-jin, who was holding the contract paper, Takebi said, "What are you hiding? It's unlikely that an F-class has some incredible skill. Are you going to use the item?" Standing in front of Takebi, Han Yu-jin, breaking out in a cold sweat, thought with relief, "Phew, still he doesn't know about my skills." Continuing his thoughts, Han Yu-jin thought, "My resistance to fear makes me invulnerable to any oppression and intimidation skills of the legendary class and below. I will win the moment you agree to the bet." After thinking about it, Han Yu-jin spoke to Takebi. "To be honest, I have an ulterior motive." Hearing Han Yu-jin say this, Takebi asked, "Of course, what is it?" Immediately embarrassed, in order to provoke Takebi into accepting the terms of the contract, Han Yu-jin looked away and said, "Actually, you're just very cool." Thinking back to what Seok Ha-young had told him, Han Yu-jin began to recount it, saying, "You're amazing. You saved people so many times." Thinking back to the time when Takebi burst into a group of bandits and crushed them, Jin said, "And that line about the bag of secrets was also very cool." After saying this, Han Yu-jin continued, looking away and rubbing the back of his head, "That's why I don't seem to have anything to lose, right? If I win, it will be a win-win." Seeing that his opponent had fallen for such blatant flattery, Han Yu-jin continued to praise him. "But even if I lose, I will become Takebi's own handyman." Succumbing to Han Yu-jin's flattery, Takebi began to laugh out loud, happy to have met his fan, and then said, "Ha ha 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 ha, that's right, you can't find anyone cooler and more incredible than me." As he continued to laugh, Takebi said to Han Yu-jin, "You're hilarious. If you were just begging me to take you as my sidekick, it would have been a laugh. But you provoked me with your bet, and even signed a contract. I like you." Hearing these words from Takebi, Han Yu-jin spoke to him. "I'm saying this in advance, but I'm very confident of winning. Is that okay?" He replied, Yes, okay, let's make a bet. I'll make 3 attempts in the next week." Looking at the contract and the terms and conditions, Takebi said to Han Yu-jin, "If you don't get scared even once, I will become your #1 subordinate." Sitting in the room with Seok Ha-young, Han Yu-jin spoke to her. I can't tell you about my method of obtaining information, but I will give you plenty of information if you continue your research in Korea." Han Yu-jin offered a deal to be an informant and provide all the information needed for the research, and said to Seok Ha-young, "Racking my brain is not for me." Seeing me, the girl was surprised and then thought. Han Yu-jin added, "That's why, if you find the principle of forming dungeons using my information, then you can just share the profits you make from it. How about that?" Hearing the boy's presumptuous words, Seok Han-yang said, "Thank you very much, but there's no guarantee that this research will yield any results." Han Yu-jin countered. No one but you can do that, Miss Seok Ha-young. Hearing Han Yu-jin say this, Seok Ha-young spoke to him, embarrassed. Oh my, you're flattering me. To which Yu-jin replied, it's not just flattery. Wait, what is the date today? Holding up his finger, Han Yu-jin thought of something interesting to make the girl believe in herself and to get her to cooperate and said, right, let's do it like this. After saying that, he added, that new A-class dungeon they found in Aikian Gyeonggi-do province. In this dungeon, there will be either a waterfront or slime everywhere. Hearing what Han Yu-jin had just said, the young professor exclaimed in surprise, how did you know that? How? Turning away from Seok Ha-young, Han Yu-jin thought, stole information from the future. Getting down from his chair because visiting hours were coming to an end, Han Yu-jin spoke before leaving the room. If that is the case, then I will ask you to seriously consider my proposal. After saying this, Han Yu-jin added with a smile, I am putting it forward precisely because I have great confidence in it, so you don't have to worry about the results of your research. Having said that, Han Yu-jin said one last thing before leaving the room. And please ask your uncle to bid on the auction for the rights to this dungeon. After convincing Seok Ha-young to cooperate with him, and then asking her to ask her uncle to buy the dungeon rights, Han Yu-jin left the room and breathed a sigh of relief. Pleased that everything was going according to his plan, Han Yu-jin clenched his fist and said hopefully, everything should be fine, right? It won't be a problem if I reveal so much information to her, right? With that thought in mind, Han Yu-jin headed home. When he arrived at his room, when it was already night, he said in his head, I only have to play with Tokabi for 1 week. When Tokabi came to Han Yu-jin in the form of an old witch, he spoke to him as he looked out of the window. Ha 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 ha, shall I give you red pants or blue pants? When the first attempt failed, Han Yu-jin was playing with his piece and said to him, even you won't pay attention to such outdated ghosts, right, Mir? The next attempt was somewhere in the middle of the week. Han Yu-jin returned home and exclaimed to his friend, I'm back. Meng Wu, are you here? I bought some dull knives at the flea market. As soon as he said this, bony hands reached down from below, right behind him, and were about to grab him. This time, Tokebi disguised himself as a girl who had lost her legs, and when he came out of the crevice, he grabbed Han Yu-jin's legs and said to him, give me back my legs. Han Yu-jin fell to the ground, dropping the box of knives. He stood up and shouted angrily at Tokebi, hey, you promised to scare me, not kill me. Hearing the irritation in Han Yu-jin's voice, Tokebi, feeling guilty, said, I'm sorry. Who knew you would fall so easily? To which he replied, don't underestimate the weakness of F classes. And one last time, Tokebi did his best. When Han Yu-jin went to the refrigerator in the middle of the night to get something to drink because his throat was dry, Tokebi decided to act. As soon as Han Yu-jin took a glass of water from the refrigerator and turned around, he saw a hay doll that was covered in red paint, as if it were blood. When Han Yu-jin saw this horrible attempt to scare him for the last time, he said in disappointment, oh my, wow, you really went all out for your last attempt. Turning back to close the refrigerator, Han Yu-jin said, but I didn't. No sooner had he said this than he saw a giant, terrifying monster coming at him from above. Seeing this terrifying face in front of him, Han Yu-jin even stopped in his tracks in surprise and thought, a continuous attack? But unfortunately, the fear neutralization skill kicked in before he could get scared. And so Jin just stayed standing there with the glass in his hand saying, it was a little scary. While Han Yu-jin was talking to Tokebi, a strange silhouette appeared behind him. As it slowly approached, the floor creaked more and more often. And then behind Jin, Yuman came out with a knife in his hand. Seeing him, Tokebi clutched his heart in fright and exclaimed, a ghost! Han Yu-jin simply said, what? It's, oh, Meng Wu. He stopped in front of Han Yu-jin and said, I couldn't sleep, so I decided to sharpen some more knives. Seeing what happened to his opponent, Han Yu-jin said, hey, Tokebi, if you were scared. Hearing Han Yu-jin address someone, Yu Meng Wu was surprised to hear him say, Tokebi? Then looking to the side, he saw a monster in the corner on the wall and exclaimed in fright, Gah, a ghost. After that, Yu Meng Wu fainted just like Seok Ha-young. Seeing that his comrade had gone to sleep, Han Yu-jin shouted in alarm, Meng Wu! Looking at what he had done, Tokebi said in surprise, huh? Realizing what had just happened, he finally sank to the ground in front of Han Yu-jin. The next moment, Tokebi burst into tears, realizing that he had lost the bet to an F class and now had to serve for 3 years, and he said, wow, I lost. After putting Yu Meng to bed, Han Yu-jin heard Tokebi, who was standing behind him, exclaiming in frustration, "Still, my subject scolded me terribly for signing the contract without permission." Hearing this, Han Yujin asked Takebi in surprise, "So you have subordinates? Well, you really should have thought about the contract before you signed it." Continuing his hysteria, Takebi said, "They're going to bury me alive when I get back. I won't be able to go home. I won't go. I will stay here." When Han Yujin heard Takebi crying, he said to him, "Stop crying. How old are you?" "You are not a child." He replied, "I am more than 100 years old." Hearing this, Han Yujin replied, "Stop joking." He said, "It is true. I am Takebi." Jin replied, "That's just an image. How can a Takebi be real?" Pointing his finger at Jin's displeasure, Takebi said, "But the dungeon and the awakening are real. Even you have a younger brother who can breathe fire." Hearing this, Han Yujin said, "Well, it's all because of the system." Looking at Takebi's characteristics with his skill, Han Yujin thought, doesn't the existence of Takebi and ghosts make more sense than the sudden appearance of dungeons and awakened ones? Looking at his characteristics, Han Yujin saw that his name was Yoon Young, and he was in the B class. And then he thought, but isn't Takebi an awakened one? Although his name is strange for a human. Takebi, taking off his intimidating mask, was very upset, and at that time Han Yujin spoke to him. Are you really not human?" Hearing this question from his opponent, Takebi immediately flew up and said, "All right, a wager is a wager. I'll tell you, Chief Kim, I am over 100 years old in total." As he began his story about who he was and where he came from, Takebi added to his previous one, "But at the same time, I'm only 3 years old." Hearing this, the only thing that stuck in Han Yujin's mind was the fact that Takebi was really only 3 years old. And it kept repeating over and over again. 3 years old, 3 years old. After telling us that he was only 3 years old, Takebi continued his story, explaining why. "It has been 3 years since the first appearance of the dungeons and the system." Hearing this explanation, Han Yujin asked in surprise, "So you were born on that day, together with the system?" Takebi joyfully replied, "Yes, that's right." Hearing that Han Yujin understood where Takebi came from, he continued, "Originally, Takebi are creatures that are born from the soul's implantation in an old object." Recalling the first thing he saw when he was born, Takebi said, "But the power of the dungeon nourished me and awakened me." After saying this, Takebi said that it was an accident because he was not even supposed to appear. But after the dungeons appeared, one of them awakened him from 100 years of sleep. After hearing everything that Takebi told him, Han Yujin just stood there, listening in amazement, trying to figure out if it was true, and thought, this sounds like a lot of nonsense. But after thinking about it for a while, he realized, but in that case, it explains Takebi's ability to teleport, if the power of the system in some sense connects different dimensions. Han Yujin looked at the spirit in front of him and thought in confusion, but how strange it is to realize that I'm looking at the real Takebi. Thinking about the name Takebi, Han Yujin said, "Yun Yun, right? If one is a surname, then doesn't the first name mean wheel from the Chinese word for liang? Then your home was originally something like an old watermill, Mr. Yun?" Hearing Han Yujin's description, Takebi said in surprise, How did you know that? This is unbelievable. The boss is also a Takebi? Is it like a golden bell for praise?" To which he said in surprise, "Nothing like that." Han Yujin continued on to his room, picked up his tablet, and spoke to his subject. "Well, this is your boss." Taking the tablet in both hands and preparing to give his first order to his new subject, Han Yujin said, "I have a task for you, subject Takebi." When Han Yujin said this, he saw that he was very unhappy that Jin had found him a job, and he said to Takebi, "What is that expression on your face?" Hearing what Yujin said to him, Yoon Young protested and shouted, "What are you trying to make me do? I don't want to do anything sad." To which Yujin said to him, "Is this how a subject behaves?" After saying this to his subordinate, Han Yujin gave him the details of the task, saying, "It is necessary to explore the dungeons of other countries. I have written down everything you need to know." Looking at the disgruntled Takebi, Han Yujin spoke to him. "Foreigners are not allowed in the dungeons, but with your skills of stealth and teleportation, it is quite possible, right?" Lying on the ground, Takebi asked, "Of course it is, but why would you want to do that?" Hearing this, Han Yujin spoke again, flatteringly, "To make you an even more famous hero, of course." After saying this, Han Yujin continued, "If we gather the necessary information, we can uncover the principle of dungeon formation, right? Then the damage caused by the dungeon breakthroughs will be reduced." As he continued to offer the Takebi, Jin added, What does this mean? Research aimed at saving the world. And who will the Takebi who collected the information become? A world hero. While saying this, Han Yujin had already given examples of what the future holds for Takebi and continued, "Wow, it's going to be crazy. There will be merchandise and a biography of the great Takebi." After listening to all the flattery from Han Yujin, Takebi hummed thoughtfully and then said happily, "Well then, I have no other choice. I'll be back soon." Looking at the list of countries he needed to go to, the Takebi said, "But do I really have to go to other countries? It's too far away." Hearing this question from the Takebi, Han Yujin asked him in surprise, "Can't you just teleport there?" To which he replied, "Not over such long distances." Remembering his skills, Han Yujin thought, "So he can't travel that far yet? By the way, this skill wasn't on the list at all." In that case, recalling that the teleportation skill was not on his characteristics, Han Yujin spoke to him, "Listen, Takebi." To which he replied, "Yeah?" And then Jung said sharply, "I love you." After saying this, Han Yujin allowed one of the possible outcomes to happen and influenced it to happen faster by thinking, "I will raise him until he comes." Hearing Han Yujin say this, Takebi immediately exclaimed, "Ah! What is this all of a sudden?" Jin replied, "Don't you know? The original race of Takebi was famous for love." After saying this, Han Yujin added, "There are even many anecdotes about being transformed into beautiful girls who wooed men. I thought, I've seen it in an online encyclopedia." As Han Yujin slowly approached Yoon-young, he said, "For a true taekwondo, love should be a habit." Hearing this, the Takebi said in alarm, "Pete, really?" Han Yujin added, "Yes, this is how we will greet each other from now on. I love you, Yoon-yoon. Now you try it." Takebi, on the other hand, said hesitantly, "Ia, el, liu." Unable to repeat Han Yujin's words, the Takebi ran away from his boss and screamed, "Ah, I'm coming." Jin said upon seeing this, "Damn, that's too bad." Looking out the window where dawn was already breaking and the sun was slowly coming out of the horizon, Jin said, "Well, I am counting on you, my dear subject." The next day after the Takebi left to gather information, Han Yujin went to the Abyssal Guild to take care of some of his own business. Before he could enjoy the silence, he heard the sound of someone's shoes clacking and loud shouts of, "Han Yujin! Mr. Han Yujin!" While Han Yujin was in the training room with his student, he heard the door to the room open and Seok Shmin and Seok Ha-young run in, exclaiming, "You were completely right! You were completely right!" Running inside the room and picking Han Yujin up from his seat, Seok Shmin began tossing him up, shouting happily, "This is truly a slime dungeon." Seeing what was being done to his master, Mir was already preparing to attack, and the visitors were saying, "I had some doubts when I placed my bet, but who would have thought that we would hit the jackpot?" Seeing his aggressive animal about to pounce on Seok Shmin, Han Yujin exclaimed, "Ah, put me on the ground. Peace, calm down." Shimeng then continued, "Thanks to you, the Abyss has received a treasure trove, Mr. Yujin." To which he asked, "And all this costs money?" And Shimeng replied, "That's right. These are very expensive raw materials. We won't have to worry about money from now on." Looking at Yujin, Sok Shimeng said, "And where did a treasure like you come from?" Hearing this, Han Yujin thought anxiously, "How burdensome." After saying this, Seok Ha-young said happily, "I accept your offer, Mr. Yujin. I will work hard for you." Hearing this, Yujin said in surprise, "Oh, really? Thank you." After that, Seok Shmin also spoke up, "We're going to put a security beacon on you." Hearing this, Han Yujin cut him off, exclaiming in displeasure, "Hey, what the hell? Have you lost your mind?" Startled by what he said, Han Yujin picked up Mir and shouted, "Stop talking like Yu Hyun, Mir fast." To which Shimeng replied, "But we can't just leave such a valuable talent behind." Hearing this, Yujin said, pointing to Ha-yan, "Talent is a tricky thing. I can't make accurate predictions. But Miss Seok Ha-young will do the research for me. Please direct all your support to her." As Han Yujin ran away from Sok Shmin and Sok Ha-yang, he shouted after them, "I only know how to train magical beasts." Hearing this, they shouted after him in alarm, "Mr. Yujin!" Running away from Seok Shmin and Seok Ha-yang, Han Yujin was frightened as he thought as he walked, "Do you think I'm going to fall for your flattery? I am going to live a quiet and peaceful life." Looking at Jin with big eyes, Ha-yan said, "Mr. Yujin," he thought, "my prediction was right just this once. So many things are going to change from now on. So I'm giving up being an asshole who pretends to know things." On her way back, Seok Han-yak said in a tearful voice, "A true scientist who cares about supporting future researchers rather than his own well-being." And Shimong added, "You can pretend that you don't, but I know that you care more about the guild than anything else." Upon entering the show, a voice came from the audience. "A challenge. You must find a way out of this animal maze. It has mirrors and toys to distract you." Having said that, the host emphasized, "Even cats and dogs need at least 3 minutes to get out. How much time will it take for a fire-horned animal?" Noticing that he had already completed the quest to find the exit, the host was surprised. "Wow, he left before I finished the introduction." After completing the quest, the pet jumped into Han Yu-jin's arms, and the host said, "A new record. As expected from a high-level monster, its intelligence is amazing." Catching his pet, Han Yu-jin spoke to him. "Well done, Mir." Then the host said, "Let's give a big round of applause to Mir and Hunter Han Yu-jin." As Han Yu-jin received the applause and praise from all the people for his pet and for himself, he said happily, "Thank you." And he thought, what kind of TV show is this? As he said this, he remembered how Seok Shimyong had spoken to him. When he handed him the golden pass card for the show, "These are the hunters of the world. Why don't you go to the show?" As he handed the card to Han Yu-jin, he said in confusion, "Why all of a sudden?" Seok Shiman replied, "We'd better make you famous." Holding his chin and taking a pensive posture, Seok Shimung said, "No matter how carefully we hide the information about you, it will still be spread all over the world. It's better to just make sure that everyone knows you." After listening to Seok Shiman's suggestion, Han Yu-jin agreed to the proposal, but he thought about it. "That's why I agreed, but..." He thought this when he saw Park Aram behind him. As Han Yu-jin admired his pet, he thought, "I don't like this. I don't have any good memories of appearing on television. I might get a lot of hate on my head again." Looking at Han Yu-jin's pet, those who saw him said, "Kya ya ya, the world is so cute." And then the host added, "I've never seen such an adorable monster before." Holding his pet and happy to be spoken of in such a way, Han Yu-jin listened happily. "Seeing this cutie up close is the best part of my career in television." As the show progressed and Min demonstrated all the skills that he could do, Han Yu-jin thought happily, changing his mind. TV shows are the best thing in the world. Having done a lot for the show, Han Yu-jin heard from one of the directors, "Let's take a short break." With that, Han Yu-jin and Mir headed for a chair to take a break from it all. Resting on the chair, Han Yu-jin, quite pleased with himself, thought happily as he enjoyed the TV show. "I've shown my baby in its full glory." As he rested, the boy reflected, "Yet does the world seem cute not only to me? It is a real crime against humanity to hide this cuteness." Approaching Yu-jin, the two girls said, "The world is so cute. Don't you want to create a page for him on social media? Post his picture." Hearing this, he thought about it. Maybe I should really make an account for him, release merchandise and an album. Envisioning the future when Mir grows up, Han Yu-jin thought, then he'll be a star by the time he's fully grown, right? Imagining himself wearing a black suit next to his pet, who had a bouquet of flowers around his neck, Yu-jin thought, and even I will get some glory as a manager and tamer of magical beasts. Lying on the chair, fantasizing about how famous and rich he could become with this TV show, Han Yu-jin said, well, get in line if you want an autograph." To which he heard a reply, "Already, I'm first in line." As Han Yu-jin continued to enjoy his imaginary life as a popular TV star, he heard a strange voice say, "Is Mir going to put a footprint as a signature?" Hearing this painfully familiar voice, Han Yu-jin opened his eyes and saw a familiar girl watching him. As Jin fell from his chair, Moon Hyun-ah spoke to him. "Hello, brother of the abyssal head." Han Yu-jin jumped up from his seat at this unexpected encounter and said in surprise, "The head of the destroyers? What are you doing here?" She replied, "Haven't you heard? When filming a monster, there must be at least 3 hunters of Class A or higher present." After saying this, Moon Hyun-ah added, "That's why I took this opportunity to see you." Hearing this, Han Yu-jin looked at her with a worried look, but he didn't let her out of his sight for a second. Seeing Moon Hyun-ah standing next to Han Yu-jin, everyone on the set exclaimed in delight, "Wow, it's Moon Hyun-ah!" And also, "Look, it's the head of the destroyer." While everyone was staring at the leader of one of the strongest guilds, a powerful girl held out her hand to Han Yu-jin to help him up and said, "Come on, get up." As Han Yu-jin stood up on his own without the extra help that was offered, he thought in confusion, "What an aura she has!" Looking at Yu-jin standing up on his own, Moon Hyun said to him in surprise, You don't want to hold hands?" Noticing that Han Yu-jin was unhappy about something, Moon Hyun-ah said in surprise, "Was I supposed to pick you up like a bride?" Hearing this, Han Yu-jin said in alarm, "I don't need anything like that." After saying this, Han Yu-jin added in a sad tone. Everyone is watching, so let's not misunderstand. Hearing this, the girl said cheerfully to the boy, "Oh, who cares?" After saying this, Moon Hyun-ah added, attracting everyone's attention with her phrase, "You're going to be raising my baby." Hearing such a meaningful phrase, Yu-jin exclaimed in concern, "This is exactly the kind of misunderstanding I'm talking about." Trying to find a way to approach Han Yu-jin, Moon Hyun-ah spoke to him. "Haha, I really like you. Do you want to join my guild?" To which Yu-jin replied insultingly, "You have to offer me the best conditions in the world to make such a suggestion." When Moon Hyun-ah heard Yu-jin's response, she said to him, "I like your fearless answers the best." To which Yu-jin replied, "I have nothing to be afraid of. My brother is also an S-class." As he said this, Han Yu-jin also added that he had nothing to fear because not only was his brother quite strong, but he was also, and we're all human. Hearing what Han Yu-jin had just said, Moon Hyun-ah grabbed his shoulder and said, "That sounds great, but there's still something that worries me." No sooner had she said this than Park Aram entered the room, carrying drinks, and exclaimed, "Uncle, I brought you some drinks." But her sentence was suddenly cut short. No sooner had she entered the room than she saw Han Yu-jin standing in front of her, with Moon Hyun-ah standing next to him, and something began to happen around them. Just as she was about to run to her uncle's aid, the air vortex had already completely blocked their access, making it impossible to break through. Standing behind the air wall, Park Aram shouted out in alarm, "Hey, uncle!" As soon as she said this, a small gap appeared in the air vortex, revealing only Moon Hyun-ah's face, who put a finger to her lips and said, "I'll borrow him for 5 minutes." Sitting in the center of the scene, Han Yu-jin did not look embarrassed or scared. Rather, his face showed only disappointment, but his pet was on his guard. Noticing that his master was in danger, the fire lion cub took a fighting stance and began to growl at the guild leader. Han Yu-jin was thinking at the time, airflow, a barrier. Holding his furious beast in his arms to prevent it from attacking the girl, Han Yu-jin called out to her in frustration, "What is it this time?" To which Moon Hyun-ah replied, "Soundproofing, using a spatial skill." After saying that, Moon Hyun-ah added that there was no need to worry and said, "One of my people will explain everything to Miss Aram, so don't worry." Hearing that, Jin thought in confusion, "Simple, huh?" Hearing the sound of Aram's attempts to break in from outside, Han Yu-jin thought, "It seems that even now her skills are at a serious level. A meme who is also an S-class didn't even have time to react. That's unacceptable." After the boy realized the seriousness of the threat, he saw the girl's shadow suddenly hovering over him. Looking up, he heard her speak. "Now we can talk in private." Hearing this, Han Yu-jin asked her anxiously, "Haha, what kind of secret do you want to discuss with me?" The girl replied, "I wouldn't say it's a secret, but it's just that it's not customary to gossip openly." After saying this, she added, "It concerns your brother." Hearing what the leader of the Destroyer Guild had just said, Han Yu-jin immediately changed from being friendly to hostile. After telling him what they were going to talk about, Moon Hyun-ah added, "It seems like you don't know your younger brother very well, and that's what's bothering me right now." Before she could say a few unfriendly words towards the Abyssal Guild head, she immediately said, pointing at Jin, "Just look at him." Seeing Han Yu-jin's angry gaze drilling into her, the head of the Destroyer Guild added, "I haven't even said anything yet, and you're already reacting like this." The fiery horned lion cub broke free from Han Yu-jin's grasp and lunged at the girl. But she said with a happy face, "Hey, calm down. I have good intentions." Stepping closer to Han Yu-jin step by step, the girl added, "I don't intend to sow family discord between you two." Walking right up to Han Yu-jin, Moon Hyun-ah put her hand on his shoulder and spoke in a serious tone. "But Hyung Nim." After that, she leaned over to Han Yu-jin and whispered in his ear in a serious tone, "But you really should take a closer look at your little brother." Thinking back to that first meeting that Han Yu-hyun called to introduce her older brother and discuss some of the key points, Moon Hyun-ah said, "I laughed until I fell down during the contract signing because I was so surprised." Recalling the meeting where Han Yu-jin held up his younger brother as a model of the best behavior, Moon Hyun-ah continued sadly, "But if that's the way things are, I can't just ignore it anymore." Recalling what the Abyssal Guild's guild leader was like, Han Yu-hyun, the head of the Destroyer Guild, said, "Do you really trust your brother? Do you really think that the good little brother could lead the guild with his skills alone?" Thinking back to a photo she had seen of Han Yu-jin and Han Yu-hyun together, where the two boys were standing with a bouquet, Moon Hyun-ah added, an obedient younger brother born in poverty who lost his parents. They don't even write that in children's fairy tales. It's too unrealistic. Hearing the girl's words, Han Yu-jin immediately rebutted her, exclaiming in an embarrassed voice, "It's just Yu-hyun." To which she replied, "Oh, of course. He's just like an angel who has fallen from heaven." After saying this, Moon Hyun-ah took a thoughtful pose and held her chin with her hand and said slyly, "That may be true, but you don't seem to know that." Looking at Han Yu-jin with a penetrating gaze, the girl suddenly spoke a frightening truth. That angels don't go after other people's heads in order to elevate their own guild. After saying this, and recalling what Han Yu-hyun had done to succeed and establish his own guild, Moon Hyun-ah added, "Should I tell you how your brother lived as a hunter?" Moon Hyun-ah then said, "After the worldwide dungeon breakthrough and the appearance of the Awakened Ones, I had to give up my career in sports. And in the end, I rose to the rank of guild leader." Having said this while telling her own story, she continued, "But how could I have just started leading the guild if I had only been playing sports all my life? Choi Seok-wan and I joined big companies and played the role of healers." Afterwards, recalling the very evening she first saw the cheeky guy, Moo Hyun-ah said, "Out of the 5 guilds in the country, the only real guild leaders were Song Hyun-jae of Jupiter." Noticing that he had pushed one of the high-ranking managers of one of the big guilds, she thought in surprise, and Han Yu-heng is from Abyss, a newly established guild. After pushing the manager who was offering him a kind of favorable deal, Han Yu-hyun just looked down at him and heard him say, "Insolent bastard, you should have been grateful to me for offering you a support offer." But Han Yu-hyun simply ignored the offer and the man's loud shouting and just kept walking. A high school student who ignored the offers of the big shots and decided to start his own guild. Recounting the time when Hyun simply walked away from that evening after another confrontation with the man who tried to recruit him, Moon Hyun-ah said, "I thought he was just a kid who didn't know his place, an insolent child who would soon fall down. It's not even surprising that he was restrained by all possible means, and even at one point there were rumors that an assassination attempt was being prepared through poisoning. Funny, but I was still naive at the time, so I rushed to the scene to try to stop it." As she ran into the building where the Abyss Guild leader was about to be killed, Moon Hyun-ah exclaimed in frustration, "Have you completely lost your sense of proportion after the world started going crazy?" She ran into the burning building where the event was about to take place and searched the flames for the bandits. No matter how much you like him and how much he would interfere, he is only a child. After recounting this passage from her memories of the first time she saw Han Yu-hyun's true nature, Moon Hyun-ah added, "I thought it was too cruel to endanger the life of a child who hadn't even received his personality initiation yet. But what she saw when she entered the room plunged her into chaos and confusion. The entire corridor was covered with mountains of corpses and the flames that engulfed them. Deciding to continue on to find out what exactly had happened here, Moon Hyun-ah said in surprise as she looked around as she walked forward, "What the hell? Is there a monster here?" Suddenly, someone's cry for help came from a room engulfed in flames. Hearing it, the girl immediately rushed to the sound because it was the only clue among all these mutilated bodies. Arriving at the place where the screams were coming from, she saw 2 silhouettes. One of them was sitting on the ground, leaning against the wall, and the other was leaning on a sword, hovering over him. Noticing this, the girl said in surprise, "Han Yu-hyun?" The man who was sitting down then spoke to his enemy. "Yeah, I will never do that again. I swear I will never hurt you again." Trying to ask for forgiveness for his actions, the bandit said one last thing before his sentence was cut off. "Only mercy." Seeing this horrific scene, Moon Hyun-ah said to Yu-jin, "It wasn't an even slaughter." Seeing what had just happened and weighing everything she had seen, she went to Han Yu-hyun and said in a worried voice, "Hey, are you okay?" As soon as she approached the young man who had just killed so many powerful enemies, he immediately attacked the girl who had decided to approach him without even raising an eyebrow. Blocking his attack with her sword, which was covered in blood from the people she had killed, Moon Hyun-ah said with a sinister smile, "Ha ha ha, what a fool I am." Looking at Han Yu-hyun, who was covered in the blood of his defeated enemies, looking at her with a murderous gaze and exuding a sinister aura, Moon Hyun-ah sarcastically said, "I was worried because you were just a child." After saying this, she added menacingly, "Hacha, you are actually the child of a real monster." After that incident, and everything that happened after that, The whole incident was hidden by the gas leak and the explosion that followed, and all the people who were involved in that incident were gradually killed, one by one. After telling Han Yujin about the consequences that followed the incident, she added, "The same forces that had ruled the lower world from the shadows eventually knelt before it and allowed the abyss to swallow them up." Hearing these words from Moon-hyun-ah, Han Yujin said in astonishment, "Is this?" She replied, "I know it's hard to believe, but that's how S-classes are." After saying that, the girl stood halfway to Han Yujin, turned her head toward him and said, "I heard that the two of you were separated for a long period of time." After saying this and noticing Han Yujin's steady gaze and embarrassed demeanor, she continued, "Don't you think he's not the same person he was before he woke up?" Putting her hand on the boy's shoulder, the head of the Destroyer Guild said one last thing before ending her gossip with him. "Consider everything I have told you very carefully, Henim." Leaning over and whispering in his ear, she added, "At least the man I have seen all this time is not the same as the man you used to know." Remaining in the same position, the head of the Destroyer Guild added, "That son of a bitch is a real monster. Yes, he can pretend to be an innocent little brother." After listening to what the leader of the other guild told him, Han Yujin pictured a photo of his brother burning in his mind, as if to symbolize the disappearance of his good brother's image. But who knows when he will show his true face to you? Fumbling in her pockets to get her phone, which suddenly rang, she said in frustration, "It's too dangerous to be around him all the time." Taking the phone out of her pocket, Moon Hyun-ah noticed that she was receiving a call from a contact who was signed as Crazy Bastard. Then she added, "It looks like what happened has already reached the ears of the Abyssal Chairman." Looking at Han Yujin, who was hugging his pet with his head bowed, Moon Hyun-ah said to him, "What are you going to do? If you prefer to stay away from him, I'm willing to help you with that." After hearing everything that Moon Hyun-ah had told him, and hearing that his younger brother was already on the phone, Han Yujin said, "I see. So he also broke down in this chaos." Hearing that her younger brother was calling the girl, Han Yujin, noticing the phone in front of him, abruptly snatched it from her hands. The girl, in turn, seeing such abrupt actions, only managed to say in surprise, "E." Holding the phone in his hands, Han Yujin answered the call and spoke into the receiver. "Hello." Hearing the phone picked up, he said, "Moon Hyun. Ah, damn you. Brother?" Moon Hyun-ah could only say, "I'm sorry," as she stood behind him. "Ho ho." After Han Yu-hyun heard your older brother's voice on the phone, who was being held hostage by that girl, he said in concern, "Are you all right? Did she say anything strange to you?" Hearing his younger brother's worried voice from the phone when he picked it up, Han Yujin answered his question. "Ah, she told me all kinds of nonsense behind your back." Standing behind the guy, the girl sighed in offense and turned away, and Han Yujin thought about it. So what? Yes, he did become a little strange. As he continued to reflect on the fact that his brother was really not the same as he used to be, Yujin thought, "I wouldn't say that there is not a single drop of blood on my hands. Besides, what older brother would disown his younger brother after experiencing something like this?" After telling his brother that he had indeed heard a lot of new things about him from this girl, Han Yujin added, "It seems that I underestimated you." After saying this, Han Yujin said with a sly smile on his face, "After all that, why shouldn't I gossip behind her back? Although technically I'm standing in front of her. Last April to be exact." Hearing what Han Yujin was saying, Moon Hyun-ah changed from an impregnable lady to a frightened cat and snatched the phone from Jin's hands as soon as he finished speaking. On April 2nd, at about 5 o'clock in the evening, at the convenience store of SS Ikyeon, Gyeonggi-do Province, snatching the phone out of Han Yujin's hand, a worried voice came from the receiver. "Brother?" She then crushed the phone in her hands and spoke angrily. "How?" Squeezing the phone harder and harder in her hands, Moon Hyun-ah, holding back her shame, turned to Han Yujin and said irritably, "Almost no one knows about this, right?" Walking up to Han Yujin and grabbing him by the collar, she began to shake him and repeat, "Where did you hear that? Answer me now!" Han Yujin answered her, "I just overheard it by accident. Is it a secret?" Seeing that his master was in danger again, Mir was seriously angry and was ready to pounce on the girl. And then Moon Hyun-ah said, "Fuck, I can't even kill you to shut you up." Hearing such formidable threats from the head of the Destroyer Guild, Han Yujin spoke to her. You don't want riding beasts? Go ahead and try to kill me. You shouldn't gossip about my little brother." After saying this, Han Yu-jin, proposing a provocative deal, said, "Why don't we shut up together now, even though I will be at a much greater loss?" Hearing this, Moon Hyun-ah said in irritation, "Gee, look at him." She stopped her anger and let go of Han Yu-jin, and holding her hand to her head, she said sadly, "Fine, I don't care. I've been fooled by both brothers." Hearing this, Han Yu-jin walked away from the girl and picked up his pet and thought, "Society will find out anyway." Resigned to the fact that she would not be able to carry out her plan, Moon Hyun-ah, preparing to use her skill, said to Han Yu-jin, "I thought you would be innocent, so I tried to push you." After snapping her fingers and dispelling the effect of her skill, Moon Hyun-ah looked at Han Yu-jin and said, "But since you're like this, I guess I don't have to worry about the other guilds intercepting you." Hearing Moon Hyun-ah say this, Han Yu-jin, holding his beast in his arms, who was confused and looking at the girl suspiciously, thought, "Are you saying that everyone is going to pester me like this?" As soon as the curtain of air barrier dissipated, Park Aram could be seen on the other side, exclaiming in irritation, "Uncle, Sister Hyun-ah." After these loud shouts, an irritated Park Aram ran toward Han Yu-jin, shouting, "You promised not to hurt him." Hearing this, the boyfriend replied to her worriedly, "I'm fine, Aram." While tapping Han Yu-jin on the back, Moon Hyun-ah spoke happily to Park Aram. "We were just talking about our adult business." Then leaning over to Jin, she added, "If you ever tell anyone about this, I'll kill you, okay?" Continuing to run at Moon Hyun-ah, Park Aram rammed her head into her body and shouted, "Hey, what are you planning to do to Uncle this time? If you touch him without permission, I'll punish you." To which Hyun-ah replied irritably, "Oh, you're asking for a fight." Approaching Han Yu-jin, who was standing nearby with his pet, one of the managers on the set handed him a bottle of water and said, "We'll resume filming in 5 minutes. Here you go." Hearing this, Jin said, "Oh, okay, thank you." As Han Yu-jin opened his water bottle and watched Moon Hyun and Park Aram's behavior, he thought, "By the way, when did they become so close?" Seeing Moon Hyun hugging Aram, the boy continued, "Is it because they're the only S-class women in Korea? Isn't Aram going to join the destroyer after her contract with the Abyss is up?" Thinking about this development, Han Yu-jin remembered something from his future, saying, "But the destroyer guild will soon disintegrate and disappear. Moon Hyun-ah won't last long in a tight cage. The same goes for Choi Seok-won. In 5 years, both the destroyer and the ISS will disintegrate." While giving his pet a bottle of water, Han Yu-jin suddenly thought about Moon Hyun-ah's future and suggested the following scenario. "Perhaps we should poach Moon Hyun-ah too." Observing her relationship with Park Yun-reem, Han Yu-jin said to himself, "With her attacking power, she'll be a perfect match for Aram. I don't know what the system is trying to accomplish, but if I need to raise S-classes." After feeding his pupil, Han Yu-jin stood up, and thinking about how great it would be to recruit Moon Hyun-ah, he thought, "It's better to have a mentor take care of Aram than some muddy guy." Standing behind him thinking, Han Yu-jin heard Park Aram say, "And Uncle won't only raise your baby, he'll raise mine too." Choking on his water after hearing this, Jin coughed and exclaimed, "Aram, get away from Moon Hyun-ah immediately. She's a bad influence on you." And after these words, we heard from the audience, "Raising her kids? Let's continue filming." After the filming started, Han Yu-jin and his pet spent a lot of time posing for the camera and shooting videos. And then he saw a video of himself on TV, where he was holding the animal in his arms and saying, "Peace, listen to your daddy." And at the bottom of the screen it said, "Monster Dad Han Yu-jin, 25 years old." Watching the clips on TV at home, Park Aram, who was next to him, mockingly said, "They called you Monster Dad." To which Jin replied, "What happened to Beastmaster?" To which Yu Meng added, "But you look great on the show." After watching the show, in which Han Yu-jin starred with his pet, and finishing all his business, he and Yu Meng gathered all the resources to move to a new workplace. Hearing the great news, Yu Meng asked, "Will the maintenance department give us a workplace?" Yu Jin replied, "I asked them. You can't keep sharpening knives in the kitchen all night long." To which Yu Meng added, "You're right. We also scared your friend. I've wasted my mind." When Han Yu-jin said that Yu Meng would now have a separate room for his training, he said, "It would also be good for you to make friends with the maintenance guys. Maybe you can become colleagues in the future." Hearing this, Yu Meng happily replied, "That would be nice." Recalling his past experiences with dungeon battles, Yu Meng said sadly, "To be honest, I don't want to clear dungeons anymore." Hearing this, Jin replied, "Yeah, I don't think This kind of work is good for you. Han Yujin thought happily as he recalled his true unique skill. So what? Your destiny is to be an SS-class blacksmith. Helping Yu Meng carry his belongings to the new training room, Han Yu-jin and his friend had already reached the maintenance department. Then Jin thought, you're better off in the workshops than in the dungeons. As Han Yu-jin approached the place they needed, he opened the door and immediately stepped back, as a lot of smoke and blinding light came out of the interior, and Yu-jin said, "It's hot." And Yu-meng added in surprise, "Wow." When Han Yu-jin and his friend went inside and walked around the bridge for a while, they saw the production process and huge boilers with hot metal, and then Jin said in surprise, "This is the maintenance department." As Han Yu-jin moved further into the workshop, he looked at the production and suddenly said to Yu-meng, "Everything looks so serious. I heard that everyone here is at least E-class." Yu-meng was looking at the crystals and humming thoughtfully. Still impressed, Yu-meng walked toward the crystal he saw, and when he was about to touch it, he said, "Is this also a magic stone?" Noticing that someone was sticking their hands into the precious magic item, the head of the technical department shouted loudly to prevent damage to the material. "Hey, don't touch it!" Seeing the two strangers, the supervisor said in a gruff voice, "You're not allowed in here." Hearing this, Yujin spoke to him. "Ah, hello. The AIs were supposed to contact you." After saying this, Han Yu-jin added in a joyful voice, "My friend was supposed to get a job." Hearing this from the young man, the head of the technical department was surprised. "Ah." Bowing to Jin, the employee said, "Mine has indeed been contacted. I heard you have sharpening skills." Looking at the supervisor, Yu-jin thought, the difference in physique is striking. Can Meng Wu really become a blacksmith? Walking through the production area and leading Yu Meng to his workstation, the department head said, "Do you know how to use the sharpening machine?" He replied, "I used to use them when I was a kid." Approaching his workstation, Yu Meng saw a modern, brand-new grinding machine in front of him and exclaimed, "Wow, a special grinder." Walking over to it and examining it, Yu-jin said, "I saw it on the internet. They wrote that you just need to give it a command and it will do everything." Hearing this, the manager said, "Don't touch it. It's our equipment." Opening an abandoned warehouse, the head of the technical department said to the guy, "Your workplace is over here." When he opened the warehouse and let the boys in, they noticed that there was a lot of garbage inside, but only one old hand grinder. Pointing to the old sharpening machine, the head of the technical department said to Yu Meng, "You can use this standard machine." As he walked back out of the room, the supervisor said one last thing. "You said you know how to use it, so I'll leave." Hearing about this insolence toward his friend, Yujin exclaimed, "Wait!" Hearing that he was being addressed, the department head said, "Isn't this a bit much, to put someone in a dump like this?" Hearing this, Yu Meng grabbed Jin's shoulder in concern and said, "There's no need, Yu-jin." Hearing Han Yu-jin say this, all the workers nearby, including the department head, looked at him with a condemning look, wondering at his impudence. He then heard the employees whispering, "This is the guy with the connections to the guild head. F-class? We don't even let people like that in here. Fucking nepotism. We've got our hands full without him." Hearing the staff whispering like this, Yu Meng-woo said to Han Yu-jin in a frustrated voice, "Of course they do. To them, I'm someone who was just pushed in here." Hearing his friend's upset voice, Han Yu-jin spoke to him. Meng-woo. Disappointed that he was being judged and despised by everyone here, Yu Meng-woo managed to gather his thoughts and looked up and said happily to Han Yu-jin, "At least I can use the equipment now. I'll do my best." Hearing these words break through the mask of despair and smile, Han Yu-jin looked at Yuman's eyes as he looked at his new workplace and thought, "But I feel guilty because I brought him here." As Yu Meng looked at his workroom, he picked up a chair and said enthusiastically, "So, I can sit here, right?" Placing the chair next to the machine, Yu-jin picked up a knife and prepared to work. Seeing this, Han Yu-jin spoke to him, "Are you sure you're okay? You said you hadn't used a machine like this for a long time." Hearing Han Yu-jin ask this question in a confused voice, Yu Meng replied confidently, "We should try it anyway." When they started the machine, both boys saw that it was working and said in surprise, "Wow, it's spinning." When Yu Meng brought the knife blade to the grinding wheel, which was spinning on an axis, he saw that the machine was in good working order and was doing a good job, and he said happily, "Wow." Seeing the progression of Yu Meng's SS-class skill even while performing such an operation, Han Yu-jin thought happily, This kind of sharpening counts." Checking the sharpness of the blade, Yu Meng said in surprise, "Yes, This will do. Seeing that the progress from sharpening the blade counted even on a sharpening machine like this, Han Yujin thought, I'm sure this method of sharpening will be more reliable than the automatic machine. When he stopped thinking and looked at Yu Meng, who had begun to work in earnest, Han Yujin said to him in a frightened voice, Be careful, don't hurt yourself. After saying this, Han Yujin immediately stood as if frozen in place and watched his friends work in amazement, unable to say a word. Seeing the other man sharpening one blade after another, bringing them to perfect condition in a matter of minutes, Han Yujin was astonished to hear him say in his head, What? Looking up at his friend, who was concentrating on his work, Han Yujin was overwhelmed with emotions of surprise and embarrassment. And then he thought, Can Meng be like this? Remembering his friend only on bad occasions, when he was just a crybaby and a clumsy person who couldn't help himself, Han Yujin thought, The me I know. Blowing out all the times he had to save Meng from all sorts of strange accidents and monster attacks. Jin said in his head, he always looked scared or depressed. Looking at his friend, who was very focused on his work, Han Yujin continued his thoughts in surprise. I have never seen him so calm before. As Yujin watched his concentrated friend work, he suddenly heard a call come in on his phone. Picking up the phone, he said, Meng Wu, I have to go. It's time to train Mir. Hearing his friend's voice, Yu Meng said in surprise, Oh, you've been here all this time? Jin replied, Yes, while I was watching you work, the time flew by. Hearing this, Yu Meng said, I'm sorry, did you spend a lot of time with me? Do you want me to walk you out? Han Yujin replied, No need, I'll see you at home. As Han Yujin turned to go back to practice with his student, he thought happily as he left the room. To be honest, I'd like to watch him again. After leaving the room where Yu Meng was working, Han Yujin immediately thought of the red carp in the pond, saying, It must be something like a fish that almost suffocated in a shallow puddle. Finally returned to its native waters? As Han Yujin stepped outside, he confidently said in his head, Even someone like me, who is completely clueless, can realize with a single glance that this is his natural talent. Closing the door before he left, Han Yujin took one last look at Yu Meng, who was completely absorbed in his work, and said in his head, I think he will be fine. Despite everything that happened on his first day at work, but the next day Han Yujin was very depressed and completely out of it. Yu Meng had to stay home because of the incredibly severe pain in his muscles. Lying in his bed, covered in bandages and compresses, Yu Meng said sadly, And this is after just one day. I'm really not fit for anything. The same morning, in the same technical department in the locker room, when all the staff were changing into their work uniforms, someone said, Didn't he come in today? After saying this question and seeing the confusion in her colleague's eyes, she spoke again. You know, the guy who borrowed our machine. Hearing this, another worker answered her. Oh, that living example of favoritism. Hearing their conversation, a third man from the technical department spoke up. He said he couldn't come because he was sick. Hearing this, the girl mockingly said, Ha! After just one day, are you sure he's not faking it? After saying this, she added, He's probably angry because the job he was promoted to wasn't that easy. Hearing this, the third employee, who decided to go to his room, said in surprise, Hey, look at this. Looking at what was happening in Yu Meng's room, the employee said, Do you think that someone who would expect an easy job could do this? Hearing this, the girl asked in surprise, Huh? What are you talking about? After opening the door fully and showing the new employee the work he was doing, the third employee of the technical department said, 1,000. Looking around his workplace and showing the others the enormous amount of work he had done in just one day, he said, This guy sharpened 1,000 knives in one day. After these events, when the incident with the visit to the workroom dispelled all doubts and premature conclusions about Yu Meng, a whole week had already passed. And on that very day, Yu Meng had already achieved considerable results in such a short period of time. His concentration on work could be the envy of many other employees. Sitting in front of the sharpening machine, Yu Meng did his job perfectly, and his progress in sharpening knives was already 5,600 sharpened blades out of 10,000. And that evening, after returning home from work, Yu Meng Wu set a wonderful dinner table with many delicious dishes. Seeing this, Park Aram, who was amazed, said in awe, Ah, what is this? Sitting down at the table, Han Yujin, equally surprised, said, The whole table is shining. Does sharpening the blades also raise the level of cooking? And Park Aram added, Oh gods, what is all this? After tasting a small portion, Park Aram couldn't help but cry at the delicious taste of the food and said, Meng Wu Appa. Let's live together forever. Hearing this, Han Yujin said in surprise, wow, she called him Appa. Such a change after just one spoonful of rice. Quickly eating everything Yu-man had prepared, Park Aram quickly said, I need to eat a lot. I won't be able to get such delicious food in the dungeon. Hearing this, Yujin said, oh, that's right. You're going to the dungeon today, aren't you? Chewing on her food, Park Aram said to Han Yujin with a mouthful of food, yeah, to be honest, it's been so boring lately. Thinking back to her last dungeon trips where she was taken along, Park Aram said in frustration, I'm only allowed to go to Class B dungeons and lower because I'm underage, but I need to level up faster to gain new skills and become rich. As she continued to savor her food, Park Aram said thoughtfully, I wonder if it would be better if I went to the dungeon every day without a break. If I use all my skills at the same time, I could even go to several dungeons a day. Hearing this, Han Yujin spoke to her. You can't do that. After telling her that she should not do so, Han Yujin explained to her the danger of such actions, saying, it's easy to drain when you're low on health, but it's hard to notice when you're running out of mana. Imagine what would happen if you fainted in the middle of a dungeon due to lack of mana. Han Yujin added after saying this, asking her a question, even with potions. Oh, by the way, Aram, how much mana do you have? Hearing this, Park Aram replied, 102. Hearing this from the girl, Han Yujin realized that their levels were completely different, and he immediately fell silent because his mana was only 2, and the equipment itself added another 29. Hearing this, Han Yujin thought in frustration, who else should worry about whom? Her stats are 51 times my own. Even if I add up all my stats, her mana stats will be 5 times higher. After answering Jin, Park Aram spoke enthusiastically to Yu Meng. By the way, Meng Wu Uppa, aren't you going to go to the dungeon again? To which he replied, no, Hearing Meng Yu Meng's answer, Park Aram said to him, you can become rich if you go there as a cook. No, we can just open a restaurant here. Hearing this suggestion, Yu Meng said in confusion, haha, I don't know. Hearing Yu Meng's response, Park Aram stood up from the table and spoke to him. With your talents, you don't have to be a hunter. Han Yujin walked over to Yu Mian and asked him, aren't you overexerting yourself lately? You've been sharpening your blades all day and then you've been cooking. Hearing this, Yu Meng said to him, not at all. It's just that I enjoy it. Han Yujin held out his gloves to Yu Meng and said to him, At least use these. I'll lend them to you. When he saw Zheng handing him his gloves, he was surprised. Oh? Taking Han Yujin's gift, Yu Meng said in surprise, your gloves, aren't they very expensive? You said they were A grade. To which Yujin replied, I haven't been using them much lately anyway because of the hot weather. After saying this, Han Yujin said, you can use them at least until you finish sharpening the blades. Hearing this from his friend, Yu Meng beamed with happiness. Throwing himself into Yujin's arms and shedding tears of joy, Yu Meng said to him, Yu Ji Ying, I promise that this favor will not be in vain. I will never take them off. Jin said to him in embarrassment, leave me alone. At least take them off in the restroom. After Han Yujin lent his gloves to Yu Man, he came closer and closer to achieving his goal step by step. And so, the next day, when he moved the boxes of old knives, he breathed a sigh of relief. Having moved enough knives to cover his workload for the afternoon, Yu Meng said, this will be enough to sharpen them after the lunch break. Wiping the sweat from his tired face, Yu Meng said wearily, it's hot. It should be, after all. There's a lot of fire being used here. As he wiped himself with the sleeve of his uniform, Yu Meng heard someone's voice behind him say, use it. Turning back, he noticed that a towel was being held out to him. As he took it, one of the maintenance workers who was passing by said as she handed him the towel, this towel is made of magical materials, which is why it retains its temperature. After saying this and going on with her work, the girl finally said, it's quite hot in here. Looking at her in surprise, Yu Meng said, thank you. After that, Yu Meng finished his lunch break and went to his workplace. After finishing all the work, he stretched and breathed out a sigh of relief and said, I'm exhausted. Pulling out his phone to check the time, Yu Meng said in surprise, oh, is it really that late? As Yu Meng walked back through the workshops, he looked around and said in surprise, wow, has everyone gone home already? As Yu Meng passed by one of the rooms, he noticed again the magic crystal that he had seen on the first day he had come to the technical department. Unable to restrain his curiosity, Yu Meng Wu walked closer to it, and after looking at it closely, he said in surprise. It glows by itself? Amazing. As he examined it more closely, Yu Meng heard a loud shout from behind him. Don't touch it as you please. Startled by the surprise, Yu Meng only hiccuped in response. When he heard someone behind him shouting at him not to touch the crystal, Yu Meng turned around in alarm, and when he saw the head of the technical department behind him, he said, I didn't touch. The man walked closer to the boy and spoke to him. This is an S-class magic crystal worth about 1 billion. Hearing this, Yu Meng said in surprise, Wow, really? Looking at the precious crystal, the head of the technical department spoke to Yu Meng. It is very rare for a crystal of this size to be completely preserved. We've set it aside because we're not even sure how to process it yet. As he bent down to wipe the crystal, the technical department head said sadly, It's a pity. Even a team of such a large guild with all its equipment doesn't have a person in their ranks who can work with it. After saying this, the department head added angrily, and even more so, the F-class can't even dream of such a thing. After saying this, the head of the technical department spoke to Yu Meng. I'm sure it's not easy for you to be accused of being a bloke. To which Yu Meng objected. What? No, Hearing Yu Meng's uncertain answer, the head of the technical department spoke to him. We are all meritocrats here. That's why we don't recognize those who come here without being properly selected. Hearing this, Yu Meng rubbed his neck and said, I see. But suddenly, after announcing the selection, the head of the technical department looked at Yu Meng and said happily, But sometimes there are people in life. Having said that, he continued, who need a special chance to get out of the mud they've been in all their lives. Hearing this, Yu Meng turned his head to the head of the technical department, who looked at him in surprise, and the latter continued, You even sharpened our workers' tools yesterday, right? Without turning his head toward Yu Meng, the head of the technical department said with a serious expression, showing no emotion, I took a look at them. They looked as if they were new. Looking at the huge crystal in front of them, the man said, I think that you have a tendency to do this. So in the future, show me that you are not just some kind of thug. After saying this, the head of the technical department, seeing Yu Meng heave a sigh of relief, added, Well, if you're interested in working with us, the lack of stats can be compensated for with strength-enhancing equipment. Hearing this from the head of the technical department, Yu Meng immediately beamed with happiness and said happily, I'll do my best. And indeed, everything was going just fine. But it didn't last very long. Happy everyday life continued until one certain moment. In the middle of a working day, the door to the workshop opened, and several people in black suits came in and asked, Is Hunter Meng Wu here? After saying this, and looking anxiously at who would respond, the girl who had been looking for him immediately spoke up, heading toward Yu Meng. You are Meng Wu, right? After saying this, the girl added, Please come with us. Hearing this, the employees who were in the same room with Meng spoke to the guests. What's the matter? She walked over to Yu Meng and put her hand on his shoulder and said in anxiety, Hunter Han Yu Jin. She looked at Yu Meng, who was seriously frightened, and added, He has disappeared. We're investigating right now. Hearing this bad news, Yu Meng, who had just started enjoying his normal life, was thrown off his stride by the news and said in a frightened voice, What? Thinking about what the agent girl had just told him, Yu Meng exclaimed in alarm, He couldn't have disappeared. Yu Jin said he was planning to stay in the abyss all day today. After saying this, Yu Meng added, And I didn't see him come into contact with anyone suspicious either. Extending her hand to Meng, the agent girl said, So he couldn't have disappeared by himself? Hearing what was happening, an alarmed Aram came to Yu Meng and asked, What's wrong with Uncle? When Yu Meng saw Park Aram in front of him, he was surprised. Aram, didn't you go to the dungeon today? She replied, I was summoned while I was on my way there. I came back immediately. When the agent's partner saw that Aram had arrived, he led Park behind him and said, Please follow me. The chairman has also returned. Then the girl asked, Is there any news? Following them, the girl agent radioed in. Yes, the inspection has turned up nothing. Hearing that the chairman had returned, Yu Meng exclaimed, Oh wait, I'm here too. If there's anything I can do to help. Hearing this, the agent's partner replied to him, Please stay here. It will be safer. Having said that, the agent's girlfriend's partner added one last thing as he left the room. I'm very sorry, but there is nothing you can do. A few hours before Han Yujin disappeared, everything was as usual. It was a sunny day, and the weather was beautiful. As Han Yujin lay on the couch enjoying his beautiful life, he said happily, It's so peaceful. Spending a wonderful day at home with no one else around. Han Yu-jin said, both Yu Hyun and Aram are doing well. I've recruited Miss Ha Young, and it's only a matter of time before Yu Mun's skills are awakened. As Han Yu-jin lay on the couch enjoying his life, he said happily, now I have nothing to worry about at all, except for the couch, of course, which is currently being destroyed by Peace. After destroying half the room, tearing up many toys and books, and breaking several pots of plants, Mir grabbed Jin by the hair and started dragging him out for a walk. He said, good, good. You're tired of sitting at home, right? Standing up from the couch, Han Yu-jin looked at his pet, who was making the whole room look sad, and said, shall we go downstairs and practice? Opening the door from his room and seeing the guard standing outside, Han Yu-jin spoke to him. Hello, I'm going to go out for a while. Holding his pet in his arms, Han Yu-jin heard a question addressed to him. Where are you going? Hearing this question, Jin thought, this is a bit annoying. After negotiations, the major guilds decided to take turns sending bodyguards to Han Yu-jin. Probably these tricks are necessary to keep an eye on me and keep each other in check, and today it's B-class from the ISS. After informing his superiors that Yu-jin wanted to go downstairs, and after receiving permission, he said, yes, we're going down right now. You're going to the training room, right? Hearing this question, Han Yu-jin answered him while Mir reached for the elevator buttons. Sitting in the boy's arms, Mir managed to reach the right button and pressed it to get to the second floor. Seeing what his pet had just done, Han Yu-jin let go of him and said happily, peace, my baby. He pushed the right elevator button by himself. After saying this and picking him up to cuddle him, Han Yu-jin said to the bodyguard, isn't our little one a good boy? After saying this and seeing no reaction, Han Yu-jin said in embarrassment, ahem. But what was he thinking? Yesterday's bodyguard was so excited about Mir continuing to think about his student's skills. Han Yu-jin decided, well, he doesn't have to be liked by everyone. Stopping on the way down, the elevator doors opened and 3 people entered saying, excuse me. Once inside the elevator, one of the men said, excuse me, we have quite large suitcases. Hearing this, Han Yu-jin said to them, oh, that's okay. Looking at their characteristics, Han Yu-jin was surprised by their grades and thought, judging by their grades, aren't they from the abyss? Seeing their ranks, Han Yu-ching suddenly asked the unexpected guest, are you from another guild? One of them replied, oh, we are from Bricks, the abyssal sub-guild. After saying this, the man added, looking at his suitcases, a bunch of armor and other large items are being pulled out of the low-level dungeons as byproducts. Looking at Han Yu-jin, one of the men spoke to him. All the suitcases have already been checked. We are not suspicious people. Hearing this, Han Yu-jin replied, haha, you guys are definitely working hard. Arriving at the right floor, all the passengers got off the elevator. Finally, before they left, one of the porters said, well, we'll be going. Good luck. Jin replied, yes, goodbye. As they walked toward the training room where they were originally headed, Han Yu-jin, holding his pet, said in surprise, suspicious. Looking back, Han Yu-jin was disappointed in the movers and thought, why didn't they say anything about Mir being cute? When Han Yu-jin arrived at the training room, he thought, no, why me? After all, things happen in life. It's not necessary for everyone you meet to praise Mir. When Han Yu-jin arrived at the training place, he let his pet go onto the training ground and said to him, here we are. Grabbing the rope first, Jin's student turned to him, expressing his desire to play. Seeing this, Yu-jin said to him, God, it's fine. Do you want to play tug-of-war first? After saying this, and seeing that his student wanted to play, Han Yu-jin put on his gloves and said happily, wait a moment. Your daddy will get ready. As Han Yu-jin was putting on his gloves and looking behind him to get his protective suit, he saw 2 people behind him. The next moment, Han Yu-jin saw some red powder being thrown on him and said in surprise, what, this powder? Seeing what had just happened to his master, Mir looked at Jin in fright, but Jin had 2 notifications. Sentinel fruit detected, poison resistance activated, neutralizing items effect. When it hit Han Yu-jin's pet, the sentinel fruit powder immediately affected it, even though the animal tried to dispel it in front of it. Seeing that his animal had lost consciousness, Han Yu-jin, who had not been affected by the poison, cried out in fright, peace! Grabbing Han Yu-jin and trying to tie him up with a towel over his mouth to prevent him from making noise, one of the kidnappers said, this powder should have put him to sleep instantly. Why is he still conscious? Holding out his hand to Han Yu-jin, one of the kidnappers said, did the abyss equip him with an antidote item? Looking at the kidnappers, Yu-jin said, those guys from Bricks. Unable to understand what exactly they were doing here, Han Yu-jin struggled and groaned, trying to understand, what are they even doing here? kicking one of them who was standing right in front of him and throwing him away. Han Yu-jin thought in surprise, how did they even get in here? Having neutralized one of the attackers, Han Yu-jin was immediately able to break free from the other. When one of the attackers saw what was happening, he exclaimed, "What the hell? Doesn't he have an F-class stature?" Having escaped from the clutches of the attackers, Han Yu-jin headed for the entrance to get help, thinking, I just need to get to the door to see the guard. He opened the door and shouted, "Help! Someone looks suspicious." Before he could say anything, his bodyguard punched him in the body, thus incapacitating Han Yu-jin. Having dealt Han Yu-jin a serious blow, the bodyguard spoke to the three kidnappers, who were unable to deal with him on their own. "Can't you do it right?" Looking at Han Yu-jin lying on the ground, the guard said sternly, "His equipment. Brother definitely gave him high-level items. Take them off him." Hearing this order from the guard, the three kidnappers grabbed Han Yu-jin and began to remove everything that looked like equipment. Noticing this, Yu-jin thought, what the hell? As he tried to break free, he heard, "Don't move!" And then he saw the system notifications. The leather reinforcement gloves have been removed. Strength reduced by 25. Current value, 4. Lightweight fabric belt has been removed. Dexterity reduced by 16. As Han Yu-jin watched his equipment being removed, he thought, MK betrayed us. Those bastards sent a spy instead of a bodyguard. Pull yourself together. We have to get out somehow. As Han Yu-jin came closer, one of the attackers, noticing that he was also wearing earrings, said thoughtfully, "Could the antidote be in the earrings?" As he said this, one of the attackers immediately reached out to take them out of Han Yu-jin's ears. He noticed this and thought sharply, "Sant, stop! No!" The dark elf's earring has been removed. Mana reduced by 29. Just as he removed the earring, Yu-jin thought, how many skills did I use before? If they take off the earring, my mana. As he said this, he remembered what Park Aram had said. It's easy to tell when your health is critically low, but it's hard to tell when your mana is running out. Imagine what would happen if you lost your memory in the middle of a dungeon due to lack of mana. When Wit lost his dark elf earring, he felt weak all over his body and thought tiredly, I don't even have a single point of mana. Seeing that Yu-jin had passed out, one of the kidnappers spoke with relief. He's finally fallen asleep. Hearing this, another added, put him and the monster in the suitcase. They were already checked when we came in, so they won't be searched on the way out. Hearing this before he completely lost consciousness, Han Yu-jin thought in confusion, damn. Realizing that the situation couldn't have been worse because everything had been planned to the last detail, Yu-jin thought sadly, I should have realized this right away, when they didn't appreciate peace. After losing consciousness, time flew by very quickly for Yu-jin. But suddenly he regained consciousness. Feeling a strange coldness on his body, Jin immediately realized that his dream had been cut short. To bring him back to life, he was doused with cold water from a bucket. When he came to, Yu-jin began to cough and then said irritably, what the hell? Feeling a strange constraint in his body, the boy with the water dripping from his head looked at his hands, which were tied with a rope, and then heard someone's hoarse voice. You've finally woken up. Han Yu-jin looked up in the direction of the voice and saw a stout man who was completely unfamiliar to him. Seeing that he had regained consciousness and finally realized what had happened, Kim Ju spoke to him. You were snoring so loudly, so I decided to help you wash your face. Han Yu-jin, who was dripping with water, looked at his captor with an appraising gaze and thought, Kim Woo-jae. I don't remember that name. Recalling the names of the men who had kidnapped him, Han Yu-jin said in his head, is he from the same guild as the kidnappers? If he's a B grade, he must be either the head or the deputy head. Approaching Han Yu-jin, the leader of the kidnapping gang spoke to him in a threatening tone. I don't feel comfortable bullying a weak F-class, so let's get this straight. Grabbing Han Yu-jin by the hair, Kim Ju spoke to him in a menacing tone. That fiery horned lion you're training. You have the master's mark, right? Give it to me. When Kim Ju told the boy to give him the mark of the master, he saw the anger on Jin's face. So he stood up and lit a cigar, and the criminal said, you better not expect anyone to come after you. Explaining the gravity of the situation to the disgruntled and arrogant boy, Kim Ju added, it will be much better for you to just give the sign voluntarily. Hearing that he was demanding a sign from Han Yu-jin, the boy thought about it. If he wants the sign, it means that Mir wasn't killed, but according to what he said, they must have brought him here somewhere. Deciding to intimidate the criminal, Han Yu-jin arrogantly exclaimed, do you really think you can get away with this? If I'm hurt, the 5 guilds and the association will stand up for me. Hearing such selfless words from the boy, Kim Ju spoke to him, showing him the screen of his phone. Well, it's only a matter of time. You see, these messages are sent by your bodyguard. Thinking of Han Yu-jin, the bodyguard who was assigned to him that day and who had been cooperating with them, Kim Ju said, "He is still guarding the training room. No one even knows you've been kidnapped." The kidnapper added in a happy voice, looking at his unfortunate hostage. "And even if they do know, how many centuries will it take for them to find this place?" As Kim Ju spoke about his location, he said to Han Yu-jin in a smug voice, "There are millions of containers like this one in this port." While they were talking to each other, a forklift had already begun its work of loading containers onto a ship, and Kim Ju's voice came out of one of them. "By the time they try in vain to find us, we will have reached Japan." Hearing what Kim Ju had just said, Han Yu-jin shouted out in alarm, "Japan! Did the Japanese arrange all this?" To which he calmly replied, "No, it's just an auction being held there." Having said that, Kim Ju added no less important information about the kidnapping. "We've been promised generous sponsorship for you, and half of the amount that people will pay for you at the auction." Hearing this, Jin thought in confusion. "I see." Reflecting on what had happened to him, Jin realized, if they can't do anything to me in Korea, they decided to sell me to another country. That's why the sub-guild and the bodyguard agreed to cooperate. As he thought about this, Ji wondered about another thing. Will they be able to rescue us in time? Once it becomes clear that I've been kidnapped, the guilds and the association will stop everything to search for me, even if they have to use the Coast Guard. After thinking it over, Han Yu-jin made a plan of action and decided, but things will get complicated once the ship leaves territorial waters, so I need to stall for time until then at all costs. After telling Han Yu-jin all about their plans and further actions, Kim Ju said to the boy, "So why don't you give up and give the sign?" As Kim Ju said this, he heard the boy laughing out loud. Surprised by the hostage's strange behavior, he asked in astonishment, "What? What's so funny?" Jin answered him, "I take it you've been shot in the head? Do you really think I'm going to wet myself with fear and just give it to you after you told me everything?" Hearing Han Yu-jin say that, Kim Ju was surprised. "What?" he replied. "What? You have just admitted that I am a very valuable commodity. You cannot harm me, so why should I be afraid of you?" Taking a drag on his cigarette, Kim Ju said in surprise, "So you're really smart." Hearing this, Han Yu-jin answered him, "Smart? You guys are idiots for not thinking this through. What a shame. Your face and brains both suck." As he continued to mock Kim Ju, Han Yu-jin watched him put out his cigarette and stood up. "Even if I give you a sign, no matter how you use it, you dumbass." Before he could finish his sentence, Han Yu-jin suddenly felt pain in his torso from a knee strike from the thug who could not stand such insulting words. Watching Han Yu-jin lying on the ground, writhing in pain, Kim Ju shouted angrily, "Have you grown balls? You obviously don't understand the situation you're in if you're talking like that." Lying on the ground, writhing in pain, Han Yu-jin turned his head toward the thug and spoke in a scathing tone. "I don't realize? Haha, of course I do." Watching his opponent boil over before his eyes, Han Yu-jin continued to tease and provoke him, saying, "I have brains, unlike the dunce in front of me, and my skills are much better." Hearing such insulting words against him, Kim Ju could barely restrain himself from killing the boy, and he heard him say, "B-class guys like you are nothing. Even if you assemble a truckload of dumbasses like you, you're no match for me." After hearing Han Yu-jin's insults, Kim Ju stepped on him and said angrily, "That's right. Your body is very valuable, so it cannot be broken. What a pity I can't do more to you." Grabbing Jin by the collar, Kim Ju lifted him up, and then Jin thought, "Go on, go further, cut me up, rip my intestines open. I need you to make me half dead so you have to spend time looking for a hospital or something." Holding Han Yu-jin by the collar, Kim Ju pulled him into another container, saying, "But I'd better introduce you to your new friend." Hearing this, Yu-jin exclaimed in surprise, "Ha!" Dragging him into another container, Kim Ju threw the boy straight into the cage of his monster pet, which they had also raised specifically for such occasions. Throwing Jin into the iron bars of the cage that separated the monster from freedom, Kim Ju loomed over him and spoke ominously, "We also have a demonic beast that we are raising." Hearing this, Jin said in confusion, "What?" Realizing what had just happened and where he was, Han Yu-jin cried out in fright. Seeing the boy's frightened expression, Kim Ju said to him with a mocking tone, "Now you're scared." Watching the monster grab the boy with its slimy tentacles from the cage, Kim Joo added, "A C-grade crack monster. It casts a curse of poisoning on the victim with its tentacles." Looking at his monster, Kim Joo said happily, "It causes unbearably savage pain. Just 30 minutes is enough to make anyone scream and foam at the mouth." Leaving the container and closing the door behind him, Kim Joo said to Han Yoo-jin in closing, "Let's see how a valuable commodity like this will beg for mercy." As he closed the door, Kim Joo watched Han Yoo-jin's terrified look as he was completely engulfed by the monster's tentacles and said one last thing before leaving. "I'll give you half an hour. Have fun." Meanwhile, incredibly strange things were happening in the Abyssal Guild. Park Aram, as soon as she learned about Han Yoo-jin's disappearance and met the agents, went with them to the headquarters. Opening the door, she saw Han Yoo-hyun drying his hands with a towel, and when he saw the girl, he said, "There you are, Huntress Park Aram." Turning her head away from the girl and continuing to dry her hands, she walked confidently toward him, looking down at him. And at that time, Han Yoo-hyun added, "I just received a call from the head of the ISS Guild." As she approached the Abyssal Guild's head, the girl, barely containing her aggression, grabbed Han Yoo-heng by the collar and bent him over. "Explain." Standing behind, watching, the agent reached out in embarrassment to calm the girl down, seeing what she was doing. And then Aram spoke up in anger. "You said it was safe in the abyss. You said that my uncle would be safe here, and now what?" Listening to all the accusations from the girl who was very concerned about Han Yoo-jin, Han Yoo-hyun answered her, It shouldn't have happened," to which she replied, "Then how did it happen?" As Han Yoo-hyun reflected on how this could have happened, he said, "The chance of a treacherous act by the direct subjects of an S-class hunter is very slim, especially if they had to clear the dungeon together." After saying this, Han Yoo-heng added, "Just like wild animals that follow their alpha to survive, the hunters are irresistibly obeyed by the S-class at the level of their instincts." Having said that, Han Yoo-hyun concluded, "That's why only bodyguards who were directly subordinate to the guild leaders were allowed to guard my brother." Hearing this, Park Aram exclaimed in anger, "Then why was my uncle kidnapped?" After explaining the whole situation and the selection of Han Yoo-jin's bodyguards, Han Yoo-hyun spoke. Mentioning today's bodyguard, it turned out that the bodyguard who was supposed to come was not the one who came after all. Han Yoo-hyun added, "The ISS is sponsored by the powerful unawakened. Unlike the Abyss, which is centered on hunters, the ISS's internal power structure is divided." Thinking of the ISS guild leader, Han Yoo-hyun said thoughtfully, "And so one of the guild's sponsors found out about my brother and arbitrarily organized his kidnapping." After saying this, Yoo-hyun added, "This also means that Choi Seok-wan has lost control of the guild, having been cornered by the sponsors. I expected the day to come when the two powers would clash, but I never imagined that they would cooperate with one of our sub-guilds. I also didn't think that they would use low-level hunters who were not subordinate. I'm an F-class brother, so I really should have been wary of such hunters." After listening to Han Yoo-hyun's speech, Park Aram shouted at him in irritation, "So what did the head of the ISS tell you? Where is Uncle now?" To which Yoo-hyun said with a heavy sigh, "That still needs to be found out." Touching his hand to Park Aram's hand that had grabbed him, Han Yoo-jin looked at her guiltily and said, "That's why I summoned you, Huntress Park Aram." After saying this, Han Yoo-hyun spoke to Park Aram, trying to get her to use her skill. "Please, could you use body whiteness?" Looking at Han Yoo-hyun with a stern look, Park Aram, realizing what had happened here, said, Now I understand why this place smells so much like blood." She led the girl to the room and asked, "This is the room, right? I need to read the memories from the bodyguard's corpse?" Han Yoo-hyun replied, "That's right. Find a place where they can hold your brother." Looking inside the room, Han Yoo-hyun looked at the dead body of the bodyguard and spoke to Park Aram, who had her hand over her nose. "I've already warned you that the Abyssal Guard will take care of the bodyguard." Looking at the bloody body of the bodyguard who was responsible for Han Yoo-jin's integrity and safety, Han Yoo-hyun said, "I guess it's safer than trying to force a confession out of him." Standing in front of the entrance to the room where the corpse was, Han Yoo-hyun spoke to the girl who was entering. "This must remain a secret from my brother." She replied, "Yes, not a word to him." Meanwhile, somewhere on the coast at the seaport, Kim Joo picked up his phone and saw that there was no message from his bodyguard accomplice. Surprised by this, he said, "That's strange." Looking at his phone and checking when the last message from him was sent, Kim Joo said, "Why doesn't that bastard report to me anymore?" After finishing his cigarette and looking away from the phone screen, Kim Joo said thoughtfully, We couldn't have already been exposed after such a short period of time, could we? Kim Ju threw the cigarette butt on the ground and stomped on it with his shoe. Well, I don't care. If I get the sign, I'll be in the black, even if the rest of the mission fails. After these words, Kim Ju noticed that time was running out and went to the container where Han Yu-jin was staying. Opening the door, he said happily, "How are you two doing? Did you have a good time together?" As the sunlight entered, Kim Ju saw Han Yu-jin's body lying unconscious on the floor. Startled by this, Kim Ju exclaimed in astonishment, "Huh, what the—" As Kim Ju approached the man, he touched him with his foot and began to move it, saying, "This curse doesn't even allow you to lose consciousness while it's still active. Hey, get up." Stepping on the boy, Kim Ju said smugly, mocking the boy, "Haha, don't you have the strength to even move? What are you mumbling about?" As soon as the kidnapper got close enough to let his guard down, Han Yu-jin called out, "Now, Ink!" After these words, the monster ran out of the cage and headed for the man. Moving along the ceiling so that it could not be seen, the monster crept up on the man and was about to attack, and the captor in turn spoke arrogantly to Yu-jin, mocking him. "Huh? What?" Angry at the guy for pretending and mocking him, Kim Ju shouted at him in a rough voice, "What are you talking about?" Before he could finish speaking, the kidnapper noticed some tentacles near him, and sensing danger, he jumped away. And immediately afterwards, a monster fell on the spot. Not understanding what was happening, and seeing that the monster had grabbed his arm with its tentacle, Kim Ju exclaimed in fright, "What? What the hell?" Kim Ju looked over at Han Yu-jin, who was sitting across from him and petting the C-class monster he was raising, and exclaimed, "This is impossible. How is this possible?" Seeing that Han Yu-jin had tamed even such a giant, the kidnapper screamed in fright, trying to escape the monster's tentacles. "I was told that you can only tame cubs." Hearing this exclamation from Kim Ju, Han Yu-jin spoke to him with a sly expression on his face. "You should know better than to reveal all the details of your skill." Hearing Han Yu-jin speak to him, the kidnapper yelped in fright, pulling the monster's tentacle. "Shit! I wasn't told about this at all." Wincing at the pain that was gradually spreading through his body, as the monster had already put its curse on him, Kim Ju said in frustration, "No one said you could do that." Looking at his enemy, who was already in the position of prey with a gleeful look, Han Yu-jin said happily, "I didn't expect an ordinary F-class to be able to do this, did you?" As he said this, Han Yu-jin suddenly remembered what had happened in the first seconds of being locked in with this monster half an hour ago and left alone. Looking at the monster he was about to deal with, Han Yu-jin was initially very frightened, but then he made a worried face and spoke in his head. "What an abomination. What are those tentacles?" As he watched the monster walk toward him with its teeth bared, Yu-jin thought, "The skill of resisting curses is certainly good, but will I be able to resist it in a direct attack?" Trying to summon some kind of weapon, Han Yu-jin formed a dagger in his hand and said with relief, "Thank goodness I can use the inventory." But despite this joy that he had some ability, Han Yu-jin was still anxious, and he thought as he looked at the enemy, "And yet will I be able to withstand 30 minutes against a C-class?" As Han Yu-jin stood there, preparing to attack the monster, he suddenly noticed that the monster was not attacking him, but was even backing away in fright, looking back and forth. Upon noticing this, he thought in surprise, retreating? Noticing that the enemy had lost his desire to fight him, Han Yu-jin slowly walked toward him, thinking, "What has come over him? He must be frightened by something." As he approached the monster, he added, "I'm an F-class." No sooner had he said this than he saw a system alert that read, "Dragon Slayer and Rakita's Predator activated." Upon seeing this message, it was immediately followed by another that told the boy, "Doubling all effects in front of crack." Noticing that his skills had been activated, Han Yu-jin said in surprise, "Is this because of my Dragon Slayer title?" Dragon Slayer, L, confirmation of killing a first-class dragon alone. Rakita's Predator, S. Doubles all skill effects when fighting Rakitas and other dragons of the same species. Seeing these notifications, Han Yu-jin thought, "Since I received this title for killing the poison and cursed dragon king, it affects dragons of the same species." Looking at this monster, Han Yu-jin said thoughtfully, "Although I don't have any attacking skills." Reaching out to the monster, Han Yu-jin suddenly realized something and added, "But if the effects are doubled, then the effect of nurturing is doubled, right?" Thinking about this development of events in the face of new information, Han Yu-jin decided to change his approach dramatically. The next moment, he threw the dagger out of his hand. Throwing the dagger on the ground, The boy reached into his pocket and pulled out a small jar and spoke to the monster. Well, well, Churnish, good boy. After showing the monster what he had taken out of his inventory, Han Yu-jin said defiantly, "Do you want a treat? It's a finely crushed C-grade magic crystal." After mentioning all of this, Han Yu-jin spoke to Kim Ju. Well, I cannot tell you the details, but I have to say that I was either lucky or just had a good match. Looking at his enemy who was scared to death and cuddling with his new monster, Han Yu-jin said, "Thanks to you, I have truly been able to make a very good friend." And then Han Yu-jin immediately called out to his new pet, "Fetch, Ink." Hearing this command from his master, the monster attacked Kim Ju. When Kim Ju saw that the monster had attacked him, he easily tore off the tentacles and exclaimed in anger, "Attack with tentacles?" After breaking the monster's tentacles and escaping from its grasp, Kim Ju looked at his arm, which was wounded by the poison, and said in frustration, "Ugh, you bastard, how dare you?" After saying that, Kim Ju felt something stabbing him in the back, and looking back, he said to Han Yu-jin, "Ah, what the hell are you doing?" By waving his hand away from the boy who had stabbed him in the back and throwing him a considerable distance away, Kim Ju was finally able to repel all the attacks of the monster and the boy while standing on his feet. Looking at his captor, Kim Yu-jin breathed heavily and said, "Ha ha ha! Even a knife is no match for a B-class weakened by poison." Hearing this, and feeling unbearable pain in the right side of his back and in his arm, which had been injured by the monster, Kim Ju grabbed his arm and shouted out in anger, "B asterisk 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 A." As he said this, the exhausted enemy, watching the monster rush toward him, heard the boy who accompanied him say, "Let's do it again, Ink." Pulling out a weapon from his inventory, the weakened enemy shouted angrily, "I don't care. This is a C-class monster." Pulling out his crescent-shaped weapon, the exhausted B-class hunter exclaimed angrily, "I can kill him with one hand." As soon as he said this, the next moment the monster was lying motionless on the ground with its head severed, and the kidnapper was standing tiredly on both legs, looking down. Looking back at the monster, Kim Ju saw Han Yu-jin running up to him, and Kim mockingly said, "Ha ha ha, did you really think you could do anything with that thing?" Looking at the way Han Yu-jin leaned over the dead monster and put his hand on it, Kim Ju added, "No matter what trick you use, you low-class beetle, it's nothing against a B-class." After saying this, Kim Ju turned to him and added mockingly, "You'll pay for what you did to me." As soon as he said this, he suddenly felt something happening to him and said in fright, "What?" Before he could say this to Han Yu-jin, he fell to the ground in a flash from the suddenly overwhelming feeling of ill health. Seeing this, Han Yu-jin slowly got up and watched Kim Ju clutch his chest in pain and break out in a cold sweat. Looking at the dead monster, Kim Ju said in confusion, "What the shit? I thought I had killed it." Looking at the dead monster lying on the ground, Kim Ju, feeling an overwhelming pain spreading throughout his body, said, "His curse is a class below me." As Han Yu-jin got to his feet and loomed over Kim Ju in an irresistible silhouette, he received a new system notification that alerted him. Activating the skill Final Retribution. Looking at his opponent, who could not help but writhe in pain, and looked at the boy with a confused look, he received another system notification. The skills and abilities of the Monster Inc. are transferred with double the power. Han Yu-jin looked at his now worthless and incapable enemy with his golden eyes, and then a new system notification came, Rauchidas Predator Skill Activation, doubling all effects of the skill Final Retribution. Standing over his enemy, Han Yu-jin spoke to him in a respectful tone. "Since the skill has doubled, you're going to be in a lot of pain." Looking at his enemy, who was gritting his teeth and staring at Han Yu-jin with eyes full of hatred, Kim Ju heard, "I'm just doing to you exactly what you did to me, so it's self-defense, right?" Hovering over his enemy, Han Yu-jin looked down on him and spoke to the insignificant kidnapper. "And you had to touch someone who just wanted a peaceful life?" Grabbing Kim Ju by the hair and raising his head to his own level, looking into his frightened eyes, Han Yu-jin said, "Now let me ask the questions this time. Where are you keeping my little mirror?" Hearing this question from Han Yu-jin, Kim Ju gritted his teeth in pain and said in fright, You son of a bitch." Drooling and foaming at the mouth from the unbearable pain, Kim Ju spoke to him in a hateful voice. "What the hell are you damn monster?" While writhing in excruciating pain, Kim Ju said to Han Yu-jin, "I will find out and kill you. I'll kill you for sure." Hearing this, Han Yu-jin spoke to him in an indifferent tone. "I see. You won't tell me the whole story." After saying this, Han Yu-jin, looking at his enemy, who was already on the verge of death, writhing in pain, added, "In this case, There is no point in my keeping you alive, don't you think? Realizing that his enemy was not going to tell him anything useful at all, Han Yujin decided to waste no time and used his newly acquired skill from the monster to cast the viscous poison. Looking at his enemy, who was slowly dissolving in the venom that Jin had poured on him, he finally said, "I'm sorry, but my skills, especially the last retribution, cannot be revealed." After covering the kidnapper with this viscous poison, Han Yujin noticed that he was no longer showing any signs of life, and finally said, "And why did you need to kidnap me?" After finishing off his enemy and heading for the exit, Han Yujin said in disappointment, "I had hoped that at least in this life I would not have to kill anyone." As Han Yujin left the room, he said in an indifferent tone, "I would prefer to leave your body without doing anything to it." As he said this, he added, covering the rest of the body with a poison that would destroy it to the ground for evidence disposal. "But we have a girl who can read memories from corpses." Having finished disposing of the corpse, Han Yujin went in search of his pet. While opening one of the doors, he accidentally tore out the handle. Raising it to his eye level, Yujin looked at it in confusion. After this incident, leaning on the door, Han Yujin thought in embarrassment, "God, I can't control my power. Because of the last retribution, all of my characteristics have grown like yeast." Sighing heavily at the incredible strength he had gained, Han Yujin thought, "This boost will last for a week. It used to run out in an hour. When I return, I'll need to carefully conceal it so I don't get caught." As he thought about how to conceal the incredible power he had gained, Han Yujin suddenly remembered something else, saying in his head, "By the way, of the good skills of the Inkling, I have..." Looking at the skills he had acquired, Han Yujin saw the following: viscous poison, thorn trap, wall lizard, claws, intuition of the weak, and poison tentacles. Noticing the wall lizard skill, Yujin thought, the stealth skill is perfect for hiding, and intuition of the weak. With it, I don't have to worry about running into higher class hunters. Rising to his feet, Han Yujin immediately felt pain in his left leg at the calf and cried out, "Ouch, it hurts!" But immediately afterwards, after revealing his skills, he spoke in alarm, gritting his teeth in pain. "Well, thanks to the skills, the characteristics that have been raised by the ability, the pain is not so severe that I cannot walk." Using his wall lizard stealth skill, Han Yujin strode confidently forward to achieve his main goal. After turning invisible, Han Yujin walked toward the main deck of the ship where the rest of the kidnappers were supposed to be and spoke, "Now, it's time. Shall we go find Mir?" As Han Yujin walked forward on the deck, he heard someone's voice. As he walked a little further, he saw the three kidnappers talking to each other, and one of them exclaimed, "Ha ha! And now, oh, what time is it?" Pulling out his cell phone, one of the kidnappers said worriedly, "We can get out safely, right?" The other replied, "Of course we will. The ship will be here soon." Before one of the kidnappers could finish his sentence, some unknown force grabbed them by the throats and began to pull them in an unknown direction. Along with these hijackers, all the other bandits and accomplices on the deck also came under attack and fell to the ground moaning from suffocation. Not realizing what was happening, the frightened hunters tried to escape, and one of them exclaimed, "There's something around my neck." The other exclaimed, "Someone help me." After that, Han Yujin reached the main deck, where the kidnapping mastermind or the main person who carried out the kidnapping was most likely located. When he saw the unknown man in front of him, he exclaimed in alarm, "Who?" Kicking the door open with his foot and slowly stepping inside, Han Yujin heard himself being called out. "Who the hell are you?" He spoke angrily to the man, "The victim of your kidnapping." When Han Yujin was only halfway into the room, he was surprised to hear this. "It seems that you are the most important person among all those who are left." Seeing Han Yujin in front of him, the frightened man called out to him in dismay, confused, "You? How did you get out?" When Han Yujin heard this man say this, he said to him, "It is none of your business. Where is the flaming horned lion?" The man just smiled with a sly smile, picking up a small bedside table. Continuing to try to get some information out of the man, Han Yujin said, "If you put up any resistance..." But his sentence was interrupted when he saw a small table fly by. Seeing that the enemy had hit the wall with that throw, leaving a dent in it, Han Yujin heard himself say, "You were lucky to get out of there as an F-class." Hearing such words from what he considered to be an impudent F-class, the man added with a disgruntled shake of his head, "You should have been thinking about escaping. Why did you barge in here fearlessly?" Pulling out his weapon from his inventory, Park Sang-hoon said to Han Yujin, "Flaming horned lion? He's securely imprisoned. I even have the key. What are you going to do now? Pulling out his weapon, the Bloodwind axe, Park Sang-hoon added, I advise you to surrender. You're up against the C-class. Being overconfident in his abilities, Park Sang-hoon said to Han Yu-jin, it's too bad. But before he could say that, he was hit by a punch that hurt him quite badly. After feeling such a powerful blow that knocked him down, Park Sang-hyun was confused, not understanding what had happened, and then he heard Han Yu-jin say, give me the key and tell me where it is. Gathering his strength and standing up again, Park Sang-hyun said to Han Yu-jin, whoa, what are you doing? But this time he was not allowed to finish and was immediately thrown to the ground. Trying to get up again and again, Park Sang-hyun said, is it about an object? Did you really hide your skills? Wait, damn. Being slapped in the face every time he tried to get up, Park Sang-hyun wiped his battered face with his hand and said, bastard, how did you even get caught? Standing at the entrance to the room, Han Yu-jin scratched his backside and said thoughtfully, this has absolutely nothing to do with you. Give it back. As he struck the enemy with this, he heard him groan, ah, ah. And then he spoke to him, hoping that he realized the difference in strength. I don't want to hurt you like this myself. Taking Park Sang-hoon's axe, Han Yu-jin added, but this is not my only skill, do you understand? If you obey me. With that, Han Yu-jin used the viscous poison skill on his Bloodwind axe, and it immediately began to melt in his hands. Han Yu-jin then spoke with a joyful expression. Seeing that his powerful weapon had turned into an incomprehensible viscous liquid, Park Sang-hyun was seriously frightened and jumped back. Realizing that Jin was no joke, Park Sang-hyun said in fright, the K-key, I'll give it back, the cage in the center of the first compartment. Hearing this, Yu-jin extended his hand and said, great, give it to me. Hearing Han Yu-jin's words, Park Sang-hyun held out a paper made of magic material and said, here's the contract. After handing him the contract, Park Sang-hyun added, guarantee my safety first. I will give you the key, and you must promise me that you will not attack me afterward. Taking the contract in his hands, Han Yu-jin studied it in detail and said, all right, and I'll add a clause that you won't tell anyone about me. Hearing this, Park Sang-hyun was frightened. Yes. After signing the agreement with Han Yu-jin, Park Sang-hyun was freed from his bonds as soon as he gave Han Yu-jin the key. Once he was free to move, he looked down at his hands and groaned. Holding the key he had just received from Park Sang-hyun, Han Yu-jin said, holding the contract in his hand, all right, I'll go get Mir. Turning his back on the enemy, Han Yu-jin added, you take care of it. As he spoke, the enemy was already preparing to attack him when he signed the contract. The very next second after the agreement was signed, Park Sang-hoon used his skill to transform his right hand into a beast paw. As soon as this happened, Park Sang-hoon pounced on Han Yu-jin and grabbed him by the throat, happy that he could so easily deceive Han Yu-jin. Grabbing the boy's throat with his other hand, Park Sang-hoon strangled Han Yu-jin, and hearing him moan from lack of acid, he gloated, ha ha, you bought it. Looking at Han Yu-jin with a haughty look, Park Sang-hoon said to him, so what now? You can't attack me anymore, huh? There's a strong curse on this contract. If you attack me, you'll be blinded for breaking the contract. Continuing to mock Han Yu-jin, whom he thought he had fooled, Park Sang-hyun continued, you should be more careful. Although how can a newcomer who has barely been in a dungeon before know? Being in the clutches of the enemy, Han Yu-jin, without showing even the slightest emotion, held the contract in his hands and simply tore it up. Seeing this, Park Sang-hyun exclaimed in surprise, eh? Seeing what Han Yu-jin had done, Park Sang-ju said in surprise, eh? What? After that, the contract began to dissolve into purple poison, and Jin received a notification. Blindness curse activated for contract destruction. And then another notification immediately followed. Blindness curse neutralized by curse resistance, L. After that, Han Yu-jin grabbed Park Sang-hoon's hand and said to him, I'm sorry to disappoint you, but I am not a beginner. I am the most experienced one here. Han Yu-jin used a viscous poison to dissolve his enemy, who had decided to violate the terms of the contract and said, ha ha ha, I knew it. Walking away from the poisonous cloud left behind by Park Sang-hoon, Han Yu-jin said in an indifferent voice, although I wasn't going to save his life anyway. As Han Yu-jin watched everything that had fallen into the viscous poison melt like ice cream on fire, he added, no one would ever think I did it, right? It looks more like some kind of internal conflict. Walking past the room with the kidnappers who had taken Han Yu-jin from the abyss, Han Yu-jin looked at them as they lay unconscious and said, "Let them stay. They didn't see me use the skill." Continuing on, Han Yu-jin added, "I am sure that the Abyss will take care of them when they come to rescue me from captivity. As he continued on, he also saw something that he could not pass by, a dead inkling lying in one of the rooms. Going inside to see him, Han Yu-jin thought, if I leave him like this, he will be cut up for materials and sold. Instead, using his skill, Han Yu-jin also decided to hide the body of his murdered comrade, who had given his life to help Han Yu-jin. Turning his body into a crystal, Han Yu-jin took it with him and said his last words before leaving that place. "Thank you, Ink." When Han Yu-jin went to the room that Park Sang-hoon had mentioned earlier, he saw a cage with a sleeping pet in front of him and said to it, "Dad is here, Mir." Opening the cage and entering it, Han Yu-jin spoke to him in surprise, not seeing any reaction to his actions. "Are you still asleep?" After entering the cage, Han Yu-jin closed the lock behind him and thought about what to do next. "I'd like to get him out of here immediately, but that would only arouse more suspicion." Taking his pet in his arms and lifting him up, Han Yu-jin said to him, "Will you wait here with your daddy for everyone else?" Seeing how cute he was, Han Yu-jin sat down and put him in his arms, stroking him and saying happily, "Ha ha ha ha, look at him, sleeping with his tongue out." Sitting with his pet in the cage, Han Yu-jin added, "It's okay now. Before you know it, they'll be coming for us. I'm so glad you're okay. Don't you dare die before me." Meanwhile, the agents of the Abyss, who had already arrived at the seaport and searched the ship that Han Yu-jin was supposed to be on, exclaimed with joy, "We found him!" Shouting to the entire deck so that everyone could hear them, the two agents exclaimed, "In the center of the first compartment, Hunter Han Yu-jin and the Flaming Horned Lion are here." Having found the two for whom the rescue operation had been organized, the girl agent told her subjects, "Break down the cage and call the head." Hearing that Han Yu-jin and Mir had been found, Han Yu-hyun arrived at the scene in no time, and entering the cage, he picked up his brother and said in alarm, "Are you okay, brother? Open your eyes." Han Yu-jin opened his eyes and said tiredly, "Yu Heng, did you come to rescue me?" Then he saw that besides Han Yu-jin, his other disciples had also come running to him. As Park Aram bent the steel bars of the cage, she exclaimed in alarm, "Uncle, are you okay?" Han Yu-hyun then added, "Can you stand up?" Hearing this, he thought, "Everyone is here, literally everyone." Giving his hand to Han Yu-jin, who was playing the role of the poor victim perfectly, he stood up heavily, holding peace in his arms, and thought, "Obviously, my value has risen during this time." Following Yu Hai-yeon, Yu-jin coughed suddenly. Hearing this, everyone exclaimed in alarm, "Where are you injured? This is crazy. What kind of bastard you dares? Wait, I'll get a doctor." Hearing the frightened voices of his friends, Han Yu-jin raised his hand and said in embarrassment, "I'm fine, I can go." Worried that something had happened to his older brother, Han Yu-hyun picked him up and carried him to the exit like a bride. After doing this unexpected thing, Yu-hyun said, "Did you leave Hiller waiting outside? Call him right away." And Yu-jin, sitting in his brother's arms, shedding tears, thought, so worried about his brother. My good little brother, but my big brother's pride. As Han Yu-jin got into the car, Park Aram spoke to him through the window. "I'll be right over as soon as I'm done with the accident scene and the rest of the business. Uncle, please have a good rest when you get back." He replied, "Yes, thank you." Hearing what Park Aram had said, Han Yu-jin thought in alarm, inspecting the scene, he's going to use the body's whiteness, trusting a child with such a thing? Just as he thought this, Han Yu-hyun spoke to his older brother. "We'll go to the hospital first. Let's check if there are any other injuries." Sitting in the car, Han Yu-jin heard where they were going and exclaimed in alarm, "Woo, why the hospital? Dr. Hiller is done with his treatment." Yu-hyun replied, "You can't know for sure anyway. You'll have a physical examination at the same time." Hearing these words from his younger brother, Han Yu-jin was confused. "Impossible! It will be revealed that my performance has risen because of the last retribution." Deciding to cheat, Han Yu-jin thought of another story to avoid going to the hospital and said, "Can I not go?" After saying this, he added, "At the hospital, I'll have to face strangers again. Maybe they will knock me out again during the examination. I don't want that." Hearing about this possible scenario, Han Yu-hyun awkwardly spoke to his older brother, putting his hand on his shoulder. "I'm sorry, brother. I was reckless. Let's go home." After apologizing to his brother for his recklessness, Han Yu-hyun heard the driver say in an anxious voice, "I'll turn around right away." As soon as he said this, Han Yu-hyun began to examine his brother. As he felt him, Yu-hyun said, "There's really no pain. Are you okay?" Seeing his brother's embarrassment, Han Yu-hyun said to him, embarrassed, I'm fine." Hearing his brother say this, Yu-hyun looked at him with a stern look and said thoughtfully, "No, there is definitely something wrong. You smell like some kind of damp reptile." Hearing about his younger brother's suspicions, Han Yu-jin thought, "What a terribly perceptive weasel." Then he said, There was a port. Maybe I just smelled damp. I can go right back and wash myself." With that, Han Yu-jin activated his wall lizard skill, which is used for camouflage. No sooner had he done so than Han Yu-hyun added, "Is that so? Now it doesn't seem to smell." After all these events that happened to Han Yu-jin, the ISS Guild was removed from protecting him for a while. This was quite obvious, based on whose fault it was. Also, after this incident, the inspection and search of visitors to the guild also became much more intense. But a particularly significant innovation was that guild leaders now provided information about bodyguards whenever they were appointed. After returning home and taking a shower, Han Yu-jin could go to bed, but at some point after falling asleep, he woke up abruptly, clutching his head. Waking up in a cold sweat from what he had just seen, Han Yu-jin said in fright, "What the—" Looking at his pet who was sleeping beside him, he added, "A dream." Holding his head and breathing heavily, Han Yu-jin spoke in a frightened voice, recalling all that had just popped into his head. "No, it's because of that skill." As Han Yu-jin curled up in a ball of pain and the memories he had just seen, which were full of cruelty and other horrors, he said, Black's memories before he died. After getting out of bed to walk around a bit and recover from this sudden influx of negative memories, Han Yu-jin went to the kitchen refrigerator to cool off a bit. When he got to the kitchen and opened the fridge, he reached for a bottle of water and said, "I used to do this a lot, but I've gotten used to it. How long has it been since they turned back the clock?" After taking a few sips of the cool water, Han Yu-jin wiped his lips to remove the remaining moisture and thought, low-level hunters died often, and in very large numbers. Thinking back to his past, when he was first encroached upon by the memories of the deceased, Han Yu-jin said, "For more than a week, I did nothing but drink from shock. One day, people suddenly burst into my room and took me to the hospital. If you think about it, they were obviously sent by Yu-hyun." Recalling his past and comparing it to the present, where he has only high-class hunters as his pets, Jin said, "It's okay. This will not happen now. S-classes don't die, which is why apart from Yu Ming." Thinking of this, Han Yu-jin went to his low-class friend's room and not seeing him on his bed said in surprise, "What is it? Meng Wu is awake again. Where did he go?" Thinking of his friend, Han Yu-jin was worried about him, but he was not in danger. He was in his workshop and continued to work diligently. Staying at work until late, Yu Myung-woo continued to work diligently on sharpening the blades to finally reach his desired result of 10,000. After sharpening another knife and putting it aside, Yu Mung picked up the next one and said tiredly as he looked at the workpiece, 9,980. After finishing the next knife, Yu Mung looked at his hands, which were wounded from the work, and the next moment, bowing his head, he leaned on the table to keep from falling to the ground. Looking at another knife, Yu Meng-woo said angrily, reproaching himself, "Wretched thing, what good are you when you spend all your time doing this?" Looking at another sharpened knife, Yu Meng said to himself in a disappointed voice, "Even when your friend was kidnapped and in danger, that's all you can do." Recalling the very moment when the agents went with Park Aram to search for the missing Han Yu-jin and his help, and when he offered his assistance, saying, "If I can help you in any way," he only heard these insulting words which sounded like this, "Please stay here. It will be safer. I'm sorry to say this, but there is nothing you can do." After hearing from the agent that Yu Meng would be of little use, he was added to the list. "Besides, I made inquiries about you just in case, Hunter Yu Meng-woo. You call yourself an old friend, but no matter how deeply I dig, you have no points of contact with Hunter Han Yu-jin." After saying this, one of the agents who arrived at the workshop added one last thing before leaving. "I don't know what kind of mistake was made, but what can you trust a complete stranger with?" Standing over his desk, Yu Meng-woo shed tears at his helplessness and said helplessly, "Really no one. I can't do anything." Wiping his tears with his hand and trying to stop the continuous flow of tears from his eyes, Yu Meng-woo sobbed, "I just don't know what to do." Seeing that his friend was not in his seat, Han Yu-jin decided not to hesitate and took out his phone and called his younger brother. He, in turn, saw that his older brother was calling him and picked up the phone. As soon as he put the phone to his ear, he immediately asked, "Yes, brother, what is it?" And then he heard Han Yu-jin screaming into the phone, "Hey, I think Mengwu has disappeared again." Hearing his older brother sound so worried, Yu-hyun said to him in a calm voice, "He must have gone out for a while. He went out for a while." Hearing his younger brother's calm tone, Yu-jin did not calm down. Standing in the kitchen, Han Yu-jin spoke into the phone in a confused voice. "No way! He definitely ran away from home. He just made some bone broth soup and left. That bastard is serious." Hearing the older man speak to him, Yu Heng didn't understand what he was saying. "Soup." Hearing this uncertain answer, Yu-jin added, "That means he definitely won't be back for a while. He might get kidnapped by some rascals again while he's wandering around." While Han Yu-jin was making a fuss about his brother's absence, Yuman, in turn, was in the workshop and said in disappointment, "I am ashamed to see Han Yu-jin." As he said this, Yu-jin remembered the words that the agent had said to him, "You call yourself his old friend, but you have no common ground." And then he thought, "It's not just that I couldn't do anything to help him when he was kidnapped." Thinking about how useless he was in an emergency, Yumeng added, "It also turned out that I wasn't really a friend or anything to him at all. I left, but I left thoughtlessly. I had nowhere to go." Leaving the workshop and walking as far as the eye could see, Han Yu-jung noticed that he had untied the lace on one of his sneakers. He tilted his head and said, "Ah, the shoe." As he bent down to fix it and tie it up, all of Yumeng's belongings fell out of his briefcase and onto the road. Noticing what had just happened to him, the boy was embarrassed by this awkward situation and said in his head in frustration, "I'm a total loser." When the two children who rushed to help him, hovering over him, saw that some things had fallen out of his backpack, they were surprised to hear him say, "Oh, look." Noticing the Abyssal Guild emblem that had also fallen out of Yumeng's backpack along with the other things, the girl who had come over to help Yumeng said in surprise, "A pass to the abyss." Taking it in her hands, the girl shouted loudly to the whole street, "Cool! Uncle, you're an abyssal hunter?" Hearing this, Yumeng exclaimed in confusion, Huh? The boy who had arrived with the girl added, "I dream of entering the abyss." Hearing the children in the street nearby, the passers-by immediately came up to him and began to look at him and ponder, "Is this a hunter of the abyss? Is this kitchen knife his weapon?" Seeing a member of the abyss, the children began to ask him questions. "What grade is this? How far did you go in the dungeon? Do you know Han Yu-heng? Did you see him shoot flames?" Hearing a barrage of such questions, Yujin replied in embarrassment, No, I'm just a housekeeping assistant at the Abyssal Dormitory." Hearing this, the children were surprised. "So you are not an awakened one?" And he answered, "Yes, I am awakened." And then they asked, "What are your skills?" He replied, FS class weapon buff." Hearing Yu Meng say this, the children, disappointed to meet such a weakling, said sarcastically, "What's such a douchey class?" Turning his back on Yu Meng, the boy spoke to the girl with whom he was walking away from the hunter. "Mom says F-class hunters are useless," the girl replied. "That's right, they can't go into dungeons or make any money." Yu Meng was depressed and shed tears as he heard what they said next. And after awakening, all skills except martial arts are useless. "Uncle, you can't earn money either. How much do you earn a year? There are no prospects." Listening to what others were saying about him, Yu Meng thought in disappointment, "Is it really true? Even in the eyes of others, I'm hopeless, and I have a lousy class. Even if I sharpen 10,000 knives and learned a new skill." Thinking about it, Yu Meng saw, "We sympathize. You have obtained a trash skill, a trashy F skill, a completely useless skill." And then he imagined a picture that made him even more disappointed. In this picture were his friends, and there Han Yu-hyun was saying to him in a supercilious voice, "Look, no help." To which Yu-jin added, "It can't be helped. I'm sorry. I didn't expect you to be so useless, huh?" As Han Yu-jin said this in his horrific fantasies, Yu-meng reached out his hand to him, saying in a sad voice, "Yu-jin, ah!" And then Jin's words echoed, "I shouldn't have brought him. I did. Brought." Imagining what might happen to him because of his poor skills, Yu-meng covered his hands and bowed his head, crying out, "Wow, that's exactly what will happen." Hearing this, the frightened passers-by said, "Well, what's wrong with him?" Seeing how depressed Yu-meng was at the words of the little children, the boy who had said the bad things said to him in embarrassment, "Why are you crying?" To which Yu-meng said, "What a bleak future." Hearing that the boy's words had such a strong impact on Yumeng, the girl spoke to him in embarrassment. Hey, you made him cry. What should we do? He replied in confusion. Shall we help him? Hearing the boy's words, Yumeng was surprised to hear him say that, and he held back his tears. Help? Grabbing Yumeng's hand, the boy said to him, We only have one way. Come with us. We will help you learn a good skill. Pulling Yumeng to their base, the children filled 2 large bowls with water and began a training session called Torture Under the Water in the Basin. They immersed Yumeng's head in the water and kept her there for a while. After such wild torture, it was not over. The next test was a fall from the 2nd floor. After getting to the roof of the building, the girl pushed Yumeng off, and the boy jumped after him. Grabbing Yumeng's hand, the girl pulled him on, shouting, This way! Pulled along by the girl, the tired Yumeng thought, This is not help but torture. Poor Yumeng Wu. Now even small children are bullying you. What's wrong with you? Arriving at the 3rd place where he was being dragged by the children, Yumeng Wu came to his senses and saw exactly where they had arrived and heard from the children. Yes, then this is it. Pointing to the road with heavy traffic, the boy shouted to him, Crossing the road in the wrong place on an 8-lane road. After collecting his thoughts, the boy rushed to the road shouting, First, I'm going to... But Yumeng stopped him by grabbing his collar and shouting, Stop! Almost choking to death from this sudden detention, the boy angrily spoke to Yumeng. What are you doing? I almost died. To which he replied, Whose cow is mooing? Why are you only doing something so dangerous? Hearing Yumeng's words, the girl helped her friend to stand up and said angrily to Yumeng, I told you before, we are helping. As she said this, the girl added, looking at Yumeng, who was confused. Skills often emerge when lives are in danger. That's how a good fighting skill can come about. Hearing this explanation from the girl, Yumeng Wu spoke thoughtfully, recalling his own life-threatening experiences. When life is at stake, putting his hand to his chin, Yumeng Wu said, But I was like that when I woke up. Hearing this, the little girl exclaimed happily, See, I'm right. Hearing the girl's joyful exclamation, Yumeng added in embarrassment, But it's still too much, all this stuff you're doing. After saying this, he asked the children, Do you do this every day? They answered, Yes, you have to do something to become a hunter. Hearing the children say that they do such dangerous things every day, Yumeng was alarmed. It's dangerous, better study. To which the boy replied, Hey, who needs to study? After saying this, the boy rubbed the back of his head with his hand and said thoughtfully, You can't feed yourself by studying. Everyone does it. Standing behind the boy, the girl just nodded, folding her arms. After hearing what the boy had said about studying, Yumeng was surprised to hear him continue. The best thing to do is to become a combat hunter. Hearing such words from a young boy who had risked his life every day to awaken, Yumeng thought sadly, The craft of a hunter has simply replaced learning. Standing in the middle of the metropolis next to the children, Yumeng Wu continued his thoughts. Even though the world has changed in general, everything here has remained the same as before. Just as he was thinking about this, a strange noise suddenly sounded behind him, attracting their attention. After hearing the strange noise, a siren sounded behind him, and a message was sent. The dungeon has been breached. All citizens are urgently requested to evacuate to the nearest shelters. Hearing the urgent notification that followed the noise, Yumeng took out his phone and noticed the notification of the breakout, its coordinates, and the speeches. A dungeon breakthrough? It's right next door. Hearing that there was a dungeon breakthrough nearby, the children ran toward the breakthrough, shouting, Let's go! We can also awaken! Hearing this, Yumeng exclaimed in confusion, Ah! Seeing that the children were running into the danger zone, Yumeng decided that he needed to run after them and stop them and shouted, Wait! You can't go in there! Running after the children against the crowd of frightened people who were running away from the breach, Yumeng shouted to the children as he caught up with them, It's too dangerous. Meanwhile, somewhere near the place where the dungeon had been broken through, a giant spider was hovering over the city, having already spread its web over a large area. Being near the scene, reporters flying nearby spoke into the camera while filming the story. We're reporting live from the site of the dungeon breakthrough. As the reporter continued to film what was happening in the city where the dungeon had broken through, he said, The entire city center is covered in cobwebs. Huge spider-like monsters have been spotted. Looking out of the door of the helicopter, the videographer filmed what was happening, and the girl commented, The gates of the abandoned shopping center opened, but because they were not found in time. While filming the report, the video director saw something incredibly strange and exclaimed in amazement, Oh, wait a second. Pointing the camera at the children running toward the breach, and Yu Meng following them to take them away, the cameraman said, There's a hole down there. Walking directly behind the children and Yu Meng chasing them, the cameraman said, There are still people who did not evacuate from the dungeon breakthrough. Seeing that there was a giant pile of huge, scary monsters ahead of them, Yu Meng, running back toward the shelter with the children, exclaimed, Wow, spiders are scary, disgusting. Running away from them and passing by the cocoons containing the people who had been caught by the monsters, Yu Meng added, it looks like everyone is dead. What do we do? Running away from the monsters together with the children, who realized that there was nothing for them to do, he shouted in fright, Do not follow them. We will die too. Running away from the monsters, the boy shouted, I'm scared. To which the girl confronted him, running ahead of him. What is wrong with you both? We came to awaken and you are afraid. Running away from the monsters, the trio passed by a dangerous area, and when the girl confronted Yu Meng and the boy with the fact that they had come to awaken and were afraid, the boy tried to contradict her, exclaiming, But his sentence was interrupted as soon as they saw a spider-like monster that was nearby and immediately attacked them. Seeing that they were in danger, the girl stood in front of them and boldly covered the boys who were only scared. I'm going to die. Someone save me. Covering the boys with her body, the girl spread her arms and stood in front of the monster and said boldly, To hell with fear, get away. The next moment, the girl started waving her arms and exclaimed, With my advanced fist of ascension, a super fantastic S-class fist of truth. But her technique was just a word. She was just an arrogant child, and the monster easily threw her into the wall of the building with a single punch. Seeing the monster throw the girl into the wall with one punch, the frightened boy who saw it called out to her in alarm, Sister! Repeating this over and over again to make sure she was okay, the boy said, Sister, are you okay? And she just stood there, looking at her hands with her head bent. Standing in the place where the monster had thrown her, the girl said in confusion, Why, no. While she was saying this, the monster was already approaching behind her. Looking at her hands, and not understanding why her attack had not worked on the monster, the girl said in confusion, No, it's not supposed to be like this. Seeing that the monster was about to attack them, Yu Meng grabbed the children and ran with them away from the monster's location, saving their lives and shouting, Let's run! Running into a building, Yu Meng Wu noticed a staircase leading to the top and shouted to the boy who was running beside him, giving him an order, Go to that staircase, hurry! Holding the distraught girl in his arms, Yu Meng said to the boy, Let's go up to the roof, phew, and let's call for help. To which the Yomi boy replied, Uncle, are you okay? Seeing that Yu Meng looked a little strange, the boy asked him, Can you go up to the roof with your sister in your arms? Yu Meng replied, breathing heavily, Yeah, I have to. As he was holding the girl and running up to the roof to save himself, Yu Meng heard the girl shedding tears and saying to him, Just leave me alone. Hearing this, he was surprised to hear her say, After asking the girl what was wrong, Yu Meng heard the girl crying loudly, shedding tears. Leave me alone. I failed anyway. After saying this, the girl shed tears and added in a disappointed voice, I have just woken up. I got an F grade. Hearing this, Yu Meng said in surprise, What? As Yu Meng was listening to the girl's disappointed words, a boy who was running in front of him turned around and exclaimed, Look, uncle. Pointing behind him, the boy shouted at Yu Meng, who was carrying the girl in fright, Monster! The monster is here! Noticing that the danger was getting closer, Yu Meng, barely holding back his tears, cried out in fright, Speed to the roof of the building. As Yu Meng walked up the stairs to the roof, he began to climb slower and slower with each step and said, I have more strength in my legs. Hearing Yu Meng Wu's words, the girl tried to break free from his grasp and cried out loudly, Leave me alone, I said. It's all my fault. After saying this, the girl added, If you leave me, you will be able to get up, won't you? I am an F class. I would be doomed anyway, and I have no fighting skills. After telling us what a worthless huntress she had turned out to be when she awoke, the girl said through her tears, I am not worthy of being saved at the cost of my life. Hearing this, Yu Meng Wu still threw her to the ground, but not because he wanted to save his own life by relieving her burden. As soon as he dropped the girl on the floor, he immediately took off his backpack and found his knife, which he had recently sharpened in the workshop. Pulling it out and holding it tightly in his hands, Yu Meng decided that it was enough to run away and headed for the monster that was chasing them to fight back. Barely able to stand on his feet from fear, Yu Meng spoke to the children in a trembling voice. I'll hold them off. You two go up first. Hearing what Yu Meng, who had been accompanying them all along, said, the little boy exclaimed in surprise, What? But? To which the girl added, What are you talking about? Hearing what the children had said to him, Yu Meng, clutching the knife tightly in his hands, shouted to the children, You are still very young children. You say you are doomed, and you ask me to leave you. Standing in front of the monster, shaking with fear and possible inevitable death in this unequal confrontation, Yu Meng spoke confidently to the girl. Don't say that. Remembering Han Yu-jin, who had opened his eyes to many things in this life, Yu Meng said, There are many things to do in life, right? It doesn't have to be this. Life is worth living. After saying this, Yu Meng added confidently to the children, trying to be convincing. That's why, quickly run upstairs, call someone for help, and come back for me. After saying this, Yu Meng Wu added to them before they were about to leave him. Hold hands and run away from here as fast as you can. Do you understand me? After saying this, Yu Meng, standing in front of the monster, which had almost caught up with them, shouted to the children one last time, Hurry! As the girl ran away, she looked back at Yu Meng and exclaimed in alarm, Uncle! As she ran away from the monster Yu Meng was supposed to apprehend, the girl said to him, We will definitely come back for you. Don't die, understand? Even though Yu Meng had spoken such brave words to save the children, he was as afraid of the monster as they were. And standing in front of death, he immediately thought, Come on. Deciding to attack the enemy first, Yu Meng thought, Who do I think I am? It's obvious that I can't even compare myself to him. It was just a little kid saying that, and I didn't realize it until now. As Yu Meng pounced on the monster, thinking about what a punk he was, he simply effortlessly swept the monster out of his way with a single kick. After kicking the boy, the spider-like monster threw him out of the building through the window, breaking the glass. After getting what he deserved from the monster he had decided to try to fight, Yu Meng thought as he flew down, Hey, look at that! Flying down and not even trying to change anything, Yu Meng, accepting his fate, said in disappointment, This is how it is. I guess I'm really not good for anything. Looking up at the sky, Yu Meng noticed Han Yu-jin running up the building wall behind him and said, Thank you for everything, Yu-jin. My death is near, so I can see you before my eyes. Watching Han Yu-jin catch up with him at the moment when Yu Meng's death is near, Yu Meng added one last thing. I'm glad I was able to see you one last time. Catching up to Yu Meng, Han Yu-jin jumped up to speed up a bit and shouted loudly to his friend, Grab on! As Yu Meng flew down, shedding tears, he said to Han Yu-heng in tears, How do you always manage to? Thinking back to the monster who threw him out of the building and whom he had tried to resist, Yu Meng said sadly, I don't really remember much at all. Catching up with Yu Meng as he fell down, Han Yu-jin noticed that the spider-like monster was chasing them and opened its tentacles, which it had gotten from Chernish. Not realizing what was happening to him, or even if it was real, Yu Meng could only watch and hold on tight. When Yu Meng saw the huge tentacles coming out of Han Yu-jin's back, he screamed out in fright, What is that thing? Sitting in his friend's arms, Yu Meng said in fright, What's on your back, Yu-jin? Are those tentacles? Are those tentacles? To which he answered him hesitantly, I don't know. I think you're hallucinating. Don't pay attention. Hearing this response, Yu Meng said, Is it a skill, or have you always had them? How? Knocking his friend out, Yu-jin spoke to him. You don't need to know, so go to sleep. After being struck in the neck, Yu Meng felt his eyes begin to darken and his memories become cloudy. When he woke up afterwards, he recalled what had happened and said, After that, my memories are cut off. Getting out of bed, Yu Meng suddenly exclaimed, Huh? I'm in the dormitory? As he stood up, he noticed the TV was on, showing the news. And now for more news. After showing the two children who had been with Yu Meng recently, whom he had saved by capturing the monster, the TV said, The lives of the rescued children are no longer in danger. As Yu Meng came closer to the TV, he said in confusion, So it wasn't a dream. Then how come I'm here? Seeing that Yu Meng had woken up, Han Yu-jin spoke to him. Are you awake? Hearing this familiar voice, Yu Meng turned his head to the right side and saw that Han Yu-jin had brought him some hot soup, and he was surprised to hear it. Yu-jin. Seeing Han Yu-jin, Yu Meng spoke to him. You saved me, right? You had some tentacles back then, he replied. Tentacles? What are you talking about? Haven't you woken up yet? After saying this, Yu-jin added, You were rescued and brought back by the abyssal hunters. At this, Yu Meng said in confusion, Oh, is that so? I don't remember at all. Han Yu-jin then grabbed him by the shirt and said angrily, "That's it, asshole." Yu-jin then began shaking him and scolding him, saying, "What were you thinking being there? You know how dangerous that was. You were lucky to be caught on camera on a live broadcast. I don't even want to imagine what could have happened if not for that." Hearing this, Yu Meng said, "Yikes, it's my fault." After expressing only half of his feelings to Yu Meng, Han Yu-jin added, "Once again, you have made up some crazy story and run away from home. Do you have any idea how scared I was that I would never see you again?" As Han Yu-jin said this, he noticed that his friend had started to cry and spoke to him. "Why are you crying? Are you hurt? Shall I call a doctor?" To which a tearful Yu Meng replied, wiping away his tears, "No, it's just..." Putting his hand on Yu Meng's shoulder, Han Yu-jin heard him say in a sad voice, "Yu-jin, even if after sharpening 10,000 knives, I'll have gained a useless skill. You will still be my friend, right?" Hearing such strange words from Yu Meng, Han Yu-jin immediately made a displeased face and spoke angrily to his friend. "What are you talking about?" Hearing the probable reason why Yu Meng ran away from home, Han Yu-jin became seriously angry and spoke angrily to the boy. "Did you really run away from home because you were worried about such a trivial matter? Eh?" Hearing this, Yu Meng said in confusion, Well." Interrupting Yu Meng's excuse, Han Yu-jin scolded and reprimanded him. "You're doing a great job even without skills, Ni. I heard that you were offered a job in the maintenance department a few days ago." Hearing this, Yu Meng said in confusion, Yes, but..." Putting both his hands on Yu Meng's shoulders, Han Yu-jin lowered his head and said, "Besides, I'm the one who should be asking." Hearing this, Yu Meng asked in surprise, "What?" Hearing Yu Meng say that, and him talking about asking questions, Yu Meng heard Han Yu-jin's shy confession after his question, "Because I can't eat anything else but your cooking anymore." After saying this, Han Yu-jin spoke to him, barely holding back her tears. "Even if you become very successful and independent, don't turn away from me. Can you come visit me sometimes and make me snacks?" Hearing Han Yu-jin say this, Yu Meng immediately became more cheerful and even started to smile. And then Han Yu-jin added, "I promise not to be naughty. I'll even pay for it. Although it would be better if you continued to live with me." Hearing Han Yu-jin's warm words, Yu Meng realized that all his terrible delusions and negative developments in his future were just another imagination. Thinking back to his workshop, the workplace where he was even respected for his hard work, Yu Meng thought happily, I didn't have to be sad or nervous." He continued to recall how his life began after Han Yu-jin hired him in the maintenance department and his first day at work. After recalling the moment when he was sharpening his blades to achieve the desired skill that he was supposed to be given after sharpening 10,000, he thought, because Yu-jin, all this time. He even remembered the moment he had just awakened and how ridiculous it had been when he was in the lonely apartment, and he received the system notification, "Registration of awakened Yu Meng Wu is complete." Sitting in a dark room with slit wrists and a box cutter that he had dropped when he saw the system notification that read, "Activation of the E-class skill, Whetstone." Thinking back to that terrifying moment, Yu Meng Wu, who was in terrible despair at the time, said, "I woke up in a tiny darkened room in a Goshiwan." Blowing out the bloody office knife with which he had tried to kill himself, Yu Meng added, "When I cut my wrists in an attempt to commit suicide." After being awakened, albeit in such a ridiculous way, Yu Meng Wu went to the Hunters Association to register and receive his bounty. After receiving the payment, he heard from the manager, "Here is your 1,000,001 payment for registering as a hunter. Unfortunately, this skill will not be used. It is better for you to try your hand at another profession than hunting." Hearing these words from the manager who registered him, Yu Meng told his story. "Even though I have awakened, my life has not changed overnight." Leaving the registration building, Yu Meng said as he shielded himself from the sun, "It's been a long time since I've seen the sun." And then he added to his story, "But I didn't have any expectations at first." After leaving the registration building, Yu Meng Wu noticed the huge crowd of people gathered outside the association, and he said thoughtfully, "There is such a crowd here. Obviously, a high-level hunter has appeared. Perhaps it is better to leave through the back door." Thinking back to the moment when he lowered his head and walked back to the association to avoid the cheering crowd that surrounded Park Aram, who had just arrived to register with the Hunters Association. As Yu Meng walked back, he felt swallowed up by the darkness that was pulling him deeper and deeper inside. And then he spoke. "I have never been the main character. Life without someone and without something. I can't do anything. I just waste oxygen on myself. Heading for the back exit, Yu Meng-woo, unable to imagine his future in this world, said to himself, "Perhaps my life has continued a little longer because of this lack of wakefulness. But there is no point in living any longer." And at that very moment, when he was at his peak of despair, at that very moment Han Yu-jin appeared in his life, even, so to speak, burst in. Han Yu-jin, who spotted him in the crowd, caught up with him and grabbed his hand. And at that very moment, when Yu Myung-woo was returning to his home to try to commit suicide again, Han Yu-jin appeared in his life, and they met by chance. Recalling his gray past, which was full of despair and misery, Yu Meng said, "And it was at that fateful moment I met you. It was very strange at first." Thinking back to their first meeting, Yu Meng-woo, standing next to Han Yu-jin, who suddenly caught him and tried his best to get him interested in working with him. Yu Meng, hugging his briefcase, thought anxiously, "Should I really? I can't possibly deserve something like this." Thinking back to his first training session and the trip to the dungeon to clear it, Yu Meng-woo, who was left standing behind when everyone went forward, talking happily among themselves, Yu Meng was left alone behind. Recalling this situation, Yu Meng said, "I was as worried as I was grateful. Unlike you, I don't know how to do much, but I can't be like the Abyssal Head or Aram." Recalling this situation, Yu Meng-woo continued, blowing out his first night of sharpening blades in complete solitude, when he learned that after a certain number of them were sharpened, he would gain a new skill. Recalling this, Yu Meng said, "Even when I was sharpening the blades at night, I never dreamed that I could learn a skill, but..." Recalling the moment when he was carrying a girl, she cried out, "I am not worthy of being saved at the cost of my life." Hearing such words from a sad girl who had just recently awakened from the weakest class, she added, "Just leave me here." Hearing these words, Yu Meng thought, Not like that." He continued his story. "After hearing these words from a little child's mouth, I realized how wrong I had been thinking." Recalling the moment when they were both kidnapped by bandits to whom Yu Meng owed money, and how Yu Jin stood up for him, went with him, and then broke the slave labor contract, Yu Meng said, "You never despised me for my class." Recalling even the moment when they first went to the practical class, when the monster mole attacked them and Yu Jin rushed to protect him, Yu Meng said, "You never made me get used to fighting evenly." Also recalling the moment when they were on their way to Yu Meng's new workplace in the technical department, Yu Meng added, "Just so that I could do what I love again, so that I can devote all of myself to what I am good at." Recalling all of these moments, Yu Meng-woo, sitting at his sharpening machine and continuing to refine the last blades to perfect his skill, Yu Meng said, "All this time," wiping away the tears that had come to his eyes as he thought of all the wonderful moments when Yu Jin had only supported him and never criticized him. He said, "You have always supported me." Recalling the vivid image of Han Yu-jin smiling as he stood on the beach at sunset, Yu Min thought, "I believed in her, even though I didn't believe in myself in the slightest." As he sharpened another blade and placed it on the table with the materials he had already prepared, Yu Meng added, "That's why I'm not worried anymore." Taking another blade out of the box of rusted blades, Yu Meng continued to speak as he prepared to continue working. "I finally see a path to the future." Looking at the fact that he still had only a little more work to do to achieve the result of sharpening 3 blades, Yu Meng said, "Yeah, I want to become stronger, Yu Jin." After sharpening the 9,998th blade, Yu Meng spoke confidently. "Strength is not in what you or Aram are good at. It is in what I do best." With such confident words, Yu Meng-woo finally finished his training and sharpened the 10,000th blade. After completing his training, Yu Meng-woo saw the new skill icon appear in front of him and said, "To repay you." Seeing that he had finally obtained his skill for 10,000 sharpened blades, which the system notification showed as follows, "Goldforge Master SS class skill obtained." Yu Meng spoke, "For the faith you have given me." The next day in the technical department, one of the workers panicked. Hearing his noise, the workers asked him in surprise, "What? What's wrong? What's wrong with you?" To which he replied in fright, "The magic crystal." Pointing to the place where the precious magic crystal had been for a long time, the employee pointed to an empty counter and added frightenedly, "Someone must have stolen it in the middle of the night." Hearing his employee's excited cries, one of the employees calmly said, "Oh, him? Haven't you heard yet?" And then the head of the department added, "He'll be on the news later. He's with his master." Meanwhile, Park Aram, who was in one of the dungeons with her new equipment and weapons, said in amazement, As expected from the S-class equipment, the color and look are completely different. Standing on top of a cliff with a drone flying next to her, Park Aram said in awe, "Handmade by Mengwu Appa, the Farmini Ice Tree Spear. First round of testing." Seeing the target she was going to test her new handmade weapon on, Park Aram said, "The target, that lake over there." Clutching the new spear in both hands, she said enthusiastically, "Yes, let's try it out now." Swinging it with all her strength and jumping into the air, Park Aram used one of her skills and sent the spear straight across the lake, exclaiming, "How strong it is!" Seeing the results of her attack, Park Aram stood on the top of the mountain and said in amazement, "It's frozen solid. At this level." After that, it became clear that the girl's attack not only froze the lake, but her attack went a little further, causing damage to the flora behind it. And then the girl added, "Is my skill capable of this?" After Park Aram demonstrated her power with a clear example, someone spoke up somewhere in the middle of the room, where the power of this S-class attribute was being broadcast on a large screen. As you can see, the effect of the S-class ice attribute is clearly visible. And then the host of the event, which was well attended, added, "The 16th S-class weapon has appeared in our country, and it was created by human hands not even after the dungeon was cleared, but before that." Presenting this unique weapon to the audience, the host said, "According to the results of the inspection, this weapon was given the S-class. The South Korean Hunters Association has also confirmed that its creator is the hunter Yu Men-woo." After hearing such a wonderful speech from the host, who demonstrated a wonderful weapon, one of the reporters sitting in the audience said, "What is the highest possible level for creating a weapon?" Sitting on a chair next to his handmade creation, which Yu Men-woo was presently demonstrating, he answered the question from the audience, "I have no limits to the level of equipment I can create." Sitting among the audience, Yu Jin and Kim Sung heard Yu Man's continuation of the phrase, "Unless you need a skill level above SS class." And then they heard surprised exclamations from the audience. "Wow, are you crazy, SS class? He deserves to be famous all over the world." Hearing these words from the crowd, Kim Sung-han said in astonishment, "Unbelievable." And then he added in embarrassment, "Do I need to put a guard around Hunter Yu Myung-woo as well?" Hearing Kim Sung say this, Yu Jin spoke to him. "Ha ha, don't worry. Take a closer look. Didn't he look more solid? Huh? That's right. Compared to when I first saw him, he looks bigger now." After saying this, Han Yu Jin added, "And because he was creating equipment, his stats have risen. Now they're around the C-class level." Hearing this, Kim Sung said in surprise, "What? Is that possible?" Hearing this, Kim Seok-han added in surprise, "It's the first time I've heard that the characteristics can go up like that." Han Yu-jin said to him happily, "Really? Maybe his case is special in itself." Looking at his friend who had finally achieved his goal and was able to fulfill himself in this life, Yu-jin said happily, "Anyway, he's very admirable, really." Thinking back to the first time he saw Yu Meng after he had just learned his skill and had already made an ice tree spear, Han Yu-jin said to him in surprise, "You created it after barely learning the skill?" Hearing Han Yu-jin's astonishment, Yu Meng said to him, "Ah, well, it just happened. In the pile of materials, there were just the materials I needed." As Yu Meng-woo said this, he used his skill and a whole pile of different materials appeared in front of him. And then he spoke, "A spatial pocket that has tons of S-grade and SS-grade materials in it." After saying this to Han Yu-jin, who was watching with wide eyes at what had just happened, Yu Meng added, "It was added to the skill, to the ice branch from here, and the magic crystal from the workshop." After explaining where he got the materials to create the weapon, Yu Meng opened a book that he had also gotten to facilitate his work and added, "An encyclopedia was also published to simplify the making." Hearing this from Yu Meng, Han Yu-jin laid down on the couch and thought sadly, "Why are so many things tied to one skill? I only got one description line for my L-class skill and a stupid code word. What kind of discrimination is this, system administrators?" As Han Yu-jin lay on the couch, pondering the injustices of the situation, he heard Yu Meng speak to him. "Would you like to see the forge?" Hearing this, Yu-jin said in surprise, "Oh, a forge?" Hearing this surprise in Han Yu-jin's voice, Yu Meng-woo, summoning his forge, said, "I thought that skill was just called Golden Forge, for the sake of sounding good." Having summoned his own Golden Forge with his skill, Yu Meng-woo extended his hand to his friend and said to him, "Come in. Only those who have my permission may enter." When Han Yu-jin heard that no one else could enter except Yu Meng and those he had personally invited, he said thoughtfully, "In that case, we don't have to worry about thieves invading. And he thought, if we were in a movie or a short story right now. As Han Yu-jin thought about what would have happened if the events had taken place in some other place or situation, he followed his friend who was holding his hand and said, Meng Wu would be the main character. Once inside, Han Yu-jin put his hand over the blindingly bright light that shone down on him from the inside, preventing him from seeing the forge properly. Later, when they went a little further inside, Han Yu-jin looked at the interior and froze in his tracks, seeing some unexpected things he had encountered in the forge. Looking at the forge's decoration, which was made of wood, Han Yu-jin said in surprise, "This is wood? This is a forge. Won't it catch fire?" Hearing this, Yu Meng answered him, "Yes, I was also surprised at first." When Han Yu-jin went a little further inside, he saw a rack with a fire burning by itself without any combustible material. And he said in astonishment, "What is this? There is no fuel, but it is burning." Hearing this, Yu Meng spoke to him. "Oh, it's..." As soon as he said this, Han Yu-jin was attacked by a flame that grew many times larger and emitted a frightening aura. Seeing this danger, Han Yu-jin covered his friend with his body and pulled him back, saying, "It's dangerous, Meng Wu, get back!" To which he joyfully replied, "Ha ha ha, I'll be stronger than you now." After telling Han Yu-jin that he was the stronger of the two, Yu Meng added, "It is the spirit of fire." Hearing this strange explanation from his friend, Yu-jin asked in surprise, "A spirit?" Immediately calming down when it saw its master, the fire spirit turned back and reduced the intensity of its flame and humbly said, "Welcome, master. I am a spirit. My name is Ismer." After saying this, the fire spirit, who was in this golden forge belonging to Yu Meng, continued, "Born from the last breath of my creator." Hearing the fire spirit say this, Yu Meng was surprised to hear it. "A spirit indeed. I've seen such things in games. Oh, that's right, we even have a tokebi." Yu Meng replied, "Ismor helped create the weapon." Hearing what his current master had just said, the fire spirit said, "The previous master prepared everything so that I could easily learn the basis of crafting." Hearing this, Han Yu-jin asked in surprise, "The previous master?" Hearing these words from the fire spirit, Han Yu-jin asked Yu Meng, "Have there been other hunters with crafting skills? You're the first." Hearing this, Yu Meng looked at the bouquet and said thoughtfully, "I don't really understand it myself. This is all that's left of him." Recalling the first time he came to this forge, he saw a bouquet and a letter on the floor and said to Yu-jin, "A bouquet of flowers and a card with a message." Hearing what Yu Myung-woo had just told him, Han Yu-jin said with interest, "Can you read it? It's the first time I've seen such letters." Yu Meng replied, "Yeah, for some reason I understand what it says." After opening the postcard, Yu Meng thought about it for a while and suddenly said, "Welcome, heir apparent. May the blessings of fire and iron come with you." Hearing these words from Yu Meng, who had read them from the postcard, Han Yu-jin said thoughtfully, "Sometimes traces of a civilization are found in dungeons. They look like the ruins of our world, but with completely different foundations and fortress walls." After saying this, Han Yu-jin added thoughtfully, "That's why everyone says that there was another world, another civilization somewhere. Did the owner of this forge live in the past of this other world?" Having said this, Han Yu-jin added a final thought, asking Yu Meng a question for reflection. Did he leave all of this for the next generation's skill master? After making such a guess about the creation of the forge, Yu Meng said thoughtfully, "In that case, the system." Suddenly, Yu Meng turned to him, handing him a bouquet. "Take it, this is for you." Hearing Yu Meng addressing him, Han Yu-jin quickly turned his attention to him and looked at the bouquet in confusion. As he handed the bouquet to his friend, Yu Myung-woo spoke to him happily. "I got all of these because of you." As he handed the bouquet of flowers to Han Yu-jin, Yu Meng said to him, "From now on, I will always follow you. Do you want independence? I will go with you. If you want to stay in the abyss, I will also stay." As Han Yu-jin looked at the flowers that Yu Myung-woo gave him as a thank you for his achievements, he heard, "If it weren't for you, I really would have still been here." Hearing Yu Meng say that, Han Yu-jin was already rejoicing in his mind, thinking, "Wow, great, everything is going according to my plan. Seok Ha-young has come and Meng-woo is willingly following me. Now I can live in the game without any worries." Although he was very happy that his dream had finally come true, it wasn't that simple. After he said that, Yu Meng started to respond, "You don't have to do this." Hearing such a sudden response from his friend, Yu Meng was surprised to hear him say, "Yu-jin?" The latter replied, rubbing the back of his head and feeling embarrassed, "You don't have to worry about me." After saying this, Han Yu-jin, feeling guilty for the lie he had told him when they first met, said in embarrassment, "To be honest, there's something I haven't told you all this time." Lowering his head and looking away from Yu Ming, Han Yujin spoke to his friend in a guilty voice. "Actually, we haven't met before." Clasping his hand around his neck to try to calm his nervousness, Han Yujin added in a confused tone, "I realized, we've actually never met before." Hearing Han Yujin say this, Yu Ming spoke to him in a completely calm voice. "Oh, I was just thinking about that." Before he could finish, Yujin interrupted him, exclaiming, "Yes, I'm sorry, I'm sure it's terrible." Raising his hands and trying to justify himself, Han Yujin said to his friend in embarrassment, "I was deceived by a stranger and got involved in a lot of things, so don't worry about me anymore. Just live as you please." Saying all these words to Yu Ming, who was sincerely grateful to him for always believing in him and wanted to give him a bouquet of flowers, Yujin thought anxiously, "Why am I doing this? He's finally matured. I brought him here for the sake of his skill." After thinking about it, Han Yujin looked at him with a quick appraising glance and thought, "I think it's really wonderful that he has blossomed." Thinking back to the times when he was imprisoned at home and guarded in his past life, and in this life, Han Yujin thought, yes, it would be better to let Yu Ming go than to keep him around by force. After saying all these words to his friend and making a very difficult decision for himself, Han Yujin hurriedly looked away from his friend, trying not to look him in the eye. Seeing his friend's strange behavior, Yu Ming spoke to him. "Yujin, you said this is a cool skill, right? That this skill would give me more influence than any guild could give me." Hearing Yu Ming's question, Han Yujin replied in confusion. "Huh? Yes, that's right." Hearing Han Yujin's answer, Yu Ming replied calmly, "Then, you don't have to worry about anything for quite some time." After saying this, Yu Ming handed the bouquet to Han Yujin and said, "Still take it. If you leave this bouquet of flowers here, it might accidentally burn." After saying this, Yu Ming walked away from Han Yujin and said to him in a calm voice, "I will try to do everything I want to do. As you said, I won't worry about you. I will only do what I think is right." Bringing himself back from his memories, Yu Ming Wu, who was in the middle of the huge stage, stood up from his seat and walked over to meet Epim, spear in hand. As he handed the spear to the girl, the entire audience heard the host's announcement, "The Spear of the Ice Tree Farmini, to be presented by Abyssal Guild's Huntress, Park Aram." Meanwhile, Han Yujin, who was also in the room where the presentation was to take place, was in a mood. He looked depressed. When he heard the presenter say, since Hunter Yu Ming was supported by the Abyssal, he decided to give his first S-class weapon to the Abyssal Hunter. Han Yujin thought in frustration, "Why did I do this? I threw away a bag of money that I was already holding." Noticing how happy Park Aram was to have this weapon in her possession, Han Yujin said, "All right then, now that all the attention is focused on him, I'll be forgotten. So even I'll be more comfortable this way." Noticing that the weapons handover ceremony had taken place, the host spoke. "And now, we will give the floor to Tu." Before Yu Jin could finish his sentence, he spoke to Kim Seo-kan. "Our Yu Ming is really good. We don't have to be afraid to leave him alone anymore." Hearing Han Yujin say this, Kim Seo-kan was surprised. "Hunter Yu Ming is planning to become independent instead of staying with you," he replied. "Well, maybe. He will be welcome wherever he goes." Looking at the proudly squared shoulders of Yu Myung, who was surrounded by people, Han Yujin said to Kim Seo-kan, "Now he is the only hunter in the world who produces weapons. All kinds of guilds and hunters will begin to flatter him." Looking at his pupil, who had finally grown up and was able to reach unprecedented heights, Han Yujin said, admiring him, "Why should he stay here? It is better to look for a better place for yourself." After saying this, Han Yujin added in disappointment, explaining why Yu Ming should find a better place for himself. "We may be friends, but we're not the best of friends, and we're not childhood friends. We haven't known each other that long." Hearing Han Yujin say such strange words, Ki Seo-kan looked at the guy who was drinking his drink in surprise and said in an equally surprised voice, "I've thought about this before, but Mr. Yujin, you're a little..." Meanwhile, on stage, the opportunity to express gratitude was given to Park Aram, who spoke into the microphone. "Thank you very much. This weapon is perfect for me. Thank you very much again, Hunter Yu Myung Woo." After saying this, the girl, not surprisingly, said the following, which shocked Han Yujin, who choked on his drink. "I also want to thank the hunter Han Yujin." Hearing these words, Han Yujin spat the drink back into the cup and onto the floor, and thought in surprise, "Why is my name suddenly being mentioned?" And then Yu Ming took the microphone. Holding the microphone in his hands, he added, "That's right. It's all thanks to Hunter Han Yu-jin. The Abyss really helped me a lot in acquiring this skill. But Hunter Han Yu-jin is not enough to be called my benefactor. Hearing these words, Han Yu-jin began to try to get away from the crowd of people who suddenly turned their attention to him after Yu Meng's words, guided by where Yu Meng was looking. Hearing these words from Yu Myung, Kim Seong-han, who was sitting next to him looking at his master with a happy smile, thought, "You don't even realize." Looking at Han Yu-jin, who was shielding himself from the people who were staring at him, Kim Seong-han continued his thought, "That you mean much more to them." Looking at his master, Kim Seong-han thought, "Instead of leaving you." As soon as he thought about it, Yu Meng spoke to the entire room. "This is our warning." Standing in the middle of the huge hall, Yu Meng and Park Aram, who were standing next to each other and were being broadcast on all the TV channels, the young man added, "Now everyone should realize that if anyone dares to touch Yu Jin in the future, they will be in trouble." After hearing Yu Min's speech, Park Aram added, "Great job, Meng Wu Appa." Looking at these two strong hunters who valued Yu Jin so much, Kim Sung-han thought, "They want to protect you, a precious member of their family." After this presentation of the new weapon that Yu Myung-woo had created with his skill and that loud speech, the next few days in the Abyss were quite quiet. Standing in front of the window, eating a cookie, Han Yu-jin spoke thoughtfully to himself. Security was tightened, but I still didn't need to leave my room. Thinking back to his past, Han Yu-jin said to himself, "Meng Wu stays in his forge all day long. It's so peaceful, and the snacks are delicious." Recalling how Yu Meng went to his forge in the morning, he said before entering, "I have prepared some goodies in there. Enjoy." Thinking back to Yu Meng leaving him in the morning, Han Yu-jin was just thinking about the delicacies he had prepared and tasting them. Although everything was fine, there was still one problem. Approaching his pet, Han Yu-jin, trying to get him interested in something to make him feel like he used to, said, "Mir, let's go out today, shall we?" Taking his pet in his arms to examine him, Han Yu-jin said in surprise, "Why are you so exhausted? You don't seem to have been injured at all." Taking his pet in his arms and getting to his feet, Han Yu-jin walked toward the exit, speaking to his mirror. "Did that kidnapping affect you so much? I thought you were fine if you were sleeping." As Han Yu-jin left his room, he said to his student, "Let's go play with Daddy M." As he tried to get his pet interested, a guard on duty saw the body. Noticing that Han Yu-jin and his little pet had come out of the room, she happily called out to them, "Are you heading to the training room? I'll take you there." Seeing the girl at the entrance, Han Yu-jin walked with her to the training hall and said thoughtfully, remembering the leader of the Jupiter Guild, "Today's bodyguard is Kang Seo-yoon." Looking at the girl who was leading them and recalling her background, which was written in her dossier that was already provided for each bodyguard, Yu-jin said to himself, "An A-class huntress recruited by the Jupiter leader from England." After mentioning this, Han Yu-jin recalled something that was going to happen in the future and spoke as he recalled the headlines. But most importantly, "Sensation, a love sigh, Abyss and Jupiter, so sweet it makes your teeth hurt. News. The Abyssal head Han Yu-hyun and the Jupiter huntress Kang So-yeon have struck everyone with their dazzling beauty on the way to the conference hall." Thinking back to all that had happened in the future, Han Yu-jin thoughtfully spoke in his head. "In the future, she and my youngest will have an affair. In other words, she is my future daughter-in-law." Seeing Mir, the girl came up to him to admire the animal and said happily, "You are Mir. It's nice to meet you." And then, walking forward along the corridor, she added, "You'll be taking the elevator, right? I'll show you." Hearing Kang Seo-yeon say that, Han Yu-jin followed her to the elevator and was happy to do so. "Yes, I hope we all get along, especially you and Yu-hyun." As she entered the elevator, she said, "I was so shocked to hear the news of the kidnapping." When she stopped at the elevator door, she suddenly turned to Han Yu-jin and said, "I'm glad you're safe and sound. You're my only hope." Hearing this, Yu-jin asked in confusion, "What do you mean?" Looking at Han Yu-jin with a sly glance, the girl said to him with a sweet smile, "Actually, I have an SS class skill." After saying this and revealing some of her secret about her unusual skill, she added, "Dragon Rider, a riding skill." Hearing this, Yu-jin said in surprise, "Oh." After telling him about her skill, the girl spoke to Han Yu-jin, arguing why he was her last hope. "Among all monsters, dragons are the most difficult to tame." After saying this, Han Yu-jin, imagining the girl riding her own dragon in the future, said, "It's almost impossible to find a dragon even for an A-class with a high-level skill." Continuing his thought, and dreams of taming and raising a dragon, Jin added, but if she gets a dragon, she'll have the easiest time navigating the dungeons than anyone else. While standing in the elevator and talking to Han Jin, a girl clutched her face and said in disappointment, "This is so sad. To have a skill but not be able to use it." Hearing this, Jin answered her, "It must be very difficult." Hearing this response from Jin, the girl replied by recalling the experiments of scientists from Jupiter. "That is why I am counting on your skill. In the dungeons under Jupiter's control, dragon nests are sometimes found." After saying this, Kang Seo-yeon added, "If the eggs hatch, then I will finally have a dragon. Oh, my heart is beating so fast. My dragon will definitely be cute. I'll take care of it with love as if it were my own child." Hearing Kang Seo-yeon's words, Han Jin couldn't help but think, "You're a sweetheart," and he was happy to see her. "Han Hyun, you have a very nice girlfriend." While Jin was thinking about how cute the girl was, the elevator arrived at the 3rd floor. As she got off the elevator, the girl said happily, "So I will do my best to protect you. After all, you will be raising my baby." Hearing this, Han Jin's legs were knocked to the ground, and he asked in surprise, "Why did you say that?" To which she replied, "It's just something everyone says." After answering Han Jin's question, the girl, looking at the upset boy, added, "Somehow it came into use after Sister Hyuna said it a few times." As Han Jin walked toward the training room, he thought angrily, "Destroy your head. You're going to regret this." When Han Jin arrived at the training room, he let his pet go to get out of the way, but it just laid down on the ground and didn't want to do anything. Seeing such a lethargic reaction from his pet in the training, Han Jin said to him in alarm, "Peace, come on. Are we going to continue like this?" After these words, Mir climbed on top of Jin and clawed at his clothes, hanging on to him. Seeing this, Jin said sadly, "What can I do with you? It won't even come down." The girl replied, "It seems that the kidnapping has knocked him out of his stride." Rising to his feet, Han Jin began to try to shake Mir off, saying, "Just get off for a bit. You need to move to recharge your batteries." Seeing Jin's actions, the girl thought, "This is like a lot of fun." Seeing that Mir didn't have the energy to exercise, let alone the mood, Kang So-yoon said thoughtfully, "It would be nice to have a change of scenery and go for a walk, but I can't just take the monster out." As she said this, she suddenly shouted out, "Hey, in that case, I know a good place. I'll take you there." Hearing this, Han Jin said happily, "Really?" Hearing Jin's encouraging surprise, the girl said happily, "Yes, our guild has a beautiful rooftop garden. Let me make a call. I'm sure the leader will be there too." Hearing where they were supposed to go, Han Ching exclaimed in dismay, "Hey, to Jupiter, why you wait?" No sooner had he said this than the girl dialed the phone number of her boss and informed him of the proposal. Hearing such an interesting proposal from his subject, the head of Jupiter said to her, "Okay, I'll send a car. You can come anytime." After saying this, Song Hyun Jae, sitting in the oceanarium and looking at the marine life, said slowly, "I need to get ready to receive a dear visitor." Arriving at the garden at the top of the Jupiter Guild, Han Jin said in amazement, "This place is right on the roof of the Jupiter building." The girl replied, "The entrance is restricted so you can use the roof freely." Arriving at the guild's roof garden, Han Jin let Mir walk around. When he saw a butterfly flying above him, he immediately became animated. Noticing this, Jin spoke to him. "This is your first time in a place like this, isn't it, Mir?" Looking at his master, who was taking care of him, the pet turned to him and said in agreement, "Meow." Jin replied, "It's okay, it's safe here." Looking at his pet, Jin happily spoke to him so that he would not worry about him. "And this girl next to me is also good. You have nothing to worry about." Hearing what Jin had said, the girl put her arms around his shoulders and said, "That's right, Mir, I am good." After saying this, she kissed Jin on the cheek and then added, "I won't hurt you. You see, we are friends." Seeing and experiencing what the girl had just done, Han Jin immediately moved away from them and thought in confusion, "Sister-in-law, you can't do this." She, in turn, stayed with Mir and said to him, "I'll protect you, so don't be nervous, and you can play in peace, okay?" As Han Jin reflected on what had just happened, he was confused. It's nothing to her because she's a foreigner, but if she changes the family structure because of something like this. Getting to his feet, Han Jin, holding the cheek where he had been kissed, walked over to the girl with peace and noticed that he had obeyed her and let out a surprised gasp. "Oh, The girl said, "Thank God, I think he understood me." After listening to the girl he was with and realizing that his master was in no danger, Mir went to the garden to explore it. Stopping near a flower bed, he began to smell the flowers. Noticing that his pet was interested in the flowers, Yujin spoke to him. "Have you ever seen these flowers before? Do you like them?" As soon as Jin said this, Mir rushed forward, destroying the flower beds. Noticing this, the girl said happily, "Wow, he's so energetic. I'm glad." Seeing what Mir had just done, Yujin said, "I'm sorry. Sorry, my baby made a mess." To which the girl replied, "It's okay. The flower beds can be restored. It would be great if they could play with my dragon in the future." Hearing Kang Seo-yoon say this, Han Yu-jin spoke to her. "That's right. You are waiting for the dragon to hatch. May I ask what kind of dragon it is?" The girl exclaimed happily, "Of course. A third-class flying dragon, a dark, spiky-winged dragon." After saying this, the girl, imagining what an adult looks like, added, "A spiked-winged dragon, the strongest and most powerful among flying dragons. It is covered with strong black scales." Having described its features and what kind of body covering it had, the girl spoke enthusiastically about her future dragon. "It has huge thorns on its wings and tail." When the girl described her dragon, which was to hatch from an egg found in the pyramids of the Jupiter Guild, she said joyfully, "This description is so cute." Hearing such a description of the dragon she was expecting, Yu-jin was surprised. Cute?" The girl said, "It even has poison on its tail. How lucky." Hearing the girl's strange preferences, Han Yu-jin thought in confusion, "She has a strange taste." After telling him about her preferences, the girl said happily, "Please come over more often. We'll go for walks together and change the scenery." Hearing this suggestion from the girl, Han Yu-jin, watching her with joy, said, "Definitely, I think it would be good." As Han Yu-jin looked at how well he was doing now, he thought, "How long has it been since I last had a walk like this? I didn't even have the luxury of this before I went back in time." As Han Yu-jin reflected on how beautiful it was and how incredible the atmosphere was in this place, he thought, "Now that I can no longer go outside freely, I can come here more often." While he and Kang Seo-yeon were talking about everything, Mir had already returned, and he brought a bouquet of flowers with him, which he handed to Yu-jin. Noticing this, the boy accepted the flowers, stroking his pet, and said, "Ooh, Mir, is this a gift for Dad? How beautiful." While admiring his pet, Han Yu-jin thought, "I feel a little uneasy because this is a building belonging to someone else's guild. But it doesn't seem like the guild leader is going to come here." Just as he was thinking this, his weakling intuition skill kicked in and informed him that an S-class awakened was approaching them. Upon sensing this, Yu-jin thought in surprise, "What?" While admiring his pet, Han Yu-jin suddenly felt that someone strong was approaching them, but decided to ignore it and not turn around. But at that moment, the girl turned around and saw the leader and said in surprise, "Leader, what brings you here?" Walking through this beautiful garden on the roof of their guild, Song Hyun-jae spoke to her. "How could I not come? We have some very important guests." Hearing the voice of the leader of Jupiter, Han Yu-jin thought, "The owner of the country's leading guild. He extends his influence not only in Korea but also abroad." Recalling the entire personal background of the person who had decided to join them on the roof, Han Yu-jin thought, before he left Korea and disappeared from sight for several years, in the ranking of the world's combat hunters, recalling his entire autobiography and the incredible power he used to win the world's favor, Han Yu-jin continued his thought. He was the undisputed number one. Looking at the table where they had been invited to have tea and sitting down, Han Yu-jin thought in his head, "And this person is now." Seeing that the guild leader had arrived, Kang Seo-yeon waved goodbye to Han Yu-jin and happily said before leaving the garden, "Well, have a good time." Noticing that the girl was leaving them alone, Han Yu-jin, watching Song Hyun-jae, thought anxiously, "She's pouring tea right in front of me." Filling a cup with fragrant tea, Song Hyun-jae pushed it toward his guest and said to him, "This tea is hot, so be careful." Han Yu-jin took the cup in his hands and sipped the tea to get out of here as quickly as possible. "Uncle, why do you like this kind of tie? We have a different genre here." After handing the tea to Yu-jin, guild leader Jupiter said, "Right, this is for the flaming horned lion." Reaching into his in-game inventory, Song Hyun-jae pulled out a strange bone and said, "A dragon wing bone." Holding it out to the flaming horned lion, the lion first looked at it in confusion, then snatched it out of his hands, and then the guild leader added, Most high-level carnivorous monsters like these bones. Mir couldn't be happier to receive such a gift from the Jupiter Guild leader. Noticing how happy his pet was, Yujin said, "He seems to be thrilled." Seeing that his student was happy, Han Yujin took one of the cookies from the table and took a bite and thought, maybe he's not as bad as I think. As he continued to eat the sweets from the table, Yujin noticed Song Hyun-jae's happy gaze on him and thought, I actually don't like sweets that much, right? And our Meng Wu would have done better, right? After these thoughts, Han Yujin, the leader of the Jupiter Guild, spoke up. You look healthy. I'm glad. I was worried about that kidnapping incident. Hearing this, Yujin happily replied to him, It's okay. I'm sorry that you came to see me personally to make sure I'm okay. Hearing Han Yujin's words, the guild leader Jupiter spoke to him joyfully. I had to come after all. You will be raising my child. Hearing this, Yujin thought in frustration, Hyuna, you're finished. Folding his hands and placing them on the table, guild leader Jupiter said to Han Yujin, But I'm not just telling you this for no reason. After saying this, Song Hyun-jae added, You have the taming skill. You are the guardian of an S-class hunter. And now you are also under the protection of the only blacksmith in the world. After saying this, the leader of the Jupiter Guild continued in awe, naming all of Han Yujin's exceptional characteristics. You are now even unrivaled. After praising Han Yujin for his skill and incredible social position, Song Hyun-jae reached out his hand to the boy and said, Let's not talk about the stupid decision of the MSC. After saying that, Song Hyun added, But the other guilds would desperately like to have a word with you. If you were to contact anyone, even right now, and demand whatever you want, they would listen to you. Holding out his hand to Han Yujin, guild leader Jupiter spoke to him. There is no need for this servility. Everyone will be nice to you even if you say what you want and do what you want. Don't you want to try it? Hearing such a strange proposal, Han Yujin held his hand to the back of his head and said in embarrassment, No, it's not much. But he thought, You are asking me to take advantage of my position. What a stupid custom you have. After thinking about it, Han Yujin replied in embarrassment, I'm a fragile F-class, and I'm too afraid for my safety to behave like this. To which Song Hyun replied, That's easily solved by having just one Class I monster around. After saying that, guild leader Jupiter added, We're actually discussing putting a second high-level monster in your vicinity for protection purposes. Hearing this, Yujin said in surprise, Really? Hearing such a strange reaction from Han Yujin, who didn't even know what was being said, Sung Hyun said to him in surprise, My God, my brother didn't tell you. Using a fork to separate a piece of cake from his plate, Song Hyun said to Han Yujin, The MSC is paying for everything since they are to blame for the kidnapping. Otherwise, they would have been eaten alive for the incident. Hearing this explanation, Han Yujin said thoughtfully, I see. After saying that, the guild leader added, It's not a good idea to share such information. I know that your brother is very protective of you, but suddenly stopping his story about the guild's plans, Song Hyun said in alarm, God, I'm probably saying the same thing as Hyuna. To which Yujin calmly replied, No, it's okay. After saying this, Han Yujin thought back to trying to find out about the investigation and thought, Hyun really doesn't tell me anything. He just brushes it off even when I asked him about the investigation. Continuing his thoughts, he continued, If I hadn't gone back in time but had gotten the taming skill, I would probably be locked up right now, not knowing anything about what's going on. Putting the cup of tea on the table, Han Yujin said sadly, I don't really understand Han Yu-hyun lately. Hearing this, Sung Hyun replied, Aren't you already so influential that you could start your own organization that is as powerful as the big guilds? After asking Han Jin this question, the leader of the Jupiter Guild spoke to him. You have secured a good base as a result of the recent negotiations. If you continue to build up your strength, you can lead an entire monster squad. Hearing this suggestion, Han Yujin looked at Song Hyun in alarm. What, a monster squad? I don't think that's legitimate. Hearing this, the Jupiter leader replied, Well, that's just it. Picking up a teapot, the Jupiter Guild leader said in a sly voice to Han Yujin, Laws are something for the state and society. Pouring tea into a cup, Song Hyun said to Han Yujin, As long as we can still run the dungeons and support society. Yujin replied, But the difficulty and the number of dungeons is growing, isn't it? Hearing this question, Song Hyun said to Yujin, In my personal opinion, in 5 years at the latest, everything will change dramatically. We will desperately need any additional strength. Speaking about his personal guesses, the leader of the Jupiter Guild emphasized, That's when you will be the one and only. The Jupiter Guild leader said this to Han Yu-jin, who was looking at him with a look of distrust. A source of regularly cultivated S-grade and A-grade. After saying this, Song Hyun added in conclusion, "It's unlikely that Yu Hyun realizes this, but he's still trying to hide you. I suggest you have a normal conversation with your younger brother for once." Hearing these words, Han Yu-jin thought, "What's wrong with him? He talks to me like he's on top of me." Meanwhile, the Abyssal Guild was investigating. In the leader's office, Han Yu-hyun asked Park Aram, "One more time, what's going on with my brother?" Hearing this question, the girl replied, "I'm not sure, but it's been bothering me." Thinking back to the time they rescued Han Yu-jin when he and his pet were kidnapped, Park Aram said, "The time I used the whiteness of my body." Recalling the moment when she read memories from the dead body of the people on the deck of the ship, she continued, "In the memories that were read from the body of the participant bricks, when the kidnappers used the powder, but Jin did not pass out, one of them said, 'This powder should knock him out instantly, but why is he conscious? Has the abyss equipped him with some kind of antidote?'" Hearing the girl say this, Han Yu-hang was surprised. "This is very strange. He doesn't have any antidote items in his equipment." Thinking back to his brother, Han Yu-hyun spoke thoughtfully as he tried to unravel this strange mystery of his older brother. "I think he's hiding something." When the tea party was over, Han Yu-jin had to get home in one piece, which is why Jupiter decided to provide me with an above-a-class bodyguard on the way back. Sitting in the car that was taking him home, Han Yu-jin looked at his chauffeur, who spoke to him in a sad way. "I have to take you home personally." And that driver was Seok Hyun-jae himself. Holding his pet in his arms, who was playing with flowers, Han Yu-jin thought, "This guy is out of his mind. Is it normal for an S-class to move around so freely? And why do I need this bouquet?" After thinking about how strange this Jupiter Guild leader's behavior was, Han Yu-jin spoke to him. "I'm very grateful to you, but this will not give you any additional benefits." Hearing Han Yu-jin speak to him, Sung Hyun spoke to him in an incredibly polite tone. "You're F-class, so you'd better buckle up." Hearing this, Yu-jin replied in confusion, "Is that—" "Yes." After giving this advice to Han Yu-jin during the ride, Sung Hyun explained all his care and kindness in one sentence. "Let's just say that this is for the fact that I didn't do much to help during the kidnapping." Hearing this interesting explanation from Sung Hyun, Han Yu-jin said in embarrassment while holding his pet, "Haha, it's just a little thing," and thought to himself, "Ugh." As Han Yu-jin approached the Abyssal Guild, he spoke to Sung Hyun before ending the trip. "In any case, it's the ISS's fault." Hearing Han Yu-jin say this, Sung Hyun said to him, "Well, you are definitely right about that, of course, but you came to see me personally." Hearing Sung Hyun say that, Han Yu-jin was nervous, but then he added, "Besides, it let me know that the ISS is so rotten that it's best to pull it out by the roots as soon as possible." Driving by the ISS Guild, Han Yu-jin saw their building, and realizing what might happen next, he thought in his head, "The ISS will disintegrate earlier than they should have." Looking out the window of the car in which he was being driven home, Han Yu-jin thought of something else. Although, before I returned in time, they were the first of the major guilds to break up, Han Yu-jin turned his gaze from the window to his bodyguard who was driving the car, and thought to himself, "By the way, even before I came back, I didn't know much about this person." Trying to recall some details so that he could see a clearer picture of this man, Han Yu-jin thought, "I didn't know anything about his past before I awakened." Recalling the rumors from the future, Han Yu-jin recalled, because of his light skin, it was thought that he was either a foreigner or a mestizo, but it was not known where he was from or whether he had parents, brothers, or sisters. Sitting in the passenger seat next to the leader of the Jupiter Guild, Han Yu-jin was thinking, "Should I use the sprout skill?" After pondering whether he should, Han Yu-jin continued his train of thought. "I want to take a look at the international first-rank characteristic window. It's okay, right?" He won't pay attention to just one glance. Holding his pet in his arms, who had already begun chewing on a bouquet of flowers in sadness, Han Yu-jin thought as he turned his head to Sung Hyun, "I'll just activate the skill and look out the window with one eye." As he thought about how best to avoid being noticed and to find out the characteristics of the Jupiter Guild leader, Yu-jin thought, "I'll pretend to be looking at a billboard." Using his sprouting skill, Han Yu-jin was already preparing to begin his plan, thinking, "I won't read the whole thing, just a part." Just as he thought this, he turned his head slightly, thinking, I shouldn't run my eyes too much. Quick. Just as he thought that, Oi grabbed him by the neck. Holding Han Yujin's neck and bending him lower and lower, he thought in confusion, "What the hell is this? I'm about to..." Realizing that at any second he could finish him off, Yujin thought, a hair's breadth away from death. Then he activated the skill of resisting fear, which canceled the oppression. Feeling the hand of the Jupiter Guild leader on his neck, Han Yujin was very much embarrassed as he thought, if he squeezes even a little bit now, being bent over so far that he couldn't turn his head, Han Yujin was still thinking about it, and he was thinking, damn it. How did he notice? After thinking about it, Han Yujin dropped the bouquet and thought in fright, I didn't even have time to activate the skill. In this predicament, Han Yujin, holding his pet in his arms, spoke to Seung Hyun. I thought you would accompany me as my bodyguard. When Han Yujin felt the slack in Seung Hyun's hand, he raised his head and spoke to him thoughtfully. You weren't going to follow the MSC's trail, were you? Releasing Han Yujin completely and taking his hand away from him, Guild Leader Jupiter said to Han Yujin in surprise, Oh my God, I don't know what you mean. After giving Han Yujin a sly look, Song Hyun spoke to him as if nothing had just happened. Neither of us did anything. Looking at Han Yujin, who was holding his pet, who was already on edge, Song Hyun said, Am I not right, Han Yujin? Realizing that he was onto him after all, the rest of the trip passed without incident, and in complete silence with only Yujin thinking, damn kid with great senses. Arriving at the place where the Abyssal Guild building was located, Sung Hyun got out of the car and spoke to Seokshi Man. You all came out to meet us. As he approached the passenger side door of the car, Sung Hyun opened the door and said, Come out, my dearest client. As soon as he opened the door, Han Yujin immediately ran out of the car and hid behind Kim Seong-han. Seeing this, Sung Hyun spoke to him. My God, you are so fast. Looking into the salon, the leader of the Jupiter Guild took out the bouquet Han Yujin had forgotten and said, I even forgot my own flowers. But at that moment, he was interrupted by Sok Shu Ming, who said, What are you doing here? Standing in front of Jupiter's head, Sok Shu Ming spoke sternly to him. Your sudden visit without warning is very problematic. Hearing this, Sung Hyun replied, Head of the Human Resources Department, Seok Shi Myung. After saying that, Guild Leader Jupiter said happily, You should have been warned that an A-class hunter or higher was coming. To which Sok Shi Ming angrily replied, You know that's not the case. Adjusting his glasses, Sok Shi Ming spoke sternly to the leader of the Jupiter Guild. Hunter guilds are a kind of military group. I'm sure you are well aware that S-classes are rarely allowed to join other S-class guilds. After saying that, Sok Shi Ming added, And you are well aware of what has already happened in similar situations. Hearing this, Yujin was puzzled. What? Then why did he personally bring me here? Looking at the Jupiter Guild leader, Han Yujin, standing to the side of him, and watching him simply smile at Seok Shaman's face while holding the bouquet, thought, He is... Watching this whole situation, Han Yujin finally realized what was going on here, and continued his thought. He's deliberately teasing them for fun. Taking out a single flower from the bouquet he was holding, the Jupiter Guild leader held it out to Seok Shiman, saying, There's no need to be so harsh. After he handed the flower to the head of HR, Song Hyun stuffed it into the breast pocket of his jacket and added, I've made it my responsibility to guarantee Han Yujin's safety. After passing by Seok Shiman, Song Hyun walked toward Han Yujin and Kim Seong-han. As he approached them and handed the bouquet to Jin, Song Hyun said, I would also like to give you this along with the bouquet. Taking a small box out of his pocket, Song Hyun opened it and revealed the earrings, saying, A small gift. They increase mana and contain a B-class shield. After giving this gift along with the bouquet to Han Yujin, Song Hyun added, Seo Yun will be working with you a lot from now on, so please take care of her. Meanwhile, Yujin looked at the earrings and thought, An item with a skill. These are hard to come by even for a few 100 million won. While Han Yujin was looking at the earrings, he heard Sung Hyun say, I didn't see you wearing the earrings, so I thought you lost them when you were kidnapped. Hearing this, Yujin thought in alarm. When did he notice that? Seeing such an overwhelming reaction from Han Yujin, who was confused by Sung Hyun's words and didn't know what to do, he said as he walked to his car, A gift might seem like an exaggeration. As he approached his car, Guild Leader Jupiter spoke in closing. But the greatest effectiveness can only be expected from such exaggerations. I hope for a long and fruitful cooperation. After all these adventures during the day, Han Yu-jin finally got home to his room and was able to take a bath. And afterwards, he put on the new earrings that he had been given. Looking at them in the mirror, he hummed thoughtfully and then decided to test them. Without hesitation, he exclaimed, "Peace, come here, I'm launching a rocket." Hearing this, Han Yu-jin's pet rushed to his master. But imagine his surprise when he ran into the shield and smeared himself on it like a pancake. Seeing that everything was working as it should, Han Yu-jin removed the shield and caught his pet in his arms, who was slightly disabled by the blow. Then Yu-jin looked at him with a smile and said, "Excellent, the shield works perfectly." Holding his pet in his arms, Han Yu-jin suddenly smelled a strange odor. And leaning closer to Mir, he sniffed it and said, Wait, what is that smell?" Hearing that this strange smell was coming from his pet, Han Yu-jin immediately rushed to the bathroom, exclaiming, "You've obviously been on a bit of a rampage today. You need a bath." After soaking his pet and applying shampoo to clean him up, Han Yu-jin spoke in a happy voice to Mir, "But it's good that you have regained your energy, Mir." While bathing his little pet, Han Yu-jin also added, "I also took a bath, and I also got an item that increases mana." It was quite a trip. Thinking back to when they were scolded by the head of the Human Resources Department, Seok Shi-man, after Sung Hyun left, Han Yu-jin thought guiltily, "But I don't want to go to Jupiter anymore." Thinking back to what Seok Shi-man had said when Song Hyun left, he remembered, what a nerve! If his head came out, everything around him would turn into a sea of fire. To which he replied, "Calm down, you're exaggerating." Even though Han Yu-jin said that, Seok Shi-myung understood the consequences better, and he answered the boy, "I'm not joking. It's impossible to predict how things will end if they meet." After saying that, Seok Shi-myung also added, "Once our chairman was even arrested after one of his visits to a guild." Hearing this, Yu-jin exclaimed in surprise, "What? You hang what?" As he bathed his pet, Han Yu-jin thought thoughtfully, "What have you been doing all this time, little brother? And I have to impose the effect of education on 50 equally dangerous people." Watching his pet stare at him after taking a bath to dry off quickly, Han Yu-jin thought angrily, "I want to grab the system by the scruff of the neck and make a scandal like this." As Han Yu-jin was thinking about this, he suddenly saw his pet jump out of the bathtub and start to run away. And Yu-jin called out to him, "Hey, wait!" Han Yu-jin noticed that he was running away, and he caught him in mid-flight, saying, "Where do you think you're going, thief?" Holding the toy, which looked very much like Mir, Yu-jin spoke angrily to him. "You need to dry yourself thoroughly before A?" Noticing that he had caught a toy and not his pet, Han Yu-jin said in surprise, "What? A toy?" Realizing what had happened, Han Yu-jin looked around and saw the tokabi in the window and exclaimed in irritation, "You have learned the body-swapping technique?" To which he replied, "A gift from me." Sitting in the window and waving his hand to greet his master, the tokabi happily said to Han Yu-jin, "Here I am, boss." Holding a fire lion toy in his hands, Han Yu-jin asked in surprise, "Are these Japanese toys?" To which the tokabi replied, "Uh-huh, bingo," although they were sold there not as a toy world but as a toy fire-horned lion. After showing Han Yu-jin everything he had bought, namely, a 1-yen headband, a 1-yen toy, a 1-yen backpack, a 1-yen toy, a 1-yen toy, the tokabi said, "But let's be honest, a rose smells like a rose. Whether you call it a rose or not, it's still nice, right?" Approaching his boss, the takab, wearing a headband with the ears of a flaming horned lion, said, "After that show, you became famous all over the world, didn't you know? Here, take this too." Wiping his piece, Han Yu-jin said in embarrassment, "No, I didn't really watch the internet's reaction. You better tell me, what's going on with your work? You're not just having fun here, are you?" Holding out the tablet to Han Yu-jin, the tokabi said, "Of course not. Who do you think I am?" Walking over to Mir, the tokabi said, "You look like a real flaming horned lion. What a sweetheart." Standing nearby, Han Yu-jin read over all the information he had gotten and said in amazement, "Wow, it's really all there. You're much better than I expected, but why is there no information about the dungeon?" Hearing this question from Han Yu-jin, the tokabi replied, "It's because I can't enter them." Hearing this answer, Han Yu-jin asked in surprise, "What do you mean? You couldn't enter the dungeon?" Hearing Han Yu-jin's question, the tokabi told him, "Nope, I don't know why, but every time I try to enter the dungeon, I get thrown out." Hearing this answer to his question, Han Yu-jin looked at the tokabi and thought, "Throwing up? Is it because the power of the dungeon is in the tokabi?" It means that the dungeon cannot be shoved into the dungeon. After thinking about it, Han Yujin suggested something. Wait a second. If Yun Yun is essentially the same as a dungeon, and then he spoke, Hey Tokebi. Hearing that Han Yujin had suddenly addressed him, he said in surprise. As soon as he said that, Han Yujin threw his arms around him and began to hug him, saying, Yun Yun, my love. Feeling such an incredible display of love, the Tokebi said breathlessly to Han Yujin, What the hell are you doing all of a sudden? To which Yujin replied, What do you mean? I'm showing my love. Trying to get out of Han Yujin's arms, the Tokebi said in fright, Get off me! When I hug someone... Han Yujin replied, Don't be such a boo. Han Yujin hugged the Tokebi tightly and spoke to him menacingly, Just hug me for a second and then teleport away. Hearing Han Yujin's order, the Tokebi was confused. To teleport? But why? The boy said to him, Hey, obey your superiors. Who are you talking to? Hugging the Tokebi even tighter, Han Yujin spoke to him in a sly voice. I won't let go of you if you continue to resist. Hearing Han Yujin say that, Tokebi realized that there was no point in resisting, and he said in a sad voice, Just a little bit more! Han Yujin was surprised to feel this sensation. Wow, this is exactly the same sensation as when I went through the dungeon gate. Moving along with the Tokebi, Han Yujin felt the same way every time, and watched in amazement as they moved through space, jumping to different places. Holding on to the Tokebi, Han Yujin said confidently after jumping to different places several times, Aha, I see. After thinking about it, Han Yujin continued to teleport with his subordinate over the city, and then Han Yujin thought, to be more precise, each of Yun Yun's teleportations. Watching how quickly they could move between spaces, Han Yuqing said in astonishment, Is this teleportation through a kind of dungeon? While they were traveling through space, a man was on the roadway, driving home from work, listening to music in his car and being on his own wave of Waibu. Suddenly, Han Yujin and the Tokebi appeared in front of him. Seeing them in front of him, the man screamed loudly and slammed on the brakes. Seeing what had just happened, Han Yujin said guiltily, Uh-oh, I'm sorry. As Han Yujin traveled between spaces in the real world, he noticed something like portals behind them every time they appeared, and he said in surprise, Yes, so it's just like my last trip to the dungeon. Jumping back into the portal between the spaces, they found themselves in the inner system space, and Han Yujin thought, Yes, the system window is changing. As Han Yujin moved on, observing the people he had seen appear in the real world, he thought, The system sent me a message when I was in the dungeon. Thinking about this, and without thinking about how the people he saw appearing so suddenly would react, Han Yujin suggested, Therefore, if we use Yun Yun's power for a short time, Han Yujin thought about this scenario. During the teleportation, perhaps there is a chance to talk to the system normally. Then he spoke to the Tokebi. Excellent, Yun Yun, just a few more times, and hearing Han Yujin say that, Yun Yun could barely contain himself and said, I can't take it anymore. Hearing this, the boy asked him in surprise, Yun Yun? Finally, unable to contain himself, Tokebi spoke to Han Yujin, grabbing him tightly by the waistband. When I hold someone like this, I feel like... Hearing the heavy wheezing and the words of the Tokebi, Han Yujin looked at him in surprise. Henpaichi? And immediately afterward, he felt a sudden flight. The Tokebi had thrown him into a tumble onto the ground. Looking at Han Yujin, who was lying defeated on the ground, the Tokebi said to him, Wow! You couldn't control yourself in the end. Hearing this, Han Yujin spoke to him. Gray, you're seriously sticking to your role as a Tokebi, aren't you? Looking at his superior, whom he had just thrown to the ground, the Tokebi asked him anxiously, Are you okay, boss? Not hurt, I hope? To which Yujin thought as he kneaded his shoulder, I can't imagine what would have happened to me without the shield. Jumping with the Tokebi from one space to another through the portals, Han Yujin opened his system window and thought hopefully, Still, this time should be enough for the system to send me something, right? With that thought in mind, Han Yujin opened his system window and began to look for the notifications section to see if the system administrators had sent him anything. When he opened the window, he saw a new notification that read, Activating accelerated growth of the mirror object. The object has developed thanks to the tutor's training. The growth delay has been reset. Now the waiting time will be reduced. Looking at the notification, Han Yuqing noticed that there was something unusual about it and thought in frustration, highlighted letters? Frustrated with the system administrators, Han Yujin thought, First the errors, now the changed description. Can't we just open the chat window like we did in the dungeon? Remembering what happened in the dungeon, Han Yujin thought. Speaking of which, thinking back those messages. Based on the content until I entered the dungeon, I couldn't even be found. Perhaps in my world they can't do much? Looking at his master, whom he had thrown to the ground, the Tokebi said in alarm, "Shall I give you some medicine?" But Han Yujin just put his hand on his head and stroked it, thinking, in that case. After stroking the Takebi's head, Han Yujin said to him in a happy voice, "It's okay. I just needed to check something, and thanks to you, I was able to do so." As Han Yujin walked home, he thought, "It seems I have no choice but to return to the dungeon." And then he said to Takebi, "You can go now. I will call you if I need you." Bidding farewell to his subject, Han Yujin said to him with a wink, "You have done a great job today, my dear Yun Yun." Looking after Han Yujin, who was walking home hunched over and holding his back, Tokebi said in surprise, "Why is the boss? He reminds me of my grandmother who owned a house in ancient times." Thinking of his familiar grandmother, Tokebi caught up with Yujin and said to him, "Let me take you there. Chief, I'll teleport you home." Hearing this request, Han Yujin was surprised. "Eh? What is it? But okay, thank you." Just like that, Yun Yun accidentally came under the influence of nurture. After a while, Han Yujin received a notification on his phone that said, "Your bid for the F-Class dungeon auction is won. Location, link." Looking at the location, Han Yujin said happily, "Great, it's not far away." Then he began to get ready to go, and after putting on a suit, he said, "No one will recognize me like this, right?" Han Yujin took out his black sunglasses and thought, "It's time to go. This is my only chance while Blackie's skills are still active." Dressed as a ninja and covering his entire face so that no one would recognize him on the street, Han Yujin headed for the exit, thinking, just a quick trip to the dungeon for a little chat. As he prepared to have a serious conversation, Han Yujin angrily said in his head, "I'm coming to you, damn system." Opening the door from his room, Han Yujin checked to make sure no one was in the hallway so he could leave safely and move on to the next location. Moving around and rolling like a real ninja, Han Yujin got quite far from his room. As Han Yujin approached the elevator, he hid behind a flower pot and covered himself with leaves and said in his head, "Stage 1. Preparing to perform the first stage, Han Yujin used his skill, and the system showed activating the stealth skill Wall Lizard, Final Retribution, and Rakitas Predator, each double the skill's effect. Standing in front of the elevator under the effect of invisibility, Han Yujin thought, since it would be too suspicious if the elevator called to a floor that no one called it to, he waited until the girl delivering the lunches arrived on the floor and got off the elevator. As she got out of the elevator, she said loudly, "I'm bringing OBEEED." After running into the elevator, Han Yujin, having completed the first stage of his plan, thought rationally, "I've chosen this particular time." Standing in the elevator with the rest of the staff, who were also riding the elevator to their floors, Han Yujin stood in the corner and thought, the skill has been quadrupled, so I don't even have to worry about being spotted by A-class hunters. Thinking about the skill he was using, Han Yujin thought as he rode the elevator. Moreover, the stealth skill is a rarity that only monsters have. Tokebi is the only non-monster who has this skill. Leaving the elevator at the floor he wanted, Han Yujin looked around and thought, no one will even suspect that someone can enter or exit using the stealth skill. When Han Yujin arrived at the checkpoint, he saw the metal detector and the guards conducting the inspection and thought, the second and final stage. Noticing that one of the workers was being searched, Han Yujin realized that this was his chance and rushed into the passage. Stopping the employee, the guard said to the man, "Please raise your hands to the top." Hearing this order, the man said, "Okay," and raised his hands to be searched. Taking advantage of this chance, Han Yujin approached the checkpoint and thought, now I just have to get out of here. After Han Yujin slipped through the checkpoint, an alarm went off and the guard spoke to the man. "The alarm went off. Let me search you quickly." The man replied, "Huh? But I took off all my equipment." After getting out of the guild, Han Yujin, heading to the dungeon according to the coordinates, said to himself guiltily, "I'm sorry. As soon as the time of the last retribution is over, I promise I will live quieter than water, lower than grass." Approaching the building with the gate to the F-class dungeon, the boy saw that it was fenced with some kind of shield. Arriving at the entrance, the boy, catching his breath after the journey, said heavily, "Ugh, why is the road here alone so much harder than the dungeon itself?" As Han Yujin placed his entry card on the terminal, he said happily as he looked around, "Thank goodness that no one is monitoring the F-class dungeons." Opening the door, Han Yujin saw a portal in front of him and promised himself, "I'll quickly go and talk to the system." and return to the dorm as soon as possible. Looking at his inventory and counting on his fingers how many items he had taken, Han Yu-jin said, "Yeah, I brought items and a lot of potions." After counting all the potions and the rest of the items for emergencies, Han Yu-jin held up a strange object and said, "And a gate stone, just in case." Recalling the moment when they went into the dungeon, Han Yu-hyun handed Jin the gate stone with the words, "Still, I can't trust her, so keep the gate stone with you." Standing in front of the dungeon, Han Yu-jin said in a confident voice, "It was so good of me to take it back then. Thank you, Yu-hyun. Your brother will come down here and return to a peaceful life right away, maybe." After saying this in his mind and promising himself that he would return to peaceful life soon, Han Yu-jin entered the dungeon and saw a dense jungle in front of him. As he walked forward, Han Yu-jin looked around and said in amazement, "This is supposed to be a forest dungeon, but it looks more like a jungle." Han Yu-jin did not even realize that he was being followed, but only kept walking and talking under his breath. Yes, the system. As Han Yu-jin continued walking, he did not even realize that such a large crowd of monsters had already gathered behind him, and he said, "You could at least direct me to the right place." As he said this, he heard a terrifying sound behind him. It was some wild monkeys that lived in the jungle of this dungeon, and they were not very happy to have visitors. Hearing this noise, Han Yu-jin used his tentacle skill and easily dealt with all the monkeys that decided to attack him. As Han Yu-jin dealt with the monsters that were coming at him to finish him off, he thoughtfully said, "Will the system take some time to find me like last time?" As Han Yu-jin moved on, having dealt with all the enemies in the area, he left behind many corpses of monsters who had dared to attack him without knowing his strength. As Han Yu-jin made his way through the jungle and fought with the monkeys, he called out in frustration, "Hello, dear system, As he fought off the monsters that were attacking him with fierce intensity, Han Yu-jin said in anger, "I'm here." And then he used the viscous poison skill on an object to fight the monsters, scattering the poison around him so that no enemy could get close to him, and those who did would be very unlucky. Han Yu-jin shouted, "So come out." After killing a large number of monsters and standing on their corpses in the middle of the forest, Han Yu-jin began to shout, "Answer me already, the system sucks." Taking the crystals from the defeated monsters, Han Yu-jin said in frustration, "At this rate, I'll just clear the dungeon. The F-grade stones aren't really worth anything." While he was saying this and taking crystals from the monsters, a system icon suddenly appeared in front of him. Seeing it, Han Yu-jin exclaimed in fright, "Oops, you scared me." Seeing the system window in front of him, Han Yu-jin said in irritation, "You finally showed up." And after he said that, the window read in strange characters, "Not our fault." Looking at this inscription in a strange font, Han Yu-jin scratched the back of his head and somehow managed to read what it said. "What? Not our fault?" After reading this message, Han Yu-jin spoke to the system administrators. "What are you talking about? And why is it written in such..." Before he could say this, the picture of the wishing stone appeared again, and it read, "Wishing stone. It can fulfill any wish, except for the resurrection of the dead." When Han Yu-jin saw this picture, he was surprised. "What is it this time?" After reading the description again, Han Yu-jin said in astonishment, "A wishing stone? I remember. What's this about?" When Han Yu-jin took a closer look at the inscription, he saw that the last line was slowly disappearing one word at a time, and he said thoughtfully, Seeing that the words were indeed disappearing and the last paragraph was slowly being erased, Han Yu-jin exclaimed in surprise, "What? Why is it erasing?" When the last line disappeared, another inscription appeared. "Wishing stone, can grant any wish. Sorry, equal sign." When Han Yu-jin saw this strange inscription on this photo, where instead of the last ribbon there was a word of apology, he was surprised. "Why are you apologizing?" When this phrase, "sorry," stuck in his mind, he thought for a while about what it could mean, and then suddenly realized what it meant and said in confusion, "Hey, really?" Holding his head, Han Yu-jin exclaimed in confusion, "So the impossibility of resurrection was a bluff?" Realizing that the yogi had been deceived, Han Yu-jin exclaimed in anger, "Damn it! How is it that you cannot resurrect the dead, but you can easily turn back time?" Realizing that he had been deceived, Han Yu-jin shouted in anger, "Why did you deceive me, you bitchy system? Explain it properly. Are you hinting that you can't tell me? Can you only communicate with such symbols?" After shouting his angry remarks, Han Yu-jin spoke to the system while holding the gate crystal. "Look here, beast." Poking the portal stone upward, Han Yu-jin shouted in anger, "I can easily get out even with the high-level monster that came out that time." After saying this, Han Yu-jin, in a very serious mood, spoke to the system administrators. So speak calmly. Seeing that something was happening around him, Han Yu-jin was first happy that the system had obeyed him and said happily, "Oh yes, that one." But then his joy was suddenly cut short when he saw a portal in front of him, sucking him in, and he screamed out in fright, "Huh?" As Han Yu-jin walked through the system portal, which was pulling him somewhere, he exclaimed, "Whoa, what is all this?" Hearing Han Yu-jin's words, the system administrator sent him a message. "Don't be angry. We know how unpleasant this is. We want to tell you everything." Jumping from one message to the next, Jin couldn't read everything, so he exclaimed, "Wait, slow down." And then he saw the messages that followed. However, direct contact will have certain consequences. Watching the messages that appeared, Yu-jin read, "Last time, a newcomer. Preliminary preparations are necessary." Looking around, Han Yu-jin saw a whole bunch of messages in front of him. After reading them, Han Yu-jin said in surprise, "Why so many at once? A week? You're asking me to come back in a week after thoroughly preparing." Hearing such recommendations from the system, Han Yu-jin thought about it. But by then, the effect of the final retribution will be over, and I'll be back to being a normal F class. After thinking about it, Han Yu-jin said, "Obviously, we'll have to find another way." Thinking back to the past times the system had sent messages, Han Yu-jin thought, interference? Danger? What did it mean when it said it might be noticed? Reflecting on the dangers that all of this could mean, Yu-jin thought, is there something else besides the system? It has something to do with that monster that appeared last time after the system's message, right? As Han Yu-jin thought about this, he suddenly realized a truth that he could deduce. So the more notifications that are sent, the more dangerous it is. As Han Yu-jin said this, he saw a huge crack in front of him that looked like a hammer hitting glass, and it was right in front of him. When he saw it, he exclaimed in fright, "Eh? What?" Suddenly the crack opened, and an inexplicable radiance began to shine from there, so dazzling that even his eyes could not be opened even a little. After that, the shining disappeared, and an inscription appeared in the crack with only one word, which read as follows, "1 week." After reading it, Han Yu-jin said, "Damn, I'm in trouble." Putting his hand over the glow again, Han Yu-jin looked at it in fright, but he could already imagine what might happen to him, and he said, "Is it because the system sent too many messages?" Calculating his strength, Han Yu-jung looked at the glowing light, which could have been a monster at any moment, with fear. And then he said, "Does this mean that something even more terrifying than that time will appear now?" After that, the glow in the crack disappeared, and an inscription appeared with only one word, which read as follows, 1 week. After reading it, Han Yu-jin said, "Damn, I'm in trouble." Putting his hand over the glow again, Han Yu-jin looked at it in fright, but he could already imagine what might happen to him, and he said, "Is it because the system sent too many messages?" Calculating his strength, Han Yu-jung looked at the glowing light, which could have been a monster at any moment, with fear. And then he said, "Does this mean that something even more terrifying than that time will appear now?" Covering himself with his hand and moving back a little to at least hide, Han Jin moaned from the bright light that was hitting his eyes. "It's blinding." When Han Yu-jin noticed that the light was slowly fading, he was anxious to see what would happen next, and he thought, is there really going to be a monster even more terrifying than Rauchitas? But imagine his surprise when, instead of a terrible monster, he saw a small white ball in the middle of the meadow, and he said in amazement, "This." Han Yu-jin looked at the thing that had appeared after such an incredibly spectacular light show and said in astonishment, "A glowing thing?" He saw that after such a dangerous and spectacular show, a small white ball that looked like a bird had appeared. Han Yu-jin looked at it and said in surprise, "What? Is it really a monster?" As he said this, he heard the animal that had appeared in front of him from that light begin to squeak. Han Yu-jin looked at it and said admiringly, "How cute it is." Peeking out from behind the bushes, he thought, "No, don't let your guard down. Even if it looks cute, it might actually be a fierce monster." Peeking out from his hiding spot, Han Yu-jin used his promising sprout skill. But even with it, Han Yu-jin couldn't see anything at all about this monster, only that its grade was F. Seeing that this little monster only had an F grade, Han Yu-jin said to himself in amazement, "F grade? I don't think this is an ordinary monster, considering the system errors." Thinking about the fact that his data was displayed so strangely, and nothing else was clear except his grade, Han Yujin looked out of the grid and said, "What should I do? Kill it? But it's a cub, and the system doesn't notify me when the boss appears." Watching the monster from a distance, Han Yujin noticed that the little bird had gotten up and run to the corpses of the other monsters. And when it saw the crystal, it was about to eat it, but Han Yujin saw it. Noticing what the chick was about to do, the boy rushed to it and shouted, "Be careful! This stone is very poisonous." Grabbing the chick in his arms, he added, "No, don't eat it." After Han Yujin avoided a scenario where the chick could have eaten the poisonous stone, Han Yujin, standing near where he caught the chick, thought in confusion, "I caught it." Holding the little monster in his hands, Han Yujin immediately thought, soft and cute. While lying in the boy's arms, the chick began to be capricious and squeaky. Noticing this unusual behavior, Han Yujin said in embarrassment, "Ooh, don't cry. Your tummy will just be boo-boo if you eat this." Standing in the middle of the forest, with another wave of monsters already coming out of the thicket, Yujin unsuspectingly spoke to the chick. "You also eat mana stones, right?" After saying this, Han Yujin reached into his bag of stones and said, "Then let's see what I have." As soon as he turned his head back, he noticed the enemy already charging at him. Noticing it at the right time, Han Yujin was able to dodge the monster's attack and easily neutralize it with his tentacles. Walking further through the forest, the boy said to the chick, "I will not let you get hurt." After walking a certain distance, Han Yujin noticed a large number of red eyes glowing above him in the foliage, watching his every move. Seeing so many enemies, Han Yujin said in frustration as he left his chick in a safe place, "There they are again. I'm going to get you some food, so just sit tight." After wandering through the forest and the dungeon for a short time, Han Yujin was even able to find an exit through which he could leave the dungeon. Standing in front of the giant turtle, which was already dead, Han Yujin scratched the back of his head and said thoughtfully, "And in the end, I reached the boss." Recalling the path he had traveled up to that point to reach the exit, Han Yujin said, "It swallowed all the mana stones that fell out at once. You are a glutton, but is it enough?" After saying this, Han Yujin pointed to the mana stone that fell out of the monster, but the next moment the chick was preparing to swallow it as well. Seeing this, Yujin exclaimed in fright, "Stop! Are you eating again? You can't possibly be full." After saying this and taking the chick away from such a large stone, Han Yujin said to him, "But wait, I will break it into smaller pieces for you." As soon as he said this, he heard a system notification, an amazing achievement. You have successfully completed an F-grade dungeon with F-grade characteristics and skills using less than 3 items in the process. You have been awarded the title of Miracle Novice. Seeing this system notification and reading its contents, Han Yujin, holding the mana crystal from the boss near him to prevent the chick from reaching it, said in surprise, "When you go through a dungeon alone, something like this is produced?" After reading the notification again, Han Yujin went to the skill window to look at the description of this achievement and exclaimed in surprise, "Wait a minute, S-grade?" Seeing the grade of this skill, Han Yujin exclaimed happily, "An S-grade rank from an F-grade dungeon? Cool." The skill worked like this. Miracle Rookie, S, a rookie hunter who has distinguished himself by single-handedly completing an F-class dungeon with low performance, doubling the rewards received from dungeons. After reading the description of this skill, Han Yujin knelt down and punched the ground in frustration. Doubling the rewards for dungeons? That's great, that's proto-unbelievable. Except that completing low-level dungeons doesn't give good rewards. While Han Yujin was sad that he might not need his skill, the chick had already eaten that large crystal. But Zheng was talking about his own, exclaiming, "And the last retribution is about to end. I wonder, do dungeons of other classes also give titles for completing them alone?" Han Yujin looked up and thought about the other questions that had come up and were beginning to bother him, and said thoughtfully, "Because right now, I can complete a D-grade dungeon by myself." Picking up the chick, which was unable to move due to the amount of crystals it had eaten, Han Yujin spoke decisively, "Even if it's not entirely fair, we have to go to another dungeon and see what they have to offer." Thinking about the fact that he needed to visit other dungeons of a different class from his current one, Han Yujin said in confusion, "Give me something good, damn system." Holding this chick in his arms, Han Yujin noticed that the big crystal from the boss dungeon was gone, and Han Yujin called out to the chick in confusion, "Hey, did you swallow that stone? Are you a bird or a pig?" And after that incident, when Han Yujin had sorted out some more of his plans, ideas, and questions, he was able to return safely to his dorm room. But things were not that simple. Arriving home and bringing the monster chick with him, the flaming horned lion did not leave it at that, and in the first minutes caught it, and was about to eat it, but having snatched his new friend, whom he had found in the dungeon, from Mir's mouth, Han Yu-jin somehow managed to leave the room with the chick, leaving Mir inside, and sitting in the corridor, he said tiredly, "Well, I thought I had returned safely, but I was wrong." Sitting in the corridor under his door, propping it up with his back, Han Yu-jin said to himself in fright, "What am I going to do now? The world is angry." Remembering the moment when he had just come home and let the chick go, Mir immediately grabbed it and pulled it somewhere in his teeth. Seeing this, Yu-jin thought in alarm, "Why didn't I think of the fact that cats and birds should not be kept together?" Looking at the condition of the chick he had fought to take from Mir, Han Yu-jin thought, "It almost became Mir's prey. I shouldn't have brought it home, but I just couldn't leave it behind." Hearing his pet in the room banging on the door, Han Yu-jin thought hopefully, "Perhaps I can calm Mir down and explain everything to him in words." Looking at the little bird, Yu-jin thought, "But I can't keep them apart for this alone." Just as he was thinking about this, he heard Han Yu-hyun's voice speak. "Brother?" Hearing Han Yu-heng address him, Han Yu-jin received a notification from his skill. Weakling's intuition has been activated. An S-class awakened is approaching. Walking closer to Yu-jin, Yu-hyun asked him, "What are you doing at your door?" Seeing Han Yu-hyun approaching, the little bird squeaked and fell off its feet in fright. Hearing the squeak, Yu-hyun looked into his older brother's hands and said in surprise, "Chicken?" Feeling uncomfortable, Han Yu-jin tried to hide the animal from his younger brother, but it was too late, and he realized that he had something, and said, "No, it doesn't look like an ordinary chicken." Hearing Han Yu-hyun say this, Han Yu-jin began to examine the chick and said to him, "Yes, it's a monster." Hearing this, the younger brother exclaimed in fright, "What?" Grabbing Han Yu-jin by the shoulders and shaking him, Yu-hyun said to him in a surprised voice, "How did the monster get here?" He replied, "I picked it up." Yu-hen said, "Picked it up? Where?" To which Yu-jin added, "In the hallway." Han Yu-jin said to his younger brother, uncertain about where he had found it, "Must have been thrown by someone. I'm in complete shock myself. Abandoned pets are a very big problem. What are people thinking?" Hearing Han Yu-jin's excuses, the younger brother pretended to believe him, and then spoke to him. "I wanted to ask you something." But Han Yu-jin was not even listening. Grabbing his younger brother's hand, Han Yu-jin said to him happily, "It's so good that you came. Help me calm Mira down." After saying that, Han Yu-jin and Han Yu-hyun went inside to their older brother's room. Once in the room, Han Yu-jin spoke to his pet. "Be a sweetheart, Mir." Holding the chick he had recently rescued from Mir's mouth when he brought it home, Han Yu-jin said defiantly, "This is not food. This is your little brother. Don't hurt him." While listening to Han Yu-jin's disciplinary process, Han Yu-hyun spoke to him, "Brother, I came here today too," but he didn't listen to him because Mir tried to grab the chick again. Han Yu-hyun continued his speech and said, "To ask you something about the kidnapping." But no one was listening to him anyway, because there was a whole struggle for the bird. Turning his head away and continuing his conversation with his older brother, the younger one added, "I couldn't bring myself to talk about it because it was a traumatic experience for you." Angry that Mir was preventing him from having a dialogue with his older brother because of his misbehavior, Han Yu-hyun grabbed him by the collar and said angrily, "But I still need to make sure." After saying this, Han Yu-heng stood up and threw the fire-horned lion cub somewhere far away in another room, so that everyone would finally calm down and stop this mess. Seeing what his younger brother had just done, Han Yu-jin looked at him with a frightened look, and he, in turn, tapped his hands together and said, "All right, now we can talk." Hearing Han Yu-hyun say this to Han Yu-jin, who had just thrown his pet away, Han Yu-jin shouted out in anger, "What do you mean, good?" Looking at his younger brother, who had just handled the situation like that, Han Yu-jin caught his brother's attention, made him feel uncomfortable, and then spoke. "What are you doing?" Looking in the direction where his pet had flown away, Han Yu-jin accused his younger brother and said, "Why did you abandon such a baby?" To which the latter replied, What?" Grabbing his younger brother by the collar, Han Yu-jin angrily said to him, "Don't give me that what's up shit. Don't act like you don't see anything wrong with it at all." Hearing this accusation from his older brother, Han Yu-hyun replied, "Huh? No, He has C-class characteristics, so it shouldn't be a big deal. Hearing his younger brother's answer, Han Yu-jin countered by saying, "And you consider this a valid argument? Should we just throw everyone away if their characteristics are high enough?" Hearing this, Yu Heng said guiltily, "No, brother. Why don't you calm down and—" Before he could finish, Yu-jin interrupted him and added, "Sit down quickly and look at the floor, but not quite at the floor." Remembering his daughter-in-law, Han Yu-jin said, "Do you know what your fellow huntress, Seo Yoon, said? She said that her animal would be her friend for life, and that she would take care of it as if it were her own child." Standing in front of the guilty Mir and Yu Hyun, Yu-jin continued, "Even the head of Jupiter brought Mir a gift. And what about you? You are its owner, yet you allow yourself to throw it away. You don't even care about it." Looking at his future comrade in arms who was sitting next to him and listening to his older brother's moralizing, Han Yu-hyun said thoughtfully, "Not to say at all." After saying this, Han Yu-hyun added, "Of course I was happy to have a high-end beast. It is a very valuable device, so from now on, I will try to be more delicate with it." But he didn't have time to finish his sentence. Hearing his younger brother call Mir, Han Yu-jin spoke in anger. "A device? You call Mir a device? That's exactly why Mir disobeys you." Hearing this, Yu Hyun said in confusion, Now, a few dungeon trips will fix that." Hearing this answer from his younger brother, Han Jin said to him in an angry voice, "That's not the point. It's about attitude. Have you done anything for the world so far?" Hearing this, Yu Hyun said thoughtfully, "Buy him food." Hearing this answer, Han Yu-jin shouted angrily at him, "Seriously, you're buying him off with food? I ask you, where were you when I was putting all my energy into yogic education?" Hearing this, Yu Hyun just bowed his head guiltily. Hearing Han Yu-jin say this, his younger brother said in confusion, "Yeah, my bad." Looking at him, Yu-jin thought, "Yes, it's clear from your expression that you haven't realized what you're guilty of." Thinking back to his childhood, he remembered the time when he tore a branch off a tree and thought, well, he's been like that since he was a kid. What did he care about others if he could break off a whole tree branch without any problems? Realizing that there was no point in lecturing anymore, Han Yu-jin sighed heavily and said, "All right, at least give me a hug once." Seeing Han Yu-hyun get up from the couch and walk toward him with his arms outstretched, Han Yu-jin said in confusion, "Not me, but Mira. Mira." Han Yu-hyun and Mir hugged each other for the sake of appearances of bodily contact, and Yu-jin said happily when he saw this, "There, it's a completely different matter. It makes my eyes happy." Han Yu-jin walked over to the couch and sat down on it, and said with a sigh of relief in his voice, "Hug him as often as possible and try to be friendly with him." Sitting on the couch, holding the chick in his arms, Han Yu-jin noticed Peace slowly approaching him and meowing to attract his attention. The next moment, Peace laid down on Han Yu-jin's leg and began to make eyes at him. Seeing this, Yu-jin thought, "Why does he look so sad? Does he realize that I'm going to tell him off for his treatment of Squeaky?" Seeing the guilty look on his pet's face, Han Yu-jin lowered the chick to Mir and spoke to him, watching his reaction. "Will you not offend Squeaky anymore?" Seeing the chick in front of him, Mir first looked at it, then gently touched it with his paw, and then licked it. When Yu-jin saw this, he said in confusion, "You're not trying to eat it, are you?" Seeing that Mir was no longer insulting the chick and was not trying to eat it, Han Yu-jin patted his pet's head and said to him happily, Well, you understand me? What a handsome boy you are." Happy that Mir understood that he could not eat the chick, Yu-jin said to him, "But I still need to put you two apart, so—" Hearing this, Hyun said to Yu-jin, "At least a basic check should be done. I'll call someone." After saying that, Han Yu-hyun added, "Also." But at that moment, Han Yu-jin interrupted him, looking at him and saying happily, "Oh right, do you have any free time next week?" After saying this, Han Yu-jin said to his younger brother, "Shall we go to the dungeon together? I'd like to see your skills. What do you think? And let's take Mir too, so you two can get closer." Hearing this request from his elder brother, Han Yu-jin did not even try to deny him, but spoke confidently, "All right, I will make all the arrangements." After agreeing to go to the dungeon with his elder brother, Han Yu-hyun, looking at Han Yu-jin's back, thoughtfully said in his head, "To evade, and to be excused by a lie so obvious." Sitting on the couch after not being able to discuss with his older brother what he had been meaning to discuss for so long, Yu-hyun continued, "That any person would have noticed." Recalling all the strange things about Han Yu-jin, his younger brother thoughtfully said in his head, "Brother, what are you hiding?" The next time he met his brother was to visit the E-class dungeon where they were attacked by huge bees. Also another time, sometime later when they went to the cave again, but this time it was D-class, where they had to fight a giant sea monster. Every time Han Yujin visited any dungeon, the system would greet him right away upon arrival. As for the rewards after completing dungeons, an incredible achievement. You managed to successfully complete an E-class dungeon with characteristics and F-class skills on your own, using less than 5 items in the process. Han Yujin also gained a skill after completing the E-class dungeon alone. F-class veteran, S. You are a superhuman who has reached the limit for an F-class hunter. Your attack power is doubled. When Han Yujin saw this skill, he grabbed the system window and shouted in anger, "Are you guys even normal? I don't have a single attacking skill. It's useless to me." After receiving that skill, Han Yujin was as indignant as a grandmother in a marketplace. So the next time he was given something more or less usable. You managed to successfully single-handedly complete an E-class dungeon with F-class characteristics and skills and using less than 5 items. Stealthy, S. You must be a master of stealth if you were able to complete a D-class dungeon as an F-class. Looking at the skills he had acquired, Han Yujin noticed amongst everything. Find the hidden, A. It will be difficult to find you even for those who are deliberately looking for you. Another bonus, S. You can share a rank or one skill below S-class with one person who is in physical contact with you. Sitting in his room after receiving so many skills, Han Yujin thought, well, something will come in handy. It would be nice to use the bonus to double Yu Hyun's attacking skills, or ARAMs, but I can only share it in contact, and in a fight I'd be pulverized. While Mir was eating his lunch, Yujin was thinking, the stealth skill is useful, but... Then seeing the chick reaching for the jar of crystals, he took it and said, "Hey, that's not for you, Squeaky." After conducting some experiments on the chick, Yujin thought, maybe it's that system error, but Squeaky has a lot of strange things going for her. Not only did the tamer skill that Hyun brought in not work, I can't even check his growth condition or activate the "my baby is the best" on him. Thinking about what exactly this chick is and what it represents, Han Yujin continued, the code word seems to work, so we'll just have to watch and wait. And while Han Yujin was wondering what was wrong with the chick, the mischievous bird climbed on top of Mir, who had decided to take a nap in the afternoon. Climbing onto his head, the chick began to squawk loudly and settled down comfortably. Seeing this, Han Yujin exclaimed happily, hold still for a moment, I'm taking it off. I'm shooting." After catching a beautiful shot of Squeaky sitting on the head of a fiery horned lion, Han Yujin saved it to his phone to share with the world later. After taking such an interesting photo, Han Yujin said, choosing the best position, "I can put this as my new profile picture." And then he thought, and I finally started a social media account, which I've been wanting to do for a long time. As soon as he posted this photo on the internet, people began to follow his account en masse. When he saw this, he exclaimed in surprise, "So many followers at once? It's because my kids are so cute." While Han Yujin was on the social network posting another Oto, he heard a Tokebi enter his room through the portal and exclaimed, "Boss, follow me back." Approaching Squeaky, the Tokebi said, "Everyone is going crazy over this cutie. You are Squeaky, aren't you? The new gluttonous rice cake." After saying this, the Tokebi handed him an A-grade mana stone and said, "Do you want a mana stone?" Seeing him, Squeaky immediately pounced on the stone. Han Yujin was very nervous when he saw this. When he noticed what the Tokebi was feeding him, Yujin exclaimed in fright, "Ah, isn't that an A-grade stone? You bully! Don't give him anything like that, and don't throw away valuables like that." Hearing such strict instructions and being reprimanded for his actions, Tokebi said tearfully, "Okay, I will remember, Grandma." Hearing this, Yujin said in surprise, "Grandma?" And so, it was after this moment that everything began. Little by little, everything began to unfold and develop. As Han Yujin looked out the window at the rain, he heard what was being said on TV. A beast-breeding building will be built right next door to the Abyssal Guild. As Han Yujin watched the TV, which was reporting on a large-scale project to build this building, he heard from there. Thanks to the hiring of a team of construction workers who are awakened and have a surplus of building materials, the building is scheduled to be put into operation in 2 weeks. Sitting in his room, sorting through his laundry, Han Yujin said to himself as he sat in his room, "Wow, is this even possible? They've invested a lot of money in this." When Han Yujin heard about the project's completion date, he was surprised at the speed of construction and wondered, I guess there will be a lot of work to be done after the completion. Thinking of his employees, who should definitely be invited to the new building to continue their work in a better place, Han Yu-jin said to himself, "Call Yu Meng, hire Seok Ha-yang." Thinking about what the future would hold for him when this building was completed, Han Yu-jin could already imagine how many monsters he would have to raise. And then Yu-jin thought, the baby monsters will arrive soon, won't they? As for the other hired workers, as he began to think about this future, Han Yu-jin suddenly fell to the ground quickly, and as he rolled on the floor, he said sadly, "Ugh, what the hell am I doing? I just wanted to enjoy life," thinking about what he should do, but he probably would have to accept this future, Yu-jin thought. Okay, I'll take it one step at a time. First, I need to contact the system in a few days. Thinking back to the incident with sorry =, Han Yu-jin thought, I can still overlook the fact that they changed the description of the wishing stone. Because after all, I didn't lose anything. But not only that, but the system clearly knows everything that happened before I went back in time. As Han Yu-jin lay on the floor, remembering everything that had happened when he was able to meet and talk to the system administrators again, he thought, it's not my fault. Recalling this phrase over and over again, trying to understand why it was there in the first place, Han Yu-jin said in surprise, "Isn't that usually said in cases like this?" After thinking about this phrase and realizing some of its context, Han Yu-jin suddenly spoke thoughtfully. In those cases, when things don't go according to plan, Han Yu-jin continued to pick up the bedding and picked up a towel, and suddenly thought, she spoke to me as if something had gone wrong in my return to time. Trying to figure out what that meant, Han Yu-jin suddenly fell onto the couch and exclaimed, I don't know anything. Thinking about it won't give me an answer." Lying on the couch, Han Yu-jin, having calmed down from his temper and irritation, decided for himself, I'll have to ask him when I go to the dungeon next week. I should have been more careful. The next time he and his brother went to the dungeon, something strange happened. The younger brother pointed a sword at his older brother. Looking at his younger brother, who looked very terrified, Han Yu-jin, who was at a disadvantage, thought, before things turned out like this, trying to get up and escape the situation, Han Yu-jin continued to think in his head and said to himself, I should have been more honest with my brother. But that was in the future. And then Jin added a final thought, I should have realized earlier how this could turn out. But for now, everything was fine, and the family dinner was coming up. As Han Yu-jin stood in the kitchen cooking eggs, he spoke to Yuman. You really don't have to cook so much. I'm sorry, all I can do is fry the eggs. Yumeng replied with a sweet smile. Don't worry, because I'm doing it of my own free will. Gathered around the table, all three of Han Yu-jin's closest people were at the dinner, and then he spoke, Thank you for the meal. And he thought, that day, I brought everyone together so that they could get to know each other better. As the first one to eat, Park Aram, as always, was not shy, and after taking her first bite, she said with joy, Wow, Myung-woo Appa's is the best, just like always. Hearing these words from Park Aram, Han Yu-jin pointed to the many dishes on the table and said in confusion, Yu-hyun, try this, it's delicious. But the latter, being in some kind of bad mood or tense situation, said with restraint, It's okay, Han Yu-jin's eggs are enough for me. Hearing his brother say this, the atmosphere in the room became even worse, and Han Yu-jin thought to himself, Try to be at least half as good as Park Aram, you dumbass. After Han Yu-jin thought this about his younger brother, he spoke to him. Hey, stop it. But Yumeng said to Yu-jin, It's okay, Yu-jin. We don't have to get along. After saying this, Yumeng lowered his head to the side and said, In any case, we won't likely see each other often after I leave the abyss with you. Hearing this, Park Aram said in embarrassment, Oh, Mengwu Appa, stop it. Hearing this news from Yumeng, Han Yu-heng said to his elder brother in surprise, You? To which the old man replied, Ah, yes. Mengwu is going to come with me. After saying this, Han Yu-jin added what he had witnessed. Your guild begged him to stay, but he still decided to join me. Hearing Han Yu-jin say that, Park Aram asked him in awe, Wow, so the new building will have a kennel and a forge? Han Yu-jin happily replied, Yes, it will be a gathering place for talented people. Hearing these words at the dinner to which he was invited, Han Yu-jin, after eating only a little bit of eggs and picking up a glass of water, said in a rough voice, I guess. Hearing this, Han Yu-jin looked at his brother and thought, You finally realized you're going to lose a capable person? After thinking about this, Han Yu-jin had another thought. Relax. After all, I brought you here to get to know each other better. Be a little nicer to Yu Meng. Praise him. While tasting the food prepared by Yu Meng, Han Yu-jin spoke to him. When we move, I will give you a room in the penthouse. Hearing this, Yu Meng said to Yu Jin, by the way, Han Yu-jin, do you need any equipment? I'll make it. Hearing this offer, Yu Jin said happily, wow, really? Then, Han Yu-jin looked at his younger brother whose glass had already burst in his hands in anger and thought, look at that, already promising free equipment. Are you really that stubborn or are you just stupid? When the dinner was over and everyone had gone to their rooms, Han Yu-jin stood at the sink with the dishes and said, wow, I didn't think I could digest so much. Standing at the sink with Park Aram, washing the dirty bowls and cutlery, Han Yu-jin sighed heavily and said in frustration, this Yu Hyun, why is he like this? Hearing Han Yu-jin's words and his heavy sighs, Park Aram, who was wiping the dishes, also said with a heavy sigh, yeah, he's been kind of distant these days. Recalling how he left the table while everyone was eating dinner, pulling out his phone and saying, I'll go first, I have some work stuff to do. Han Yu-jin thought, even if he's embarrassed by Yu Meng, I thought he'd be happy that no one else would bother him and Yu-jin. After thinking about this, Han Yu-jin suddenly had a brilliant idea, which he voiced, perhaps he is jealous that I am becoming more successful. Hearing this, Park Aram looked at him suspiciously and said, I don't think so. After saying that, Park Aram also added, Yu Hyun must be disappointed that you've become independent. Hearing this, Yu Jin said in surprise, what? He's the one who stopped depending on us. I'm his older brother. Recalling her personal meeting with Han Yu Hyun, where she said to him, I think Ajusi is hiding something. Park Aram said to Han Yu-jin, for some reason, he might have sensed that you were moving away. Hearing such a strange explanation, Han Yu-jin said in surprise, for some reason? To which Park Aram awkwardly said to Yu-jin, thinking out loud, I didn't mean anything in particular. After saying that, Park Aram, trying to justify herself and change the subject so as not to incriminate herself, said, maybe this? After you were kidnapped, the guild's entrance security was strengthened. After saying that, Park Aram added something else, which caused Han Yu-jin to feel both confused and surprised. But it hasn't been working for a few days now, it's probably why he's on edge. Oh, Ajasi, are you okay? No, my conscience is killing me. It's not your fault. The leader is just overprotective. Why don't you leave him and come to me? We're already working together. After having his dialogue with Aram, Han Yu-jin looked at his phone and said, but I still feel guilty. I think it's still my fault. And the dialogue on his phone read, are you free next week? If not, I'll go to the dungeon with Aram. No need, I'm free. The next time the day came when Han Yu-jin and his younger brother were to go to the dungeon together, the older man arrived with a bouquet and handed it to the younger one, saying, here, it's a present. Seeing that his older brother had done something strange by bringing flowers before going into the dungeon, Han Yu-hyun said in a condemning tone, what is this? Taking the flowers that his younger brother had given him, Han Yu-hyun gave them to his subject and said, I'll take them back later. Keep them for now. When Yu-jin saw this, he was surprised. Something is wrong. As he got into his car and drove to the dungeon, Han Yu-jin thought sadly, I bought them to help him relax a little. And the leader gave them to me so naturally. Having finished all the preparations, Han Yu-jin said in a rough voice, let's go. But Yu-jin had imagined a completely different reaction from his brother, thinking, I thought he would be happy with this surprise. Something like, wow, ha ha ha, Yu-jin, you shouldn't have bought me flowers. Looking at his stern younger brother driving the car to get to the dungeon, Han Yu-jin thought, what made him so angry? Looking back and watching the road, Han Yu-jin suddenly thought, I think we really need to have a serious talk with him. When Han Yu-jin arrived at the place where the dungeon gate was located, he spoke in disappointment. But in the end, something did happen in the dungeon. After arriving at the dungeon and entering it through the portal, Han Yu-jin let his pet go to look around and spoke to him. Peace, this is called a dungeon. Standing in the middle of a forest, watching his pet stare at him thoughtfully, Han Yu-jin said to his pet, don't you remember when you lived in something like this? After saying these words to his pet, and not noticing any counter-reaction from him, Han Yu-jin spoke to him, not noticing his brother walking on. No? Perhaps it's for the best. Leaning down to get closer to his pet, Han Yu-jin continued, then heard a strange noise ahead of him that caught his attention. Probably not the best of memories. These sounds were made by the monsters that lived in this dungeon. Han Yu-jin turned his attention to the direction of the noise and saw 3 monsters jumping out of the forest. When he saw them, Mir was furious and prepared to fight these monsters who dared to attack him. The very next moment, Mir attacked the monsters that were already flying at them from the net, and without much difficulty, was able to repel all the beasts that attacked them. Seeing this, Yu-jin said in amazement, "Wow, look at what Mir is doing." Watching Mir fight the monsters that dared to attack them, Han Yu-jin said with absolute confidence and calmness in his voice, "This is actually normal." Watching the deadly battle between the monsters, Han Yu-hyun said to his older brother in an indifferent voice, "Most monsters only see each other as enemies. That's why they fight each other." Watching the deadly battle between the monsters, where Peace was far outnumbering his opponents and defeating them, Han Yu-jin said happily, "We're doing better." When Han Yu-jin noticed his brother walking further into the forest, he said in a happy voice, "Great, the world is going to improve a little bit. I was worried that he hadn't been growing lately." Hearing what his elder brother had just said, Han Yu-hyun spoke to him in a stern voice. "Yu-jin, you should also raise your level. That's why we came here." Hearing this, Yu-jin said in disappointment, "Boo-hoo," and he thought, "How much longer are you going to behave like this?" After hearing his younger brother say this, they both walked further along the forest path to clear the dungeon and raise their levels. As Han Yu-jin walked forward, he suddenly saw another monster flying at them from above, and it wanted to pounce on Yu-jin, so he said, "Oh, another one." Just as he prepared to fight and was about to repel the monster's attack with his spear, he saw that the monster was caught by some strange red threads right in front of him. Only Yu-jin shouted, "Come here!" He was about to take on the monster when Han Yu-jin took his prey right in front of his nose, blasting it with his skill. Moving on, the same situation happened again with the monster flying at Han Yu-jin again, and it was taken away from him in front of his nose and destroyed. Noticing this, he said in surprise, "What?" Watching Han Yu-hyun deal with the monsters in a ruthless and brutal manner, Han Yu-jin stood behind him, shielding himself from the explosions with his hands, waiting for something to happen to him. As Han Yu-hyun continued to walk along the path, he used his blue willow skill to cover Han Yu-jin's eyes so that he could not see what was happening. Surprised by his brother's actions, Yu-jin exclaimed in frustration, "You." After deactivating his brother's skill, Han Yu-jin shouted at Han Yu-hyun in frustration, "Why do you keep trying to interfere with me?" Han Yu-jin threw the monster at Han Yu-jin and shouted, "Catch! I was helping you. It's not safe here." After finishing off the monster that his younger brother had thrown at him with a spear, Han Yu-jin exclaimed in frustration, "Do you think I don't realize that you have a problem with me? You have it all written all over your face." As Han Yu-heng killed the monsters that attacked them one by one, he heard his older brother say to him, "If you are not disappointed with something, then tell me the reason, you fool." He replied, "You won't talk to me about frank topics, Yu-jin." Hearing these words from his younger brother, and having finished fighting off the monsters, Han Yu-jin pointed his finger at him and exclaimed, "What about you? Are you not telling me anything?" After saying this and remembering the slightly distorted rumors he had heard from people of his type, he killed everyone, and he was arrested. Han Yu-jin said in irritation, "What? You fool, I heard everything. You've created chaos everywhere." After recounting even such rumors that had reached his ears, Han Yu-jin added, "Instead of sharing with me, you keep everything to yourself." As soon as he said this, he saw his brother throw a sword in his direction. The next moment, he looked back and saw a monster behind him, in which the sword thrown by his younger brother remained. After finishing off the monster that was threatening his older brother's health, Han Yu-hyun said to him, "I'm doing all this to protect you, Han Yu-jin, and also to increase my influence in the guild." After saying this, Han Yu-heng bowed his head in front of his brother, trying to hide his eyes and avoid eye contact, and said sadly, "However, you have your own great business." As Han Yu-jin stood in front of his brother and pulled out the sword that he had thrown at the monster behind him, he heard, "I know I'm out of line, Han Yu-jin, but I have to admit that this is far beyond my abilities. I am very disappointed." Hearing these words, Han Yu-hyun asked him in surprise as he prepared to lunge with his sword, "Why do you suddenly say that?" After lunging in front of his brother and killing the monster that was approaching his younger brother from behind, Han Yu-jin spoke to him. "A family can worry about each other as much as they want." After finishing off the monster behind his brother, Han Yu-jin handed the weapon he had gotten rid of to his brother and said to his younger brother, All I'm saying is that you shouldn't be overly concerned. As Han Yu-hyun grabbed his sword with his hand and clutched it tightly, Han Yu-jin added, "Now the leaders of many guilds won't be able to lay a finger on me." Hearing these words from his brother, who was telling his younger brother that he was completely safe and not to worry about it, Han Yu-hyun said to him, "That's not the problem at all." Hearing his younger brother's answer, which made him stop in his tracks and think, Han Yu-jin said in surprise, "Then what is it?" No sooner had he said this question than his brother gestured for him to stay where he was. The next moment, Han Yu-hyun used his skill to set fire to the thick of the forest, which was full of monsters. Hearing the screams of the monsters burning in the infernal flames from his younger brother's skill, Han Yu-jin also heard Yu-hyun ask him a question. "Yu-jin, why can't you just stay?" After that, Han Yu-jin, who was shielding himself from the smoke and fire that engulfed the forest, heard his younger brother say the following words, "Stay here and don't do anything. I will do everything for you." Looking at his elder brother with a stern look, Han Yu-hen said to his elder brother, "I do not ask you unnecessary questions, and you should not ask me unnecessary questions either." After saying this and continuing to look at his elder brother, who he had instructed to remain seated, Han Yu-hyun added one last thing. "At the very least, you don't need to go to the dungeon." Hearing Han Yu-jin's words, the memory of the future when he lost his brother immediately came to Han Yu-jin's mind, and his memories were passed on to Jin as Hyun sat in his office, repeating in despair, "Please don't go to the dungeon, Yu-jin." Recalling this particular memory, Han Yu-jin spoke to his younger brother. "Yu-hyun, is there a reason you can't tell me?" As soon as he said this, an inscription appeared in front of him. "Ready to talk." Han Yu-jin looked at this strange sign that appeared out of nowhere and said, "I'm ready to talk." "What?" The next moment, his body began to disintegrate into pixels and digitize, moving into the inner system space. Noticing that he was disappearing, Han Yu-jin exclaimed in fright, "No, wait, huh? Is that?" Hearing his brother's cries, Han Yu-hyun turned to his elder, but only a small part of his body remained, which was also quickly disappearing into thin air. Seeing this, Han Yu-hyun said in surprise, "Hen?" Trying to stop the process of digitizing himself into the inner system space, Han Yu-jin exclaimed one last time, because he hadn't had time to discuss the most important thing with his brother. "Wait." Moving to a completely different space, Han Yu-jin said in disappointment, realizing that nothing could be changed. What bad timing. Seeing that his brother had disappeared, Han Yu-jin looked around to try to find him, but only saw the spear that had been left behind lying on the ground. Shocked by what he saw and looking around in confusion, trying to figure out who had done this and how, Han Yu-hyun said in a confused voice, "What just happened?" At the same time, Han Yu-jin, moving in the intersystem space and levitating in an unknown direction, exclaimed in confusion, trying to figure it out, "Where is it taking me? And why did this happen right now?" Arriving at a certain position in space, Han Yu-jin saw that a certain space appeared in front of him, which looked more like an island, because everything around him seemed to be standing still. Frozen in one place, Han Yu-jin exclaimed in fright when he saw a strange shape in front of him. "What?" Hearing these words, the unknown life form spoke to him. "Welcome, sweetie." Realizing that they could have a conversation, one of the system administrators, who was in a strange form, said to the confused Han Yu-jin, "I don't know if you can see me well." After one of the system administrators spoke about his visibility, another who was also near him asked Han Yu-jin, "Can you see us?" Hearing such words from the strange, colorful shapes that had different designs and looked like something from the real world, Han Yu-jin said uncertainly, So, a respected system, right?" Hearing Han Yu-jin's question, one of the system administrators said, "That's right. It's nice to meet you, dear. You connected just fine." Then another added, "You must have a lot of questions, sweetie." Seeing so many system administrators in front of him, all of whom formed a complete system, Han Yu-jin spoke to them. "Will you wait? As soon as he said that, he immediately added in confusion, "What do you mean, sweetie? I'm Han." But he was not allowed to finish. One of the administrators closed his mouth and said, "Names are not allowed here." Holding his hand over Han Yu-jin's mouth, one of the system administrators spoke to the boy. "If the amount of information reaches a certain limit, the connection will be cut off." As he continued to explain some of the rules and exceptions that apply in this space they had created, one of the system administrators said, "The name is a very important fact." Hearing some of the rules and exceptions, Han Yu-jin asked in surprise, trying to clarify some aspects that he did not understand. Hide from him? Hearing the words about hiding the name, one of the system administrators spoke to the boy. He who must not be named. Hearing this answer, Han Yujin was surprised to hear it. Voldemort or something? Hearing that Han Yujin seemed to understand the rules that exist in this space, one of the administrators said, "By the way, I apologize. There's a reason why the description of the wishing stone was wrong." Hearing the system administrator's apology, Han Yujin said, It's okay, don't worry about it. The result was not bad after all, and everyone, including me, is fine." Han Yujin decided not to waste any time and immediately spoke to the system administrator. "But I have a younger brother waiting for me, so let's get to the point. How did you find out about the events that happened before time went back?" After saying this, Han Yujin looked at the system administrator, who was right in front of him and should inherently know everything, and asked inquisitively, "Did it cause any problems?" Hearing Han Yujin's question, one of the system administrators, walking in an unknown direction, said to the boy, "Yes, the most important thing is what will happen in the future." Lifting Han Yujin back up into space and leading him to where a forest of trees appeared near them, one of the system administrators said, "Simply put, you are the one who turned back time." As he moved Han Yujin through the forest of trees that had just appeared before his eyes, the system administrator continued, "Imagine that each tree symbolizes the universe." Leading Han Yujin to one of the trees, which had a rather sturdy trunk and was quite large, the administrator said, "For example, this is your universe." After placing the wishing stone that Han Yujin had received in the middle of the tree among its branches, the system administrator continued, "When the wishing stone was activated, it became like this." As Han Yujin spoke about how the tree had changed after the wishing stone was activated, he noticed that a small sapling of the tree that had recently been large appeared in his hands. After demonstrating the change in the world after the wishing stone was activated, the system administrator said, "Except your world has gone back 5 years." After demonstrating exactly what had happened to their world, the system administrator added, "For those outside of it, everything is exactly as it was before." Hearing this explanation, Han Yujin looked around and saw that indeed, except for one tree, nothing else had changed. The administrator then added, "This also applies to the number and difficulty of the dungeons." After emphasizing that the other worlds had not changed and the passage of time remained the same, the administrator said, "In addition, they have increased their numbers and strength more quickly. We are trying to slow this process down." After saying this, the system administrator spoke to Han Yujin, pointing to his "My baby is the best" skill. "That's why there's something you need to do, our sweetie." After showing all the photo slots for each of the S classes that he was supposed to be in charge of, the system administrator said, "Apply the code word to 50 S-class people to influence them." After saying this, the system administrator said one very important thing that was really important. "Do this, and then you can protect your world, sweetie." Hearing this explanation from the system administrator, Han Yujin realized why he had been given this kind of graduation album with 50 photo slots and said, "Is this what this strange list is for?" Hearing Han Yujin say that, the system administrator said to him, "I made it so that it would appear to be something similar to what you have in your world, like in-game systems that resemble the eye of the state." Explaining the reason for this design, the system administrator said, "I've been thinking about the best way to do this for a long time, right down to Oracle Warriors. But it all becomes unnecessary as soon as people get used to it." After saying this, the system administrator added that eventually the system windows would disappear. Hearing this, Han Yujin, who was working thanks to them, was frightened. "The status windows will disappear?" Hearing Han Yujin's frightened expression, the system administrator said to Han Yujin, "Yes, they were only needed to help beginners. Even though they are convenient, they are very restrictive." Speaking about the boxes people get into because of their classes, the administrator added, "For example, people believe that it's hard to grow up in F class no matter how hard you try, although there are those around you who have already broken this stereotype." Explaining that everyone can become who they want if system windows disappear, the administrator added, "Nothing is set in stone, not characteristics, not skills. People are destined to change." After hearing this explanation, and the fact that everything can change, it doesn't matter what a person's characteristics and skills will be, Han Yujin said in confusion. Then, grabbing the system administrator in his arms, Han Yujin began to squeeze her to become more convincing and make her do his next request. Changing from one method to the other, Han Yujin began to stretch the system administrator and spoke angrily, "Change the code word first, you idiots!" As he began to chew on the flying emoticon that was the system administrator, Han Yujin spoke to her. If you're going to entrust me with an important mission, you shouldn't give me such a meaningless word. When she heard this, she responded to him. Calm down, dear. Trying to get them to change the code word for the skill, Han Yujin spoke to the system administrator. Influence 50 people? Are you suggesting that I confess my love to all of them? What kind of game is this? After saying this, Han Yujin added, capture the hearts of 50 people with the S-Class. The mission is, confess your love. Hearing this, the receptionist exclaimed in confusion. That doesn't only apply to humans, but also to magical beasts. Hearing Han Yujin's demand to change the code word, another system administrator spoke up. We can't choose the code word. We just tested your skills, wrote your name, and an explanation. After hearing this explanation of how he was chosen for the role, Han Yujin said to the administrator in confusion, the code word wouldn't be so scary if you explained it better. Thinking of his friend, the owner of the gold smithy, Han Yujin said, Yu Meng. Ming friend has received the ingredients and instructions for use. Hearing these words, the administrator said in confusion, that's speaking uncertainly at first. The system administrator added a little later after recalling some information. That's because the skill was taken from the information about the previous world. After saying this and changing the environment around, creating a new design with different animals and ecology, the administrator said, you have noticed the existence of other universes, haven't you? After saying this, one of the system administrators emphasized to the boy, the golden smithy was created in the outside world and sent to your world, dear. The system administrator didn't stop there but continued. It is very rare to send something of such value here, and that's because the previous owner used his power. After telling us that it was very rare to send such powers to other worlds, the administrator explained why, saying, by sacrificing his life. Having said that, the system administrator concluded with a story about the Golden Forge and its movement between worlds. And all this was done for the sake of the future of other people. Mentioning the code word and the possibility of changing it, one of the system administrators said, as for example, the classification of a new animal is written on the basis of an already known one. But even so, there are inaccuracies, and we have no power to change the code word. After explaining the situation with changing the code word, the system administrator also mentioned something else, saying, in addition, this is the first appearance of the perfect teacher. After saying this, he added, there wasn't much information, so we had to guess. The ideal educator, L. Proof that you have raised a person who has become one of the strongest in the world. Your ability as a tutor has become even better due to the improvement of your previous characteristics compared to the current characteristics of the 2T. After saying that, the system administrator said, honestly, the title of tutor is quite rare. To obtain it, you have to be recognized as a natural S-class teacher. Hearing this, Han Yujin said in surprise, natural S-class. Hearing this question, the system administrator answered the boy, you have used the sprout, right? Most of the time, S-class awakening is possible at the A and S levels. After saying this and remembering Kim Seong-han and Park Aram, the system administrator said, this means that you can become both S-class and A-class, depending on your environment. After describing these possibilities of awakening as different classes depending on the circumstances, the administrator added, but there are rare cases where people are definitely born in the S-class. Thinking of Han Yu-hyun and Song Hyun-jae this time, the system administrator said, they are very rare. Only a few people. Their abilities exceed those of the others. After saying this, the system administrator, comparing them to Greek heroes or emperors, said, but being so superior, most of the time they can't get along with others. After explaining that born S-classes usually have absolutely no skills in gentle communication with the rest of us, he continued, but ordinary people, even their parents, they often tend to feel uncomfortable around them. After telling us about the slim chances of getting this title, the system administrator said, that's why the title of educator is so rare. Hearing this, Yujin thought, awkward? I've never felt this way in front of my brother. After explaining all the aspects of acquiring this skill, the administrator also emphasized, besides, caregivers do not live long. Sometimes they even become victims instead of innate S-class. The difference in power is high, so the protection of this class can turn into cruelty. After telling even this horrifying aspect of this skill, the system administrator added happily, we hope you will successfully collect all the S-classes. After sharing everything they had, The system administrator said to Han Yujin one last time before disappearing, "Just do it slowly, and don't put yourself in danger for 5 years." As she said this, the administrator added, noticing that her body and the bodies of her friends were gradually disintegrating. "And when you're done, we'll—" Before she could finish her sentence, their bodies began to disintegrate, and then one of them, who was still standing, spoke. "Ah, it looks like our time is up." Seeing what he felt, Han Yujin said in confusion, "What?" Before he disappeared, one of the system administrators spoke to Han Yujin, who was staring at the disappearing bodies of the system in confusion. "We're sending you back." Sending Han Yujin back to his world and the dungeon from which he was taken, the administrator added, "It shouldn't have taken long, perhaps about 30 minutes? To which Jin exclaimed, "Wait!" After learning all this information, Han Yujin tried to find out something else last, exclaiming, "I can tell my brother about this. He is worried. If you could just send me a message." Hearing the question about passing on information to outsiders, one of the administrators spoke to the boy. "Not everything. Just tell him that you are helping us." Hearing that this information could be shared with his brother, Han Yujin asked the administrator something else. "Is the dungeon generation rule the same? I'm researching it now." Hearing this question, the administrators replied, "It remains the same. There will be cases of dungeons from the future, but we will get rid of them as soon as possible." As Yujin left for his world, he asked the administrators one last question, exclaiming, "And the monsters!" Upon hearing this question, they answered, "Don't worry. You will learn about everything, even if you don't want to. You will understand everything when the time comes." As soon as he heard the answer to his last question, he found himself somewhere in the middle of the dungeon, but high in the sky, and flew down sharply, because he could no longer fly. After falling to the ground, Han Yujin lay there for several seconds, thinking over all the information he now had. Rising to a sitting position, Han Yujin said in confusion, I'm back. What about you, Hyun?" Looking around, he saw huge columns of smoke and flames covering a large part of the dungeon. Realizing what was happening, Yujin thought, "If I don't hurry up and explain and calm him down, he'll—" Looking around, Han Yujin suddenly began to break out in a cold sweat when he saw what was happening around him. When Han Yujin came out of his state of shock, he saw that there was nothing but fire and smoke around him. And he said in astonishment, "Where am I? There was a forest in my dungeon." Looking around, Han Yujin did not notice a beast approaching behind him and continued to talk to himself. Did they accidentally send me to another place? Some low-level dungeon? Sensing danger behind him, Han Yujin also began to look around to see where he could go. Imagine his surprise when he saw a monster behind him. Dipping his head back, Han Yujin noticed a giant tiger behind him, which was about to pounce on him with its paw raised. Seeing who was coming at him in such a low-level dungeon, Han Yujin exclaimed in fright, "This monster is definitely not low-level." Quickly jumping away from it and taking up a fighting stance, Han Yujin exclaimed in confusion, "How am I supposed to deal with it? It's level." Opening his characterization window, Han Yujin saw Flaming Horned Lion, Cub Piece, Current Trait Class B, Possible Trait Class AS. Seeing the description of the characteristics and his skills, Han Yujin spoke in surprise to the giant animal that approached him. "Peace?" Realizing that it was his pet that was so large in this dungeon, and confusing it with someone else and almost attacking its master, Han Yujin exclaimed in surprise, "Is that you?" "No, but how?" Before he could say anything, Han Yujin was interrupted by grabbing his arm and then placing it on his back for better transportation. While on his younger brother's back, Han Yujin exclaimed in confusion, "Huh?" Frightened because he was suddenly grabbed by someone, Han Yujin grabbed his captor's clothes and began to examine them, and suddenly recognizing the person, he exclaimed in surprise, "You Hyun?" Han Yujin was only looking ahead, trying not to look his brother in the eye or start a conversation, but Han Yujin had other plans. Twitching on his younger brother's back, trying to get out of his grasp, Han Yujin spoke to him. "Hey, what are you doing here? I thought you were—" "While we are still in the forest dungeon." As Han Yujin said this, and was concentrating only on his brother, he suddenly looked around and saw that the dungeon was a scorched earth beachhead. Seeing this strange sight, Han Yujin began to exclaim in fright, "You burned everything to the ground? Stop, calm down for a moment and let me go." Hearing these words from his brother, Han Yu-hyun replied in an angry voice, "How am I supposed to remain calm?" Hearing these words from his younger brother, Han Yu-jin turned to his student and said to him, "I will explain everything, okay? Peace, can you stop him?" The dog just snorted and looked away from Han Yu-jin. Realizing that he was not going to get help, Han Yu-jin continued to beg his brother to let him go, saying, I know you've been worried, but listen to me. To be honest, Han Yu-hyun replied irritably, gritting his teeth, I don't care. Turning to Han Yu-jin, who was leaning on his shoulder, the furious Han Yu-jin shouted at him in an angry tone, Just shut up before I do it myself! Looking at his hopeless brother, whom he had spent so much time protecting and keeping out of trouble, Yu-hyun added, Han Yu-jin, do you really want to drive me crazy? Hearing such an angry manner of speech, Han Yu-jin spoke in confusion as he looked at the burned remains. Hey, just listen. Han Yu-chung replied in an angry voice. Shut up, I'm fed up. As Han Yu-hyun continued to walk across the scorched earth, he said to his older brother, I just thought I needed to wait a little longer. If you said you could handle it by yourself, I thought I could relax and not worry about it. As he said this, Han Yu-hung suddenly grabbed his elder brother's hand and squeezed his wrist tightly, saying angrily, But what the hell, eh? How can this be? Grabbing his elder brother's hand, Han Yu-hang threw it in front of him, hitting a rock, and said angrily, I simply have no other choice. Pulling his sword out of its sheath and using his fire skill, Han Yu-hyun looked at his brother with a murderous gaze and spoke to him. And this is why. As Han Yu-jin loomed over his elder brother, with his powerful figure and pointed his sword at him, he said in a menacing voice, I will simply say that you died here. Hearing what his younger brother had just said, Han Yu-jin, with his sword at his neck, said in surprise, What? His brother replied, Too many things can happen if you stay alive. Looking around at the beasts he had killed, smoldering in the fire, Han Yu-heng said, I can convince the others that you were killed by the dungeon boss. Even if some of them don't believe that I couldn't protect you in a D-grade dungeon. Holding his sword to his older brother's throat, whom he had promised to always protect, Han Yu-hyun continued, But I think an arm or a leg would be a great proof of my words. Hearing these words from his brother, he continued, Although it is painful, I will protect you from now on. Hearing these words, Han Yu-jin remembered what the administrators had told him. S-class patronage can turn into cruelty. Recalling these words, Han Yu-jin saw his brother take action, and swinging his sword, he said confidently, Just bear with me for a bit. I'll cure you with a potion in no time. No sooner had Han Yu-hyun said these words than he was struck, but the blow missed its target, and it was all thanks to the earrings that Han Yu-jin had been given by the leader of Jupiter. The shield made of them protected the boy. As soon as Han Yu-jin repelled his younger brother's attack, he immediately got to his feet and began to run away, shouting after Han Yu-hyun, Ah, you psychopath! As Han Yu-jin took out his knives from his system inventory to fight back, he thought in alarm. If he really wanted to do this, I would have already lost my arm. But he still has doubts. After finishing his thoughts, Han Yu-jin responded to his younger brother's speech about defending himself after losing a limb. Do you think I will be grateful to you for this? Throwing his daggers in the direction of his brother, who was chasing him to complete his deed, Han Yu-jin shouted at him, If you protect me against my will, I swear that I will never look in your direction again in my life. Hearing these words, Han Yu-hyun, deflecting the daggers his old brother threw at him, angrily spoke as he caught up with Jin. You never even thought of staying by my side anyway. Grabbing his elder brother by the collar and swinging his sword at him, Han Yu-jin said insultingly, You have been hiding all this from me from the beginning. Taking the taming stone out of his pocket as Han Yu-hyun grabbed it, Han Yu-jin shouted to his pet, holding it up, Stop him, Mir! Following this order, Mir sank his teeth into Han Yu-hyun's shoulder to prevent him from harming his master. Feeling a sudden pain in his arm, the younger brother said angrily, Did you really think? Twisting his body to make the monster move into range of his strike, Han Yu-hyun struck the beast in the head with his sword hilt to knock it out, and said to Han Yu-jin, What can this possibly work? Immediately afterward, Han Yu-jin threw the beast to the ground, flipping it over himself to pry his hand from the jaws of the monster that had interfered with him. Seeing what had just happened and that his pet was already knocked out, Han Yu-jin shouted out to his pet in alarm, Peace! Noticing that he didn't answer him and didn't react to his words at all, Han Yu-jin rushed at his younger brother to teach him a lesson and exclaimed, What the hell? Ha! But his attempt, of course, was in vain, because the difference in their characteristics was enormous. Grabbing his elder brother again, Han Yu-hyun raised his sword over his brother again, lowered his head and said, This is better. Throwing Han Yu-jin to the ground, Han Yu-hyun climbed on top of him, and then he struck his sword at Yu-jin's head and said angrily, I was enjoying it. It seemed as if we had made peace, but everything went back to the way it was before. After saying this, Han Yu-hyun, looming over his brother like a menacing silhouette, continued, "That's why I tried to ignore everything, even if it seemed strange to me." As Han Yu-hyun continued to rant and rave about all the things that had been bothering him lately, and the reasons for his behavior, he said, "Of all the things you have said, is any of it true?" After saying this, Han Yu-hyun turned his attention to the beast lying next to him and said, "Even this damned horned lion. Did you really obtain the 10th level magic beast taming skill? You wouldn't have messed with him if you knew how much effort it would take." After saying that, and pulling the sword out of the ground that was stuck in Han Yu-jin's neck, the younger brother added, "A blacksmith, even a bird. No, I don't care what happened outside the dungeons." After saying this, Han Yu-jin immediately calmed down, and this time he spoke in a calm voice, which surprised Han Yu-hyun with his sudden change of mood. "But why is it that every time you enter them, even today," hovering over his elder brother, the younger one sighed heavily and spoke to Han Yu-jin in a gloomy voice, "I have no idea what's going on, but I can't do anything when you disappear." Leaning on his sword and barely holding back his tears as he looked at his elder brother, Han Yu-hang said in a voice full of despair, "All this? How am I supposed to cope with all this?" Hearing this, Han Yu-jin looked at him in surprise, but thinking that this was his chance, he said, "Yu-hang." But he wiped away his tears and said, "Still, I don't think I can cut off your hand." Grasping his sword with his other hand, which was now trapped in the stones, Han Yu-hyun said in a sad voice as he tried to pull it out, "I'll just take a piece of your flesh, or a little blood." Hearing these words from his brother, who did not seem to be planning to kill him, Han Yu-jin exclaimed in confusion, Wait!" To which Yu-hyun replied, aiming his sword, "I'll cure you right away." Watching his brother about to strike him, Han Yu-jin, seriously frightened, exclaimed loudly, "How much longer, system?" As soon as he said this, a system window suddenly appeared in front of him, emitting a lot of light and blinding both boys. Han Yu-jin put his hand over the sudden appearance and moved away from his older brother, and then opened his eyes to see this strange thing and said in astonishment, "What is this?" Seeing this in front of him, Han Yu-jin asked his elder brother in astonishment, "Han Yu-jin, what is this?" Han Yu-jin replied in fright, "That's why I said I would explain it to you." Han Yu-jin cleared his throat and tried to avoid eye contact with his brother out of shame for all the lies he had told. "Ha, it's just like you thought. When I first saw Mir, I decided to forgive him. In fact, the skill I acquired was S-class." As he began to describe some of his skills in precise detail, Han Yu-jin also added, "I went into a dungeon several times, and that's how I got Squeaky." Also, besides that, after telling all that he could tell his younger brother, Han Yu-jin scratched the back of his head and added guiltily, "This all happened only because of the system." Feeling guilty that he couldn't tell his younger brother earlier, and thus made him nervous about himself, Han Yu-jin added awkwardly, "I am secretly helping its creator." Han Yu-jin began to talk about the system and said, "I was going to tell you about it, that's why I asked for a message." Hearing these words from his elder brother, Han Yu-jin, in a state of confusion, said in astonishment, "Creator? The system? No, wait." As he began to think, Han Yu-hyun suddenly said, "Why you? If you're being forced to do something dangerous." But before he could finish, Yu-jin interrupted him, slapping his brother in the face and saying angrily, "You're the one who's always putting me in danger, you asshole." After punching his brother, Han Yu-jin jumped away from him a second later because of the pain. Grabbing his arm, Han Yu-jin said in frustration, "Hard-headed S-class." After suffering the pain of the blow, Han Yu-jin looked at his younger brother and said to him in a confident voice, "Anyway, I didn't hide everything from you because I couldn't trust you back then." Looking at his brother, who was listening attentively to him because of his sudden convincing and unexpected words, Han Yu-jin added, "Let me tell you this. You are the one person I trust the most in the whole world." Having said these words, and having calmed his brother's anxiety, Han Yu-jin approached his student and said, "Now that you have calmed down, give me the peace potion." Hearing this request from his elder brother, Han Yu-hyun was embarrassed and handed him a box. "Here." Taking the potion in his hands and applying it to his pet, Han Yu-jin said, "You must have been worried about me all this time." As Han Yu-jin continued to use the healing potion on his pet, he spoke to his younger brother in a calm voice. "I'm sure you were also worried about the security measures at the entrance, but they are fine. I just used a stealth skill. Noting that the security system in the abyss is impeccable, Han Yujin also added, in addition, I have the skills to separate effects, resist poisons, curses, and fears. Hearing about his brother's skills, Han Yu-hyun said in surprise, your skills are strange. Hearing this feedback about his skills, which he could tell about, Han Yu-jin thought in frustration, I can't tell him about the influence or the final retribution. I also can't tell him about my past. After saying this, Han Yu-jin hugged his student, who had already regained consciousness, and said, if there's anything else you are interested in, feel free to ask me questions. While continuing to pet his pet in front of his surprised brother, Han Yu-jin also added, you must be confused by what I just shared with you, but I really have been hiding a lot of things from you. After saying this, Han Yu-jin decided to add one last thing to reassure his brother and prevent him from worrying too much. You don't have to worry about everything by yourself anymore. Hearing these words, Han Yu-hyun bowed his head guiltily, realizing the guilt of his rash actions, and heard Yu-jin say, if you are worried, just ask me. You are my brother, understand? But still, don't lock me up. With his head down like a dog and regretting all his actions, when he had been very harsh with his brother because he was worried, Han Yu-hyun said, I'm sorry. I thought you didn't trust me, that's why. Hearing such a sincere apology from his brother, Han Yu-jin heaved a sigh of relief and thought, I thought it would be easy enough to help my younger brother, but I guess my responsibilities don't end there. As Han Yu-jin continued to think, he thought, if I were Han Yu-hyun and he disappeared, I would be at a loss for words. As Han Yu-jin thought about this, he reached out to his younger brother and said, come here. Han Yu-jin embraced his younger brother and said to him, I'm sorry, were you scared because I disappeared? Han Yu-meng replied, Yu-jin, it's my fault. Forgive me, Yu-jin. Standing in between the two brothers, hugging and apologizing for their behavior, Peace was also happy to be a part of this family reunion when he heard one of the boys say, well, don't worry about it, move closer. Immediately after that, Mir began to shrink. Seeing this, Han Yu-jin exclaimed in fright, huh? No, Mir, you just grew up. Why did you shrink again? Standing next to his bewildered older brother, who was shocked by this change in his pet size, he said, he will get bigger when it is necessary. But he didn't get bigger on purpose. You won't be able to hug him if he gets too big. Hearing this explanation from his younger brother, Han Yu-jin picked up his pet, who was making eyes and saying, hug me, and said in surprise, just like that? Taking his pet in his arms, Han Yu-jin began to cuddle with him, stroking him, and said, but Mir, at least tell me that you are going to grow up. Having finished all their quarrels, the brothers were about to go back. But during this time, someone was watching them, and they heard Han Yu-jin say, in the end, my level never rose. That's right. Before you go, apologize for hitting Mir. Holding his student in front of him, whom Yu-jin was supposed to apologize to, Yu-jin saw him bend down awkwardly and say, I'll apologize a lot. To which Yu-jin remarked to him, hey, who taught you to apologize like that? Are you Seok Shu Man or something? Standing in the system administrator's room, one of the system administrators, in a pensive posture and observing the boy's behavior, said, it looks like they have already taken care of it. Hearing this statement from her colleague, another system administrator, who was making some adjustments to the system, said, I think it's just a little bit. After saying this, the system administrator who was making the settings added, but isn't Sweetie's brother dangerous? Her colleague replied, he already saved him once, risking his life. Expressing her assumptions, the administrator added, if Sweetie raises his brother well, he will become a reliable protector. Hearing this, another administrator who was behind her said to her, really? Doesn't a blacksmith have more potential? Hearing this objection from her colleague who was sitting behind her and expressing his opinion, the administrator said to him, we don't have enough time for him to grow. Hearing this, he replied sadly, that's too bad. Hearing this conversation among his comrades, another administrator with a wool cloak on his shoulders spoke up, if this world is destroyed, let's send it to the next one. Hearing this, an administrator who was making some adjustments added, and what about a sweet treat? If we fail, shall we move him to the next world as well? Hearing this, the mermaid administrator said thoughtfully, I wish so, but looking at the screen where Han Yu-jin was being monitored, the mermaid administrator added, but will he agree? Considering his rank, he'll probably refuse. Watching Han Yu-jin through the screen where the broadcast was taking place, the administrator who was making the settings said in a confused voice, this seems so wrong. Hearing these words from his colleague, the system administrator with the wolf's cape said, but it's better than having no chance at all. Wouldn't he be relieved? Overhearing this conversation, another administrator with a glass of crimson liquid and strange horns joined the conversation and said, "Yes, we'll have to give up some small things for the greater good." As she approached the rest of her comrades, the receptionist pulled out what looked like a sink, which was covered in the crimson liquid, and said, "Wouldn't it be better for you too, if you are promoted from the position of a beginner?" Approaching the administrator who was in charge of the settings, the girl handed him a glass, poured crimson liquid from the sink into it, and said, "Let's decorate the room with some sweets for now." As she filled the glass with more and more of the crimson drink and held it up in front of her, half covering the broadcast screen, she said, "Let us have fun while waiting for the fateful hour." After saying this, the administrator who arrived spilled a few drops of crimson liquid and watched it freeze in the air and said, "To the immoral imprisoned children." And so after that conversation about the talents and skills he had learned from the system, Han Yu-jin returned home with his brother and was quite happy because so far everything was going very well for them. Sitting on the couch with his younger brother in the same room, Han Yu-jin watched him put a bouquet of flowers he had given him in a vase and thought, "My brother and I have become more comfortable with each other." Also, when Han Yu-jin returned and went to training with his pet for the first time, after clearing the dungeon, he also noticed that Mir continued to grow and develop very rapidly. But that's not all. The good news did not end there. After all of this, all the data that Yun Yong had collected was also put to good use and was very valuable for research. Looking at the data Yun Yong had collected, Seok Ha-young adjusted her glasses and said in astonishment at the information that had been collected in such a short time. "This is..." Han Yu-jin looked at the girl who was looking at the data set and asked, "Is there anything missing?" The girl replied excitedly to Han Yu-jin, "This is enough. This is much more significant than what I have." Dancing with happiness, Seok Ha-young said happily after receiving such valuable research materials. "Such high quality, and in such quantity in such a short time. Even the Hunters Association doesn't do this much for me." Hearing these words, Han Yu-jin said happily, "I'm glad it was helpful." Hearing Han Yu-jin say that, the girl scanned the tablet and said, "Very useful. There is a limit to how many documents I can get on my own. That's why my uncle said he would help me build a research center." After telling Han Yu-jin the news, she added, "But I have a feeling that if he is connected to the guild, my research will be used for profit." Hearing this, Yu-jin happily told her, "That's why I have a proposal for you." Han Yu-jin, who was trying to get Seok Ha-young's interest, said, "I'll provide you with a research center next to the monster breeding facility that is currently under construction. Anyone can freely use the results of the research." After saying this, Han Yu-jin noticed the girl look at him with an interested gaze and continued, "And if hunters from all over the world come, it will be much easier to get information about the dungeon. I'll also find some helpers. What do you think?" Hearing Han Yu-jin's proposal, the girl could barely contain her emotions and said in surprise, "What do you mean? That's great for me, but why would you?" To which Han Yu-jin replied, "You must understand." Standing up from his chair and demonstrating his pure intentions, Han Yu-jin said sincerely, "Research for world peace deserves this much help." Hearing what Han Yu-jin had just said and his motives for helping Seok Ha-young with her research, she could hardly hold back her tears of happiness and said happily, "Ah, Mr. Han Yu-jin." Hearing Han Yu-jin's offer, Seok Ha-young took out her phone and said, Then can I bring my friends?" Hearing this suggestion, the guy replied, "A lab worker? Let me see." Showing a photo of her team, Seok Ha-young said to Han Yu-jin, "This is the second-year Dungeon and Awakened research team. If I tell them that we can all work together, they will come together." Showing off the photo, Seok Ha-young pointed to a certain person in the crowd in the photo and said, "Especially this guy, Jaden. He's very interested in the Awakened ones." Looking at the photo, Yu-jin thought in confusion, "These are dungeon people." Thinking back to his past future from which he had returned, Han Yu-jin thought in astonishment as he looked at the people in the photo, the team that will discover the law of dungeon creation in the future. Picking up the phone to look at them all more closely, Han Yu-jin spoke in embarrassment, "Miss Seok Ha-young." Hearing the boy's voice so intense, the girl replied in surprise, "Yes?" Han Yu-jin looked at the girl and gave her a sign of acceptance and said, "Welcome, bring them all here." Hearing Han Yu-jin say this, the girl exclaimed with joy, "Yeah, Mr. Yu-jin, you are the best." Shaking hands, they reached a consensus, and agreed on all the issues that might arise in the creation of this research organization. And so, on that day, the agreement was created. Looking at the active construction of the building next to the Abyssal Guild, Han Yujin, thinking about how to make some money, promised, "Yes, this is also an important investment." Sitting on the windowsill, looking out the window, he said, "If the number of dungeons increases, as the system said, it's only a matter of time before this building collapses, even if I become its owner." He opened his phone and bought something online. "So I have to help Miss Seok Ha-young make progress in her research and spread out my investment instead of just relying on the building." Clicking the button. Buy with cash, Han Yujin thought. "I'll spend the last of my money on stocks, a company that will successfully develop a cure for hair loss in a few months." As Han Yujin thought about how best to invest his money to make it grow, he added, "However, these stocks will fall later, but that will be in the future." After deciding where he would spend the money, Han Yujin also remembered why he was doing all this in the first place, and thought, and the most important thing is to collect S-classes. After finishing his thoughts on investment, later that day, Han Yujin and his brother went to the port where the precious cargo was being unloaded. Standing on the port bridge, the boys heard sudden shouting somewhere near them. Turning their attention to the direction they were coming from, they saw Ariam shouting and waving her hand. "Ajasi, we're here!" When Han Yujin saw Aram coming toward them, he was surprised to hear her say, "Aram, you're here. I thought you were going somewhere. Did you come back with the others?" She replied, "Yes, I spent time with my sisters." As Moon Hyun-ah approached the boys, she said to Han Yujin, "I gave her some advice as a hunter to my favorite younger sister." And then Aram immediately added, while searching for something on her phone, "I got a lot of recommendations for good restaurants." Looking at the ship at sea, Moon Hyun-ah said thoughtfully, "Did they get here okay? Are they 3 monsters?" Han Yu-hyun answered her, "They are still being unloaded. The ship just arrived." While everyone was going about their business, Moon Hyun-ah approached Han Yujin and whispered in his ear, "Hyun-nim, are you okay? Did something happen?" Hearing this question, Yujin just purred in surprise. Hearing this stammering, Yujin replied in confusion, "Yes, well, a lot of things happened, but it's not a big deal. Everything is great." And he thought in confusion, kidnapping, blackmail, murder, sneaking into dungeons, sneaking out of dungeons, almost losing an arm. Hearing this answer from Yujin, the girl said to him, "I don't know what's wrong, but you look a little distant. But you're okay, Hyung-nim." Grabbing Han Yu-jin and holding him tightly in her arms, Moon Hyun-ah said to Han Yu-jin, "Could you give me one of the 3 monsters that came on this ship?" Han Yu-jin, in the midst of bliss, said in embarrassment, "Huh? Isn't that a bit much?" Hearing this response, the girl said to Han Yu-jin, "The upper class will still go to Hyun-nim. Lend him to me sometimes, okay? It will be beneficial for both of us." Hearing this proposal, Han Yu-jin thought, "Yu-jin's patience, she has great influence." Then he said, "Oh, lightweight, you are our favorite customer, but not for free." As Han Yu-jin was trying to pull away from this strong woman's embrace, he felt someone grab his arm and said, "Han Yu-jin Nim." When he turned around, he saw Seo-yun with angelic eyes, and he said in confusion, "Hey, Miss Seo-yun?" Seeing that Yu-jin was paying attention to her, she asked, "There's still room for me, right? You'll still be raising my baby even if you have 3 new ones, right?" To which Yu-jin replied, "Yes, of course." Pulling it out of each other's hands, the 2 girls were trying not to miss their chance to get a monster that Yu-jin would raise. In this difficult situation, Yu-jin thought, F-class is dying here. These people are too strong. Looking at Han Yu-jin being fought over by the girls, Park Aram thought, "A juicy. He looks like a slime monster." Meanwhile, Yu-jin was completely exhausted and felt like something incomprehensible. In a state of shock, Yu-jin thought, "I'm already squeezed like a lemon. Can I handle 50 or more S-classes?" But suddenly he heard his brother calling out to him. Breaking free from the girl's grasp, Yu-jin crawled over to Yu-hyun and said, What is it, Yu-hyun?" He replied by handing him a gift. "Here, take this." Putting the pendant in Yu-jin's hand, Han Yu-hyun spoke to him, explaining its purpose. "This is a translating item. Once the cultivation facility opens, people will start coming from abroad." After saying this, and handing over such an important item to his elder brother for his future work, he added, "So I thought you might need it." After handing the gift to his brother, Yu Heng spoke to him in a shy tone. "From now on, I won't stop you, even if I'm worried. Tell me every time you need help with something. Don't overdo it. Hearing these words from his younger brother, Han Yujin continued, You are the most important thing to me, more than anything else. Then Yujin said joyfully, My brother. He has become a completely different person. Hearing this conversation between the boys, the girls behind them felt sick to their stomachs at the calf-like tenderness. And Yujin thought, Yes, people change so much when problems are solved with words. Come on, let's do it. I can do it. While thinking about this, Han Yujin heard from the movers, The monster cages have been unloaded. After receiving this information, he thanked them and added, All right, we're coming, holding the gift from his younger brother in his hands. Han Yujin thought happily as he was about to go to the monster cages. I can't leave mine to the mercy of fate. After thinking about this, they headed for the container. When they arrived, it immediately opened, and they could go inside to pick up the cargo that had arrived. Opening the container's door, Han Yujin saw 2 staggered boxes inside and thought, I will make sure that my brother and I can live a good life together. As soon as the door of the container was opened, the eyes of one of the cages lit up, and the remains of bones that were left after they had been fed became visible. After finally delivering this important cargo, one of the loaders who was responsible for it spoke to Han Yujin, sighing heavily and adjusting his cap. Here, your master's marks. As he handed Han Yujin the master's marks, the porter added, You'll have a hard time growing them. And there were shouts near the container. Watch out! Lower it! As he handed Han Yujin all the materials he would need when he received the delivery, the loader said with a heavy sigh, It was a complete disaster. On the way here, This was followed by the screams of one of the workers. Hearing these cries, all the workers looked inside, where all they could hear was a strong wind that scattered everyone, and then the workers said in surprise, What is this? Oh, one of the monsters got out. After these surprised exclamations, the griffin that had just escaped from its cage began to fly in the air, screaming loudly around. Noticing this noise and the puff of air and dust that rose, Han Yujin, shielding himself from the blinding sun, along with his brother and Xiao Yon, said in surprise, A griffin. Seeing who had escaped from the cage, Han Yujin remembered the description of this ancient mythical beast. An animal from legends. It has the body of a lion and the head and wings of an eagle. Recalling the description and the structure of this monster that had once again escaped from its cage, Yujin thought, A monster that has appeared since the dungeons were opened. Looking at the monster that escaped from the cage, Moon Hyun-ah said, There probably aren't any other monsters that can handle it. If I can ride it. To which Seo Yoon replied, The dragon is still better. Meanwhile, Park Aram expressed her opinion. He's so cute. Look at his beige wings. Meanwhile, Han Yujin used his skill while holding his master's crystals in his hands. The title of Perfect Caretaker adds effect to the master's mark. After using his perfect tutor skill, Han Yujin noticed that the griffin was interested in him and began to approach him at a rapid speed. Seeing that the monster was approaching him, Han Yujin covered himself with his hands and screamed in fright to try to prevent a collision with the monster. Noticing that his brother was in danger, Han Yu-hyun grabbed his brother and pulled him sharply toward him to save him from the monster, blocking his arm from the monster and shouting, Look out, Hyun! As he jerked his brother away, something snapped in his neck and Jin passed out. Noticing that he was unconscious, Han Yu-hyun began shaking him and calling out, Hyun, are you okay? Seo Yun also ran over to hear these cries, and Park Aram noticed that something had happened to Jin. While everyone was worried about Han Yu-jin, they forgot about the griffin, who was still lying on the ground after being hit by Han Yu-hyun to protect his brother. The next moment, when the porters were transporting another load of potions, the griffin suddenly became angry and decided to attack them. Rising to its feet, the monster immediately rushed at the porters to get what they were moving. Hearing the screams behind her, Aram noticed what was happening and exclaimed in fright, Oh no! Standing not far from the monster, Moon Hyun-ah shouted at the monster using her air barrier skill, You're not going anywhere from here! And after that, a gale of wind suddenly broke out around the griffin, slowly trapping it in the air cage. But for this monster, this air barrier was not a threat. He could easily break through it. When Moon Hyun-ah saw him fly out of the cage, she said in confusion, He escaped? Pointing to the griffin, Moon Hyun-ah shouted to Park Aram, who followed him, It must have wind resistance even though it's still a baby. Hearing this, Aram exclaimed, I'll catch him. Park Aram caught up with the monster and tried to catch it in midair, and when she had almost caught it, she exclaimed, Come here, you little pest. After dropping the monster right in front of her, Park Aram heard Moon-hyun Ah say, "What are you doing, S-Class?" To which she replied, "What am I supposed to do with its wings? I've never even caught a pigeon in my life." Having said that, Park Aram offered her own solution to catch the monster. "How about we just freeze it?" To which Moon-hyun replied, "No, you want to kill it?" Then Seo-yeon ran to their aid, exclaiming, "Use this! This cloth is made from a byproduct of the dungeon." Hearing this, Park Aram called out to her, "Oh, that's great, Seo-yoon Oni." As soon as Park Aram got the cloth from the byproduct, it didn't take long to catch the griffin, and within a minute, it was done. After catching the monster, she wrapped it in the cloth, immobilizing it so that it would not harm anyone else. Holding the monster in their hands, the three girls, tired of all this chasing after the monster, said, finally, looking at the little griffin, Moon-hyun Ah said tiredly to her friend who was holding it, "It would be much easier if we hunted it." Hearing these words from the head of the Destroyers Guild, Kang So-yeon, holding the immobilized monster in her arms and watching what it did while being caught, said, "I'm no longer sure that." Having said that, she continued, drawing the others' attention to the broken car and the many provisions for transportation. "It is possible to tame such a monster." Recalling the early days of the dungeons, Yu Heng said, "Dangerous creatures that killed people and were killed in return after the dungeons were opened. Suppress their aggressive behavior and accept them as comrades. It sounds like a dream." After saying this, Han Yu-hyun spoke to his elder brother. "He has already attacked you. Maybe you should kill him." Hearing this from his younger brother, Han Yu-jin said angrily, "Who are you going to kill?" Slowly rising, Han Yu-jin sat down abruptly, groaning in pain. Hearing this, Han Yu-hyun shouted out in alarm, "Hyun!" And somewhere nearby, someone else's anxious voice also sounded, "Mr. Yu-jin." Overcoming his pain, Han Yu-jin stood up and raised his head, speaking confidently. "He had no evil intentions. He didn't care that my bone was almost broken." Han Yu-jin looked at the child and considered his characteristics. Before this, he may have only seen high-class hunters. After examining the characteristics, he saw Golden Griffin Cub. Current characteristic class is C. Potential with growth is AS. Looking it up and down, Yu-jin saw growth requirements. Consume a certain amount of magic horse meat. And then Jin said, he simply doesn't know how to control his power against low-class hunters and those who have not awakened. After saying this, Han Yu-jin suddenly spoke, "Miss Seo-yoon, can you let go of the griffin for a moment? Yu-hyun, stay where you are." Hearing this, Yu-hyun exclaimed in alarm, "What are you going to do?" And then Seo-yoon spoke up, "Whoa, will you be okay?" Hearing such words of concern and worry for his health, Han Yu-jin responded to them, "Don't worry about me. I'll just teach him to coexist with us." After saying this, Han Yu-jin pointed to himself, and very confidently, as if it were a real honor, he said joyfully, "After all, I am the weakest among all of us here." Holding onto his crippled arm, Han Yu-jin approached the girl with the griffin and slowly walked toward them, saying in a tired voice, "Aren't you a glorious little man?" Han Yu-jin held out his hand in front of him and called the monster over to him, speaking happily to it so as not to scare it away. "Come here." Hearing that he was being called, the little griffin stuck out its claws and joyfully ran toward Han Yu-jin, unrestrained by its strength and running at full speed. But the next moment, as it approached Han Yu-jin, it clawed at his arm with all its might, causing him quite a bit of damage. But in addition to his injured arm, his speed also threw Jin away from him, and he flew further away, still fantasizing, and loudly exclaimed, "Oh, it hurts so much, I'm bleeding." After putting on such a show, Han Yu-jin, holding his injured arm, said joyfully through the pain, "Ha ha, you got it, little griffin, I'm weak." When the griffin saw this, he was seriously frightened. Spilling healing potions on his hand to heal his crippled body from his failed attempt, Han Yu-jin beckoned to the animal with his finger. "Come, let's try again." In an attempt to teach the griffin to be gentle and to control its strength, Han Yu-jin created a bloody show that left the girls in shock and unable to speak. While training the griffin, Han Yu-jin was heard shouting, "Gently, go even gentler, feel what real weakness is." This was repeated over and over again until he learned. Looking at his brother, who did not spare his body but endured all the pain he caused to achieve his goal, Yu Heng said proudly, "Hyun!" And the girls, looking at him in surprise, thought only one thing. Is he proud of this? After a few failed attempts and a few bottles of healing potion used up, the griffin managed to land gently on Han Yu-jin's hand, and then he said happily, "Yes, that's the way to do it." Good job. After several unsuccessful attempts, Han Yu-jin was able to train the griffin to gently sit on his owner's hand. And now, after the second successful attempt, Han Yu-jin spoke to his monster while cuddling with it. You're a fast learner. You're so smart. Seeing how cute the griffin looked with Han Yu-jin, Seo Yun spoke in her native language, saying, "Cute." Holding the monster on his arm, Han Yu-jin spoke to Park Aram. "Here, Aram, do you want to hold it for a while? Cover its eyes." Hearing this suggestion, the girl said nervously, "Aye." Taking him in her arms and closing his eyes, she added, "Will he be okay? What if he runs away again?" Hearing this, Han Yu-jin said, "If we close his eyes and move him to another place, he will be fine." After saying this, Han Yu-jin walked toward the container and said to the rest of his comrades, "The reason why the griffin has become agitated is right here." After opening the cage a little better, Han Yu-jin showed 2 more animals that had been brought to him for training, and Han Yu-jin said, "These are shadow unicorns." When Moon Hyun-ah saw the unicorns in the container, she was surprised. There were 2 more in the cage all along. To which Jin added, "Yes, he was probably so excited because he was in the same space with them." Recalling what was written in the description of the griffin and what were the basic requirements for the growth of this magical beast, Han Yu-jin said, "The main source of food for griffins is magical horses like unicorns." Hearing Han Yu-jin's requirements, Moon Hyun said, "Magic horse meat? There are plenty of them in our guild's dungeon. We can share it, as payment for letting me ride." Hearing the terms of the deal, Han Yu-jin spoke to her. "Deal." Watching Han Yu-jin easily make contact with the magical animals, Kang So-yeon said with a heavy heart, "That's great, Ani." And then Moon Hyun added, "Don't tell me, it's incredible." Looking at the boy entering the shadow unicorn's cage and talking to them so sweetly, Moon Hyun added, "Being an F class." And then Yu-jin said to the animals, "Were you scared? It's okay now." After entering the cage, the animals immediately calmed down, and Han Yu-jin saw that he had received a system notification. The title of Ideal Caregiver adds effect to the owner's mark. The object is expressing interest in the caregiver. Seeing how Han Yu-jin had easily found a way to communicate with them, even after such a stressful situation for the unicorns, Moon Hyun said, "He can easily do things that no one else can do." After taming the shadow unicorns and seeing that they came to him and were not afraid at all, Yu-jin said happily, "Good, good." As Moon Hyun-ah got to her feet and watched Han Yu-jin, she thought confidently, "Abyssal Head's big brother. No, Hunter Han Yu-jin." As she watched him tell the others how to approach each of the monsters so that they wouldn't be frightened, Moon Hyun added, "I think I can trust him a little more." While playing with one of the unicorns, Han Yu-jin gave orders. "For now, send the unicorns to the training center. And yes, we need to name them." After saying that the unicorns needed to be named, Han Yu-jin added, "How about we just call them White and Black?" Hearing this suggestion, Park Aram exclaimed in displeasure, "Ugh, what kind of stupid names are these, Ajusi? It sucks." Han Yu-hyun added, "They're great names, Hyun." Hearing Han Yu-jin's strange names for the unicorns and Han Yu-hyun's agreement, Park Aram said in disappointment, "It seems that creativity in naming is not his strong suit." Meanwhile, a terrible massacre took place somewhere in a guild building, killing almost all of the guild members. There was only one member left, who was also on the verge of death. As he was gasping for breath because a powerful huntress grabbed him by the neck and held him in the air, he heard her ask him a question. "You really don't know? Bricks bought out my contract." Looking around at the dead people, she added, "I put a high-level curse on it that blinds those who break it. But someone just broke the contract as if it meant nothing. Of course, this would bother me. I just started my business." Choking in the arms of the girl who told him about the destroyed contract, the hostage, holding onto her hand to get some air, spoke with difficulty. I don't know. Really?" After saying this, the hostage, looking at the shadowed image of his killer, said, "How do I know who signed the contract and destroyed it? The head of the guild was killed in the kidnapping incident." Hearing this news that the guild leader had been killed in the incident, the high-level huntress said slyly, Is that so?" Hearing this sly voice from the girl, guild member Bricks, who had already hoped that he had provided her with valuable information, spoke to her. "Let go." But she just squeezed his neck in her hands and finished him off. Having finished the last of the guild members, the girl said in disappointment, "What a pity. If you don't know, there's no reason to keep you alive." Finding Han Yu-jin's photo, The high-class huntress said thoughtfully, "The one who bought the contract is dead, and no one in the Kidnappers Guild knows anything about it." Lifting Han Yujin's photo to her eye level and holding it in her fingernails, she said ominously, "I guess I'll have to ask the kidnapped personally then." Meanwhile, after several attempts by Han Yujin to come up with names for the unicorns, one of them was named White. And the animals, of course, quickly got used to the new, unfamiliar environment. Hearing several options from Han Yujin about what to name the unicorns, she was very angry. And that's why the unicorns' names changed a little. The girl said to Yujin menacingly, "Change the names to White and Black." To which Yujin replied in surprise, "What's the difference?" At the same time, the griffin was named Blue. It was given to him because of the color of his eyes. The same griffin that caused a stir on the very first day of its arrival in Korea. And after a while, when Han Yujin was training them, it was time for lunch, but even here it was not without incident. Han Yujin could be heard shouting from the room, "Blue, I told you not to spread your wings at the dinner table." Seeing that Blue had been mischievous again and had thrown all the food on the floor, Han Yujin began to clean up the mess and said in frustration, "I have to clean the floor again, and I just finished a while ago, and the shower hose is broken." When Blue realized what he had done, he began to look around happily, smiling playfully. But as soon as he turned his head to the right, he noticed Mir, who was in a very bad mood. Seeing Mir's fearsome expression, Blue started to help Han Yujin clean up in fright. Han Yujin said in frustration, "I think he's only behaving a little better because of Mir." Thinking back to the first day that Blue came to Han Yujin's house, Peace showed him his dominance in the house on the very first day by throwing him a griffin toward the exit. Seeing this, Han Yu-heng said calmly, "So we found out who's stronger." When Han Yujin finished cleaning up after the afternoon's pogrom, he noticed that all three animals were already sleeping peacefully in their respective places. Peace was sleeping next to Squeaky's nest, curled up in a ball. Squeaky was sleeping in his nest made of twigs, which was hung from a tree branch, and the griffin was sleeping a little further away from them, because he needed more space to sleep. Seeing that all three of them were already sleeping quietly, Han Yujin, who had finally been able to feed them and calm them down, breathed a sigh of relief as he wiped the sweat from his forehead. After putting all of his children to bed, Han Yujin, being completely exhausted, walked on his weak legs to his room, saying wearily, "Raising children is so hard." Falling down on his bed, which he could barely reach, Han Yujin, squeezed like a lemon, said in a tired voice, "I'm almost dying. How am I going to raise 50 at?" Han Yujin laid down on his bed and buried his nose in his blanket and said wearily, "Come on, let's see how many I have." While counting them in his mind, Han Yujin said, "Peace and Squeaky, Blue and White and Black at the training center." Just as he said this, he heard an alert. "A poison dragon has been detected and Dio Valshitas is cursed." Hearing this announcement, Han Yujin suddenly opened his eyes in fright at the suddenness of the announcement. His fatigue and desire to sleep instantly disappeared after hearing this message. Han Yujin sat up and started looking around in fright, and grabbed his phone and noticed the following notifications. "Rauchita's Predator skill activated. Collision with Dio Valshitas will double the skill's effects." Unlocking his phone and watching to see if there was anything on the news, Han Yujin said in surprise, "A poison and cursed dragon. A dungeon has appeared nearby. There are no reports of it." As soon as he said this, the same girl appeared from the portal in front of him and grabbed the phone in his hands. Seeing that hand, Yujin froze in place. The next moment, he looked up to see who it was that had grabbed his phone, appearing out of nowhere in his room. Taking the phone out of Han Yujin's frightened hands, the girl walked away from him and said, "C'est genial." Looking at Han Yujin's phone, the girl said to him in an ominous voice, "Comment m'as-tu remarque? How did you notice me in French? Tu as l'air de cacher un pouvoir spécial." Turning to face Han Yujin, the girl spoke to him. "Je suis..." "Oh, my translator necklace wasn't activated." Je suis means I in French. Hearing such strange words from the girl, Han Yujin was frightened. What? A foreigner? How did she get here? Looking at the girl again, who picked up the necklace that translated her speech, Han Yujin suddenly had a thought. Is this the dragon of poison and curse? But she looks just like a human. Looking at the girl's characteristics, he could only see that her characteristic class was S. Looking at Han Yujin, the girl spoke while holding a necklace. "It's a beautiful night, isn't it, sweetie?" Seeing her characteristics, Han Yujin was frightened in his head when he saw her class. A natural S class, like Yu Hyun and Song Hyun Jae. After reading through all the information available about her that his promising sprout skill had provided, Han Yujin said in confusion, "But I haven't heard anything about her in the future." Moving almost close to Han Yujin's face, the girl looked him directly in the eye and said in a sinister voice, "What are you reading so carefully?" After saying this, she grabbed Han Yujin's head and pushed him against the bed to stop what he was doing. Han Yujin opened his eyes and looked at Rieta, who had burst into his room and said in fright, to which she replied, interrupting his moaning, "Your eyes were moving from left to right as if you were reading something." Looking into the girl's eyes, she said to Han Yujin in an ominous voice, "Are you reading some information about me?" Hearing these words, Han Yujin was confused. She understands. Recalling the same situation with Song Hyun, Han Yujin suddenly remembered. The same thing happened to the head of the Jupiter Guild. It seems that S-classes instantly notice things like that, and she was able to sneak through the security system with ease. Grabbing the hand of the door that was holding his face, preventing him from standing up, Han Yujin thought, "If I do something rash, then..." Breathing heavily and swallowing hard, as if there was a lump stuck in his throat, Han Yujin realized that joking around with this girl was no good and continued his thought, "I'm going to die." And then, after he calmed down, Han Yujin spoke to the girl who had entered his room. "If you have some business with me, you should have talked about it in the daylight." After saying this and trying to remove the girl's hand from his face to finally stand up, Han Yujin somehow managed to shout out to her, "Rieta!" Finally letting go of the frightened boy, the girl spoke to him in a hurt voice, sitting down next to him on the bed. "I was disturbed by the guilds you made agreements with." As she said this, Han Yujin also heard her continue, "Besides, your brother clearly warned everyone." Hearing the girl say this, Han Yujin was confused, just as I expected from him. The girl approached Han Yujin again and placed her index fingernail on his forehead and spoke to the frightened young man. "That's why I decided to sneak in here." After saying this, she leaned over to Han Yujin and spoke in a surprised voice, pressing her fingernail on his forehead, "Find out the answers to all my questions and then leave." As she said this, Rieta moved closer to Han Yujin again, causing him to move away from her, and then she said thoughtfully, "But you don't look like an ordinary F-class." Hearing these words and moving away from the girl, Han Yujin almost fell off the bed, pulling away from Rieta, and exclaimed in fright, "Kya!" Seeing that the girl was pulling at him again with her long-clawed hand, Han Yujin was scared to death and thought in frustration, "This is how I'm going to die. I was just beginning to think that life was going well." As Han Yujin began to think this, he closed his eyes and no longer saw the actions that Rieta was performing. As she extended her finger to him again, she said in confusion, "Why doesn't it work? Don't you feel anything?" Han Yujin opened his eyes when he heard the girl speak to him, and when he saw what was happening, he exclaimed in fright, "What are you doing?" The girl said in surprise, "It doesn't look like you have any items that resist poison or curses." After looking Han Jin up and down, Rieta said to Han Yujin in a sly tone, "Yeah, you must have the right skill for this." Staring at Han Yujin with the eyes of a predator, the girl who had climbed onto his bed said thoughtfully, "The one who canceled the contract was you, right?" Hearing this question from Rieta, Han Yujin asked in surprise, "Contract? What are you talking about?" The girl replied, "I recently started a contract business using my curse skill." Handing Han Yujin one of the examples of contracts she had drawn up, she said, "All of these contracts are illegal, unofficial, but quite useful, you know." After telling him about her business and her underground work, she continued, "That contract blinds the one who destroys it." Han Yujin thought back to the battle with the guild leader who had kidnapped him. "She's talking about that incident." Showing her contract to Han Yujin, Rieta said to Han Yujin, "I didn't think you would be the one to break it and break the curse." Hearing this, the young man said in confusion, "I don't know what you're talking about." After saying that he had no idea what he was talking about, Han Yujin added in a worried voice, "I'm just a fragile F-class." Hearing this, the girl said slyly, "Perhaps we can test it then." With that, she grabbed Han Yujin's hand and pulled him along. Realizing what was about to happen to him, Han Yujin exclaimed in fright, not understanding why this was happening to him. The next moment, the contract that Rieta had created was in Han Yujin's hands, and as the girl's hands began to stretch the paper to tear it, she said, "Let's try it. At worst, you'll only go blind. How about it?" Hearing the consequences of destroying the contract, Han Yujin, trying not to give himself away, exclaimed in fright, "Eh? What? Wait, what are you..." But the next moment the contract was already terminated. After the contract was canceled, Han Yujin received two notifications. The destruction of the contract has activated the curse of blindness. Blindness curse has been deactivated by L-class curse resistance. Holding the broken contract in his hands, Han Yujin heard the girl say in a happy voice, "I knew it!" Han Yujin shouted back at her in anger. Sane. Crazy. Frightened, I looked at the girl who had canceled the contract without a second's hesitation and thought, is she completely crazy? What if I had no resistance to curses? Who is she anyway? What does she want from me? Looking at the girl who was already smiling, Han Yujin thought, she doesn't look like she wants to pay me back for the illegal contract. Then the girl said in a happy voice, "Don't worry, I won't hurt you." Sitting on his bed in shock, Han Yujin said to the girl in alarm, "What was that just now?" Rieta answered him with a sly smile, "I just wanted to find out what happened to the contract." After saying this, she approached the frightened Han Yujin and spoke to him. "I was just wondering if my curse skill was okay. It's the reward for killing the boss in the missing dungeon." Hearing some strange explanation for his actions, Han Yujin asked Rieta again, "The missing dungeon?" The girl replied, "If I tell you, nothing will change. No one would believe it anyway." Having said that, the girl explained to the boy what she was talking about, saying, "When I cleaned it up, it just went voo and disappeared." After saying this, she asked Han Yujin, "Do you believe me? Do you know anything about this?" He took a thoughtful pose and put his hand to his chin and answered thoughtfully, "A little." As Han Yujin thought about Rieta's words, he remembered what the system administrator had said. There will be times when dungeons from the future appear, but we will try to get rid of them as soon as possible. And then he said, maybe this is the system. This is a dungeon that was supposed to appear in 5 years. Recalling these words of the system administrator, Han Yujin was deep in thought about Rieta. I don't know of any S-class hunters in the future who would use curses or poison, so she's thinking about this development. Han Yujin continued his train of thought. So she has acquired a skill that no one else in the original future had, because I turned back time. Thinking about where this skill could have come from, Han Yujin came to a conclusion. The reward for defeating the boss of the Poison and Curse dungeon, and that boss was... Recalling the notification before the girl's appearance, Yujin saw, encountering Dio Valchitis will improve skill effects by half. Realizing where the girl had gotten her skills from, Han Yujin spoke confidently, the Dragon of Poison and Curse Dio Valchitis. Hearing such accurate information about obtaining her skills, the girl spoke happily. That's right, how did you know that? Asking Han Yujin how he knew about her skill, Rieta said to Han Yujin, the SSS class title of Dio Valchitis twins. It can only be obtained by killing Dio Valchitis and his twin. After giving this information, the girl also added something else, telling Han Yujin, and began to recall her family tree. My brother is an S-class hunter. Saying that her brother was also a high-class hunter, the girl added to her previous speech. That's why we both obtained dragon powers. Hearing this information, Han Yujin finally understood what had happened and why he had received the notification of the Dragon of Poisons and Curses, seeing the girl as a part of that dragon. Looking Rieta up and down, Han Yujin said thoughtfully, half dragon, half human, someone who absorbed the power of a dragon and became its incarnation. After realizing what had happened to her, Han Yujin said thoughtfully, a very unusual incident that occurred due to the reversal of time, not just her but her brother as well. As she approached Han Yujin and looked at him almost intimately, the girl said inquisitively, it's strange that you know about all of this. Hearing this, Han Yujin only looked at her in confusion. As she crept up on Han Yujin, who was running away from her again, she said, this is such a strange feeling. Could you be some kind of dragon as well? Hearing this, Han Yujin replied in fright, I'm just an ordinary person. Grabbing Han Yujin's hand and lifting it up, Rieta said to him, really, that's the smell of a fellow? No, it's more like a predator that can easily defeat Dio Valchitis. Seeing the girl's strange actions, Han Yujin exclaimed in alarm, ooh, wait, what are you doing? Seeing that the girl was sniffing him and smelling a strange odor from him, Han Yujin immediately thought, is it because of the Rakuta's predator skill? He really killed the poison dragon king, damn it. As Han Yujin watched the girl throw him down on the bed and climb on top of him, he thought in confusion, but she doesn't know about this. Climbing on top of Han Yujin, standing motionless above his body and watching his reaction, the girl said, how interesting. I'm not attracted to ordinary people anymore. Smiling lustfully and licking her lips over Han Yujin's body, she said, "It's wonderful. I haven't had this much fun in a long time." Hearing these words, and being in such a strange situation with such an unexplainable development, Han Yujin, being in a passive situation, thought in confusion, what is she going to do? Crawling out from under the girl, Han Yujin stood up a little and looked directly into Rietta's eyes and said to her in a worried voice, "Excuse me, Miss Rietta." Hearing herself addressed in such a strange way, she looked at the boy and replied, When Han Yujin saw that she was unbuttoning his top shirt and started running her fingers over his body, he was frightened. "Wait a second, what are you doing?" Hearing the boy's frightened voice, the girl spoke to him in a calm tone. "Oh, relax. Let's get to know each other a little better." As she ran her hands over Han Yujin's body, Rietta spoke to him. "So much time has passed since then. I felt my strength was similar to someone else's." Hearing this, Han Yujin exclaimed in confusion, No, you can't." Pointing to the girl's shoes, which had already reached the point of being comfortable, Han Yujin exclaimed in fright, "You can't get into bed without taking off your shoes." Hearing Han Yujin's words, the girl got out of bed and said in frustration, "Oh my, you still shouldn't have rejected me so coldly." Hearing these words, Han Yujin was embarrassed. "I don't think I'm in the wrong in this situation." After saying this, Han Yujin added to the girl in anxiety, "Why don't you leave now that you've already figured it out?" Hearing Han Yujin say this, Rietta said, suddenly remembering something, "Oh, that's right. I wanted to ask you something else." After saying this, she immediately brightened up and spoke to Han Yujin with a joyful voice, announcing her request, "Will you raise my baby?" Hearing this request from Rietta, Han Yujin thought in disappointment. Really? Sitting in bed, disappointed that she had heard these rumors, he thought, "Moon Hyun, why can't you keep your mouth shut?" Standing in front of Jin, Rietta said happily, "Well, there's a little beast cub that I want to entrust to you." Hearing Rietta say this, Han Yujin covered his face and said in a disappointed voice, "You need to take a turn. The other guilds have already made deals with me." Hearing Han Yujin say this, Rietta put the knife blade to Han Yujin's throat and said, "I know about this. Why else would I have decided to sneak out under the cover of night and ask for a favor?" Seeing such a strong conviction from the girl, Han Yujin said to her, "Wow, you really know how to ask others for favors." And then sitting on the bed and looking at the ceiling, he thought, and yet, I guess it's not so bad. Thinking of Rietta, whose cub he would be raising, Han Yujin pondered, a natural S-class with the rank of SS class. It's too dangerous to let her in, even if she doesn't end up joining a guild. While thinking about it, Han Yujin also had another thought. Even if something suddenly happens, this kind of connection will definitely serve me well. Imagining the deal with the monster transfer, "Please take care of my baby." Of course. Thinking about this development, Han Yujin thought, in that case, Rietta will be in my debt. Having made this decision, Han Yujin said to the girl, "Very well, but I have one condition." After finishing the conversation with the girl, she left, and in a very short time, morning came, and then Ki Seung-han entered his room saying happily, "Good morning, Yujin. I bought you some ginseng tonic to increase your stamina." As Kim Seong-han walked a little further into Han Yujin's room, he saw the boy lying on the floor and things scattered all over the room, and he called out to him in fright, "What happened here?" Dropping the bags of drinks and food, Kim Seong-han rushed to Han Yujin. Running up to his master, he said anxiously, "What happened last night?" Han Bijin answered him in a tired voice, "Many things." Reaching for his phone, Han Yujin spoke to Kim Seong-han. "I am completely exhausted." He thought back to the night before, reflecting. In the end, I agreed to her request, and we agreed to exchange messages in secret. Private messages. A message on her phone from Rietta. "Thank you very much, my cupcake. Sleep with the angels." Seeing this, Han Yujin thought, it seems that the translator necklace has no effect on the message. As Han Yujin continued to recall what had happened last night, he became exhausted, irritated, and tired and thought, that woman did whatever she wanted until she left, and before she left my room she said, "Thank you, kisses." Drinking the juice that Kim Seong-han brought him, Han Yujin drank it from the guard's hands because he was unable to hold the package himself, and continued his thoughts. Fortunately, nothing happened. She could have easily killed me. Han Yujin continued his reflections as he washed his face in the morning. also with the help of Kim Seung-han. It could have been much worse. I don't even want to imagine what would have happened if all my friends were here. Lying on the couch, waiting for Kim Seung-han to prepare breakfast, Yoo-jin continued his uninterrupted train of thought. Meng Woo-bu was at the forge, and Yoo-hyun couldn't have protected me and withstood the poison and the S-class curse at the same time. Lying on the couch, completely exhausted, Han Yoo-jin thought about another development. Perhaps I should have used a code word on her. Thinking back to Rieta, Han Yoo-jin thought, if the skill's effect is doubled against poison and cursed dragons, it would have an effect. If I were to say, I love you just once, but starting to shake his head to get those stupid thoughts out of his head, Han Yoo-jin continued, no, she's too unpredictable. There's no telling what will happen if she becomes as clingy as the others. Noticing that his master was shaking his head, Kim Seung-han walked over to him and asked in concern, Han Yoo-jin, are you okay? Hearing these words from his bodyguard, he answered sharply, oh yes, I'm fine. I was just thinking for a while. When Han Yoo-jin came to, he noticed how clean and fresh his room was, and he was amazed. Wow, when did you have time to clean up like this? Hearing this question, Kim Seung-han replied in confusion, I just cleaned up a little bit. Taking Han Yoo-jin's hand in his own, Kim Seung-han spoke joyfully to his master. You did a wonderful job taking care of the animals, didn't you? Removing the handkerchief from his head, which was used to keep his hair from getting into the food during cooking, Kim Seung-han added to Han Yoo-jin, saying, call me whenever you are tired. After saying this, Kim Seung-han also added, touching Han Yoo-jin with his last sentence, I will come to your aid immediately. Hearing this, Han Yoo-jin replied in a tearful voice, barely able to hold back his tears, Seung-han. Hearing these words, Han Yoo-jin cried out to Kim Seung-han, I love you. You are so incredible. You are my grandson. To which Seung-han replied, Kia ha ha, Grandpa Usu. And then Yoo-jin thought, that's right. I'll raise the people around me to the maximum first. While hugging Kim Seung-han and telling him how much he loved him, Han Yoo-jin suddenly saw a system notification. Kim Seung-han has met the minimum prerequisites for the next grade. Seeing the system notification, Han Yoo-jin suddenly grabbed Kim Seung-han by the voice and pulled him toward him, exclaiming in surprise, eh? Seeing this strange reaction, Seung-han asked him in surprise, Bae Yoo-jin? Looking at Kim Seung-han's characteristics, Han Yoo-jin noticed in his characteristics, the conditions for raising the level of the target to S-class have been met. Stands for checking the conditions for raising the level. As soon as Han Yoo-jin noticed this change in Kim Seung-han, he immediately rushed to his brother's office to tell him. When Yoo-hyun arrived at the office and told him everything, he was surprised. You can raise Kim Seung-han's level? When Han Yoo-hyun heard this news, he was astonished. Is that even possible? Han Yoo-jin replied, that is why I came to you as quickly as I could. After saying this, Yoo-jin said, but the requirements are a bit tricky. The requirements for raising Kim Seung-han's level. Complete one of the requirements. Defeat an A-class dungeon boss in one hit. Defeat an S-class beast alone. Defeat an SS-class beast with a team of less than 10 people. After hearing all the possible options that Kim Seung-han could follow to level up, Han Yoo-hyun said, it seems that the last option is the best of the three, but SS-class beasts are only found in dungeons outside of Korea. Hearing what his younger brother had just told him, Han Yoo-jin partially denied his statement, but added happily, actually no, the first option is also quite good. Thinking about what they could do to raise their friend's level, Han Yoo-hyun said thoughtfully, an A-grade dungeon? Kim Seung-han has an attacking skill of the same level. After saying this, Han Yoo-hyun also added, but it won't be enough to defeat the boss in one hit. Hearing such embarrassing words from his younger brother, Han Yoo-jin pointed to himself and said happily, I can help with this. Hearing that Han Yoo-jin could help Kim Seung-han become an S-class, Han Yoo-hyun was surprised to hear that. You? How? Han Yoo-jin answered him, beginning his story about the plan to make Kim Seung-han an SF class. The first point was to equip Kim Seung-han with the best equipment they had. And so, he announced the first point of his plan. Equip Kim Seung-han with anything that can increase the strength of the attack. To fulfill the next point of the mission, Han Yoo-jin already needed Park Aram and her abilities. Remembering the second point, he said, Park Aram will give him a boost with the Day Without Shadow enhancement. After talking about the two main points of his plan, Han Yoo-jin finally moved on to the third and final point, and I will double his attack with my skill. After hearing all the key points and the progress of the plan that Han Yoo-jin had come up with and demonstrated on the puppets, Yu Hyun, hearing about his older brother's presence in the plan, suddenly asked in surprise, "Wait a minute. Why are you also participating in this plan?" Hearing such surprise in his brother's voice, Han Yujin spoke to him in an offended tone. "Of course, I also need to go." Hearing his brother's words, Han Yu-hyun said to him in alarm, "Hen, have you gone mad?" Hearing his brother say this, Han Yu-jin looked at his younger brother and said in a confused tone, "Actually, I mean it." Hearing these words from his elder, Yu-hyun replied, "What would you say if I were an F grade and went to an A grade dungeon?" After saying this, Han Yu-heng also added, "Yu-heng, you want to drive me crazy." Before he could finish, Han Yu-jin answered him in embarrassment, But I have a B-grade shield." Holding up one of the dolls Han Yu-jin had used to explain his plan, Han Yu-hyun sighed heavily and said to his brother, "You know very well that he won't help you. We're talking about killing the boss." After saying this, Han Yu-hyun revealed the main problem that he had not thought through when he said it. "You said that you can only share the effect of a skill when you touch another person. So you have to touch Kim Sung-han at the moment when he deals the boss a fatal blow." After describing the moment that will be present, Han Yu-jin also added, "The blast wave from such an attack will simply blow your F-class body into dust and dust. And the shield will not work in this case, because you will be touching it." Hearing such nuances from Han Yu-jin, which they would definitely encounter in the dungeon, Han Yu-jin just started laughing at his words. After some time of sinister laughter, Han Yu-jin took out a bracelet from his pocket and showed it to his brother. As he showed it to Han Yu-hyun, Yu-jin said slyly, "Do you remember that night when the four of us had dinner? I asked Yu Meng to do something for me. This is it, out of the oven." Looking at the bracelet that Yu-jin was pointing at him, Han Yu-hyun said in surprise, "What is this? An ordinary shield, isn't?" After saying this, Han Yu-hyun picked it up to examine it more closely. While holding this device in his hands, he noticed, "Nameless bracelet, class unspecified, disposable." Looking at the bracelet that his older brother had handed him, bragging about what Yu Meng had done for him, Han Yu-heng said in surprise, "It nullifies all the damage received for 10 minutes? Seeing such characteristics on this strange bracelet, Han Yu-heng said in confusion, "Is this even possible?" Han Yu-jin happily replied, "This is why I told you to make a good impression on Yu Meng." Having demonstrated such an incredible lineage to his younger brother, Han Yu-jin put his hand on his shoulder and proudly said, "Yu-hyun, Kim Sung-han will become an S-class tank." After saying this, Han Yu-jin also added, looking at his brother and imagining the changes that would occur after Kim Sung-han reached S rank, "He will make your guild even more powerful." And yet after much discussion and persuasion, everything was decided, although Yu-hyun, hearing what was about to happen, objected, saying, "I didn't make it for this situation." Sung-han was in a similar situation, and he also objected, saying, "Taking Yu-jin to such a dangerous place." Even though not everyone agreed with this plan of action for Kim Sung-han's achievement of S-class, it took some time to persuade Yu-man and Kim Sung-han, but in the end, they appointed the latter to go to the dungeon. And so, the fateful day came, when it was time to upgrade Kim Seong-han to S. All the soldiers, climbing the gate to the A-class dungeon, were waiting for the mission to begin. Standing next to Han Yu-jin, fully dressed in his best equipment that raised his attack stats, Song-han said to Yu-jin, "Are you sure you'll be okay?" To which he replied, "Yeah, don't worry." Sitting on her spear, Park Aram spoke happily to the boys, saying, "That's right, we S-classes will be there for you." As she said this, she also added, drawing their attention to the car that had arrived, "By the way, here's someone else." Stepping out of the car that had just arrived at the dungeon gate where everyone was waiting, the head of the Destroyer Guild, Moon Hyun-ah, said to Yu-jin, "Oh, Hyung Nim, how long have you been waiting?" And so, just to be on the safe side, and to ensure the successful execution of the plan, the team enlisted the help of a few more S-classes. Girl Yu had barely left the car when she quickly walked over to Yu-jin. As she approached him, she greeted him with a happy greeting. "Hello to you, Mir. Will you be a good boy and let me ride you, or is it a girl?" To which Yu-jin replied, "You really do dream of having your own riding animal, don't you?" And so it seemed that such a number of high-class warriors and the total number of participants should have been enough, but Chairman Yuper's voice interrupted the joyful atmosphere and said, "Am I the last to arrive?" Opening the door from his personal car, which he had used to arrive at the gathering place for all the participants who were about to go to the dungeon, Guild leader Jupiter said, I am very curious to know. Shifting his feet one by one and leaving his chauffeur-driven car, Song Hyun-jae added, "What exactly are you up to this time, Han Yu-jin?" Seeing such an unexpected guest who was also supposed to be present on this mission, Han Yu-jin made a disgruntled face and thought, "What the hell is this guy doing here?" While Yu-jin was thinking, everyone had already gone to the A-class dungeon to complete the task. This dungeon turned out to be a city of black golems. Looking at the area and the local scenery, there were many things to tell, but in short, and to the point, it was a terrifying dungeon with legions of golems and immortals everywhere. There were bones and skulls everywhere. Most likely all those who dared to come here without being sufficiently prepared and perished because of their overconfidence. The place where it happened, standing at the edge of the dungeon, looking at the map and the terrain around him to get his bearings, Kim Seong-han spoke to the team. "The golems here are slow but strong. That's why our tactic is to split them up to win." Looking through his binoculars to cover more ground, Han Yu-jin noticed an unusual scene. And hearing Kim Seong-han's words, he said in disappointment, "Tactics." Noticing the explosions in front of him and the loud sounds of falls and blows, Han Yu-jin continued to say his disappointed thing. "I don't think it's even possible." Standing on the edge of the cliff, Han Yu-jin, Kim Sung-han, and Song Hyun-jae saw a brutal massacre organized by people they knew. As Park Aram, who was working with Moon Hyun-ah, easily destroyed the golems in the area, she exclaimed with joy, "Ahaha, these guys are too slow." Destroying the enemies one by one with a single blow without even using half of her full power, she exclaimed, "Tough, you say? They're actually like soft tofu." Watching the girls easily crush the golems, Kim Sung-han said in confusion, "It would take at least a week for an A-grade team to clear this dungeon. For the first time, I feel sorry for the monsters." Watching the incredible sight of the three S-classes clearing the A-class dungeon with ease, and in no time at all, Han Yu-jin exclaimed excitedly, "Wow, I'm watching this with my own eyes." As Han Yu-jin watched them all skillfully kill monsters one by one, leaving them no chance, he thought, a 4S-class dungeon sweep. As Han Yu-jin said this and watched Park Aram deal with the monsters with skill, he continued, "Even in the future, there hasn't been a single team that has multiple S-classes." Turning his gaze to Han Yu-hyun, and now watching his younger brother fight monsters, Yu-jin added, "I never would have thought that the day would come when I would see such a spectacle myself." As Han Yu-jin watched each of the S-classes fight and do their best, he asked, "Wouldn't it be easier to send S-class groups to other dungeons?" Hearing Han Yu-jin ask in such an enthusiastic voice, Kim Sung-han said in disappointment, "Oh, S-classes are not allowed to go to the dungeon together." Hearing this answer, Han Yu-jin was very surprised. Hearing this answer from Kim Sung-han, Han Yu-jin said in surprise, "Huh? Like a balance of power, in case a breakthrough occurs somewhere else?" Hearing this answer, Kim Sung-han replied, "That's also why, but..." Having said that, Kim Sung-han added, "When you see it, you will understand." Hearing these words from Kim Seong-han, Han Yu-jin took the binoculars in his hands again and began to watch the battle. Looking at each fighter, he saw only one thing. He was looking at Park Aram, Domag Dealer, looking at Moon Hyun-ah, Domag Dealer, and also looking at Han Yu-hyun without change, Damage Dealer. Looking at everyone's fighting style, Han Yu-jin finally realized what Kim Sung-han was telling him and said in his head, "Everyone is fighting alone? Didn't they even divide up the roles?" Hearing someone shouting from the battlefield, Han Yu-jin saw that it was Park Aram. Standing in the midst of the monsters, she confidently called out, "Ta-da! Hey, I'll show you a couple of skins I got recently." Clutching her staff tighter in her hand, she used the levitate skill to fly into the air to more effectively use her next skill, Pale Rain. After using it, chunks of ice fell from the sky, freezing every golem they hit, but it didn't last long. Due to the team's lack of coordination, Han Yu-hyun's flames thawed Park Aram's ice. When she noticed that her ice was thawing, she exclaimed in surprise, "What?" And then seeing whose fault it was, she shouted in anger, "Hey, Chairman!" As Park Aram tried to escort Han Yu-hyun out of the area where she was fighting the monsters, she shouted in embarrassment, "Don't go there, the ice is melting!" And then she felt the flames reaching her in flight through Moon Hyuna's skill, and she immediately shouted out, "Hot! Hot! Hyuna Oni, your wind is touching me!" To which she replied, "I didn't know you were there. Dodge it, you're an S-class." And after that, a disappointed voice was also heard from the battlefield. "Uh-oh, all the golems I froze have melted." As Han Yu-jin and Kim Sung-han watched, they all thought the same thing. No teamwork. Looking at their chaotic work, Han Yujin said to Kim Seong-han in embarrassment. Is this because they are so good alone? Hearing this, Kim Seong-han just laughed back at him. Hearing this fake laugh of frustration, Han Yujin suddenly turned his attention to another team member who was surprisingly doing nothing. Yujin thought, come to think of it, the most capable person here is this man. Looking at the S-class hunter standing right next to him, watching the battle, Han Yujin thought, the head of the Jupiter Guild, Song Hyun-jae. Why is he here but not doing anything? Looking at the clothes he was wearing, Han Yujin was amazed. He dressed like this to go to the dungeon. All this is fashionable equipment, right? But for some reason, it annoys me. He's the only one here with an SS-class weapon, and he's wearing a coat. Looking at the leader of the Jupiter Guild, Song Hyun-jae, Han Yujin saw that he was wearing the SS-class fire-resistant equipment, wings of the Cilicia Flame Dragon. Recalling what happened in his past future, Han Yujin said in his head as he watched him, in the future, his coat will cause my brother a lot of trouble. As Han Yujin continued to recall his past experiences, he continued his train of thought. If it wasn't for this fireproof coat, he would have been in trouble. If it wasn't for that fireproof gear in the tournament a few years ago, Yu Hyun would have won, not him. Piercing song. Hyun-jae with a disgruntled look, Yujin thought, I wish I could rip off his coat and put it in the inventory. Standing next to Yujin, the Jupiter leader spoke to him. I can feel your piercing gaze. Hearing Song Hyun say that, Han Yujin said in embarrassment as he rubbed his neck. Ahaha, I'm just really happy that the head of the Jupiter Guild himself came to help. And he came all this way. Hearing Han Yujin say that, Song Hyun-jae replied, since you borrowed my guild's dungeon, I came to visit you. Hearing this, Yujin was confused. This was the only dungeon with perfect conditions. After thinking about it, Yujin replied to the Jupiter leader, we are fine, so you can go. Hearing this sad answer, Song Hyun said, how sad. I thought we were already at the stage where you trusted me, considering that you are raising my... Before he could finish, Han Yujin interrupted him, exclaiming, stop it. Hearing such shouts from the mountain, Moon Hyun said in a stern voice, what are you doing up there, Song Hyun-jae? Did you come up here to be lazy? After shouting such loud words at Song Hyun, she added, don't you want to work? You're so old. You've lost all your strength. Hearing such words addressed to Song Hyun, Yujin said in alarm, Hyun-ah. Hearing such provocative shouts at him, Song Hyun-jae spoke in a calm voice, concentrating electricity in his hand. Oh my, is it so difficult without my help? Hearing Song Hyun-jae say that, Yujin could only be surprised and say, and the next moment, all of Sung Hyun's concentrated power flew toward where Moon Hyun-ah had just been standing. The lightning struck right at her location, blinding everyone around her. Seeing what had just happened, Han Yujin exclaimed in fright, Moon Hyun-ah? No, it's her. Hearing Han Yujin's alarmed words, Sung Hyun spoke to him. I was just helping. Hearing this strange excuse for his actions, Han Yujin spoke angrily to him. What kind of help is that? Are you holding a grudge against her or something? To which he replied in a calm tone, not at all. Hearing that the head of the Jupiter Guild didn't hold any grudges against Moon Hyun, Yujin said in confusion, then why did you do it? Hearing Han Yujin ask this question, Sung Hyun just murmured in surprise. Seeing him pretending not to understand what he was talking about, Han Yujin spoke to him, pointing to the spot where his attack had hit. How could you attack a co-worker instead of a monster? Hearing Han Yujin say that, Sung Hyun looked at him with a sinister look and asked in the same tone, a colleague? Hearing this answer, Yujin was frightened. Huh? What's wrong with him? After this conversation, Moon Hyun-ah's angry voice came out of the pile of smoke and shouted loudly, Hey, Song Hyun-jae, you son of a bitch! She stepped out of the pile of smoke that had risen from Song Hyun's attack on the girl, holding her weapon and walking toward him, and shouted angrily, Damn asshole! Barely holding back her anger so that she wouldn't lash out at him and finish him off, she added, If you're going to provoke me. With that, the girl rushed at him, swinging her weapon. After walking a few steps, she used the wind path skill to gain momentum. As she swung her weapon and prepared to attack, the girl who was flying toward Song Hyun shouted out, To be honest, you should at least have equipment of the same class with you. Realizing that the girl was quite serious, Song Hyun moved behind Han Yujin and Kim Seong-han, planning to hide behind them. Seeing the Jupiter Guild leader do this, The boys screamed out in fright when they saw what he was doing. What? As she followed Song Hyun-jae, she saw that she was flying right at Han Yu-jin, who was standing with Mir and Kim Sung-hanok. Realizing what had just happened, she exclaimed in confusion, "Eh?" in an attempt to protect Han Yu-jin from this powerful attack that could definitely finish him off. Kim Sung-han used his shield skill, shouting out in fright, "No!" In an attempt to avoid the collision and minimize the damage, the girl pulled her spear back, shouting at Kim Seong-han, "This stupid shield won't work. Get out of the way." Trying with all her might to stop her reckless attack based on emotion, the girl grabbed the spear to change its trajectory and shouted loudly, "I'll stop!" The next moment after these words, her attack hit a few tens of centimeters away from the boys. Thanks to Kim Sung-han's shield, the blast wave did not affect Yoo-jin or Sung-han, and everyone remained unharmed. Even though the boys were unharmed, the girl's attack managed to break off a good chunk of the rock, and it flew down. Standing on the ruined rock, a piece of which she had broken off with her attack, the girl said in a frightened voice, breathing out a sigh of relief, "Phew, it's okay." Standing behind the terrified Han Yu-jin and Kim Sung-han, who had grabbed onto the boyfriend and the shocked Mir, Sung-hyun clapped his hands and said happily, "Incredible control." Hearing these words from the leader of the Jupiter Guild, the girl pointed her finger at him and exclaimed in frustration, "You idiot, it's your fault. If you had stayed where you were," seeing what had just happened, Han Yu-hyun, who had run to the rescue using his Blue Willow skill, spoke to the girl. "Be careful, Moon-hyun." Suddenly appearing in front of Han Yu-jin, he said in confusion, "Yu-hyun?" Hearing Han Yu-hyun's voice and seeing him in front of her, the girl said in surprise, "The head of the Abyssal." Seeing this behavior, which he was extremely displeased with, Yu-hang spoke angrily, "Didn't you see my brother here?" After making this accusation to the girl, Yu-hyun spoke to her. "How dare you attack?" she replied angrily. "I stopped. What's the problem?" Seeing this brewing fight, Yu-jin said in alarm, "Oh, it's Jupiter's head." Continuing to blame the girl for her rashness and carelessness, Yu-hyun said, "Even if you are in a quarrel, couldn't you just not give in to provocation? Your character is uncomplicated, which is reflected in your attacks." Continuing to be rude to the girl, Han Yu-hyun said, "They are so obvious that even a child can dodge them." Hearing these words, the girl spoke to Yu-hyun in a threatening voice. "What did you just say?" After saying this, the girl clutched her spear tightly in her hands and noticed Han Yu-hyun pulling his sword out of its sheath and said angrily, "You're sticking your nose where it doesn't belong." No sooner had she said this than she struck Han Yu-hyun, which he managed to deflect. Crossing her weapons in the fight, she shouted angrily at the boy, "Since we're already here, why don't we have some fun?" Watching this fight, Han Yu-hang exclaimed, "Yu-hang, Hyuna! Please stop them, Chairman of Jupiter. Why do they keep provoking each other?" Hearing Han Yu-jin's frightened words, Song-hyun said, "It can't be helped." Watching Han Yu-jin and Moon-hyuna fight, Song-hyun said, "S-classes fight alone, not in groups. But nowadays, dungeon breakthroughs don't happen so often." With a thoughtful pose and a finger on his beard, Song-hyun said with a sly expression, "Since they're all here." As he watched the two high-level hunters fight, the Jupiter Guild leader spoke thoughtfully, as if he was happy about it. "This is a perfect opportunity to get into each other's necks." Hearing Song-hyun say that, Han Yu-jin was surprised to hear that and exclaimed in confusion, "What?" Kim Seong-han, on the other hand, did not seem surprised at all, as if he had known that it would turn out this way. Watching his brother and Moon-hyun-ah fight, Han Yu-jin thought, "It took me a long time to convince Park Aram and Song-han to come with me. So I was very surprised that the leaders of the other guilds easily agreed even though I didn't reveal my true purpose." After reflecting on this topic, Han Yu-jin finally came to the truth, and he said in his head, "Now I understand exactly why they cannot go into the dungeon together." And while the guild leaders were having a showdown and settling their differences, Park Aram continued to clear the dungeon. After destroying another golem, she said happily, "Oh, I got the big one." Taking the crystal out of the monster and sighing with relief, she said happily, "I was allowed to collect magic stones here. I'll sell them, pay for all the expenses on the ice tree spear, and buy new equipment." As she was saying this, the girl suddenly heard a strange roar and the sound of blows not far from her. Turning her head to the left, she saw a pile of dust rise and said in surprise, "What?" Looking at Han Yu-hyun struggling with Moon-hyun-ah, she said angrily, "What are they doing up there besides hunting?" Watching the fierce fight from the mountain, Han Yu-jin grabbed his head in embarrassment, trying to think of a way to remedy the situation. Terrified by what was happening below, Han Yu-jin exclaimed in alarm, "What should we do? They've really decided to fight." Hearing this, Kim Sung-han spoke to him in a sad voice, trying to talk him out of it. "It's not safe, Yu-jin." Hearing these words from Kim Seong-han, Han Yu-jin was confused. Are we even able to stop them? Meanwhile, on the battlefield, Moon Hyun-ah shouted out to Han Yu-jin, "I didn't know you could use the blue leaves of the willow tree like this." As she swung her spear at Han Yu-jin and tried to hurt him with it, she exclaimed, "I cannot be stopped by a miserable leaf." Protecting Han Yu-jin with his shield so that the blast waves from the blows would not harm him, he could not be distracted for a moment, and Han Yu-jin was thinking, someone might get hurt if things continue at this rate. Covering himself with his hands as well, due to his body's defense reaction, even though he was being protected by Kim Sung-han, Han Yu-jin thought in confusion, but how can I, an F-class, do that? After thinking of a clever way, Han Yu-jin suddenly groaned heavily. Hearing this, Han Yu-hyun abruptly rushed over to him, exclaiming, "Hen, are you okay?" Seeing that his opponent had fled the battlefield, the girl exclaimed in surprise, "Ah." Running to his older brother, Han Yu-hyun nervously spoke to Yu-jin, holding him in his arms. "You inhaled smoke? I'm sorry, it's my fault. Does it sting your nose?" Seeing Hyun's reaction, Yu-jin exclaimed in surprise. "What?" Climbing onto the rock after Han Yu-hyun, the girl said in irritation, "Hey, we were just fighting. Where are you going?" Hearing this, Yu-heng turned to her and said in displeasure, "My hen is here, be careful." Hearing this, the girl said in surprise, "What? Be careful?" Hearing Han Yu-hyun say that, the girl mockingly said, "Did you hear him, Song Hyun-jae? If only Director Song could see him now." Holding a handkerchief up to Yu-jin's nose, Yu-hyun said, "Blow your nose, Hyun." Seeing this reaction from his brother, Yu-jin thought, there is another way. It's a little clumsy, but... Falling to the ground, Yu-jin clutched his head and exclaimed, "Oh my God, I'm dying because I'm just a weak F-class." Hearing that he was dying, Yu-hyun exclaimed in fright, "Hyun!" And then Jin continued, "The naughty S-classes started fighting and scared me, the poor F-class. I already had a stomach ache, and now I won't be able to sleep because of the stress, and I'll cry because of the stress. And there's not even a doctor here." Standing in the back, watching the scene, Moon Hyun-ah said in embarrassment, "Oh, have these F-classes always been so weak?" Hearing this, Yu-hyun exclaimed in anger, "I'm sorry, Hyung-nim. It seems we were too cruel." Pointing his finger at Mir and Song-han, Han Yu-hyun said, "Of course. You should be ashamed of yourselves. Even Kim Sung-han and Mir are better behaved." As he bowed his head to Jin, along with Song-han, and Hyun-ah, Yu-hyun said, "Let's not get distracted so that we can get this over with and get out of here. You're not children. Stop fighting. This way. Line up." Han Yu-jin took out his cap with the letter F on it and put it on his head, and also took out a whistle. The very next moment, he climbed on his world, raised his hand and whistled, giving orders to everyone in front of him. "Hen A, the golems are yours for 3 hours. Song Hyun-jae, inspect the perimeter." Han Yu-jin was like a real coach when he gave orders to the S-classes, and he said loudly, "To this building, you go to Yu-hyun." Hearing Han Yu-jin's instructions, Song Hyun-jae said in surprise, "This is something new." As Han Yu-jin watched everyone go in different directions in accordance with his orders, he spoke to Kim Seong-han. "Oh, I had to separate them so that they wouldn't fight again." While giving orders, Han Yu-jin saw his new skill, which was called and described as follows: Terrifying Chicken Commander, SS. A teacher who controls stubborn awakened ones. Kids are so naughty, aren't they? Don't worry if you use this skill. Seeing such a strange skill, Han Yu-jin cried out in surprise. "Huh? What is this? And what's with the name of the skill and its description?" Meanwhile, somewhere in the system administrator's room, a girl with horns said, "It's beautiful." "What kind of question is that?" To which the mermaid, grabbing her by the horn, said, "Shall I cut off your horn or your finger?" Meanwhile, in the dungeon where Han Yu-jin was, Kim Sung-hyun brought him hot coffee and said, "Drink this. We will stay here for the night." Hearing this, Yu-jin replied, "Oh yes, thank you." Observing the frantic pace of the dungeon clearing thanks to the S-classes, Kim Sung-han said, "If we continue at this pace, we can get out of here tomorrow." Hearing this, Yu-jin added, "Yeah, that's really incredible." Han Yu-jin looked up and said in surprise, "It's convenient to rest here because of these buildings. Do you think there was a castle here, or a church?" Hearing this, Kim Sung-han said after thinking about it, I'm not sure. I haven't found any documents yet. Drinking the hot coffee that Kim Seong-han brought him, Han Yu-jin looked around the neighborhood and said thoughtfully, "A ruined city." As he said this, he thought sharply about it all. According to the system, these are traces of another fallen world, where they couldn't cope with the growing number of dungeons. Looking at the ruins left behind by this world when it failed to hold back the monsters from the dungeons, Han Yu-jin thought it was because of those who wanted to increase their influence by using them. Recalling what else he had seen and imagining his destroyed world, Yu-jin suddenly thought, will we also meet such an end if we don't deal with the dungeons? Can we stop them with 50 S-classes? Thinking about how these S-classes work as a group, Han Yu-jin thought in confusion, with these uncontrollable people. While thinking about this, everyone had already gathered around the campfire that had been set up at the campsite to keep them warm. Sitting by the fire, Park Aram shouted out in anger, "You're all too angry. You're taking away all the fun. I want to fight too." Hearing such discontent from Aram, Yu-jin spoke to her. "Please, Aram, at least you—" Hearing Park Aram's offended words, Han Yu-hyun said to her, "You don't have enough experience, skills, or equipment. Who can you handle?" To which she replied angrily, "What? Not enough experience and equipment?" Having said that, the girl later added, "You'll see, I'll buy a new one after I sell the stones and I'll smash you all." Hearing this, Moon-hyun-ah said to her, "Oh, was that why you were so diligent in collecting stones that you got soot all over your face?" As Moon-hyun-ah walked by, Han Yu-jin spoke to her, "Oni, the ends of your hair are burnt, look." When Moon-hyun-ah noticed this, she exclaimed in confusion, "Wah, really? Oh, Song-hyun-jae, was that you, or is it the head?" Looking at her burnt hair tips, Moon-hyun-ah said in a sad voice, "Oh, the old farts will be grumbling again." Hearing this, Park Aram said in surprise, "Just cut your hair. Isn't it too long to hinder your hunting?" Hearing Park Aram's advice, Moon-hyun-ah said to her happily, "Yes, but I need it for advertising, and those old men who sponsor my guild." After saying this, Moon-hyun-ah spun around and said happily, "They say I should stay graceful since I'm an S-class female hunter." Hearing this, Park Aram made a silly face and said in surprise, "What does this have to do with hunting?" As she threw her arms around Park Aram, Moon-hyun-ah spoke to her happily. "Good question, my gifted child. Grow up doing what you want to do, and don't worry about such things." Trying to get out of her mentor's arms, the girl struggled to speak. "Ah, I can't breathe." With her elbow on Park Aram's head, Moon-hyun-ah spoke to her with a heavy sigh. "Haha, sometimes dungeons are even more comfortable." As Moon-hyun-ah hugged her child, she turned her attention to the leader of the Jupiter Guild, who was drinking tea, and said, "I'm sorry. I wish I could kill all these old men. Should we become as independent as you?" Hearing this question from Moon-hyun-ah, Song-hyun-jae looked at her, but did not look up from his tea, elegantly holding his cup, and said, "You don't have to be on a leash all the time." Continuing his speech about changes in the future, Song-hyun-jae added, "They only think about profit. That was the reason for the incident at the ISS." After finishing his tea party, the leader of the Jupiter Guild raised his head proudly and said in a thoughtful tone, "Besides, those who know nothing about high-end dungeons won't be able to understand us." As he shared his thoughts on the matter, Song-hyun-jae also added in the end, "And they can't consider us the same species when they are so far behind." Hearing these words from the head of the Jupiter Guild, Han Yu-jin thought fiercely, because he realized something. It didn't sound like that in his head. After what I saw in the dungeons, I began to understand. Thinking back to that battle between Han Yu-hyun and Moon-hyun-ah, he thought, S-classes are much stronger than ordinary people. For days or even weeks or months, predators rule over monsters from other worlds. Thinking about how different a world S-class people live in because of their strength, Han Yu-jin suddenly realized, however, my brother. At the same time, Moon-hyun-ah, who was spending time with everyone around the campfire, spoke happily. "Young master is full of surprises." Observing Han Yu-hyun's behavior, she also added in amazement, "I no longer recognize him when he's with Han Yu-hengning." Hearing such words from more than one person, Han Yu-jin looked at his younger brother and thought in surprise, "Then Yu-heng, he's holding back." Looking at his younger brother, who was sitting in front of the fire without saying a word of objection and simply bowed his head, Yu-jin thought, "Isn't it because he's good?" Looking at his lonely brother, who was far away from the rest of the company, Yu-jin decided to intervene in his loneliness and thought, "Is he not doing what he wants to do because his brother is an F-class student? It's all because of me." When Han Yu-jin noticed his older brother slowly approaching him from behind, he spoke in surprise. "What is it, Yu-jin?" Looking at his elder brother, Han Yu-hyun spoke to him. "Are you tired? You don't look good." Hearing this question, Yu-jin quickly answered him. No, just a little bit." Hearing this conversation between the two brothers, Kim Seong-han said in alarm, "You should get some rest, Yu-jin." Hearing that Han Yu-hyun was tired, Park Aram called out to him, throwing a pillow with a toy at him. "I'll give you this. Go to sleep, a juicy." After that, Moon-hyun also threw a sleeping bag at the boy and added, "That's right, Hyung-nim, take this sleeping bag." Feeling so cared for, Han Yu-jin said to them in confusion, "Oh no, what about you?" To which he heard Park Aram reply, "We are S-classes. One night is not a big deal." Also looking at him with a smile, Moon-hyun added, "Yeah, we'll continue to clear the dungeon." After saying that, she also added, "We'll hunt in pairs and take turns." Hearing these confident words from them, and being surprised at their organization and friendship, Yu-jin happily exclaimed, "Friends." But suddenly his tone changed to a menacing one. Then Han Yu-jin looked at them with a penetrating gaze and said menacingly, "You did not divide into two to fight, did you?" Hearing Han Yu-jin say this, everyone felt uneasy. After saying this, Yu-jin added, "Aram, I can see it. You're wearing a whole bunch of mana potions." Hearing this, the girl replied in embarrassment, "Oh, it's just because I'm hungry?" Han Yu-jin also noticed the changes in the other hunters, and he spoke in irritation. "Why did you change your gloves, Song Hyun-jae? And Yu-hyun was sharpening his knife all the time." Hearing these questions, Yu-hyun replied in confusion. That's... Hearing Han Yu-jin's words, Moon-hyun presented Sung-hyun with a presentation. "We were caught because of your equipment." Hearing this, Yu-jin said sternly, "Hunt the monsters. Don't do anything else." After saying this and climbing into his sleeping bag, Yu-jin added, "If I see you fighting, I'll tell you Meng." Hearing this, Park Aram exclaimed in confusion, "No, a juicy. This is my only equipment." Hearing this embarrassed voice of Aram's, Han Yu-jin climbed into his sleeping bag and said, "Then just don't fight." And then closing his eyes, he thought, it's hard enough with 4, but I need 50. As Han Yu-jin closed his eyes and prepared to go to sleep, he suddenly thought, "Can I even trust the system?" But, well, yes. At this point, I have no other choice. Lying in his warm sleeping bag and looking up at the starry sky, Han Yu-jin was deep in thought about his goal. Even if I move forward in small steps, maybe I can reach 50 and save the world. After these thoughts, Han Yu-jin fell asleep. Although this dream was partly good, it turned into a nightmare for him. After falling asleep, they were already in the future, where they had reached the boss of the dungeon. Standing in front of him, everyone froze in place, overwhelmed by his gigantic size. This boss was a giant lizard that had to be defeated with a single blow. But that didn't stop them. And after a short period of time, everyone was in the abyss, where Seok Mung spoke happily, introducing a new abyssal hunter who had upgraded his class. Pointing to Kim Sung-han, Seok Mung spoke happily, and with this, the abyss has a third S-class. Posing for the audience, Kim Seong-han said, "S-class to victory." Happy for his friend who was able to achieve a new class, Han Yu-jin came to him to present him with a bouquet and said, "Congratulations, Song-han. I look forward to working with you in..." Hearing this, Kim Sung-han turned to him and looked at him with a displeased look and said, "Get out of here." Hearing this strange reaction from Sun-han, Yu-jin exclaimed in surprise, "Huh?" Hearing this surprise in Han Yu-jin's voice, Kim Sung-han said to him in an irritated voice, "From this day forward, I am leaving the abyss. S-classes have no need for comrades." When he heard him say that, he exclaimed in alarm, "Huh? Seong-han." Kim Seong-han then shouted out to Han Yu-hyun, "I challenge you to a duel, underdog." The latter, revealing his blade, said, "Sounds like fun." At which point Yu-jin exclaimed in fright, "Yu-hyun." Hearing about this, the other S-class warriors who were also present in the guild with them also joined in, shouting with joy, "Yay, we also want to come with you." To which Yu-jin exclaimed in alarm, "No, come on guys." And with that, the S-class battle began. As Yu-jin watched, he shouted out in fright, "Stop it everyone, the building might collapse. Stop it, stop." Delirious in his sleep from the horror he had seen, Han Yu-jin woke up screaming. Sitting beside him, Kim Sung said, "Mr. Han, are you okay?" To which Yu-jin said in confusion, Seong-han. While still under the influence of his dream, Han Yu-jin called out to Kim Seong-han in fright, "Please don't go to work for yourself, and don't get into fights just because you've become an S-class." To which the latter said in embarrassment, "Kid, calm down." Looking at his master, who had suddenly woken up and began to cry out to him in fright, Song-han added, "I will continue to faithfully serve as the shield of the abyss. You were sleeping so sweetly. Why did you wake up so suddenly?" Realizing what had happened, Han Yu-jin, embarrassed by his actions, spoke in confusion as he scratched the back of his head. "Oh, haha, so it was just a dream." Of course it was. Everyone was fighting, and the building was collapsing. When Han Yu-jin woke up from his dream, he suddenly noticed a pillar of light behind him after his startled awakening, and he said to Kim Seong-han in surprise, "What kind of lightning? It's not raining." Hearing this question from Yu-jin, Kim Seong-han said hesitantly, "Well, you know." Han Yu-jin took a closer look at what was happening and said, "I think I see a flash over there." Wait, wait. Looking at what was happening far away from him, Han Yu-jin asked in irritation, "What happened to the castle that was there? When did it—" Hearing this question, Kim Seong-han replied in confusion, "Well, After saying that, Han Yu-jin saw a very bright flash from Song Hyun's lightning. Seeing this, Han Yu-jin exclaimed in alarm, "You've got to be kidding me!" After stopping his battle, Song Hyun-jae, standing in front of Moon Hyun-ah, suddenly spoke to her, "We really should get back to our work." Hearing these words and pouring healing potions on her wound, Moon Hyun-ah replied, "Then answer my question. What made you reward us with your presence?" Looking at her opponent, who suggested that they stop fighting, she said to him in an excited voice, "You have your eye on the elder brother of the abyssal chairman? Is that what this is all about?" After saying this, the girl added, "Understand that he may have valuable skills, but he's only an F-class." To which Song Hyun replied, "Tisk, tisk, never judge people by their class." Looking at his rival with a gleeful look, Song Hyun said to her with a sly smile, "Can't you just have fun for once?" Looking at the Destroyer Guild leader who was using a mana potion on herself, the Jupiter Guild leader spoke to her. "He looks unusually fearless, that's for sure." As Song Hyun-jae continued his monologue, he saw her finish the potion and throw the bottle behind her and said, "And surprisingly arrogant." As soon as the empty bottle of mana potion fell to the ground, Guild leader Jupiter added, "There are so many reasons why he—" But before he could finish speaking, the girl pounced on him, striking him suddenly. Although it was a lightning-fast attack, the girl was fighting the best hunter in the world, so it was not difficult to deflect it. Trying to break through Song Hyun's defense, the girl said, "He is a forbidden zone. We don't want you to break our precious crystal ball while you're having fun." After repelling Moon Hyun-ah's attack and knocking her back, Guild leader Jupiter spoke to her happily. "Oh, you're so indifferent to this kind of thing. I didn't expect that." Hearing Song Hyun-ji say that, Moon Hyun-ah, who was preparing to strike him again, shouted out, "Shut up!" After striking and breaking Song Hyun's chains, Moon Hyun-ah said to him, "At least wait for your turn until I have my riding beast." As she said this, she stepped further towards Song Hyun-jin and said in an irritated voice, "You've already destroyed several of your toys." And while they were arguing, Han Yu-jin had already arrived on the battlefield on his piece and exclaimed in alarm, "Oh shit!" Watching the battle between the two high-class hunters, Han Yu-jin said in astonishment, "They're moving so fast I can barely see them." Hearing this, Kim Seong-han, blocking his path further, said, "Please stay behind. I will try to talk to—" As soon as he said this, he froze in his tracks at what he saw. Then, looking at the fight, Kim Sun-han thought, "It's just amazing. A battle between two S-classes against each other." Standing there, not knowing how he could stop the fight, Kim Seong-han thought, "I can't even muster the courage to come closer, let alone speak." While Kim Sung-han was thinking about what to do, he heard Han Yu-jin exclaim from behind him saying, "Oh my God, damn it." And then seeing the world and drawing attention to himself, he continued irritably, "Is it true that we have a couple of people here who have set up a private sparring room in the dungeon? I never would have guessed." Hearing Han Yu-jin say that, Moon Hyun-ah approached him and said, "Are you awake already, Hyungnim?" He exclaimed irritably, "Didn't I make myself clear? What is wrong with you?" When the girl approached Yu-jin, he grabbed her arm and exclaimed in anger, "Ah, look at that. You almost burned your sleeve." To which she replied in confusion, "It's not that bad." She ran away from Yu-jin and stood next to Sung Hyun and heard, "Seriously, how old are you? 5. What if you hurt yourselves fighting with each other?" Hearing this, the girl whispered to Seung-hyun, "You're right about him. There's definitely something about him." Looking at Han Yu-jin, who was fearlessly reprimanding them for their thoughtless actions, she thought, "He doesn't seem to know what fear is at all." Standing in front of the two fighters, Han Yu-jin spoke to them in a stern voice. "Besides, aren't guild leaders supposed to set an example?" As Han Yu-jin continued to scold Moon Hyun-ah and Song Hyun-jae, he shouted at them, "Don't you know that the dungeons are full of danger?" No sooner had he said this than he felt a very strong tremor that shook the whole earth. Then Yu-jin cried out in fright, "What was that?" As soon as he said that, he saw a message from the system that read, "Escape, there has been a dimensional disturbance." When he saw this message, he said in displeasure, "Great, now what?" As he said this, Han Yu-jin felt a severe pain in his head and clutched his head and groaned. Seeing that Yu-jin was beginning to fall over, Kim Sung caught him and said in concern, "Are you okay, sir?" Han Yu-jin regained consciousness and took his hand away from his face and said in embarrassment, "Just like I said, the dungeons are full of dangerous surprises." Feeling these tremors, Han Yu-jin, climbing on his mirror, shouted loudly to everyone, "Run, everyone! Run as far as you can!" Looking around, everyone saw that the dungeon had begun to collapse and the stone towers were crumbling. Upon noticing this, Sun Myung-han exclaimed in confusion, "What is happening?" Then, noticing that some of the rocks from the earthquake were flying at them, he used his shield skill and shouted, "Watch out! Follow me!" Being on his pet and under Sung-han's protection, Yu-jin's fear resistance skill was activated, and he suddenly called out, "Where are Yu-hyun and Aram?" Hearing these words, Aram and Han Yu-jin, who had just arrived, said, "You guys better get out of here, right now." Hearing this, Moon Hyun-ah exclaimed in confusion, "What's going on? An earthquake?" Hearing Moon Hyun-ah say this, Park Aram, noticing the change in the terrain, suddenly exclaimed, "No, where you are standing." Noticing that the soil layer was collapsing beneath them, the girl added in an alarmed voice, "Something is rising from the ground." After briefly explaining what was happening, Miss Aram shouted loudly to all her friends who were there, "Get out of there!" As Moon Hyun-ah ran away from the earthquake site, she looked back to see what was happening and exclaimed, "What the hell is going on here?" As she said this, she saw a giant lizard crawling out of the ground in front of her and exclaimed, "You've got to be kidding me! What the hell is this?" But a little later, when the monster had completely emerged from the ground, it became clear that it was a stone frog, most likely the boss of this dungeon. Looking at this giant, Moon Hyun said in awe, "This is a monster? I've never seen anything like it." To which Han Yu-hyun replied, "This big? Are you sure it's a monster?" Looking at the giant that had just emerged from the ground and stood in front of them in its entirety, Han Yu-jin said in fright, "It's definitely a monster." Good. Using his promising sprout skill, Yu-jin spoke to his comrades. "It's Baybar, the Mountain Eater, a first-class giant monster frog." After saying this and giving the basic information, Han Yu-jin then added, "It's a mega-giant SS-class monster whose body is completely covered in impenetrable rocks." Looking at the monster that appeared before them, Han Yu-jin exclaimed in confusion, "But this is only an A-class dungeon. What's something like this doing here?" Looking at Han Yu-jin, guild leader Jupiter said thoughtfully, "Undoubtedly, he predicted it." Shifting his gaze to the giant monster, Song Hyun-jae also thought in astonishment, "If it wasn't just a coincidence." Meanwhile, somewhere near the Abyssal Guild, Han Yu-jin's room was in a real mess. Having left their pets to the girl, they didn't stop running amok. Pulling a towel over his head, but not seeing anything at all, Blue ran to the apartment. Noticing this, the girl exclaimed in confusion, "No! Blue, stop playing with the towels." As soon as she took the towel away from Blue's head, she heard Squeaky cry out to get her attention. Hearing this, the girl said, "Who knew babysitting monsters would be so, huh?" Seeing Squeaky standing at the door and pointing at it, the girl let him in and said in surprise, "What is it, Squeaky? Do you want to go to your father's room? He's not here." Running into Han Yu-jin's room, Squeaky started looking around nervously, trying to find Jin. Then she spoke to him. "Don't cry, he'll be back tomorrow." "Hey, Blue, not again." Not seeing Han Yu-jin in front of him, Squeaky bellowed loudly to attract attention, or perhaps for something else. While running around the room and making noise, Squeaky had accidentally used his Dimensional Lord L skill without realizing it. As he did so, a portal began to appear in front of the chick, and its owner was seen sitting on a fiery lion looking very frightened. But the next moment, the whole process was disrupted because Blue fell on Squeaky, who was running away from the warden who was left to watch the monsters. And it so happened that he landed on the chick. Running into the room where Squeaky had been, the girl taught the chick, who was lying unconscious on the floor, and Blue, who was lying next to him, shouting happily. But because of this incident, the portal dissipated, and no one noticed it. Meanwhile, in the A-class dungeon where Han Yu-jin and his friends were mooching around to upgrade Kim Sung-han, something terrible happened. A giant frog that had crawled out of the ground began to be active after its long sleep. When Moon Hyun-ah saw that such a fearsome monster had appeared in the A-class dungeon, she said to Han Yu-jin in confusion, "This is only an A-class dungeon. What's a dirty monster like that doing here?" Watching this giant frog move slowly, moving its giant legs, she added, "Can we even fight this thing? At least it looks slow enough." As soon as the girl said this, the giant frog took its first step. Stepping on the ground, the monster caused a considerable earthquake and destroyed the landscape beneath it. Seeing that even though it was very slow, it could cause such damage with its ordinary actions, the girl exclaimed in alarm, "Damn it! She only took one step and was able to do this much damage?" Seeing how formidable the enemy was, Park Aram shouted to her comrades in alarm, "Let's use our gate stones and escape from here." To which Yu-jin answered her, "No, we can't just leave her like that." Hearing the suggestion from Park Aram, Han Yu-jin rejected her offer and began to recall a similar event that happened to him in the past future. Actually, it happened a few years later in the original version of the world in the countryside of China. Recalling exactly what happened that time and how much trouble the frog's presence caused the population, Yu-jin continued his train of thought. The frog caused catastrophic damage just by moving slowly from place to place. Looking at his older brother, who had realized that it was necessary to exterminate this threat here and now, Yu-jin thought, worse yet, this dungeon is open right in front of the college's downtown galley. If it breaks through, it could destroy the whole neighborhood. As Han Yu-hyun prepared to fight, he confidently spoke to all of his comrades who were in the same predicament as him. "I guess we'll have to do our best then." After using his blue willow skill to move through the air efficiently and reach the enemy, Han Yu-hen called out to his old brother, "Stay away from here, Yu-jin." Following her leader, Park Aram didn't take long to follow. And before she left them, she also added, "Sung-han, please take care of him." Yu-jin exclaimed in concern, Well wait." Aiming her spear at the enemy they needed to defeat, Park Aram said, "The icy breath of the A-class and the pale rain of the S-class won't even leave a scratch on this giant SS-class monster." Having said this and having drawn such disappointing conclusions for herself, the girl suddenly changed her tactics and plan of action and exclaimed, "But a day without a shadow is a completely different matter. I'm going to put SS boost on my mana and fire skills." After using her day without a shadow skill and immobilizing the enemy by absorbing his shadow, the girl drove her spear into the ground and told Han Yu-hyun, "I have done all this for you, Chairman. The rest is up to you." Hearing these words from Park Aram and seeing a chance to attack, Han Yu-hyun concentrated his strength in his hand and struck the giant monster with a fireball, hoping to do some damage. Standing near the battlefield and watching his chairman fight, Kim Seong-han said in awe, "SS-class Black Flame, that should be enough." Also watching his brother fight, Yu-jin shouted out to him, "Hit the back of her neck, that's her weak spot." His brother immediately followed his advice, and he was already at the neck of this formidable enemy, swinging his sword and preparing to strike. Then Yu-jin thought, "I already know how to kill her, especially with a team like this, where we have the perfect combination of skills." The next moment, after approaching the enemy and completing all the preparations, Han Yu-hyun struck the giant frog's neck, but the effect was not enough to win. He managed to make only a small cut. Continuing to strike one after the other, Han Yu-hen tried to do as much damage as possible while he had the opportunity. As Han Yu-jin watched, he thought, the only thing is, we're still in that moment 5 years earlier. After thinking about it, Yu-jin continued, "They didn't have an extra 5 years to get better equipment, better performance, and more combat experience." Realizing that his attacks were not having the desired effect, Yu-hyun sighed in frustration. Hearing Han Yu-jin's instruction, Moon Hyun-ah, approaching the frog's weak point, loudly called out to Han Yu-hyun as she prepared to strike. "Out of the way, young master. The back of the neck, you mean? Van shots are my specialty." As she drove her spear into the monster's neck, Moon Hyun also realized that it would not be easy to break the monster's skin and said in frustration, "Grandpa, this is going to be really hard, huh?" Looking at his comrade's unsuccessful attempts to hurt the giant frog, Han Yu-jin heaved a heavy sigh as he stood at a distance from the monster and thought of a plan of action. Worst of all, seeing that her attack that had cracked the monster's carapace was beginning to take longer, she exclaimed in surprise, That? Hearing these exclamations, Han Yu-jin said, Babar can heal almost instantly. Running over to Sung Hyun and using his skill, Moon Hyuna exclaimed in exasperation, Ah, if only I had an SS-class spear. I could make it into a sieve. I think I'll get your SS-grade chains. After creating his electric chains that emitted lightning, Sung Hyun spoke to the girl in a thoughtful tone. What if we can't pierce her skin? Jumping up and wrapping his electric chains around the frog monster, Sung Hyun used his skill to strike the monster with lightning and shouted, How about this? Han Yu-jin, watching the monster with his hand over the blinding light from the lightning, thought, Insanity. Even the head of Jupiter can't destroy this beast alone. Watching Song Hyun-jae's actions, Kim Sung-han, who was standing next to Han Yu-jin, said in confusion, Oh, did it work? It seems that Babar reacted for the first time. After this attack by the Jupiter Guild leader, the monster frog began to behave more actively, jumping forward, destroying a large area in front of it, and shaking the ground. After jumping a few times and breaking free of Sung Hyun's chains, the monster calmed down, landing on the ground and destroying a large amount of landscape beneath it. Barely able to stand up from the earthquake, the guild leader Jupiter spoke to his comrades. I don't think we should make this monster angry by making it jump like that again. Hearing Song Hyun-jae say that, Moon Hyuna got to her feet and said in irritation, Well, do you have any ideas on how to finish her off in one punch? Look at her, she's fully recovered again. Watching the monster move, Moon Hyuna said in frustration, How are we supposed to finish off this beast? Ignoring Moon Hyuna's words, Han Yu-jin tried to lead his brother out of the dungeon, saying, You should leave. It's getting too dangerous. Hearing his brother's suggestion that he leave the dungeon so that he wouldn't get hurt, Han Yu-jin replied in a displeased tone, No. Listen. We can still defeat her if you two work together. After saying this, Han Yu-jin, who was sitting on the world, spoke while looking at the monster enemy. Simply using skills one after another won't break through its skin. Our best chance is to launch a series of attacks and hit the weak spot on its neck. After proposing this plan to defeat this giant monster, Han Yu-jin looked at Park Aram, who was standing next to him, and said, Let's start with you, Aram. Freeze the back of your neck. Hearing Han Yu-jin's instruction, Park Aram said in surprise, Huh? Me? Han Yu-jin then turned his head toward his younger brother and said, and right after that, Han Yu-hyun's warmth. Hearing this plan of action from Yu-jin, Park Aram said in surprise, Oh, I get it. It's like a cold glass cup that might crack if you pour hot water into it, right? Han Yu-hyun then added, So we're going to weaken it by changing the temperature? Hearing these words from his comrades, who understood what the boy was trying to tell them, Yu-jin replied, Exactly. This is the most effective way to deal with her stony skin. Hearing such a well-thought-out plan of action, Song Hyun, impressed by the strategy, said to Yu-jin, Does such good awareness go hand in hand with your skill as a beastmaster? Yu-jin replied, Well, I guess you could say that. After answering Sung Hyun, Han Yu-jin climbed back on his pet and spoke to the head of the Destroyer Guild. And then you, Hyun Ah. Hearing this order, the girl replied in confusion, Wait a minute, do you really think that will work? After saying this, the girl added in an embarrassed tone, You saw how quickly that monster recovers. It will be healed before we can launch another attack. What if we miss the timing by even a little bit? Besides, we haven't been working as a team for a long time. Expressing her concern about the implementation of this plan, she also added, We can't practice either. Unless you just want to see this thing jump again. We don't have telepathy either. Hearing these comments on his plan, Han Yu-jin spoke confidently. What if I say it's possible? Hearing Han Yu-jin say that, Moon Hyun Ah and Song Hyun both stared in surprise, and then said together, What? Han Yu-jin looked at the surprise hunters and said, You're right, Moon Hyun. The most important thing is to launch a series of attacks at the perfect moment, but that means you have to work as a unit. After saying this, Han Yu-jin added, looking for his new skill. Otherwise, this whole plan becomes impossible. But fortunately for us, I can make it possible for you. As Han Yu-jin spoke these loud words, he thought, something like an attacking skill would be much better. But I cannot ask for more in this situation. Then he said, Now I'm going to use my skill. After saying these words, and warning everyone that he was going to use his skill on them, Han Yu-jin spoke in confusion in his head as he looked at her. A skill that I just happened to acquire yesterday. Standing in the midst of his comrades who would need to destroy this monster, Yu-jin spoke, "Yesterday, I obtained a special teamwork skill. It should come out to improve your interaction." Hearing these words from his older brother, Han Yu-hyun said to him in surprise, "You learned a new skill?" To which Yu-jin replied with a disgruntled look at his system window. "Yes, I guess I was able to meet the conditions to unlock it." Considering his new skill, which he needed to use to create a more coordinated teamwork between all these thinkers, Han Yu-jin thought, at least now the skill description is more detailed. Rereading the skill description, which said, "Terrifying Chicken Commander, SS, a teacher who controls stubborn awakened ones. Kids are so naughty, aren't they? Don't worry, if you use this skill, you can unite several objects of influence, teach them to work in harmony and coordinate their actions." After reading this description of the skill, Han Yu-jin thought in surprise, is it just me, or has the writing style changed as well? First of all, the skill depends on the intelligence level and the amount of mana of the target. After rereading the first paragraph of the description, Han Yu-jin took out a mana potion to replenish his supply, and after drinking one bun, he said, "Yu-hyun, come closer to Arim." And then he continued reading the description. The second paragraph read, "Second, the caster may take damage if the target rejects the synchronization attempt." Then he said, "Now I'm going to use this skill. You need to accept it. This is important, understand?" Standing in the middle, Park Aram and Han Yu-hyun noticed that they were covered by a blue seal, their bodies covered with a strange hue. Just at that moment, Yu-jin's terrifying Chicken Commander skill was being used. After using his skill on Park Aram and his younger brother, they successfully accepted the synchronization with their bodies, and Han Yu-jin was able to unite with them. Feeling quite unusual and not natural to him after synchronizing with his comrades, he said in surprise, "Oh." Feeling some strange control over the synchronized hunters, Han Yu-jin waved his hand to test the skill and thought in amazement, "I can feel their bodies." While testing the terrifying Chicken Commander skill that had been imposed on his comrades, Yu-jin continued to test it with basic movements and said, "As if it were my own." Thinking about how this was interesting and how this skill worked, Han Yu-jin said, "It's as if I know in advance what they want to do." Standing next to Han Yu-jin, Yu-hyun looked at his hand, which had risen involuntarily, and Yu-jin thought, "I know what they're going to say, even if they haven't realized it yet." And then Yu-hyun spoke, "Well, I don't feel." Hearing this phrase from his younger brother, Han Yu-jin interrupted him, saying, "No difference?" Hearing these words from his elder brother, Yu-heng looked at him in confusion, not understanding how he had guessed what he was going to say. Hearing these words from his elder brother, Han Yu-heng said in surprise, "Hey, what just happened?" To which Yu-jin joyfully replied, "Excellent, now I will try to synchronize the two of you." With that, Han Yu-jin divided the synchronization skill between his younger brother and Park Aram so that they could sense and anticipate each other. When the synchronization was successful, Han Yu-jin, feeling what Yu-jin was feeling, said in surprise, "Wow." To which Aram added, "Damn, this is both cool and creepy." Seeing Park Im and Han Yu-hyun's strange reactions, Moon Hyun-ah said in surprise, "What? What happened?" And then while holding the spear and looking at her body, Im felt something unusual. After receiving such sensations, she said in astonishment, "It feels as if the head's body has become part of my own. I can even predict his movements and balance our strength." As soon as she said this, she swung her spear toward Han Yu-hyun and exclaimed, "That's it." Shielding herself from the gust of wind after the blow, Moon Hyun, standing next to Yu-jin, said in surprise, "What they?" When the dust settled back to the ground and it was possible to see exactly what had happened, the leader of the Destroyer Guild exclaimed in shock, "The spearhead is perfectly close to the sword." As she said this, she added, still puzzled and amazed by the situation, "And they did it without even blinking an eye. How is that possible?" Marveling at this effect, Moon Hyun-ah happily spoke to Yu-jin, pointing at herself, "Hey, do it to me, come on." Hearing this, Han Yu-jin was just drinking a mana potion to replenish his mana supply. As Han Yu-jin finished his mana potion, he spoke to the lucky girl. "Give me a second, I need to recover. Your role is to destroy the frog's skin as soon as Yu-hyun does what he needs him to do. You will be able to minimize the damage from the fire, as long as you hold on tight to Mir's back." Hearing Yu-jin say that, the girl exclaimed happily, jumping up and down with joy, "I get to ride Mir? Yay! How did you know that I brought a saddle just in case? And even fire-resistant equipment. Hearing these words, Mir was a little upset. So Yujin, patting him on the head, said conscientiously, I'm sorry, my friend. Just this once, huh? He then spoke to Moon Hyun. Please take care of Mir, and I have something else for you. Hearing Han Yujin say that, the girl was surprised to hear him say that. What is it? Then Yujin thought, the skill is easier to use on the targets I take under my wing with a code word. After thinking about this, Han Yujin said to Moon Hyuna with a sweet smile, My heart, Hyuna, I love you. After he said this, he thought, I will take this chance and make her my student. As he thought about it, Yujin continued his train of thought until he saw what happened after he said it. I think we've become close enough that I can get out of this situation by joking around. After saying this, Moon Hyun was overwhelmed. She had a critical failure and she was thinner. Seeing this, Yujin added in embarrassment, I'm really grateful for everything you've done for us. After saying this, Yujin also added to get out of this ridiculous situation. Coming with us and so on. You were so kind to me even when I kept yelling at you, and that's why. Hearing these words from Yujin, the girl smiled and replied, Ha ha ha, that was so silly. But don't worry. Your attitude helped me remember how hard I was trained when I was an athlete. Hearing this, Yujin saw a notification. Moon Hyun, has responded to the code word and has become your student. Yujin was relieved. Good. I guess I did it after all. Turning to Moon Hyun, Han Yujin said happily, Well then we need to... But at that moment, he was interrupted by Song Hyun Yu, who said, It should be my turn now. Hearing this, Yujin thought in confusion, Ugh, this is definitely a tough nut to crack. Determined not to waste any time, Han Yujin immediately spoke up and said to Sung Hyun, Did I mention that I love you too, sir? Just like you, Hyun? To which he replied in embarrassment, After all we've been through, you shouldn't call me sir. Hearing this response from Sung Hyun, Yujin added, Oh, that's right, I love you, Hyun-jae. After a few seconds, Yujin, not seeing the result, thought, Just as I imagined, the code word doesn't work on him yet. After finishing his thoughts and holding out his hand to Sung Hyun, Yujin said, All right then, please don't reject my skill. As soon as he used his skill on Song Hyun, he felt a jolt and saw a notification. The target has rejected your skill. Feeling the pain of rejection that was described in the skill's description, Ha Yujin writhed in pain and moaned heavily. Noticing this, Song Hyun said, Oh my. After a few seconds, Han Yujin raised his head and looked at Sung Hyun and said, angrily, I told you not to do that. He replied with a sly smile. Just a little bit of a refusal, that's all. Hearing Sung Hyun's response, Yujin thought in frustration, Damn. Seeing this, Han Yu-hyun ran over to his brother and said in alarm, What happened? Hyun, are you okay? Hearing this, Yujin spoke to his brother in irritation. It's fine. I only need one assistant. To make it up to him, Song Hyun threw his cloak over him and said, Hey, maybe this will help you stay safe. Watching this whole situation and feeling each of his students who were affected by the effect, Yujin thought, I'm getting visual information from 4 S-class hunters, and Mir, it's hard to handle. It's like I'm some kind of hub or filter, or a teacher trying to stage a school play with unruly preschoolers. Maybe if I close my eyes, it will be better. Closing his eyes, Yujin called out, Hurry up. I'm not sure I'll be able to last much longer. After saying this, Yujin thought wearily, I know right now we should be worrying about the SS-class monster. But our first task is to make Sung-han an S-class. Thinking about it, Han Yujin let Kim Sung-han do at least some damage to the monster, even if his attack doesn't hurt the enemy, but just affects it, Yujin thought. That's why he should strike first. After he thought this, Kim Sung-han, who was standing on the edge of the cliff, pulled the bowstring of his bow and shot an arrow directly at the giant monster, so that his participation in the battle with this monster would also count, and he could level up. When she noticed that the first stage was already over and Kim Seong-han had shot his bow, Park Aram said without a trace of doubt, Yes, I expected that there wouldn't even be a scratch on it. After saying this and rushing into the battle with the monster, Park Aram exclaimed loudly as she prepared to perform the second stage. But since the first attack has already been made, it's up to me. As she approached the enemy's neck, where its weak point was located, Park Aram shouted loudly, Mana characteristic enhancement. Immediately freezing in midair, Park Aram began to create an icy blizzard around her, saying, "And I will bind it together with—" Using her skill, she noticed, ice breath activated. Swinging her spear, which she wanted to strengthen to make her attack as effective as possible, as she might not have another chance, she shouted, "I will concentrate all the cold energy into one point." Raising her spear upwards so that all the power would go straight into her weapon, she added, "I will make my spear even thicker and even sharper as much as possible." Having accomplished her task, she used the Hermes shoes skill and exclaimed loudly, "He's completely frozen and ready. Now it's up to you, Chairman." Hearing this announcement from Park Aram, who had done her part, Han Yu-hyun, who was already preparing to complete his part of the plan to destroy the monster, approached her. Gathering all of his flames in his hand, Han Yu-jin, having approached a sufficient distance to hit the target, launched his fireball right at the target to destroy its defenses. After his attack on the frozen spot on the monster's neck, somewhere in the distance from Han Yu-jin, Aram's shocked voice could be heard saying, "Wow, it melted in a second." Marveling at Han Yu-hyun's previously unseen strength, Park Aram added in awe, "I've never seen this before. How powerful is this heat?" Han Yu-jin, who was standing next to her, said heavily, "I can barely breathe because of all the sensory information." And as the second stage was also completed, Moon Hyun who was preparing to perform the third stage, the success of which depended on her, exclaimed, "Don't worry, I'm strong enough to handle the flames." As she approached the giant monster with a fierce smile, Moon Hyun was already preparing to deliver a devastating blow, exclaiming, "I need to hit this thing while its shell is still soft, right? Right now is a great chance." Looking at Moon Hyun, who had almost reached the monster, Han Yu-hyun thought anxiously, "Hyuna is right in saying that the shell is currently in a vulnerable state, but realizing how dangerous and powerful its attack was and how it hadn't been able to dissipate even after a long period of time, Han Yu-heng thought, it's not time yet, it's still a little while." As his flames slowly began to dissipate, heating up the frog's shell, Yu-heng continued his train of thought, "We need to wait until the flames have not diminished to an acceptable level." Thinking about how much longer it would take for Moon Hyun-ah's attack to be most effective, after Yu-hyun's and Aram's combo, Han Yu-hyun added, "But by the time the skin starts its healing process," trying to plan everything precisely so that their plan would not fail due to a small problem, Han Yu-jin, watching the whole process through his skill, grabbed his head and said to himself, "Come on, think." Starting to calculate all the parameters in his head, which was already heavily loaded due to the skill and the control of so many people at the same time, Yu-jin began to go over everything in his head. Trying to come up with the most effective plan of action, Han Yu-jin thought, mere speed, Han-ah's agility, the heat from the remaining flame that passes through Han's senses, and the final moment when Hyun-jae's song must come into play. Thinking about all these points that needed to be taken into account in his planning, Han Yu-jin didn't realize that he was starting to fall off his feet. Sung-hyun caught him, preventing him from falling to the ground. When he saw the Jupiter leader supporting him, Yu-jin said in surprise, "What's going on?" To which he replied, "Isn't it time for us to leave? I think I can figure it out when it's my turn. Just concentrate on Hyuna for now." After saying these words to Yu-jin, Song-hyun also added, "This is my way of apologizing for my disobedience." Hearing this explanation, Yu-jin leaned on his assistant as he wiped the blood under his nose, which had been released from the overload on his body. Leaning on Song-hyun-ji, Han Yu-jin said in a relieved, joyful voice, "Wow, you could definitely become a teacher's favorite. Hold on tight. We need physical contact to share the skill." As Han Yu-jin watched his pet with Moon Hyun-ah riding on top of it, preparing for the moment to strike the monster, he thought, finding the perfect moment. As he watched the girl's actions and made calculations to figure out the best time to strike the monster as soon as the opportunity arose, Yu-jin spoke. Considering the speed, the distance, and how much time is left before the flames die out, after calculating each option, the perfect moment, now. Having given the order to attack as soon as the moment presented itself, Han Yu-jin once again plunged into his distant memories, recalling the early days, in the very first days of breaking through the dungeon. After saying this in his head, Han Yu-jin continued, recalling the chaos that was happening on the streets of his city. The beast left a trail of destruction in our world, but lucky for us, most of the monsters were low class. Recalling how it all started when the gate to the dungeon first appeared, Yu-jin said in his head, but as time went on, with the harder dungeons, more and more formidable opponents began to appear. Thinking back to the days when the strong S-class hunters were really very strong and could defeat most of the monsters that came into their world, Yujin said in his head, and although the S-class hunters could initially handle clearing the dungeon alone, all of these memories were related to obtaining his new terrifying chicken commander skill. It was then that he thought. It didn't take long before they realized that they should unite for a chance to win. Thinking that there was still a way to unite the warring S-classes, each of which believes itself to be the strongest, Yujin thought. And it was at this time that I learned this special teamwork skill. Imagining himself as someone like Ratatouille from the cartoon, who leads the strong, Han Yujin thought, if a person of your own strength tries to control your thoughts and body, all you will feel is aggression and rejection. Seeing how happy Moon-hyun was at the Worlds, Yujin continued his train of thought. But what if it's some F-ranked babe? It must feel much more innocent. And as a result, we were able to conduct the first coordinated attack by S-classes. Meanwhile, Moon-hyun, who had heard Han Yujin's order that now was the best chance to attack, rode Han Yujin's pet toward the huge frog monster. As she approached the monster, swinging her mighty spear to deliver a crushing blow as long as the situation and opportunity allowed, she shouted, "Let us take advantage of the chance we have been given." No sooner had she said this than her spear stuck in the monster's neck, destroying a lot of the rocky skin on the surface of the monster's neck, so that she could continue her task of destroying her opponent. When Park Aram, who had been standing to the side of the frog so as not to interfere with the others, saw many rocks flying from its back, she exclaimed in amazement, "It's incredible. She really did it." Looking at the monster that had had its layer of protection around its neck pierced, Han Yu-hyun, noticing that Moon-hyun had returned to them after successfully completing her Aston task, said, "The flames must still be burning." At the same time, blood gushed out of the monster's neck, signaling that the protective rocky layer of its hard armor had been pierced, and it was only a matter of time before it was finished off with a strong attack on the soft flesh. As Song Hyun-jae approached the spot where the protective layer of skin had been destroyed, he held Han Yujin in his arms and said, "Looks like it's time for me to join in." Hearing Song Hyun-jae preparing for his attack, Han Yujin closed his eyes and gritted his teeth to make himself less afraid for his life, and said confidently, "Don't worry about me. I'll use the bracelet so you don't need to hold back." After covering his face with his hand and using the effect of the bracelet to absorb all damage for the next 10 minutes, Han Yujin, noticing that Sung Hyun was already preparing, said, "To the Aram strengthening." After saying this, Han Yujin used another of his F-class veteran skills, which was also supposed to affect the outcome of the battle, and thought, "We'll add something else to the attack." After using another skill that was supposed to affect the outcome of the battle, Han Yujin, who was tightly clinging to the leader of the Jupiter Guild, thought anxiously, double damage with an attacking skill. Being directly under this barrage of Song Hyun-jae's incredibly powerful attack, Han Yujin, although he was wearing a damage bracelet, still felt difficult, and he spoke, "Such overwhelming power." At the same time, Song Hyun-jae was completely absorbed in the process, thinking only of one thing, how to use all his manifest power and put it into an ode to attack to defeat this giant. The next moment, everyone could see this incredible sight of many lightning bolts hitting a single target and piercing the monster through. After completing his powerful attack, in which Song Hyun-jae put all his strength and skills, it became clear that the monster was defeated, because the hole that formed in the monster did not guarantee survival. Seeing what happened to the monster after Sung Hyun-jin's attack, Park Yoon-reem exclaimed in amazement at what their teamwork had accomplished. "Wow, we won!" Before she could say it, fragments of the frog's skin fell off the rocks, which began to crumble after the monster's death, as it could no longer hold on to its back. Noticing this danger, Yu Heng exclaimed, "Ah, watch out for the debris." Seeing what was happening, Kim Seong-han, who was the only one with a shield, ran in front of his comrades, shielded them with his body, and exclaimed, "Quickly run away from here." Hearing Song-han say this, Aram exclaimed in confusion, "Mr. Kim?" While using his skill to create a shield, Kim Sung-han noticed a system notification informing him that he had successfully leveled up. Conditions for leveling up have been met. This system notification was immediately followed by another that said, Kim Seong-han's characteristics and skills have been upgraded. After that, Kim Seong-han's shield became much larger. It could not be called a shield, but a protective dome that covered a large area, protecting him from unwanted entry into the middle of anything. When Park Aram saw a huge barrier suddenly appear around them, preventing rock fragments from entering the middle, She exclaimed in amazement, "Wow, what was that? That was incredible, Mr. Kim." After surviving this incredibly powerful attack from Sung Han, sharing his power with him, and controlling a large number of S-classes in synchronization for such a long time, Han Yu-jin spoke heavily. All of this, and then, gradually losing consciousness and clutching his forehead, Yu-jin said wearily, I have no strength left. Hey, I'm going to take a nap now. Try not to quarrel during this time while I..." After that, the monster also collapsed and lay there without any sign of life. And so, the SS-class monster was defeated thanks to the first ever coordinated attack by the S-classes that was successful. And although Han Yu-hyun's skill to synchronize the hunters ended as soon as he lost consciousness, the emotional connection remained. And so, after successfully completing the mission, Moon-hyun joyfully headed to Mir. Throwing her arms around him, she said happily, "You're the best, Mir. Who's a good cat? You are. Yes, you are. Maybe you will come to live with me, huh? You're such a good boy. Or is it a girl?" Looking at Moon-hyun's frank behavior, the way she was treating Mir, Han Yu-hyun and Park Aram, who were looking at her, thought, it seems that suddenly facing a terrifying opponent that you had to spend all your energy on is liberating. Looking at Han Yu-hyun, Park Aram said in surprise, "Well, we did it." They clumsily tried to shake hands but were unable to do so, exclaiming in joy, "We really managed to destroy the SS-class beast." After this awkward moment of almost shaking hands, Park Aram and Han Yu-hyun walked in opposite directions. And yet, fighting back-to-back created a bond, even between those who disliked each other. Meanwhile, Kim Sung-han, who had completed his mission to protect all of his comrades, quickly went to Sung-hyun to see if his master was okay. Running up to Han Yu-jin, who was with the Jupiter Guild leader, Kim Sung-han shouted out in alarm, "Mr. Song, Mr. Han Yu-jin is fine." Before he could finish his sentence, Kim Sung-han saw a horrifying scene of Kim Sung-han holding an unconscious Han Yu-jin in his arms and looking at him with a glorious expression. And so after this incident, many different things happened. Some people were able to fulfill their long-held desire by riding a beast, and others were able to fully enjoy the feeling of doubling their strength. But these feelings were strange. They changed Sun Hong's mind a lot. He looked at his hands and realized with sincere pleasure that such power could always belong only to him. Meanwhile, somewhere in the center of the system administrators, chaos was happening. After defeating this enormous SS-class monster, one of the administrators shouted out in alarm, "No doubt this creature has followed Yu-jin." Staring at his screen and scanning through the various information, the administrator exclaimed in confusion, "The measurements have suddenly become distorted. This beast should have appeared in 5 years. Thought we had prevented such cases." Hearing such frightened exclamations from her employee, the administrator, who looked like a mermaid, said, "Will it take long to recover?" To which another administrator replied, "Wait, it's just a little bit longer." Continuing to panic over the situation, the administrator, the lamb, exclaimed in alarm, "Do you think they are responsible? The weirdos who are obsessed with their son's debt?" He was answered, "Calm down, I don't think so." Looking back at his frightened and panicking friend, the system administrator spoke to him. "The attempt was made from the sweet spot, and those oars work from the outside." Hearing this explanation from her colleague, the mermaid administrator spoke to the lamb administrator. Someone in his world tried to use the teleportation skill to get to the sweets. Hearing these words from his boss, the sheep administrator thoughtfully said, "But who could do such a thing? Someone with at least SSS class skills, or even legendary skills." Having calmed down his panicking administrator sheep, he looked back at the computer to look for information about who could have done this, and said in surprise, "Look, we're getting the picture again." Hearing this notification, the administrator with the leaves in his hair said, "Uh-oh, looks like they've already beaten Baybar so fast. I thought they would play with him longer. We need to make sure they get the rewards they deserve." Hearing these words from her employee, the administrator came to the screen and said, "Well, let's see. What? I think something strange is going on here. Something is definitely wrong." Looking at the unconscious Han Yu-jin, who had fainted after such a hard fight with the SS-class monster, Song Hyun-jae said ominously, "Who are you? I mean, really?" Thinking back to the skills Han Yu-jin had revealed to them at the first meeting of the leaders, Song Hyun thought, if the Beastmaster skill is the only thing he has to offer, I'll just have to wait until the end of the contract. As he thought about this, Song Hyun-jae also began to think in other directions, because this was not the only thing that surprised him about the boy. But he's hiding something much more than he's telling. Not only did he talk, but he acted as if he knew what would happen in the dungeon. Thinking about this, looking at his hand, recalling that feeling of power, Seung-hyun continued, "But it was also a strange coincidence that I gained a command skill at such a good time. And besides that, a skill that doubles the damage he shared with me." As soon as the leader of the Jupiter Guild began to mention this doubling of damage and the power he had gained, a dark aura would immediately emanate from him, and his thoughts would be filled with such things. How can I forget the times when I had such power? As he thought about how powerful he could be if he had something like that, Seung-hyun thought, but why is he human? If there were such a thing somewhere in the world, I would give absolutely everything to have it. Noticing that his brother hadn't returned for a long time, Han Yu-yeon decided to go and check on him himself. Pulling his sword behind him, Yu-yeon said menacingly when he saw Song-hyun, "Is my brother all right?" Seeing his leader's resolute attitude, Kim Seong-han spoke to him in concern. "Boss." As Yu-jin came closer and saw him lying unconscious on Song-han's shoulder, he said, "I'll take care of him." Hearing Han Yu-jin's younger brother say that, the leader of the Jupiter Guild spoke to him. "Perhaps you could leave him to me. I'll feed him 3 times a day and provide him with all the necessary care he needs." Looking at Han Yu-hyun with an ominous yet stingy gaze, Song Hyun-jae spoke to him in a self-assured tone. "I'm taking this with me." Hearing such words from the leader of the Jupiter Guild, Han Yu-hyul held back his anger, which was reaching the boiling point. At the same time, standing behind Yu-hyun, Moon Hyun-ah added in displeasure, "Is he serious?" Also arriving at the place where all the remaining hunters had gathered, Park Aram, hearing this dialogue, added in a menacing tone, "With all due respect, Jupiter's chairman, this is not funny at all. Return him to us calmly, will you? A juicy just needs to rest." When Park Aram heard this, Kim Sung-han and Mir's pet were also ready to suddenly start a fight, in which they would have to take Han Yu-jin away from Song Hyun-ji by force. Looking at the leader of the Jupiter Guild, who was standing in front of him with his older brother on his back, Yu-hyun, exposing the blade of his sword, said in a menacing tone, "Give me back my hen." Hearing such threatening words from Han Yu-jin and the rest of his comrades, who were quite serious in the event of a sudden fight, Song Hyun-jin thought, the double damage enhancement is still active. Fencing himself in with his electric chain so that he couldn't be approached quickly, the Jupiter Guild leader thought, "If I just finish them all off and put the blame on the SS-class monster." Seeing that the atmosphere was becoming more and more tense by the second, Moon Hyun-ah extended her spear toward Song Hyun and spoke menacingly to him. "Enough already." Looking at the greedy Song Hyun, Moon Hyun added menacingly, "The members of the Abyssal Guild may be holding back to avoid hurting Hyunim, but I'm different. If you do anything strange, I will finish him off." Hearing what Moon Hyun-ah had just said, Park Aram exclaimed in surprise, "What?" Then Moon Hyun-ah added, "So you better not be greedy like it's your favorite toy, or someone will just break it. Do you understand?" Hearing such threats from Moon Hyun-ah, Song Hyun-jae, remembering that the bracelet had recently expired and would not save the boy in case of emergency, thought, the bracelet is out of order. Realizing that he shouldn't risk it, because he might not find another one like it, Song Hyun-jae handed Han Yu-jin to the girl and said humbly, "Well, I guess I'm at a disadvantage." As she handed Han Yu-jin over to the leader of the Destroyer Guild, Song Hyun-jae sensed a certain danger that was looming over him at the moment and interrupted him before he could finish. Even though he felt the danger, it wasn't that catastrophic. As soon as the guild leader, the Pitter, gave Han Yu-jin away, Han Yu-hyun attacked him, but his attack was easily repelled. Looking to the right of the SEO from where the attack was coming, Song Hyun-jae, shielding himself with his chains from Han Yu-hyun's sword, added, "I brought him back safe and sound." Looking at his now opponent, Song Hyun-jae spoke to his younger brother Yu-jin, who was ready to kill him on the spot, and continued, "You decided to attack me because I'm not wearing fireproof equipment? No wonder your brother wanted it so badly." After saying this, and emphasizing that Han Yu-jin had deprived him of the only advantage in this battle that would have helped him, Song Hyun-jae also added, "Let's see." Before he could say this, Han Yu-hyun had already taken to the air to strike, and with a sharp close, he was already a few centimeters away from Song Hyun-jae to strike. However, no matter what strong feelings were driving them, their duel was stopped, as strange as it may sound, by Park Aram, who created a block of ice between them and shouted, "Stop!" Preparing to strike again in case the two hunters disobeyed her, Park Aram spoke to them, explaining why this was not the time to settle their differences. We have to keep Ajasi safe, remember? Taking off Han Yu-jin's fireproof cloak and throwing it to Sung Hyun, Moon Hyun-ah spoke irritably to the two fighters. Grow up already, Hyun-jae. The guy is half your age. After passing the cloak to Song Hyun, Moon Hyun-ah also gave an order to Hyun Yu-jin to distract him from the fight, saying, "You too, young master. Take your brother away before I leave him here." Heading toward his older unconscious brother, Han Yu-hyun, taking off his jacket to cover Yu-jin, crossed paths with Song Hyun and spoke menacingly to him. "Stay away from my Hyung." Hearing Han Yu-hyun's words, the leader of the Jupiter Guild replied sarcastically, "I'm not sure I can. As you can see, I've become a big fan of his." Hearing these words from Seong-hyun, the boy was ready to tear him apart again. Seeing that conflict was brewing again, Moon Hyun exclaimed in frustration while holding Han Yu-jin in her arms, "I told you to stop." Deciding to ignore Moon Hyun, Han Yu-jin headed toward his brother. As Han Yu-jin was covering Han Yu-jin with his jacket, he heard Kim Sung-han, who was helping him with Han Yu-jin's care, say, "Don't be so nervous, young sir." When Moon Hyun-ah heard Sung-han say this, she looked back at Han Yu-jin and said in a displeased tone, "Perhaps it's for the best. If that bastard likes your brother so much, his safety is guaranteed." As she said this, the girl, watching Park Aram express his grievances against Seong-hyun, added, "Besides, Hyungnim is more daring than you think." While they were arguing with each other, the unconscious Yu-jin spoke in his sleep, "Stop fighting, friends." After that, Kim Seong-han, seeing the gate to the dungeon nearby, told everyone, "That's it, let's wrap it up. It's time to get out of here." After they got out of the dungeon and told some people about what happened to them in the dungeon, the information spread quickly and actually made the whole internet go viral. Because of the news that dungeons can suddenly have a monster that doesn't match its rank, this appearance of an SS-class beast in an A-class dungeon shocked the world and plunged the association into complete chaos. After the news spread, although the details were hidden from the public for some security reasons and because of the fear that it might lead to a public outcry, but the mere fact that Kim Sung-han had become an S-class hunter was enough to keep the world buzzing about this incredible purge. Speaking of buzzing, somewhere in the Destroyer Guild head's room, a strange buzzing sound was coming from. Passing by Moon Hyun's room, her manager peeked inside and announced some news. "Boss, about the photo shoot tomorrow." When the manager noticed Moon Hyun-ah standing in front of the mirror with a clipper and short hair, she exclaimed in fright, "Kya-ah, what happened to your hair?" Hearing her manager stuttering, the girl replied, "Oh, I just cut the sides short. The ends were burned anyway." Hearing this answer, the manager was concerned, "But our sponsors will be furious. Are you sure?" Hearing such disappointing news from her anxious manager, Moon Hyun-ah picked up her jacket and headed out, saying indifferently, "Who cares? Tell them to be happy that I at least kept the top part." Turning to face her manager and smiling happily before she left, Moon Hyun-ah added in parting, "Now is not the time to think about it or to worry about it." At the same time, somewhere in the Jupiter Guild, there were words about the appearance of riding beasts, the existence of an amazing blacksmith, and the world's first team of S-classes, who usually work alone. Standing in his office in front of the panoramic window, looking out into the distance, Sun Hyun-jae, talking on the phone to an unknown caller, said, "Right, now the plans have changed." After informing his caller that his plans were now changing, the Jupiter Guild leader also added, "Tell Dio Valshedis's twin brother to be ready to come to Korea. I'm preparing some serious unknown plan, most likely to get Han Yu-jin's powers. I heard words from the offices that the gears of change have begun to turn." And now, right in the center of these changes, strangely enough, was Han Yu-jin, who after an unknown amount of time, after sleeping for a long time, finally began to slowly come to. Slowly opening his eyes because someone was always squeaking in his ear and trying to wake him up, Han Yu-jin felt someone pulling on his ear, and the next moment, he felt a punch right in his face. The squeaker, unable to stand being separated from its owner for so long, decided to get what it wanted by any means necessary. Realizing what had happened to him, hearing the constant squeaking of his pet, Han Yu-jin sat up and said wearily, "Ah, what is it, squeaker? Are you hungry?" To which he only continued to squeak aggressively. As soon as he said this and stood up, he heard joyful shouts in his direction, "Oh my God, you're awake." Rubbing his eyes, Yu-jin was thoroughly frightened when he realized how many people had rushed to him. Looking first at all those in front of him, and then looking around, and then looking at himself, Han Yu-jin said in surprise, "What are you all doing here? Didn't I faint in the dungeon?" After saying this, Han Yu-jin rubbed the back of his head in embarrassment and said, "I guess I slept more than I expected." Hearing this from Han Yu-jin, Yu-meng rushed over to him and nervously exclaimed, "2 days!" Hearing these words from Yu-meng, Kim Sung-han said to Yu-jin, "Well, the doctor said that everything is fine." But he suddenly fell silent when Yu-meng looked at him with an angry look and said, "What did you put him through back there?" Looking at Park Aram and Kim Seong-han with a condemning gaze, Yu-meng said menacingly, "There were 4 of you there, all S-class, and you couldn't even save him." To which they replied guiltily, bowing their heads, "Sorry." Seeing what had just happened, Han Yu-jin thought in confusion, "I'm glad you're keeping them all afraid now, blacksmith." After hearing the apologies from Sung-han and Aram, Yu-myeon said to Han Yu-jin, "Squeaky was crying so much, we asked for permission to bring her here. Shall we take her back for you to rest?" Hearing this offer from his friend, Han Yu-jin, holding the squeaker in his hand, said happily, "Nah, it's fine." "Oh, hello, Squeaker. Did you miss your daddy?" After playing with Squeaky, Han Yu-jin decided to look at the changes in the levels of his wards, and opening the system window in front of him, he said in his mind, "Oh right, what about Sung-han's level?" Opening his student log, which contained all of his students who had reached S-class, Yu-jin noticed 5 individuals and said in his head, "Oh great, he's S-class now. And what is this? Huh?" When Han Yu-jin noticed that Mir had also reached S-class, he was surprised and suddenly jumped out of bed, but his comrades calmed him down, as he shouldn't have left the room to disturb his peace. Seeing Yu-jin suddenly become more active, Yu-meng spoke to him in concern. "Yu-jin." Han Yu-jin then thought in confusion, "What happened? Has the world grown up already? Since when?" Then he said abruptly, "I need to see Mir." Hearing Han Yu-jin's request like that, Yu-meng spoke to him. "But the doctor said you should stay in bed until tomorrow." Hearing what Yu-man said, Kim Sung-han also added, "Also, the chairman took Mir with him to the dungeon." Hearing this news, Han Yu-jin was confused. "Yu-heng went to the dungeon? Oh, that's right. He once mentioned clearing out an S-class dungeon in the near future. But why aren't you with him, Sung-han?" Looking at Park Aram and wondering how to say it properly, Kim Sung-han said awkwardly, "Well, you know." Hearing what Sung-han said, Park Aram added, turning her head to the side in embarrassment, "Only the 2 of them left, the chairman and Mir." Hearing this news, Han Yu-jin gave her a murderous look, not understanding how they could have let this happen while he was unconscious for so long, and said in a surprised voice, "What?" Hearing Han Yu-jin's question, the girl realized that she couldn't keep quiet, and she shouldn't try to hide anything either. So she began her story. Well, right before entering the dungeon, just before they were about to go into the dungeon, when they were about to leave and were finishing the preparations, one of their team members sat down in front of Mir and stretched out his hand to him and said happily, "Wow, I've never been on a sweep with Mir." Suddenly, Mir became much larger and completely covered in flames. Seeing such a sudden change in the pet, Moon Hyun and another member of the Zenogu exclaimed in fright, "Ah, peace!" Hearing this noise and arriving at his squad, Han Yu-hyun said in confusion, "What is going on?" Then he saw the adult Peace in front of him and the astonished members of his troop who were admiring him. Looking at the fully grown Peace, Kim Seong-han said, "Peace now, so cool." And the lion behind him, Moon Hyun-ah, also couldn't shepherd for long and added, "When did he grow up so fast?" Seeing what had just happened and how grown up Mir was before him, Han Yu-hyun was astonished. You've already grown up completely." As soon as Han Yu-hyun said this, he stepped in front of Peace, and with the blade of his sword, he separated himself and Peace from the rest of the team with a single swing, creating a wall of fire in front of him at the point where he slashed with his sword. Seeing what the leader of his guild had just done, Kim Seong-han, who was trying to break through the firewall, said to him in confusion, "Guild leader? What are you doing?" Standing at the entrance to the dungeon, Han Yu-hyun confidently replied, standing next to adult Mir, "All of you, stay here. This time it will be just the 2 of us going to this dungeon clearing." After listening to the whole story that Park Aram had told him, how it had happened, and why they hadn't been able to stop him, Yu-jin heard from the girl, "Have you calmed down, a juicy?" At that time, only Park Aram and Kim Sung-han were in the room. Man was no longer there because he had left for work, as it was his time. After listening to everything that had been said, Jin said in a sad voice, "How can I be calm?" Sitting on the bed with a sad look on his face, Jin, remembering what happened 10 minutes ago, how he was about to go to deal with it when he was barely held down by 3 people, as he shouted out in anger, "That fool! How dare he take Mir with him?" And at that time, Aram and Kim's son holding him said, "Ajasi, don't worry." Thinking back to this moment 10 minutes ago, Jin said sadly, "Well, what can I do? The gate is closed. We can't open it now." And then he went crazy again, exclaiming loudly, "No, seriously, what the hell was Hyun thinking?" Seeing that Jin was angry again, Park Aram and Kim Sung-han rushed over to him again, holding him on the bed. Then Park Aram shouted out in confusion, "Calm down, Ajusi, breathe, breathe in and out." Hearing this, Kim Sung said in alarm, "This is a technique for laboring mothers." Holding Jin in the bed so that he would not move and lie still, Jin, unable to get away, thought in confusion, "It will take at least 10 days to clear an S-class dungeon. The 2 of them will barely be able to sleep." Looking at the nervous Jin, Kim Sung-han spoke to him to calm him down. "I'm sure they'll be fine. The dungeon seemed fine, and they have the gate stone." Then Aram added, "That's right, Ajus. Don't worry so much. Think of something else." After saying this phrase to Jin to change the subject, the girl suddenly asked, "Oh, that's right. What awards did you receive?" Hearing this question, Jin was surprised to hear it. "Awards?" Seeing Jin's confusion and embarrassment, the girl showed off her earrings and said, "For defeating Babar, I have SS-class equipment, these earrings." After showing off her earrings, Aona added, "Deep Blue Wave Mermaid Queen earrings. They not only increase the level of mana and intelligence, but also give you complete freedom of maneuver in the water. Plus, all skills related to water and ice will be 30% more effective in water." Hearing about such incredibly cool equipment, Jin was impressed. "That's just incredible. You'll be completely invulnerable in a water environment." To which the girl replied smugly, "Of course, I'll smash all the underwater dungeons like that." Pointing to herself, the girl also added, "I will quickly pay off all my debt. I've already paid off half of it from this dungeon alone. But of course I will go into debt again when I buy new equipment, especially since my team will need ice-resistant items." Seeing the girl so upset about her debts, Jin said happily, "Ha ha. The path before you is not an easy one, is it?" Hearing this, the girl clutched her head and said sadly, "I can't even borrow the leader's equipment because our attributes are completely opposite." Hearing Park Aram say this, Jin was still happy for her that she was slowly developing, but he thought, "It's great that our Aram is growing so slowly, but surely. Unlike the S-classes, who were running on their own, almost of their own accord." Reflecting on how lucky Park Aram was to have such caring mentors, Jin continued his thought in his head. Aram will grow up, surrounded by the caring Sunbae and Abyssal. Thinking about this, Jin was immersed in happy thoughts, saying in his head, "I can't wait to see what the future holds for her." Noticing that Jin had calmed down, Park Aram whispered to Song-han, "I managed to distract him, didn't I?" After receiving his reward, Kim Sung-han showed it off, saying, "I received the gate stone, and I am so very grateful to be in S-class." Afterwards, Aram asked Jin anxiously, "What about you, Jasi? I'm dying to know." Jin looked at his inventory and noticed a new item and spoke to them. "Now, is this it? SS class." Hearing the rank of the item that Jin had obtained, Park Aram said in astonishment, "Wow, you also have an SS grade item?" When Jin clicked on it to remove it from his inventory, he saw a blue mist filling his room. And yet, this fog was also seen by Kim Sung-han and Park Aram, which confused them. Jin took out his item from his inventory and said in surprise, "This is..." And a little later, he read the description of the item that appeared below him. An old water wheel of the nameless Demon King, SS. Seeing what had just appeared in Jin's hands, the girl said in surprise, "What is this?" Hearing this question, Jin turned it around in his hands and said in astonishment, "An old wheel that was once used by the Demon King." Hearing this explanation of this object, Kim Seong-han took a thoughtful pose and said, "You mean like a spinning wheel?" To which Park Aram added, "A rather peaceful hobby for a Demon King." Taking the wheel in her hands and placing it on Jin's head, she said thoughtfully, "Should I wear it like this?" Jin answered, "I doubt it. It's probably an object, not a piece of equipment. Looking at the squeaker that was sitting on this wheel on Han Yu-jin's head, he thoughtfully spoke in his head, "There's a good chance that the system purposefully issued this reward." Thinking about the fact that it was given to him on purpose, Yu-jin thought, "When I enter the dungeon again, I'll ask them." And then he said with a grudging voice, "Dungeons. S-class dungeon." They're alone in the S-class dungeon. Once again, angry that his brother had gone into the dungeon with his pet without thinking about safety, Yu-jin began to scream, "Ah, Yu-hyun, you damn jerk." Grabbing Yu-jin again and holding him, Aram exclaimed, "Not again, a juicy. Calm down." After a while, when Park Aram and Song-hyun left Jin to rest, Kim Sung-han came to visit him again. Looking into his room, he said in surprise, "Are you awake?" Yu-jin replied, "Ah, Sung-han." Looking at what Han Yu-jin was doing, Kim Sung said in surprise, "You've been sitting in some kind of prostration." Hearing this, Yu-jin thought in disappointment, "Ah, I was only testing the two of them with my skill." Worried about his master not asking at such a late hour, Sung-han spoke up, "I'm worried. I think it's an early symptom of dementia." To which Yu-jin replied awkwardly, "Not at all. I just couldn't sleep. Let me watch TV." When he turned on the TV, the first news item plunged him into shock. It read, "Hunter Kim Seong-han from the Abyss." By the way, the hunter Kim Seong-hun, who has extended his contract with the Abyss, will be promoted to the position of deputy head of the guild this month. Hearing this news, Han Yu-jin jumped out of bed and exclaimed, "Huh? You're going to be the deputy leader?" To which Kim Seong-han, scratching the back of his head in embarrassment, replied, "Oh yes, it just happened." Hearing this news, Han Yu-jin suddenly became so happy. Then with puppy eyes, he heard from Kim Seong-han, "Park Aram is also S=, sign class, but because she's in middle school." After that, Han Yu-jin interrupted Kim Seong-han's sentence and grabbed his hand, saying happily, "You are the best candidate for this position. Please take care of my brother." Hearing this, Sun-han happily replied, "Thank you very much." Han Yu-jin continued his joyfulness and exclaimed, "We should have a party to celebrate the promotion." Hearing this, Kim Seong-han replied, embarrassed, "Don't worry, many people have already congratulated me." Hearing that Kim Sung-han had already been congratulated by many people on his promotion, Han Yu-jin also heard something else from Sung-han. "I even received a bouquet from Hanshin." Hearing this, Yu-jin repeated in surprise, "Hanshin?" Hearing this, Han Yu-jin was surprised to hear that. But Park Min-gyu of Hanshin was known for his hostility toward Kim Seong-han. Thinking about it, he said awkwardly, "Well, it's a long story. I used to work for Hanshin." Hearing Kim Seong-han speak so openly about his previous jobs, Han Yu-jin looked at him in surprise. "What? Did you ever work there before?" Deciding to tell Han Yu-jin more details, Kim Seong-han said, "Did you know that the Hanshin Guild was once part of the Hanshin Group conglomerate? Min-gyu and I were colleagues back then." Kim Sung-han continued by telling us about the very beginning, how it all started. "When I woke up, the company asked me to marry them. They said that I would get all the support as the chairman's son-in-law." After saying this, Kim Sung-han revealed the horrific story that led to the end of his friendship with Min Ji-woo, saying, "But after that, Park Min-gyu awakened, and he was S-class no less." Looking at his shocked master, who was shocked by this story, Kim Seong-han bowed his head and said sadly, "So he was the one who met the chairman's daughter. He married her and the others, became her son-in-law and the head of the guild." After saying this, Kim Seong-han looked at the floor, recalling this sad story, and said sadly, "Since then, he was afraid of me, and it became uncomfortable." Hearing this, Han Yu-jin thought, "That's right." Hearing Kim Seong-han's story, Han Yu-jin suddenly felt like he was in a movie theater with glasses, a Coke, and popcorn, watching an incredible drama called The War of the Sons-in-Law. Hearing such an incredible story, Han Yu-jin got up from his bed from the fascinating story and said with interest, "Perhaps he is afraid that you will take his place as a husband." Sung-han replied, "But I was only an A-class student." Recalling the very day he received his S-class, Han Yu-jin also said, "In addition to the bouquet, I also received a congratulatory letter from him." Opening it and reading the contents, he said, "I alone will forever be the faithful servant of my queen crossed out Hanshin." Kim Sung-han said, "It wished me to remain in the abyss forever." Hugging his pillow, barely able to hold back his tears at the unbelievable drama that was taking place, Han Yu-jin thought, "I was right." After saying that, Kim Sung-han sighed heavily and said, "Yes, it is good anyway." After telling Han Yujin the whole story of his history with Park Min-gyu, Kim Seong-han added in a calm tone, "One less threat for the abyss." After saying this, Kim Seong-han explained, "There are 3 S-classes in our guild. He is not going to keep us under control. Hunter Park Min-gyu is not a fan of publicity. That's why he won't expand his guild's influence like the others did." Looking at Kim Seong-han, Han Yujin thought, "Seong-han, he's putting our guild before his personal feelings." Then Seong-han added, "Others are saying that I've been expelled, but I'm happy with the way things are now." Recalling his early days in Baizan, when he and Han Yu-hyun went to clean up dungeons, Kim Seong-han said, "I don't want to be the head of the guild. I'm more suited to the role of assistant than leader." After saying this, Kim Seong-han looked at Han Yu-jin, whom he was taking care of, and said in a happy voice, "I will do my best to continue to support our chairman." Hearing such sincere words from Seong-han, Yu-jin was touched. Seong-han. And then he thought, in the dungeon he was quietly taking care of his comrades. Even as an S-class, Kim Seong-han will become a reliable team player. Looking at Kim Seong-han, Han Yu-jin thought happily, what a bright future for Abyss. Then he said, "I am so happy that you will be by my brother's side, Seong-han." On this happy note, a Tokabi appeared in the window of the ward and said to Han Yu-jin, "Oh, I know this reference. A watchman for my brother, right? Cain and Abel, right?" Hearing this, Han Yu-jin was surprised and screamed in fright, "Ah, Tokabi." Sitting on the windowsill, he spoke to him. "You are awake, Chief Kim." And then holding out a box of bento, he said happily, "Just visiting. I brought you some treats that I will eat myself." Seeing such a strange visitor in Han Yu-jin's room, Kim Seong-han spoke to him in confusion. "Tokabi, isn't he dangerous?" To which Yu-jin happily replied, "Oh, it's okay. He's like a friend." When Han Yu-jin saw that the Tokabi had arrived with gifts, he handed him a jar of drink and said happily, "You came all this way for me? I love you." After saying this, Han Yu-jin thought, that's right. I have already influenced him. I wonder how the long-distance teleportation skill is progressing. Looking at the Tokabi who had grabbed the squeaker instead of the rice ball, Yu-jin saw an incomplete form. Looking at him try to bite the piece of rice ball that was actually the squeaker, Han Yu-jin saw, "To develop, you need an object that corresponds to the essence of an incomplete species." Seeing this, he thought, "What, incomplete?" Thinking about what could be given to him to make him a complete species, Han Yu-jin immediately thought, and a brilliant idea was born in his mind. Yun-yun's essence. Well, he was born from a watermill. Recalling what kind of item he had received after the dungeon reading, Yu-jin thought, "An ancient item with a similar essence. Of course, it's my reward." Thinking that it could indeed be her, Yu-jin thought again, "Could this really be why the system gave it to me?" And then he spoke to the Tokabi. Yun, do you need this?" After handing the water wheel to Yun, Han Yu-jin added, "I received this as a reward." Looking at the object, the Tokabi said thoughtfully, "The Demon King's water wheel? Wow, it really belonged to him." Examining it, the Tokabi also added confidently, "It's ancient, even older than me." Hearing this, Han Yu-jin said in surprise, "Uh-oh, you can identify such a thing?" Looking at this watermill wheel, the Tokabi confidently said to Han Yu-jin, "Aha, the Demon King is terrifying, right? Giant, strong, with big horns." Hearing this, Han Yu-jin replied uncertainly, "I guess so." Hearing the confirmation of his words, albeit uncertainly, the Tokabi spoke to him, "Then I am the Demon King from now on." Hearing Yun say this, Han Yu-jin was confused and said to him, "Huh? What are you talking about?" And the next moment, while being absorbed by this Demon King wheel, the Tokabi began to transform into a terrifying Demon King bit by bit. Kim Seong-han, who was watching the whole situation, said in confusion, "Yu-jin, what is this?" After he said that, his bodyguard, a Tokabi that had turned into a Demon King, grabbed Seong-han with its long tentacles and pulled him toward it. Noticing this, Han Yu-jin shouted out in alarm, "Sleep, Han!" Not understanding what was going on, Han Yu-jin looked to the side where the Tokabi was to scold him, but all he saw was the Demon King, and he said, Yun, what the, huh?" He saw the changed Yun, who had become a terrifying Demon King, and said fiercely, "Oh yes, there is nothing more terrifying than demons, and I will become their king." Seeing Yun's change, Han Yu-jin thought in confusion, Yun's appearance? And then he saw his characteristics. Yun Demon Class, Demon King, Current SS Class, Potential SS Class. Looking at what had actually just happened before his eyes, Han Yu-jin thought in fright, what asterisk? He's actually become a demon, but we've never seen a demon even after 5 years. Looking at the frolicking Yun Yun, who had become the demon king thanks to the watermill wheel Han Yu-jin had given him, he shouted out from inside the room, laughing menacingly, I am the demon king. Looking at what had just happened to his apprentice, to whom he had given the wheel from the nameless demon king's watermill, Yu-jin thought in confusion, are you sure this is how it's supposed to be, system? Shielding himself with his shield from all of Yun Yun's attacks, Han Yu-jin, trying to avoid being harmed by his actions, Han Yu-jin, seeing his characteristics, thought in confusion, a demon king, a SS-class demon king, looking at his characteristics again and comparing them to those of that giant monster Babar, whom they had barely defeated with their combined efforts, Yu-jin thought he must be even stronger than Babar. As he watched that demon king Yun Yun steal his bodyguard, wrapping him in his tentacles, Yu-jin thought, at least Babar was humble. At the same time, Kim Sung-han, being in Yun Young's clutches, was scared and exclaimed, Yu-jin, ah. Continuing to rejoice in his new account that he had received after his reincarnation, the Takebe shouted joyfully throughout the room, whoa, ha 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 ha, I am the great and terrible demon king. Looking at this formidable opponent appearing before them, Han Yu-jin, covering himself with his earring shield, thought in dismay, he will turn this place into ruins if I leave him here running around like this. But a second later, literally, remembering Sung-han, who is an S-class, but he was just helplessly stuck in the tentacles, Yu-jin thought, but even if an S-class like Sung-han is unable to resist him, as he thought about this, Han Yu-jin suddenly realized something he couldn't understand about this dangerous situation. While under the B-class shield, he thought, wait a minute, how come I'm in the wrong order? Holding the squeaker in his hands and clutching it to his chest, Yu-jin suddenly realized that something was obviously wrong. The earring shield is only class. Looking at the Takebe, whose class was SS, Yu-jin thought, Yunbin's energy is powerful enough to destroy this specialized ward. But he didn't even hit me, or the area around me. Looking at his squeaker that was in his hand without a memory, Han Yu-jin thought, could this be the squeaker's ability? I don't think so. Entering a system menu, Han Yu-jin suddenly saw Yun Young and his pets and said, hey, Yun Yun is still under my care, even after becoming a demon king. Seeing this, Han Yu-jin also remembered who exactly the Takebe imagines in him when it comes time to remember who raised them as children. And then Yu-jin thought, he still sees me as a grandmother. Getting angry at Yun Yun, Han Yu-jin started shouting at him in an angry voice. Big scary demon? More like a small naughty little devil. Holding the toy for peace, the bark he was going to play with, Han Yu-jin angrily shouted at the high-class demon king, ah, look at the mess you've made here. Holding a toy for peace to play with, Han Yu-jin shouted angrily at the high-ranked demon king, ah, look at the mess you've made here. Waving his peace play wand, Han Yu-jin angrily began to hit the demon-turned Takebe with it, shouting, bad demon, I should put you under house arrest for a week. Feeling every punch Han Yu-jin gave him, the demon king of the Takebe spoke to him in fright, moaning at the boy's blows. Uh-oh, stop, grandmother. I mean, boss. Shielding himself from the blows, turning his back on Han Yu-jin, the Takebe looked over his shoulder in confusion and said torturedly, are you saying that I'm not scary at all when I look like this? Hearing these words from the Takebe, Han Yu-jin spoke confidently to him. What's so scary about those horns? You were 100 times more terrifying in your Takebe form. After saying this, Han Yu-jin thought, considering that he still has a thing for pranks, thinking about it, and seeing that Yun Yun believed him, Han Yu-jin continued to convince the Takebe to become like he was before, adding, remember when you made Yu Meng and Dr. Xiok faint when you were still a Takebe? Hearing Han Yu-jin say that, the Takebe folded his fingers in front of him and said to the boy, hesitantly, not knowing what to do. But you said you weren't afraid of me even when I was a Takebe. What about the others? After saying this, looking at the furious Han Yu-jin, who had stopped hitting him, the Takebe turned his attention to Kim Seong-han, whom he had grabbed. The latter, hearing that it was him, said in surprise, ah. When Kim Seong-han heard that he was being noticed, he looked first at Han Yu-jin, and from his confused look, he realized what he was getting at and how he needed to behave now to prevent destruction. As soon as he looked away from Han Yu-jin, he tried to calm down and not show his fear by speaking. He's absolutely right. You are so much scarier in the form of a Takebe. While in the Demon King's tentacles, Kim Sung-han also added in a worried voice, I'm only scared now because Han Yoo-jin might be in danger. Hearing Song-han say exactly what he needed to hear, Yoo-jin pointed at him with his hands and said in frustration, There you see, having already heard from two people that he was much more terrifying in his Tokebi form, Yoon, transforming back from the Demon King, was confused and upset. Really? You really think I look scarier like this? Seeing that their deceptions and tricks had worked and that Yoon was changing back, Yoo-jin thought happily, Yes, it's working. And then he exclaimed in awe, Oh my God, this is much scarier, isn't it, Song-han? Supporting Han Yoo-jin, Squeaky started to squeak as well and Kim Sung-han joined in, exclaiming in fright, I'm so scared. No wonder people were fainting just like that. Very scary. Continuing their scam to make Yoon look like he used to, Kim Sung-han and Han Yoo-jin, along with Squeaky, were screaming with heat, and then Jin added, Never in my life have I seen such a terrifying bundle of absolute horror. My God! After exclaiming this, Yoo-jin continued to persuade Yoon to become like he was before, exclaiming in fright, Please don't kill us! Oh my God, I'm going to pee my pants. Hearing such a frightened noise, Yoon said happily, Heh, heh heh. Hearing something that made him so happy, Yoon, realizing that his current image was not effective, joyfully exclaimed, Very well, I will no longer be the Demon King. Hearing such joyful exclamations from the Tokebi, changes immediately began to occur around them. The ominous aura began to dissipate a little bit, and the terrifying tentacles disappeared. Noticing this, Kim Sung said, The fog, it's dissipating. When Kim Sung landed on the ground after being released from the Demon King's grasp, he said in confusion, He's back to normal? To which Han Yoo-jin replied in alarm, It depends on what you mean by normal. As Han Yoo-jin looked at the Tokebi, whose Demon King wings and everything associated with it slowly began to disappear, he heard Yoon say, Instead of the Demon King. As soon as Yoon said this, his mask, which had been on his face for his entire life, ever since he could remember, flew off and broke in two. And so, after that moment, Yoon changed dramatically. He didn't look like the old him at all. New clothes, new hairstyle. After completing his transformation, Yoon joyfully said to Han Yoo-jin, Now, instead of being the Demon King, welcome the coming of the King of the Tokebi. Hearing what Yoon had just said, Han Yoo-jin happily exclaimed, I guess, can we say that he has evolved? Hearing this, Kim Sung-han answered him in confusion. Then, will everything be okay now? Picking up the Demon King's watermill wheel again, Yoon looked at it carefully and said in surprise, Aha, this thing still has a bit of the Demon King's energy in it. After saying this, the Tokebi added happily, looking at his confused comrades who had just experienced shock. But don't worry, everything will be fine because I'm much stronger. Holding the wheel in his hands, Yoon himself did not notice how strange wheel-related effects began to appear around him. And then he added, Because I've decided to become the king of the Tokebi. Excited about his newfound power, Yoon spoke happily to Yoo-jin and Sung-han. Anyway, I got a new skill. Do you want me to show you? After saying that, a voice from behind the door said, Excuse me, you all right in there? Hearing this alarmed voice from the staff, Han Yoo-jin spoke happily to Kim Sung-han. Could you please go out and make excuses for us in front of the nurse? Hearing this request, Han Yoo-jin headed for the door. Standing at the exit and holding the doorknob, Kim Sung-han looked at Yoo-jin and said anxiously, Are you sure I can leave you here alone with him? Yoo-jin replied confidently, Yes, I think there's nothing to worry about now. After saying that, and sending Kim Sung-han out the door to take care of the nurse who heard the strange noise coming from his room, Yoo-jin also added, Takebis don't hurt people. As he sent his bodyguard to take care of some things with the nurse, Yoo-jin said awkwardly, They just cause a lot of damage to hospital rooms, apparently. After saying that, and turning his attention to Yoon, Yoo-jin spoke to him. So what is this new skill you're talking about? Opening his eyes after giving his embarrassing speech from the damage he had done, Han Yoo-jin was very much surprised to see an exact replica of him standing in front of him with a terrified Squeaky in his arms. Transforming into Han Yoo-jin, Yoon spoke to him. Look, it's the same, isn't it? It's the skill that allows me to change my shape, but I can't copy a person's skills or characteristics. Looking at the nervous Squeaky, who was rocking in Yoon's arms, not knowing what was going on or where her real dad was, Han Yoo-jin said, I think that would be too much. Great. Did you manage to unlock the long-distance teleportation skill? Hearing Han Yujin's question, Yun Young spoke happily, summoning his skill. How do you know? Do you really know everything, boss? After saying this, Yun Yun summoned a giant gate, saying, Tokebi Gate. Looking at the gate he had just summoned, Yun Yun happily informed Han Yujin, with this, you can go wherever you want once every 10 days. The only problem is that it has to be the same place you've been to before. Hearing these words from the Tokebi king, Han Yujin began to jump up and down joyfully, and then suddenly sat down. Noticing this strange behavior of his boss, the Tokebi said to him in confusion, Are you okay, boss? Hearing Yun Young's question, Han Yujin couldn't answer as he shed tears of joy, trying to control his emotions and pondering. Finally, safe long-distance teleportation. Holding a surprised Squeaky, who did not understand his master's sudden emotions, Jin happily said in his head, I was beginning to fear that the end had come because of this fiasco with the Demon King. Thinking about this, Han Yujin also began to reflect happily. Well, I can finally answer in peace. This is my reward for my hard work and patience. Way to go, system. With this, we can make great progress in dungeon exploration. After thinking about all his dreams and plans, Han Yujin happily said to the Tokebi, Then let's start exploring the dungeons right away. Before he could say this, the king of the Tokebi interrupted him, saying, I'm sorry, I'm too busy for this right now. Hearing this response, Yujin said in surprise, What? To which the king of the Tokebi replied, Now that I am king, I need to create my own subjects. I'm going to go in search of some really old and worn-out clothes. When Han Yujin heard this, he was surprised. Subjects? You mean you can create more Tokebi now? To which he replied, Yes, I am the king. It is my royal duty and responsibility. After opening the gate and entering it, the king of the Tokebi joyfully said to Han Yujin, See you later. Go create many minions. Hearing this, Yujin exclaimed in confusion, Huh? Wait a minute. Realizing that the Tokebi was leaving for a while, Han Yujin thought, I still need to find out how the dungeons are formed. So he spoke to the king of the Tokebi before he left. Couldn't you explore a few more dungeons together? After saying this, Han Yujin added in parting, You've already been to Japan. Now what about China? I'm sure there are many potential subjects there, given its large population. Don't forget to explore some dungeons, promise? Hearing this request, and tracing the promise on his little fingers, Yun Yun replied to Han Yujin, No problem. It shouldn't be too hard. Now let's say goodbye. I will return with my own kingdom. As Hanjin watched the Tokebi king jump into his portal with Squeaky on his head, he waved goodbye and said, Phew, I guess it worked out one way or another. But suddenly he froze in his tracks, realizing that he had said the last word and thought, Wait, did he say my own kingdom? How many Tokebi is he going to create? Should I buy a large plot of land somewhere? Standing in the middle of the ruined ward, scratching the back of his head, wondering how he would explain what had happened here, Han Yujin had no idea of the consequences that were about to come. After he let Yun Young go free, Han Yujin would regret his decision, but that won't happen soon. It will be a few months later. Meanwhile, somewhere in the Abyss Guild, an ordinary day was going on, full of various chores. At the same time, someone's voice was heard in one of the offices. I'm very grateful that you came to see me personally, leader. As he was having his nice conversation with the chairman, Seok Shi Myung spoke into the phone. That's right. Hunter Han Yujin will be released from the hospital today. I was going to contact you since the construction of the monster cultivation complex was recently approved. After saying this to the head of the Hunters Association, Seok Shuman heard some terrible news from the phone that was being reported to him. Unable to believe his ears, he said in surprise, Excuse me. But after this short question, Sok Shumeng, the head of the Hunters Association, had already hung up. Realizing what was about to happen, the head of the Human Resources Department threw the phone on the table and exclaimed in frustration, Fuck! Seeing her uncle's strange reaction, he was noticed by Sok Ha Young, who was in his office. After that, Sok Shuman said, Why now, when the guild head is absent? Hearing such disappointed words from her worried uncle, Seok Ha Young looked at him in surprise. What's wrong? Hearing this question, he answered her, The association is going to send someone to look after Yujin. Hearing this explanation from her uncle, Seok Ha Young, not understanding the reason for the confusion, replied, So what? Those guys are just government employees. Isn't it much safer than if the leaders of other guilds came? Hearing this question from his niece, Sok Meng held his head and answered the girl with concern. No, not that guy. Of course, the leaders of Jupiter and Destroyer are also dangerous. After saying this, the uncle added in a worried voice, remembering the person being sent to them, saying, but this one is dangerous on a completely different level. We're talking about the head of the OUP. Meanwhile, somewhere in the hospital where Han Yujin was staying, who was to be discharged today, an amazing discovery was made. When we arrived at his room, we heard a surprised voice saying, what the? Looking at what had happened to the room in the short time she had been gone, Park Aram, who had come to pick up Han Yujin, said in confusion, what the hell happened here last night? Clutching her head, Park Aram exclaimed in confusion, this chamber was made specifically for hunters. How could it be destroyed so badly? Han Yujin replied in a calm tone, nothing happened here, see? I'm fine. Looking at Han Yujin, Park Aram leaned over to his face and said in irritation, I don't think you look good. It looks like you didn't get enough sleep, doesn't it? You have such bags under your eyes that they are about to reach your nostrils. Hearing this, Han Yujin replied to her in embarrassment. Okay, I was up all night trying to find out if my brother was still alive. When Park Yunrim asked him why he looked so tired, Han Yujin suddenly went on the offensive. Remembering that it was a weekday, he shouted at the girl in a menacing tone, Hey, hello, what are you doing here? It's a weekday. Are you skipping class? Hearing Han Yujin's question, the girl said in confusion, Ah. Looking away from Han Yujin, she said in embarrassment, No, teacher let us go early for the day. Recalling how it was when she walked into the teacher's office, exclaiming, Give me a certificate for the day, right now. To which the frightened teacher meekly said, Yes, ma'am. Looking at the mysterious Park Aram, Han Yujin said thoughtfully, I can see how this could have happened. You may be a hunter, but you still need to follow social norms. Stop acting like a criminal. Hearing Han Yujin's words, the girl was surprised. Me? Wow, thank you. I guess I'm pretty diligent. As she left the room, she smiled happily and followed Yujin. He said to her, You really need to go to school more. As Han Yujin looked at the joyful girl following him, he thought, This is no reason to laugh. Awakened ones are more prone to breaking the law if they aren't too careful, especially high-class S-class hunters. Recalling his familiar guild leaders, Jupiter and Destroyer, Han Yujin spoke in confusion. Because they're too powerful to be restrained by ordinary law enforcement. Wondering how this all works in other countries or regions where lawlessness is rampant, Yujin said in his head, In other countries, the guilds of high-class hunters already have much more power than the government. Recalling some very sad moments from his past future, Han Yujin thought in confusion. On more than a few occasions, such guilds completely overthrew the leadership, plunging the entire country into anarchy. Thinking of the leader of the OUP, Han Yujin said in his mind in confusion, The only reason Korea is able to continue to function as a normal state. Looking at Park Aram, who came to see him off after he was discharged, Han Yujin spoke to her. You should go back to school. Someone is on their way to pick me up. Hearing Han Yujin say that, the girl was surprised to hear him say that. Huh? Someone is coming? Han Yujin replied, Yes. The association sent someone to me. I guess since it's such a big deal, they want to give me a tour of the new cultivation facility. As Han Yujin said this, he remembered everything that Seok Shi-myung had told him about who was going to come and pick him up from the hospital. Then Han Yujin said, He's the only S-class in the country who works for the leadership. After saying this, Han Yujin continued his story. Even after his awakening, he deprived himself of the wealth he could have accumulated as a hunter and became a civil servant. Since then, he has been a reliable pillar for the association, while the big guilds have continued to grow in power. Continuing to talk about this man who became a civil servant despite his class, Yujin added, He is the first person you will see when an S-class hunter breaks the law. Just like he detained the offenders as a police officer. Standing in front of the hospital's entrance, Park Aram Raisin spoke to Han Yujin, expressing her guesses. Oh, that chief song that Chairman Moon was always talking about? As the two hunters stood at the entrance of the hospital, having a nice conversation with each other, they suddenly heard someone's gruff voice speak to them. Hunter Han Yujin, taking out his ID and showing it to Han Yujin, Song Taiwan spoke to him. Pleased to meet you, sir. Holding up his civil servant's ID card, he said, My name is Sun Taiwan. I am the head of the Awakened Work Department of the Ministry of Internal Affairs and Security. When Park Aram and Han Yujin saw Song Taiwan with their own eyes, they were amazed. He's huge. Ignoring their reactions, Song Tae-wan said to Yoo-jin, "It looks like you were already waiting for me outside." Looking at Song Tae-wan, Han Yoo-jin thought in confusion. S-class usually have strong bodies, but this guy, how can I put it, exceptionally large. Looking at Yoo-jin, the guard said, "Please wait while I park the car." Looking at Song Tae-wan struggling to fit into this small car, Han Yoo-jin first thought, "It's like looking at a huge monolith in the middle of..." Then he exclaimed in surprise, "Ah." Looking at how he had folded himself compactly into this small car to fit into it, Park Aram said in surprise, "What is a giant like that doing in such a small car?" To which Yoo-jin replied, "I think he's just being careful with our taxes." As he said this, Han Yoo-jin also added, "And yet he is an S-class. Couldn't they at least give him a bigger car?" Suddenly they heard a noise and saw a car crashing into Song Tae-wan's car. The next moment, Park Aram and Han Yoo-jin saw an accident happen right in front of them, and the head of the security department was involved in an accident in his small car, which he had just gotten into and was immediately hit by someone. When they saw this, they could only exclaim in fright, "Who?" Thinking that Song Tae-wan had already died in the accident, Han Yoo-jin said in confusion as he said goodbye to his soul, "Was this the first and last time we will see each other?" But a few seconds later, Han Yoo-jin saw Song Tae-wan, unharmed, crawling out of the wreckage of the car. After that, Yoo-jin thought with relief, "Oh, right. It's an S-class. Phew." As Han Yoo-jin thought about what had just happened, he began to think about who could have done such a thing. Who would have the courage to do this to Song Tae-wan? As he was thinking, a door opened from the car that had hit him, and a voice came out. "Oops, I didn't mean to. When I saw you squeezing into that tiny, ridiculous car, my right foot stepped on the gas pedal out of sympathy." While cleaning himself up after this transportation accident, Song Tae-wan spoke menacingly when he saw the leader of the Jupiter Guild in front of him. Hunter Song Hyun-jae. Seeing what had just happened and who had done it, Park Aram said in confusion, "Oh my God, that chairman Song is full of..." Han Yoo-jin closed her mouth to prevent her from saying anything else and said to her in embarrassment, "Keep your mouth shut, Aram." After saying this, Han Yoo-jin spoke to Park Aram in anxiety. "Just go to the hospital and tell everyone to evacuate." I thought to myself, yes, I can definitely understand why Song Hyun-jae did that. As Han Yoo-jin watched the two of them stare at each other, he thought, Song Tae-wan has the legal right to conduct special investigations of large guilds like Jupiter, so he must be a problem for people like Song Hyun-jae. After this incident and the close eye contact, Han Yoo-jin saw their contact break and thought, and now that Hyun-jae has provoked Tae-wan so openly, he won't turn a blind eye. Song Hyun-jae took out his car keys and poked them into Song Tae-wan's chest and said sarcastically, "You can send the bill to the guild, or if you want, you can take my car." Hearing this offer from the head of the Jupiter Guild, Song Tae-wan had to refuse, saying, "I'm afraid that expensive gifts would be considered a bribe." After saying these words to Song Hyun-jae, Song Tae-wan turned to the other side of the Jupiter Guild leader and said in a calm tone, "Please excuse me. I need to call the insurance company." Seeing what had just happened in front of them, Han Yoo-jin broke out in a cold sweat and said in confusion, "They won't fight? But he's an S-class." Hearing this, Park Aram replied, "Seriously, if this happened to our boss or to Moon Hyun-ah, this hospital would have been leveled by now." Looking at Song Tae-wan's actions, Park Aram said in amazement as she watched the halo above his head, "He's even cleaning up the broken pieces of his tiny car." Watching Song Tae-wan clean up all the metal from his car that was scattered around the parking lot after the accident, Yoo-jin said in awe, "This man is a saint." Han Yoo-jin looked at him with admiring eyes and thought in awe, "No wonder they call him an S-class policeman. He's completely different from the rest of the crazy S-classes. No offense to Aram and Yoo-hyun, of course." Picking up the phone, Song Tae-wan spoke to the manager. "Yes, I'd like to report an accident." Hearing how nice he was with people, Yoo-jin thought, "Look at how calm he is. It's definitely not his first time." Han Yoo-jin looked at the leader of the Jupiter Guild, who was standing off to the side, smiling slyly, and thought angrily, "It seems to me, especially when it comes to Song Hyun-jae." Noticing Han Yoo-jin's scrutiny, the leader of the Jupiter Guild looked at him and smiled sweetly. Noticing this sudden change in his mood, Han Yoo-jin exclaimed in confusion, "Huh?" Walking over to Han Yoo-jin, Song Hyun-jae asked inquisitively, "How are you feeling? I heard the news about your brother." Hearing Song Hyun-jae ask this question, Yoo-jin replied in confusion, "Oh yes." As he handed Han Yoo-jin a bag of sweets, Song Hyun said gently, "They say that sweets are the best cure for stress." As soon as he said this, Park Aram immediately snatched the bag of sweets from his hands. After that, the girl hastily began to eat them quickly, saying irritatedly, "You have a lot of nerve showing up here. Besides, he's already been discharged." Hearing this, Sung Hyun was a little shocked by the girl's impudence. But despite what had just happened, he spoke calmly. "I tried to come earlier, but your friends turned me away." Hearing this, Yoo-jin smiled sweetly, but thought worriedly, "What's going on? Did something happen while I was sleeping?" After thinking about it, Han Yoo-jin said in confusion, To what do I owe this surprise, Chairman Song?" Hearing this question, Soe-hyun answered Yoo-jin, "Well, I've come to share some good news. A dark, spiky-winged dragon has hatched and is waiting for its father." Hearing this news, Yoo-jin was alarmed. "Oh, you mean Seo Young's riding monster?" As he led Yoo-jin to his car, Sung-han spoke to Yoo-jin, inviting him inside. "Seo Yeon will meet you at the cultivation complex. Why don't you take a ride with me? I'll give you a tour." Hearing this offer, Park Aram spoke to him in irritation. You?" Then Song Tae-won, hearing what Song Hyun Yoo-jin had offered, said, "I'm sorry, Hunter Song, but I think it's my responsibility to show Hunter Han around the complex." Looking at Song Tae-won's vehicle, Guild Leader Jupiter said to him in mockery, "Really, in this car?" After saying this, Song Hyun added thoughtfully, "I have to say, I expected more from the association. Were you really going to accompany our friend in this wreck of a car?" Yoo-jin answered him irritably, "It's only because you ran into—" Ignoring Yoo-jin's exclamation, Sung Hyun added, "I would say that the strength of the car was questionable to begin with." As he said this, Song Hyun suddenly gave Song Tae-won an evil look. With a change in mood, Song Hyun said, "I'm worried that such reckless behavior could lead to a person with such special skills. I expected more from a public servant who is supposed to protect the weak." After hearing such complaints and complaints about himself and the security provided, Song Tae-won bowed his head to Yoo-jin and said guiltily, "You are absolutely right. I apologize." Seeing Tae-won bowing to him, Han Yoo-jin said in alarm, "Whoa, why are you apologizing?" Looking at Song Tae-won, Yoo-jin thought worriedly, "Stop pestering the boy and eat already." He said to Tae-won awkwardly, "I'll just ask my guild friends to give me a ride, and if Seo Yoon is already there, I think I'll be fine. I wouldn't want to take up your precious time, Chairman Song." Hearing Han Yoo-jin say this, Song Hyun-jae said in frustration as he walked toward Yoo-jin, "Are you going to refuse me again? After all, I came all the way here." Hearing this, Yoo-jin exclaimed in embarrassment, "Stop it! You're starting to scare me." Looking at Han Yoo-jin with a gentle gaze, Sung Hyun spoke to him, "But I thought we were close enough, and after all, I really did put a piece of my heart into it." Hearing these words, Han Yoo-jin suddenly thought about it and said in his head, "Seriously? I think so. He gave food to Peace, and those sweet pastries, and the earrings." Hearing this, and seeing Jin's pensive expression, Park Aram called out to him, "Don't let him mess with your head." Without hesitation, Han Yoo-jin ignored Aram's words and happily followed Song Hyun. "All right, why not? I guess we can all go together." To which Sung Hyun replied, "I'm glad you think so." Hearing that Han Yoo-jin had already accepted Sung Hyun-jae's proposal, Park Aram said in disappointment, He's too easy. But he's not planning to fight anyone else, okay?" When Park Aram looked back, she saw Sung Tae-won's fearsome gaze as he stared after her, and she thought in confusion, "Wow, just look at that cold gaze." With her gaze fixed on Song Tae-won, she thought hard, realizing his situation. It's hard to blame him, considering how much Chairman Song has been bothering him. As Han Yoo-jin walked toward Song Hyun's car, he spoke to him menacingly, "No more fighting. I don't want to see the new building destroyed, do you understand?" Looking at Song Tae-won's direct gaze, Park Aram said in her head in confusion, "Wait, but he's not looking at Jupiter's Ajusi. He's looking at our Ajusi." Noticing this strangeness, Park Aram suddenly plunged into thought to get to the truth of what was troubling her. Wait, could it be that he is here for another reason? Arriving at the newly constructed building, Song Tae-won said to Han Yoo-jin, "This is the newly constructed beast breeding center." After entering, Tae-won said, "The area under—" But Sung Hyun interrupted him, saying, "The area under the dome is where the beasts are raised. The floor above can be used for workers to live in." Walking on, Yoo-jin and Aram looked at the building in awe. Then Taewon spoke again. The building next door. But he was interrupted by Sung Hyun. The building next door is connected to this place by a special passageway. Taewon spoke again. For the sake of safety. He was interrupted by Sung Hyun. For safety, the windows are equipped with mana-enhanced glass. Looking at Sung Hyun's behavior, Yoo Jin thought in annoyance. Is it normal for him to keep interrupting? As soon as they arrived at a large room, Kang Seo-yeon ran out to meet them, exclaiming, Yoo Jin, you finally came! I've been waiting for you! Seeing that Seo-yeon was already in the building with her baby, Han Yoo-jin was surprised to hear her. Seo-yeon, you're here early, aren't you? She replied, Yes. I was so excited that I couldn't take my foot off the gas pedal. Just as she was saying this, she noticed Daewon standing next to her, and after a moment's hesitation, she said in alarm, Eek, Chief Song, I wasn't speeding, I swear. To which he said awkwardly, I'm not going to arrest anyone. Seeing the girl's reaction, Han Yoo-jin thought, Seo-yeon must be causing him a lot of trouble. Then looking into the basket with the dragon's baby, Yoo-jin said with joy, Ah, so this is a spiked dragon cub? Looking at the dragon cub, Han Yoo-jin said, Let me think of a name that would suit it. The dragon replied sharply, interrupting Yoo-jin. I named her Comet. I thought it would be better if I gave it a name myself. Hearing Seo-yeon's words, Park Aram said to her happily, That's a great idea. After that, Song Tae-won approached the dragon and said, The cub is a little smaller than I thought. Still, it should be a riding animal. Watching the dragon, Seo-yeon noticed that the dragon had woken up and said happily, Oh, she's going to grow up fast. Ooh, did we wake it up? Look at those eyes. Aren't they beautiful? Looking at its characteristics and possible development, Han Yoo-jin saw spiked-winged dragon, cub, current grade D. Possible grade is AS. Taking his master's sign, Yoo-jin approached the dragon cub and said, Hello, Comet. It's nice to meet you. After using his skill on this monster, Han Yoo-jin saw a system notification. Rank Ideal Tutor enhances the effect of the master's mark. Immediately afterward, another notification appeared. The beast has begun to feel attached to you. After that, the dragon flew up to Jin's head. Seeing this, Seo-yeon said happily, Ah, it flew away. Running around Han Yoo-jin, Kang Seo-yeon exclaimed, How cute! She seems to like you, Yoo-jin. But at that very moment, Blue appeared in the air, looking less than friendly. Noticing that he had his claws out and was screaming menacingly, Song Tae-won, noticing that he was rushing at Han Yoo-jin, called out to him in alarm, about to rush to his aid. But the next moment, Blue landed on Han Yoo-jin's shoulder and began to pet him. Han Yoo-jin was happy to see his pet, and said to him, Oh, you're here too, Blue? Holding out the basket with the comet to the griffin, Han Yoo-jin said to it, Say hello, this is your sister. After saying this, Han Yoo-jin immediately added, Try to get along, okay? But the situation there was a little different. Everything happened a little differently than it should have. Deciding to show who was the boss, Blue did to Comet exactly what Mir had done to him on his first day to show his dominance. Seeing that Blue had thrown the comet away, Seo-yeon exclaimed in fright, Comet, oh no, a comet. To which Yoo-jin then calmly replied, It's okay. It's kind of a tradition. No, Blue. At this point, Song Tae-won wanted to say something, but was interrupted by Song Hyun-jae. The wall that just collapsed was just a normal partition, because the whole area is enclosed by two, Yoo-jin exclaimed irritably. This is not the time to continue the tour, Chairman. Seeing that the two were fighting with each other, Han Yoo-jin shouted out to Park Aram and Seo-yeon in confusion. You two, could you try to grab them while I'm drawing attention? Hearing Han Yoo-jin make such a strange request, Seo-yeon replied in surprise, Be bringing attention, how? Hearing this, Han Yoo-jin took out a tambourine from his pocket and said, I always carry this with me for occasions like this. Picking up each musical instrument, Han Yoo-jin began to shake them to make noise and attract the monster's attention. Seeing that it worked, the girls exclaimed in amazement, He's a professional. When the monsters became distracted, the girls grabbed them to calm them down. Grabbing Blue, Park Aram exclaimed, Gotcha! After that, Seo-yeon also caught Comet. Seeing this, Yoo-jin called out to her, Throw her in this cage. After the girls caught the monsters, the D escaped from their hands again, and Seo-yeon said to Yoo-jin, Yoo-jin, can you do it again? After that, Aram also exclaimed, Blue, stop. Looking at this whole situation, Song Tae-won said to Yoo in irritation, clenching his fist tightly, There's definitely something wrong here. After spending a lot of time catching Blue and Comet again and distributing them to the masonry, a tired Seo Yoon said to Yu Jin, "Well, I hope you'll take good care of my comet." Grabbing Han Yu-jin's hands, Kang Seo-yeon said to him, "Let me know if you need anything. I'll come over any time if I'm not on a sweep." To which the guy happily replied, of course, don't worry." After hugging her monster who went back to sleep, Kang Seo-yeon said happily, "Eat well, grow bigger and stronger, baby. Mommy will be back soon." After saying goodbye to her comet, Kang Seo-yeon exclaimed happily as she left Han Yu-jin. "That's it then. I'm going to go buy some jewelry for the comet's nest." As Han Yu-jin waved goodbye, he thought happily, "The best daughter-in-law." Shedding a tear of joy at how good his daughter-in-law was, Han Yu-jin thought, if only Yu Hyun would follow Seo Yoon's example and treat Mir half as well. I wonder what they're doing in the dungeon right now. Standing in front of the cage where Comet was sleeping peacefully, Han Yu-jin suddenly thought of his brother. Oh, speaking of Yu Hyung. Looking back at Park Aram and Song Hyun-jae, Yu-jin said, Isn't it time for you two to leave? I'm sure you have more important things to do." He thought, "I need to throw away this useless company." Running over to Han Yu-jin, Park Aram said not happily, but confidently, pointing at Song Hyun, "Right, it's time for you two to go." Seeing what Aram had just done, Han Yu-jin spoke to her in displeasure. "This also applies to you. You need to go to class, Aram." Han Yu-jin looked at the head of the Jupiter Guild and spoke to him. "You're also a very busy person, Head Song. Chief Song will explain everything to me." Hearing Han Yu-jin say this, Song Hyun said to him happily, "But for me, there is nothing better than spending time with you, my dear friend." Then Park Aram also added, "For me too." Hearing Park Aram say that, Yu-jin thought, now they're reunited? After saying that, Park Aram pointed at Song Tae-won in irritation and said, "At least tell this guy, Chief Song, to go first. If he goes, I'll go." Grabbing hold of Han Yu-jin's hand and baring her teeth at Song Tae-won, Park Aram shouted out in anger, "It makes me very angry to look at you." To which Yu-jin said in embarrassment, "Oh, haha, really?" Pretending that he hadn't noticed anything until that moment, Han Yu-jin suddenly thought, "Of course, I'm not stupid enough to not notice it." Looking at the confused Song Tae-won who looked away, Yu-jin thought, "Perhaps he came to discuss something with me. The chief of the OUP is too important a person to come and give me a tour. As for the reason he wanted to see me," thinking about it, Yu-jin was already starting to wind himself up, hesitating. "It must be because of my brother. Why else would he come when he's not here? It's some kind of parent-teacher conference, I guess." Imagining how their conversation would begin with Song Tae-won's words, "We need to talk about Yu Hyun," and he exclaims in alarm, "Oh no, my brother." And then Yu-jin thinking, "I can't understand what Hyun-jae wants from me." As Han Yu-jin escorted the offended Park Aram out of the room, he said to her, "Aram, are you worried about me or something? Don't worry, Chief Song is a government employee. He's not going to kidnap me like those kidnappers, right, sir?" Hearing Han Yu-jin ask this question, Song Tae-won answered sharply, "That's right. I have no reason to arrest an innocent person." Hearing this, Han Yu-jin thought, "Well, I have committed murders, blackmailed, and used violence." Turning to the head of the Jupiter Guild, Han Yu-jin said happily, "You too, Guildmaster Song. Of course I love you, especially after how well you took care of me while I was unconscious." Looking at the disgruntled Song Hyun-jae, Han Yu-jin spoke to him, "But I would really appreciate it if you would leave quietly today. Please?" After saying this, Han Yu-jin realized that he could not throw anything away because he had his pet, and then Yu-jin thought, "So what are you doing now, huh? I'm raising your precious dragon cubs, suck it." Hearing Han Yu-jin's words, Sung Hyun, who was leaving Yu-jin with Aram, said in closing, "Oh, well, I guess I have to do as you said. I can only hope that our civil servant won't think he's the boss here." Also after that, as she left the room with Song Hyun, Aram added, "Let me know if anything goes wrong, okay? Promise." After seeing the two out, Yu-jin waved goodbye to them and thought, "Yes, now that we've gotten rid of these distractions." When he was left alone with Song Tae-won, Han Jin pointed to the kitchen and said, "Would you like a cup of coffee or perhaps tea?" Hearing this suggestion, Tae-won said happily, "Oh yes, please." Han Yu-jin opened the refrigerator in the kitchen to take out the ingredients for the tea and said in surprise, "I noticed that there is even a kitchenette in the restroom." After saying this, Han Yu-jin walked over to the coffee machine and happily said to Song Tae-won, "Have a seat and relax, I'll make it quickly." Tae-won happily replied, Thank you. You are very kind. After offering Song Tae-won a hot drink, Han Yu-jin thought, yes, good. Now it's time to find out what kind of trouble Yu-hyun is in. And he spoke to Song Tae-won. Bajae, you're really having a hard time with these S-classes, aren't you? Determined to find out why he had come to him, Yu-jin continued the conversation, especially in a position like this. Hearing this question, Dae-won replied, actually, it's not that bad. At least the number of dungeon breakouts has decreased recently. After saying this, Song Tae-won spoke to Han Yu-jin, recounting the moments when he had to calm the hunters down after the sweep. It was much harder in the beginning when it happened more often. Having said that, Sun Tae-won added, you see, high-end hunters can get very irritated during the clearing process. The situation becomes much more dangerous if 2 or more S-classes are in the same dungeon at the same time. After hearing this, Han Yu-jin took out some tea from the nightstand and said, I see, then about my brother, he thought, did he want to talk about what happened in the past? Hearing Han Yu-jin's question, Song Tae-won lowered his head and said sadly, well, I lost my arm because of your brother. Hearing this, Yu-jin barely stood up from surprise. When Song Tae-won saw Han Yu-jin fall to the ground, he said in surprise, are you okay? Do you need help? Yu-jin said, I'm sorry. Oh my, I'm so sorry. Hearing Han Yu-jin's apology, Song Tae-won spoke to him. Don't worry about it. The potion is great for this as long as the hand is available. At least your father found it himself. Hearing this from Song Tae-won, Han Yu-jin, feeling incredibly guilty, said sadly, he's worse than a monster, isn't he? Hearing this, Song Tae-won replied, I'm afraid so. And that's what's confusing me. Standing behind Han Yu-jin, who was pouring tea into a cup, Song Tae-won spoke to him. No one can handle these S-classes, whereas you, Mr. Han, are only an F-class, albeit with an unusual skill set. After saying this, Song Tae-won added, this means that you are dependent on the mercy of these S-classes. Hearing this, Han Yu-jin replied, well, it seems so. That's what Yu-hyun keeps telling me. After hearing Han Yu-jin say this, Song Tae-won stood in front of Han Yu-jin, who was nervously watching him, not knowing what was about to happen. Standing in front of Han Yu-jin, who was making coffee, Song Tae-won said to him in a confused voice, the reason I came here today. Looking at Han Yu-jin, who was tiny on his side, Song Tae-won spoke to him. It's because I wanted to take a look at your condition. Putting his hand on Han Yu-jin's shoulder, he said in surprise, excuse me? To which Song Tae-won replied, please give me an answer, but honestly. With that, Song Tae-won was finally able to ask the question he had been waiting for. Did any of the high-ranking hunters use force against you or influence you mentally? By asking Han Yu-jin this question, Song Tae-won also added to what he had said earlier. Did you really leave the dungeon without a scratch? Listening to Song Tae-won's alarmed words, Han Yu-jin, who was holding coffee in one hand and eating a waffle stick with the other, looked at him in surprise. Then, realizing what was required of him, Han Yu-jin smiled happily and said, wow, so I see that you are a noble paranoid. After saying this, Han Yu-jin added, I mean, I'm a little tired of trying to get them to stop fighting each other, but I wouldn't say that it hurt me in any way. Hearing Han Yu-jin say this, Song Tae-won pushed Han Yu-jin into the kitchen corner. Han Yu-jin dropped his coffee cup from his hand. The next moment, Song Tae-won grabbed Han Yu-jin with both hands around his neck and began to strangle him. Unable to understand what was happening, Han Yu-jin said out loud, choking, Chief Song? Holding Han Yu-jin in his arms, Song Tae-won spoke sternly to Han Yu-jin. I've been watching you ever since I met you at the hospital. Looking directly into the eyes of a confused Han Yu-jin, who did not understand what was happening or why, Song Tae-won continued, it's clear that you are the problem. Han Yu-jin looked at Song Tae-won, who had grabbed him by the throat, and thought in confusion, what the hell is he talking about? Isn't he here to talk about my brother? After that, Song Hae-won pushed Han Yu-jin against the nightstand to change the position of his hands. At that time, Yu-jin thought in confusion, what did I even do to him? The next moment, Song Tae-won lifted Han Yu-jin up with both hands on his throat to eye level, ignoring his struggles and looking directly into his eyes. Trying to somehow escape from this dangerous situation, Han Yu-jin, moving his hands heavily, trying to loosen his grip, thought, should I resist? Can I? Looking into Song Tae-won's eyes, full of emptiness and coldness, Yu-jin thought, why is he doing this? There's no reason for this. Looking at the resisting Yu-jin, Song Tae-won said, even now. Suddenly, the two heard a plastic bag of groceries fall to the ground not far from them. catching their attention. The next moment, they turned their heads in the direction of the noise and saw Kang Seo-yeon, who froze in place at the sight of the unexpected sight, dropping the bags of food. Seeing that someone had come to them, Song Tae-won spoke irritably to the girl who had prevented the yogi from finishing his work without any witnesses. Huntress Ka Seo-yoon. Immediately grabbing her sword and rushing to Han Yoo-jin's aid, Kang So-yeon shouted angrily at Chief Song Tae-won, "What are you doing?" Feeling that he had been let go because of the new threat, Han Yoo-jin clutched his throat and thought in confusion as he assessed his chances in the battle. No, she won't succeed. Noticing how the girl had mindlessly rushed into the battle, despite being an S-class warrior, Han Yoo-jin continued, "An A-class hunter against Song Tae-won." The next moment, there was a loud sound of a sword hitting its target. It was the girl who had hit Chief Song Tae-won's head. Or did it just seem that way? Because of the large amount of smoke, it was not clear. As soon as the smoke cleared, it became clear that the attack had not reached its target, and the girl's weapon had been caught just before it hit Song Tae-won's bare hand. The next moment after this development, Song Tae-won suddenly calmed down and bowed before Han Yoo-jin and Kang So-yeon, saying, "Forgive me." Seeing Tae-won's strange behavior, the girl froze in place in embarrassment. Then the boss handed Han Yoo-jin a bun of potion and said, "Han Yoo-jin, sir, this is..." After saying that, and handing him the medicine, he added, "Potion, please use this to remove the marks on your neck." Seeing this, Yoo-jin thoughtlessly extended his hand and said, "Ah, okay." Seeing what was happening, Kang Seo-yeon managed to get in between the two boys and threw the potion on the ground, exclaiming in frustration, "How dare you!" She pulled Yoo-jin back and covered him with her body, preparing to fight, and said, "You're strange. You just strangled him. Why are you giving him a potion right after?" After asking Song Tae-won this, she also spoke irritably to Yoo-jin, "You need to be more careful, Yoo-jin. Who knows what was in there?" Hearing this, Yoo-jin said in an embarrassed tone, "Yes." Hearing such fair accusations against him, Song Tae-won replied, "Huntress Kang Seo-yeon is right." Hearing this, and as she closed Jin's door, Seo-yeon said in surprise, "What?" To which Sung Tae-won added, "You should be more careful." After saying that, Sung Tae-won began his story again, recalling the past. "I've been watching you ever since you were in the hospital." Recalling the moment when he and the high-class hunters were catching monsters, Song Tae-won added, "You're hanging around high-ranking hunters and monsters like it's nothing." After saying this, Song Tae-won added, "I understand your relationship with the hunter Park Aram. I heard that you are very close to her, but high-class beasts and the head of the Jupiter Guild?" Surprised by this, Han Yoo-ji asked, "What's wrong with being on good terms with them?" To which Song Tae-won replied, "That's not the problem at all." Bowing his head to Han Yoo-jin, Tae-won said, "I have seen an infinite number of hunters, and among them, you are the only low-ranked one who is comfortable in the midst of superior-level beings." After saying this, Song Tae-won also added a few arguments to his words so that Han Yoo-jin would understand what he meant. Most people are afraid of even aggressive dogs. Imagining Han Yoo-jin being surrounded by a herd of raging dogs, Song Tae-won said, especially if they approach them without an eyelid. Imagining again how the criminal was caught by some giant monster who wanted to capture him, Song Tae-won said, "How should a person feel when confronted by a monster that is many times his strength?" After saying this and drawing associations, Sun Tae-won continued, "Didn't you feel all that strength of the Jupiter Guild head while you were in the dungeon? But you don't look scared at all." After saying that and remembering what happened a few minutes ago, Song Tae-won said, "Even when I was strangling you." Putting his hand to his throat, Yoo-jin thought, "It's because I have the skill of resisting fear." Rubbing his throat, Han Yoo-jin realized something that really confused him, and he suddenly thought, "Wait a minute." The next moment, Han Yoo-jin began to think back to the moment when he was being strangled and thought, "Did the notification window for the skill activation appear?" Thinking about this, Han Yoo-jin recalled the description of the fear-resistant skill. The fear-resistant skill is activated when you feel incredibly afraid. Thinking about the fact that the system alert did not appear, Han Yoo-jin suddenly thought, "It didn't go off, not when Song Tae-won threatened me." Thinking back to all the times Han Yoo-jin had faced dangerous opponents, he remembered the Demon King and thought, "Not when I faced an SS-class Demon King." Recalling all those incidents, Han Yoo-jin suddenly thought, "That's..." But his train of thought was interrupted by Song Tae-won, who said, "It's not just bravery." After saying this, Song Tae-won continued, "You have no sense of self-preservation. You don't feel the danger around you. Do you understand what I am saying? Noticing that the pipe was being pointed at him again, Song Tae-wan continued his speech, trying to understand Han Yu-jin. In that case, hearing this excuse from Song Tae-wan, the girl pointed her cold steel at him and said, "And that gives you the right to strangle him? Why don't you go back, Chief Song?" Hearing such words addressed to him, Song Tae-wan said guiltily, "Huntress Kang Seo-yoon," she replied, "we're going to file a formal complaint with the guild about this incident." Hearing this threat from the girl, Song Tae-wan spoke to her. "I'm trying to protect Han Yu-jin from this very guild." Han Yu-jin sighed heavily as he watched what had just happened in front of him and grabbed his cold steel and said, You two, your tension is about to cause the building to collapse." Looking at Song Tae-wan, Han Yu-jin said to him in a happy voice, "I agree with what you just said." Hearing Han Yu-jin say this, the girl was surprised to hear him say this. Yu-jin, in an effort to calm the two tense warriors, Han Yu-jin looked at Song Tae-wan and said happily, "I need to be more careful. Thank you for your advice." Hearing Yu-jin say this, the girl was surprised to hear him say, "Again." Kang Seo-yeon was surprised by Han Yu-jin's reaction, despite what he had done to her recently. "Why are you thanking him?" Hearing Han Yu-jin's words of gratitude and Kang Seo-yeon's surprise, whose reaction was quite normal and should have been Han Yu-jin's, given what he had done to him. After this incident, convinced that it was still worth doing, Song Tae-wan took out a notebook and wrote something down in it and said, "What a strange young man you are." When he finished writing something in his notebook and tore a leaf out of it, Tae-wan's son, placing it on the table, said, "Here, I'll leave you my business card." Turning his back on Han Yu-jin and Kang So-yeon, Song Tae-wan suddenly turned back before heading for the exit and said one last time, "Please call me if you need my help." As he slid his business card toward Han Yu-jin, Song Tae-wan added a final note. "But I really hope you don't find yourself in a situation where you need it." Sometime after the incident, Han Yu-jin, who was alone in the bathroom, stood in front of the mirror and examined his neck and said, "There are hardly any marks left." But he suddenly remembered the moment when Song Tae-wan was the only one who had left them, and Kang So-yeon had pounced on Jin saying, "We need a photo. We'll attach it to the complaint." To which he replied, "Kya Seo-yeon." Recalling this moment, Yu-jin thought, "I had to calm her down for a long time." Then he suddenly said in embarrassment, "What kind of civil servant would strangle an ordinary person? I'm sure he provoked Yu Heng to cut off his hand." Thinking about this, and what reasons he could have had for losing his arm, Han Yu-jin said in confusion, "Well, he's going to die soon anyway." Recalling what happened to him in the past future, Han Yu-jin said in an indifferent voice, "A few years from now, Chief Song Tae-won will die while clearing out the dungeon." And a short time after that incident, the Jupiter Guild suddenly left Korea without a word, and rumors will spread that Song Hyun-jae killed him. And after Song Hyun-jae and his guild leave Korea, things will go from bad to worse for the Abyss Guild, and people will begin to suspect Han Yu-hyun. Thinking about who it could be and why it happened, Han Yu-jin-yu, who thought his brother was an angel, thought, "Of course there is no way that my brother did this. And if he did, there must have been good reasons for it." Thinking back to the past from which he had been transported to this place, in which it had happened, Han Yu-jin said thoughtfully, "I don't know what could have really happened back then. But the fact that the death of Chief Song Tae-won had given rise to such rumors indicates how hostile the other guilds were to him. When speculating on what could have caused Song Tae-won's murder, many guesses pointed to Song Hyun-jae, who was already very interested in Han Yu-jin. It is most likely that it is because of the guild's hostility to Song Tae that she is forcing Song Hyun-jae to continue to get involved. Thinking about this development, Han Yu-jin had some other plans that could have changed the story dramatically. Picking up Song Tae-won's business card, Han Yu-jin said, "But," looking at the number written on the business card, Han Yu-jin thought, his behavior from earlier. Remembering what he had said before he left, "Please call me if you need my help." Han Yu-jin thought, "It sounds more like he's worried about me than a threat, although his methods are a bit cruel." Thinking that Song Tae-won really wanted to help him, even if it was through such methods, Yu-jin suddenly began to shake his head to the side and said, "No, he was strangling me. What am I even talking about? I think I've become too calm about this." As Yu-mung began to move around the new building, he moved all the boxes of Yu-jin's belongings and spoke to him. "Jin, are these all your things?" he replied, looking at the boxes. "Yep." After gathering all of Han Yu-jin's belongings together, Yu-meng tied him up with his magic rope and said, Here, a special rope. You can use it to safely transfer all your belongings to the new building. When Yujin saw this, he said in amazement, "Wow, you've created another incredible item." After looking around his empty room to make sure he hadn't forgotten anything, Han Yujin spoke to Yu Meng. "You've already finished moving to the penthouse, right?" He replied, "Yes, it's wonderful. There are so many people here that it's lonely." Hearing that Yu Meng was lonely in such a large building, Han Yujin handed him a map and said, "In that case, you can come to me. Here, the portal key." Seeing what Yujin was giving him, Yu Meng said happily, "What? Really?" Yujin happily replied, "Of course. If you have time, will you make me an item that enhances my intelligence?" Hearing Han Yujin's request, Yu Meng replied, "That's easy. Why, by the way?" Hearing this question from Yu Meng, Han Yujin suddenly thought, if we raise our intelligence, the side effects of fear resistance will decrease. Immersed in thought about why he needed an object with intelligence, Yujin continued to think, "I'll need this the next time I use the terrifying chicken commander skill." Not hearing an answer from Yujin, Yu Mei asked him, "You're not going to get into any more trouble, are you?" At that moment, the wall to the room collapsed, and Park Aram entered shouting, "A juicy!" As she walked toward Yujin, she spoke in an irritated tone. "I found out what happened here. That's why I should have stayed." Hearing this, Yu Meng said in surprise, "Aram, I knew something was wrong." Getting angry with Yu Meng and scolding him severely, Aram said, "What? Are you out of your mind? Why did you kick everyone out? So that you could strangle yourself?" Hearing this, Yujin said guiltily, "He was just worried about me." Before he could finish, Aram interrupted him, exclaiming, "Don't you often strangle people you care about yourself?" Hearing this, Yu Meng said to Han Yujin, "Please be careful, Yujin." After that, Park Aram added in frustration, "I feel terrible when something like this happens." Unable to contain her emotions, Aram began to cry and wiped away her tears. "I promised to protect you. Lei was unable to do anything when you were kidnapped, and today is no different." She grabbed Han Yujin's hands, and after she had calmed her tears, said firmly, "The boss is not here either. I will protect you no matter what happens. I really will." Hearing Park Yunrim say that, Han Yujin put his hand on Yunrim's head and gently stroked her head, saying, "Yes, thank you. I will be more careful." But despite the fact that everything seemed to be going well, there were still some incidents. And now, in the not-too-distant future, standing in the middle of the garden at the Jupiter Guild building, Han Yujin and Park Aram were attacked, and Aram was already unconscious. Holding the girl in his arms, Han Yujin shouted to her, "Aram, pull yourself together." As soon as Han Yujin decided to be more careful, this incident happened. Everything was beautiful. Beautiful weather, nature, mood, a wonderful day, and life was getting better little by little. But it didn't last long. It was until that very morning. In the garden of his building, where Han Yujin could let his pets out for a walk to get some exercise and to run around, everyone was happy, and they didn't even realize that something like this was happening. Park Aram, walking in the garden on the roof of Han Yujin's building and watching the pets, said happily, "Wow, everyone seems to like their new home. There's even a garden on the roof." As she said this, she saw Han Yujin, who looked very unwell, and said in confusion, "Everyone is so energetic with this wound. Ah, a juicy?" Seeing Han Yujin sitting on the garden bench, completely exhausted and without sleep, Park Aram spoke to him. "What's wrong? Did you stay up all night again?" When she asked Han Yujin this question, she received a response. "Yes, you can't rest with them, and it doesn't help that Tamed is at night." Hearing this explanation, Park Aram looked at the griffin that was frolicking again and said, "That sounds terrible, especially with Beale causing trouble as usual." Hearing the girl expressing such sympathy for the mischievous Blue, Han Yujin replied in a tired voice, "It's okay. Children need to play to grow up strong and big." Remembering Blue's constant mischief, Han Yujin spoke up in her defense. "At least Blue doesn't fly too far. She keeps her distance. Isn't she a smart girl?" Hearing Yule's words, Park Aram said to Han Yujin in surprise, "I don't know. I'd rather say she'll destroy the whole garden." At that moment, Squeaky was giving flowers to Han Yujin. Seeing this gift, Yujin accepted it and said happily, "Is this for me? Thank you very much." Seeing that Squeaky had given a small bouquet, Blue wanted to be praised as well, so she tore up the tree and went to Yujin. Noticing that Blue was carrying a whole tree behind her, Park Aram said, "I know you love these beasts, Juicy, but don't you think you're being a little too—" And then she smashed the tree that Blue was carrying with one blow. Grabbing Blue by the throat, Park Aram spoke to her irritably, When are you going to stop? Can't you see that Ajasi is tired? You're ruining the whole new garden. Seeing this, Yujin said in embarrassment, Hush, hush, Aram. Catching the branch from the tree that Blue was carrying, Han Yujin held out his hand for her to sit on and said, They are like that by nature. They should not be forced to follow human norms. After saying this, Han Yujin spoke happily to Yul. Oh, you wanted to give me flowers too? Good girl. Holding Blue in his arms, Han Yujin took her close and stroked Aram's head and said, Let's say thank you to Aram for taking care of me, good girl. Feeling so humiliated, Aram exclaimed in frustration, I'm not a child anymore. Although I must admit, they are very lucky to have you. Deciding to play with the children herself, Park Aram said to Han Yujin, Why don't you just rest? There are other people who can watch the children. To which Yujin replied, As much as I would like to, it's the first day of business today. After saying this, Han Yujin exclaimed happily in his thoughts as he looked at his building. It is. Now that I have my own building, I'll start swimming in money. Han Yujin also added to his fantasies. S-classes from all over the world will gather here to leave monsters to me to raise. If I take them under my care one by one, I will instantly fill all 50 windows in the album. Han Yujin spoke with interest as he sipped his nutritious drink and looked at his phone. Plus, my first client for today is none other than... Looking at his phone, Han Yujin spoke confidently in his head as he looked at the photo of the man. Undoubtedly, she's referring to Dio Valshadis' younger twin. Thinking back to Rieta, who had come to him to negotiate a deal, Yujin thought, Actually, I was the one who asked Rieta to introduce me to him in exchange for raising her monster. Recalling how it was, Han Yujin had this memory in his mind as he sat on the bed and asked Rieta, Is your brother also in S-class? To which she replied, Oh yes, he is. He's very handsome. Thinking back to the night he spent with Rieta, Yujin thought, Thanks to the Rauchita's predator, my code word will be twice as effective on the twins. 2 S-classes in the album without much effort, even if it's without a ritual. While thinking about this, Han Yujin suddenly heard Rieta say that she had raised him and diligently improved him in everything. Suddenly saddened and worried, Han Yujin thought, What if he turns out to be as dangerous as his sister? I hope I'm wrong. Looking away from himself, Yujin thought reassuringly, Everything will be fine, right? At least I have an S-class bodyguard with me. Then he heard a message from Aram. He's already here. I heard him enter. As Han Yujin said this, he imagined Park Aram protecting him with her body and saying, Stay close to me. I won't let you see anyone alone again. Feeling that his Rachitasa predator skill had been activated, Han Yujin confidently said in his head, I'll be fine no matter how brutal he is. The next second, Han Yujin received the following notification, which read, Doubling effects when fighting Dio Valshidis. This meant that the guest was almost here. As soon as the skills were activated, a charming young man appeared in front of them and spoke in a well-mannered manner. It is an honor to meet you, Hunter Han Yujin. I am Noah Luir, Rieta's younger brother. Hearing that the guest had already arrived, Han Yujin, imagining that he was hidden behind a wall, noticed that his wall was crumbling from the dazzling beauty and elegance of this young man. Looking at him, Han Yujin thought in astonishment, He is an angel? The next moment, the three of them sat down at the table and Noah Lear spoke, Thank you for your invitation. After saying this, he continued, First, let me apologize for my sister's rude behavior. Rieta did not share the details, but there is no doubt that she did not behave appropriately. Looking at Rieta's brother, Han Yujin thought, The complete opposite of his sister? Then Han Yujin suddenly heard Luir say, You must be confused as to why we are so different. My appearance has changed because of my rank, as you can see. Hearing this, Han Yujin replied happily, Ha ha ha, not at all. But later he thought, not only does he look different, but he is such a nice person. He even came all the way from France. Surprised by this visit, Park Aram asked Yujin, Ajusi, how did you even know about him? He replied, I'm friends with his sister on social media. Hearing this, the girl said with a warning, Social media? Don't meet strangers on the internet, Ajusi. Han Yujin said in embarrassment. And a teenager is lecturing me on this topic. Hearing this conversation, Noah Luir said, Oh, I am not some random stranger. I even run my own guild in France. Hearing this, girl said in surprise, You are the head of a guild, but you look so young. Hearing this surprise, Noah Luir said, I am 19 years old this year. Hearing this, Ariam said in astonishment, Wow, although our leader is also only 20 years old, Yu Jin then thought, a guild leader at such a young age? Just like Yu Heng. Hearing this, Yu Jin said happily, you can definitely be friends with my brother. To which Ariam said, I don't know if that's going to work out. Noah replied, I'm afraid my guild is too small compared to the Abyss. After saying this, Noah said, it's a small group of hunters that specializes in support the Ark. Until I got my rank, we only had healing and augmentation skills. We couldn't develop much because we didn't have any attacking skills. Hearing this, Yujin said in surprise, you don't run a guild with your sister? To which he replied, no, it's just me. My sister is too free-spirited. She's a loner, and she only contacts me when she needs something. Sometimes she drags me to the dungeon despite my schedule. Hearing this, Yujin thought in surprise, realizing what kind of relationship he and his sister had. Oh, I get it. Imagining a cruel sister and a gentle brother, Yujin thought, this must be the type of relationship, a healing brother at the mercy of his cruel sister. Looking at Noah Luir, Yujin thought, a polite, kind S-class who specializes in support. Looking at Yujin, Noah said, overall, since I was full of flaws, my sister helped me in many ways. Imagining his brother becoming friends with Noah, Yujin thought, he's such a good guy. As soon as I take him under my care, he will do everything I tell him to do, because he sees me as his sister, right? And Yu Heng will have a close friend. Thinking about this, Han Yu Heng was already making a plan of action to befriend his brother and Noya, and he thought, perhaps I should also go out for a rehearsal. After thinking about it, Yujin decided, this should definitely work. And then he spoke happily to Noah. It sounds tough. You must have traveled all the way from France through Rieta as well. At the very least, we can offer you a place to stay for the night. Hearing this offer, Noah Luer said politely, that's okay. Anyway, I'm staying in Korea for other business. Hearing this, the girl said in surprise, really? For how long? Do you have any suggestions on where to eat nearby? Hearing this, Yujin added, of course, let us know if you need anything. With that, Noah replied, thank you for your hospitality. Hearing this, Yujin thought, okay, you now, just naturally. And he said, you are welcome. After saying this, Han Yujin spoke to the boy before he was about to leave. I love you as my customer, so it is my pleasure to serve you. After saying this, Yujin saw 2 system notifications. Rakshatashi Predator activated. Skill improvement doubled. Noah has responded to the code word and has become your pet. Looking at his pet album, Han Yujin happily said in his head, great, I did it on the first day of work. Seeing this, Yujin also thought, what a good start. May every day be like this. Hearing Yujin's words, Park Aram said in displeasure, a juicy, don't you think you're throwing around confessions too easily? After making such claims against Han Yujin, Park Aram also added indignantly, you even told Haya Anna and the chairman of Jupiter that you love them. Hearing this, Yujin said soothingly, it's just business, okay? Trying to calm Aram down by explaining to her why he was doing this, Han Yujin turned his attention to Noah and said happily, I heard that in Europe they say this as a greeting all the time. After saying this, and turning his attention to his new friend, Yujin noticed that he suddenly froze in place and did not make any sound at all. Then Yujin said, isn't that right, Noah? When he did not hear a response from Noah Luir, Han Yujin suddenly began to worry that something might have happened to his guest, and he spoke in a confused tone. Noah. Hearing Jin's words, Noah muttered something under his breath. Unable to understand what he said, Yujin asked him again, excuse me, I almost didn't hear you. Do you need something? Thinking that he had offended him in some way, Yujin said, guiltily anxious, oh, if it's because of what I said, I didn't mean to offend you. Before he could say anything else, he felt Ariam grab him and throw him away from Noah. Unable to understand what had just happened or why Ariam had grabbed him and thrown him away from the table, Yujin opened his eyes and said in surprise, what was that? Looking at Noah Luir, who had just instantly destroyed the tea table where they were having a nice conversation, Han Yujin said in astonishment, why did he suddenly? After that, realizing that Aram was not with him, Yujin quickly searched for her with his eyes. And when he saw her standing next to him, he exclaimed in confusion, Aram, are you okay? Later, when he saw Noah the Luir transforming his hands into clawed paws, Yujin exclaimed in confusion, Nanoi? What's going on? Looking at Noah slowly moving away from him and transforming his limbs into dragon paws, Han Yujin said in confusion, Noah. The next moment, as soon as the guest heard Han Yujin's screams, He turned his attention to him, glancing over his shoulder with an ominous look, and heard, "Why are you?" As Han Yu-jin got up from the ground, he wondered how this could have happened and why, and thought in confusion, huh? But the code word just worked. When Noah turned his attention to Han Yu-jin, all his curiosity was now focused on him. Then Yu-jin thought, why are all my guests suddenly becoming so aggressive? As soon as he thought this, he saw that Noah Luir began to approach him quickly. At that moment, Yu-jin wondered, why is he attacking me? Noah Luir had just covered half the distance when he felt that something was holding the yogi and preventing him from moving forward. Looking at his foot, he saw that one of them was trapped in a block of ice. Seeing that Noah was hostile to Han Yu-jin, Ariam, who had frozen Luir's leg so that he could not reach her Juicy, sharply exclaimed, "You damned fool!" And the next moment, she was in front of Han Yu-jin, blocking him with her body so that Noah would not harm him. The next moment, taking out her weapon from her inventory, she tried to strike her opponent by lunging, but her attempt was not successful. Han Yu-jin got to his feet and leaned on a flower bed nearby and spoke heavily. "Aram!" the dog called out to her master. "Don't come any closer, Juicy." Watching Park Aram fight against Noah Luir, Han Yu-jin realized that the girl didn't stand much of a chance and thought, she's not as experienced as Noah. Realizing that he had nothing to do on the battlefield, Han Yu-jin spoke in his head as he retreated to safety. "Her ice skills won't be properly revealed as long as I'm around." Just as he began to retreat, he heard something suddenly happen on the battlefield, and Ariam exclaimed in confusion, "Are you okay?" The next moment, the girl collapsed to the ground from the damage sustained after the enemy's attack. He, in turn, broke the distance and just watched what would happen next. When Han Yu-jin heard that his student was not doing well, he looked at the girl and saw her wounded arm and thought in confusion, there is a deadly poison in her wound. Watching the girl, Noah Luir noticed that he was no longer able to fight and decided to finish her off now while he had the chance. Seeing the enemy rushing toward the girl, Yu-jin thought, Emil is in danger. Trying to do something in such a desperate situation, Han Yu-jin thought of nothing better than to attract attention by making a noise and shouted to Noah Luir, "No, Noah!" After Han Yu-jin shouted this, he also added, "Stop!" Strangely enough, the opponent suddenly froze in place after hearing the words spoken by Yu-jin. After that, the guy suddenly jumped back to the position he was originally in. Seeing this action, the girl was only surprised. Seeing that his words were able to somehow affect the boy and even drive him away from Aram, Yu-jin thought, huh? Did the code word really work? As he wondered if his words had actually worked, Yu-jin saw Noah struggling with himself and said in surprise, "But why is he shaking like that?" As Han Yu-jin thought about Noah's condition, he realized that this was not the time to think about it, so he thought about something else. Yeah, wait, let's use this chance to... Deciding to use his terrifying chicken commander's skill to help out in some way, Yu-jin thought, I need to hold out until help arrives. After using his skill on Noah Lewis, Yu-jin spoke confidently, if I synchronize our senses, I should be able to anticipate his attacks and dodge them. The next moment after he combined his senses with the enemies, Yu-jin was somehow able to dodge Noah's attack by sensing, to the left! After the first attack, crouching down from his wound, even though he was able to dodge it, Yu-jin spoke heavily, dodge them. But what about pressing his hand to the wound on his chest to stop the bleeding? Han Yu-jin said in embarrassment, I would have been killed long ago if he had fought me at his full strength. As he said this, Han Yu-jin suddenly closed his eyes to better concentrate on his senses and anticipate the attacks. And then he thought, concentrate, if you want to survive. Concentrating his attention on Noah's inner feelings, with which he was synchronized, Han Yu-jin seemed to get inside the boy's head and thought, concentrating on everything Noah feels. After concentrating so well, when Han Yu-jin actually felt Noah Lear's thoughts, he heard something terrifying echoing in his head. Kill her. As he looked at Han Yu-jin, who he recognized as his sister because of his skill, with a worried look, Noah thought, I must kill her. She is now weaker than me. As he broke out in a cold sweat and struggled with his convictions, Noah Luir kept thinking the same thing. This is my chance to finish her off. After getting out of Noah's head, Han Yu-jin said in confusion in his head, what the hell was that? Meanwhile, Noah, kneeling down, continued to speak, clutching his face. Kill. I must kill. Sitting in front of Noah, his hand covering the wound he had received from his guest, Yu-jin thought in confusion, this is what he sees now. Did he confuse me with someone else? After saying this, Han Yu-jin also spoke in a confused voice in his head, and then realized what had happened. With the one who raised him, Rieta? Realizing who Noah Luir could be talking about, Han Yu-jin, seeing him rush out again, thought, "Killer, is that what he meant?" As soon as he thought this, he saw the enemy almost approaching him, saw a protective barrier in front of him, and heard a voice behind him. "Get behind me!" When Yujin looked back to see who had spoken to him, he saw Sunghan standing next to him, exclaiming, "Are you okay?" To which he joyfully exclaimed, "Sunghan." Hearing his master's cheerful voice, Kim Seong-han told him, "The hunters from the association will arrive soon." But they were caught in a poisonous cloud and stayed there. Looking at the enemy that threatened Han Yu-jin, Kim Seong-han also gave him some not-so-good news. It just so happens that the head of the Jupiter Guild, no sooner had he said this than Song Hun-jae arrived at the battlefield, landing right on Noah Luir and kicking him into the ground. The next moment, Luir, who had already been knocked to the ground and immobilized, could only stare at his opponent in anger. Then Kim Sung added, "It's a pity that young master is not here." Standing on Noah Luir's face, Song Hyun-jae looked down at him with a look of superiority because of his helplessness in this situation and said, "That would be quite a spectacular show." The next moment, as soon as the enemy was defeated by the hunters from Korea, Han Yu-jin rushed to his wounded Park Aram, who was also poisoned. As soon as he got close to the girl, she looked at him and said heavily, "Step aside, a juicy. The antidote potion will not work." He replied, "It's okay. I have resistance to poisons." After saying this, Han Yu-jin began to remove the poison from Park Aram's wound to save her from death. Then, upon hearing this, Song Hyun-jae said thoughtfully, Poison resistance is at least S-class." Looking at Han Yu-jin, about whom he had learned something new again, Song Hyun-jae smiled ominously and said, "He definitely has many more surprises." But in any case, turning his attention back to the criminal who had dared to attack Han Yu-jin, Song Hyun-jae, after piercing his limbs with his chains to secure Noah to the ground, said, "It seems you're in trouble, young man." After tying his guest, who had decided to walk around a bit with his chains, to the ground, Song Hyun-jae leaned over and said in frustration, "You caused trouble as soon as you came to the country." After binding the boy's entire body with his chains so that he could not escape, Song Hyun-jae stepped on his head again to demonstrate his dominance. Continuing to humiliate the enemy in this way, Song Hyun-jae looked at him with a haughty look and said in a haughty voice, "Perhaps it's best to deal with you right now." No sooner had guild leader Jupiter said this than he heard Han Yu-jin's voice from nearby calling out, "Song Hyun-jae, please wait a bit." After shouting at Song Hyun-jae to stop, Han Yu-jin walked over to him and said, "I appreciate your help, but I still cannot allow you to hurt my guest." Hearing this, Kim Sung was frightened. "That's too dangerous, Yu-jin." Looking at Han Yu-jin, Song Hyun-jae answered him happily while standing on Luir, "You're not in the best condition anyway, Yu-jin." To which he replied awkwardly, "Oh, well, I've been healing up a bit with some potions." When Song Hyun-jae heard this excuse, he said to him, "Are you really protecting your guest when he ruined a brand new roof like that? It was the same yesterday. You are too careless. You're too careless about your own safety." Han Yu-jin replied to Song Hyun's words, Yes, I am, but..." Hearing this answer, Song Hyun, having released Luir from his chains, said with interest, "I want to hear what happened here first." After dialing Rieta's number on his phone and showing it to the leader of the Jupiter Guild, Han Yu-jin spoke confidently, "That's exactly what I need to find out." As soon as Rieta picked up the phone, a girl's voice immediately came out of the phone and said, "Hello, dear." Hearing this voice, Luir suddenly became depressed. After that, the phone rang. "To what do I owe the pleasure? Did you meet my brother? Isn't he cute?" Hearing these words from Rieta, Han Yu-jin spoke to her. "Yes, Noah is already here, but there is a little problem." After telling Rieta about the small problem, Han Yu-jin spoke into the phone. "He attacked me." Rieta was surprised to hear this news. "Huh? But he would never do such a thing." Thinking that he could not have done that, Rieta spoke into the phone. "Can you hear me, little brother? Is it true?" He answered in a frightened voice, "Yes, Nunim." Hearing this answer from her younger brother, the girl spoke to him in a threatening tone. "Didn't I tell you to be polite to Yu-jin?" To which he replied in fright, "Sorry." Using his promising sprout skill, Han Yu-jin said in surprise in his head, "So this is what it is. With my skill, I can sense Noah's genuine terror. Looking at the frightened boy who had curled up into a ball after hearing his older sister's voice, Yu Jin thought, Noah isn't as soft as Rieta claimed. He was just obeying her out of fear. Looking at the frightened boy, Han Yu-jin was suddenly stunned by what he saw in front of him. His characteristic card read, Awakened Noah Luir Class S. Looking at his potential grade, which only showed an A, Han Yu-jin said in his head in surprise. He should have been an A class at most, but for some reason he became an S class. Seeing such an amazing case that could not be explained, Han Yu-jin thought, this cannot be achieved by any ordinary means. Looking at Kim Seung-han, Yu-jin thought, Kim Seung-han also rose from A to S class, but only because his potential class was AS. Looking at the embarrassed and defeated Noah Luir, Han Yu-jin thought in surprise, but this guy is completely different. As he began to compare the boy to something to justify his explanation, Yu-jin said in his head, he was forced to become stronger than he could, just like an overflowing vessel. After thinking about it, Han Yu-jin thought, after breaking through the dungeon, Noah's growth has already far exceeded the system's norms in just 3 years. Then he remembered what Noah had told him at the table. Since I was full of shortcomings, my sister helped me in many ways. Recalling the boy's words, Han Yu-jin also thought, and what Rieta said back then? And she diligently improved him in everything. Recalling all of these moments and the incidents that had happened to him in a relatively short period of time, Yu-jin looked at the frightened boy and thought, and Noah's reaction. Holding his phone in his hands and wondering what exactly happened to this guy, Han Yu-jin thought, attacking a person in whom he saw his sister, as soon as he thought that he was weaker than him. Imagining how much this poor boy could have gone through while being raised by his older sister, Han Yu-jin said in his head in confusion, Rieta, reflecting on how difficult his journey to becoming an S-class had been, and what he had gone through to obey his sister so dutifully, Yu-jin thought, what have you done? Going back a few years to look at Noah Luir's story, the following phrase came to mind. Not all educators are people of goodwill. Why? Because not everyone has the potential. Everyone wants the best results from their student. This is exactly what happened to Luir. During the breakthrough of the dungeon in the first months after the gate appeared, a huntress stood in the middle of the city with the head of a defeated monster. Laughing ominously and enjoying her triumph and victory over the horde of monsters, this huntress said loudly, ha ha ha, you mean I can continue to fight monsters like this? Looking up at the sky with her face bloody, with the blood of her enemies, and smiling ominously, the powerful huntress said loudly, yes, I knew that such a world would come to us someday. Rejoicing in her victory, the girl suddenly turned her attention to her younger brother, who was in the middle of a crowd of wounded people and was treating them. Then she asked him, what are you doing, brother? Throwing the monster's head out of her hands, the girl began to quickly approach her younger brother, and a few meters away from him, she said in surprise, are you hurt? You've awakened too, haven't you? Hearing this question from his older sister, Luir answered her in confusion. Yes. Hearing this news, Rieta asked him, S-class, right? Hearing this question, Luir looked away from her. After looking away, he said nervously, no, I'm an A-class. Hearing this news, the girl took him by the face and turned him toward her. Afterward, Luir added, I have no fighting skills, but I have healing skills. Before he could finish, the older sister slapped him in the face with all her might and exclaimed in frustration, with a hint of indignation, why do you always disappoint me? Seeing the girl mercilessly beating her younger brother, ordinary passers-by screamed in horror and began to run away. And during this process, Rieta spoke to him irritably, how are you going to survive in this world with only an A-class? Lifting her brother by the collar so that he could see the fleeing crowd of frightened people, she said, look around. They are all running away even though I helped them. People need to know how to protect themselves. Grabbing Noah Luir's face, she leaned down to kiss him and said gently, it's okay, everything is fine. Why are you suddenly crying, my beloved brother? Hearing this, Luir was frightened. Huh? With a nervous smile, Luir then heard from his cruel sister, my weak, fragile little drooler, don't worry. Looking at her brother with a sinister look and holding out her long, bloody arms, the girl said to him in a threatening voice, I will make you useful. Sitting on the ground, curled up in a ball, Luir rolled on the floor in fright, and then the phone rang again. Are you listening, you slobbering punk? Why can't you do anything right? Hearing his sister's voice again, Noah Luir said in fright, sorry. After saying that, Song Hyun-jae suddenly spoke up and said, I understand that you met Han Yu-jin when you were in Korea, Rieta. Hearing this voice, the girl said in displeasure, My God, who is this? A dear, dangerous man is keeping you company. This man is very treacherous. Hearing the girl say this, Yu-jin spoke to her. More importantly, Rieta, seeing the state of her brother after hearing her voice, Han Yu-jin told her in alarm, It seems that your brother has a negative attitude towards you. After saying this, Han Yu-jin suddenly thought, This is my mistake. It goes without saying that not all teachers are good people. And then a surprised voice came from the phone. This is not possible. I raised him to be so strong. Hearing this, Han Yu-jin asked in surprise, Raised him? To which she replied confidently, Yes, I did, instead of getting rid of him when he was a little brat. Hearing these words, Yu-jin said in surprise, But he should have gotten an A grade when he woke up. To which the girl answered him menacingly, That's not good enough. He is my brother. Hearing these words, Han Yu-jin looked at Noah Luir and said in his head, I understand, even without sharing the feeling. No sooner had he said this than Rieta became active again. She then said, I worked hard to make him an S-class. He is so weak that he almost died if I did anything to him. Hearing this, Han Yu-jin noticed what Luiri was thinking. Anxiety and fear. Traces of violence that cannot be hidden. Then Rieta said, Even today. He made a mistake even with you? Luir, feeling himself being wrapped more and more in the arms of his sister who was speaking, said, That little brat, that independence, his own guild. Yeah, right. When are you going to be useful, my little slobbering pup? Covering himself further with his arms and covering his ears to avoid hearing his older sister, Luir absorbed more of the horrors that had befallen him after being raised by his sister. And then he heard again, If it weren't for me, you'd be crawling in the streets for sure. After that, as her younger brother became increasingly enveloped in his sister's horrific aura, Noah Luir heard the following words from his sister on the phone. Anyone else would have gotten rid of you a long time ago. As she said this, she tried to justify her behavior and terrible parenting methods in one phrase, saying, It's because I love you so much. Hearing Rieta's words, Han Yu-jin smiled slyly and thought, Calm down. I can take advantage of this situation. Then he said to Rieta, Huntress Rieta, I have something to say to you about this. Hearing Han Yu-jin say these words in such a rude tone, the girl playfully spoke to him. Oh, why are you so angry? Deciding to put his plan into action, Han Yu-jin told Rieta, Your brother has injured the Korean Awakened, so I will ask the association to keep him here for a while. Hearing Han Yu-jin say this, Rieta was confused and said, No, could you close your eyes this time? Hearing this, Yu-jin thought, I can use this as an excuse to get something, not only from Noah, but also from Rieta. Thinking that he could benefit himself, Han Yu-jin spoke to the girl on the phone. Also, Rieta, I could block you from entering the country by reporting your illegal contract. Hearing this threat from Han Yu-jin, the girl was surprised. What, you want to report me? Are you serious? Hearing this, Han Yu-jin calculated his next moves, thinking, So I have to be careful about the cards I play. After thinking about this, Yu-jin said to Rieta, We can talk about monsters later. Hearing Yu-jin say that, the girl was confused. Wait, I introduced you to my brother like you asked. Hearing this, Yu-jin thought about it before replying. And don't forget that she almost killed me. Then Rieta added, What's wrong, dear? Are you angry because of my brother's mistake? As she said this, she tried to keep Yu-jin from going back on his promise and added, He can never do anything right. Wait, Then Yu-jin thought, Wait. Picking up the moment, Han Yu-jin suddenly started shouting angrily into the phone. What do you mean? What's wrong? You're a lowlife, messing with your own brother. When Yu heard this, she said in surprise, Huh? Why are you yelling, dear? Hearing this, Yu-jin continued, Are you sick? How can you say such things under the guise of love? Can't you see that he is dying of fear? Hearing this, Song Hyun and Kim Sung looked at Yu-jin in fright, and then the phone rang. I can't see from here. After saying this, the girl added in a confused tone, You know how it is. Children sometimes need to be scolded when they... Before she could finish, Han Yu-jin exclaimed, You call that scolding? Bullying a perfectly normal child. After scolding Rieta for her parenting behavior, Yu-jin continued, How many times did you have to scold him to bring him to this point? If he's 19, he's awakened at... Are you really crazy? Looking at Han Yu-jin, Luir saw him protecting him with his body against the dictatorship of his terrible older sister, saying, If your brother is weak, then you must protect him. After saying this, Han Yu-jin also added a defense of Noah Luir. How can you do this to him just because you think he's not good enough? How can you even call yourself a sister after that? After saying this, Han Yu-jin gave her a final threatening voice. Don't even think about coming to Korea until you get better. Don't even think about showing up here unless you're going to fall at your brother's feet and apologize. After finishing his irritated lecture on proper behavior, Han Yu-jin heard before he pressed the end call button. Wait. After turning off the call, everyone heard ringing tones. After Han Yu-jin finished this exemplary lecture on proper behavior, he said in a low voice, I'm finished. And while he was thinking that, his phone was piling up missed calls from Rieta. After saying so many things to Rieta, Han Yu-jin wiped the sweat from his forehead and thought in confusion, to hell with it. It's not my fault that I can't feel the danger anymore. She won't kill me because I still have to raise her monster. Hearing what Han Yu-jin had just said to his sister to protect him, Noah Luir said in surprise, not understanding why the boy would risk himself like that. Sister. Looking at Han Yu-jin, who was standing proudly in front of him, frowning and looking at his phone, Luir said in shock, my sister couldn't even answer him. Standing next to Han Yu-jin, Kim Sung-han said in disappointment after listening to what he had said to Rieta, a person cannot change so quickly, but you are still so helpless. Picking up Luir from the ground, Kim Sung-han said to Han Yu-jin, I will take Noah to the hunter's cell. No civilians were hurt, so after you are incarcerated, you will receive a settlement request. Having said that, Kim Sung-han added, if you want, you can ask to deport him right now. Hearing this, Han Yu-jin said confidently, please don't send him out of the country until we have finalized the settlement. After saying this, Han Yu-jin whispered to Kim Sung-han in a concerned voice, can you deny Rieta entry instead, to separate the two of them, and for my safety? Hearing this, Kim Sung said affirmatively, yes, that would be best. After finishing his dialogue with Kim Seong-han, Han Yu-jin looked at Luir and said happily, it's all right now, Noah. Your sister will not be able to come to you. With that, Han Yu-jin said one last thing before he was led away to the detention cell. We will talk to you after everything has settled down. Hearing this, Luir said in shock. Standing there, Han Yu-jin was deep in thought. I've bought time, so now I'll try to solve everything with words. Now I have to worry about myself. Meanwhile, all the way to the cell, Luir was looking at Yu-jin with a happy look. After all this, when everything had calmed down and all the consequences began to heal, the Jupiter Hillier treated all of Yu-jin's wounds from the battle. Afterward, the medic approached Park Aram and said politely, this way, please. Watching him treat Aram, Yu-jin thought, I envy him, Hiller. If everything goes well, I'll be running to get Noah as a healer. After the healer healed Park Aram, she felt like a completely different person and began to run around the garden happily. And then the man approached Yu-jin and stretched out his hand and said, let me see your wounds. Hearing these words from the healer, Han Yu-jin sighed heavily and said to him, I used the potion beforehand. But immediately afterward, Aram ran up to Yu-jin and tore his shirt open and said in confusion, you must heal all of them, even the minor injuries. Here, after tearing Han Yu-jin's clothes so that the doctor could examine him, the girl called out to him in irritation, seriously, be more careful, Ajosi. You should take good care of your body and your health. Hearing this, Yu-jin replied awkwardly, yes, thank you. After all that, while the doctor was examining and counting all of Han Yu-jin's wounds, the girl emphasized to him, and don't go around saying, I love you to everyone. You saw how mad that guy was afterwards. Hearing such emphasis on correcting his behavior, Han Yu-jin hesitantly spoke to Park Aram. Yes, I'll think about my behavior. And then he thought, now is definitely not the time to try to get a Hitler. As he continued to think, Yu-jin spoke in his head, I have been saying the code word left and right without any fear. Is it because I have a resistance to fear? Thinking about what he had done in the last time, Han Yu-jin thought, I've told Song Hyun-jae as well, how am I going to deal with the consequences? Have I lost my mind? Remembering this, he imagined Song Hyun dressed as a baby and saying to him, be my mommy. After that, Yu-jin exclaimed in fright, psychological trauma. After completing the examination and treatment of Han Yu-jin, Hiller headed back, and Yu-jin thought, no more S classes. And then, when he saw an Aram with a change of clothes next to him, he spoke to her. By the way, thank you, Aram. After saying this to the girl, Han Yu-jin also added in a joyful voice full of gratitude, If it weren't for you, it's hard to imagine how badly things would have turned out. Hearing Han Yujin's words, Park Aram sat down next to him and said with relief, I still have a long way to go. I couldn't even protect you to the very end. After saying this, she also said in disappointment, the antidote was supposed to work up to and including the A class. Was it defective? Hearing these words from Ava Aram, Han Yujin spoke to her. I think it's like Noah's, about S class. After saying this, Han Yujin also added, explaining how antidotes work. That's why the A-grade antidote wasn't enough to neutralize it. Hearing this, Park Aram said thoughtfully, then what grade is your poison resistance? After saying that, she added to her question with confidence, I already know that you have it. Hearing this question, Han Yujin said in embarrassment, so this is what it's all about. Realizing that there was no point in hiding his level of poison resistance from the girl, Han Yujin whispered to her, L class. Just don't tell anyone about it. Hearing this answer, Park Aram began to count the classes on her fingers in confusion, saying in embarrassment, I didn't even know there was such a class. After saying this, Han Yujin thought, now that I think about it, thinking about poisons and resistance classes, Yujin thought, how did the head of Jupiter guess my resistance class? Was he able to determine Noah's poison class as well? Thinking about it, he remembered what Sung-hee had said back then. Resistance to poisons is at least S-grade. Looking up at the sky, Han Yujin thought, he seems to know Rieta. Did he also know her brother? Meanwhile, somewhere in the imprisoned hunter's cell, that same evening when everything was over, Luir was brought to the prisoner's cell to stay with the guests. After a while, the door opened and a voice came through. It hasn't been long since we made you useful. Entering the visitor's cell, Song Hyun-jae saw Noah Luir and said to him in a disappointed voice, how did you manage to screw things up so quickly? Burying the door behind him so that no one would overhear their conversation, Song Hyun-jae added, leaving a small crack from which sunlight shone into the cell on the prisoner. You should have kept your promise. Hearing a rather familiar voice lecturing him on proper behavior, Noah Luir said in frustration, you're here, mister. Standing in front of the prisoner who had been entrusted with an important mission, the leader of the Jupiter Guild spoke to him menacingly, trying to find out why. Why did you do this? Looking at the prisoner sitting in handcuffs behind the table, Song Hyun-jae said with a disdainful look at him, you provoked the conflict almost immediately after you arrived. Glancing at Noah Luir with an irritated look, the leader of the Jupiter Guild spoke to the culprit in a menacing voice. You made it difficult for yourself in Korea. Looking at the battered and saddened prisoner, who realized his guilt, Song Hyun-jae said to him, you must keep your promise to retaliate. Hearing such a stinging accusation, Luir did not hold back and slammed his shackles on the table and responded angrily, payback? Leaving a dent in the iron table after hitting it with his shackles and immediately getting up from his chair, Noah Luir continued, payback for telling me how to become stronger. Continuing to express his dissatisfaction with the fact that he was obliged to keep his promise, Luir added irritably, after making my sister do the same. After saying this, the prisoner continued to express his dissatisfaction by saying, out of all the dungeons in existence, you just had to show her the one where the brother and sister had to work together, didn't you? Hearing this kind of dissatisfaction in Noah Luir's words, Song Hyun-jae sighed and said, I said I would make you stronger, not that you will become stronger than Rieta. Hearing these words from the leader of the Jupiter Guild, the prisoner shouted out to him in anger to express his dissatisfaction again. While both sides of the agreement were being respected. You, why? No sooner had he said this than Song Hyun-jae punched him, leaving a dent in the wall, and he groaned in pain. Then Song Hyun-jae said, it doesn't matter. Walking over to Noah Luir, the leader of the Jupiter Guild leaned over and spoke again in a menacing voice. I have asked you twice already. Why did you attack Han Yujin? Hearing this question again, the prisoner looked at Song Hyun-jae and said, from the moment I looked at him, I immediately had a strange feeling. Recalling everything he felt at the time, the prisoner spoke to Song Hyun-jae, continuing to tell him everything he knew. A dragon of poisons and curses like me and my sister. No, it's a higher class. Having reported this information to the head of the Jupiter Guild, prisoner Noah Luir added in conclusion, that's why I felt like he was Rieta, despite his weakness. Hearing this story from Noah Luir, Song Hyun-jae suddenly stood still, deep in thought, and after a moment said thoughtfully, a dragon of poisons and curses. Thinking about this scenario, Song Hyun-jae suddenly spoke thoughtfully. Does he have a related rank? I was wondering how he got his high-level poison resistance. Thinking about the associated ranks, there was one point that couldn't seem to match up with reality at all, namely that Han Yu-jin was F-class. Then Song Hyun-jae thought, but as someone with F-class characteristics, thinking about this inconsistency about rank and defeating a dragon above SSS class, Song Hyun-jae continued his reflection. You were able to obtain a rank higher than the SSS class Dio Valchetis. Confused about such incredible skills and the strangeness of how it could have happened, Guild Leader Jupiter said thoughtfully, however, it doesn't seem like he has any attacking abilities. After pondering this question, Song Hyun-jae left the cell with the prisoner and headed for the exit after learning everything he needed to know. But on the way out, he met Song Tae-won and spoke in surprise. Chief Song Tae-won. Hearing the Jupiter Guild leader's thoughts, Song Tae-won spoke menacingly to the visitor who was returning from the prisoner. I knew you were involved in this. Pretending that he was not involved, Song Hyun-jae said in surprise, I don't know what you mean. I just came as the person who helped end the conflict. To which Song Tae-won replied, don't put Han Yu-jin in danger. Hearing Song Tae-won's words, Song Hyun-jae replied in a calm tone, that's why I put an end to the situation and brought the hitman. Of course, the situation was not what I'd imagined. After saying this, Song Hyun-jae, rubbing his nose, added confidently, this is really interesting. I bet even Rieta didn't know what to do. To which Song Tae-won replied, a person with F-class characteristics is no different than an ordinary civilian. After saying this and thus communicating the acceptable safety standards, Song Tae-won added, looking menacingly into Song Hyun-jae's eyes, if you expose him to unnecessary danger and use. Interrupting Song Tae-won in mid-sentence, the leader of the Jupiter Guild put his hand on Tae-won's shoulder and said, you're so worried about him. Trying not to provoke Song Tae-won, Song Hyun-jae said one last thing to him before leaving the prison. I should learn from you. After missing Warden Song Tae-won, Song Hyun-jae, heading for the exit, suddenly said thoughtfully, perhaps I should also suppress Han Yu-jin? After leaving the prison and arriving at his guild, Song Hyun-jae stood in his office in front of the panoramic window and said thoughtfully, should I not use it? Looking at the landscape of the night bridge at his disposal, the leader of the Jupiter Guild said, that's a bit of a misnomer. A few minutes later, as soon as he thought about it, he received a notification on his phone that read, Abyss Chairman has left. When he saw this, Song Hyun-jae said promisingly, ha ha ha, this is getting interesting. Holding the phone in his hands and holding it to his jaw, you, the leader of the Jupiter Guild, said in surprise, does it really look like Han Yu-jin is the one being played with? Thinking about the absurdity of this situation, in which Han Yu-jin was being treated as a victim, Song Hyun-won said, no, the person who is being played with is... Meanwhile, a lot of people and reporters had already gathered in front of the gate to the S-Class Guild Han Yu-hyun had gone to clean up, and they could hear the news. Live broadcast in front of the dungeon building. Standing in front of the building where the entrance to the dungeon was, the reporter who was broadcasting live said, he came out of the dungeon in less than a week. It was thought to take about 10 days. Standing in front of the fence to the dungeon, the reporter said, did he set a new time record, or did he fall in and use the gate stone to get out? Hearing this, someone in the crowd said, he's an S-class. I'm sure he's fine. After that, the crowd also said, if we lose someone like him, it will be a national tragedy. At the same time, Bazadnya's car, which was approaching the gate, was heard saying, we don't know what the situation is inside. Upon arrival, Han Yu-jin quickly got out of the car and heard from the reporter, the hunter may be in a state of effect. There is a possibility of an attack. That's why we couldn't approach, and the surveillance cameras. Seeing two people running into the building with the gate, one of the guards exclaimed, oh, they're coming in, the hunter Kim Seong-han and the brother of the abyssal chairman. What? Seeing Han Yu-jin running after Kim Seong-han toward the gate that had appeared in the building when Han Yu-hyun left, the guard exclaimed in confusion, isn't he F-class? That's dangerous. As they approached the gate to the building, Kim Seong-han, who was standing in front of Han Yu-jin, called out to him, be careful, don't go before me. Seeing Han Yu-hyun return to the dungeon and appear in front of them, Kim Seong-han said in confusion, a high-level hunter, right after clearing the dungeon. Seeing that Han Yu-hyun had managed to come back alive from the dungeon, Kim Seong-han said in astonishment, he made it! Seeing his brother, Han Yu-jin immediately ran to him shouting, Han Yu-hyun, you! Seeing his elder brother, Han Yu-heng said joyfully, hello, Hen, have you come to greet me? The latter shouted out in anger, what the hell is greeting? You! Grabbing his younger brother by the face and pulling him toward him, Han Yu-jin exclaimed in confusion. Hey, what's wrong with your potions? Listening to Yu-jin scold his younger brother, the two of them were saying, Why did you two leave like that? I just wanted to work with Mir since he's all grown up. Hey, he's still a child even if he's an adult. Kim Sung-han thought about going over and greeting his leader as well. It looks like he's okay. But as he took one step, Kim Sung suddenly stepped back thinking, no, it's not safe to approach him now. Looking at Han Yu-hyun, who had just come out of the dungeon, Kim Seong-han thought in alarm, I know because I have been in several dungeons with him. Then how come, looking at Han Yu-jin, who approached the menacing couple without any fear, and as if nothing had happened, was talking to them sweetly. Looking at this, Kim Seong-han was surprised to think, how can this person be so naturally calm with these two? At the same time, Song Hyun-jae, looking at the moon, said thoughtfully, drawing an analogy. That's right. If we draw an analogy, it's like a cat taking care of a tiger. Looking up at the beautiful new moon in the night sky, the leader of the Jupiter Guild said in awe, that's why people are attracted to it. Meanwhile, after leaving the building with the gate, Han Yu-hyun walked out into the crowd, which was blinding him with cameras, and exclaiming, He's out! The hunter Han Yu-hyun! Seeing Han Yu-hyun, the members of his guild exclaimed to each other, It's done! Are you all right? We believed in you. The rest of the crowd thought, He's enviable. Standing behind the audience, one of the correspondents thought, or rather, fear. Meanwhile, someone from the audience asked, Is it possible to be near him? Did he make it? As Han Yu-hyun walked through the crowd of people who wanted to see him, he heard, We must immediately inform the association. To which he heard Yu-hyun exclaim confidently, Ah, do it tomorrow, covering his younger brother with a blanket, shielding him from the paparazzi crowd, and holding Mir in his arms. Yu-jin exclaimed in frustration, What more do you want from a child who suffered from insomnia? A man like Han Yu-hyun needs to meet someone who treats him like a normal person, or even a child, and takes care of him. Meanwhile, Noah Luir, sitting in his cell, said sadly, looking at the floor, I've ruined everything. This is not what I wanted at all. As soon as he said this, he immediately felt a terrible sensation, as if his sister was putting her arms around his head and saying, See? What did I say? Looking up in fright, Rietta's imprisoned younger brother saw her before his eyes and heard her, Even as an S-class, you can't do anything right at all. Noah Luir's image of Rietta encompassed his entire body at will, and he continued to speak. If you would just do everything as instructed, you wouldn't be stuck here, and I would have no reason to be angry with you. Keeping the imprisoned boy in fear, the image of his sister could not leave him for a moment, and continued to drive him crazy. I said, It's all your fault, you slobbering little punk, all your fault. After hearing all the reproaches from his older sister's insult, Noah Luir abruptly rose from his bed, managed to open the shackles, and gathered all his strength. The next moment, standing in front of the cell door in the prison where he was being held, Noah Luir said in confusion, I can't leave it like this. Looking down at his shackles, which were already broken, Noah Luir said confidently, I have to fix it somehow. Meanwhile, in Ifra, after Han Yu-hyun completed the cleanup in a short time, the following message was heard. The shortened time for the Abyssal Guild to clear the S-Class dungeon is expected to have a strong impact on the general opinion on their regulation. The news continued on the radio. It will also have a positive effect on the residents who normally shun areas with high ranking. Meanwhile, Yu-jin was exhausted and passed out in the car. Seeing this, Kim Seong-han turned off the radio and spoke happily to Han Yu-hyun. He hasn't slept for the past few nights. After saying this and driving his car toward his guild, Kim Sun-han added happily, perhaps because of the new beast, but he was very worried about you. Looking at Han Yu-jin and Tae Myung, who were sleeping on top of Han Yu-hyun, Kim Seong-han said, It looks a little strange. The whole world knows that you are S-Class, and yet he was worried about you like a mother. After saying this, being so surprised by the relationship between his guild leader and his older brother, Kim Sung-han spoke with interest. Is it because you are family? Hearing this question from Kim Sung-han, Han Yu-hyun replied in an indifferent tone, It's because he's just a little strange. After saying this, Han Yu-hyun gave reasons for his words. He hugs me as if I were his child, and he cares for beings with powers that are so different from his own. Recalling a moment from his childhood when they were sitting on a bench in the middle of winter, Han Yu-hyun said, Before waking up from the time we were younger, even when someone only stuttered about it, he always... While talking about this, Han Yu-hyun also fell asleep, thinking in his sleep, I think this is the reason why all these strange things are happening to him. Comparing Han Yu-jin to a mouse in the midst of the large predators around him, he thought, well, who can object against this affection and care? As he thought about this, Han Yu-hyun also thought about the other thing that bothered him the most. But still, this is better than when he did nothing. As long as all eyes are on him, he is safe. Thinking back to his trip to the dungeon with Mir, and how much they had experienced together, Han Yu-hyun thought dreamily, and the time I will spend away from him in the dungeons. Standing on a rock next to his piece, Han Yu-hyun offered him a deal that was favorable to both of them. Then he spoke to the world. The safety of my brother is a priority for both of us. Looking at his comrade in arms with whom he would be going through all this, Han Yu-jin said to him, it will be better for you and me to join forces. Putting his hand on the beast's head and stroking it, Han Yu-jin said to him, let's work together and help each other to improve our performance as quickly as possible. Recalling this agreement he had made with Mir, Yu-jin thought, the time I spend in the dungeons will be reduced, and then everything will be fine. After thinking about this and waking up abruptly, Han Yu-hyun suddenly spoke to Kim Seong-han, wanting to know the news in his absence. Nothing happened while I was away, did it? Hearing Han Yu-hyun's question, Kim Seong-han said to him in a confused voice, actually, a lot of things happened. Embarrassed to tell his leader, Kim Seong-han later said to him, I will tell you in more detail when we return. And at that moment, Han Yu-hyun noticed that he had received a notification on his phone. He picked up the phone and looked to see what it was, and saw that one of his unknown contacts had sent him an attachment. Looking closely, he said in surprise, what, a photo? At the same time, Han Yu-hyun noticed that he had received a photo on his phone. Han Yu-jin had just woken up from his sleep. Opening his eyes, he said in surprise, oh, what? When Han Yu-jin woke up completely from his sleep, he looked at his irritated brother in confusion. When did I manage to fall asleep? Yu-hyun? Wiping his face with his glove, embarrassed, Han Yu-jin said in embarrassment, oh my, I must have started drooling for sure. The next moment, Han Yu-hyun tore his brother's clothes off. Yu-jin, sitting naked, shouted out to his sweet brother in embarrassment, you lunatic! Why are you taking out your anger on my clothes? To which he replied angrily, how were you wounded? My whole chest was covered in blood. What happened? Hearing such disturbing words from his brother, Han Yu-jin said calmly, oh, you already know? It's okay, I'm fine now. To which he shouted out, what are you talking about? Someone tried to kill you. Hearing his younger brother's frightened voice, Han Yu-jin said calmly, it was an accident. I was just caught in the middle of two fires. Hearing this explanation, Han Yu-hyun exclaimed in confusion, are you sure? Who did this to you? Did they tell you something strange? After saying this, Han Yu-jin continued his embarrassed speech. For example, sectarians, Confucianists, or the like. Hearing these words, Han Yu-jin exclaimed in fright, since when is Confucianism a sect? Hearing such a frightened voice from his brother, Han Yu-heng finally calmed down. Noticing this, Han Yu-jin sighed heavily and said, that was Noah. He's the leader of the Art Guild. Hearing this and listening to everything his older brother was saying to him, Han Yu-hyun tore up the car seat in anger as he heard, nothing happened. The head of Jupiter took care of everything, and even called a hitman. Hearing this story from his older brother, Han Yu-hyun, who was furious, spoke menacingly, you call this it's nothing? I was gone for less than a week, and you have already been injured during this period. After saying this, Han Yu-jin gritted his teeth in anger and looked at the floor with a stern look. I didn't bring Kim Seong-han, Aram, and the others with me for this purpose. Seeing Han Yu-hyun tearing up the seat with nerves, Han Yu-jin heard him say, what's the point of going to these dungeons anyway? Hearing this, Han Yu-jin put his hand on his head and began to stroke him, saying, ugh, is that why only the two of you went there? Han Yu-jin said this, calming his brother down. Don't worry, Emil and Kim Seong-han have cleared me, right? Hearing this, Kim Seong-han replied in confusion, yes. Trying to calm his brother down, Han Yu-jin said, it's okay, Noah has been arrested. Hearing this, Han Yu-hyun asked him, is he still alive? Hearing this question, Han Yu-jin answered without hesitation, yes. Hearing this information from his elder brother, Han Yu-hyun said thoughtfully, didn't the head of Jupiter kill him? They're definitely connected somehow. Hearing this, Han Yu-jin said in surprise, what kind of logic do you have? After pondering this question, Han Yu-hyun was able to come to terms with it, climbing over to his brother and saying, "I'll need to check it out." "Yes, what about the marks on his neck?" Hearing this question, Han Yu-jin said in disappointment, "You know about that too?" As Han Yu-jin walked through the park in the evening with his torso naked and carrying peace in his arms, he said to his younger brother, "This is what happened. He strangled me because he was trying to teach me a lesson." Hearing this, Yu-hyun said calmly, "I see." Looking at his surprisingly calm brother, Yu-jin thought in confusion. He cut off Chief Song Tae-won's hand a while ago, and now he's going to kill him. After thinking about this, Han Yu-jin then said, "Hey, don't get too excited." Hearing his brother say this, Han Yu-hang was surprisingly calm and replied to his elder brother in a calm tone, "Yes, I understand." Hearing this, Han Yu-jin exclaimed in surprise, "What? Really?" As Han Yu-hyun continued to walk through the park, he said to his elder brother, "He is absolutely right. You are too helpless and don't listen to anyone. Perhaps he decided to scare you so that you would realize this." Hearing his brother say that, Yu-jin was surprised to hear him say that, I see." Then Han Yu-hyun added, "There are so many people after you. If he used this method to make you more cautious." Hearing such words from his younger brother, Yu-jin realized that he was surprisingly calm. And then he heard, "But he will still regret the fact that he is able to do it." At this point, Yu-jin said in surprise, "This is a bit unexpected." Hearing that he was not only being hunted by people from the same guild, Han Yu-jin was surprised to hear in his mind, "I'm not only being hunted by people from the MSC, it seems like it won't be enough to lure people to my side." Recalling what his brother had said earlier about Confucianism and sex, Yu-jin thoughtfully said in his head, "By the way, Confucianism is not about hunters and guilds." Arriving home, Han Yu-jin opened the door to his house and said to his younger brother, "Come in." But about the sect, the next moment, when they were in the rooftop garden, Han Yu-jin heard the phone ringing and picked up the phone. "Yes. Chief Song, what is it?" The chief replied, "Have you returned home?" Hearing this question from his new friend, who had taught him a very valuable life lesson, Yu-jin answered, "What? Oh yes, just now." Meanwhile, Han Yu-hyun was looking around the area and saw something strange. Looking at the garden, he suddenly saw the image of a person standing in front of him. Meanwhile, Han Yu-jin's phone rang with the voice of Chief Song Tae-won, who said, "Then don't come out at all." After saying this, Chief Song Tae-won told him why he should not go out, saying, "Noah Ruir has escaped from the prison." But he already knew, because he had seen him in his garden. After telling Han Yu-jin, who was standing in front of Noah Ruir, the head of the security department also added, "We've contacted the Abyss. So until they find him." Seeing Han Yu-jin arrive at his rooftop garden, Noah Ruir spoke to him in a tired voice. "Yu-jin." Hearing himself addressed, Yu-jin, letting go of Mir, replied in embarrassment, "Ah, greetings, Noah." The next moment, Mir suddenly grew larger, and then Yu-jin, standing behind him, said in surprise, "I thought you were under arrest." Hearing this, Noah Ouija answered him, "How could they prevent an awakened high-class person from escaping?" Hearing such a strong argument about how he came to be here, Han Yu-jin asked him curiously, "So, what brings you here?" As soon as he said this, he saw him fall to the ground. Kneeling down in front of Han Yu-jin, Noah Luar spoke to him guiltily, I want to apologize." Hearing such sincere words from Noah, who was shedding tears as he sat on the floor, Yu-jin exclaimed in confusion, "What?" Looking at the crying boy who had come to him, Han Yu-jin exclaimed in surprise, "You escaped from the prison cell just to apologize to me?" Falling to the ground and bowing his head, Noah Luir said guiltily, "I realize that it is rude of me to appear here after all that I have done, but I am ready for anything. Please accept my apologies and take my sister's beast under your wing." Hearing these words from the young man who had come to him to apologize, Han Yu-jin shouted out in a menacing tone as he walked toward Luir, "So it's him?" Han Yu-jin stopped his brother and said, "Hey, stop right there." Hearing such sincere words of apology from Noah Luir, Han Yu-jin spoke to him, accepting his apology. "Noah, I am not angry. Please get up. I'll talk to Rieta." Hearing this, Luir spoke happily. Really?" After saying this, Han Yu-jin also told him something more important that he should do. "You should leave today, and when you return tomorrow, you should apologize to Aram." Hearing these words from Han Yu-jin, who was wearing only a coat and a naked torso, Noah said in surprise as he looked at Han Yu-hyun. Yu-jin, he's... Then Yu-jin spoke. Ah, this is my little brother. Seeing his younger brother and taking into account his appearance, Nuir said in confusion, Brother? You are being bullied by your own younger brother? To which he replied in confusion, No, there is a rational explanation for everything. From the outside, it looked like he was being bullied. Han Yu-hyun went to Noi Luir and stood in front of the boy and said in a serious tone, I am Han Yu-hyun, the head of the Abyssal Guild. I am aware of what has happened. Hearing what the guy standing in front of him had just said, Noah Luir took a few small steps backward and said in a frightened voice, Is someone like him your brother? Standing in front of his brother, who was still radiating a terrifying aura that spread throughout the garden, Han Yu-jin heard Luir's voice in a worried tone. Aren't you afraid of him at all? To which he said in surprise, What? Looking at Han Yu-jin, who had an S-class brother who was so strong and scary, Noah said in concern, That's dangerous. If only one of you is an S-class, then you will end up like me. Covering his face with his hand in terror, Noah Luir said to Han Yu-jin in confusion, Oh no, he's human. No. Looking at his younger brother, Han Yu-jin said to him in an offended voice, See? You're scaring him. Hearing this, Han Yu-hyun said to his brother, No, he is a little out of it. Go away. Pushing his elder brother behind him, Han Yu-hyun spoke to him, looking at Noah Luir, who looked very strange, and said, You're weak, so it's best. Hearing Han Yu-heng say that, Noah Luir thought back to the time when he had experienced a similar thing when he was training with guild leader Jupiter, who was supposed to make him stronger. Recalling those moments, he heard the same voice of Song Hyun-jae, who had spoken to him then. Noah, you are weak, so... Then Luir could not help but shout out, Take your hands off, Han Yu-jin. Standing next to his brother, Han Yu-jin felt him push him away. Flying off to the side, Han Yu-jin, who was alarmed and did not understand what was happening, exclaimed, What are you doing? And immediately after that, there was an explosion in the place where his younger brother was standing, and pieces of concrete flew in different directions. What is the fate of the newly constructed building? Protecting his master, Mir, transformed into a large fiery horned lion, stood next to Han Yu-jin, ready to fight at any moment if necessary. But as soon as the smoke and dust cleared, Han Yu-heng could be seen in the same place, grabbing Noah and sitting on his back, saying menacingly, Something is wrong with him. Isn't it dangerous to let him live? Lying on the ground, facing the floor, Noah, who had begun a partial transformation, turned his angry face toward Yu-heng, from Yu-jin, who was speaking to his brother. Hey, wait. I can explain everything to you. The next moment, Han Yu-hyun was about to break and tear off Noah's arm, saying menacingly, You should answer for your actions. As a true guild leader, did you use that hand to injure Aram? Then, Han Yu-jin was watching what was happening in front of him and concentrating on his opponent, so he didn't notice Luir's other abilities. Thus, he was able to use his tail to counteract Yu-hyun. As soon as Han Yu-hyun sensed something wrong behind him, he jumped away from the enemy, breaking the distance and throwing him away. And at the same moment, Luir struck with his tail. Although the attack did not hit the target, it was not in vain. The tail's limb managed to scratch Han Yu-hyun's arm, and thus introduced S-class poison into his body. Looking at his hand, which was already developing a wound due to the poison, Han Yu-hyun said in surprise, I didn't know it had a tail. Seeing that Han Yu-jin was injured and by poison, Yu-jin exclaimed in confusion, It's poison! Han Yu-hyun calmly replied, Is it? That's fine then. Not wanting to make his brother worry about him, Han Yu-hyun said without thinking of anything better, I'll just cut off the skin before it spreads. After that, Yu-jin noticed a piece of skin fall to the ground. Realizing that things were not going well, Han Yu-hyun took out his phone and said in a calm voice, Are you still on the phone, Chief Song? He replied, Yes, I'm on my way. Hearing this response from the head of the security department of the Hunters Association, Han Yu-jin spoke to him in an embarrassed tone. If you don't hurry, Noah will definitely... As he said this, looking at his brother whose arm was injured, Yu-jin suddenly turned his attention to Noah, who was acting strangely and was writhing in pain. The next moment, a giant dragon appeared in front of him, transformed into the boy his younger brother had fought with recently. Seeing this, Yu-jin said in astonishment, A complete transformation? As Yu-jin watched the dragon rushing at his younger brother at breakneck speed, he said in his head, I've never seen anything like this before. It can even fly. However, physically, he's not at a great advantage. Using his blue willow leaf skill, Han Yu-heng spoke joyfully to his brother. Now he is an ordinary beast. I can kill it now, right? Using his skill, Han Yu-jin confined the commoners inside the room as best he could, gripping Luir's body so that he could not move freely. With the dragon's body so tightly bound that it could not move, Han Yu-heng spoke joyfully to his enemy as he swung his sword. There's no place for you to fly here. And so, the next moment, he was able to do what he had not been able to do before, and the action was interrupted. Han Yu-heng was finally able to cut down Luir. Immediately after the stroke, poison poured out of the enemy's wound, not blood. Seeing this, Han Yu-heng spoke in surprise as he dodged the deadly stream of poison that rushed at him. Is this poison? Using his fire elemental skills, Han Yu-heng spoke happily as he thought of another way to deal with the enemy. It won't work on me this time. I'll just burn him out. Having dried up all the poison that the horde was flying at him with his flame, Han Yu-hyun decided to waste no time, and moving quickly, he found himself on his enemy's back, preparing to strike. Swinging his sword, the blade of which was engulfed in dark purple flames, Han Yu-hyun spoke in a voice full of revenge and hatred, preparing to strike. This is for my brother. Looking at his distraught enemy lying on the ground, staring at him with frightened eyes, Han Yu-hyun shouted menacingly, "Pay with your life for what you have done." Trying to get up, although his body was covered with wounds, Noah Luir, gathering his last strength and heaviness in his voice, said, "This cannot be. Yeah, I am also." Immediately after Noah Luir did not give up and decided to continue fighting, he, as a wounded man, needed strength to continue fighting. That's when he used his healing dose skill. Having healed all his wounds, Noah Luir was ready to fight again, and throwing off the unwanted rider, he shouted out to the whole building, "Now I am also an S-class." Immediately afterward, Noah Luir, as soon as he spotted the moment to attack when Han Yu-hyun opened up, trying to regroup, he pounced on him to finish him off. Noah's paw swing and claw strike were unsuccessful, as Yu-hyun reacted in time to block with his sword to prevent damage. After that, Han Yu-hyun also decided it was time to get to work and go on the counterattack. As he concentrated his mana in his hand to strike the enemy, he thought, "I can't lose. I have finally become an S-class." As he was thinking, Noah Luir got in the way of Han Yu-heng, who had created a rope with his mana, and thought in confusion, realizing his weakness, "I tried my best." Han Yu-hyun, seeing that the victim was already in his fetters, tightened his grip on them and at the same time yanked them off. Flying into the arms of his enemy, Noah Luir, who realized that his chances of victory were still very slim, began to remember his sister and her words again, thinking, "Then my sister." Seeing the image of his sister again, while he was distracted by his weakness on the battlefield, Noah Luir, holding back his tears, heard Rietta's voice in his head. "What did I tell you?" Looking at the crazy image of his older sister mocking his weakness, she added at the same time, "You're still so weak." Standing in front of his defeated opponent, Han Yu-hyun drew his sword and said wearily, "I had to play around to deal with him without any skills. But anyway," hearing his younger brother say that, and seeing what he was about to do, Han Yu-jin spoke to him using his synchronization skill. Enough already. Hovering his hand over his younger brother while he was in the terrifying Chicken Commander effect, Han Yu-jin spoke menacingly, "If you don't stop, I'm going to give Noah Toy a feeling." After saying this to stop his brother's rash actions, Han Yu-jin also added, "It's more fair if he can know what your next move is." Hearing this, Yu-hyun said in surprise, "Looks like you can use that skill that way too." Looking at the saddened dragon lying on the ground, Han Yu-heng added, "Aren't you being a little too protective of him? He was the one who attacked me first." When Han Yu-jin heard his younger brother say this, he replied, "I have already answered for it. My building is almost destroyed." Han Yu-jin then went to Luir and leaned over to him and said, "Noah, have you come to your senses?" Seeing his older fearless brother acting so recklessly, Yu-hyun said, "Don't go near him. Stay away from him." When Noah Luir became himself again, Han Yu-jin spoke to him. "You've got it all wrong. Yu-heng and I are very close." When Noah Luir completed his reverse transformation and slowly began to rise, Han Yu-jin noticed that he was completely naked and exclaimed in confusion, "Noah, your clothes." Ignoring his appearance, Noah bowed his head in helplessness and said to Han Yu-jin, "Why?" Despairing at his weakness, Noah Luir continued to speak in a frustrated voice, "Why am I like this? Even you, the F-class, are saving me." After saying this, Noah Luir again began to recall his terrible past and said to Han Yu-jin, It seemed that I could prevent my fate if I became an S-class. Thinking again of his terrible sister, who demanded a lot from him, he continued anxiously, and my sister will recognize me if I become stronger. But even with a guild and a rank, shaking his head and shedding tears because of his weakness, the boy added, I keep messing up, both before and now. When I thought about my sister, I was so scared that my mind was foggy. After saying this and shedding tears in front of Han Yu-jin, the boy said in conclusion, I'm sorry, this is all because I'm weak. Hearing these words, Yu-jin was surprised. What are you talking about? Hearing Han Yu-jin's denial, the upset boy stopped crying and said in surprise, Then Yu-jin spoke up menacingly, Who said it was all your fault? Looking at the frightened boy, Han Yu-jin spoke to him, trying to give him confidence. The problem is not you, the problem is Rieta. Hearing Han Yu-jin's words, Noah Luir spoke in confusion, looking around and inspecting the ruined building. But I've done so much. Hearing the boy say this, Han Yu-jin spoke to him to calm his anxiety. Ah, well, you made a few mistakes. Then looking at his brother, he said to him, Bring something to cover him. Hearing his elder brother's order, Yu Heng found a blanket in a short time. Taking it in his hands and wrapping it around the boy, Han Yu-jin said, Listen, Noah, I don't know you two very well. After saying this, Han Yu-jin, remembering the images he had seen in Luir's mind, said, But I can clearly see that Rieta is not treating you right. Anyone can see that this is an abusive relationship. Of course you're scared. Sitting down next to Noah Luir, Han Yu-jin continued, How could it be otherwise, when she has so much power and is bullying you? And by herself, Rieta is frightening just by looking at her. Sitting across from him, Yu-jin also spoke up. Perhaps it's because no one could stop her from treating you like that. Hearing Yu-jin say that, Noah was confused. This, after his uncertain sentence, Noah added, wrapping himself tighter in the blanket, If I were a little stronger, to which Yu-jin objected, No, that's not the reason at all. Hearing Han Yu-jin's warm words, Noah looked at him as if he were an angel and heard, You may not be strong, but no one should treat you like this. As he said this, Han Yu-jin grabbed him by the blanket and added confidently, Besides, you are not weak. You are trying. You created a guild and got a title. You're trying to stand up to Rieta. After saying this, Noah Luir was convinced that Han Yu-jin was a good person, and he could hardly contain his emotions as he listened to what he was saying. You did a great job. You're definitely strong enough. After saying this, Han Yu-jin looked at his new friend and asked him with a big smile, And now you also fought to protect me, right? After asking Noah Luir this question, Han Yu-jin spoke in an equally joyful voice to praise the boy. A weak person cannot do such a thing. Sitting on the floor, wrapped in a blanket, Noah Luir wiped away his tears and said to Han Yu-jin, No one has ever said such warm words to me. Hearing this from Luir, Han Yu-jin looked at him with a confused look and said to himself in astonishment, No one? No one has ever said anything like that to him. Looking at this poor boy who had to endure so much because of his sister's cruelty, Han Yu-jin thought in wonder. Anyone would feel sorry for him if they saw their relationship. After reflecting on what had just happened, Han Yu-jin spoke joyfully to Noah Luir. That was a hard time. It is better to stay away from Rieta for now. Hearing this, Noah said in confusion. Hearing such an insecure speech from a grieving boy, Han Yu-jin was surprised to hear him say that. What? Noah Luir said as he wiped away his tears. I can stay here. Standing behind Han Yu-jin and Noah Luir, Han Yu-hyun heard his older brother ask, Until I stop being afraid of my sister? Han Yu-jin replied, Of course. Hearing that he had asked to stay with Han Yu-jin, Yu-hyun, who was dissatisfied with this development, said, You should have just killed him. To which Mir growled in the affirmative. After a while, Song Tae-wan arrived at their place. When he learned about all the details and that Noah would be staying with Yu-jin, he replied in confusion, In that case, tomorrow we will continue the process of conflict resolution. Immediately afterwards, having handed Luir over to his subordinates, many workers appeared in the building and began to clean up the aftermath of the fight. Seeing this, Yu Heng said in astonishment, It looks like he's already evacuated the local residents and contacted the neighboring buildings. Looking at Song Tae-wan's work, Yu-jin heard him give an order. Please inform the evacuated people to return. And then he thought in amazement, Wow, as expected from a professional civil servant. After that, Yu-hyun got a little angry about the strangulation incident and suddenly threw a knife at Song Tae-wan. But the latter caught the weapon thrown at him, even though he did not understand what caused it. But everything ended peacefully. It was also decided that Noah would stay here for a while as a security guard. Free S-Class security as compensation for the damage is a great business. Of course, there was still the matter of settling the Aram settlement, but it all worked out even somehow by itself. Park Aram forgave Noah even faster than expected. She said, "I don't mind. Besides, it was a pretty fun battle." As she got up from the simulator, she also spoke to Luir. "Let's do it again next time. I'll try to freeze your poison." Hearing this suggestion, Noah replied with embarrassment, "Yes, anytime." When Han Yu-jin saw that Park Aram and Noah Luir were getting along well, he was surprised to hear them say, "Is this how S-classes get along?" After that, Noah was about to leave Yu-jin and Aram. He said to them, "I'm going to go take care of the rest of the paperwork." After that, Noah went on his way, and waving after him, Yu-jin said, "We'll see about that." Before he had gone very far, just a few meters from the exit, Noah met the right person, and handing him a folder of papers, he said, "Please sign here." As soon as Noah left them, Aram asked Yu-jin, "I'm fine, but how are you?" Hearing this question, Yu-jin said in surprise, "What do you mean?" She replied, "You brought the psycho who tried to kill us the first time we met." After saying this, she added, "His sister is also an S-class lunatic. Have you guys drunk some brave water?" Hearing this, Han Yu-jin, who was eating ice cream, laughed in embarrassment. Grabbing Yu-jin's face, the girl began to shine a flashlight into his eye, saying, "Could it be that you've been influenced by a skill or something?" Hearing this, Yu-jin thought awkwardly, "Actually, it's me." Scratching the back of his head, Yu-jin said in embarrassment, "Well, I feel sorry for Noah. He's still so young. It's a good thing to help each other." To which the girl replied by beating her chest. "That's your problem. You know the nature of S-classes." After saying this, she added, "Everyone is shaking just standing next to us. I do my best to hide my aura at school so as not to scare my friends. And you are not afraid at all. On the contrary, you even feel sorry for S-classes, like a hamster worried about a predator." After saying this and sitting down on a bench in the gym, the girl sighed heavily and said, "You're so strange sometimes." To which Yu-jin replied, "I'm not weird, it's just that Noah and Yu-hyun are the same age and they look alike." Hearing this explanation, Park Aram smiled slyly and said, "This is even stranger. What kind of relationship do you have with the head of the guild?" As she said this, she looked at Han Yu-jin slyly and said thoughtfully, "You speak as if you were raising a child, not a younger brother." To which Yu-jin said without hesitation, "That's true." After answering Park Aram's question so abruptly, Han Yu-jin also added, "I started raising him from a very young age. He even gave me carnations on Father's Day." Hearing this, the girl exclaimed in surprise, "What? Really?" Hearing Han Yu-jin say this, she said in surprise, "Weren't you still living with your parents at that time? Didn't they get along?" Hearing this question, Han Yu-jin was already chewing on a licorice stick. He took a pensive posture and said thoughtfully, "No, they had a wonderful relationship. They went for walks and meals together every day, but they died one day on a trip together." Hearing this story about Han Yu-jin's parents and the guild leader, Park Aram said in surprise, "They just left you alone at home?" After saying this, she was a little surprised at the attitude of the parents towards their children and said, It's a bit strange." Han Yu-jin replied after thinking about it, "You think so? I'm not sure." After thinking about how his parents had acted when they were alive, Han Yu-jin shrugged his shoulders and said happily, "Isn't it wonderful that they loved each other so much?" As he said this, Han Yu-jin suddenly remembered the very moment from his childhood when he was drawing and watching TV at the same time. At that moment, there was a program about animals on. At that time, the TV was showing cuckoo chicks, and the TV was playing, "From the outside, the eggs look similar. However, the chicks are completely different." While drawing his family in the album, including his mom, dad, him, and his younger brother, the TV said, "When the baby cuckoo hatched, it threw all the other eggs out of the nest." Recalling the very day it happened, the TV said, "And the mother bird was feeding the cuckoo chick, which was much bigger than her." As Han Yu-jin was drawing a picture of his family in his sketchbook, he suddenly heard his parents' voices nearby. Then his mom said, "Yes, this is so terrifying." Han Yu-jin then turned his attention to them and heard their dialogue. "He's a baby, but he doesn't cry or laugh." To which his father replied to his mother, "The hospital said there is no problem." Hearing this, Han Yu-jin's mother said in confusion, I know, but this is too strange. He's so different from our Han Yu-jin." Covering her face so that Han Yu-jin's father wouldn't see his wife crying, little Yu-jin said, It sounds crazy, but I don't feel like this is my child. Hearing these words, Han Yu-jin went to his younger brother's room to look at him. But on the way he heard, I keep thinking that this child is... Opening the door to his younger brother's room, Han Yu-jin was about to enter when he heard his parents' voices saying, how could he ever leave this house? Hearing his parents talking about his little brother, Han Yu-jin climbed up to his Han Yu-hyun's bed and looked at him in surprise. Strange, as he watched his younger brother stare at the ceiling, not even reacting to his brother's arrival. Yu-jin said, why do mom and dad say such things? Leaving his toy with Han Yu-hyun and leaning on the bed rails, Han Yu-jin said as he admired his little brother, Yu-hyun is cute and kind. And so, after that time, Han Yu-jin, one day when he was playing with his younger brother, heard his mother come up to them and ask, Yu-jin, would you like to have dinner at a restaurant with mom and dad? Hearing this suggestion, he asked, what about Yu-hyun? The next time there was a similar situation, when his mother came up to him and asked, Yu-jin, how about a picnic with mom and dad? He answered again, holding his younger brother's hand. What about Yu-hyun? One night, when it was time for bed, Han Yu-jin's parents noticed him reading a storybook and showing pictures to his younger brother. Why is Yu-jin so calm around him? After saying this, and seeing how happy Han Yu-jin was around his younger brother, the mother of these boys said sadly, he appreciates his little brother, but we, falling to the floor and clutching her head, the mother said in confusion, there must be something wrong with us. Seeing this, my father rushed to comfort her and spoke to his bride. Darling. Trying to calm down, Yu-jin's mother said, this is ridiculous. I gave birth to him. If others knew about this, they would call us crazy. Hearing this from his wife, the husband hugged her and looked at the broken frames and the photo of Yu-hyun being drawn and torn away and said, I understand, but I'm also afraid of him. After saying this, the father went to the room where his two sons were and thought in confusion, but why is this? He is just a child. After thinking about this, Han Yu-jin's father opened the door to the room where Han Yu-jin and Han Yu-hyun were and thought, how could Han Yu-jin be? After he opened the door to his son's bedroom, he saw Han Yu-jin holding an unexplained black spot in his arms and showing her pictures in a storybook. Noticing that his father had come in, Yu-jin asked him, what's wrong, Dad? Then Han Yu-jin's dad started to have doubts and thought, either it's not just my second son who's crazy, but also, after this incident, on Christmas Day, Han Yu-jin's and Han Yu-hyun's parents left their children money and dinner on the table and left a note that read, here is your pocket money. Take care of the house. After that, Han Yu-jin took his younger brother for a walk around the city and said happily, a trip for Christmas. Our mom and dad are getting along well. Looking at his younger brother, who was staying with him for the day, Han Yu-jin said to him happily, let's spend your birthday together, Yu-hyun. Looking at his younger brother, who was holding his hand, Yu-jin added, your birthday is on Christmas and everything is shining. Isn't it beautiful? Holding his younger brother whose birthday was today, Han Yu-jin spoke to him. Do you think there is a place that sells personalized cakes on Christmas? Looking down at his hand, also remembering the very day they stayed together, Han Yu-hyun thought, if only I... As he worked on his laptop and looked at his older brother who was downstairs, Yu-hyun thought, if I hadn't taken his hand, maybe Hyun would have led a normal, happy life. Watching from the second floor as Yu-jin talked to Park Aram and Noah Luir, Han Yu-hyun thought, aid, even knowing this. At the same time, somewhere in the Jupiter Guild building, a very strange conversation was taking place. The leader of the guild, Song Hyun-ji, was talking to someone on the phone, and that someone said, did you hear that Noah made a mistake? Hearing this question from his interlocutor, Song Hyun-jae replied, yes, it was as if I had trained a dog and it broke the chain and ran away. The caller replied, and because of this, my plan to enter the country was delayed. Asked about his entry, Evelyn, with whom Sung Hyun was talking, asked, why did he do that? He replied, I'm not sure, but it must have something to do with Han Yu-jin. Hearing this answer to her question, the girl who was in London replied to Song Hyun-jae, I hope Noah wasn't tamed because he's half a monster. As soon as the girl said this, she immediately fell silent. After thinking about it for a while, she spoke thoughtfully to Sung Hyun-jae. Mister, and then she added in surprise, your tone of voice doesn't sound upset at all. Hearing Evelyn's words, Song Hyun-jae spoke to her. Isn't this fun? I really like the current situation. It is different from what I expected. As he said this, and looked at the photos of Noah and Han Yu-jin that were laid out on his desk, Song Hyun-jae said, I think I'll go complain to the new owner of the dog that ran away from me. The next day, while carrying a strange structure in his hands, he heard someone's joyful voice saying, She's here, finally, tut-tut. She's here, she's here. Walking down the road toward Han Yoo-jin's building with bags full of various toys and goodies, and carrying the tower, Seo-yoon said happily, It's not a cat tower, it's a dragon-o-horse tower. Walking on, the girl said happily on her way to her pet, A dragon in a day will give you a migraine. Huh? And suddenly her attention was drawn to something she saw. This something was a man who jumped from the roof of a building. When Kang Seo-yeon saw this action, she was seriously frightened. Scattering all her purchases, she exclaimed in confusion, A man is falling. I need to save him. But immediately afterwards, she saw the man's wings open. Covering her mouth with her hands in astonishment, the girl said in astonishment, Another dragon? A human dragon? And now the possibility of Kang So-yeon becoming Han Yoo-jin's daughter-in-law has been completely destroyed. At the same time, Noah Luir, who was practicing his flying, said happily, Unbelievable. Blue also has 4 limbs and wings like mine. I can feel the feeling of flying right away. Hearing this, Han Yoo-jin, who had synchronized with Blue and Noah, said happily, This is wonderful. Blue specializes in flying. You can learn a lot from her. After saying this, Han Yoo-jin, who was standing on the spirit of the building watching the training and leading the synchronization, added, Try to repeat the movements of her wings. After trying what Han Yoo-jin recommended, Noah happily said to Yoo-jin, It's much easier than before. Han Yoo-jin replied, Well done, Noah. You're doing a great job. Standing on the roof, Han Yoo-jin, who was connected to Noah and Blue, said in his head in confusion, It's so strange to feel body parts that I don't have. Feeling something that he had never experienced before, Han Yoo-jin felt as if he had entered a paradise, where he was overwhelmed with incredible sensations. But feeling this beautiful wind that enveloped his entire body and enveloped every part of him with coolness and lightness, Han Yoo-jin did not take into account some things. Feeling free to float in the air, under the clear sky, and this incredibly clean atmosphere that was far away from the gray everyday life and heavy air. Feeling all this, Han Yoo-jin did not feel very well. He began to feel nauseous. It was all too dizzying for his head, and it was all thanks to someone. Han Yoo-jin looked at his pet, who was feeling sick from the tricks that Blue was performing, and said angrily, Blue, I told you not to do any tricks in flight. Noticing that Yoo-jin had fallen to his knees and was not feeling well, Noah Luir rushed over to him, shouting in alarm, Are you okay, Yoo-jin? To which he replied, I'm fine. I can handle it. Looking at his friends who had just been flying in the air, Han Yoo-jin said to them, Let's make the maneuvers more difficult step by step, Blue. Noah, perhaps you should put on your clothes first. Noah then began to train to get used to the dragon's body. Looking at Noah standing in front of him, Han Yoo-jin thought happily, There were some problems, but just as I thought, taking Noah under my care is the jackpot. Just looking at the skills he possesses, in addition to being Dio Valshedis's twin, the first of all was a skill called Healing Do, B. It was a healing skill. Everything was simple and obvious with this one. Usually all the healers have very low characteristics. But Noah is an S-class, and that's why you don't have to worry about him, because he won't get hurt under normal circumstances. Noah Luir also had an attacking skill called Silent Scream A. This was already more interesting. The way this skill worked was that when Noah was hurt, it made the enemy feel twice as much pain as he did. Asking Noah about this skill, he said, The skill works only on the same parts of the body, but since this time my wings were injured. Yoo-jin thought in confusion. It would have been dangerous if you had injured it anywhere else, Yoo-hyun. After all this, there was also the last, most interesting skill that Han Yoo-jin and Noah were going to try out. Arriving at the training room and standing in front of each other, they prepared themselves. After both boys were ready for the test, Noah Luir spoke to Han Yoo-jin as he applied the skill. Then I will begin. After that, Han Yoo-jin was enveloped in light, and a system notification, Set Characteristic Strength, appeared above him. And after this notification, another one appeared saying, Activating Characteristic Rental. After that, Yoo-jin said confidently, All right, let's go. As soon as he said that, he immediately punched the floor. Surprisingly enough, he easily destroyed the floor beneath him, leaving a small crater after the impact. Looking at the results of the skill test, amazed at how it worked, Yoo-jin exclaimed happily, Wow, it worked. The skill is Characteristic Rent A. You can borrow half of a characteristic from someone or something once a day for 30 minutes. This skill is much more useful than many existing items. Seeing the incredible power of his friend, Han Yu-jin said in amazement, "Noah, this kind of power is incredible even though you're a hitter." To which he replied, "I'm an S-class after all." Thinking about the combination of skills, Han Yu-jin thought, if I add my double damage boost and the efficiency boost from Rauchatas the Predator, this skill will be 4 times more effective. Thinking about these dreams of his, Yu-jin suggested, if Noah activates his venom and allows me to ride him in his dragon form, thinking about this, and the effectiveness of such a combination of skills, which could be invincible, Han Yu-jin pondered, most monsters won't even come close to me, but I'll be able to enter high-ranked dungeons. Putting his hand on Noah's shoulder, Han Yu-jin spoke happily to him, fantasizing about incredible combinations of using their skills. You are simply the best, Noah. Hearing Han Yu-jin's words of praise, Noah, touched by these words, could hardly hold back his tears and said, this is the first time I have ever been praised like this. But in any case, it is obvious that Noah enjoyed living with Han Yu-jin. Perhaps it was all thanks to Han Yu-jin's "my baby is the best" skill. But regardless, Blue also grew up quite well while she was training with Noah. Having grown to a considerable size, the day finally came when Blue decided to get even with Mir for his greeting. Noticing that he was lying peacefully, Blue flew in his direction. But her plan of revenge failed. Peace was stronger and easily knocked the overconfident Blue on the pot. Seeing this, Yu-jin exclaimed in alarm, "Oh no, Blue!" Seeing what was happening, Han Yu-jin, approaching his pets, said to Mir in embarrassment, "Mir, please be more friendly, just this once." Han Yu-jin threw his arms around his pet and began to cuddle it. But he thought sadly, the world doesn't seem to like it. It seems that my father is working more than he is resting. Thinking about this and hugging his pet to give him a piece of his father's warmth, Han Yu-jin said, it's okay. It's my dad's job. What can I do?" Thus, these joyful and productive days, when Han Yu-jin was able to successfully train his students, passed one after another. And then, on one of these days, Song Hyun-jae suddenly came to visit them with congratulations and a large bouquet. Holding it out to Yu-jin, he said, "Here is a bouquet, the evil one of Blue's growth." Seeing such a visitor on his roof where he was practicing, Han Yu-jin thought, but still there were some things to take care of. When Song Hyun-jae saw this piercing look that Yu-jin was giving him, he said sadly, "You have such a cold look. These flowers are from Seo-yoon. Please accept them." As Han Yu-jin accepted the bouquet, he thought, he must be busy. I didn't need to deliver them personally. Then he said, "So why did you have to come here yourself when there are delivery services?" Hearing this question, Song Hyun-jae answered him, "Your thoughts and words are too contradictory." Hearing this, Yu-jin asked, "So what did you want?" To which Song Hyun-jae replied, "I am hurt by your cold hospitality." After saying this and looking up at the sky where Noah Luir was flying in the form of a dragon, Song Hyun-jae said sadly, "I, as an investor, just want to catch the debtor who ran away from me." Seeing that the leader of the Jupiter Guild had come to Han Yu-jin, Noah immediately rushed over to protect Han Yu-jin if necessary. Stopping behind Han Yu-jin, Noah Luir spoke to Song Hyun-jae in an offended tone. "I didn't run away, but I kept my promise." After saying this, Noah also added, "Don't drag Han Yu-jin into our personal affairs." To which Song Hyun-jae replied, "You should have said that before you ran away." After making this statement to Noah Luir, Song Hyun-jae said, "You seem to be obeying Han Yu-jin very properly. Have they taken you as a pupil?" Hearing such provocative words from the head of the Jupiter Guild, Noah Luir angrily replied, "I am a human being." Hearing such an unpleasant conversation between his comrades, Han Yu-jin decided to interrupt it to prevent terrible consequences if they started a fight here, exclaiming, "Stop, Noah!" Interrupting the argument between the two S-classes, Han Yu-jin stood in front of Noah and said, "He is my responsibility. If you think about it, it was me who took Noah under my wing." After making this speech in defense of Noah, Han Yu-jin also added, "I made the decision to bring you. I'm doing this for myself, really, so don't worry." Hearing these words, Noah was touched. Yu-jin. Then Han Yu-jin thought in confusion, Noah must not transform back into a human, otherwise, thinking about what would happen to him in such a scenario, Han Yu-jin continued his thought. "I will see too much bare skin. There's not even a piece to cover it." After thinking about this, Han Yu-jin spoke to Song Hyun-jung, who was standing in front of him. "I don't know what your problem is, but I have to take Noah away." After saying this, Han Yu-jin noticed Song Hyun-jae's eyes light up with anger and added later, "So, you should discuss the debt issue with me, Mr. Investor." After delivering such a provocative speech, Han Yu-jin extended his hand to Song Hyun-jae and spoke menacingly. What do you want in exchange for Noah? And that was the end of it. A short time later, a news report was broadcast on television saying, the guild affected by the incident has decided to disband. Eyewitnesses claim that there was a golden dragon at the scene. The cause of the incident was recognized as a dungeon breach. When Song Hyun-jae heard this news, he spoke on the phone and said, good, great job. After praising the artist's work, Song Hyun-jae hung up the phone and looked at his phone and said happily, my investment is finally paying off. Thinking of his debtor, Song Hyun-jae said happily, Noah's poison is unbeatable, but his ability to transform is much more useful. Recalling Noah Luir, the leader of the Jupiter Guild, said happily, among all the famous hunters, there is no one who can transform into a monster. So after killing the target, we can only pretend that it was a dungeon breakthrough. Thinking about this scenario, Song Hyun-jae wondered, he might not have an easy time with S-class members, but with any other class, or perhaps with an ordinary influential person, it will be a piece of cake. Thinking about the power he possessed, Song Hyun-jae said ominously, with his help, we will destroy all the supporters of Han Shin and the Destroyer Guild, thereby weakening them. Thinking back to the agreement he had discussed with Noah, Song Hyun-jae thought, and Han Yu-jin's abilities will once again be in my hands. After that, when he returned to reality, Song Hyun-jae spoke as he picked up the soda can. In my hands? Holding out a can of tea to Sung Han-jin, Han Yu-jin spoke thoughtfully to him. Is this one okay? Taking the jar in his hands, Song Hyun-jae began to examine it, and then Yu-jin spoke to him. The last time I saw you drinking Earl Grey. After offering the drink to his guest and holding Noah close, Han Yu-jin added, that's why I bought a bunch of different teas, so you can choose which one you like. Hearing this, Song Hyun-jae thought, does he even know that he accidentally ruined my plan? After thinking about it, Song Hyun-jae decided that the price for Noah was very high, because his plan to obtain Han Yu-jin's power was based on him. Then Song Hyun-jae said, I have invested quite a bit in Noah. After saying this, Song Hyun-jae also added, I cannot disclose details, but they include information about obtaining a rank for him. I thought he could be useful even though he was in cheerleading. After saying this, and staring intently at Han Yu-jin, who was very embarrassed, Song Hyun-jae said, that's why I helped him start his own guild to get rid of Rieta. But then one day he came to you. After saying this, Song Hyun-jae also added some unpleasant information saying that art guild was disbanded with a single phone call. Hearing this, Han Yu-jin said in surprise, huh? A guild? Hearing this information from Sung Hyun, Han Yu-jin turned to Noah, and he replied, yes, since I decided to stay here. Then Yu-jin thought in confusion, is this really normal? Hearing this, Song Hyun-jae said in a sad voice, I was planning to use the independent guild as a cover, but you found out about it anyway. Hearing this, Yu-jin thought in confusion, you just confessed. After listening to Song Hyun-jae and Han Yu-jin's conversation, Noah Luir stepped out from behind Jin and spoke confidently. I am still an S-class hunter. I can pay off all my debts by myself. After saying this, Noah added, if you want me to, I can join you in the sweeps. Hearing this, Song Hyun-jae denied his offer, saying, I'm sorry, but Jupiter has enough hunters. After saying this, Song Hyun-jae added in frustration, besides, you have no idea how interesting you are to me right now. You don't have a guild, and besides, Han Yu-jin knows about your shape-shifting ability. After saying this, Song Hyun-jae also gave a follow-up to his previous speech. You are useful to Han Yu-jin, right? Then in an attempt to provoke Noah, Song Hyun-jae said, you have resistance to poisons, so you could use him as a riding animal. Hearing this suggestion, Han Yu-jin responded indignantly, but Noah is a human being. Realizing that his suggestion did not work, Song Hyun-jae tried something else, saying, with him, you could go to a pretty high-end dungeon without flying monsters. To which Yu-jin replied just as indignantly, I don't need to go to dungeon clearing. Hearing such suggestions from Song Hyun-jae, Han Yu-jin thought in confusion. This bastard has figured out all my plans. He nervously asked the Jupiter Guild leader, so, what do you want from me? With a thoughtful pose and a hand to his beard, Song Hyun-jae said happily, we have already signed a contract with you to train a monster. You don't need ordinary hunters either. Without hesitation, Song Hyun-jae stretched out his hand toward Han Yu-jin with 3 fingers outstretched and exclaimed, 3 times. Standing in this position, holding out his hand to the surprised Han Yu-jin, Song Hyun-jae said happily, How about you give me help 3 times when I need it? Hearing this proposal, Han Yu-jin, who was creating a contract letter, said, that sounds too vague. Create a contract with a more detailed description. Hearing this suggestion, Song Hyun-jae rejected it. After rejecting Han Yu-jin's offer of a contract, Song Hyun-jae said to him, there's no need for that. Hearing this response, Yu-jin was surprised to hear him say, no? What if I turn on the fool when you need me? Hearing Han Yu-jin say that, Song Hyun-jae said confidently, then it will make me sad. After all, I trust you. Hearing such a strange answer from Song Hyun-jae, Yu-jin thought in surprise and disgust, have you gone completely mad? Looking at the self-confident Song Hyun-jae, who was looking at him with a sly smile, Han Yu-jin thought in confusion, he wants a simple verbal agreement when he hands over the S-class hunter to me? Thinking about this offer the guild leader Jupiter had made to him, Han Yu-jin thought in surprise, is he so confident that he will get what he wants without a written contract? Looking at Song Hyun-jae with a thoughtful glance, Han Yu-jin thought, he's not even under my influence. Strange. Well, let's pretend that I'm going to help him. Without thinking about Song Hyun-jae's suggestion for long, Han Yu-jin agreed to the proposal, saying, all right, let's do it your way. Hearing this, Noah spoke up in confusion. Yu-jin. But after that, Han Yu-jin also made some exceptions to this agreement to prevent unnecessary liability in the future. But I will refuse any request that I am unable to fulfill or that may harm others. Hearing Han Yu-jin's affirmative tone of voice as he agreed to cooperate, Song Hyun-jae reached out and said, don't worry, I'm not going to harm anyone. After they shook hands, Song Hyun-jae decided to ask about some conditions. And yes, that ability of yours that doubles the attack power. After saying that, Song Hyun-jae added, you can only use it when you have a damage compensating item on you. Hearing this question, Han Yu-jin spoke in confusion. Oh yes, but I don't have that bracelet anymore. Hearing Han Yu-jin's response, the Jupiter Guild leader smiled sweetly and said before leaving, let me know if Yu Meng-woo creates something like this. Hearing about this agreement, Noah said in a sad, soft voice, no, because of me, Han Yu-jin is being used. Hearing these words in the end, Yu-jin, not even surprised, thought, I knew he wanted my abilities. Hearing about this request, Han Yu-jin said happily in his head, ha, wake up, you fool. I will never help you. An item like this is very difficult to obtain. No sooner had he thought this than a short time later, when he arrived at Yu Meng's forge and was called to see him, Yu-jin paid for his words. Upon meeting him, Yu Meng held out his hand with 3 shiny balls, saying, here, they are similar to that bracelet. Looking at what Yu Meng-woo held out to him, Yu-jin saw, shallow speeds, class, unspecified, used once. Han Yu-jin called out to him in confusion, what are you even doing there to get something like that? Do you even sleep? Hearing Han Yu-jin's words of concern, Yu Meng replied, I'll show you when it's ready. Standing behind Yu Meng and Yu-jin, Han Yu-hyun said, it would be very convenient to use this space when we go in for sweeps. Hearing this, Yu Meng replied indignantly, I don't want to see anyone else here. Hearing this, Han Yu-jin said to him, I know. You let him in at my request. After that, Han Yu-hyun held out his hand, which contained a strange egg, and said, thank you, Yu Meng. I think you might know what this thing is. Looking at this strange item, it was clear that it was an SSS class item, the red egg. It was the reward Han Yu-hyun and Mir received for clearing the S-class dungeon. This item is one of the eggs that appear quite rarely before time returns. No one ever understood what this egg was for, as it did not react to anything and did not break. None of the abyssal scholars were able to find out what this egg could do by testing it before, but Yu Meng-woo or Ismuar might be able to use it. Hearing what Han Yu-hyun wanted from Yu Meng, Han Yu-ching looked at his younger brother in anger and thought in frustration, I arranged this meeting so that you two could become friends, you stinker. Holding the egg in his hands, Han Yu-hyun noticed something interesting happening around him and said in surprise, this, walking over to the fire, which was slowly growing. Han Yu-heng exclaimed in surprise, Ismuar? Hearing Han Yu-heng's question, Ismuar, who had woken up from his sleep, suddenly spoke, young flame is here. As soon as Ismuar appeared, the egg began to react to him and suddenly began to crack as it sensed the elemental flame. Seeing this reaction to Ismuar's appearance, Han Yu-hyun said in surprise, an egg! Then holding it in both hands, Han Yu-hyun began to observe what would happen next. As soon as the entire egg was covered with cracks, a bright light began to emanate from it. Then it cracked, and a lizard came out. Seeing this, Yu Heng said in surprise, a lizard. Seeing what had just happened after the flash of light, Han Yu-jin walked over to his brother and said in astonishment, "Did it hatch from an egg?" To which Yu Hyun replied, "It looks like it." The moment after Han Yu-jin approached his brother, the lizard suddenly crawled into his eye. Seeing what had just happened in front of him, Han Yu-jin jumped up in fright and exclaimed, "Your eye!" Han Yu-hyun calmly replied, "It's fine. It came out." After that, the lizard moved to Han Yu-jin's hand. Handing the animal to his older brother, Han Yu-hyun said to him, "It was only there for a second. It looks like she liked it inside." Hearing his brother say this, Han Yu-jin looked at the lizard in confusion and said, "What do you mean this?" Looking at the lizard through his skill, he saw, "Fire Elemental. Current grade, F. Contractor is Han Yu-hyun." Looking at this little guy, Han Yu-jin said in surprise, "She's also a fire elemental?" Hearing this, Yu-jin said in astonishment, "The lizard was awakened by the power of Ismuar?" Hearing this explanation, Han Yu-jin thoughtfully said in his mind, "I guess that's why the eggs never hatched before, just as there were no spirits in our world in the beginning." Looking at the new pet that Han Yu-hyun was being very careful with, Han Yu-hyun thought, another change that occurred when time was turned back. Then he spoke, "Fire Elemental." Han Yu-hyun applied his flame to the lizard to see how it would react to it. And as it climbed up to his neck, he said, "She is completely resistant to the effects of the flame." Hearing this, Han Yu-jin said in surprise, "A lizard eats flames?" Upon learning this information, Han Yu-heng said to his younger brother, who had a new pet, "Then you can feed it, but try to raise it properly. It can become as strong as Ismuar if it hatches from an SSS-class egg." Hearing Han Yu-jin say this, Yu Meng said in a sad voice, "Hey, don't say that." Seeing that Ismuar was upset, Yu Meng began to call out to him in embarrassment, "It's not true, Ismuar. You're the best. There's no way this kid could be as strong as you." Watching Yu Meng comfort his fire elemental, Han Yu-jin said thoughtfully, "Yu Meng doesn't have it easy either, does he?" Afterwards, Han Yu-jin, looking at what Yu Meng had given him, thought, "Anyway, it seems that bringing Yu Heng here was worth it. Besides, I received a compensating item." As he thought about this, Han Yu-jin suddenly remembered the Jupiter Guild's ideology and thought in surprise, that was just a short while after Song Hyun-jae asked. Looking at his brother, who was worried about something and looked a little strange, Yu Hyun asked him, "What is it, Yu-jin?" To which he replied in confusion, "Oh, nothing." Standing in front of his brother, Han Yu-jin was thinking, "Hurry up and thank Yu Meng. Go ahead. I have obtained this object, but what is it for? If I go to the dungeon, it will be with my guild members." Although Han Yu-jin thought this while he was in the forge with his brother and Yu Meng, things actually turned out quite differently. Standing in front of the green lawn was a sad Han Yu-jin, who still had to help Song Hyun-jae. The latter, approaching Yu-jin, said joyfully, "I have taken us both." Hearing those words from Song Hyun-jae, with whom he still had to go wherever he wanted because of their agreement, he still learned that Han Yu-jin had the damage-absorbing item. An hour earlier, while Han Yu-jin was still in his building training with Blue, he heard a woman's voice outside of him saying happily, "Blue, I have brought the meat of the MOO Ensters." Han Yu-jin looked back and saw the head of the Destroyer Guild, and he was surprised to hear her say, "Oh, Hyun, your hair." To which she happily replied, "I'm thrilled. However, the old bastards told me off." After Moon Hyun gave the meat to Blue, Han Yu-jin sat down with the girl nearby while she ate her lunch. They started talking, and Yu-jin said, "So, monster cubs are rare all over the world nowadays." Hearing Han Yu-jin say this, Moon Hyun-ah sighed heavily and said, "Everyone is trying to get them and give them to you to raise. I should get one for myself too." As she said this, she put her hand on Yu-jin's shoulder, who was enjoying his drink, and then he spoke heavily, "I don't have the strength for new monsters just yet." After saying that, the girl heaved a sigh of relief. Then she hugged him and said, "That is why I am here, to remind you of your promise. You haven't forgotten that you promised to let me ride Blue when she's older, have you? Ask for whatever you want, I'll get it." Hugging Han Yu-jin, she squeezed him so tightly that he groaned and could be heard. Warning, careless hugging can lead to accidental F-class murder. Deciding to change the subject, Han Yu-jin asked, "Right, you were at the new S-class dungeon clearing, weren't you? I want to know what you got." Hearing this question, the girl said, "Oh, you want to see?" Surprised by the boy's question, she said, "I got a good thing." Then Yu-jin thought, "Of course I already know what it is." Taking out an item from her inventory, Moon Hyun-ah showed him an item called the White Whale's Tear of Joy. This item was a one-time use. It cast an ice-type ability on equipment. Moon Hyun-ah put it up for auction because all of her skills were wind-related. After learning all the information he needed about the item, Han Yu-jin thought, now that I have Park Aram, if I buy it, I'll give it to her right away. After that, she also took out a golden vial with a rose in the middle. Showing it to Moon Hyun-ah, she exclaimed, "Ta-da! Here it is." Yu-jin looked at the bottle with astonished eyes and said in astonishment, "E?" To which the girl said, "A very rare elixir. It's even better than a potion. It's like an extra life, the first one in Korea." Hugging him tightly, Moon Hyun-ah said reassuringly, "You're not going to ask him, are you?" Han Yu-jin said in confusion. "You didn't get anything else? Something like an empowering item?" Hearing Han Yu-jin ask this question, Moon Hyun-ah said in surprise, "No, but I did get S-grade gloves." Hearing this, Yu-jin thought in surprise, "What, another reward?" Looking at the girl in confusion, Han Yu-jin stood in place in astonishment, out of touch with reality, thinking, but this is the same dungeon. The rewards have never changed before. Seeing that Han Yu-jin was very confused and out of touch with reality, Moon Hyun-ah touched his face and said in surprise, "What's wrong, Hyun-nim? You're floating in the clouds. Is it really?" As soon as the girl said that, she added with a seductive expression, "Are you in love with me?" Hearing this, Yu-jin replied sharply, what the hell, not at all." Looking at the joyful Moon Hyun, who started laughing at Han Yu-jin after hearing his answer, Yu-jin thought calmly, well, many things are different from the future, I know. Thinking along these lines, Han Yu-jin also added, looking at the joyful girl who would be different from himself in the future, including her current hairstyle. A short time later, Han Yu-jin and Moon Hyun-ah paid a visit to Park Aram and Luir. When she saw the couple on the roof, Aram exclaimed happily, "Hi, Ani." Then Noah said hello as well. "Hello." Seeing that they had more guests, Yu-jin thought, Aram and Noah as well. Things have changed a lot for the better. Walking over to Blue, Park Aram looked at her with a fearsome look and asked, "What's wrong with Blue's tummy?" When Moon Hyun saw Yu-jin Noah standing next to her, she said curiously, "Are you the dragon boy that everyone is talking about?" A while later, Han Yu-jin was lying on a deck chair watching the news. Looking at his phone, he saw Suncross White Shield in the United States, The Book That Sings Lullabies in the Philippines, and Windy Bow in India. Are the awards the same in the rest of the dungeons? Reassuring himself that it was probably just a fluke, Yu-jin turned off his phone and thought, no, it's possible. Maybe she changed just this once. After a while, Han Yu-jin still couldn't accept what had happened, so he went to his brother, who was in his office, and said confidently, "Let's go to the dungeon." When he heard this suggestion, he was surprised. What? Having agreed on all the arrangements and prepared to go, the brothers were soon on their way to the dungeon. As they were going on their adventure, Yu Hang asked his older brother, "Do you want to ask the system something?" Hearing this question, Han Yu-hyun answered him while holding the sleeping mirror in his arms. Yes, about Squeaky, and in general. And he thought, I can't tell him that I turned back the clock, but now the future is different from what I knew it to be. After telling his brother his motives, Han Yu-jin also added, powers don't work on Squeaky, and she doesn't grow up like Mir or Blue. Sometimes she behaves very strangely. Recalling one of the strange incidents that happened to him, Han Yu-jin said that one day in the middle of the night, he woke up to the noise of the TV blaring, "We continue." Next up, waking up to the noise of the TV, which for some reason was on, Han Yu-jin got out of bed and said in surprise, "What, the TV?" As Han Yu-jin walked out of his room and rubbed his eyes, he said in a sleepy voice, "Is that you, Meng-woo?" After he said that, the TV said, "The Jupiter Guild has taken in a foreign S-class hunter." Han Yu-jin saw Squeaky sitting on the couch, watching the news. And the news was saying, Evelyn Miller is an independent huntress who specializes in long-range attacks. Seeing his pet watching TV on the couch so late at night, Han Yu-jin said to her in surprise, "Squeaky." Running over to her, Yu-jin began to examine her with joy and said, "Did you turn on the TV? How did you get on the couch? You used the basket. Are you a genius?" Looking at the annoying Han Yu-jin hanging around her, Squeaky sighed in frustration. After that, Yu-jin held out the crystals and said happily, "My little genius, I am impressed. Do you want a monostone?" At that, the squeaker just squeaked in displeasure and turned away. Han Yu-jin looked at his pet and said in surprise, "Squeaker, It's you, isn't it? To which she said in the affirmative. Pi. After telling this story to his brother, Han Yu-jin added, and then she became stupid again and threw herself at the mana stone. Is there something wrong with her? Something like dissociative identity disorder? Hearing his brother's story, Yu-jin said in surprise, it is possible. There are monsters that grow more than one head as they grow up. Each one usually has its own personality. Maybe Squeaky is one of them. Hearing this, Han Yu-jin said in a frightened voice, I don't know how to feel about this. I'm just going to ask. I can't bring her with me because she's an F class and she can't wear any equipment. When Han Yu-jin said this, Mir had already woken up and turned his attention to something that interested him. A few seconds later, the fire lion cub approached Han Yu-heng's hand, which had a lizard-shaped fire elemental on it. Seeing his pet's strange reaction, Han Yu-jin said in surprise, Huh? What's wrong, Mir? The fire lizard is also with us, right? As soon as Yu-jin said this, Mir was about to catch as his feline instincts were awakened. The next moment, the lizard ran up Han Yu-hyun's shoulder, and Mir could only watch in excitement. Seeing the lizard, Han Yu-jin said in surprise, Isn't it an F-class lizard? Can I take it with me? Hearing this question from his older brother, Han Yu-hyun answered him, The lizard is always on me, so it won't get hurt. It is safe as long as it is on my skin. Seeing that his brother was looking at him strangely, Han Yu-hyun asked his brother, Why? The latter, looking at the lizard crawling under his skin and transforming itself, replied in surprise, No, nothing, just. Hearing that his brother was worried, Han Yu-hyun said to his brother, You don't have to worry about me. You also stay close to me when we go to the dungeon. To which Yu-jin happily replied, Haha, okay, I can depend on you. Meanwhile, Mir couldn't calm down, keeping a close eye on the lizard that was running around Yu-hyun. When Han Yu-jin was distracted by looking out the window, he thought, Yes, things have changed for the better. The world moved away from him, closer to Yu-hyun. Looking out the window, Yu-jin thought, My younger brother and I have made peace, and we go to the dungeon together. But suddenly his peace was cut short. He saw Mir jump onto the face of his brother, who was driving the car. As he tried to get Mir off Han Yu-hyun's face so that he wouldn't be in the way, Yu-jin thought about how he had never even dreamed of doing this in his previous life. Taking Mir away from Han Yu-jin, who was completely confused, not having caught the lizard and not knowing where it had disappeared, Yu-jin admired his pet and wondered what difference did it make if other things changed. At least his brother was okay. Thinking back to the moment when he held his mortally wounded younger brother in his arms as they fought against Rauchitas, Yu-jin thought, the time when they were apart, the events he doesn't want to remember. Now for him, they were things that would never happen. And he could enjoy the life he had now, being happy for his brother and spending time with him. Arriving at the dungeons where they were supposed to be, the two boys found themselves in the middle of an area completely covered in snow. For Mir, there was no difference, and he caught snowflakes with his tongue. But for his brothers, when Yu-jin saw the unusual environment, he said in surprise, Snow? This is supposed to be a sand dungeon. Hearing his older brother say this, Han Yu-hyun added, And there are no monsters to be seen. What happened here? Hearing his brother say this, Yu-jin said, Could it be that this is all the work of the system? After saying this, Han Yu-jin put Mir around his neck, saying happily, A scarf made of Mira. After thinking for a while, Han Yu-hyun said to his brother, Let's get out of here, Hyun. To which Yu-jin replied in surprise, What? But if we wait a little longer, the system. Hearing these words from his brother, Han Yu-jin said thoughtfully, Can this system be trusted? Is it really not a trap? Maybe it's some guys trying to kill you. Hearing these words from his younger brother, Han Yu-jin was nervous. Hey, what kind of person would change the dungeon like that? Then looking at his brother, Yu-jin noticed something strange and thought in confusion. Why is he so nervous? As he thought about this, Han Yu-jin suddenly thought, recalling the moment with the cultists his younger brother had told him about. He thought, even if many people want to get me. Looking at his brother with a piercing gaze, Han Yu-jin suddenly asked him, Are you hiding something from me? After saying this, Han Yu-jin added, An ordinary hunter cannot influence the dungeon. Those you are afraid of are not the guild, nor are they hunters. Hearing this, Yu-heng said in confusion, It's... Hearing such uncertain speech, Yu-jin asked his younger brother, Does this have anything to do with the sect or whatever you mentioned earlier? Hearing this, Yu-hyun just bowed his head. Looking away from his older brother because he was ashamed to look him in the eye, Han Yu-hyun said quietly, I can't say anything about it. Hearing this answer, Yu-jin exclaimed in surprise, What? Why? Hearing these questions from his older brother, who was disturbed by the situation, Han Yu-hyun spoke to him. I signed a contract. Before he could finish, he was interrupted. An arrow was flying at his brother. Yu Heng had felt it before, and he put his arm around his brother to prevent the arrow from reaching its target. Seeing that they had been attacked and that the arrow had hit his brother, Han Yu-jin shouted out in alarm as he approached his brother. Yu-hyun, to which the latter merely replied, Get the bead, Hyun. As soon as the boys saw that they were being attacked, Mir also prepared for battle, transforming into a bigger monster. Then Yu-jin noticed his brother's injury and thought in confusion, an arrow pierced through an S-class arm? While using a healing potion to heal the wound, the boys saw a creature with a bow in the distance. Looking at it, Yu Heng said in surprise, A toy? Isn't that a monster? Using his promising sprout skill, Han Yu-jin began to analyze the enemy, and what he saw plunged him into shock. Looking at his characteristics, Yu-jin said in surprise, What the hell? This is a joke. He saw the enemy's characteristics in front of him. Tin soldier, no class, S contractor. Seeing this, Yu-jin said in surprise, He's an S-class? After rereading his characteristics, Han Yu-jin spoke in confusion in his head as he pondered the information. Number 6? There are between 1 and, imagining how many enemies there could be, Han Yu-jin thought in confusion as he looked around. Up to 5, maybe even more. Looking around, and seeing that they were surrounded by S-class tin soldiers, Yu-jin thought in confusion. What the hell? Bastard system. Seeing that they were surrounded and about to be attacked, Han Yu-heng covered his brother with his body and shouted, Hen, get out of here. I'll manage somehow. To which his brother replied, Are you out of your mind? How will you manage on your own? After saying this to his younger brother, Han Yu-jin suddenly exclaimed in fright when he noticed that the soldiers were attacking. Ah, they're coming! As the enemies were approaching and about to attack, someone's voice came from behind them and said, Stop! As soon as the toys heard this command, a huge magic box appeared behind them and began to pull them inside. When a strange voice said, Everyone turn around. After that, all the soldiers began to fly into the magic box at the same time, simultaneously moving away from Han Yu-jin and Han Yu-heng. After all the soldiers flew back to the box from the hunters, a pink ball that appeared out of nowhere spoke to the boys. You must have been frightened, sweetheart. Seeing this strange thing, Han Yu-jin, curious, went to the ball, but his younger brother stopped him, blocking his way with his hand and telling him to stay behind him. Looking at this strange toy, Han Yu-jin said in surprise, A volleyball? To which he immediately replied, I'm sorry. I didn't think they would attack your bra-at. Hearing this strange reference to himself, Han Yu-jin, pointing to the ball in surprise, asked, Oh, it was you. The system, right? To which the ball bounced happily and replied, Call me Rookie. Hearing this, Han Yu-jin, unable to control himself, pounced on the ball and began to kick it to the ground, shouting menacingly, I don't care. You put a hole in my brother's arm. Frightened by Han Yu-jin's sudden actions, which he did not understand, the system administrator exclaimed, but it's partly his fault too. Hearing this excuse from the new system administrator, Han Yu-jin was surprised. What? What did my brother do? Before he could say it, his brother and the world caught his eye, and they were in the same layer. Looking at the unsuccessful attempts of his younger brother and peace to get out of that prison, Han Yu-jin called out to them in fright, Yu-hyun, Mirwai. Looking at the ball he was holding in his hand, Han Yu-jin heard him explain what had happened to them. I blocked it for a while. They're not allowed to hear our conversation. Jumping up from Han Yu-jin's hands, the pink ball spun around in flight and said, This place was specially created for you, sweetie. Looking at Han Yu-heng and the fiery horned lion trapped in the barrier, the new system administrator said in confusion, I won't let them burn him like they did that time. Hearing this explanation from the pink ball, Han Yu-jin gestured to his brother that he was fine and said to the system administrator, Well then, you took me away without saying a word. Hearing this, the new system administrator, feeling guilty for what he had done, said guiltily, I'm sorry for attacking your brother. It's because he is involved in something we are not allowed to mention. Hearing these words from the pink ball, Han Yu-jin was very surprised, and then suddenly asked, He said he couldn't tell me about something. Is it about some cultists? Hearing Han Yu-jin's question, the new administrator replied, I can't talk to you about that. Han Yu-jin added sharply, Are they very dangerous? Will my brother be okay? Observing this concern for his younger brother, the system administrator said, Don't worry, there is no way they can harm you or your brother. After saying this, the pink ball also added, "It's against the rules to interfere directly." Hearing this unsatisfactory answer, Yujin, enraged, began to try to break the ball, shouting out menacingly, "But they can break the rules." After a short time of mocking the ball, Han Yujin suddenly stopped when he heard a strange noise somewhere in the forest and looked in the direction of the noise in confusion. Then the newcomer spoke up, "See, it's dangerous to talk about them." After saying this, the ball also added, "Don't ask any more questions about them." When Yujin heard the strange noise coming from them again, he was alarmed. "What is that?" Seeing that Han Yujin was getting nervous about these strange noises coming from deep in the forest, the system administrator calmed him down by saying, "Don't worry, everything will be fine as long as we're together." As soon as the new guy said that, he immediately added, "Sweetie's safety is also very important to us." Hearing this, Han Yujin breathed a sigh of relief. After telling Han Yujin everything he had to, the pink ball told the boy, "There is not much time left. Do you have any other questions?" Hearing this, Han Yujin suddenly became thoughtful. Thinking about what he still needed to know about the most important things, he went through his mind. "Right, I need to get to the point," and then he decided to ask his question. "I picked up an F-class bird named Squeaky." After saying this, the guy added, "It has a broken state window, and it's acting a little strange." Hearing this, the ball said thoughtfully, "A squeaker? Let me see. It doesn't work. Are you sure it is under your influence?" Hearing such a strange question, Han Yujin said in surprise, "What? That's impossible. The code word worked." Hearing these words from Yujin, the administrator said, "That's strange. Bring it with you next time." Hearing this request from the newcomer, Han Yujin was surprised to hear this. "Oh, you're going to help me deal with her?" he replied. "Yes, I'll delete it, just for you." Hearing this solution to the problem, Han Yujin threw the ball aside with all his might and said angrily, "Delete it? She's alive." Turning back to Yujin, the administrator said, "What's wrong? You have to get rid of the bugs." Shaking his head at this kind of problem solving, Han Yujin said in frustration in his head, "Are they all crazy? Can I trust them? The more answers I get, the more uneasy I become." Approaching Han Yujin, the new system administrator said, "I don't think the F-class will cause many problems." Hearing this suggestion, Yujin thought, "He attacked my brother, and he talks about killing Squeaky so carelessly." Thinking about this whole situation, Han Yujin put his hand over his face and felt nervous and thought, "This reminds me of a scary story I read in my childhood. The story was about a strange deity who had his own goals for life, but he had no human feelings at all. It always gave people what they wanted, but in a distorted form. Recalling the moment when he defeated the dragon of poisons and the curses of Raukatas and received the wishing stone that could fulfill anything as a reward for his victory, the system deceived him with this stone. Thinking of this, and of the fact that the system did not want to fulfill the wish he had originally made, therefore, thinking about the fact that the system could still make its own decisions, and perhaps use the boy, Han Yujin thought in confusion, "No, it can't be." After thinking about it, Han Yujin asked the administrator, "The reward for the S-class dungeon I know is different from the one in my past life." Although, unlike in his past life, the guy was satisfied with the outcome of his life. Everything had changed for the better. Then he added, "Does it happen sometimes, or is it somehow connected with the fact of my regression?" Hearing this question from Han Yujin, the system administrator decided to clarify some things before giving an answer, saying, "Was the reward a one-time item? Then it's most likely that the changes occurred because it was already used." Hearing this answer, Han Yujin was surprised and said, "But I turned back the clock. That's why it wasn't used." Hearing this question, the system administrator replied, "No, no." Hearing Han Yujin's strange question, the system administrator said to him in surprise, "Ah, sweetie, so you don't know." Jumping up and down in front of Han Yujin, the new guy spoke to him. "Just because you went back in time doesn't mean that all the previous events didn't happen." Hearing this response from the system administrator, Han Yujin, not understanding what he meant, exclaimed in confusion, "What?" Creating a mirage behind him to explain the world's workings in more detail, the new guy spoke to him. "Here we go. Let's take data overwriting, for example. Having created two vases in this mirage, one with liquid in it and the other empty, the administrator spoke and began to pour the liquid from one into the other. The world in 5 years from which you came has not disappeared. It has just been rewritten." Drawing attention to the vase into which the liquid was being poured, the system administrator Added, most creatures are the same, so we can just merge them. After removing this mirage and creating another, the system administrator said, so, as you are a regressor, you have overwritten the information about the time 5 years from now with the present. After creating images of all the people Han Yu-jin had come into contact with in the mirage, the system administrator said, as for the others, their present will overwrite the original future, showing all the people Han Yu-jin knew, who were very cheerful and upbeat as they went about their lives. The administrator added, they don't realize that they were united. Only someone who is very sensitive can feel something. Having said that, and having transported himself and Han Yu-jin to another place in the mirage, somewhere in the city, the administrator continued, that's why, in theory, everyone still has the data of the original future. After saying that, the system administrator finally got to the part where Han Yu-jin's question was present, saying, apart from the items used. After also explaining what was what, the system administrator also added one horrible piece of news. Or dead people. It's impossible to turn back time for them. Looking at Han Yu-jin, who was kneeling in the danja listening to this explanation, the system administrator said in conclusion, you cannot mix the information of the dead with the living. Kneeling in front of the system administrator, shocked by the information he had told the boy, Yu-jin said in dismay, so, trying to come to terms with what he had just heard, Han Yu-jin added, the events that happened in the original future cannot be undone, but instead they will be erased. And deleted? Hearing this question from the sweetheart, the new system administrator jumped up and down and said, yes, they will disappear. No big deal, right? Hearing such a disappointing confirmation of his words that he had to pull out of himself, Han Yu-jin said in alarm, then my brother, who died that day in the dungeon. Thinking back to that day 5 years ago when it all happened, Han Yu-jin said in confusion, 25-year-old Yu Heng, who suffered alone for 8 long years. He died protecting me, recalling the very moment when he left his brother at the stone to patch him up, and then he died, giving him his strength in double measure. Yu-jin said, he still had to go through it. Thinking of his brother's terrible fate, Yu-jin added, he will remain lying right in the dungeon where I left him, cut off from the world. Seeing Han Yu-jin, who was so distressed and immersed in his horrible memories, the administrator spoke to him. The reward you are talking about has most likely been used. It simply does not exist in the post-regression world. That's why it didn't even appear. After listening to the system administrator, Han Yu-jin could no longer bear the separation and the pressure he felt for leaving his brother's body in that dungeon, and he spoke as he walked over to the ball. Let him out. Hearing this sudden request from Han Yu-jin, the system administrator asked him in confusion, what? To which he replied by putting his hands on his brother's hands through the protective ball. Why are you? Unable to contain his emotions, Han Yu-jin exclaimed in frustration, separated me from my brother without saying a word? Let him out right now, instead of leaving him alone in a place like this. Unable to understand why Han Yu-jin was so irritated, the system administrator repeated himself again and then added, why? Oh well, time's almost up anyway. After the system administrator said that, the power barrier disappeared, and then the younger brother rushed over to Han Yu-jin, shouting in embarrassment, Han, did you finish the conversation? Seeing the reunion of the two brothers, the system administrator vanished into thin air and said in conclusion, see you again, sweetie. You can get in by knocking on the gate 3 times. After that, Han Yu-jin put his hands on his younger brother's shoulders and said with his head down, you must be cold, to which he replied in confusion, huh? I'm an S-class. I don't wear that. Before he could finish speaking, Han Yu-heng suddenly interrupted, observing the actions of his older brother, who put his hand to his younger brother's temple. Yu-heng then spoke in surprise. Young. The next moment, Han Yu-jin pulled his younger brother close to him, nuzzling his shoulder to hold back his tears and said sadly, I'm sorry, I'm so sorry. Han Yu-jin stood in this position for a while longer, thinking in confusion. My brother, my little brother who saved me at the cost of his life. Thinking about how his younger brother had fared in the world from which he had returned to this one, Han Yu-jin said sadly in his mind, has the future Yu-hyun already disappeared beyond this world? After the trip to the dungeon, Han Yu-jin returned home in a completely bad mood. Lying in a dark room on the cold kitchen floor, Han Yu-jin said sadly, my little brother is dead. Looking down at his hands and thinking about how helpless and weak he must have been to allow this to happen, Han Yu-jin added, he's gone. Imagining in his mind how his younger brother from another dimension dissolved into thin air and turned into nothing, he said in disappointment, he, the one who suffered, the one who protected his older brother for 8 years. Lying on the floor, he said sadly, I thought that everything that happened then, in the future, had ceased to exist. When Mir saw his grieving master, he came whimpering to him and wanted to comfort him. Approaching his master, who did not look like himself at all, Mir tried to help him in some way. Seeing that his grieving pet had come to him, Han Yujin shed tears and said to Mir, Oh Mir, are you worried about me? I'm fine. Hugging his pet, Han Yujin was determined to prevent the incident from happening again this time and said, Yes, this time everything will be fine. Taking his pet in his arms and walking to his room, Han Yujin said, I'm amazed, but right now, I should only think about the present. There are some strange people connected to my surviving younger brother. Remembering the moment when he tried to ask his brother about them, Yujin thought, strong enough to make even the system developers afraid of them. When we were coming back, Yu Hyun avoided answering my questions. Thinking back to his past life and the memories of his brother that he had received after his death, Han Yujin took out his phone and thought, with the help of the last retribution, I received only a part of my memories. Deciding to find out everything on his own, Han Yujin decided to turn to perhaps the only person who could know about those mysterious people. When Han Yujin dialed the number of his familiar friend, he heard a surprised voice speak into the phone and say, You have never called me first. Hearing this from his interlocutor, Han Yujin decided to get right down to business and said, I want to ask you something. After saying this, Han Yujin raised his head to the sky and looked at the clear stars. Do you know of any sect that is similar to Confucianism? Hearing Han Yujin ask this question, Song Hyun-jae spoke to him. Young master will be angry if I answer this question and involve you in it. Calling someone who had been acting suspiciously even before Han Yujin's regression. It was obvious that he was in on it. After this response, Yujin said, I'll be angry if you don't answer the question. Which is better? Hearing Han Yujin say that in a confident tone, Song Hyun-jae said to him with a sly smile, Of course, you're much more dangerous when you're angry. After saying this, Song Hyun-jae added to his words to Han Yujin, I can't tell you, but I can show you. Prepare the bracelet and the attack enhancement skill. The next morning, after he discussed his trip with Song Hyun-jae, Han Yujin informed his younger brother that he was going to the dungeon. Hearing this, Yu Hyun responded in surprise, You're going to go to an A-class dungeon? Hearing this question from his younger brother, Han Yujin scratched the back of his head and said in confusion, I took an interest in the ruins after our last cleanup. It turns out that Song Hyun-jae knows a dungeon where the fortress wall is still standing. Hearing this explanation from his older brother, Han Yu-hyun said to him, Then take me with you. To which Yujin nervously replied, trying to refuse his help, No need, it's just a picnic walk. Recalling his nighttime phone conversation with Song Hyun-jae, who emphasized to him, If he says he wants to come with us, tell him no. They won't take the bait as strong as Yu Hyun. Recalling this moment of his dialogue with the Jupiter Guild leader, Yujin thought, I don't quite understand what he meant by bait, but... After refusing his younger brother, Han Yujin informed him that they would be taking another S-class warrior with them. Upon hearing this, Yujin said, Instead of you, we will take Noah. I'll be completely safe with him. I have the skills to resist the Shala speed and support the system. Hearing this argument, Han Yujin was surprised. What if this is a trap? Hearing his elder brother's fears, Han Yujin spoke to him. Why waste so much energy killing an F-class that can be easily swatted away? Besides, this dungeon doesn't belong to Jupiter. It belongs to the Judgment Guild. Hearing this, Han Yu-heng said in surprise, Sudam? Hearing his brother's question, Han Yujin said nervously, shrugging his shoulders. Uh-huh. He wouldn't set a trap in someone else's dungeon. Hearing this argument from his elder brother, Han Yu-hyun said, Well, if it's true, then... Well, it's true. If it's the Sudam... Sudam is the guild of Yoon Kyung-soo, the last S-class member in Korea, whom Han Yujin has not yet met. Han Yujin will be very interested to see this head of the Sudam guild, as he is the only one who did not come to meet him then, along with the other S-classes. Arriving at the entrance to the dungeon, Han Yujin saw Yoon Kyung-soo of Sudam standing in front of him. As Han Yujin approached the guild leader, he stretched out his hand to greet him and said happily, It is a pleasure to meet you. I've been waiting to meet you for a long time. The latter responded in fright, jumping away from him. No, I might accidentally hurt you or something. Pointing to the gate to the dungeon, Yoon Kyung-soo said in displeasure, We're just lending you the dungeon. Whether you go in or not is up to you. I don't care. When Han Yujin walked into the dungeon just before entering, he saw Yun Kang-soo spit on the ground and say menacingly, "Tell your brother that I didn't touch you with a finger. You've already eaten my brains out." As Han Yujin walked toward the gate to the dungeon, he said in astonishment, "The head of the Sudam Guild doesn't seem to be happy with the abyss." Song Hyun-jae replied, "It's more like he just hates it." Hearing this from the leader of the Jupiter Guild, Han Yujin was surprised. "What? Then why are we going to their dungeon?" To which he replied, "That is exactly why we are going there." Hearing this answer from his friend, Han Yujin also heard him add, "They will almost certainly take this chance and attack, and maybe they'll also enlist additional support to guarantee their victory." Having said that, Song Hyun-jae added, "Our goal is to lure that support." Hearing this, Han Yujin thought anxiously, "So we are going there knowing that we will definitely be attacked?" After thinking about this development, Han Yujin decided for himself, "This is dangerous. We must be on our guard." Just as he thought this, Song Hyun-jae handed him a basket and said, "Take it." Han Yujin took the basket and looked at it in confusion. "A picnic basket?" After handing the basket to Yujin, Song Hyun-jae happily announced, "There's even a cake in there. I'll definitely be a great tour guide." As he said this and walked forward, Song Hyun-jae said to Han Yujin in a joyful tone, "Don't you think this will be fun?" Han Yujin looked at his guide, who would be by his side, and thought a little cautiously, "I guess I'll be safe with him, no matter who attacks us." At the same time, somewhere on another continent, a massive rally was taking place under the Association of Hunters in Mexico, and people were shouting, "We need security measures in our local dungeons, and we need them now." Standing with posters under the building, the protesters shouted, "Whose side is the association on, pushing high-end hunters to emigrate? There are only 2 S-class hunters in the capital." At the same time, at the airport, Rieta was trying to leave the country, speaking menacingly to the security guards. "Can you hear me? Please send a complaint to the Korean Hunters Association." Hearing such threatening words from the S-ranked hunter, the guards were frightened. "Well, that's..." Then Rieta spoke menacingly. "An entry ban because of some illegal contract. Isn't that too harsh?" Hearing such a complaint from a high-class huntress, the guard was embarrassed. "It's not in my power. You saw it yourself. Now the situation is not the easiest." When Rieta heard this excuse from the guard, she was angry and said, "That's why I'm telling you to quietly deal with my documents, if this is what they are doing here." After saying this, Rieta added angrily, "Breaking through the dungeon is not such a disaster. Are you going to continue to behave like this?" Hearing this complaint, the security guard said, Well, I will contact the management if you can wait a little longer." As soon as the girl said this, she was shot with a gun and her blood got on Rieta's clothes. "Huh? What's going on?" Then someone's voice came from the street. "This is the association's punishment for its sins. The breaking of the dungeon is God's will. Do not resist it." When Rieta saw what was happening on the street, she was surprised and said, "What the hell? It's those terrorists again." Meanwhile, the crowd, which was fleeing the building in panic, was shouting loudly, "Are they crazy? Are they going against the association now?" Looking at her clothes, which were stained with the blood of the girl whose cat had been killed in front of Rieta, she said in disappointment, "It was a souvenir. It's a pity." At the same time, one of the port workers who was hiding near Rieta said in fright, "Eek, call the police." Hearing these words from the frightened employee of this complex, Rieta took off her souvenir and threw it at the man and said, "You work here, don't you? Look closely." Taking out her weapon from her hiding place, Rieta exclaimed joyfully, preparing for a fight, "I will deal with them myself for you." Having said this, and rushing into battle with the terrorists, the joyful Rieta said to the port worker, "But for this you have to send me to Korea." At the same time, the terrorists were fighting with the police and shouted to those who were blocking their way not to confront them, because it was pointless. The next moment, the terrorists heard a strange noise, and a few seconds later, Rieta appeared from the sky in front of them, leaving a crater after landing. Seeing the strange girl appearing in front of them, one of the terrorists shouted out to her, "What the hell? What are you doing?" She replied, laughing ominously, "Make sure you can dodge." After saying this and crossing 2 sickles in front of her, Rieta spoke menacingly, using her skill, Eternal Slash. "I attack without distinguishing between an enemy or an ally." Only the terrorists heard the girl say this, and one of them only managed to say in surprise, "What? What are you talking about?" And then their voice broke off. The next moment, everyone within a 10-meter radius of Rieta was chopped to pieces, without even having time to do anything, let alone dodge. Seeing what happened to the terrorists in an instant, and Rieta enjoying the rain of blood from her dead enemies, a frightened voice sounded somewhere nearby. Ah, she's crazy, a monster. Having killed all the terrorists in an instant, Rieta stepped out of the bloody circle and said with a shrug, Phew, I've dealt with everyone. And if I've done a good deed. As soon as she said this, she heard a strange voice behind her speaking to her. Rieta. Looking back, she saw a corpse speaking to her. Rieta, I'm asking you again. Hearing such words from the corpses that began to speak to her, the girl stood on the head of one of them so that he would not rise, and said menacingly, You have not been heard for some time. Why did you come out again? After saying this, she added, I thought I warned you never to come near me or my brother again. As she spoke, many of the corpses came to life and began to walk toward her, repeating, Rieta, I offer you one more time. A contract with asterisk, 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 asterisk. And so many corpses began to rise, and as they walked toward her, they said, Rieta, contract, Rieta, one more time. Turning her back on them, the girl said happily, Shut up. I will tear all your mouths open. But suddenly the girl felt heavy in her body and fell to the ground. One of the corpses spoke to her, coming closer and closer. The first of the twins of the dragon of poisons and curses, Dio Valchetis. Then the girl, falling to the ground, thought anxiously, What? My knees are all alone. Approaching Rieta, the dead man pointed at her with his finger and said in his hoarse voice, Obey, the blood of curses and poisons. After saying this, the dead man also spoke to the girl who was chained to the ground. Kill Song Hyun-jae of Jupiter and capture brother Han Yu-hyun. Hearing these words from the dead man, the girl said angrily, How dare you? Tell me what to do. After this exclamation, the girl cut off the zombie's hands and head. After such antics, the girl finally managed to get up, and exhaling heavily, she said, Shit, my head hurts. What a piece of shit. I couldn't do it even if I wanted to. Holding her head against the excruciating pain she was experiencing from the exposure, she suddenly heard a voice behind her say, I can help you. When she looked back to see who it was, she saw that it was the head of the ISS Guild, Choi Seok-won, standing in front of her. As soon as she saw him, he spoke to her. I have prepared a private plane for us nearby, just as this walking dead man told me.